My name is Mo Ran, a celestial emperor who, upon my arrival in the Myriad Realms, found myself ensnared for over a century by a minor official by a stroke of serendipity. I encountered a stunning empress, and thus I became a father. I am Shen Qingqing, a reincarnation of a celestial king from the upper realm. In my previous life, I was an orphan, a sacred maiden of my clan, ultimately falling victim to a treacherous attack. In this lifetime, I, Shen Qingqing, vow, one day, I shall return to the upper realm and reclaim all that was rightfully mine. When Shen Qingqing beheld her father effortlessly produce celestial artifacts and countless rare treasures, she was utterly astonished. Is my father truly a celestial emperor? Empress Shen Qingqing arrived at Mo Ran's abode, lifting his chin with authority, declaring, "You shall return home with me and become my empress." System. Returning home with a wife grants freedom. Mo Ran. Do you disagree? No. I am willing to. Mo Ran. Are you truly not the villain? System. I am not, nor you, Mo Ran. Then what is the meaning of this? He gestured towards his second daughter. System. I cannot fathom this either. Years later, Mo Ran exclaimed, "My dear daughter, it is he who has wronged you, is it not?" Wah. Yes, father. You must stand up for me. Gazing at the pitiful figure kneeling before her, Shen Qingqing suddenly smirked. I concede, you are indeed formidable. But what if I decide to call upon my father? What then? The hapless suitor trembled in fear, begging, "Your Highness, I understand my error." Chapter 1. The Unexpected Daughter. I am Mo Ran, a lamentable transmigrator who has traversed this realm for over a century, ensnared by system, leading a life of quietude, daily checking in, sipping tea, and admiring flowers. Just moments ago, a general from the Qingyu dynasty arrived, cradling a baby of merely 6 months, proclaiming her to be my daughter. After thrusting the infant into my arms, he hurriedly departed, leaving me in a stupor. My emotions were a tumultuous blend of confusion and astonishment. After a century of wandering, I had unexpectedly become a father. Meanwhile, far away, 2 ferocious beasts drew a palanquin, exuding an aura so potent that all beasts within 100 miles recoiled in fear. Inside the palanquin sat the reigning empress of the Qingyu dynasty, Shen Qingqing. Her presence here was no mere coincidence. 2 years prior, she encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, unable to break through to the 6th realm of the emperor. In desperation, she sought solace and alternative methods for advancement. However, she never anticipated that her journey would lead her into an ambush orchestrated by the 3 great dynasties and an unscrupulous scoundrel who feigned weakness before her. In a bid to protect what she believed to be an ordinary man, she fled with him, only to find herself outmatched by the experts from the 3 great dynasties, her life hanging by a thread. Upon entering the wooden cabin, his domain, the man she had sheltered unleashed a power that shook the heavens, effortlessly dispatching the 3 assailants. Wounded and unconscious, she awoke to find her purity lost. The once revered empress had been sullied. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the empress clenched her teeth, an overwhelming aura radiating uncontrollably from her. Scoundrel! Were it not for the threats against the Qingyu dynasty, endangering Qing'er's safety, I would never have entrusted her to you. Once I resolve the matters with the 3 great dynasties, I shall return for Qing'er, and you shall pay dearly. Gazing at the sleeping cherub in my arms, I felt an unprecedented warmth envelop me. Cradling her tiny hand, a profound bloodline energy emanated from her. This is truly my daughter. Feeling a comforting heat, my hands trembled with joy, my earlier shock transforming into elation. Indeed, host, this is your biological daughter. 2 years ago, a mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, echoed in my mind. It was my system, the standard companion of transmigrators. Damn you, silence. Were it not for the absurd task you issued 2 years ago, I would not have sullied her purity. Anger surged within me as I recalled that 2 years ago, I was but a step away from reaching the celestial emperor realm. Yet the laws of this world could not accommodate the influx of my power, leaving me unable to harness it properly. Consequently, the system imposed an outrageous task upon me. To save the empress of the Qingyu dynasty, Shen Qingqing, what I presumed to be a simple task was laden with restrictions. I could not use my powers until I returned her to the wooden cabin. A series of melodramatic events ensued. When I guided Shen Qingqing to the cabin, she was already gravely injured, her life at stake. If not treated promptly, she would perish. Time was of the essence, and I called upon the system for a life-saving elixir. After all, if she died, I would not fulfill the task and could not ascend to the Celestial Emperor realm. To my dismay, the system provided me with a dragon and phoenix pill. While it possessed healing properties, it also bore the bitter smile across my lips. After a century in this other world, having never held a girl's hand, I lost my chance in such an unfortunate manner, only to be resented by an empress. It is all your fault, you wretched system. Not entirely my fault. I merely followed your instructions and provided a healing pill. It is indeed a healing pill, albeit with side effects. Mo ran, that you are truly despicable. Our fates are intertwined. If I perish, so shall you. As I bickered with the system, the cherub in my arms unexpectedly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of sparkling azure orbs that seemed to pierce through to the very essence of existence. Those eyes, just like her mother's, are simply exquisite. As a first-time father, I gazed at my porcelain doll of a daughter, finding myself utterly enamored. In my previous life, I had faced solitude, and after a century of confinement in this realm, I never anticipated the opportunity to embrace fatherhood. Cradling the delicate child, I felt an unprecedented wave of happiness. Yet the little girl nestled in my arms was preoccupied with her own thoughts. Shen Qingqing, born as the daughter of the empress of the Qingyu dynasty, carried a formidable legacy from her previous life as the invincible Moonfall, Celestial King from the upper realm, in her quest to explore a Celestial Emperor's secret domain. She fell victim to a treacherous ambush by 5 Celestial Kings, ultimately leading to her demise within the confines of the secret realm. Jing Celestial King, Sword Celestial King, with Celestial King, 100 Battles Celestial King, and Myriad Beast Celestial King, you shall await my return. Once I ascend to the upper realm, you shall face 1,000 torturous fates, confined to the celestial prison, never to reincarnate. System, is my daughter hungry? Why does she have such a fierce look in her eyes? Do you have any beast milk or something? Please provide me with some. Faced with the intense gaze of my daughter, I, a novice father, suddenly felt at a loss, unsure whether she was hungry or something else, and promptly inquired with the system about any available beast milk. Affirmative, host. Subsequently, a bottle filled with fresh beast milk materialized in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the nipple towards Shen Qingqing's lips. Startled from her reverie, Shen Qingqing was taken aback by his actions, unable to articulate her thoughts. What on earth, mortal, are you doing? What are you trying to feed me? Sweet? As she pondered in confusion, an ancient specter of a great demon emerged behind the milk bottle, and the well-informed Moonfall Immortal King instantly recognized its significance. This is beast milk, a tremendous tonic. At this moment, she had just been reincarnated. Although the memories of her past life lingered, she was still merely a child, unable to stir up any significant turmoil and in need of nurturing. While she could not discern the cultivation level of this seemingly benevolent father, nor felt any fluctuations in power, the fact that he could summon the apparition of a great demon through the beast milk suggested that his capabilities were formidable. After all, this was something even her mother could not produce. With this in mind, she continued to drink her milk, knowing that growing up swiftly was of utmost importance. Because they often criticize my writing, I am uncertain if it truly possesses any flaws. For now, take your time to appreciate it. Regardless, I have taken away your capacity to criticize, so you cannot blame me if you find any faults. I personally feel it is quite acceptable. Omega. Thank you for your viewing. Chapter 2. The news from above. It was the second day of Mo Rant's journey in parenting. His daughter exhibited peculiar behavior, rising in the middle of the night to meditate and cultivate. Can you fathom a child under the age of 1 engaging in such practices at such an hour? Is this a consequence of being from another world? Are children from that realm inherently fierce, capable of cultivation at merely 6 months old? Is this what the novels depict when they speak of early training? Does my daughter possess the aura of an emperor? System, what manner of world is this? When shall I emerge from my seclusion? Are all children in this realm akin to this? Seated in a recliner, Mo Ran reflected on the startling incident from last night when his daughter abruptly awoke and assumed a meditative posture. A wry smile crept across his face as he recalled how genuinely startled he had been. Initially, he had presumed it was merely a peculiar reaction of a restless child. But before he could approach her, spiritual energy from all directions converged and flowed into his daughter's being. He understood this phenomenon. It was a sign of cultivation. Although he possessed immense power, having never ventured beyond his secluded mountain, he was unacquainted with the intricacies of the outside world. His strength was acquired through daily sign-ins and was devoid of practical training, leading to a rather leisurely existence. The notion of a 6-month-old infant engaging in cultivation was utterly foreign to him. For a century, he had remained in this mountain, oblivious to his own prowess. Yet he could sense that if he so wished, the entirety of this world could dissolve into nothingness. According to the system, he had reached the realm of the Immortal Emperor. He resided in a lower realm, the most inconspicuous of all realms within the myriad worlds, where numerous lower realms existed but only one upper realm. The strength within the lower realm could be broadly classified as follows: the Qi condensation realm, the Qi gathering realm, the Qi dispersion realm, and the 3 stages of the Fate Palace, culminating in the mightiest Emperor realm of the lower realm. Note, the 3 stages of the Fate Palace are: the first stage is called King, the second stage is called Emperor, and the third stage is called Saint. Each stage is further divided into 9 celestial tiers. When an individual from the lower realm reaches the 9th tier of the Emperor realm and is on the brink of ascending to the next realm, they are forcibly transported to the upper realm by the heavenly Dao, for this realm cannot sustain the power of immortal beings. Mo Ran was unique. Years ago, when he broke through to the Emperor realm, the system had granted him a set of garments capable of concealing all things, designed to shield him from the heavenly Dao's scrutiny. Now that he had achieved the Immortal Emperor realm, the purpose of the attire had diminished, leaving it solely as an aesthetic embellishment. In the Immortal Emperor realm, one traverses the myriad worlds with ease. The time has not yet come. The host should refrain from contemplating leaving the mountain and instead focus on raising the daughter. Here it comes again. Is there nothing else you can say apart from this? No. Clearly, Mo Ran had inquired about leaving the mountain before, and the system's response remained unchanged. What precisely is this right time? At that moment, Shen Qingqing approached, clutching an ancient tome, her movements graceful as she scampered towards Mo Ran. In no time, she reached his side. Is this true? Is what is written in this book authentic? The silent Shen Qingqing pointed at the book with her chubby little hand, her mouth murmuring incomprehensible words. Although Mo Ran felt perplexed, he accepted the book held by his daughter. Chronicles of the Upper Realm? Wasn't this obtained through sign-in several years ago? This tome chronicles significant events that transpired in the upper realm, which Mo Ran often perused out of boredom. Confined within, yearning for the world outside, he frequently leafed through its pages. It contained accounts of various notable figures from the upper realm, though not exhaustive. The more renowned ones were recorded. Most importantly, this book was an artifact of imperial caliber, capable of automatic documentation. This meant that whenever significant events occurred in the upper realm, they would be inscribed, continually updated. Mo Ran hadn't examined it in quite some time. Did he wish to know what this book was about? Lost in thought, he rose, crouched down, and lifted his daughter, saying, "This book is called the Chronicles, and it contains numerous little stories." Little stories? I am asking you if it is real. Growing increasingly frustrated, her soft, pudgy hand angrily swatted at Mo Ran's face. To him, it felt no different than a gentle caress. My daughter is touching me. Suddenly jolted by the contact, Mo Ran was filled with delight, sweet and soft. The little stories within are fascinating. Come, allow me to tell you one. He then opened the book, coincidentally landing on the page that Shen Qingqing had opened, where 4 large characters caught his eye: the fallen Moon Emperor. My dear daughter, look, this is the illustrious Moon Fallen Emperor. Isn't she beautiful? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing's eyes widened, recognizing the familiar characters before her. The Moon Fallen Emperor, born of the Holy Maiden of the Falling Moon clan in the Upper Realm, possessed the celestial spirit body and ranked 3rd among the beauties of the Upper Realm. 3,000 years ago, she attained the realm of the Immortal King, defeating several seasoned Immortal Kings in a remarkably short time, earning the title of the foremost figure within the Immortal King realm. 1,000 years ago, when the Emperor's secret realm was unveiled, the Moon Fallen Emperor ventured alone into the realm, seizing the Emperor's inheritance with formidable prowess. However, During the critical moment of receiving the legacy, she fell victim to an ambush by 5 Immortal Kings, ultimately succumbing within the secret realm. Her age at death was 6,500 years. As she gazed at the account, Shen Qingqing trembled. It was indeed true. Have I been dead for so many years? What is wrong, my dear daughter? Sensing Shen Qingqing's unusual demeanor, Mo Ran looked at her somewhat forlorn expression and inquired with concern. Shen Qingqing ignored him, her little hand continuing to turn the pages until she reached the year closest to the present. Nangonghua, pseudo-immortal emperor realm. A millennium ago. Alongside the immortal kings of Caution, Wood, 100 battles, and 10,000 beasts, he ventured into a secret realm of the immortal emperor. Together, they vanquished the once-renowned Moonfall Immortal King, ultimately seizing the immortal emperor's legacy, successfully shattering the mirror and ascending to the realm of the immortal emperor. 500 years prior, within another secret domain of the immortal emperor, he unleashed a massacre, obliterating all immortal emperors who dared to intrude, emerging as the sole survivor from that realm, and subsequently shattering the mirror once more to ascend to the realm of the pseudo-immortal emperor. Nangonghua. Gazing upon the image of the face she knew all too well, Shen Qingqing clenched her chubby little hands into fists and struck his head with a determined blow. In that very moment, a surge of sword energy began to coalesce. This is dire. An immortal emperor must not be insulted. The sudden turn of events left Shen Qingqing feeling overwhelmed. Should this sword energy strike her, she would not only perish but also suffer grievous wounds. Fluffy clouds gathered in the sky, intricately woven golden symbols coalescing into a vast dome, with a colossal sword-shaped energy aimed at Shen Qingqing, who lay atop Mo Ran. The tumultuous commotion rendered the surroundings eerily silent, as the cosmos fell into a profound stillness under the pressure of the sword energy. A deathly calm. Begone. A deep voice resonated from Mo Ran's lips. How dare a mere pseudo-sword emperor's energy be directed at his daughter? Who does it think it is? Not to mention an insult. Killing it would be no concern. As Mo Ran's voice echoed, the world regained its former tranquility. Ding. Acting cool in front of his daughter earns a string of cotton candy. Chapter 3. Celestial Demon Phoenix. Begone. The somber voice reverberated throughout the heavens, and as the sky returned to calm, the little bundle nestled in Mo Ran's embrace stirred. Her clear eyes seemed to have uncovered something extraordinary. It appeared that her seemingly unremarkable father was not an ordinary being. The previous sword energy had been aimed at her, though its power was minimal. It was an act of disrespect towards the immortal emperor, invoking divine retribution. Yet, her father effortlessly dispelled the punishment with a single word. This compelled her to reevaluate her father, pondering what kind of person he truly was. To repel divine retribution with mere words was not something an ordinary lower realm cultivator could achieve. Could it be? A horrifying thought flickered through her mind. An immortal? She was inwardly astonished. Meanwhile, Mo Ran gently stroked her head, smiling. Don't worry, my little one. Shen Qingqing's lips twitched uncontrollably. Mo Ran, unfazed by the thoughts of the tiny person in his arms, casually retrieved the cotton candy awarded by the system from his spatial inventory. This cotton candy, he had observed, was no ordinary confection. As the saying goes, products from the system are always of exquisite quality. While it appeared to be quite mundane, it possessed significant effects, particularly for children, nurturing their meridians and refining their bodies, making it perfectly suited for the young. What is this? Shen Qingqing gazed with curiosity at the cotton candy that had suddenly appeared in Mo Ran's hand. Was it akin to a cloud? Driven by her inquisitiveness, she reached out her small hand, tugged at it a few times, tore off a piece, and then placed it in her mouth. So soft, sweet. A snack? It melted instantly, and in that moment, an unprecedented sensation coursed through her entire being. Her meridians felt nourished, and the spiritual energy within her expanded significantly. Such miraculous effects rivaled a night of arduous cultivation. Shen Qingqing was overjoyed. She had not anticipated the existence of such a wondrous item in this world. It was surprising that her seemingly unremarkable father could possess such a treasure. Her suspicions were proving to be quite accurate. It should be noted that even her mother, the empress of the Qingyu dynasty, found it exceedingly challenging to acquire something that nurtured the meridians. Such items were rare, even in the higher realms, often elusive and hard to find. Yet here it was, a whole string of it right beside her, and after absorbing it, She felt no discomfort, only a gentle warmth. Shen Qingqing's big, watery eyes were fixated on the cotton candy in Mo Ran's hand. Glancing at his playful expression, her chubby little hands reaching out repeatedly toward the confection. Mo Ran, well aware of his precious daughter's intentions, understood that children naturally have a penchant for sweets. No need to rush, no need to rush. This cannot be consumed in excess, he remarked, as he extracted an appropriate piece from the cotton candy and waved his hand, causing the rest to vanish once more. This operation left the Moonfall Immortal King, who was observing, utterly astounded. My cotton candy. Return it to me at once. Mo Ran, however, was unfazed. Having been a model youth in the 21st century, he was well aware of a fundamental truth. Children should not indulge in excessive sugar, for it could harm their teeth. Little did he know, his daughter seemed to lack any teeth. Thus began Mo Ran's journey of parenting in earnest. As time flowed like a swift river, their lives in the idyllic mountain abode were serene and comfortable. Here, the reincarnated Moonfall Immortal King thrived. Meanwhile, the world beyond was far from tranquil. Shen Qingqing, the empress of the Qingyu dynasty, rose forcefully against the three major dynasties, igniting a wave of conflict. In just 2 short years, she obliterated the 3 dynasties, leading the Qingyu dynasty to unprecedented glory. The aftermath of war and the remnants within the dynasty would require a considerable amount of time to cleanse thoroughly. In summary, Shen Qingqing had been exceedingly busy over the past 2 years, creating a stark contrast to Mo Ran, who enjoyed a peaceful and tranquil life in their secluded paradise. 3 fleeting years passed swiftly. At this moment, Mo Ran stood in the courtyard, beside him a fire serpent bound tightly, watching as he expertly prepared to heat oil in the pot, making it tremble in fear. Today marks the 4th birthday of his daughter, as well as the day of her awakening. Host, do you wish to boil your daughter? Get lost. Such ignorance. I am merely preparing the materials for her awakening. Within the concoction lies the essence of mythical beasts, a precious substance he labored hard to acquire. Over the past 3 years, although Mo Ran remained tethered to this place, he managed to secure a fleeting opportunity to visit the upper realm, colloquially known as a day trip to the heavens. Through the system's notification, he learned that his daughter was on the cusp of awakening her innate abilities, requiring an abundance of beast essences for the process. The stronger the constitution, the more potent the beast blood needed. His daughter is a natural Dao body, destined for sanctity. Hence, he ventured to the upper realm to procure a small quantity of divine beast essence. Just a little, all for the sake of his daughter. At that moment, a petite figure approached Mo Ran with gentle steps. Observing the busy Mo Ran, the girl's face lit up with a query. Father, what are you doing? Just as Shen Qingqing stepped out after her training, she spotted a strikingly handsome man manipulating a large ladle over a massive pot. A bit perplexed, she hesitated before continuing to watch. Ah, it is your birthday today, my dear. I am making soup for you. Making soup? For my birthday? Goodness. I've seen soups made in small pots, but never in such a large one. Are you trying to boil me? Who could possibly consume all of that? Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced. For Shen Qingqing recognized that no matter how ordinary her father might seem, referring to his daily habits and lack of an otherworldly demeanor, he was undeniably her father. One must acknowledge that her father in this life is truly quite extraordinary, though he had not displayed any prowess or engaged in significant activities over the years. Spending his days in slumber, she suddenly recalled her purpose for visiting him today. It was the day of her awakening. Based on her previous life's experiences, she was aware of a formidable power residing within her, a strength far surpassing even her former self's heavenly spirit body. Yet, the materials required for awakening were beyond her means. Nevertheless, to reclaim her vengeance in the upper realm, she was determined to awaken this power at any cost. Given her current cultivation level, awakening such a constitution seemed impossible without the assistance of her seemingly extraordinary father. Just as she began to approach Mo Ran, she hesitated, the word father still unuttered. In the iron pot lifted by Mo Ran, an overwhelmingly potent aura surged forth, causing Shen Qingqing to hastily retreat, nearly collapsing in terror. The presence she sensed was that of the celestial demon phoenix. A spectral image of the celestial demon phoenix manifested above the pot, its imposing might sending shivers down her spine. This was the essence of the celestial demon phoenix clan. How could this be possible? How could the essence of the celestial demon phoenix appear in the lower realms? The celestial demon phoenix clan is notoriously protective of their bloodline, even in death. They would incinerate all their essence to prevent it from being seized by others. Each member of the celestial demon phoenix possesses immense strength, with even the weakest boasting the power of a celestial king. Yet, the aura emanating from the spectral image before her far exceeded that of a celestial king. Chapter 4. Heating the oil in the pot. "Oh dear, Shao Qing'er, be careful," Mo Ran exclaimed, noticing Shen Qingqing nearly topple over in fright from the celestial apparition. He promptly gestured with his fingers towards the image, compressing them downwards, effectively suppressing the spectral form. What in the world is this? Despite having suspected from the very beginning that her father was extraordinary, the revelation that it was indeed the essence of a celestial demon phoenix, far surpassing that of a celestial king, left her utterly astonished. Her father must surely be an emperor of the immortals, or perhaps even more. She dared not allow her thoughts to venture further. It was simply too outrageous. To avoid revealing her own unease, she had been diligently pretending to be a child all these years. If her remarkably powerful father were to sense any anomaly, she would surely be in dire straits. Observing his daughter's frightened yet adorably vulnerable demeanor, Mo Ran's heart swelled with sweetness. He quickly set down his ladle, approached her, and gently stroked her head, saying, "The creature you just saw is called the celestial demon phoenix. But fear not, my dear, it is merely some of its essence. There is nothing to be afraid of." Fearing that his daughter might hesitate to awaken her latent abilities due to fright, Mo Ran hurriedly reassured her. At the same time, he inwardly chided, "Damn it. I managed to suppress all other essences, yet I nearly overlooked this seemingly inconspicuous one, which almost terrified my precious child. Next time, I must ensure to thoroughly rid myself of that wretched flock." Meanwhile, far away in the celestial demon realm, several plucked celestial demon phoenixes crouched on the ground, trembling in fear, too scared to rise. Their bodies bore numerous scars, and their once resplendent feathers had dwindled to mere wisps, rendering them a pitiful sight. At that moment, they felt an ominous chill creeping down their spines, causing them to involuntarily shrink back. Upon hearing Mo Ran's description, Shen Qingqing was further astonished, solidifying her inner speculation. He was belittling the celestial demon phoenix, an emperor of the immortals. The essence of this celestial demon phoenix far surpassed anything from her previous life. Shen Qingqing was bewildered, utterly confounded. She could scarcely fathom the day when the precious blood of the celestial phoenix clan would be seized by a human, let alone by someone from the lower realms. Did it truly matter whether she believed what Mo Ran had said? Not in the slightest. Even if this was not the true essence of the celestial phoenix, but merely a drop of its blood, it was far beyond the control of an ordinary being from the lower realms. Yet, her father could effortlessly suppress it with a mere gesture. Could this be accomplished by an ordinary man? She did not believe it. He was undoubtedly an immensely powerful immortal. Although his physical form resembled that of a child, he was, after all, the reincarnation of an immortal king, not a fool. Henceforth, she must strive to maintain the guise of a child, ensuring her father does not detect any anomaly. Otherwise, her fate would be dire. Mo Ran, silly girl, you are reincarnated, not usurped. How could you possibly meet such a fate? Is that something to drink? She inquired, gazing at Mo Ran's handsome visage. Certainly not. This is for awakening your potential. The drink is over there, Mo Ran replied, gesturing towards the side where a crimson fire serpent lay bound. The fire serpent, now immobilized, dared not writhe, for a formidable aura had ensnared it. The master of this aura was none other than Mo Ran. Following the recent incident, he had to exercise caution. After all, this fire serpent was a beast of the emperor level. It would not do to frighten his precious daughter. Mo Ran cast a brief glance, his clear eyes sweeping over the fire serpent. The creature's information unfolded before him, courtesy of the system's gift of the Eye of Truth. He could perceive all things. Anything he wished to know would be revealed in its entirety. Beast, fire serpent level. Emperor. A few simple descriptions followed, including some weaknesses. Mo Ran deemed it unnecessary to read further. After all, such details held little significance for him. To slay it was merely a thought away. As for why he had allowed it to remain alive until now, simply for the novelty of it. He had no need for sustenance, yet since his daughter arrived, the system had rewarded him with the skill of advanced culinary arts. It seemed the system intended for Mo Ran to delve deeper into the path of fatherhood. If the system could hear him, it might retort, "You scoundrel, this was your desire all along. Don't shift the blame onto me." As for the Emperor Beast lying nearby, Shen Qingqing had grown accustomed to its presence. Ever since she had once expressed her hunger and desire for food, her father had taken to frantically procuring an Emperor Beast each day, seemingly from thin air. Feasting upon the flesh of the demon sovereign, what an indulgent luxury. However, previously she had only encountered the prepared delicacies. Witnessing the creature alive instilled an indescribable sense of unease within her. One cannot deny the remarkable obedience displayed by this demon sovereign in the presence of her father. In mere seconds, countless thoughts flickered through Shen Qingqing's mind. Over the past few years, ever since she witnessed him single-handedly repel divine retribution 3 years prior, she had been exceedingly cautious, fearful that her father might detect her peculiarities. Yet, throughout these years, Mo Ran had consistently showered her with affection, providing her with anything within his power. It must be said that the notion of daily consuming the flesh of demon sovereigns, even in her past life, would have been an unattainable luxury. This indulgence had led to her, at a mere 4 years of age, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi gathering, all without any formal cultivation techniques. You might wonder why she did not cultivate. Were you mad? With such a mysterious father, how could she explain possessing cultivation techniques worthy of a celestial king at such a tender age? Would she claim to have dreamt of an elderly man bestowing them upon her? How utterly absurd. Who would believe that? Unbeknownst to her, this would indeed be credible to Mo Ran, who had never ventured beyond the mountains. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Shen Qingqing chose not to pursue the techniques from her previous life. As she observed the concoction, she had been laboriously preparing for half the day nearing completion. Mo Ran chuckled warmly and addressed her, "Dear daughter, time is of the essence. This pot of ingredients embodies the fruits of my labor." With a solemn nod, Shen Qingqing acknowledged the gravity of the moment. She understood that the blood of the celestial phoenix was a rare treasure, and there was no opportunity quite like this. After all, was she not fretting about her inability to awaken her innate potential? With such a fortuitous chance before her, she would undoubtedly seize it. As for the origins of the celestial phoenix's blood, did it truly matter? Perhaps it was best to embrace her innocence. With that, Mo Ran turned away, making his way to the nearby rocking chair. After all, the process required shedding garments, a delicate matter between a father and daughter. Moreover, having toiled for so long, Master Mo yearned for a moment of respite. As for the fiery serpent, it required careful consideration. Should it be steamed, stir-fried, or braised? Perhaps he would consult his beloved daughter before deciding. He truly wondered which method she preferred. It was quite a perplexing dilemma. Had the fiery serpent sovereign been privy to Mo Ran's thoughts, it would surely have sung a tune of gratitude. At the moment Mo Ran turned away, Shen Qingqing hastily shed her clothing and plunged into the scalding pot. Indeed, it was as if she were being boiled alive. Before she could ponder further, she immediately sensed something amiss upon entering the cauldron. Chapter 5. The Rising Wind. Why is this essence so gentle? Shen Qingqing was taken aback. The essence in the cauldron did not possess the violent ferocity she had imagined, violently assaulting her meridians, but rather nourished and nurtured them in an exceedingly comfortable and gentle manner. Meanwhile, the dormant constitution within her, starved of sufficient energy, eagerly absorbed all the external energies surrounding her. Throughout the entire process, she felt not a trace of pain. This was illogical. In her past life, as a revered celestial king, she had undoubtedly undergone the awakening of her constitution. In her previous existence, to awaken her sacred body, she had endured the torment of medicinal baths for half a day, suffering the excruciating pain akin to being devoured by myriad insects. All this at the tender age of 4, without uttering a single sound. Yet now, she felt absolutely no discomfort. She could distinctly sense a continuous influx of energy pouring into her body, but it was remarkably gentle, as if this energy had been destined to facilitate her constitution's awakening. Yet, despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, she could only attribute it all to her absurd father, waiting until her awakening was complete to ponder further. Although the energy flowing into her was mild, she remained vigilant, unwilling to lower her guard. In that moment, her dormant constitution slowly began to awaken. Suddenly, the skies transformed dramatically. The clear blue expanse vanished, replaced by a gathering of ominous black clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously where the clouds converged, and an unnamed wind surged, stirring the dust into a frenzy. Striking bolts of lightning danced within the dark clouds, and torrents of thunder rained down, transforming the forest into a veritable hell on earth. What was happening? Why was the aura of heaven and earth converging towards one direction? Could it be that a rare treasure was descending upon the world? Many nearby cultivators sensed the unusual changes, yet none dared to approach. After all, with such a display, who would be foolish enough to venture forth without a formidable leader? Did they wish to court death? Of course, some pragmatic individuals were joined by a few reckless youths who harbored aspirations of fortune amidst danger. However, before they could draw near, they were struck down by countless bolts of lightning, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Many who witnessed this felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful that they hadn't acted rashly. The commotion lasted for half an hour, inevitably drawing the attention of several formidable beings. Dozens of powerful auras locked onto the mountain, ready to act should an extraordinary treasure reveal itself. At that moment, a general clad in blood-red armor, wielding a long spear, made his appearance. The sudden emergence of such a formidable presence in this nameless land raised concerns for the young lord and the emperor. How would they explain any mishap to the empress? This general was none other than Ning Wu, the premier war general of the Qingyu dynasty, who had risen to prominence 3 years prior. Compared to 3 years ago, he has gained a certain composure, and his aura has significantly intensified, likely due to some fortuitous encounters. He was dispatched by the empress to garrison this location, ensuring that the remnants of the 3 great dynasties do not pose a threat to Shen Qingqing. After the empress vanquished the 3 great dynasties, he was entrusted with the duty of guarding this place, initially intending to escort the young master back. However, ongoing troubles within the dynasty have prevented the empress from providing the necessary attention, leading to repeated delays. Now, with such significant events unfolding in this nameless land, it has drawn the attention of numerous factions. What was once a tranquil area is now under scrutiny, and Ning Wu is feeling the pressure mounting. The empress is already en route, and he hopes she arrives in time. Ning Wu shakes his head with a wry smile. At present, he has merely stepped into the Imperial realm, yet around him, there are at least 8 formidable auras that do not pale in comparison to his own. Not to mention the powerful beings concealed in the shadows, whose presence he cannot perceive. The disturbance is capable of attracting even those in the Imperial realm. What has transpired in this nameless mountain? Meanwhile, Mo Ran remains leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, utterly at ease. He is aware of the commotion outside, yet remains indifferent. A mere throng of insignificant minions cannot stir much turbulence. Should they dare to cast their eyes upon his daughter, he would not hesitate to send them to their next reincarnation. After a century in this otherworldly realm, he is seldom engaged in combat, as he fears that a careless move might shatter this world. Only in the upper realms can he wield his power without restraint. System, half an hour has passed. Why hasn't her physique awakened yet? Is it possible that there isn't enough blood essence? Mo Ran inquires anxiously, glancing at Shen Qingqing, who has been seated in the large cauldron without a hint of movement for half an hour. After all, his own cultivation has been acquired through signing in. He has never practiced, nor does he possess any unique physique. His only concern is that of a father worried for his daughter. The blood essence you provided could allow even a pig to ascend to the Imperial realm immediately, and you've given so much that it could overwhelm them. Your daughter possesses an innate Dao body. Naturally, the energy required for awakening is considerable. It is no surprise that even a day would not be exceptional. Moreover, this is an innate Dao body. Had it not been for the activation by the blood essence of the 8 divine beasts, your daughter would likely take an eternity to awaken, and you're already anxious after just half an hour? Upon hearing this, Mo Ran chooses to remain silent. This system has many merits, yet it is excessively caustic and too human-like. It hardly resembles a system. Rather, it feels like a mother. He wonders whether it is male or female. He has a feeling it's male. At this thought, Mo Ran suddenly shivers. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing's awakening continues. Unlike before, a formidable aura is now emanating from within her body, signaling the imminent complete awakening of the innate Dao body. Outside, in the skies above, 8 ethereal figures materialize. The oppressive aura emanating from the presence caused cold sweat to bead on the brows of the mighty emperors, rendering them immobile. What in the world is this? Has a celestial being fallen? By the heavens, this pressure is suffocating. Many hidden emperors, lurking in the shadows, found themselves subdued by the might radiating from the 8 ethereal figures. After all, each of these apparitions was forged from the essence of a celestial monarch's blood. Even a single drop would be overwhelming, let alone a whole cauldron. Yet, the 8 figures were not impervious to dissolution, as Shen Qingqing's eyes fluttered open. The hellish realm gradually began to restore its former tranquility, and the apparitions outside the mountains slowly dissipated. The suffocating pressure that had weighed upon the emperors vanished. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the emperors. Fearful for their lives, many fled in haste. The longer one lives, the greater the fear of death, particularly for those who have existed for millennia. Conversely, some young emperors chose to seize the opportunity, revealing their talents the moment the oppressive auras dissipated. At this juncture, Shen Qingqing hurriedly arrived. Upon receiving the message, her anxiety propelled her to rush over alone. Upon seeing Ning Wu, she urgently inquired, "What is the situation?" Chapter 6. Gathering of the Four Corners. In response to Shen Qingqing's inquiry, Ning Wu offered no evasion and succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, concern was etched across Shen Qingqing's face, visible even beneath her veil. Over the years, she had dismantled 3 imperial dynasties and vanquished countless treacherous officials, maintaining composure even when the Qingyu dynasty faced dire straits. It seemed as though nothing in this world could stir her emotions. Time was of the essence. To speak candidly, she felt urgency. Her daughter, along with that scoundrel who had usurped her body, remained inside. She had yet to retrieve her daughter and personally eliminate that scoundrel who had so lightly treated her. The thought of her daughter encountering misfortune sent chills down her spine. Without further ado, she moved, intent on charging forward. However, the onlookers would not allow her to proceed unimpeded. Just as she was within 10 miles of the nameless mountain, 3 ethereal figures appeared, blocking her path. "Your Majesty, please hold." The newcomers were 3 elders clad in identical blue robes, each adorned with a conspicuous azure token at their waists. Shen Qingqing recognized them. They were the 3 elders of the North region's Songhai Spirit Academy, each at the first level of Emperor Realm. It was rumored that when the 3 united their strengths, they could quell anything within 3 realms. When did matters of the South region become the concern of the North? Gazing at the figures before her, Shen Qingqing scoffed coldly and addressed them with an icy demeanor. After the swift annihilation of the 3 imperial dynasties, the Qingyu dynasty had emerged as the most formidable power in the South region. Why was it said to be the foremost power? Which place would not secretly harbor a few cunning individuals? This truth was well understood by Shen Qingqing. When she extinguished the 3 great dynasties, she nearly stumbled into disaster. Had she not remained vigilant, she might now be resting in some coffin, nurturing her spirit. Ha ha! Your Majesty, the Empress jests. The treasures of the world belong to those fated to possess them. So where lies the concept of ownership? The eldest among the 3, a man named Xiong Kai, the Grand Elder of the Songhai Spiritual Academy, laughed. Flanking him were the 2nd Elder Che Chun and the 3rd Elder Cheng Ji. However, these 3 elders were merely a trifling matter. The news of the extraordinary treasures manifesting here had surely spread, with various factions eager to partake. Yet, all of this was of no concern to her. She cared not for treasures or spiritual artifacts. Her sole desire was to enter and safely retrieve her daughter. "Whoever blocks my path shall perish. Get out of my way. Whether it be a treasure or a spiritual artifact, I have no interest. I only wish to bring my daughter back. Once I have her, what becomes of this place? To whom does it belong? That is for you all to decide." Her words were not merely directed at the 3 blocking her path, but also at those hidden in the shadows, too fearful to reveal themselves. Yet, who would believe her? Such an imposing treasure descending upon the world, and merely 8 phantoms could suppress them to the extent that they dared not raise their heads. They were unwilling to gamble. Seeing the silence around them, the 3 elders of Songhai Spiritual Academy showed no intention of yielding. Shen Qingqing exhaled softly. She knew that her words would not be trusted. The reason those concealed in the shadows refrained from revealing themselves was not due to weakness, but quite the contrary. Their power was formidable. However, being near the end of their lifespans, they were reluctant to act unless absolutely necessary. This place was filled with overwhelming might. Although the nature of the entity that had appeared in the valley was unknown, the mere presence of 8 phantoms was sufficient to subdue the emperors, undoubtedly linked to the legendary immortals. With this in mind, Shen Qingqing felt little desire to engage in further dialogue. She had never been fond of speaking, and now offering so much explanation was already a courtesy to them. Without further ado, she unleashed her formidable aura at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. The 3 elders from Songhai Spiritual Academy, witnessing this, urgently summoned their inner spiritual energy to retreat frantically. What other option did they have? To fight? They could not contend with her. Shen Qingqing was not one to be trifled with. In an instant, she flashed before the trio, regardless of how far they retreated. For Shen Qingqing, who was unleashing her full power, they were akin to children. With a swift motion, she struck out her palm, aiming directly at Xiong Kai's head. In the blink of an eye, one of his arms was severed cleanly. The 2 beside him fared little better, though she refrained from directly attacking them. The energy fluctuations from her strike caused them severe injury. Out of respect for Wu Jizi, I will spare your lives. Now, leave at once. Many thanks to the Empress for your mercy. With a heavy cough, the 3 bears awkwardly clasped their fists towards Shen Qingqing and departed in disarray. Initially, they had not anticipated that Shen Qingqing had concealed her true prowess. They assumed that even at her highest potential, she could not surpass the 3rd realm. Yet, to their astonishment, she possessed the strength of a late-stage emperor. Throughout the encounter, Shen Qingqing's expression remained unchanged. Her visage, hidden beneath a veil, retained an air of composure. Even when faced with threats from all directions, she exhibited no sign of trepidation. However, troubles would continue to arise, unabated by her display of power. The Empress indeed exuded an aura of dominance, yet in this world of treasures, fortune favors the worthy. The Empress must exercise some restraint. Above in the heavens, a multitude of auras emanating from peak practitioners of the 3rd realm surged forth. Among them was the individual who had spoken previously, bearing a crimson sword upon his back, his face marred by a fearsome scar that deterred direct gazes. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shen Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly. Even the Dongfang clan had arrived. The deployment of so many death warriors from the 3rd realm was alarming, and even Dongfang Jian had come. It seemed the rumors were true. Dongfang clan, Dongfang Jian. At the 7th realm of the Emperor, the words of the Sword Emperor rang true. Treasures belong to those with fate, and the Empress's overwhelming might was indeed irrefutable. Following Dongfang Jian, forces hidden in the shadows from all directions hastened to reveal themselves, eager to partake in the spoils. Empress, this situation is dire, whispered Ningwu, the foremost warrior of the Qinghuang dynasty, as he approached Shen Qingqing. He was taken aback that the commotion in this nameless mountain could draw such numerous emperors. For late-stage emperor-level beings had emerged. The current scenario was precisely what Shen Qingqing dreaded. With so many emperors present, while she could protect herself, she would gain little in the fray. Moreover, her original purpose for this journey was not to seek treasures, but to ensure her daughter's safety. Fearing the repercussions of this incident, as such thoughts swirled in her mind, Shen Qingqing could not suppress her frustration. Curse it! I should never have allowed Qingqing to come here, that rascal. Just as everyone exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to take the lead, a voice, soothing and melodious, resonated among them. Esteemed guests, why not join forces? At this moment, finding the treasure is of utmost importance. Let us set aside our differences and venture together to seek the treasure first, and then deliberate on our next course of action. What say you to the proposal from Qingqiu? The speaker was an extraordinarily enchanting woman, whose beauty could ensnare the soul. Those who gazed upon her for too long found their resolve wavering under her allure. With pink lotus-shaped pupils and clad in flowing pink garments, her irresistible charm was unmistakable. The Fox Demon of Qingqiu. Chapter 7. The selection amidst the crowd. Some sagacious and venerable figures recognized the extraordinarily enchanting woman, unable to suppress an exclamation. The Fox Demon of Qingqiu, the Empress of Qingqiu. Even the formidable members of the Qingqiu clan had mobilized, indicating that this treasure was indeed extraordinary. Thus, the assembled emperors unified their stance, first determining the location of the treasure, and then relying on their individual strengths to claim it. Let the fated be the ones to obtain it. After all, this seemed the most prudent course of action. If none were to yield to the others, there would be no resolution, and stalemate would serve no purpose. They were all emperors, possessing myriad methods. Engaging in combat could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially reducing this place to rubble. The longer the deadlock persisted, the more individuals would be drawn in, complicating matters further. Meanwhile, within the mountain, Mo Ran was keenly aware of all that transpired outside. Initially, he had anticipated that these individuals would resort to unscrupulous measures to seize the treasure. To his surprise, they were merely a bunch of cunning old foxes, wary of one another and reluctant to act, each wishing to play the role of the unsuspecting prey. However, this was advantageous for him, sparing him considerable trouble. At least he would not have to intervene. Engaging in conflict was quite troublesome. Yet, beyond all this, he was more astonished to find that Shen Qingqing had also arrived. He felt a wave of panic. After all, he was in the wrong, having acted deceitfully in that situation. They had met only a handful of times and exchanged but a few words. Their child was already 4 years old. Who wouldn't feel apprehensive in such a scenario? Acknowledging this, Mo Ran admitted he was indeed quite flustered, intensely so. He was at a loss as to how to face her. In a moment of self-reproach, he delivered himself a sharp slap across the face. How naive of him. Just then, the heavens shifted dramatically, dark clouds slowly dissipated, and a beam of light erupted from Shen Qingqing's form, soaring into the sky. In the celestial realm above, the phantoms of the 8 divine beasts were scattered. Observing this, Mo Ran snapped back to reality, gazing at his daughter, who was seated in the cauldron, his face radiating affection. With the sound of the system resonating, Shen Qingqing's awakening ritual reached its conclusion. She possessed a congenital Dao body, innately attuned to the Dao, with an understanding of the great principles surpassing that of ordinary beings. My daughter Shen Qingqing, she bears the aura of an emperor. Ding. The host's daughter has successfully awakened her congenital Dao body. Mission accomplished. Acquired celestial emperor-level technique, the simplest of the great Dao. Acquired the Imperial sword, post-reign. The simplest of the great Dao, post-reign. Indeed, both are splendid treasures. The title of the simplest of the great Dao is self-explanatory, surely meant for his daughter. However, more than the technique, Mo Ran found himself intrigued by the Imperial sword, post-reign. To him, techniques were akin to trivial tomes within the system's space. Countless celestial emperor-level techniques were piled high. Any one of them could incite a bloody storm. The Imperial sword, post-reign, had once belonged to a slayer of celestial emperors 100,000 years ago. In those bygone days, the slaughtering Immortal Emperor, upon his ascension to the realm of immortal emperors, found himself besieged by vengeful foes. These adversaries, willing to go to any lengths, summoned 3 venerable immortal emperors to engage him. Yet, wielding nothing but a single sword, the slaughtering Immortal Emperor displayed an unparalleled might, and despite their combined efforts, the trio could not inflict even the slightest wound upon him. Following this battle, the name of the slaughtering Immortal Emperor resonated throughout the Myriad Realms, while his sword, known as Hou, was bestowed with the title of Imperial Sword. It is said that on that fateful day, Hou commanded all swords under heaven to rally to its aid, and even the fabled sword Tianyuan, long deemed unmovable atop the mountain of 10,000 swords, nearly unsheathed. Had it not been for the intervention of the guardian atop that mountain, the consequences would have been dire. Hou, with a gentle utterance, Mo Ran summoned a long sword that appeared as light as a feather, gracing his hand with its presence. The hilt was exquisitely adorned with a blue lotus, while the scabbard, predominantly silver blue, glimmered with a radiant, jade-like luster, shining brilliantly, complemented by a dragon-embroidered cloak of jade hue. It was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, breathtaking in its beauty, a sentiment echoed by Mo Ran. Just as Mo Ran was lost in admiration of Hou, a soft voice brought him back to reality. Father, what is this? Having completed her awakening and donned her garments, Shen Qingqing hurried to Mo Ran's side. Observing her father entranced by the sword, she called out softly, "Oh, you mean this? This is one of the birthday gifts I have prepared for you, my dear, though I cannot reveal it just yet." Mo Ran's words slowed as he sheathed the Imperial sword Hou, subsequently retrieving another reward from the system's repository. It was a cultivation technique of Immortal Emperor caliber, entitled the simplest of principles. Contemplating further, He felt it insufficient and extracted several tomes that he deemed particularly suitable for a girl's cultivation from the small mountain of treasures within the system. Firstly, he wished for Shen Qingqing to choose her own path. Secondly, as she was an innate Dao body, mastering the simplest of principles would be effortlessly simple for her, devoid of any challenge. You have yet to cultivate any technique, hence I present to you three that I believe are most fitting for your development. The first is titled the simplest of principles. As an innate Dao body, you are a favored child of heaven and earth. This technique is tailored for you. Mastering it will ensure your path ahead is unobstructed, with achieving greatness merely a matter of time. With that, he turned his gaze to another tome. The second is called the Alchemical Canon, which guides one along the path of alchemy, utilizing pills to attain enlightenment, thus earning the admiration of the masses. After all, the art of alchemy is exceedingly arduous, and any powerful alchemist is revered wherever they go. The third is known as the Cold Moon Immortal Scripture, an exceedingly domineering technique. As for its level of dominance, I cannot say, for in the face of such profound mastery, all forms of tyranny appear as mere trifles to me. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing fell into deep contemplation, for each of the tomes seemed formidable in her eyes. Compared to the Celestial King techniques of her previous life, this is even more formidable. Oh no, could my father truly be a celestial emperor? This is utterly outrageous. Observing the techniques in Rand's hands, each one could incite a brutal massacre in the upper realms. Reflecting on her past, she endured countless hardships to attain the title of celestial emperor, ultimately fulfilling the expectations placed upon her by acquiring the celestial emperor's inheritance within a secret realm. Alas, alas! Unfortunately, during the inheritance, she was besieged and met with a tragic fate of dissolution and demise. Such occurrences unfold daily in the merciless upper realms, yet what does it matter? Seizing another's inheritance is akin to slaying their kin, an unforgivable sin. Had it not been for her, how could they have aspired to become celestial emperors? If they could ascend to that height upon her shoulders, then she too could step upon theirs to reach the celestial emperor. Although it is now evident that her father in this life is extraordinary, she is yet to witness his prowess and thus refrains from making hasty judgments. Contemplating this, she curiously inquired, is the innate Dao body powerful? Indeed, it is immensely powerful, surpassing any other constitution. The innate Dao body, being inherently close to the Dao, comprehends the great Dao with the ease of breathing or eating, an existence destined for imperial status. Upon receiving the answer, a gleeful expression could not be contained on Shen Qingqing's face. Though she may appear as a mere child of 3 or 4, her extensive knowledge from her past life makes her acutely aware of what being born close to the Dao signifies. She sought the Celestial Emperor's techniques to transcend to that level. Was it not to break through to Celestial Emperor status? Had her comprehension of the great Dao been deeper back then, she would not have needed to pursue the so-called Celestial Emperor techniques and would not have perished amidst the ambush. Now, with her innate Dao body awakened, is this boon? Ultimately, she chose the simplified record of the great Dao. After all, it aligns with her constitution, and she had no reason to refuse. Rand merely presented her with options. The choice lay with her. Regardless of the path she chose, he remained indifferent. Indifferent, yet I will intervene when the moment is critical. Just after Shen Qingqing made her selection, within Rand's courtyard, a breathtaking beauty clad in a flowing crimson gown, adorned with a golden jade crown and veiled, descended from the heavens. Upon seeing her, Rand's startled demeanor was unmistakable. How could she arrive so swiftly? Chapter 8. You will accompany me home. The visitor was none other than the empress of the Qingyu dynasty, Shen Qingqing. After entering the mountains with the others, she relied on the route etched in her memory to arrive here. The emperors who had entered in pursuit of treasures had dispersed in various directions. As for the proposals made outside, they merely served as reasonable excuses to enter. Once inside, the fortune of the treasures found would depend on luck. Shen Qingqing cared little for such matters. Her heart was solely focused on her daughter. The moment she stepped into the courtyard, she sensed a formidable presence lurking within. Following the trace of that aura, she discovered a fire serpent bound tightly in a corner, trembling with fear. The term Demon Empress caught her by surprise. This title is a mark of reverence bestowed upon the sovereigns of the demon race, typically categorized into demon kings, demon emperors, demon saints, and the supreme demon emperors. corresponding to the realms of the human realm's life palace and the imperial domain. She then turned her attention to Mo Ran, who stood beside a rocking chair, and to the girl, Shen Qingqing, next to him. The moment she laid eyes on Shen Qingqing, all thoughts of demon emperors faded from her mind. In a flash, she was at the girl's side, crouching down and placing her delicate hand on the child's shoulder, anxiously inquiring, "Chair, are you all right?" In that instant, all her earlier fierceness vanished. Meanwhile, Mo Ran was completely disregarded. Shen Qingqing, startled by the sudden concern, recognized the woman before her as her mother in this lifetime. Instantly, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and warmth. "Mother, I'm fine." In her previous life, she was born into the Moonfall clan, and after losing her parents at a young age, she was chosen as a saint due to her extraordinary talent. Historically, the Moonfall saints lived in solitude, as it was the clan's decree that once one became a saint, freedom was forfeited. The Moonfall clan, despite being a lineage of celestial kings, had never produced a celestial emperor. However, one of their saints had once become an empress, so although their power was modest, they had the backing of a celestial emperor. In her past existence, the notion of family was something she could only dream of. Thus, Shen Qingqing's concern brought her immense joy. Upon hearing Shen Qingqing's reassurance, their empress naturally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Casting a cold glance at Mo Ran, who stood frozen, she huffed, "If anything were to happen to Qing'er, I shall hold you accountable." To this, Mo Ran quickly waved his hands, signaling his assurance. Truly, the empress was fearsome. As Shen Qingqing directed her gaze back to Mo Ran, Shen Qingqing found herself amused by her father's predicament, although she was unaware of the history between them. This scene evoked a sense of novelty. Just then, Shen Qingqing seemed to notice something unusual about Shen Qingqing, her brows furrowing as a gleam flashed in her azure pupils. This was the eye of disillusionment, capable of piercing through the illusions of the world and revealing the essence of things. It was said that when perfected, the eye could see into the past and future. On the day of her birth, Shen Qingqing had already caused a celestial phenomenon. Through her eye of disillusionment, she discerned that her daughter possessed an extraordinary constitution unlike any she had encountered before, one stronger than all she had ever seen. Astonishingly, this constitution had now been activated. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qingqing retracted her gaze and glanced at Mo Ran, inquiring, "Was the earlier phenomenon caused by Qing'er?" "Indeed. What kind of constitution is it?" "Innate Dao body. Is it powerful?" "Very formidable." Thus, the two engaged in a dialogue where Shen Qingqing posed questions and Mo Ran provided answers. Once the exchange concluded, silence enveloped them once more. It was evident that Mo Ran was not adept at conversing with females. In a moment of desperation, he turned his attention to Shen Qingqing, raising his eyebrows in a silent plea for assistance. However, Shen Qingqing had no solutions to offer. Instead, she returned a look of helplessness, indicating he should devise a solution himself. The expression she conveyed left Mo Ran feeling utterly despondent. "My little cotton-padded jacket, it's quite breezy outside. Mother, you and father may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave." Shen Qingqing was hardly concerned about the chill. Her only thought was to make a swift exit. The empress merely nodded lightly, for she indeed had matters to attend to with Mo Ran. Once Shen Qingqing acquiesced, Shen Qingqing scampered indoors. She wished to thoroughly explore her constitution and the cultivation techniques Mo Ran had provided her. After witnessing his little cotton-padded jacket abandon him, Mo Ran instinctively felt inclined to apologize, opening his mouth to say, what transpired back then was an accident. Before he could utter the word accident, a chilling aura emanated from Shen Qingqing. "You still dare to speak." Seeing this, Mo Ran gulped nervously, not out of fear, certainly not, but due to the guilt he felt. Recognizing she was a woman, and as the saying goes, a gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady. Had it not been for his compassion, wishing not to implicate an ordinary person because of himself, she would not have saved this scoundrel. Yet, this rascal had feigned weakness, causing her to sustain grave injuries while attempting to protect him. He had thought he was destined to perish, but this rascal had done something so outrageous to save her. Truly infuriating. However, he could not allow Qing'er to be without a father. Contemplating this, a bitter expression crossed Shen Qingqing's face, and her murderous intent gradually dissipated. Ultimately, it was her own compassion that had led to this predicament. Given the circumstances, further discussion served no purpose. Everything had reached a conclusion. She gazed at Mo Ran's handsome visage, her delicate hand gently lifting to caress his chin, her tone firm and unyielding, declaring, "You shall return home with me. Become my wife. Assume the role of empress." The authority of the empress was unmistakable. Marry into the family. Wife. Empress. Upon hearing these words, Mo Ran was left utterly bewildered. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. He prepared to voice his rejection. However, before he could articulate his objections, a voice he least wished to hear echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Choice activated. Choice 1. Return home with the wife. Reward. Freedom. Choice 2. Refuse to return home with my wife. Punishment. Trapped for 100,000 years. Choice 3. Choose 1. Reward. Freedom. Is the system malfunctioning? Mo Ran was left with 3 large question mark emojis. System, I curse you. Are you insane? What kind of absurd choice is this? She is your host. And I am your host. Ding. Please make your choice promptly, host. Seeing the system's indifference, Mo Ran chuckled. He finally understood the meaning of the time has not come. It seemed that affection was waiting for him here. Choose 3. I am furious with you, you fool. I desire freedom. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained freedom. You are unwilling? Upon hearing Mo Ran's negative response, Shen Qingqing's brows formed a furrow. No, no, no. I didn't mean that. I am willing. I am very willing. I will go with you. The emperor is the emperor. If I must be your wife, then so be it. If I must return home with you, then I shall. Finally, I can leave this wretched place. Ah, the emperor is the emperor. At least I am not a consort, and I need not remain cooped up in this dreadful location any longer. I can finally venture out into the world beyond. He glanced at the extraordinarily beautiful empress, smacking his lips in contemplation. The emperor seems rather agreeable as well. Observing Mo Ran's prompt acceptance, Shen Qingqing was somewhat astonished. Generally, men exhibit a sense of reluctance when it comes to returning home with women. Yet, he did not sense this feeling with Mo Ran. It was as if, whether as a wife or a consort, it mattered not. With this thought, the Empress Shen Qingqing felt an inexplicable joy blossoming within her heart. Was it for her? Did he not even care for the opinions of the world? As this notion crossed her mind, a blush appeared on her face beneath her veil. Humph. I shall not forgive you, you shameless scoundrel. I shall grant you time to prepare. Later, you shall accompany this Empress home. If Mo Ran were to learn of her thoughts, he would surely say, "You are overthinking it, esteemed Empress. I merely wish to leave this dreadful place." Chapter 9. The Qingyu Dynasty. After a century, he, Mo Ran, could finally emerge from the deep mountains. With a racing heart and trembling hands, he was finally free. As for this secluded wilderness, let those who wish to linger do so. He would not remain. Other time travelers lived such splendid lives each day. So why must he be trapped for a century? It is simply unjust. Should his thoughts be overheard by those unfortunate time travelers, they would undoubtedly rebuke him fiercely. The outside world longs to be like you. Outside the mountains, Ningwu had been waiting for some time. Earlier, he received word that the Empress would return to Qingyu with the Emperor, prompting him to prepare accordingly. Upon expending a considerable sum to procure a magnificent chariot, he hastily captured 2 formidable crimson flame lions of the Demon Emperor rank from the nameless mountains to draw the vehicle. As the Empress and her entourage appeared, he stepped forward, bowed, and clasped his fists, addressing her. "Your Majesty, Emperor, and young master, I pay my respects." Recognizing a familiar face, Mo Ran smiled and nodded. "It has been a long time, General Ning." "There is no need for such formalities, General Ning. Let us set forth," came the reply. Indeed. With that, Mo Ran and his companions, guided by Ningwu, boarded the splendid chariot. Once inside, Mo Ran was astonished to discover that the seemingly small chariot exterior housed an unexpectedly vast interior space. Beneath his feet lay feathers as light as clouds, and the seats were flanked by windows. The chariot's walls were adorned with intricate, ancient inscriptions, enigmatic and difficult to decipher. As the chariot began to move slowly, the surrounding inscriptions were activated, emanating a soft blue glow. The Empress, Shen Qingqing, sat directly opposite him, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her expression obscured by a veil. Lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing nestled against him, succumbing to slumber. Observing Shen Qingqing nestled in his embrace stirred an indescribable emotion within Shen Qingqing. What audacity! Why is Qing'er so intimate with him? Upon bringing me back, what are your intentions? Mo Ran, oblivious to her inner turmoil, pondered the perplexity of the Empress, suddenly finding herself with a husband. Though he had consented to the arrangement, his instincts, coupled with the harsh realities of this world, suggested he would face numerous challenges. Noticing Mo Ran's contemplation, Shen Qingqing questioned, what intentions? Simply put, with my presence added to the equation, what explanation do you owe? A laugh escaped her lips, unexpected from the usually stoic Empress. What are you laughing at? He inquired. I laugh at your foolishness. Why should I explain myself to anyone? The Qingyu Empire is mine. I shall dictate its course. Whether there is one more of you or many more, what difference does it make? The Empress, true to her nature, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Yet, her subsequent jest brought a glimmer of mischief to her eyes. What? Are you afraid to return home with me? Preposterous. I, a dignified celestial emperor, fear nothing. No one here recognizes me. What is there to fear? While he was not afraid, he harbored concerns about the potential for unnecessary complications, as he preferred to avoid disturbances. This was Mo Ran's foremost worry, not that he feared trouble, but rather that his actions might unleash a force too potent for this realm to withstand, leading to calamity. Ding. Sensing the host's apprehensions, a special gift is bestowed upon the host for returning home with his wife. Congratulations, host. You have gained the special ability to master the perfect realm of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3,000 sword servants. Excellent. Returning home with a grand gift package system. Well done. However, upon seeing the name of this gift package, Mo Ran couldn't help but feel a few dark lines appear on his forehead. This foolish system never brings good news when it makes an appearance. He then turned his attention to the contents of the package. Special skill, perfect mastery of cultivation. Effect, the host will be able to master his realm perfectly. Friendly reminder, to prevent the collapse of the world and interfere with the development of the plot. This system advises you to suppress your realm a little. Reading that notification, Mo Ran could not help but grimace. In his heart, he wondered, if I suppress it and a powerful enemy comes to kill me, what will I do? The system replied coldly with a domineering tone. What are you worried about when I am here? Being invincible is no joke. If someone comes, you won't just be able to swat them down with a single slap. Will you? Upon hearing the system's bold declaration, Mo Ran shrugged and gave it a thumbs up, quietly grumbling about why he needed to suppress himself. Couldn't the system just reinforce the world's strength a bit? I'm too busy. I'm going to fight with other systems. The system's refusal to assist left Mo Ran rolling his eyes in exasperation. He thought to himself, if you won't help me, then I shall do it myself. Reinforcing the world's fortress is a trivial matter. He couldn't believe that as a dignified immortal emperor, he couldn't accomplish such a simple task. Seeing Mo Ran smirk, the system couldn't help but sneer, having guessed his intentions. It directly mocked, interfering with plot development could lead to your precious little Qingqing being confiscated by the readers. Mo Ran sighed. All right, you're the system. You have the final say. I can suppress it if necessary. In comparison to cultivation, he cherished his Qingqing even more, as it was a symbol of his masculinity. How could he possibly let that go? If anyone questioned why he needed to suppress it, he could only say that if they had the capability, they could gamble with the system themselves. He certainly wouldn't. This was a matter of his happiness in life. Noticing Mo Ran's understanding, the system in its space mimicked Mo Ran's smirk, thinking that tricking the host was indeed a delightful aspect of being a system. It wasn't concerned about any mishaps that might occur with Mo Ran. What if he suppressed his realm? Hadn't they ever heard of a palm descending from the heavens? They had not heard of an emperor's might reversing against an immortal emperor, had they? Mo Ran was completely unaware of the system's deceptive nature after all these years of banter. It was quite malicious and had a dark sense of humor. After he suppressed his realm to the pinnacle of this world, the peak of the emperor realm, he felt his strength was still formidable. It was hardly different from before the suppression. He thought that even with the suppression, it would only take a single thought to shatter this world. He couldn't discern any difference between being suppressed and not, yet the system insisted on it. What could be done? Though perplexed, he sensed that something was amiss. Yet he paid it little heed, redirecting his gaze to the second item bestowed by the system. Item, 3,000 sword slaves. Realm, third stage of the Fate Palace. Function, obedience. How succinct. He simply advanced with a solitary step. as he attuned to his own aura at that moment. Mo Ran felt as if he had returned to the upper realm. He reminisced about that day in the upper realm when he had acted without restraint, reveling in the joy of seeking the blood of demonic beasts for his daughter. Just 2 words: comfort. When trouble arose, he would take action, eliminating all threats while he shielded her. Is this what it means to be an empress? How delightful. In the midst of his musings, the jade carriage came to a halt. The surroundings, once aglow with a soft blue luminescence, gradually dimmed. Shen Qingqing rose, lifting the jade curtain and stepping down directly. Mo Ran then roused the slumbering Shen Qingqing nestled in his embrace, gently patting her shoulder and calling, "Chino, we have arrived." Shen Qingqing stirred from her dreams. Rubbing her still groggy eyes and glancing at her current position, her face flushed as she hurriedly wriggled free from Mo Ran's hold. Observing his daughter as hasty retreat, a faint smile graced Mo Ran's lips. This girl, how she had turned shy. The moment Mo Ran exited the jade carriage, he was utterly awestruck by the sight before him. Is this the Qingyu dynasty? The jade carriage hovered in midair, revealing an endless expanse of azure sky. Below lay an immense city, stretching beyond the horizon. It seemed to be the location of the Qingyu dynasty's imperial palace. Beneath him stood a grand palace, heavily guarded, sprawling widely in the very heart of the city, extending for over 100 miles. Just as Mo Ran marveled at the beauty of the world outside, Shen Qingqing took Shen Qingqing's small hand, transforming into a crimson streak and leaping downwards. Within the palace, hundreds of blood-red jade pillars stood tall, while numerous officials adorned in the distinctive attire of the Qingyu dynasty stood in orderly rows on either side. Upon seeing Shen Qingqing enter, they all bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Empress. Long live the Empress, equal to the heavens." Shen Qingqing, hand in hand with her daughter, approached the throne of the Phoenix chair and took her seat. Then, she waved her hand towards the officials, speaking calmly, "You may rise. Today, we shall not discuss the remnants of the 3 great dynasties. This Empress has an important announcement to make. The one beside me, I trust you are all familiar with. She is my daughter." For Shen Qingqing, this assembly of officials, with the exception of the newly appointed ones, had encountered her on several occasions. After all, the news of Shen Qingqing giving birth to a daughter had stirred quite the uproar in the past. It was indeed absurd that she bore a child before officially establishing her reign. Yet what could they say? Their empress was formidable, with no recourse to voice their opinions. The officials could only clasp their hands helplessly and declare, "Long live the young mistress." Standing atop the high platform, Shen Qingqing had never encountered such a scene. Though she was once a revered celestial king and a holy maiden in her past life, she had seldom experienced such a multitude bowing before her. At most, they would feign reverence when they required her presence. Despite her discomfort, the aura of a celestial king emanated from her, rivaling that of Shen Qingqing. Following Shen Qingqing's earlier words, she addressed the assembly, "Please rise." This imitation piqued the interest of their empress, a testament to her lineage. Facing the gathered officials with unwavering composure, she exuded confidence. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair and a benevolent countenance stepped forward, hands clasped. "Your Majesty, with the 3 great empires now fallen, our dynasty has unified the southern domain. Might it be time to consider the establishment of a sovereign?" The position of sovereign had long remained vacant. Upon hearing his words, the other officials echoed in unison, "We implore your Majesty to appoint a sovereign." Initially, there had been no urgency regarding this matter. However, with the birth of her daughter, failing to act might invite unwelcome gossip from the outside world. Moreover, since her ascension to the throne, the sovereign's seat had remained unfilled, a rarity indeed. Though she intended to announce the appointment of a sovereign immediately, she was taken aback by the eagerness of her ministers, which was unexpected yet not problematic. The ministers, anxious, murmured, "If we delay, great troubles may arise. Fear not. For today I shall postpone the matter of the remnants of the 3 dynasties to address this issue instead." With a cold huff, she concluded her statement. Outside, Mo Ran understood her intent and cleared his throat, adjusting his robes before striding confidently into the resplendent hall. Instantly, every gaze among the officials turned toward him. Chapter 10. Sovereign Mo Ran. Is this the sovereign who has usurped our empress's form? Apart from his countenance, there appeared to be nothing remarkable about him. Which clan does he hail from? At the moment Mo Ran entered the hall, The officials scrutinized him closely, eager to discern the true nature of their sovereign. In that instant, Mo Ran felt akin to a monkey on display in a zoo, surrounded by curious onlookers. As a representative of the new era's exemplary youth, he was unaccustomed to such attention. The multitude's gaze made him somewhat uneasy, yet he dared not show fear. "This is my husband, Mo Ran," Shen Qingqing introduced him briefly. Though she was at a loss for words, having barely known him before the unexpected birth of their daughter. What could she possibly say? Meanwhile, the officials, though filled with questions, could not fathom what distinguished Mo Ran enough to capture the attention of their empress. However, out of respect for the emperor, they had to perform the basic etiquette. "We pay our respects to the emperor." "Well, that concludes the matter of the emperor. General Ning, please take the emperor and the princess on a tour." Upon receiving the order, a middle-aged man clad in armor, with a square face and a beard, approached Mo Ran respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty, young mistress, please follow me." This man was Ning Wu, whom Mo Ran had encountered a few times before. Albeit with a helmet obscuring his features, now, he was finally visible. Mo Ran glanced at him without uttering a word, merely smiling and nodding before following him with his daughter in tow. "Father, the palace that mother built is truly magnificent." Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing trailed behind Ning Wu along a long and broad avenue. The surrounding walls were adorned with several vividly carved guardian beasts, while ancient and intricate inscriptions accompanied them. As they passed, the inscriptions emanated a golden-purple radiance, resembling a divine temple. It was indeed splendid. "Indeed, it far surpasses my dilapidated little wooden house. Do you like it, Qing'e?" The architecture was unlike anything Mo Ran had ever seen, having traversed a century. Aside from knowing the might of the other world, he was oblivious to its splendor and the marvels of its exquisite constructions. Upon witnessing it today, it was truly extraordinary. "I love it. What girl doesn't adore beautiful and lovely things?" Shen Qingqing was certainly no exception. Shortly thereafter, Ning Wu led the two of them through a portal. Upon passing through, they departed from the palace and arrived at what appeared to be an academy, the Qingyu Academy. Gazing at the four large characters on the plaque, Mo Ran felt a twinge of confusion, as he sensed two presences within that were not inferior to Shen Qingqing's. Out of curiosity, he inquired, "General Ning, what is this place?" Ning Wu seemed to have anticipated this question and promptly replied, "This is a significant location of our dynasty, also known as the Royal Academy. It is akin to the sects outside, but unlike those sects that do not belong to the dynasty. The Qingyu Academy was established by the Empress and is part of the dynasty. It houses all the cultivation methods and manuals of the dynasty, overseen by two late-stage emperors." "I see." Mo Ran nodded thoughtfully. He had not expected his empress wife to be so formidable as to establish an academy. Boom. Just then, a rather comical scene unfolded beside Mo Ran. A flamboyantly dressed youth was wildly galloping on a spirited steed, careening down the path, knocking over several unsuspecting pedestrians who couldn't dodge in time. Clearly, this young man was unable to control the horse properly. "Damn it, this young scion is back again. Wasn't he expelled from the academy?" Enough with the sarcastic comments. Quickly move aside. If he sets his sights on you, it won't end well. Did you forget the fate of that individual from a few days ago? From the reactions of the crowd, it is evident that such occurrences have transpired more than once. In an instant, Mo Ran felt overwhelmed. How could he encounter such a ludicrous plot? He once believed that the novels he read in his previous life were mere fabrications, only to discover upon his arrival in this realm that there indeed exist foolish young science. This is, after all, the Imperial Palace, the domain of the Empress. Engaging in such behavior under her watchful gaze, are they not afraid of retribution? However, he soon reconsidered. The Empress might not be aware of this incident. Even if she were, with the powerful forces backing him, it is unlikely that he would face any significant consequences. His extravagant attire clearly indicated that he hailed from a distinguished family. The individuals he collided with were merely focused on avoiding him rather than reprimanding him. Their actions spoke volumes. Ultimately, they feared retribution from his influential network and dared not speak out. Observing this, Mo Ran glanced at Ning Wu and inquired, "General Ning, what is this?" He sought to glean information about the youth in question. This individual, with an impressive background, was the third son of the Su family, one of the 9 great imperial clans of the southern region, named Su Yang. With a sigh, Ning Wu replied, I am not well acquainted with his affairs. But I have heard that he was expelled from the academy for violating palace rules a few days ago. As for the specifics, I am not entirely certain. He was genuinely uninformed, having been stationed at the nameless mountain under orders and rarely inquiring about matters within the palace. He had only occasionally heard subordinates mention this incident. After speaking, he swiftly leaped towards the unruly steed with a powerful kick. Such chaos occurring beneath the Imperial Palace, if the Empress were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Normally, one could feign ignorance, but standing beside him was the Emperor. If he did not intervene promptly, the situation might escalate uncontrollably if Mo Ran were to unleash his fury. A thunderous crash resounded as the steed, akin to a kite severed from its string, toppled to the side and collided with the surrounding wall, which crumbled under the tremendous impact. Su Yang, who had been atop the steed, was soon engulfed by the debris. The onlookers, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stood frozen in place. Upon recognizing Ning Wu's visage, they exclaimed, "It is General Ning. General Ning has returned to the palace. Which fool dares to lay hands on this young master?" From the rubble, a disheveled figure gradually emerged, muttering to himself. Once fully upright and having identified Ning Wu, he broke into a grin, exclaiming, "I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be General Ning." It was hard to fathom what he was thinking at that moment, as despite being in such a dire predicament, he still managed to laugh. Seeing his shameless demeanor, Shen Qingqing, who had been trailing behind Mo Ran, couldn't help but roll her eyes. How can he still smile? Truly brazen, she muttered, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet perfectly audible to him. "Who dares to call me shameless?" he exclaimed, his face flushing with anger as he sought the source of her words. "I am referring to you, utterly shameless and devoid of modesty." With this, he erupted in rage, unleashing his cultivation at the 5th level of the Qi dispersal realm, and charged at Shen Qingqing. "I'll smash that insolent mouth of yours." Earlier, he had smiled at Ning Wu, recognizing her as a person of the Empress and a formidable figure. He understood the gravity of the situation. Though anger simmered within him, he could not unleash it upon Ning Wu, for she could easily crush him with a mere flick. The fact that she had spared him was already a sign of her leniency. However, Shen Qingqing's audacity to mock him only intensified his fury. As he charged towards her, she remained unfazed, finding his crude stance riddled with flaws, ripe for defeat. Just as she prepared to teach this ignorant fool a lesson, he was sent flying once more. Chapter 11. The anomaly this time, his flight was markedly swifter, more precise, and far more brutal than before. The one who had intervened was none other than Ning Wu. With a weathered hand raised, she bellowed, "Bold Su Yang, how dare you attempt to assassinate the princess in broad daylight? Young man, if you wish to perish, do not drag me into your demise. Of all the targets, why the princess? The emperor is watching." "Princess?" The onlookers gasped. Since when did our Qingyu dynasty have a princess? Could she possibly be the daughter of the empress? The rumors were indeed true, as Ning Wu's furious proclamation echoed. Shen Qingqing's identity was laid bare before all. The crowd, previously captivated by the commotion, now shifted their focus to her. Startled, Shen Qingqing instinctively retreated, seeking refuge behind Mo Ran. "Please, do not regard me with such predatory eyes. I am a socially anxious immortal. This is quite terrifying." Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they beheld Shen Qingqing's porcelain-like visage. A burgeoning desire to protect her began to take root within their hearts. Long ago, tales had circulated within the Qingyu dynasty that the empress had given birth to a daughter. At the time, many dismissed it as a slanderous rumor. For how could the empress bear a child before ascending to the throne? Yet today, as the truth unraveled, it became evident that those whispers were far from baseless. Indeed, the empress has a daughter, and she is quite grown. Ahem, the princess. In this moment, Su Yang was drenched in crimson blood, his once resplendent attire now rendered utterly unadorned. When did the empress acquire a daughter? He was utterly unaware. A bastard child, perhaps? Damn it, how unfortunate. He cast a resentful glance at Ning Wu, then at the petite figure hiding behind Mo Ran. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. He could not bear the weight of the accusation of attempting to assassinate the princess. Cursed be Ning Wu for placing such a heavy burden upon him. Though he was a scoundrel, he was not devoid of reason. He could discern the gravity of the situation. Unaware of the princess's presence, Su Yang expressed his sincerest apologies. hoping the princess would not hold it against him. Without waiting for Shen Qingqing to respond, he awkwardly retreated amidst the scornful gazes of the onlookers. Out of respect for the power behind him, Ningwu felt compelled to let him go. Reluctantly, Ningwu turned to Mo Ran, who had remained silent throughout. He was curious to see how Mo Ran would respond. Yet, Mo Ran could hardly be bothered to comment on the matter. The audacity of such an ignorant individual to speak so brazenly. As he watched Su Yang's disgraceful departure, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand slightly, and a beam of sword light erupted from his palm. It struck Su Yang's back with tremendous force, sending him crashing against a pile of earth and stone, burying him once more. This time, he could not rise again. Mo Ran's strike left his meridians shattered and his cultivation dispersed. It would take him at least 2 or 3 years to recover, if at all. While death could be avoided, he would have to endure the consequences. How could he dare to speak so disrespectfully about the daughter of the imperial family? What was that family, after all? He had never feared it. After dealing with the matter, Mo Ran glanced at Ningwu, who stood frozen in place, and remarked, "General Ning, might I request a visit to the academy?" Witnessing Mo Ran's decisive action against Su Yang, without a hint of trepidation towards the imperial family behind him, Ningwu felt a newfound respect for Mo Ran. After all, he too harbored some apprehension regarding the formidable power of the imperial family. The reason the imperial family held such a title was due to their undeniable strength. To have acted so decisively against Su Yang today was only possible by leveraging Shen Qingqing's status as a princess. Little did he expect that Mo Ran would incapacitate Su Yang entirely. If the emperor wishes to proceed, it is certainly permissible. Please, allow me to escort you. With that, he led Mo Ran into the academy. After Mo Ran's departure, the murmurs of astonishment among the crowd grew louder. The emperor? They have an emperor now? In comparison to Su Yang's defeat, the name of Mo Ran as the emperor was evidently of far greater significance. Thus, this matter spread like wildfire, from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000, in the span of just 1 hour. The news of the emperor and the princess became common knowledge throughout the city. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who had been cast aside by Mo Ran, was conveniently overlooked by all. Indeed, one must not underestimate the information dissemination capabilities of the onlookers. Within a private room of a tavern named Jiangmenlu, the mention of the emperor piqued interest. Far beyond the Qingyu dynasty, on the distant Tianji mountain, an elderly man clad in white, with flowing white hair and a rosy complexion, held a compass in one hand while forming incantations with the other. His wrinkled eyes were tightly shut as he appeared to be calculating something. Emperor? It seemed that events were beginning to deviate from their original course. Beside him, a youthful maiden with dark hair, delicately plucking the strings of an ancient zither, inquired, "Master, did you not say that the Qingyu of the southern domain is in decline, and that the 9 great imperial clans hold power?" Upon hearing this, the old man fell into silence, his gaze drifting towards the distant layers of mist. At that moment, he felt disoriented, unable to discern the path ahead. Just moments ago, he had sought to gauge the fate of the Qingyu dynasty, yet all he encountered was a shroud of fog, rendering everything invisible. He was Tianjizi, a being well-versed in the annals of history, yet now, he could not even predict the rise and fall of a single dynasty. With a bitter smile, he mused, an anomaly. He then withdrew his gaze and turned to the girl beside him, softly stating, "Ranner, it won't be long before you can descend the mountain." Descend the mountain? The girl was puzzled, for she had remained atop Tianji mountain since her earliest memories. It was not that she did not wish to leave, but her master, Tianjizi, had always denied her, insisting that the time was not yet ripe. Now, however, he urged her to prepare for her descent, leaving her bewildered. Naturally, she chose not to inquire further, knowing well that the old man would not divulge any information. She would learn in due time. There was no need for haste. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Ran remained oblivious to the tumultuous events surrounding him. The establishment of the emperor in the Qingyu dynasty had, within mere hours, spread throughout the entire southern domain. Truly, one must not underestimate the information relay capabilities of another realm. At this moment, Mo Ran, under the guidance of Ningwu, was leisurely wandering through the academy. His meandering drew the attention of numerous disciples, creating quite a spectacle. Initially, he was puzzled, feeling like a monkey in a zoo. As for Shen Qingqing, she need not be mentioned. she cowered behind his robes, hesitant to emerge. It was not that she disliked the sensation of being the center of attention. The issue was this: who would want to be scrutinized in such a manner? It was utterly humiliating. They were merely an emperor and a princess. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss? The disciples of the academy were not driven by malice, but rather by curiosity. They were intrigued by the emperor who had captured the heart of their empress. After all, the empress had ruled alone for 3 millennia. That is, until now. Here stood the emperor, strikingly handsome, surpassing even the renowned Tianhuazi on the list of beautiful men. While his looks were indeed captivating, one could not help but wonder about his prowess. Surely, if he lacked strength, he would not be deemed worthy of the empress. Upon hearing such evaluations from the disciples, Ran felt a flush of embarrassment. Such praise was unwarranted, and he feared it would invite enmity upon him. Suddenly, as the crowd was immersed in admiration for Ran's appearance, a deafening roar echoed across the heavens. The sky above the imperial palace shifted dramatically, as a colossal sword materialized, trembling the very fabric of the world, pointing directly at the palace. Soon after, dozens of figures clad in black robes floated ominously above the palace, their oppressive aura causing everyone to struggle for breath. Even the small hand that clutched the corner of Ran's robe tightened instinctively. Witnessing this, Ran's gaze turned icy. This was utterly audacious. With a mere wave of his hand, the suffocating pressure dissipated without a trace. Qingyu Empress, come forth to meet your doom. You are the remnant of the 3 dynasties. Suddenly, Ningwu's figure shot forth like an arrow. In that instant, 2 figures that had remained silent within the academy followed closely behind him. You remnants of the 3 dynasties shall not act so arrogantly. Chapter 12. The fallen prince. One might hear the person before seeing them. 2 beams of purple light shot forth from the academy. Sensing the formidable aura of these 2, which rivaled that of the Empress Shen Qingqing, Ran recognized them immediately. They were the 2 presences he had sensed outside the academy earlier, not inferior to Shen Qingqing. They were Fang Yingzong and Luo Yu, the first and second elders of the Qingyu Academy. Clearly, the disciples present recognized them as well. Observing the powerful aura exuding from these 2, Ran felt a tinge of confusion, for within their domineering presence lingered a palpable aura of death. Why did they exude such a thick miasma of death, akin to the living dead who had been long departed? With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, he turned his thoughts, and the information about the 2 became clear before his eyes. Name: Fang Yingzong, Luo Yu. Strength: 8th level of the Emperor Realm, 7th level. Age: 20,001, 20,003. Details: both were on the brink of death, sustained by the Ice Jade Spirit Coffin until now. A millennium ago, they were of mediocre talent, belonging to the ranks of the utterly ordinary. Yet, by a twist of fate, they inadvertently slaughtered a child of destiny from this realm, seizing his legacy, just as the path to imperial ascension was opened. Thus, the 2 ascended the imperial road with this inheritance. However, they faced repeated defeats in battles against the celestial prodigies, achieving no victories. Ultimately, they were expelled from the imperial road. At the critical moment of their expulsion, the duo launched a surprise attack on a prodigy, stealing the Ice Jade Spirit Coffin from him. Consequently, they were both cast out of the imperial road, carrying the Ice Jade Spirit Coffin with them. This coffin was merely a fragment of a treasured relic belonging to the Ice Clan of the Upper Realm. The prodigy they attacked had once been the divine son of the Ice Clan, and shortly after the coffin was seized, he perished in the imperial road. Due to the constraints of celestial law, the powerful beings of the Ice Clan could not descend to the lower realm, allowing these 2 to monopolize the Ice Jade Spirit Coffin. Not only did they utilize this artifact to ascend to imperial status, but they also extended their lifespans by several years, truly a stroke of fortune. It turned out to be 2 nefarious characters. Upon reading the system's introduction, Ran couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at them. They were 2 individuals who should have long since met their demise. Yet they clung to life through unscrupulous means. No wonder they emanated such a heavy aura of death. Typically, an emperor's lifespan is 18,000 years. Yet these 2 had lived for over 20,000 years. Even accounting for the longevity elixirs they consumed, they should not have surpassed 20,000 years. Their current state exceeded their natural limits, and they had failed to achieve a breakthrough in their realms. Should they be unable to live a second life or break through the 9 heavens to embark on the path of immortality, death would soon be upon them. In the midst of these thoughts, above the imperial palace of the Qingyu dynasty, a colossal black dragon, approximately 100 zhang in length, gradually emerged from the dark clouds. Dozens of shadowy figures, upon witnessing this, hastily cleared a path. Atop the black dragon stood their master, the last surviving prince of the three great dynasties, Heidi, Zhujiangcheng. In those days, our two ancestors, in a bid to ensure my survival, sacrificed nearly all their remaining lifespans to send me away from the southern region. You two vehemently obstructed them, reaching the pinnacle of ascension alongside our ancestors. Why, then, did they perish while you two still linger in this world? A voice devoid of discernible emotion emanated from the black dragon. As the dark clouds parted, the massive form of the dragon revealed a man with an exceedingly pale complexion, the only surviving prince of the three dynasties. Humph! How can I resign myself to perish while remnants of the three dynasties remain? Exclaimed Fang Ying, an elder of the Qingyu Academy, adorned in purple robes with flowing white hair. Upon hearing this, the man atop the dragon did not show anger. His pale visage curled into a mocking smile. A person surrounded by an aura of death dares to speak so boldly. How utterly laughable. Initially perplexed by the two, he scrutinized them closely and discovered that they were enveloped in an indescribable energy, intricately connected to his own mastery of death's laws. Only the deceased or those who have comprehended the laws of death can be tainted by the aura of death without suffering its consequences. It is apparent that these two individuals have not grasped the essence of death. Thus, there are only three possible explanations. Either they have understood the laws, are on the verge of death, or have already passed away, experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. As for the first scenario, it can be dismissed, for he has indeed comprehended the laws of death, and there is no shared aura between these two. Therefore, this first possibility is implausible. Upon this realization, Zhujiang could not contain his frenzied laughter. The Qingyu dynasty, which had 8 emperors at the pinnacle of their realms, had lost 6 under the siege of his 3 great dynasties, and now the remaining 2 were also on the brink of demise. How could he possibly restrain his mirth? The annihilation of the 3 great dynasties had become inevitable, and their revival was out of the question. Now, he could only lead the Qingyu dynasty to follow in the footsteps of the 3 fallen dynasties. Amidst his raucous laughter, over 3,000 figures swiftly converged within and around the imperial palace. These were all his agents embedded within the Qingyu dynasty. He had not summoned them back during the downfall of the 3 great dynasties, all for this very moment. Among these over 3,000 figures, the weakest was at the first realm of the Fate Palace, the King's realm. This was his final leverage to drag the Qingyu dynasty into the same fate as the 3 fallen dynasties. Most of these agents hailed from the Qingyu Academy. Many disciples of the Qingyu Academy, upon seeing familiar faces that once radiated joy, felt an involuntary chill. The remnants of the 3 dynasties had infiltrated so deeply, even into the sanctum of the Academy and the Imperial Palace. Though unaware of how he accomplished this, Mo Ran could not help but regard him with newfound respect. One could not deny that, if given more time, it might have been the Qingyu dynasty facing annihilation. Unfortunately, the Empress struck first, catching him off guard and disrupting his original plan. Yet, even so, she had not managed to force out all his contingency plans. At that moment, a graceful figure slowly emerged from the Imperial Palace, moving neither hastily nor slowly, exuding an air of composure. With each step she took, a fiery red lotus blossomed beneath her feet. Adorned in a crimson robe, her face veiled, her azure eyes resembled those of a serpent awakening from slumber, while the vivid plum blossom mark on her forehead was strikingly prominent. Her presence rendered everything else pale in comparison. All gazes were irresistibly drawn to her, and Mo Ran was no exception. Though she had always concealed her face, few had seen her true visage. One might say none had. Yet Mo Ran had seen it. He had to concede that Shen Qingqing was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. The figure stepping forth was none other than the Empress Shen Qingqing herself. The failure to unearth these remnants back then was a miscalculation on the part of this Empress. Long ago, when you extended your dark claws into the Qingyu dynasty, I had already sensed it. Who could have anticipated that the third prince, often dismissed as a mere fool, possessed such cunning and capability? As she spoke, she ascended into the air, pausing momentarily, her icy gaze fixed intently on Zhujiangcheng, who stood atop the colossal dragon. She reiterated, had you, in those bygone days, held a modicum more power as the crown prince, the outcome might have been drastically different. Alas, you were not destined for such a fate, you faltered. While I emerged as the ultimate victor. This was true then, and it remains so now. Upon completing her declaration, a chaotic fire lotus materialized behind the Empress, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens. The temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically, causing the very fabric of the world to alter. Chapter 13. The twilight of an era. Now that you have arrived, you shall remain. With those words, the fire lotus behind Empress Shen Qingqing expanded, amplifying her already formidable presence. In that instant, her strength, equivalent to that of a 7th-tier emperor, erupted forth. In a flash, she maneuvered past the barriers, positioning herself before Zhuai Jiangcheng as the chaotic fire lotus rapidly ascended, plummeting towards him like a celestial meteor. As the fire lotus drew near, the temperature around Zhuai Jiangcheng skyrocketed. He formed a seal with his hands, raising the enormous black dragon claw beneath him, which lunged towards the fire lotus. A resounding explosion reverberated throughout the cosmos. At the moment the black dragon's claw made contact with the fire lotus, it erupted violently, releasing an intense inferno that consumed the claw entirely. As the tumult subsided, dark blood began to rain from the sky, leaving devastation in its wake. For this dark blood possessed a corrosive potency. As onlookers discerned the source of the black blood, a wave of shock swept over them. The black dragon's claw had been severed, incinerated by the Empress's chaotic fire lotus. Before they could catch their breath, a sudden surge of sword energy manifested in the sky, its brilliant light cleaving through the firmament and hurtling towards Shen Qingqing. Atop the black dragon, Zhuai Jiangcheng brandished a jet-black longsword, its blade suffused with the aura of death, an imperial weapon. How could this be possible? In that fleeting moment, the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the sword had the potential to obliterate the entire imperial palace. Although the origins of this imperial weapon eluded her, Shen Qingqing maintained her composure, her expression unwavering. She retreated slightly, yet her movements remained unceasing. Chaos, the myriad laws in transformation. A low exclamation escaped her lips as countless palm-sized fire lotuses coalesced behind her. Though diminutive, their terrifying presence rivaled that of the sword energy. Despite the assistance of the imperial weapon, the disparity in their realms could not be bridged. Suddenly, with a decisive gesture, Shen Qingqing directed the myriad fire lotuses, which surged forward with astonishing speed toward the sword energy. Seeing the two engage in combat, the onlookers below could not simply stand idly by. With a command to action, the shadowy figures swiftly advanced towards those within the city. Indeed, this is the imperial palace, where formidable forces abound. Despite their relentless assaults, they have failed to gain any advantage. Meanwhile, a dozen figures clad in black robes have taken it upon themselves to obstruct the two esteemed elders of the Qingyu Academy. Each of these dark-robed individuals exudes an unsettling aura of death. Though they possess only the cultivation of a first-tier emperor, the two elders, Feng Ying and Luo Yu, find themselves struggling against them. At the same time, Ning Wu, the foremost general of Qingyu, is besieged by hundreds of Saint Realm warriors. Yet, a true emperor remains a true emperor. The trifling cultivators of the third tier of the Life Palace are insufficient to pose a threat. Swiftly, he dispatches the multitude of Saint Realm adversaries. Just as he prepares to continue his slaughter of the remaining hidden foes, he is confronted by a spear that blocks his path. You are still alive? If you have survived, how could I allow myself to perish first? The speaker is a burly man, clad in armor and wielding a long spear. He is a general of unmatched victories from one of the previous dynasties, and indeed, he is Ning Wu's old rival, believed dead in the cataclysmic battle years ago. To Ning Wu's surprise, he has now pledged allegiance to Zhuai Jiangcheng. Surprised, are you? He inquires. Not at all. You were defeated by me once before. The outcome can be the same. Ning Wu had bested him in their former encounter, albeit narrowly. With that, he brandishes his spear, and soon the two are embroiled in fierce combat. As seasoned warriors of the battlefield, their strikes are lethal and unrelenting. Father, Mother is all right, isn't she? Peeking from behind Mo Ran, Shen Qingqing anxiously inquires, her gaze fixed on Shen Qingqing, who battles Zhuai Jiangcheng in the skies above. Although Mo Ran is present, her concern persists. After all, it is her mother who is fighting. The speed of their exchanges makes it impossible for her to discern who holds the upper hand. Each maneuver occurs in the blink of an eye. In her previous life as a celestial king, she had experienced countless battles. Had it been then, she would have remained unfazed. However, having been reincarnated, her current prowess only amounts to the realm of scattered chi. Now, she can only watch helplessly as this grand conflict unfolds. Her former strength is irrelevant to her present self. She cannot perpetually dwell in the past. Do not worry, your father is here. I will ensure your mother remains safe. He gently touzles Shen Qingqing's hair, reassuring her. After all, she is still a child, witnessing such turmoil for the first time, and her trepidation is entirely natural. Of course, if our Qing were aware of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes at him. Who is afraid? I am merely concerned for my mother. The battle in the skies intensifies, reaching a fever pitch. The two elders of the academy, now hindered by the black-clad adversaries, find themselves increasingly beleaguered. They seemed impervious to pain, their bodies unnaturally rigid, akin to puppets. The longer the battle raged, the greater the exhaustion of the two. Yet these few individuals appeared to possess an inexhaustible vigor, their onslaught neither waning nor diminishing, but rather intensifying with each passing moment. Observing that the two were beginning to falter, Sacred Maiden deftly maneuvered his sword, relentlessly striking towards Shen Qingqing, each blow imbued with a palpable aura of death. Ha! Shen Qingqing, how much longer can you endure? Even if you can persist, how much longer do you think these ancient ones can hold out? Shen Qingqing was acutely aware of the situation, yet felt utterly powerless. The essence of death was not something she dared to recklessly engage with. Even a slight touch would magnify the darkness within her soul. Should she succumb to its influence to a significant extent, she would no longer be herself. I am curious to see how many more strikes your dwindling lifespan can support. Through careful observation during the fray, Shen Qingqing discerned that with every swing of Sacred Maidin's sword, he aged incrementally. Having unleashed over 100 strikes, his vitality was swiftly depleting, and it would not be long before he met his demise. That should suffice for your end. In an instant, Sacred Maidin's rapidly withering hand clenched, and the Imperial sword morphed into 1,000 blade forms, encircling Shen Qingqing and creating an inescapable fatal trap. After executing this maneuver, Sacred Maiden, despite his deteriorating state, bellowed at Shen Qingqing. His life was nearing its conclusion. On the day the three great empires fell, two ancestral figures gambled their lives to give him a fleeting chance at survival. It was on that fateful day, disheartened, that he ascended the grave of demons, intending to end his existence. Yet, through a twist of fate, he acquired this peculiar sword, imbued with deathly energy that siphoned life. This unforeseen event not only enabled him to comprehend the laws of death, but also allowed him to ascend to imperial status. While he was merely at the 3rd tier, with this enigmatic sword, he could contend even against an 8th-tier emperor. Thus, he devoted years to cultivation and strategy, and today, he could no longer suppress the hate within him as he sought revenge. He came with a resolve to embrace death, leaving nothing to fear. Alas, he would not witness the fall of the Qingyu Empire. Shen Qingqing, this time, let us see how you shall respond. Ultimately, he collapsed upon the black dragon, his body visibly aging, the vitality within him ebbing away until he departed peacefully. In that very moment he uttered his final words, the heavens were torn asunder, and the fabric of space twisted. From this distorted space emerged a figure, standing tall and surveying the crowd, a massive sword prominently slung across their back. A ghastly scar etched across their face, emanating an aura of menace. On behalf of another, I shall deliver a single strike. Upon concluding his words, he unsheathed the colossal sword from his back. A sharp, piercing sword aura cleaved through the heavens, the principles of the sword cascading forth like an unending river. Resembling a radiant rainbow piercing the sun, akin to an insurmountable chasm, descending upon the sword formation that ensnared Shen Qingqing. The principles of the sword, the Eastern family, the Eastern Sword Emperor. Upon recognizing the visage of the visitor, all present could not suppress their astonishment. The 9 great imperial clans, the Eastern Imperial Clan's Eastern Sword Emperor. Insolence! How dare you, young wretch! As the magnificent sword aura was poised to descend upon the formation, Fang Yingzong and Luo Yu, who had been entangled, suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, forcefully subduing the several black-clad figures. In an instant, they swiftly vacated the battlefield, hastening towards the direction of the Empress Shen Qingqing. At this moment, the Empress was wholly engrossed in dismantling the formation and had no mind to contend with any external disturbances. Should that sword strike her, she would not only be gravely injured, but might well perish. It seemed that the Eastern Sword Emperor had no intention of holding back. His very first move was a lethal one. There was no time left. The sword aura rapidly descended. Just as the Eastern Sword Emperor's principal sword aura was about to collide with the formation ensnaring Shen Qingqing, Mo Ran's figure unexpectedly appeared above. His slender form standing resolutely before that oncoming sword aura. Grasping the Immortal Emperor's sword, Ho Yu, Mo Ran thrust forth with a simple yet profound motion. The tip of the sword clashed against the sword aura, and at the moment of contact, the menacing aura dissipated like fleeting smoke. A closer examination would reveal that it was not the tip of Ho Yu that engaged with the Eastern Sword Emperor's principal sword aura, but rather the faint aura emanating from its tip. At the instant of contact with the delicate sword aura released by Ho Yu, the principal sword aura retreated as if frightened, akin to a grandson encountering his grandfather. Ho Yu, do not approach me. Begone. Tasked by another to deliver a strike? Mo Ran scoffed coldly, directing his icy gaze towards the position of the Eastern Sword Emperor and intoning with gravitas. If that is the case, then I too shall fulfill my obligation and deliver a strike. You had best be prepared. How dare that despicable sixth sibling ambush the mother of the child? A fair fight might suffice, allowing the mother to handle it herself, considering the Empress's need for dignity, but to resort to a sneak attack? Does he truly believe this woman stands alone? This is utterly intolerable. Chapter 14. Fall. The instant Mo Ran made his appearance, all eyes were drawn irresistibly towards him. The Emperor. It is the Emperor who has intervened. Many who had previously encountered Mo Ran could not contain their exclamations. Just by having single-handedly shattered the Eastern Sword Emperor's principal sword aura, that unadorned action was sufficient to leave them in awe. Who is the Eastern Sword Emperor? A figure who stood alongside the Empress 3,000 years ago. He is the pride of the Eastern Imperial clan, endowed with the formidable Eastern Imperial body and a heart of sword that perceives with clarity. The combination of the Imperial body and the sword heart signifies a being destined to transcend even the great emperors. Thus, the Eastern clan has invested half of their resources into him, perceiving him as the future of their lineage. Some have even proclaimed that in this era, the Eastern family shall ascend to unprecedented glory because of him. Indeed, Eastern Jin has not disappointed the hopes placed upon him. The realm of great emperors in the southern domain is rife with pretenders. However, only a few exceptional individuals can rise above the facade of false emperors. Among them, Eastern Jin stands out, having once felled 3 great emperors of the same realm with a single strike, a testament to his formidable prowess. Consequently, upon witnessing his attack on Shen Qingqing, Feng Ying and his companion were willing to pay any price to forcefully elevate themselves. They had already cast aside concerns for their lives. At that moment, they found themselves utterly exhausted, beyond the point of salvation, even by celestial beings. When they saw Mo Ran intervene to thwart a fatal blow capable of slaying the Empress, they felt a sense of reassurance. Although they had never encountered Mo Ran, tales of the Emperor's prowess had undoubtedly reached their ears. Witnessing his presence today, they felt his grandeur rivaled that of the Empress herself, enough for them to close their eyes in peace, ready for death. They should have perished long ago, during the annihilation of the 3 dynasties, or perhaps when they were cast out from the path of the emperors. No one has ever been expelled from the Emperor's path. It is a realm where only life or death exists. Yet, they have carved their own chapter in history. Their reluctance to depart was largely due to Shen Qingqing, whom they had watched grow, akin to their own granddaughter. In the battle that decimated the 3 dynasties, 6 out of 8 great emperors of the Qingyu dynasty fell. The Qingyu dynasty has yet to recover from the aftermath. Should they depart now, only the Empress would remain. Unable to bear this prospect, they resolved to wait a little longer. Now, it seems they have awaited long enough. Thus, death holds no terror. As the dawn broke, 2 beams of holy light soared into the sky, accompanied by the sound of lamentation. Countless drops of imperial blood fell from the heavens, nourishing the earth below. The fall of an emperor elicits a cosmic sorrow. Such celestial phenomena are exclusive to the late stages of the great emperor. in the 9 heavens of the great emperor. Every tier represents an insurmountable chasm, whether through imperial artifacts or secret methods, unless one possesses formidable strength. No amount of external aid can bridge the gap at the level of the great emperor, especially upon entering the later stages. This disparity only widens, which explains why even with the aid of imperial artifacts, Zhujiangcheng was unable to overcome Shen Qingqing. It is merely a confrontation, nothing more. Who are you? The Eastern Sword Emperor felt an overwhelming terror as he witnessed Mo Ran effortlessly disperse the sword energy he had meticulously gathered. Although the sword he had just unleashed was not his most formidable, it was certainly not something an ordinary emperor could withstand, let alone someone like Mo Ran who managed it so easily. A formidable adversary indeed. When did such a figure emerge in the Azure Feather dynasty? Mo Ran had no desire to engage in idle chatter with him. For a scoundrel who resorts to ambush, it would be one thing to sneak attack others, but to dare strike at his wife? That was crossing a line. Thus, he resolved not to let this individual escape unscathed. With a swift motion, he unleashed a lethal strike. With a single sword, he summoned the power of the stars that enveloped him, the immense stellar laws surging forth, intertwining with the rain sword in his hand. Instantly, the air was filled with the resonating cries of swords. Each sound struck deep into the heart. The celestial energy surrounding Mo Ran resembled an ancient beast awakening from a long slumber. Go! Mo Ran bellowed, raising his hand to cleave towards the Eastern Sword Emperor. A blade of sword energy, forged from the power of the stars, fell like countless twinkling stars from the heavens, dazzling in its brilliance. In an instant, it struck the Eastern Sword Emperor. The myriad sword energies ensnared him mercilessly. The moment the sword energy collided with him, a golden radiance erupted. It was the shield formed to protect him by his imperial body. The clash of golden light and the relentless sword energy was fierce. Ultimately, the Eastern Sword Emperor's imperial body was shattered by the sword energy, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. His figure was engulfed by the celestial sword energy. Witnessing this, countless individuals within the Azure Feather dynasty were struck with shock, their expressions transformed, hearts racing in terror. This was the most magnificent sword strike they had ever seen. The stars sparkled above, and countless meteors streaked across the sky, as if a resplendent starry night had unfolded before their eyes. Was this truly their emperor? The consort of the empress. After a multitude of stars had passed, the Eastern Sword Emperor had not yet perished. Yet now, he bore no semblance of an emperor's majesty, reduced to mere sword energy. His imperial body lay in ruins, his sword heart shattered. The imperial weapon, a colossal sword in his grasp, was utterly obliterated by the sword energy, leaving not even a trace of ash. He had once believed that no one in the southern region could surpass him in the way of the sword. Over the past 3 millennia, he had vanquished countless foes, all of whom were prodigies of the sword. In the realm of swordsmanship, he possessed an extraordinary understanding. Throughout his life, he had defeated innumerable enemies, grasped the laws of the sword, and ultimately ascended to the status of an emperor. He forged an invincible sword heart, never having tasted defeat, even in the face of that legendary swordsman on Sword Mountain, who had left only a scar upon his countenance in a battle a millennium ago. Since that moment, he had made no further progress in the way of the sword. I have not been defeated. At this moment, he gazed at Mo Ran. The madness etched upon his face was utterly unmasked. I have not been defeated. It is impossible for me to succumb. I, Dongfang Jian, have traversed this life, forging an indomitable sword heart, vanquishing countless foes, and ultimately comprehending the laws of the sword to ascend as an emperor. How could I possibly be defeated? No, it cannot be. No. Now, his eyes were bloodshot, veins protruding, and without a sword in hand, he resembled a destitute, enraged beggar. He could not accept the reality of his defeat, even when he was struck down by the Sword Emperor Wushuang on the Sacred Sword Mountain. He did not perceive himself as vanquished. Yet, what solace could self-deception provide? The inability to further refine his swordsmanship stood as the most profound evidence of his failure. He lacked the courage to ascend the Sacred Sword Mountain once more. How could one advance in the path of the sword? The very moment you launched a sneak attack, you had already lost. Mo Ran's voice rang out with an air of indifference, as he retracted the rain of swords and struck towards the sword formation, ensnaring Shen Qingqing. Under his palm, the formation shattered, dispersing into the cosmos. Once again, Shen Qingqing's figure was unveiled before all. At that moment, she was enveloped by a force of stellar energy. As the sword formation dissipated, her eyes were immediately drawn to the figure of Mo Ran standing before her. A fleeting blush, reminiscent of enchanting daydreams, graced her exquisite visage. This rascal enjoys the trope of the hero saving the damsel. Humph. Chapter 15. The Indomitable, the instant of the sneak attack. Upon hearing Mo Ran's words, Dongfang Jian experienced a momentary clarity, his frenzied state sinking into profound contemplation. He pondered when he had begun to fear failure. Was it during the Imperial clan's trials? Or on the Sacred Sword Mountain? As he ruminated, memories began to resurface. In this realm, the heavenly path was flawed, unable to support the opening of the immortal road. If the immortal path could not be traversed, then the pinnacle of the Emperor would remain unattainable. Pinnacle? Is there truly a limit to cultivation? Is it the ultimate of life itself? Ancestor, what do you mean by this? Sword Child, my time is drawing near. If I cannot ascend the immortal road to that fabled higher realm, I shall soon perish. The ultimate of life? Then what of my father? Will he also meet his end? Indeed, all shall perish. Why? Because the heavenly path is flawed. Even the most formidable emperors remain tethered to this world, unable to breach that barrier, resulting in an ever-increasing number of emperors. In the past, only those who survived the trials of the emperor's path could ascend. Yet, at some point, it seemed that anyone could become an emperor. This is not auspicious news for the world. Memories flickered through Dongfang Jian's mind like a slideshow. It dawned upon him that he had long been defeated. He then addressed Mo Ran, saying, "Though you are strong, I remain undefeated. It is the heavenly path that has faltered, not I, Dongfang Jian." No, he spoke heavily, until his body gradually dissipated into the cosmos, as though he had never existed. Until his last breath, he refused to acknowledge his defeat. Tragically, after the death of the Eastern Sword, the battle reached its conclusion. Ningwu stood mercilessly below, holding a severed head with wide-open eyes. The two elder officials had perished, scattered throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, the 3,000 dark disciples had been slaughtered to near extinction. Only a dozen individuals clad in black remained, huddled together. Strangely, they bore no injuries and showed no signs of exhaustion. Instead, the aura of death around them intensified, and their realms had ascended several levels. Were they capable of absorbing the death energy produced upon a person's demise? Mo Ran, standing beside Shen Qingqing, sensed the transformations within this group, his expression suddenly shifting to one of shock. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran also felt it was peculiar. He immediately activated his true eye, revealing the full extent of their identities. Items, puppet details. To suppress the accompanying puppet of the damning Emperor artifact, it bears no distinction from a human. It is both a companion entity and yet not. It feels neither pain nor pleasure, can absorb death energy, and will not perish as long as the death energy remains. The more death energy absorbed, the stronger it becomes. The damning Emperor artifact? At that moment, Mo Ran recalled the dark, unremarkable artifact in Zhu Jiangcheng's possession. So, this thing is called damning? Contemplating its rapid aging, he couldn't help but grimace. I think it would be more fitting to call it devouring life. This is not about damning life. It is clearly akin to a voracious beast, devouring lives. These beings are not human. They are puppets. The artifact that ensnared you has already been destroyed by me, and they will soon dissipate as well. As he spoke, Mo Ran's hand suddenly coalesced a sphere of stellar light, which he hurled at the group of puppets without hesitation. The sphere expanded as it soared, ultimately engulfing them upon contact, rapidly shrinking until it became dust, mere particles. However, I shall escort you a little further on your journey. With all this resolved, the skirmish with the remnants of the three dynasties came to a temporary halt. The name of the Emperor Mo Ran swiftly gained notoriety in the lower realms, reaching a level of fame that was universally recognized. The external evaluations of Mo Ran's prowess ascended to unprecedented heights. One sword, capable of slaying an emperor at the peak of their power. At the moment of the Eastern Sword's fall, a jade tablet bearing his soul's imprint shattered instantaneously. The guard tasked with overseeing the jade tablet turned pale with fear upon witnessing its destruction. Trembling, he hastily fled. Far away, the Eastern Imperial clan erupted with waves of tremors. Who is it? Who has slain my son? The clan leader, Dongfang Ming, at the 9th level of Emperor cultivation, erupted with a force that shook the entirety of the Eastern realm. Go, investigate for me. I will ensure that he faces eternal damnation, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation for all eternity. After everything was settled, Mo Ran cast a glance at Shen Qingqing and reproached, next time, do not be so stubborn. Long before Shen Qingqing found herself ensnared by the sword formation, Mo Ran had attempted to reach out to her, inquiring if she required assistance. However, the ever-proud Empress would never easily accept help. Thus, despite his willingness to intervene, he was met with refusal. Once denied, Mo Ran had no choice but to relent, for breaking through the sword formation was merely a matter of time for him. I understand, Shen Qingqing replied, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. What a dense man. Observing the sorrowful look in Shen Qingqing's eyes, Mo Ran felt perplexed. What an odd woman. You were the one who insisted on handling it alone. Why does it feel as though you are blaming me? Foolish host. Begone. At that moment, he inquired, how do you intend to deal with these dark agents? He glanced at the encircled remnants of the San Chao dark agents. Their numbers had dwindled significantly, with many dead and others grievously injured. Nevertheless, the losses on the side of the Qingyu dynasty were substantial as well, with 2 late-stage emperors having perished. Now, only Shen Qingqing remained to uphold the dynasty, along with Mo Ran. With a title and a child now at her side, Mo Ran was naturally inclined to assist her. Kill them. Shen Qingqing was not one to be trifled with. The dark agents who dared to reveal themselves had clearly resigned to their fate. Indeed, Mo Ran nodded lightly in agreement. As the saying goes, if one does not eradicate the roots, the weeds will spring anew. This encounter had indeed left the Qingyu dynasty severely weakened. Only recently had they endured a great battle, resulting in the deaths of 6 emperors, and today, 2 more had fallen to the remnants of the enemy. The 8 great emperors had been utterly annihilated. Suddenly, Mo Ran seemed to recall something. Had he not just slain Dongfang Jian? Would the Dongfang family not seek vengeance? Would they not come to the Qingyu dynasty? Was he not the emperor of the Qingyu dynasty? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Mo Ran felt a wave of pressure enveloping him. Ouch! So painful. Can't I just enjoy a peaceful life raising my daughter? Why must there be so many troubles every day? He pondered, perhaps I should eliminate the Dongfang family. After a moment of deep contemplation, he nodded emphatically. If anyone dares to seek me out, it would provide a perfect excuse to extend my hospitality. Yet, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, reminiscing about the simplicity of life in the mountains. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. Returning to that life was impossible, now and forever. Why the sigh? Nothing much. I simply disliked trouble and was contemplating how to find a subtle excuse to eradicate a clan. Trouble? Indeed, a significant trouble awaits. What trouble? To bear the wrath of the Dongfang Imperial clan? He chuckled disdainfully, a smirk upon his face. The Eastern clan can hardly withstand his wrath. Upon hearing this, our esteemed Empress seemed to ponder for a moment, then jested. You are the one who took his life. Simply surrendering you would suffice. In our homeland, this would be deemed ungratefulness and the murder of one's own husband, he quipped. Is that so? Shen Qingqing replied dismissively. Thereafter, she chose to ignore him. News of this battle spread swiftly. Following the demise of the last 2 emperors of the Qingyu dynasty, certain factions that had long been suppressed began to stir restlessly. Yet, it was also reported that the emperor of the Qingyu dynasty had vanquished the sword emperor of the Eastern clan with a single stroke, causing the Eastern clan to falter once more. The tidings of the Eastern sword's fall soon reached the ears of the Eastern clan's spies. When the spies relayed this news, the 3 ancestral emperors of the Eastern clan, each at the pinnacle of the 9th realm, wore expressions dark as thunderclouds. Deep within, a fiery tempest akin to an erupting volcano surged, impossible to quell. The Eastern Sword, son of the current head of the Eastern clan, had ascended to the ranks of emperor at the tender age of 3,000. He was heralded as the most promising candidate to ascend to immortality within the Eastern clan. Indeed, it had been ages since anyone had achieved such a breakthrough in this realm. A millennium prior, the celestial machine had proclaimed, in this realm, the path of heaven is flawed, the way of emperors obscured, yet an emperor may still arise. Once the number of emperors reached a certain threshold, the capacity of this world for emperors would reach a critical point, at which the path to immortality would manifest, and this realm would perish. Consequently, The entire Eastern clan devoted their resources to nurturing the Eastern sword, hoping he would successfully traverse the harsh path of immortality and lead the Eastern clan to greater heights. Now, with the Eastern sword's demise, all their sacrifices had been in vain. The Qingyu dynasty must pay for this transgression. Thus, I shall first confront this so-called Emperor of Qingyu. Chapter 16. A Decade Fourth Brother. Do not act recklessly. Just as the mightiest of the Eastern clan was preparing to venture alone to the Qingyu dynasty in search of vengeance against Mo Ran, a voice, heavy with the weight of years, urgently called him to halt. The speaker, known as the Eastern Gate Elder, was the second ancestor of the Eastern clan and currently its most formidable member. His intent was to prevent his impulsive younger brother from walking into a death trap. Among all in the Eastern clan, none cherished the Eastern sword more than he did. He had imparted nearly all his life's wisdom to the Eastern sword, treating him as his own son despite being an elder. With the loss of the Eastern sword, one can only imagine the depths of his sorrow. The fact that he had not succumbed to fury was already a testament to his remarkable composure. Dongfang Quang, the fourth ancestor of the Eastern clan, had achieved the status of emperor through sheer physical prowess. His body, as formidable as that of ancient beasts, was terrifyingly powerful. He had once slain a demon emperor of the same realm with a single punch. The physical form of the demon race has always been extraordinarily robust, far surpassing that of humans. Moreover, when considering a beast of the emperor realm, its corporeal strength becomes even more formidable. The fact that it could be vanquished with a single punch speaks volumes about its might. Is it reckless? A mere Qingyu dynasty, had it not been for the disdain of the 9 imperial clans towards such hollow titles. Could a single woman like Shen Qingqing truly unify the southern domain? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Quang bellowed with a coarse voice, "Let me ask you, what are your chances of defeating Jin'er?" Dongfang Minchang replied languidly, observing the furious countenance of Dongfang Quang as he articulated each word with deliberation. The mention of Jin'er left Dongfang Quang momentarily stunned, his previously raised head suddenly drooping, the expression on his face morphing into one of profound anguish. This sense of impotence was all too familiar to him once more. Dongfang Minchang was indeed correct. Against Dongfang Jian, he possessed little certainty of victory. Dongfang Jian represented the future of the Dongfang family, having displayed astonishing talent in cultivation since childhood, achieving the same realm as Dongfang Quang in a mere 3,000 years. His aptitude was unparalleled in the history of the Dongfang clan. Should he face Dongfang Jian, he would surely fall within 10 moves. Yet now he harbored thoughts of seeking vengeance against one who had effortlessly slain Dongfang Jian, a notion that could only lead to his own demise. Contemplating this, he begrudgingly lowered his head, appearing as a despondent statue. At that moment, the usually reticent Dongfang Hua, the third ancestor of the Dongfang family, let out a cold snort. He forcefully slammed his teacup onto the adjacent table and declared, "In my view, what should we do about this matter, second brother? The one capable of slaying Jian must possess a cultivation level at the 9th tier of the Emperor realm." Pausing briefly, Dongfang Minchang's tone shifted to one of icy resolve. The day the immortal path opens will mark his demise. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. It is unwise to act against the Qingyu dynasty at present. They must protect the Dongfang family. If Mo Ran could kill Dongfang Jian with a single strike, none of the 3 of them could achieve that feat, indicating that Mo Ran surpassed them in strength. Perhaps only by uniting their forces could they contend with him. However, should they join forces, what would become of the Dongfang family? The 9 imperial clans have been embroiled in continuous friction in recent years, all in preparation for the opening of the immortal path. Should they encounter any misfortune, the consequences would be dire. Hence, their only viable strategy is to act when the immortal path is unveiled. Even in the face of their resentment, they have no choice. They cannot sacrifice the entirety of the Dongfang family for personal grievances. The greater good must take precedence. 10 years later, following the battle a decade ago, the Qingyu dynasty's strength plummeted, and it has since refrained from displaying its might, instead focusing on recuperation. After all, the Qingyu dynasty underwent a significant transformation back then. If they do not recuperate properly, they risk following in the footsteps of the 3 fallen dynasties. Indeed, Mo Ran severed Dongfang Jian with a single stroke, a display of power that instilled trepidation in those who lurked with ill intent. They were not fools. The formidable Dongfang Jian's defeat at Mo Ran's hands signified that Mo Ran's prowess eclipsed his adversary by several magnitudes. Even if they possessed tenfold courage, they would not dare to be the first to provoke him. Mo Ran had anticipated that vanquishing Dongfang Jian would usher in a multitude of troubles, leading to a restless existence. He feared that the Dongfang Imperial clan would seek retribution. However, to his astonishment, they opted to endure rather than confront him. Wary of his might, this assessment from Mo Ran deemed them far more astute than those mindlessly reckless individuals, sparing him the need to dirty his hands. Over the past decade, Mo Ran enjoyed a life of remarkable tranquility, nurturing a deepening affection with Shen Qingqing. Furthermore, through their protracted efforts, Shen Qingqing bestowed upon him a daughter. His elder daughter, Shen Qingqing, had departed 2 years prior to join the Wenxin sword sect, leaving the Qingyu dynasty and her father behind to pursue her mastery of the blade. In the southern region, within Canggu Prefecture, the Wenxin sword sect buzzed with an unusual liveliness. Today marked a significant occasion, the biennial exchange meeting between the young disciples of the Wenxin sword sect and the Canghai Spirit Academy from the northern domain. Traditionally, the Canghai Spirit Academy dispatched 8 representatives. However, this time, only one had arrived. Instantly, the entire Wenxin sword sect erupted with fervor. On the martial stage, disciples of the Wenxin sword sect congregated, eager to witness the solitary disciple from the northern domain, Wenlin, and discern the extent of his abilities. What did it signify for the Canghai Spirit Academy to send merely one individual? Was it a gesture of disdain towards their sword sect? A number of disciples pointed and whispered derisively at Wenlin, who stood on the platform, wielding a 3-foot Qingfeng sword. Although he maintained a calm facade, internally, he felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind, cold sweat dripping down his brow. In that moment, he resembled a rat scurrying across the street. Subjected to the scorn of the multitude, he did not desire this predicament. The number of sword cultivators in the Canghai Spirit Academy was inherently limited, and the exceptional ones were even scarcer. The Wenxin sword sect, a major sect for swordplay in the southern region, was unparalleled in expertise. Who could compete with them in swordsmanship? If it were a contest of brute strength, perhaps the odds might be more favorable. But to match swords with seasoned practitioners? 3 years prior, the senior brother of the sword cultivators at Canghai Spirit Academy, Ji Chengyan, had sequestered himself in seclusion, striving to break through to the second level of the Fate Palace, and had yet to emerge. The 4th and 5th senior brothers had ventured out for training and had not returned. The 6th and 7th senior sisters were visiting family, while the 2nd senior brother was incapacitated, blind from a mission and recuperating. Thus, apart from a handful of unremarkable disciples, he remained the sole representative, compelled by circumstance to engage in this test of swordsmanship. Confronted by numerous eyes that seemed to wish him dead, Wenlin took a deep breath and proclaimed, "I am Wenlin, the 9th disciple of the sword cultivation lineage of Canghai Spirit Academy, here to seek guidance on the sword. I humbly request the esteemed members of the sword sect to impart their teachings." Though he felt a sense of helplessness, he understood that he represented the Canghai Spirit Academy and could not bring shame upon it. Humph. The members of the Wenxin sword sect responded with cold disdain, uttering in unison, "I shall come forth." Their voices resonated with an overwhelming momentum. Ah, Master Gu, the disciples of the sword sect remain as spirited as ever. Elder Xiong Kai chuckled, addressing the sitting Master Gu Wenxin atop the platform. Elder Xiong was the Grand Elder of the Canghai Spirit Academy in the northern region, having once thwarted the Empress from entering the nameless mountain in search of Shen Qingqing, only to have his arm mercilessly severed by her. Fortunately, his arm had since regrown, likely due to the application of some invaluable spiritual herbs. The two were engaging in a delightful exchange of pleasantries, causing the disciples below to simmer with anticipation. Witnessing Wenlin's audacity, many disciples of the sword sect were eager to teach him a lesson. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an incongruous voice interrupted, declaring, "Wenlin, the 9th disciple of the sword cultivation lineage of Canghai Spirit Academy. He possesses a natural sword body, known as the Immaculate." Upon hearing this, the entire assembly fell into an abrupt silence. The Immaculate sword body, legendary, and said to guarantee ascension to the rank of emperor if one merely survives for a century, even without dedicated training. It was astonishing that such a prodigious talent existed in the northern region. No wonder he dared to confront us single-handedly. One could not help but wonder how his sword body compared to that of the senior brother. After all, the illustrious figure atop Divine Sword Mountain was said to possess the immaculate sword body as well. The immaculate sword body truly instills fear. To become an emperor within a century, what if he were to diligently cultivate? Would his time to ascend not be even shorter? The thought left the assembly envious, as the notion of becoming an emperor felt distant from many present. Yet here stood a youth on the platform, who might achieve such a status within a century, or perhaps even sooner. How could they not feel envy? In an instant, some among them even entertained the dark thought of eliminating this youth to seize his sword body for themselves. Upon regaining their composure, they were struck with trepidation at their own thoughts and hastily recited calming mantras to stabilize themselves. Is no one coming forth? After a prolonged silence, the young man on the platform, feeling a touch of awkwardness at the lack of challengers, thought to himself, do they look down upon me? I am formidable, you know. If our realms were the same, even the senior brother would not stand a chance against me. Feeling belittled, Wenlin slightly parted his lips, preparing to speak once more. At that moment, a strikingly graceful youth clad in a flowing white robe ascended the stage. Look, it's Brother Wuming. Brother Wuming has taken the stage. A sharp-eyed disciple among the sword sect exclaimed upon recognizing the figure. This young man was Wuming, the eldest disciple of the Qingqing Peak, one of the 3 peaks of the Wenqin sword sect. Though he possessed a sword physique, it paled in comparison to the purity of the Wugo sword physique. With a long sword in hand, he addressed Wenlin, I am Wuming from Qingqing Peak. Please, instruct me. Encouraged by his arrival, Wenlin's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly clasped his fists in response. Finally, someone had come forward. In a flash, the two had crossed swords, engaging in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. Initially, Wuming maintained a slight advantage, but gradually, Wenlin grew bolder, seemingly deciphering Wuming's patterns of attack. Suddenly, a swift sword aura sliced through the air, disarming Wuming, while Wenlin's blade hovered at his throat, effectively sealing his fate. After witnessing Wuming's defeat, Wenlin sheathed his sword, his face blooming with delight as he clasped his fists again, saying, Brother Wuming, I am grateful for your guidance. In response, Wuming merely nodded twice and, without uttering a word, retrieved his sword and descended the stage. He lost. Brother Wuming actually lost. That was too swift. Not even a single incense stick's worth of time. Soon after, some skeptics, unconvinced, rushed to challenge Wenlin, believing that Wuming had gone easy on him. However, none could withstand even 3 exchanges, all succumbing to defeat. As Wenlin prepared to inquire if anyone else wished to try their luck after triumphing over the 13th challenger, a figure descended from the heavens onto the arena. Phew, just in time. A refined, elegant young man appeared, wielding a gentleman's sword. The senior brother. The senior brother has emerged from his seclusion. Ha ha. This young man is in for a rough time. I wonder if the senior brother has fully grasped the essence of sword intent. I bet he won't last even half the time of an incense stick against the senior brother. Come on now. You said the same when the 3rd senior sister was on stage. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wenlin was momentarily taken aback. He recognized him. 5 years ago, during a sword inquiry, he had witnessed this figure, then just 8 years old, display a remarkably simple yet effective maneuver, devoid of any embellishments, executing a single strike that led to the defeat of his own senior brother. 5 years ago, it was the senior brother standing here, facing that singular sword strike. Today, it was his turn to experience the splendor of that very sword. Ever since his senior brother's defeat, he had been incessantly reminded, that sword strike. Even if I practiced for 8 years, honing my swordsmanship and refining my skills, I could never replicate it. He had asked why. He replied, because I'm handsome. Instantly, the 8-year-old Wenling was left bewildered. Just as he was lost in thought, Gu Chengfeng, standing before him, remarked, I have long heard the old man say that this year's sword questioning is unlike any before. Initially, I assumed many formidable experts would attend. Instead, it appears we have encountered an immaculate sword body. A once-in-a-century opportunity to witness the immaculate sword body. I must see it for myself. I have only heard tales of its strength, and the only one alive with such a body resides atop Divine Sword Mountain. With this, he smiled gently at Wenling. I must avenge my senior brother. Wenling declared with unwavering determination. He needed to prove that the sword was not merely handsome. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something, and then laughed heartily. Very well. If you can withstand this sword strike, I shall concede. Please. Wen Ling replied with a simple bow. Gu Qingfeng, not wishing to waste words, knew that he had never been in the same era as the emperor embodied in the immaculate sword body, which had always been a source of regret for him. Wen Ling was over 20 years his junior, having arrived 2 decades later. He did not underestimate him. At Wen Ling's age, if he could grasp the pinnacle of swordsmanship, then it would be evident that he was not his equal. With that, he took a stance, preparing to strike. The gentleman's sword in his hand lifted. The surrounding waters surged toward Gu Qingfeng on the platform as if recognizing their master. The 6th form of the falling flowers and flowing water sword technique. Weak Water 3000 was one of the pinnacle sword techniques of the heart-listening sword sect. Only by cultivating it to its utmost could one comprehend the essence of the weak water sword. Around Gu Qingfeng, countless streams of water gradually formed the shape of a longsword. This was the most formidable technique he had grasped at Wen Ling's age. If Wen Ling could withstand it, he would concede. Otherwise, he would emerge victorious. How formidable! Observing the seemingly weak flowing water sword, an aura of sharpness emanated from it. While it appeared simple, it concealed profound intricacies. Feeling the pressure of this strike, Wen Ling remained composed, moving deliberately as he wielded his longsword. In an instant, as he executed his movements, afterimages appeared. 10 residuals sword technique? Surely, I must be dreaming. How could he possibly wield the 10 residuals sword technique? As Wen Ling unleashed the unique secret art of the heart-listening sword sect, the 10 residuals sword technique, the audience below could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even Gu Qingfeng on the platform was filled with disbelief. Chapter 18. Xiao Yuan. As Wen Ling performed the 10 residuals sword technique atop the platform, the disciples of the heart-listening sword sect could no longer remain seated. The 10 residuals sword technique was one of the top 3 sword techniques of the sect, having existed for 100,000 years since its founding. Only a mere 100 individuals have successfully cultivated their skills. Without exception, these 100 have ascended to become the dominant forces of their respective eras, instilling awe and reverence across the land. Presently, within the entire Wuxin sword sect, merely 2 individuals have comprehended this profound art. The first is the esteemed advisor to the sect leader, Gu Wentian. The second is none other than Gu Qingfeng, who is currently engaged in combat with Wen Lin on stage. I am no match for him, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. However, self-mockery aside, the battle must continue. In the blink of an eye, Wen Lin's figure appeared before Gu Qingfeng. As Wen Lin swung his sword towards him, Gu Qingfeng raised his Junzi sword to parry. With a swift sound, 2 afterimages suddenly materialized beside him and behind him. Perceiving this, Gu Qingfeng lifted his foot and sent the approaching Wen Lin flying. His long sword danced continuously, releasing a torrent of sword chi that flowed gracefully from the Junzi sword in his hand. He wielded his sword as if painting, exuding an unparalleled elegance. The flowing tip of the sword twisted in harmony with his movements, while the 2 sword shadows fell into rhythm with his strikes. In no time, the 2 afterimages were engulfed by the relentless sword chi. Meanwhile, the ejected Wen Lin had risen once more. Lacking sufficient battle experience, he realized that the 10 remnant sword technique was ineffective against Gu Qingfeng. Nevertheless, he raised his sword and charged at him again. Despite his inexperience, his talent for imitation was remarkable. His seemingly chaotic sword swings were, in fact, each step a reflection of Gu Qingfeng's style, albeit lacking finesse. This is becoming quite interesting, Gu Qingfeng mused, sensing the young man's endeavor. Such talent at such a tender age, with an extraordinary aptitude for both swordsmanship and imitation. He recalled employing the 10 remnant sword technique 5 years prior when he had dueled with the elder brother from the Shanghai Spirit Academy, ultimately defeating him with that very sword. To think that after merely witnessing it once, Wen Lin had managed to grasp it in 5 years, even cultivating 2 afterimages. A genius. A true prodigy. Alas, he is too young, too inexperienced, too naive. Only I know myself best. By imitating me, is he not courting his own demise? With that thought, Gu Qingfeng seized the opportunity and thrust his sword forward. The gathered sword chi surged forth like a stampede of wild horses, racing towards Wen Lin. A profound silence enveloped the arena, akin to the stillness of death. A single strike to seal his fate. I concede, young brother Wen Lin, Gu Qingfeng said, sheathing his sword and offering a charming smile. Wen Lin, feeling the bitter disappointment of being struck down by Gu Qingfeng's decisive blow, displayed his disheartened expression. He had promised to avenge his elder brother by defeating Gu Qingfeng, yet here he was, having lost. Next time we duel, I shall surely reclaim victory. I must. When Lin cast a defiant glance at Gu Qingfeng, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. Very well, come next year. Do not merely content yourself with imitation, he declared, gently ruffling the other's hair. He continued, while there is no fault in emulating, if one solely engages in blind imitation of the great emperor without forging their own path, then that is indeed a grave error. He held a particular fondness for this child possessing the pristine sword body. Upon hearing these words, Wen Lin's cheeks flushed crimson, and he nodded in understanding. What? You wonder why my face reddens? It is because my senior brother enjoys patting my head in such a manner. I see a reflection of him within you, hence my involuntary reaction. Until we meet again. With that, Gu Qingfeng offered a gentle smile. Casting his gentleman's sword into the sky, with a deft hand gesture, he mounted the sword and soared away with grace. Once Gu Qingfeng departed, the crowd gradually came to their senses. Their senior brother had triumphed. Look, our senior brother has won. Indeed, he is magnificent, they exclaimed. Ah, senior brother, I adore you. It is our senior brother who is truly formidable. From this day forth, he shall be my idol. What? From today onward? At this proclamation, the disciple suddenly became the center of attention. Startled, he hastily waved his hands, saying, previously, it was my second senior brother. Only then did the crowd divert their gaze. The disciple patted his chest and mumbled under his breath, audible only to himself, how frightening. Thus concluded the quinquennial sword challenge, with the heart-seeking sword sect emerging victorious once more. Yet, they could not help but ponder how the next encounter would unfold, especially given Wen Lin's remarkable display. The one who triumphed over him was none other than senior brother Gu Qingfeng, while the others fell short. Although they had secured victory, it was not without controversy. Hence, the disciples of the sword sect refrained from excessive pride. Of course, some did indulge, but they were promptly reprimanded. At this moment, atop the first peak of the heart-seeking sword sect, on Heart-Seeking Peak, the maid Xiaoyan was wielding a long sword alongside Shen Qingqing. Princess, today's sword challenge was said to be quite thrilling. Why did you not attend? Attend? What is there to see? Is my father's sword not more formidable? At this moment, Shen Qingqing stood gracefully, a striking resemblance to our empress. Ever since the great battle a decade ago, she had refrained from lingering too long near her father, fearing discovery, and thus had taken to wandering about. Do not indulge in idleness. Practice your swordsmanship promptly. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. Upon realizing her intentions had been unveiled, Xiao Yuan's round face drooped heavily, resembling a deflated balloon. She truly loathed sword practice. It was tedious and devoid of her innate talent. Spare me. It is far more exhausting than serving others. Yet how could Shen Qingqing remain oblivious to her thoughts? This maid of hers had crossed her path 5 years prior, during an outing organized by Mo Ran. At that time, the girl was merely 6 years old. Now, 5 years later, she had grown to nearly the same height as Shen Qingqing. Back then, she was surrounded by 3 formidable demon wolves, armed only with a small dagger. Though she wept inconsolably, her grip on the dagger remained steadfast, unwilling to succumb to fear. Shen Qingqing, passing by, initially believed the girl would be mercilessly devoured by the wolves. However, when cornered, an extraordinary surge of power, not her own, erupted from within her. In an instant, she vanquished the 3 demon wolves. After dispatching them, she collapsed from exhaustion. Mo Ran, having sensed her exceptional nature, took her in and designated her as his maid. When she inquired about his motives, Mo Ran did not withhold the truth. He explained that the girl was a natural sword attendant. The dagger she wielded possessed a sliver of sentience, which was magnified to its fullest potential due to her unique constitution, enabling it to meet the criteria of a sword spirit in that fleeting moment. Thus, the dagger was able to assist her. Moreover, this dagger was no ordinary object. It had been forcibly sealed, and she appeared to have been intentionally left behind. Enlightened by Mo Ran's elucidation, she decided to keep the girl. Upon awakening, the girl seemed to have suffered some trauma, resulting in the loss of her previous memories. Consequently, Mo Ran bestowed upon her the name Xiao Yuan, wishing her peace in the days to come. Chapter 19. The Hunting Secret Realm. As for the events leading to her amnesia, Mo Ran chose not to disclose them to Xiao Yan, allowing her to continue her life under a new identity. After all, for her, the absence of memory might prove more beneficial than clinging to the past. Princess, may we take a break? We've been wielding swords for 3 hours. Aren't you tired? Xiao Yan implored, pouting her lips at Shen Qingqing. Throughout the years, Shen Qingqing had never regarded her as a mere servant. She treated her more like a sister. Despite her past as the Holy Maiden of the Falling Moon clan, she had little taste for pomp and circumstance. Therefore, she preferred to conduct herself in a manner that brought her comfort. As a result, Xiao Yan felt no need to adhere to the formalities typically expected of a maid. Upon hearing her plea, Shen Qingqing let out a sigh and nodded in acquiescence. Hooray! With Shen Qingqing's nod, Xiao Yan felt as though she had been set free. Her wooden sword soaring high into the air as she rushed to the stone table to seize the fresh fruits picked that morning, joyfully indulging in them. If one were to ask her what she cherished most, only fruits remained as an option. Shen Qingqing felt quite helpless about it. In her previous life, it was evident that she had not satiated her hunger with fruits, ultimately leading to her demise. Subsequently, she chose to disregard the matter. The reason she found herself here was due to whispers of a hidden realm, reminiscent of the Imperial Path. However, while the Imperial Path connects all realms below and above, the one associated with the Wuxin Sword Sect merely links 5 lower realms. It is said that the founder of the Wuxin Sword Sect collaborated with other sects to create this through a divine artifact. This portal opens every decade, and today marks the 10th year. Coincidentally, it follows the conclusion of the Sword Inquiry. It is likely that the portal will soon be activated. Her decision to join the Wuxin Sword Sect was primarily driven by her desire to witness this marvel. After all, she had never encountered a divine artifact capable of connecting 5 worlds. Furthermore, it is rumored to contain various spiritual herbs and treasures. Having been granted a second chance at life, she was determined to avoid a monotonous existence. Her cultivation had lingered at the pinnacle of the Fate Palace realm for quite some time, and she sensed that a breakthrough to the second realm was imminent. In her previous life, she had not advanced so swiftly, as effortlessly as drinking water. This filled her with apprehension, fearing that her strength might be illusory. Thus, she sought to explore this so-called divine artifact, while simultaneously using this hidden realm to gauge her current prowess. Having been born in the upper realm in her previous life and now in the lower realm, she was experiencing, for the first time, 2 distinct systems of cultivation. Could she be considered a pioneer? With this thought, Shen Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she turned to the joyfully munching Xiao Yan, saying, Xiao Yan, will you accompany me to the Hunting Secret Realm later? Sure. What is the Hunting Secret Realm? Is it something delicious? The little Xiao Yan, with her cheeks full, responded without a moment's thought. She was always eager to assist Shen Qingqing, even if it meant practicing the sword, which she did not particularly enjoy. She would still comply. Reasoning, practicing the sword alone is rather dull. Thus, she accompanied her. Although it was tiring, it did not feel tedious. Seeing her consent, Shen Qingqing grinned playfully. Her intentions were purposeful. Mo Ran had once mentioned that she did not belong to this world, having been abandoned here. As for her origins, she wished Mo Ran knew, but refrained from disclosing it. However, Mo Ran had pointed her in the direction of the Wuxin Sword Sect. After much contemplation, it seemed that only the Hunting Secret Realm of the Wuxin Sword Sect could connect to other worlds. Hence, she was eager to uncover the truth. Just then, a beam of white light surged abruptly from the heart of the Wuxin Sword Sect, emanating from the highest mountain of the Sword Sect. A series of distant, ancient bell tolls resounded, heralding the commencement of the Hunting Secret Realm, signaling the disciples of each peak to gather. Upon hearing the chimes, Shen Qingqing glanced at Xiao Yan and exclaimed, Xiao Yan, let us proceed. The princess has arrived. Upon receiving the summons, the somewhat dazed Xiao Yan hurriedly followed. However, midway through their journey, Xiao Yan suddenly recalled something and halted, turning back. What are you doing? Shen Qingqing inquired. I need to get my sword. Xiao Yan dashed back into the dwelling, retrieving the long sword that hung upon the wall, clutching it to her chest as she scampered back outside. The sword she held was none other than the Imperial sword, Hoyu. This blade had been casually bestowed upon her by Mo Ran when she first joined the Wuxin Sword Sect, though it had long been sealed. Presently, Yu possessed only the rank of a spiritual sword. Having been a member of the Wuxin sword sect for quite some time, Xiaoyuan had been assigned to a particularly tranquil area, particularly due to her association with Mo Ran. The only individuals she had encountered were the current sect leader, Gu Wenxin, and his son, Gu Chengfeng. "Why are you bringing Yu?" Shen Qingqing asked, perplexed as Xiaoyuan emerged with the sword in her arms. Although the sword had been sealed by Mo Ran, it had accumulated a significant amount of energy during Xiaoyuan's extended care. This energy was intended for her protection. Yet, she pondered the necessity of taking Yu into the secret realm for training. "I must keep her with me as instructed by Lord Emperor," Xiaoyan declared proudly. Her chest puffed out. She had always heeded Mo Ran's words, for he had once proclaimed that she was the finest sword attendant and must diligently care for the Yu sword. What does it mean to be a sword attendant? A servant of the sword. The higher the sword's rank, the greater the expectations for its attendant. Even the sword's master, the slaughtering immortal emperor, had yet to find the most suitable attendant for Yu. A skilled sword attendant could nurture the sword far better than its master, who merely wielded it for battle. The sword attendant's role was distinct. They existed solely to nurture the sword. Due to her unique constitution, while an ordinary person might require years to nurture a sword attendant needed only a mere breath. The longer the nurturing, the greater the sword's power. There existed limitations for the ordinary, but for a sword attendant, there were none. Thus, Mo Ran had declared her the finest sword attendant, and the most fitting for Yu. "Very well, then hold her carefully. Yu is quite precious. If you drop it, I could never compensate for the loss." Shen Qingqing raised her eyebrows, attempting to frighten her. "I would never drop it," Xiaoyan retorted, ignoring her, turning her head away. And so, the two of them leisurely descended the mountain. At the heart of the heart-seeking sword sect, a mirror gate stood majestically in the center of the platform. The sect leader, Gu Wenxin, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Casting a glance at the assembled disciples of the sect, he spoke, announcing, "The hunting secret realm is now open. All disciples at the Life Palace realm and above may enter. This trial differs from previous ones in several respects. A new stipulation has been added. Disciples from various sects may vie for resources based on their strength. Therefore, securing the treasures you acquire within the secret realm will not be an easy feat." Upon hearing this, all the disciples were momentarily taken aback. When Gu Wenxin mentioned that only those at the Life Palace mirror and above could participate, they were inclined to inquire further. However, as he had not yet finished speaking, they refrained from interrupting. Gu Wenxin continued to elaborate, justifying the increased difficulty and elevated requirements as reasonable. "Indeed, sect leader," they responded in unison. Simultaneously, the leaders of various sects possessing the mirror also conveyed instructions to their disciples. Traditionally, disciples entered the hunting grounds in groups of 5, with any treasures obtained belonging to each individual. However, the rules had now been altered. Should one lack the requisite strength and have their treasures seized by others within the secret realm, they would be left with no choice but to swallow their pride in silence. Consequently, many combative disciples eagerly licked their lips in anticipation. Within the hunting secret realm, the environment was transformed by Imperial artifacts, resulting in a density of spiritual energy that surpassed the outside world by more than double. Even if one emerged empty-handed, substantial gains could still be realized. However, should one acquire treasures, the rewards would be even greater. The spiritual power contained within the secret realm was sufficient to forge an entire microcosm. Thus, while the realm nurtured numerous spiritual herbs and treasures, it also harbored formidable demonic beasts. The strongest known beast within the realm was a demon emperor, residing in the depths of the secret realm. It was said to possess an insatiable thirst for blood, leaving no survivors among those who encountered it. However, it is important to note that actual death was not the outcome, for the secret realm existed as a marvelous world accessible only through the soul. Consequently, a demise within its confines did not equate to true death. Rather, the soul would sustain severe injuries. The opening of the secret realm would last for 10 days. Disciples who survived the duration would exit unscathed. However, those who fell due to severe injuries or were obliterated would suffer significant soul damage, with recovery taking anywhere from 6 months to several years, given that the soul is the most vulnerable aspect of a being. This realm, being a unique world formed by extraordinary imperial artifacts, was exclusively tailored for the soul. After a brief pause, The leaders of various sects shared a tacit understanding and simultaneously gazed skyward. In an instant, a unique incantation was invoked. A faint glimmer coalesced at the fingertips. Go. With that, the advisor gestured with 2 fingers towards the nearby teleportation realm. The gathered radiance abruptly surged forth, entering the realm. A luminous beam swiftly expanded from the mirror, enveloping all the disciples present within a mere 2 breaths. Observing this, the disciples promptly seated themselves in meditation, eyes shut tight. The secret realm has been unfurled. Exercise caution in your dealings. Furthermore, remember that inter-sect conflict is strictly prohibited, the advisor, leaning back with one hand resting on the back of his chair and the other stroking his beard, cautioned the disciples of the Sword Sect. This admonition was a customary refrain each time the secret realm was activated. The prohibition against mutual slaughter among the disciples of the Sword Sect was a long-standing regulation, established since the sect's inception. Each successive sect leader would reiterate this during significant events as a reminder. As the disciples settled into their meditation, beams of ethereal light ascended from the heads of those who had attained the Life Palace mirror stage. 1, 2, 3. Within the illuminated domain, numerous luminous pillars shot skyward, coalescing into spectral forms that mirrored their earthly counterparts. The ephemeral figures bowed slightly towards the advisor, proclaiming, "Disciples, heed the words of the sect leader." With a smile, the advisor waved his hand, and the souls of the disciples surged towards the teleportation realm. This phenomenon was mirrored across the other 5 lower realms sects. Just as the disciples of the Sword Sect entered the portal, 2 striking figures gradually materialized before the assembly. "Oh dear, have we arrived late?" one remarked. "You can't blame me. Had you not insisted on returning for the raincoat, we wouldn't be delayed," retorted the other. It was the Emperor's command. The 2 little ones bickered as they approached, soon standing before the crowd. "What is happening? Who are these 2 unparalleled beauties?" murmured the disciples in astonishment. "They're even more stunning than the 3rd senior sister." With 30,000 disciples in the Sword Sect, each had encountered one another. Yet no one recalled these 2 enchanting maidens. When Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyan made their entrance, those disciples unable to enter the secret realm exchanged curious glances. Shen Qingqing had been with the sect for many years, yet had always been sequestered in a serene locale, unseen by others. After all, her purpose for joining the sect was tied to the secret realm, rather than an earnest desire to learn the ways of the Sword Sect, as her father deemed it all worthless. Prior to her arrival at the heart-seeking Sword Sect, she had perused ancient texts and discovered the sect's profound history, prompting her to visit out of curiosity and a connection to the secret realm related to Xiao Yan's origins. Thus, she came. Before arriving, she casually mentioned it to Mo Ran, who retorted, "All of it is worthless. If you wish to learn swordplay, I have many sword techniques here. Do you desire them?" She then inquired, "Can you teach me?" At which point, Mo Ran fell silent. She had long recognized that Mo Ran was not one to teach others in their cultivation. After spending so many years together, her training had been solely her own exploration or guided by Shen Qingqing. Although she did not require such instruction, she could not afford to appear as if she understood everything. Thus, her arrival was rather abrupt, and she did not come when the Wenxin Sword Sect was recruiting disciples, resulting in the fact that the ordinary disciples of the sect had never seen her. Moreover, she rarely descended the mountain, as she was the princess of the Qingyu Empire, the eldest daughter of Mo Ran. What could she possibly lack? "Disciple, I have met the sect leader. I apologize for arriving late. I was delayed on my way." Shen Qingqing, accompanied by Xiao Yuan, slowly approached Gu Wenxin amidst the curious gazes of the other disciples. She performed a basic sect greeting and said, No, Qingqing niece, please take a seat." He found it rather awkward to respond to Shen Qingqing's courtesy. Ultimately, she had not performed any formal apprenticeship rites. When Mo Ran originally brought her, they had directly traversed dozens of magical formations to reach his secluded retreat. Those 10 formations would be daunting even for a 9th-level emperor. Yet Mo Ran ignored them, crossing hundreds of thousands of miles straight to his retreat. This took him aback. Since entering the Emperor realm, few things had startled him. Almost none at all. However, Mo Ran's sudden appearance truly sent chills down his spine. If she harbored any murderous intent towards him, she could have quietly slain him without anyone noticing. Reflecting on it now, that chilling sensation remained as vivid as it was on that day. Thus, He found it difficult to bear Shen Qingqing's courtesy. With such a powerful father, she had no need for his teachings. Then he heard Mo Ran explain that they had come for the sake of the secret realm. Suddenly, he understood. It turned out the daughter of a formidable figure wished to visit the sword sect. With this thought, he quickly indicated a position for Shen Qingqing, signaling her to take a seat. Naturally, she could not object to Gu Wenxin's demeanor. After all, in this world, the strong were revered while the weak were prey. Sect leader, is this secret realm entertaining? Can one bring food inside? Xiao Yuan, peeking out from behind Shen Qingqing, inquired curiously at that moment. Chapter 21. Initial entry. Caught off guard by such a sudden question, Gu Wenxin found himself momentarily bewildered. Whose foolish child is this? How is one to respond to such a query? Ever since she and Shen Qingqing had appeared, the eyes of the other disciples had not shifted from them. Xiao Yuan had never witnessed such a spectacle, even during the era of the Qingyu Empire, where all gazes converged solely upon Shen Qingqing. This was a situation she had never encountered before, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to discreetly retreat behind Shen Qingqing. What nonsense! What a ridiculous situation! In response to the astonished expression of the advisor, Shen Qingqing delivered a light punch to her head. The sudden pain made her exclaim softly, causing her to withdraw her head once more. If I can't, then I can't. Why hit me? You're just as fierce as Her Majesty the Empress. Lacking the gentleness of the Emperor, the fierce princess tightened her grip around the hand of the advisor. Observing this, the advisor felt at a loss for words. Shen Qingqing chose not to elaborate further, tugging at her sleeve as she settled down in the designated position indicated by the advisor. Xiaoyan, do you remember the incantation I taught you? Focus your energy and let your soul transcend. Do you recall? I do. Shen Qingqing inquired, noticing her dazed expression. After all, she had forgotten quite a bit previously. She wondered if her head had been muddled after being rescued by Mo Ran, or if she had simply never been particularly clever. Unable to discern the truth, she could only shake her head helplessly before channeling her spirit, guiding Xiao Yuan through the teleportation realm. This entrance was not restricted solely to those at the Fate Palace realm. Rather, it was a limitation imposed by various sections. Thus, Shen Qingqing was able to bring Xiao Yuan along. As the disciples observed Shen Qingqing escorting the newly initiated Xiao Yuan into the realm, an uproar ensued. Master, this is unjust. Indeed, Master, it's unfair. Why is someone at the Gathering Qi realm allowed entry? Ah, young ones, does this world truly possess fairness? Did you not notice the Master's demeanor towards her? Moreover, the title of princess she bears, what significance does that hold? Upon hearing the clamorous objections from the disciples, the advisor shook her head in resignation and spoke. If you all wish to enter, I shall not hinder you. However, this year marks the first alteration in regulations. There are many combative disciples among the sects, and numerous who have committed acts of murder. Lacking sufficient strength to enter would only invite suffering upon yourselves. It would be wiser to cultivate diligently, enhance your abilities, and return to fight another day. This is also for your own benefit, if your souls sustain grave injuries. It may take years to recover without the precious elixirs for soul healing. After her words, the heads of the disciples bowed in acknowledgement. The advisor's reasoning was sound. The soul is the most fragile aspect of one's being. They had witnessed those who suffered grievous injuries to their souls linger in recovery for extended periods. Thus, recognizing the advisor's wisdom, they ceased their complaints, attributing their shortcomings to their own lack of strength, and gradually dispersed to resume their training. Observing their departure, the advisor nodded with satisfaction, pleased with their obedience. He then cast a glance at Shen Qingqing and her companion, shaking his head in resignation. He hoped they wouldn't encounter any unforeseen mishaps, for if that individual arrived, the sword sect would be utterly defenseless. Though he had never witnessed a single strike that could fell an emperor, he had seen Mo Ran traverse through 10 layers of formations capable of suppressing an emperor of the 9th realm in an instant. Such a feat was no less terrifying than a single strike that could slay an emperor. Meanwhile, the group that had passed through the teleportation portal found themselves in a small world brimming with dense spiritual energy. Shortly after their entrance, they could sense fierce battles erupting from all directions, indicating that they had already encountered disciples from various sects and were engaged in combat. My lady, what a beautiful place this is, exclaimed the newly arrived Xiao Yuan, utterly astonished by the grandeur surrounding her. The flowers here bloomed more vibrantly than those outside. and the trees towered even taller. In essence, this realm was not only more resplendent than the outside world, but also rich in spiritual energy. Upon entering, Shen Qingqing felt the barriers within her begin to loosen. How fortunate! Shen Qingqing merely felt a sense of relief. In terms of beauty and the richness of spiritual energy, nothing in her memory could compare to the quaint wooden cabin on the nameless mountain. Humph! Noticing Shen Qingqing's lack of reaction, Xiaoyan made a dismissive sound and chose to admire the scenery on her own. At that moment, Shen Qingqing suddenly sensed an anomaly and quickly expanded her consciousness. Due to her reincarnation, she not only retained the memories of her past life, but also possessed a consciousness far stronger than that of an ordinary person in this life. Thus, her sensitivity to unusual occurrences was heightened. She detected two presences of equal realm approaching her direction, merely 3 miles away, and moving swiftly. Xiaoyan, someone is coming. Where? Where? Xiaoyan, clutching her sword, turned her head in confusion, looking around like a naive child. Fool! Shen Qingqing, uninterested in idle chatter, was averse to trouble. She was merely here to observe, not to engage in conflict over treasures. Swiftly, she approached Xiaoyan, grasped her hand, and led her to find a place to hide. She had no affinity for trouble, whether it was inherited from Mo Ran or a result of her weariness from countless battles in her previous life. However, she suspected that it was likely due to the influence of having stayed by Mo Ran's side for so long. After all, he was her father. Once she found a suitable hiding spot, two figures materialized before them. Only the silhouettes of the two individuals remained at the spot where Xiaoyan had just stood. One of them spoke. It's vanished. Is the star compass malfunctioning? He gazed at his companion with a look akin to that of a fool. Where did you come from? Questioning the star compass? Have you lost your mind? It does not err, do you understand? The star compass is infallible. It belongs to your family. What do you mean your family and my family? Are you not also a member of the Fong clan? Spare me the nonsense. We must focus on the matter at hand. With a dismissive huff, the companion began to search the area, seemingly in pursuit of something. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing, hidden nearby, felt a flicker of surprise. She had not sensed any treasures or peculiar objects when she was there moments ago. What were they searching for? There was nothing here. Fong Tong, is it possible that your star compass has genuinely malfunctioned? After a thorough search, the two failed to find what they sought. Could it truly be an error? The previously unwavering Fong Tong began to doubt, shaking his head in resignation. Perhaps it has indeed been interfered with. Let us depart. The spiritual herb from a decade ago should be ripe by now. I hope no one has gotten to it before us. What else are you hiding from me? You blabbermouth. If I told you, it would be futile. As they spoke, their figures faded from Shen Qingqing's view. She breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the jade pendant hanging from her waist, given to her by Mo Ran, which was said to conceal her presence within a 2-meter radius from any great emperor. Fortunately, she had not been discovered. Otherwise, trouble would have surely followed. Though uncertain whether it would indeed be trouble, it was better to err on the side of caution. Through their conversation, Shen Qingqing seemed to have gleaned something significant. She looked at Xiaoyan and nodded thoughtfully. They've left. Xiaoyan, let us follow them. Shen Qingqing's sudden action nearly overwhelmed Xiaoyan's faculties. Why are we following them? Are we seeking trouble? Shouldn't we be avoiding them? Though perplexed, she obediently trailed behind. After all, with Shen Qingqing and Hou Yu present, she had little to fear. The Lord of the Emperor had once said that holding on to Hou Yu tightly could be a lifesaver in crucial moments. Chapter 22. Consciousness unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyan firmly believed in Mo Ran's words. Thus, no matter where she went or how far, she would always carry Hou Yu with her. It had been this way for years. As the sword spirit, Hou Yu was quite pleased to be in her company, perhaps due to her role as a sword attendant or perhaps simply because she was rather simple-minded, devoid of any complex thoughts. Thus, it is not entirely implausible that Hou Yu finds her innocence endearing. After an extensive period of nurturing the sword, she and Hou Yu have grown increasingly intimate. Except for Mo Ran, anyone who attempted to draw near to Hou Yu was invariably repelled by the sword aura emanating from him. She is a unique exception, the sole individual who can approach Hou Yu without incurring his disdain. Contemplating this, Shen Qingqing cast a somewhat exasperated glance at the little one she was tugging along. Mo Ran had previously mentioned that Hou Yu would eventually be given to her, but the time had yet to come. After their encounter, Mo Ran directly bestowed Hou Yu upon her. The sword Mo Ran wielded against Dongfang Jian a decade ago remains vividly etched in her memory. In her previous life as the Celestial King, her insight was undoubtedly extraordinary. That strike by Mo Ran was merely a fragment of Hou Yu's sword aura. The so-called strike by Dongfang Jian had not even grazed the tip of Hou Yu's sword. Such a detail could not escape her keen perception. Thus, she had long harbored covetous thoughts toward Hou Yu. Yet, Mo Ran asserted that Hou Yu could not be entrusted to her. He must be placed in Xiaoyan's care, as she was a born sword attendant, naturally suited to wield a sword. Consequently, for these past years, Xiaoyan has kept Hou Yu in close proximity, almost as if he were an extension of herself. Following closely behind the aforementioned duo, they maintained a safe distance, just enough to remain undetected. However, Shen Qingqing soon sensed something amiss, for the two presences ahead appeared to have come to a halt. This left her feeling perplexed. Yet, within her spiritual perception, she detected no other auras besides those two. Could it be that they had arrived at the location they mentioned? To ensure utmost safety. She resolved to observe for a while. Thus, she paused. Your Highness, why have we stopped? We cannot proceed. Why not? Because they have halted. Did you not say you wish to follow them? Is it not your intention to find them? Find them for what? Shen Qingqing could not help but lightly tap Xiaoyan on the head twice. Were it not for the peculiar behavior of those two earlier, leading her to suspect a connection to Xiaoyan's origins, she would have little interest in following them. Feeling unjustly scolded, Xiaoyan pouted, You're a fierce princess. Just like the Empress. Identical in temperament. Though feeling aggrieved, she understood that Shen Qingqing did not genuinely wish to harm her. She merely thought her foolish. In truth, she was far from foolish. When the moment called for it, she could be quite clever, just as she was lost in her thoughts. A sharp beam of sword light suddenly materialized from her side. The chill of the sword light was piercing, inducing an uncontrollable shiver. The sensation of imminent death enveloped her. It hurts, doesn't it? Are you going to die? She closed her eyes in fright, clutching Hou Yu's hand as if it were bound by chains, tightening with each passing moment. After a while, she realized she was unharmed, devoid of any pain. With newfound courage, she cautiously opened her eyes and beheld Shen Qingqing standing defiantly before her, intercepting the sword energy aimed at Xiaoyan with a commanding presence. How magnificent the princess looked, Xiaoyan thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration. With a cold huff, Shen Qingqing flicked her fingers, redirecting the sword energy towards a nearby tree. A sharp crack echoed as the mighty trunk was cleaved in two. Vile rodents, Shen Qingqing remarked with a serene smile, casting a scornful glance at the elegant young man with flowing hair who approached wielding a sword. The young man paused, seemingly taken aback, as if Shen Qingqing's effortless defense against his attack had caught him off guard. Which sect do you belong to? He inquired, regaining his composure and dismissing her presence. The 5 sects capable of traversing through the teleportation mirror into the realm of divine souls were Tianyuan Sword Sect, Ziwei Sword Sect, Haoran Sword Sect, Wenxin Sword Sect, and Shishue Sword Sect. Yet, he had never encountered Shen Qingqing before. Few disciples could withstand his sword strike so easily, and her name was not among his recollections, igniting his curiosity. To recklessly attack my maid without remorse, and yet you dare to inquire further? Shen Qingqing glared, finding his audacity utterly laughable. Anyone can lay hands on my maid. How lacking in dignity could one be? Wait, miss, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. Shen Qingqing mimicked Mo Ran's foul language, having frequently overheard him muttering to himself in the corners of the Imperial Palace, oblivious to whom he was speaking or whom he was cursing. After uttering her retort, she glanced at the unscathed Xiaoyan, letting out a sigh of relief before shifting her gaze to Hou Yu, her hand instinctively reaching for the sword's hilt, just as she intended to draw it. A soft hand stopped her. No, you mustn't. Xiaoyan's intuition warned her of impending danger. After nurturing the sword for so long, she could not afford to squander it over a trivial matter. What if peril awaited them later? She sensed that if Shen Qingqing were to unsheath the sword, the young man before them would meet his end under Hou Yu's blade. Moreover, an inexplicable unease lingered in the air, and she felt they would need Hou Yu's strength. Thus, she instinctively prevented Shen Qingqing from drawing the sword. After years of honing her swordsmanship, this blade is certainly beyond the means of an ordinary practitioner to withstand. Moreover, Mo Ran had advised her, unless absolutely necessary, do not draw your sword. If the matter can be resolved with fists, then resort to them first. Hou Yu is formidable. Are you foolish? He intends to kill you, yet you would protect him. Xian shook her head, indicating that she did not intend to shield him. Shen Qingqing shot her a glance filled with disdain, yet her hand, still clasping Hou Yu's, remained unyielding as she rebuked her. I've never seen anyone like you. The sword's aura is nearly upon your forehead. Had she not noticed in time, she would have been struck down by the sword's energy. The thought of this only intensified Shen Qingqing's rage. Damn it! Just a moment of laxity and danger emerged, nearly resulting in Xia's injury. Until now, she had been extending her consciousness, sensing no imminent threat, and had dared to take a brief respite. Who could have anticipated that in such a fleeting moment, peril would arise, almost causing Xian harm? Alongside her fury, a wave of self-reproach washed over her. Truly, under Immo Rand's protective wing, she had forgotten how treacherous this world can be. How utterly embarrassing. With that realization, Shen Qingqing's anger could no longer be contained. Her icy gaze fixated intently on the young man ahead. Releasing her grip on the sword's hilt, her peak cultivation erupted forth. A blazing red lotus blossomed beneath her feet as she propelled herself forward, delivering a powerful palm strike toward the sword-wielding youth. Wait, miss, this is truly a misunderstanding. The youth, witnessing Shen Qingqing's advance, raised his sword to defend himself. However, faced with her overwhelming assault, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. He could not fathom why such a stunningly beautiful and seemingly gentle woman could unleash such ferocity in combat. As Shen Qingqing attacked with the ferocity reminiscent of a thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, the youth, despite his efforts, gradually succumbed to the pressure. It was not that he was unwilling to exert himself fully. Sensing Shen Qingqing's formidable cultivation and the intricate spells she was employing, it was clear they were no ordinary techniques. Even if he were to give his all, victory was far from assured, especially considering she had yet to draw her sword. He had witnessed clearly the moment she had been prevented from unsheathing it. In light of this, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. How foolish. That earlier sword strike had indeed been an accident. He had intended to apologize. Yet, he felt it essential to first understand the situation. Naturally, this was his perspective. Shen Qingqing, however, saw things differently. After all, who could tolerate being struck without provocation? If the blow had been directed at her, it would have been acceptable. But striking someone as fragile as Xian, was that not a matter of life and death? Whatever the case, it was irrelevant. Let him perish first. Chapter 23. The emergence of anomaly. Under Shen Qingqing's domineering assault, the sword-wielding youth found himself increasingly outmatched, only able to wield his sword in defense. The aura emanating from the blade merely enveloped him, shielding him from the overwhelming onslaught. Yet, prolonged resistance proved futile. Seizing the moment, Shen Qingqing identified his vulnerability, channeling her inner spiritual energy to manifest a diminutive crimson lotus in the palm of her hand. With a decisive strike aimed at the youth's chest, she unleashed her power. In terms of combat experience, Shen Qingqing naturally surpassed him and his companions by a considerable margin. How could they possibly compare to her? She was a bona fide master of the Celestial King realm, seasoned in numerous battles. With the discovery of this opening, her palm met the youth's chest, and the fiery lotus blossomed like a flower. In an instant, it enveloped him entirely. A resounding explosion followed, sending the youth hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. The sword slipped from his grasp, plummeting to the ground. The force of the blast propelled his body until it collided violently with a tree, where he finally came to a halt. The fabric of his shirt was scorched by the lotus, leaving a gaping wound. Shen Qingqing's palm print lingered for a moment before dissipating into spiritual energy. Coughing, the youth utilized the tree for support, kneeling on the ground with one hand on the earth and the other pressing against his injured chest. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of his mouth as he coughed lightly. Shen Qingqing, however, had not delivered a fatal blow. She merely targeted superficial injuries. Yet, the pain from the fiery lotus was indeed excruciating, searing his chest and leaving him questioning his very existence. What kind of technique was this? It appeared so serene, yet the execution was shockingly brutal. Of course, he could only grumble internally, refraining from expressing his thoughts aloud for fear of provoking her further. Despite being at the pinnacle of the Life Palace realm, he found himself at a disadvantage against her. He, a practitioner of the second realm, was not accustomed to being bested by someone of a lower cultivation level. The feeling of being surpassed was genuinely agonizing. "Miss, please allow me to explain. It is truly a misunderstanding," he exclaimed, observing Shen Qingqing's advancing figure with growing trepidation, anxious that she might unleash further retribution. He certainly did not wish to be cast out. With his current injuries, he would undoubtedly be bedridden for days. If any hidden forces were to strike, his situation would become dire. Surely, he needed to locate some spiritual herbs or similar remedies. Otherwise, he would be at a loss. "Humph," Shen Qingqing, upon hearing his plea, merely snorted in response, though her steps came to a halt. She had only intended to ascertain whether her strike had been excessively harsh. It was not out of compassion. Rather, she sensed that the situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Thus, she wished to hear his explanation. After all, the youth had merely been defending himself and had no intention of engaging her in combat. She sensed this and refrained from striking with full force. The techniques she employed were all learned from Shen Qingqing. The Fire Lotus Body and the Fire Lotus Palm were insights she had derived from comprehending Shen Qingqing's chaotic Fire Lotus principles. Given her innate Taoist constitution, which naturally inclined her towards understanding such principles, grasping the chaotic Fire Lotus law was indeed effortless for her. Earlier, she had wished to comprehend Mo Rand's stellar principles, but he had denied her, stating she was still too young to pursue such matters, suggesting they could revisit it later. Upon returning this time, she was determined to delve into it, for it was undeniably captivating. However, that was a matter for the future. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" At that moment, the petite Xian, clutching the Hoyu's sword, was rushing towards her, panting heavily as she reached her side, evidently having exerted considerable effort. "I'm fine. What a joke. What could possibly happen to me? As a dignified Immortal King, dealing with a mere Fate Palace mirror cultivator is a trivial matter." She spoke, her voice icy. "Now tell me, why did you attack my maid? You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation." Shen Qingqing fixed him with a chilling gaze, her tone equally frosty, as she made it clear that no one was allowed to harm her Xian. The youth, upon witnessing her demeanor, finally exhaled deeply, relieved that he could now explain himself. He swallowed hard and promptly recounted the events that had transpired. His name was Junru Yan, a direct disciple of the Howren Sword sect and the sect's eldest senior brother. A decade prior, disciples of the Howren Sword sect had suffered a brutal massacre at the hands of the bloodthirsty Sword sect within a secret realm. Within a mere 3 days, they were all expelled from the secret realm, violating the agreement of the 5 major sections. Consequently, the 5 sects were compelled to redefine their rules. The actions of the bloodthirsty Sword sect a decade ago led to modifications of rules that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Naturally, the Howren Sword sect could not accept this injustice silently. Following that incident, many disciples from the Howren Sword sect suffered severe damage to their souls, and several mysteriously perished, losing their spiritual essence. If no explanation were provided, it would indeed be unacceptable. After all, the 5 major teleportation realms must be activated simultaneously to access the secret realm. Otherwise, no one could enter. Thus, amending the rules was imperative. Otherwise, there would be no resolution to this matter. The 5 realms were not in agreement with one another and were separated by vast distances, making cross-realm travel a significant strain. Although there were methods of teleportation available, the costs were exorbitant, and typically, one would not venture to cross realms lightly. According to the descriptions provided by the disciples of the Howren Sword sect, the bloodthirsty Sword sect disciples possessed a rather peculiar technique, allowing their attacks to traverse through a vortex formed of spiritual energy, thereby manifesting their assaults on the other side. Akin to spatial principles, the disciples of the bloodthirsty Sword sect possess an extraordinarily enigmatic identity, and in the midst of pursuit, they seem to vanish into thin air. Consequently, they have suffered significant losses at the hands of the bloodthirsty Sword sect. A decade ago, Junru was in seclusion, striving to break through to the Fate Palace realm, and thus did not partake in that fateful hunting expedition. It was only upon his emergence from seclusion that he became aware of these events. He vowed that next time, the bloodthirsty Sword sect would indeed pay a price. Just moments ago, while pursuing a disciple of the sect, he unleashed a strike, only to be met with an unexpected counter. The individual employed some arcane sorcery, drawing in his attack with a swirling vortex. This led him to this very location. where that disciple seemingly evaporated from existence. He then witnessed the astounding moment when another caught his sword energy barehanded. After an explanation, Shen Qingqing remained skeptical. The absurdity of such occurrences, vanishing into thin air, spatial laws, and the loss of one's soul, suggested that someone had extracted his spirit. As a celestial king, Shen Qingqing quickly discerned the crux of the matter. The notion of soul extraction was highly plausible, indicating that this secret realm harbored peculiarities. However, she remained unconvinced about the spatial laws. As a congenital Dao body, her sensitivity to the myriad laws surpassed that of anyone else. Had there been any anomalies, or if someone wielded the power of the laws, she would have sensed it without a doubt. Yet, there was nothing. This implied that the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect had merely mastered an exceptionally obscure technique, rather than wielding the power of the laws. The power of the laws could only be exercised by those at least at the Fate Palace Third Realm. If those disciples had reached such a level and possessed mastery over spatial laws, why would they need to flee? Thus, mastery of the laws was implausible. You are quite peculiar. I still need to follow the princess, and you just sprang out of nowhere. Do you realize you nearly met your demise? Reflecting on the moment when Shen Qingqing nearly drew his sword, the girl Xia Yuan, who stood behind him, couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Seemingly wishing to convey just how perilous the situation had been, she sensed that when Shen Qingqing's hand made contact with Hou Yu, the force emanating from him was capable of obliterating everything. This compelled her to voice her concern. When Xia Yuan mentioned the word people, Shen Qingqing suddenly appeared to have an epiphany and swiftly turned his gaze towards the direction from which the two individuals had departed, as if he had discerned the reason for their sudden halt. Chapter 24. Friendship. The situation aligned with Shen Qingqing's suspicions. The auras of those two had vanished, akin to evaporating into thin air. They had likely encountered some unforeseen peril. Your Highness, shall we still pursue those two individuals? Xia Yan inquired, blinking her large eyes with curiosity about her own origins, having awakened with no recollection of her past. This sensation is truly unbearable. Shen Qingqing expressed that she felt abandoned. She is also quite curious about the reasons for her abandonment. Is it due to her disobedience or perhaps her voracious appetite? For instance, Mo Ran once commented on her insatiable hunger. Now lost, she has no choice but to take one step at a time. Oh, regarding this matter, Shen Qingqing is not particularly anxious. After all, she is far more concerned about Xiaoyan's safety than her own origins. Her father surely knows about her background. If she is unable to find out, she can always return to inquire with him. Although she is uncertain why she harbors such feelings, her intuition has always been remarkably accurate. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Jun Mao politely takes his leave. Jun Ruyan, seeing the two cease their conversation, rises to retrieve the long sword that had fallen to the ground, gently wiping it down as he cautiously speaks. After all, he does not dare to provoke this young lady again. She is quite formidable. Though she appears gentle and demure, she is fiercely dangerous when roused. Moreover, judging by Xiao Yan's address of her, this young lady's status is not trivial. Furthermore, he has a mission to attend to and cannot linger for too long. The secret realm has already been open for nearly a day, leaving only 9 days remaining. If he dawdles, who knows how many disciples of the Howren Sword sect will be expelled. This event occurs only once every 10 years, and they certainly do not wish to return empty-handed. However, he must also avoid inciting the ire of the young lady before him. Although it is not entirely his fault, his sword energy nearly caused injury. And that is a truth he cannot deny. Shen Qingqing, feeling disinclined to engage in further conversation, having fought, vented her anger, and resolved the misunderstanding. Sees no reason to keep him around. Despite the misunderstanding being cleared, the memory of his earlier demeanor still irks her. It would be better to have him distance himself. Such bad luck. He nearly harmed Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan herself, faced with a life-threatening situation, failed to draw her sword. She deserves to be discarded. Deserves it. Reflecting on this, she casts a resentful glance at the dazed Xiaoyan, resembling a vengeful spirit eager to consume her. The unknown chill that envelopes her sends shivers through Xiaoyan, who instinctively clutches Shen Qingqing's sleeve, fearing that the sword energy might unexpectedly reemerge. The earlier encounter was overwhelmingly intense, with death merely a heartbeat away. How terrifying! Jun Ruyan, noticing Shen Qingqing's nod, disregards all else and hastily gathers his belongings to make his escape. He yearns to leave this place swiftly. My lady, I have yet to inquire about your affiliations. He recalls suddenly, having covered nearly 10 meters, still unaware of Shen Qingqing's true origins. After all, the two of them could be considered as having met without hostility, despite a minor altercation. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing furrowed her brows, reluctant to divulge any of her personal information. One must always remain vigilant when venturing into the world. My princess is named Shen Qingqing, and I am called Xiaoyan. We hail from the Wuxin sword sect. Young sir, please refrain from drawing your sword recklessly next time. Had it not been for Xiaoyan's intervention just now, you would have met a dire fate. Little did they know, Shen Qingqing had not yet organized her thoughts. That foolish girl, Xiaoyan, spoke as if her tongue were greased, revealing their origins entirely. Hearing this, Shen Qingqing raised her hand, clenched her fist, and struck her own head in frustration. Do you think you'll die if you keep your mouth shut? Honestly, our Moonfall Immortal King, Shen Qingqing, has lived for so long, yet has never encountered someone as thoughtless as Xiaoyan, who dares to speak so freely. How can you be so audacious? I am a princess, and you are a princess too? The Wuxin sword sect, under the leadership of Gu Qingfeng, is well known, and he had once crossed swords with Gu Qingfeng, being one of the few capable of matching him. However, he had never heard of such a formidable disciple from the Wuxin sword sect before. Was she a recent recruit? His curiosity was piqued. Though it was merely a trivial matter, he simply wished to know their names. Turning his gaze towards Xiaoyan, he waved his hand and said, "Ah, Miss Yan, I thank you for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite a predicament." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Jun Rian promptly expressed his gratitude. However, despite his words, he remained skeptical. Shen Qingqing was indeed powerful, but he was no mere pawn. To subdue him would not be an easy feat. The notion that he would perish was likely just the fanciful musings of a young girl, and he had no intention of holding it against her. After all, he had just been struck. If he were to retort stubbornly, that individual might truly become enraged, making his situation even more precarious. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Farewell, ladies. Until we meet again. Take care on your journey, young sir. This scene left Shen Qingqing utterly astonished. Without a moment's hesitation, she placed her hands on her hips, bent slightly, and tugged at Xiaoyan's ear, staring at her as if she were a fool. What on earth, little one? Aren't you angry that someone wanted to harm you? Ouch, that hurts, Xiaoyan exclaimed as Shen Qingqing pulled her ear. Although she recognized that Shen Qingqing was right about the necessity of being cautious when out in the world and maintaining a wary mindset towards strangers, she defiantly retorted. But I already said it was a misunderstanding. It almost harmed you, didn't it? But look, I'm not hurt. Has your head been caught in a door? As she spoke, Shen Qingqing's anger surged once more, her silver teeth tightly clenched as she enunciated each word with precision. This girl, did she truly comprehend the peril they had just encountered? Shen Qingqing's fury was not without justification. In her previous life, as the saintess of the Luoyue clan, she had no friends, always solitary, eating, training, and cultivating alone. Every individual who approached her bore ulterior motives. Thus, she longed for a genuine companion, someone with whom she could share her heart and engage in playful banter. The arrival of Xiaoyan felt like a recompense for her rebirth. Their interactions were remarkably comfortable, akin to a true friendship. Indeed, our Luoyue fairy king had perfectly normal inclinations, which only fueled her irritation. Noticing that Shen Qingqing was genuinely upset, Xiaoyan, ever observant and quick to react, chuckled and promptly said, "But you, dear princess, are here. You are the most formidable. You will surely protect me." "Humph, you little brat. I will eventually send you off," Shen Qingqing retorted. Given the circumstances, she resolved to exercise more caution in the future. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan gently patted the hand that was still gripping her ear, signaling her to release it. Seeing that her ear had turned quite red, Shen Qingqing reluctantly let go with a huff, declaring, "When we return, I shall have father send you away. It's exasperating. Stay close to me. Let us proceed ahead to investigate." Chapter 25. Linger in the imperial chamber of the Qingyu dynasty. Emperor Mo Ran lay peacefully upon his bed, deep in slumber. Suddenly, a small cherubic figure, resembling him to a remarkable degree, tiptoed into the room, her bare feet making no sound as she carefully pushed open the tightly shut door. Once inside, she rose on tiptoe, cautiously approaching Mo Ran's bedside. With a sudden leap, She spread her arms wide and landed directly on him, wriggling her petite body and placing her hands on his face, squeezing it as she exclaimed, "Father, father, wake up and accompany Linger to play with sister." Sighing in resignation at the sight of the little girl sprawled upon his chest, Ran recognized her as his second daughter, Linger, now 3.5 years old. As for her surname, it had yet to be decided, for the Empress had declared that since he had married into her family, their children would naturally bear her surname. He understood that Shen Qingqing was merely teasing him, persistently calling the girl Linger, while he affectionately referred to her as Xiao Linger. Ran paid little heed to the naming conventions. After all, whether she was Linger or Shen Linger, she remained his precious daughter. In contrast to Shen Qingqing's reserved nature, Linger seemed to embody her playful counterpart, brimming with vivacity and a penchant for mischief. Not long ago, during the morning court session, the Empress was in attendance when the young girl stealthily slipped in and, taking advantage of a moment's distraction, set fire to a minister's garments. This unfortunate incident caused the minister to lose face before the assembly, leading to his confinement for 3 days by the Empress. However, such confinement proved futile. The girl possessed an exceptional affinity for treasures from a young age, and she invariably pilfered any amusing or useful items from Ran. Thus, whenever the Empress was absent, she would sneak out, coaxing Ran to take her outside for a few days of reprieve, only to return at the end of her confinement to await the Empress's release. The reasons behind her actions need no further elucidation, do they? Would you wish to be in your mother's confinement? Ran looked at the 2 little buns atop her head and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Her appearance was reminiscent of Neza from his past life. Although it was rather rudimentary, she had grown fond of it despite frequent criticisms of its appearance. The Empress had insisted she change it several times, yet she always reverted to her original style shortly thereafter. Ran had only styled it for her once. But her remarkable ability to learn quickly took him by surprise. Upon hearing Ran's remarks, she pouted her lips and, with a huff, retorted, "It's because he always argues with Mother. Whatever she says, he insists otherwise, saying I believe it to be incorrect. This has made Mother come to you every day to complain, leaving you with no time to play with me." At this, Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was this little darling feeling jealous? "I don't care. I miss my sister," she declared, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Ran and playfully pleaded, "Daddy, please take me with you." This tactic of hers was infallible. Seeing her in such a manner, Ran felt his heart melt. The last time she had seen Shen Qingqing was when she had clandestinely ventured out, crossing 30,000 miles without a word, directly reaching the Wuxin sword sect. The 3-year-old had vanished for an entire 3 days, causing the Empress considerable distress. Had it not been for Ran leaving a trace of his spiritual consciousness upon her, he might have remained oblivious to her escapades. Unbeknownst to him, she had also pilfered one of his teleportation talismans. Due to the sheer number of them, he had not paid much attention. Fortunately, she returned unharmed, but following her capture, the Empress's fury led to her being confined for nearly half a month. Of course, that confinement was rather unique, as the Empress insisted she remain by her side, not permitted to stray more than 10 meters away, which left Linger feeling quite stifled. After all, the opportunity to sneak out and play has vanished, and she must now confront the seemingly fierce Shen Qingqing. It is not that Shen Qingqing forbids her from going out. Rather, it is the stealthy manner in which she attempts to do so that is truly alarming. Consequently, she is strictly prohibited from seeking out Ran. For every visit to him results in an accumulation of unfamiliar and perilous items. Among these are treasures of significant destructive potential, as well as a plethora of peculiar gadgets designed for escape. Previously, while the Empress was momentarily distracted, she had stealthily taken her Imperial seal for a little adventure, leaving behind a mere imitation that closely resembled the genuine article. Were it not for her need to utilize it, she might have remained oblivious to the seal's anomaly. The Imperial Artifact is of utmost importance. Any misfortune could lead to the downfall of the Qingyu dynasty. Thus, she swiftly instructed Linger to retrieve it, issuing a stern warning to Ran to securely hide those bizarre little objects and prevent this mischievous child from acquiring them. In regard to her unique constitution, Shen Qingqing finds herself at a loss. Born immune to all formations, endowed with the eye for treasures, she can effortlessly discern valuable items and possesses an uncanny ability to commandeer objects. a rare talent indeed. In a few days, father will take you. Your sister is currently not at the sword sect. Not at the sword sect? Where could she be? Linger tilted her head in confusion. However, Mo Ran neither deceived her nor spoke falsely. At this moment, Shen Qingqing is indeed absent from the Heart's Inquiry Sword sect and is not in the lower realm. According to the system, Shen Qingqing had entered the secret realm of the Heart's Inquiry Sword sect 2 days prior. This secret realm, established through the connection of Imperial artifacts between the Heart's Inquiry Sword sect and the other 4 lower realm sword sects, is no ordinary domain. Rather, it resembles a miniature world. The artifact they possess is a fragment of an immortal emperor's relic, known as the Soul Mirror. A complete soul mirror can create its own realm and suppress countless souls for the cultivation of its master. The wielder of the soul mirror can nourish their own soul by absorbing the suppressed souls within, thereby achieving enhancement. It is a treasure capable of fortifying one's soul. Most of the souls contained within are those of malevolent beings, having been suppressed for millions of years and refined by the spirit of the artifact, leaving behind only a trace of pure soul essence. By absorbing this essence, one can similarly strengthen their soul and enhance their cultivation. Yet, malevolence lingers even in the refined souls. Should a person with wavering resolve attempt to absorb them, the malevolence may seize the opportunity to retaliate. Then where has my sister gone? Mo Ran rose and donned the heavy white cloak hanging nearby, then gently lifted her up and strolled outside, a place both beautiful and unique. The winds outside had been rather strong these past few days. Is the Imperial Palace, where Mother resides, more splendid? Linger had yet to witness the vast and boundless world beyond. The most beautiful place she had encountered thus far was none other than the palace of the Qingyu dynasty. If it surpasses the palace in beauty, she must see it for herself. Her heart brimmed with anticipation. However, Mo Ran's words fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her yearning to venture out. No, as her father, how could he remain oblivious to her little schemes? Should he allow her to escape, Shen Qingqing would undoubtedly seek his demise. This woman was not to be trifled with. Chapter 26. Daily banter between two sisters. Father, could you take me to find sister? Linger blinked her clear, large eyes with eager anticipation. She felt a twinge of curiosity about the place Mo Ran had mentioned. Rather than mere curiosity, it was more an itch to roam freely. No way. Of course, it was out of the question. Before the words could fully escape Mo Ran's lips, a serious voice echoed from behind, leaving no room for dispute. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Mo Ran turned slowly and saw a figure in a flowing red gown approaching. His heart lifted with joy at the sight, and he smiled. What brings you here? I was just about to take Linger to find you. Yes, I was delayed today due to numerous matters. Is your distress related to the Dongfang family? At this, Shen Qingqing shook her head and replied, it concerns the Lin family. Can it be resolved? It's somewhat troublesome. Please elaborate. Today, the third saint of the Lin family came to the academy seeking an individual, but I did not acquiesce. Mo Ran paused, momentarily taken aback. Just one person, and it's deemed troublesome? Who? Driven by curiosity, he inquired further. This individual is somewhat special. They are also from the Lin family, but were expelled 3 years ago. Shen Qingqing then recounted the entire story, detailing the events that led to this moment. 3 years prior, a prodigy emerged from the Lin family, though not from the direct lineage, but rather a collateral branch. This individual exhibited talents that rivaled the current saint of the Lin family. Due to their lineage, the Lin family refrained from bestowing upon them the title of saint or any special privileges, inciting dissatisfaction among the direct line. After all, to have someone from a collateral branch outshine them was a blow to their pride. Thus, they frequently sought to create trouble for him. Initially, it was manageable, but as the occurrences multiplied, discomfort grew, and suppressed emotions accumulated. This pent-up frustration finally erupted during a recent request for medicine. This maternal figure, a distant relative, suffers from an exceedingly rare ailment that cannot be remedied by ordinary elixirs. It demands a 7th tier, or perhaps even higher grade, potion. Such high-grade concoctions are typically reserved for the Holy Sons, and given his displayed talent and prowess, securing a seat among the 10 Holy Sons should pose no challenge. However, therein lies the dilemma. He is not a Holy Son. Thus, the quest for the remedy became a journey fraught with hardship and tribulation. During this arduous pursuit, He was publicly humiliated by one of the holy sons, who commanded him to crawl beneath his legs in exchange for the medicine. He believed him and complied. Yet, after 3 days of waiting, he still had not received the cure for his mother, who ultimately succumbed to her affliction, departing this world in tears. Overcome by grief, he resolved to confront the holy son for answers. The outcome was predictable. He left empty-handed, only to find himself with shattered meridians and lost cultivation. Subsequently, the Lin family accused him of attempting to usurp the title of Holy Son and expelled him from their ranks. That day coincided with the Lin family's coming-of-age ceremony, which had invited the imperial court to witness the talents of the younger generation. I dispatched General Ning to observe, and upon his return, he recounted the dramatic events. As she reflected on this, Shen Qingqing pondered if she had overlooked any details. It seemed a thought struck her, prompting her to add, Ningwu also mentioned that he could not bear to witness such conduct and ultimately save the youth from near death, taking him away with him. However, during their journey back, after the boy had recuperated, Ningwu never found him again. Thus, this individual is not within the imperial court, making it impossible for me to provide him to the Lin family. With a resigned glance at Mo Ran, she leaned against him. How delightful! Ever since she had grown closer to Mo Ran, she found herself yearning to be near him at all times, sometimes even neglecting her morning court duties. It is said that a beauty can lead a nation astray. The same could be said of a handsome man. Her mother would surely be ashamed. As she spoke, she suddenly rested her head on Mo Ran's shoulder. The little one in Mo Ran's embrace could not help but interject. Shen Qingqing pouted, raised her delicate hand, and playfully poked the round head of the child, saying, "Shameless one, how old are you? Still clinging to your father every day?" A hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks. Indeed, she was much older than Linger. Cursed be it. How did I end up competing with a child for affection daily? I don't care. I want my father to hold me. Hurry and leave my husband alone. Then let me go play. Get lost. At her utterance of get lost, the little one in Mo Ran's arms suddenly brightened with excitement. Ha! You said it. I'm leaving. Just as she believed she could catch Shen Qingqing in a verbal misstep, the perceptive Shen Qingqing, sensing her ulterior motives, curled her lips into a cold smile. You cannot go anywhere. Oh, with those little schemes of yours, they are all evident on your face. Humph. Wicked mother. I will ignore you. The little one in Mo Ran's arms crossed her hands defiantly, pouting her lips to the side, and puffed up her cheeks, letting out a cold huff. This demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of the Empress herself. He chuckled helplessly. Such a life was indeed delightful. Turning back, he pondered what Shen Qingqing had just said and inquired. Is it the Lin family's disbelief that has caused this trouble? What else could it be? After all, it was Ningwu who took him away initially. In the eyes of the public, saying he is no longer within the empire is hardly credible. Yet, now that he has been expelled, why seek him again? Mo Ran found this perplexing. After all, he had been cast out. Naturally, it had nothing to do with the Lin family anymore. Where one chooses to be is their own affair. It is of no concern to me. However, the fact remains that he is not within the empire. That does make sense. Next time, let me handle it. Mo Ran was reluctant to elaborate further on such matters. He merely wished to care for his daughter and watch her grow, embracing a world of two. If troublesome issues could be minimized or even eliminated, it would be for the best. It mattered not. He would intervene if necessary. Shen Qingqing softly hummed in agreement and then cast a glance at the little one sulking in defiance. She gracefully detached herself from Mo Ran's shoulder and swiftly lifted the child from his embrace. Oh, why are you sulking with your mother? Regardless, Linger cannot go anywhere. Especially not to find Qingqing. She is but a burden. I am not a burden. Then what are you? I am. Shen Qingqing's words ignited Linger's frustration, causing her to become so flustered that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Wah! Wicked mother, foolish mother, fierce mother. Always bullying me. Linger is not my sister's burden, no way. Strangely enough, as she grew increasingly agitated, the little one felt a sudden sting in her nose. And before long, she burst into tears. Observing this from the side, Mo Ran dared not utter a word. Although his daughter was distressed, his wife was far more formidable. Such matters were best left for Shen Qingqing to handle. Watching Linger wail, Shen Qingqing adeptly wiped her tears. Clearly, this was not the first occurrence. All right. Mother was only teasing you. How about I take you out to play? Upon hearing Shen Qingqing's words, Linger, with reddened eyes and tear-filled gaze. Pushed Shen Qingqing's delicate hands away and asked uncertainly, "Is it really true?" "It's false." As soon as the words left her lips, Linger felt even more aggrieved. The tears that had already dried began to fall uncontrollably once again. Seeing this, Shen Qingqing quickly wiped her tears while reassuring her, "It's true. Mother and father will take you to play." Just as the mother and daughter were playing, the system, which had been silent for 2.5 years, suddenly reappeared. The familiar voice echoed once more in Mo Rant's mind. "Ding! The last child of destiny in this realm has appeared. The path to the Emperor is about to be opened. Host, long time no see. You seem to be living quite well." Chapter 27. The Child of Destiny System. Hasn't this thing been updated for 2.5 years? Is it really that quick? Accompanying his daughter's growth and enjoying warm moments with his wife had made Mo Rand feel as if the past 2.5 years had flown by. System. Is the Child of Destiny from the Lin family? Judging from Shen Qingqing's earlier description, this young man's experiences were strikingly similar to those of the protagonists in the novels he had read in his previous life. Could it be that I am not the child of destiny in this world? Am I not the protagonist? Considering his relatively young age, with a wife and daughter, and having attained a certain level of cultivation, he was living a life free from worries and dangers. The thought that he might not be the protagonist left him feeling quite indignant. What is this? Such a blissful life. Who else could enjoy it if not the protagonist? Indeed. Host, you are correct. That individual is the last child of destiny in this world. Filled with confusion and skepticism, Mo Ran inquired inwardly, "System, what am I?" Upon being asked, the system's CPU experienced a slight overload. It was unsure of what Mo Ran meant, but it still responded honestly, "Host, you are not a mere thing." Mo Ran suppressed the urge to reprimand the system and took a deep breath before asking again. "I mean, since this world already has a child of destiny, what am I? A villain? A villain?" The thought sent a shiver down Mo Ran's spine. If he were truly a villain, what would become of his wife and daughter? In the numerous novels he had read before crossing over, villains indeed led rather prosperous lives. He could not fathom where things had gone awry. He hadn't done anything particularly wrong over the years. How did he end up as a villain? Upon hearing this, the system found itself perplexed, a large question mark hovering above its metaphorical head. What sort of thoughts were occupying its host's mind? Resisting the impulse to curse, it clarified, "Host, there is no need for you to overthink this. You are neither a villain nor a child of destiny. A mere child of destiny is simply a favored one born to open the path to the Emperor. You do not belong to this world. Thus, you are an anomaly. No matter where you are invincible." Upon hearing this, Mo Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if he were truly a villain, he would have already gone to mercilessly eliminate that so-called child of destiny to prevent future troubles. After all, in the novels from my previous life, the child of destiny was as troublesome as an indestructible cockroach, with an abundance of bizarre encounters. Although he possessed a system, the fortuitous encounters of the child of destiny should not be underestimated. What if one were to stumble upon a stroke of luck that rivaled the system? What if that individual also traversed realms while bearing a system? The mere thought of facing such countless troubles, akin to those experienced by a villain, made his scalp tingle, compelling him to envision severing all ties to eliminate future threats. He certainly wished to preserve his current life undisturbed. Thus, in the past 2.5 years, what have you updated? Nothing, merely engaged in a skirmish. What nonsense is that? The system's update was simply a battle with another system. The victor gains greater authority. Did you emerge victorious? A bunch of worthless beings. Mo Ran directly rolled a 6. After all, the notion that system updates consisted of battling other systems was something he had never encountered in the numerous novels he had read. So this was what an update entailed. No wonder updates led to the emergence of various shops and such. However, with this revelation, he grasped an important truth. There was not just one system. Many individuals possessed their own systems. In this vast world, he wondered if he would someday encounter someone else with a system like his. He pondered what kind of scene would unfold at that time. If the system were aware of Mo Ran's thoughts, it would undoubtedly leap up and deliver a punch. "I fought so hard for you to encounter those worthless systems? Was my effort over the past 2.5 years in vain? System, do you have any information regarding the Child of Destiny? I just heard Shen Qingqing mention so much without revealing the name of this Child of Destiny. She likely does not know it either." Thus, Mo Ran inquired. The system did not respond to his question, but instead presented him with a detailed introduction page. Child of Destiny, Lin Tian, reborn, summary, possessing unparalleled fortune yet beset by misfortunes. He suffered a complete severance of his meridians and loss of cultivation in his youth due to an unsuccessful quest for medicine, leading to the awakening of his memories. Presently, he is recuperating in a cave within the Million Mountains, restoring his severely damaged meridians. Million Mountains. Wasn't he that their destination for today? What a coincidence. Earlier, on Ling Er's birthday, she had expressed a wish to Shen Qingqing to raise a spirit beast. Perhaps she had seen someone else raising one and yearned to have her own. It was a modest desire, and Shen Qingqing readily agreed. However, Shen Qingqing brought forth all the spirit beasts available from the Qingyu Empire. Those not suitable would not be well received, and Ling Er would likely not appreciate them. So she refrained from presenting anything too frightening. But Ling Er was quite selective, finding none to her liking. Then Mo Ran suggested that they take her to the Million Mountains when they had the time to search for spirit beasts, as that was where they were most abundant. Of course, there were plenty of demon beasts as well. Spiritual beasts and demonic beasts complement each other. The latter cultivates through the unique constitution of the former, while the weaker spiritual beasts rely on the protection of the formidable demonic beasts to avoid falling into human hands. This is a pact, a fundamental law of survival, binding them both in mutual contracts. Although demonic beasts can cultivate independently of spiritual beasts, the latter forms a vast clan, typically entering into contracts with specific races among the demonic beasts. Unlike solitary demonic beasts, they possess kin and clans, akin to human families. The practice of spiritual and demonic beasts entering into contracts is especially prevalent in the Million Mountain Range, which boasts a multitude of demonic beast races, surpassing any other region. The abundance of spiritual beasts contributes to a significantly denser concentration of spiritual energy in the Million Mountain Range compared to other locales, rendering it a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. However, this heightened energy also amplifies the dangers, as stronger demonic beasts emerge in such an environment. Therefore, despite its status as a cultivation haven, the Million Mountain Range primarily attracts combative practitioners and mercenaries from trading guilds seeking to capture spiritual beasts for sale. Not all spiritual beasts are eligible to enter into contracts with demonic beasts. Much like the spiritual swords wielded by humans, there exists a hierarchy among them, necessitating mutual recognition. In contrast to the spiritual swords, the classification of spiritual beasts is relatively straightforward, consisting of 4 grades, with grade 1 being the highest and grade for the lowest. Spiritual beasts provide demonic beasts with spiritual energy, significantly accelerating their cultivation speed. Similarly, this enhancement can be granted to humans, albeit to a lesser extent, often relegating spiritual beasts to mere decorative companions, akin to pets. The destination of this journey aligns with that of the so-called Child of Fortune. He wonders if he might encounter such an individual. To be candid, he is curious to witness what this reincarnated being is like, having never encountered one before. Does Shen Qingqing count as such? Indeed, she does. Yet, Mo Ran, despite possessing the Eye of Truth, refrains from using it on his own daughter due to her desire for privacy. Furthermore, although he has traversed time for quite some time, he remains, at heart, a good young man who would never infringe upon others' privacy. Consequently, he has never employed this ability on his wife or daughter. Typically, he refrains from utilizing this extraordinary ability lightly. As he was lost in contemplation, a pair of delicate hands suddenly grasped his, the action executed with remarkable familiarity. Shen Qingqing held the red-eyed Linger in one arm, while taking his hand with the other, whispering in his ear, "Shall we go?" Meanwhile, the small bundle in Shen Qingqing's embrace shot a fierce glare at Mo Ran, seemingly reproaching him for merely watching as her mother teased her without intervening. In response, Mo Ran shrugged helplessly, signaling his inability to assist. As they embarked on their journey, it was likely they would encounter some unnecessary troubles, so he advised her to dress warmly. With that, he draped the white cloak he wore over Shen Qingqing's shoulders. Subsequently, he intertwined his fingers, and with a flick of his fingertips, the stars began to shimmer. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and a chariot drawn by 2 winged horses, enveloped in purple-black lightning, burst forth from the heavens. The chariot, made of white jade, prominently displayed the emblem of the Qingyu dynasty. radiating a faint white light that instilled a sense of awe and trepidation in the hearts of onlookers. This marked the third year since Mo Ran ascended to the position of emperor, and with each passing year, the system bestowed upon him various trinkets, most of which were claimed by his two daughters. The elder daughter, of course, refrained from taking any. However, the predicament lay with the younger daughter, who frequently snuck away to seek out Qing'er, returning each time with a collection of odds and ends pilfered from Mo Ran. Mo Ran said nothing about it, as they were merely items for self-preservation, and he paid it little mind. The white jade chariot gradually approached Mo Ran and his companions before coming to a halt beside them. He drew back the jade curtain to allow his two daughters to ascend, following closely behind. Inside the chariot, Ling Er, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly exclaimed in a hurried voice, "Let the little miss come too." Chapter 28. The abandoned demon clan. Upon hearing the sudden outburst from the young girl, Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing exchanged puzzled glances. What scheme was this little girl concocting? The little miss she referred to was naturally recognized by Mo Ran as the maid assigned by Shen Qingqing to attend to her needs. Noticing the quizzical expressions directed at her, the little one quickly clarified, "Isn't the little miss's home in the Million Great Mountains?" At the mention of the Million Great Mountains, Shen Qingqing paused in contemplation, seemingly recalling something, and nodded, saying, "Then let us bring her along. After all, Xiao Xiao is indeed a member of the demon clan from the Million Great Mountains. She was once so mischievous that she consumed the transformation herb meant for the clan's young master and was subsequently expelled from the demon clan. I happened to come across her in a near-fatal state and rescued her, bringing her back. It has been several hundred years since she last left the dynasty." Seeing Mo Ran's confusion, she hastened to explain further. Ling Er was aware of this, as Xiao Xiao often tended to her daily needs and shared many little stories with her. While Mo Ran was not privy to these anecdotes, he could sense the aura of the demon clan emanating from her, yet he felt no ill intent towards Ling Er. Since she had been arranged by Shen Qingqing, he did not delve deeper into the matter. After all, everyone possesses their own secrets. As long as she harbored no malicious thoughts towards Ling Er, Mo Ran had no reason to act against her. After hearing the explanation, Mo Ran nodded slightly. After all, if his daughter had spoken in favor of it, how could he refuse? Having an additional driver would be quite beneficial. As Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing nodded in agreement, Ling Er hastily climbed down from Shen Qingqing's embrace, drew aside the jade curtain, and called out, "Little miss, come quickly." At that moment, a young maiden, elegantly dressed as a maid and possessing a delicate appearance, approached with a gentle sprint. Before long, she arrived beside the jade carriage, addressing Ling Er and the occupants. Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing, with a respectful bow, "This humble servant, Xiao Xiao, pays her respects to the Empress and the Emperor." She then glanced at Ling Er, who was peeking out, and smiled, "Greetings, Princess Ling Er." Xiao Xiao harbored deep gratitude towards Ling Er. Although she had been expelled from the demon clan for centuries, she had always considered herself one of them. In her youth, she had been excessively mischievous and naive, leading to a grave mistake that caused the clan's young master to fail in his transformation. She had long sought an opportunity to apologize for her past transgressions. To atone, she had spent hundreds of years within the Qingyu dynasty, living frugally, and ultimately, through her diligent efforts, she had obtained an Emperor Dan, a precious elixir capable of bestowing the demon clan with a mighty emperor. This Emperor Dan had been granted to her by Shen Qingqing, primarily due to the devastating losses the Qingyu dynasty had suffered a decade prior, which left many emperor-level warriors deceased. There was an urgent need for powerful figures to restore order, yet the Emperor Dan could not be casually bestowed upon just anyone. Fortuitously, Xiao Xiao had remained by the Empress's side for many years, unwavering in her loyalty, and had reached the pinnacle of the third realm of her life palace, just a step away from entering the Emperor realm. Consequently, Shen Qingqing bestowed the Emperor Dan upon her. However, she ultimately hesitated to consume the elixir, not wanting to disappoint the Empress's intentions. Thus, she secluded herself for 2 years, relying solely on her own strength to break through the barrier and successfully ascend to the Emperor realm, fulfilling Shen Qingqing's expectations. Yet, she still wished to return the Emperor Dan, for having achieved her breakthrough, she had not utilized the elixir. Although she sought to make amends, she was determined not to deceive the Empress. Therefore, She confided her thoughts and actions to Shen Qingqing. Shen Qingqing, aware of her intentions, said little in response, merely stating, "The elixir was granted to you. Whether to use it or not is entirely your choice." Although her original intention in providing the Emperor Dan was to cultivate more emperors for the Qingyu dynasty, she also wished to assess the loyalty of her close confidants. Now that the outcome had been realized, the Emperor Dan had lost its purpose, making it more fitting to extend a personal favor instead. "Let us not linger. It will be too late if we delay. Let us depart promptly." "Yes." With that, the Empress swiftly pulled Ling Er, who was barefoot and peeking out, back into her embrace, exclaiming, "It's chilly. Come, let your mother hold you." Understanding the sentiment, Xiao Xiao naturally took her place at the reins of the jade carriage. With a gesture of her hand, she executed a magical incantation, and a flicker of demonic light shone forth, guiding the horses of the white jade carriage towards the direction of the million great mountains. As the imperial carriage passed through, it stirred the air with a thunderous roar, intimidating all in its wake. The heavens echoed with a mighty sound, and the sheer force of this presence left countless individuals on the ground in astonishment. "Oh, it is the Imperial Lord's jade carriage. Is he once again accompanied by Princess Ling? Not only the Imperial Lord, but the Empress herself is also present. Wow. That direction points towards the Million Mountains. Could they be seeking a spirit beast for Princess Ling?" Some influential nobles, who had attended Princess Linger's birthday banquet, recalled the moment when the Empress had presented all the spirit beasts for Linger to choose from, only for her to turn her nose up at them. And they speculated aloud. Upon hearing this, the crowd within the Qingyu dynasty erupted in a stir of admiration. How enviable! The Empress and the Imperial Lord personally venture forth to find a spirit beast for Princess Linger. Isn't that simply marvelous? The eldest princess has never received such treatment. Shen Qingqing remarked, "TSK. When I awakened my constitution, my father brought me the blood essence of divine beasts from the upper realm. It surpasses those spirit beasts by countless degrees." "What did you say?" "Of course, such matters are of little consequence now." At that moment, Shen Qingqing was wandering within a secret realm, accompanied by her foolish maid. Thanks to Xiaoyan's unique talent, she had already collected a significant number of spirit fruits. What puzzled her was that throughout her journey, she had encountered no one, nor had she seen the two individuals with the surname Fong whom she had initially met. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Even with the enhanced perception granted by the treasures Linger had extracted from Mo Ran, she could not detect any presence. Thus, her journey had mostly consisted of picking fruits, consuming them, and foraging for spirit herbs alongside Xiaoyan. How dull, Shen Qingqing sighed, glancing at the boundless secret realm. She had not seen a single soul since Ji Ruyan's departure and had been heading towards the direction of the two individuals with the surname Fong for days. Yet she had encountered nothing, not even a trace. It was as if people had evaporated from existence. "Wow, Your Highness, look." At that moment, Xiaoyan suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a peculiar beam of light shooting skyward in the distance. The sight it produced was truly breathtaking. Following her maid's astonished call, Shen Qingqing turned her gaze towards the light, and upon seeing the beam, her pupils widened in shock. What is this?" The Soul Gathering Column. Chapter 29. Lin Tian gazing at the distant column of white light. Shen Qingqing's face was a canvas of astonishment. Surrounding the white light were countless souls, drifting aimlessly. These souls were devoid of consciousness, being drawn towards the column by the gravitational force emanating from it. The Soul Gathering Column, as its name implies, is a peculiar phenomenon formed by the gathering of the souls of the deceased from all corners. This phenomenon is exceedingly prevalent in the upper realm. However, her astonishment did not stem from the formation of the soul-gathering pillar itself, but rather from the mere existence of such a pillar in this place. To her knowledge, the creation of a soul-gathering pillar necessitates the presence of a soul-gathering pearl as a catalyst, which condenses the spirits of the deceased and subsequently suppresses them for millennia, erasing the remnants of their original consciousness. This process results in a relatively pure essence, suitable for cultivation and the enhancement of one's own spirit. Typically, in the upper realm, the method of gathering souls through the soul-gathering pearl and suppressing myriad spirits is employed to subdue malevolent entities. The emergence of the soul-gathering pillar signifies that the soul-gathering pearl has long since contained these spirits, effectively obliterating their original consciousness. The unconscious spirits drifting around the light column will gradually coalesce into a concentrated essence, which can then be absorbed by practitioners. However, this approach bears a certain cruelty. While advantageous, it also harbors significant drawbacks. Those with wavering resolve are easily swayed by the lingering malevolence within the essence. The cost of such seduction is the loss of one's self to the malevolent entities. Although the consciousness of these malevolent beings has largely been suppressed by the soul-gathering pearl, succumbing to temptation results in a transformation into a being devoid of reason. Neither human nor demon, a mere specter of chaos. She then reflected upon the peculiar behavior of the bloodthirsty disciples of the Sword Sect, as previously described by Jun Rian, seemingly grasping the cause of their madness. With urgency, she called out to Xiaoyan, grasped her hand, and rushed towards the light column, exclaiming, "We must hurry." To what end? Xiaoyan inquired. To accomplish something significant. Although the chaotic remnants of consciousness within the essence may lead astray, the deceased remain irrevocably dead. Naturally, Shen Qingqing would not overlook these essences, for she is a reincarnated celestial king, in dire need of abundant resources to restore her spirit. These essences represent the finest choice for her purpose. Thus, she would not let this opportunity slip away. It was not only Shen Qingqing who witnessed this extraordinary sight. The disciples of the 5 great sword sects, also present in the same secret realm, perceived it as a manifestation of a rare treasure descending upon the world. And they all hastened towards the light column. Meanwhile, within a cave amidst the million mountains, a young man sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed and hands forming intricate seals. Surrounding him were 6 herbs radiating a purple glow, which he was absorbing. His damaged meridians were rapidly mending at an astonishing pace. This young man was Lin Tian, the last son of fate in this realm. Time passed swiftly, and before long, much had transpired. Until the potent essence of the 6 herbs was completely absorbed, Lin Tian's dark eyes slowly fluttered open, exhaling a breath of stale air. He clenched his fists, feeling the meridians in his body fully restored. He murmured to himself, "I never expected to truly be reborn. Yet, the trajectory of this life seems to diverge slightly from the memories of my previous existence." His name was Lin Tian, a prodigious talent from the collateral branch of the Lin family. In his youth, he displayed astonishing cultivation talent, overpowering the first saint son of the Lin family single-handedly. However, due to his collateral status, he did not secure a place among the 10 saint sons of the Lin family. His mother suffered from a grave illness that could not be cured by ordinary elixirs. Only the finest medicinal pills could be procured through a saint's son. Thus he relinquished all dignity to implore for assistance. For his mother's sake, he endured humiliation. For her, he sacrificed his own pride. Yet ultimately, his mother succumbed to the torment of her ailment, passing away with tears in her eyes. Even in her final moments, she awaited the so-called saint's son to deliver the life-saving elixir. Reflecting on this, Lin Tian's fist struck the ground with furious intensity, lamenting why he had not sought a solution himself. If he had not merely waited, had not placed all his hopes on that so-called saint's son, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Why could he not awaken his memories sooner? Why could he not realize it just a little earlier? Had he done so, his mother would still be alive. At this thought, his gaze turned exceptionally cold. The Lin family, Lin Wudao, in the previous life, you escaped calamity due to the path of the emperor. In this lifetime, I shall ensure that both you and the Lin family cannot evade death. His resolve hardened. In his past life, he became an emperor in merely a century. Now that he has been reborn, if he seizes all the legacies that rightfully belong to him, he shall undoubtedly ascend to emperor status within 3 years. At that moment, the Lin family, shall pay for their deeds. Currently, the restoration of his meridians and the reconstruction of his being is but the first step. Next, he must reclaim his second possession. However, before that, he must thoroughly assess the circumstances of this life. In his previous existence, he should not have been rescued. Rather, he was grievously beaten by a servant of the Lin family and then cast off a bottomless cliff in the Million Great Mountains. Fortuitously, he was caught by a tree branch, ultimately landing outside this cave dwelling. With the last vestiges of his survival instinct, he crawled into the cave and obtained the legacy of the Eternal Life Emperor. Thus, he cultivated the Eternal Life technique, reaching the status of Emperor. Traversing the path of the Emperor, entering the upper realm, and commencing his legendary life, ultimately achieving the unparalleled title of Immortal King. However, now he finds himself rescued by the people of the Qingyu dynasty. After all, in his memories, the Qingyu dynasty had been annihilated a decade ago. Back then, remnants of the three dynasties emerged in droves, and the only surviving prince trapped the empress of the Qingyu dynasty, leading to her demise at the hands of Dongfang Jian with a single strike. The Qingyu dynasty ceased to exist, and in that same year, the 9 imperial clans completely seized control of the entire southern region, becoming the true sovereigns of that land. But why does the Qingyu dynasty still exist in this lifetime? Could it be the influence brought by his rebirth? Contemplating this, he felt a pang of confusion. He wondered if the continued existence of the Qingyu dynasty would affect him. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he was a reborn individual. What could a mere Qingyu dynasty do to him? With this thought, a cold smile flickered across his lips. The pressing concern now was to restore his strength. Rising to his feet, he strode toward the entrance of the cave. It was time to seek out his second possession. Whether by chance or change, he was a reborn being, possessing the advantage of all opportunities. What did he have to fear? Chapter 30. The Baiha clan. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Mo Ran and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Million Great Mountains. The thunderous resonance accompanied the passage of their jade carriage, ceasing as they hovered above the mountain's entrance. Look, what is that? Such grandeur. Which faction does this jade carriage belong to? It is the Qingyu dynasty. Such magnificence could only indicate the presence of the current empress. The jade carriage had barely come to a halt when the crowd below recognized the emblem of the Qingyu dynasty emblazoned upon it, erupting in exclamations. Empress, Your Majesty, we have arrived at the outskirts of the Million Great Mountains. Gazing at the familiar sight of the mountains, joy illuminated her small eyes. She had returned to her former home. Yet, amidst this joy, a flicker of pain crossed her heart. Had she not been so reckless in her youth, disrupting the young master's coming-of-age ceremony, she would not have faced exile from her clan. All of this was her own doing. She could blame no one else. Now, the only course left was to atone. She held no hope of returning to her clan. At that moment, she was no longer part of the demon race. The instant she was cast out, the term demon race had severed its ties with her. Now, she belonged to Qingyu. Had the empress not passed by to save her, she might have already found herself in another world. Hooray! Before Shen Qingqing could speak, a babyish voice could not contain its joy. From within the jade carriage, a plump little creature wriggled free from Shen Qingqing's lap, scampering barefoot toward the breathtaking scenery outside. The round-eyed little one curiously gazed around. This was her first visit to the wondrous Million Mountains. Thus, she held a deep yearning for the enchanting tales recounted by the adults regarding this majestic place, desiring to explore it. However, she was too young to venture alone, and she did not recognize the pathways. Therefore, it remained merely a fleeting thought, one she dared not share with Shen Qingqing, as Shen Qingqing was averse to her being away from her side. Additionally, due to her responsibilities, she was somewhat preoccupied and lacked the time to take her out. Although Mo Ran often brought her along for outings, those excursions were typically to serene, undisturbed locations. While they were indeed beautiful, adorned with numerous lovely flying sisters and captivating sights, they lacked the thrill she craved. Thus, this new destination seemed uniquely delightful, appearing to promise fun. In that moment, Linger suddenly recalled a previous conversation with Xiao Xiao, who had shared enchanting stories with her. Excitedly grasping her hand, she inquired, "Little miss, do you have many adorable spirit beasts at home?" Taken aback by the unexpected question, Xiao Xiao paused for a moment before remembering the tales she had spun to lull Linger to sleep, recounting her mischievous childhood antics of teasing spirit beasts. She chuckled, "Yes, indeed, there are many, but they are not from my family. My home now should be Qingyu, and I am your maidservant." She intended to elaborate, but, upon seeing the eager glimmer in the little girl's eyes, she swallowed her words, preparing to say something else. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Shen Qingqing, seated within the jade carriage, interjected, "Linger would likely enjoy the contract spirit beasts of the White Crane clan. After all, she has seen them before. They are quite small, and, based on her understanding of her daughter, she speculated further." After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Mo Ran and asked, "Shall we visit the White Crane clan?" The White Crane clan is among the more prominent factions within the myriad of demon tribes in the Million Mountains. Boasting 3 powerful emperors, with their chieftain being a formidable figure at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Mo Ran pondered for a moment and discerned Shen Qingqing's intentions. Offering a gentle smile, let us proceed. After all, Xiao Xiao is ultimately a member of the Qingyu dynasty now, despite her previous ties to the White Crane clan. She has been exiled and no longer belongs to them. If she wishes to return to atone for her youthful indiscretions and resolve her inner turmoil, that is entirely acceptable. However, it is uncertain whether the White Crane clan will forgive her. Thus, her solitary journey could indeed pose risks. Shen Qingqing shared her concerns, which motivated her to accompany Xiao Xiao on her return. Upon seeing Mo Ran's nod of agreement, Shen Qingqing wasted no time in issuing instructions, directing Xiao Xiao to continue towards the White Crane clan. Meanwhile, the White Crane clan was currently hosting several visiting guests. The clan leader, He Shan, inquired, "What do you think of this Holy Son's proposal?" In the grand hall, a young man sat gracefully in a chair, sipping tea freshly brewed, his demeanor calm and composed, as though the matter at hand was already within his grasp. However, I deem it unacceptable. He Long, with a cold hum, addressed the young man below, who was savoring his tea. The youth was named Qingqing, hailing from the Eastern Realms' Kanglan Sacred Land, where he held the title of the Holy Son. The Kanglan Sacred Land reigned supreme in the East, a stark contrast to the intricate dynamics of the Southern Realm. Here, there existed but one transcendent power, the Kanglan Sacred Land, which held absolute authority in the East. The purpose of the young man's visit was singular, to seek the utilization of the White Crane clan's forbidden grounds. Within this sacred domain lay a spiritual pool, reputed for its miraculous healing properties. Of course, such claims were often exaggerated by outsiders, yet they served to convey the pool's extraordinary capacity for restoration. Upon hearing He Long's refusal, the young man's graceful gestures stilled. He gently set down his cup, his expression darkening slightly. Clan leader He Long, I implore you to reconsider the matter of the spiritual pool. I am genuinely intrigued by it. After a moment's contemplation, He Long regarded him with a hint of amusement before responding. I acknowledge your status as the Holy Son of the Kanglan Sacred Land and grant you a modicum of courtesy. However, it is rather shameless of you to be aware that the spiritual pool is a forbidden area of my clan. Even I would find it difficult to gain entry. He paused momentarily, and Qingqing, gritting his teeth, declared, 5,000 Imperial crystals. He Long let out a cold laugh. Did this youth truly believe himself to be in the Kanglan Sacred Land? Imperial crystals were a form of universal currency forged by powerful emperors, imbued with exceptionally pure energy suitable for cultivation. He Long exchanged a bemused glance with him. Was this merely a matter of currency? A forbidden area is just that, a forbidden area. Do you not comprehend the meaning of forbidden? Enough of this nonsense. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the young man to leave. At that moment, two members of the White Crane clan entered the hall, approaching Qingqing to say, Holy Son Shangwan, please. Yet, the young man remained unperturbed, lips moving as he addressed He Long once more. 10,000 Imperial crystals. Silence enveloped the room. A stillness so profound that even the sound of breathing could be distinctly heard. Are you attempting to insult me? He Long's expression darkened considerably, the chill in the air intensifying. This Holy Son's insistence on borrowing the spiritual pool was utterly outrageous. He merely wished to behold the fabled pool, said to possess the power to bring the dead back to life. After all, he was eager to behold something that could even resurrect the deceased, even if its efficacy was not as remarkable as rumored. Due to its origin from the sacred land of Kanglan, He Shan treated it with a modicum of respect. The sacred land of Kanglan was, after all, vastly superior to the Baiha clan. A small concession was warranted, yet this young man seemed to presume that the Baiha clan feared the Kanglan sacred land, strutting about with an air of arrogance, entirely oblivious to the nuances of human relations. He even dared to insult him with the Imperial crystal, as if he were in dire need of such a trinket. Moreover, this item was intended for human cultivation. What relevance did it hold for his demon kin? Had his brain been excavated? Did he genuinely believe that this place was his Kanglan sacred land in the eastern region? Did he mistakenly think that Kanglan sacred land could extend its influence into the southern region, assuming it wielded absolute power? Such ignorance was truly staggering. Upon hearing this, He Shan's ire was unexpected to Qingqing. He had presumed that it was due to the meager offering he had provided, prompting him to augment it. After all, in the eastern region, There was nothing he could not accomplish with the Imperial Crystal. Yet, this was not his eastern region. It was the southern region, dominated by the Qingyu dynasty above and the 9 great imperial clans below, with the formidable Million Mountain standing in between. Furthermore, there was the unparalleled Jin Wushuang atop the Divine Sword Mountain, and the presence on Qingqing Mountain was equally noteworthy. Thus, it seemed he had underestimated the complexities of the southern region. Just as he was about to voice his displeasure, a hurried voice from outside interrupted. Patriarch, the Empress of the Qingyu dynasty has arrived, seeking an audience. Upon hearing this, the words he had intended to utter were abruptly stifled in his throat, leaving him quite uncomfortable. How curious that just as he had contemplated the Qingyu dynasty, the Empress chose this moment to grace them with her presence. Was it perhaps for this very reason? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression darkened, and he let out a long sigh, turning to Shen Qingqing, who stood frozen in astonishment, and said, "You should leave at once." Seeing He Shan's temper flare, Shen Qingqing refrained from further comment, reluctantly following the 2 Baihe clan members who led him away. He dared to defy Shen Qingqing, but he certainly could not afford to refuse the Empress, Shen Qingqing. Firstly, the influence of the Kanglin's sacred land did not extend that far. Offending them was one thing. Secondly, this matter was minor, and he had offered sufficient face. It was unlikely that the Kanglin's sacred land would retaliate. However, the Empress was a different matter entirely. She was one of the most formidable powers in the southern region, having already reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm, and she had an emperor capable of slaying those at the 9th level with a single sword strike. Given his own modest cultivation at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, he truly dared not act recklessly. With a resigned glance at the flickering embers suspended from the ceiling, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, eyes half closed, and urged, "Do not dawdle. Please proceed swiftly." Having just spoken, he shifted his gaze as if realizing something amiss. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he exclaimed, "Never mind. Where is the Empress? I shall pay her a visit." The thought of the Empress seeking an audience with him inflated his sense of importance. Blast it, all blame lies with that foolish imbecile. Almost ruined everything. Subsequently, he followed the clan member who had come to report, making his way towards the direction of Mo Ran and her entourage. Meanwhile, within the White Crane clan, a spacious clearing was bustling with numerous clan members. They gathered, captivated by the stunning jade carriage that had unexpectedly graced their territory, engaging in curious discussion. Whose carriage is this? Judging by the design, it appears to belong to the Qingyu dynasty. What do you mean appears? It is undoubtedly theirs. Look at the woman atop the carriage. She seems familiar. I can't quite place her, but that little one beside her is utterly adorable. Oh dear. Help. That human child is so cute. Look, she's waving at me. Some were fixated on the carriage. Others scrutinized the small figure, while a few were entranced by Ling, who was gleefully greeting everyone around her. "Hey, beautiful sister over there, what is that little thing atop your head?" Linger, standing on the carriage, suddenly spotted a girl ahead with a palm-sized, cloud-like, soft-looking white fluff adorning her head and curiously inquired, Hey, who are you calling little one?" Most of the White Crane clan members had a similar small fluff atop their heads, which represented their contracted spirit beasts. Thus, they were perplexed by Linger's question, unsure of whom she referred to as beautiful sister. However, they all assumed she meant themselves, for who wouldn't he enjoy being called beautiful? Wouldn't you agree? My dear beauties and handsome gentlemen of the Tomato clan? Little sister, this is our contracted spirit beast, known as the Tranquil Heart Beast. Despite its small size, it helps us maintain calm during our cultivation, minimizing external disturbances while enhancing our training speed. Aside from its inability to assist us in battle, it is flawless. I would call it the finest spirit beast. Many lovely maidens eagerly responded to Linger's inquiry. As Linger listened, her interest piqued. She leaped down from the carriage. Barefoot, she scurried towards the crowd without a hint of shyness. She approached one of the White Crane clan members, gazed up at her, and in her sweet, comforting voice, asked, "Sister, may I take a look at it?" The clan member before her was momentarily stunned by the sheer adorableness of the little girl. How sweet. Can I take her home for a few days? Of course you can. She crouched down quickly, removing the small, snow-white bundle coiled atop her head, cradling it in her hands, and presenting it to Linger for her admiration. This was a unique contract spirit beast of the White Crane clan. standing out distinctly within the vast expanse of the million great mountains. Each clan member, during their childhood, is granted a singular opportunity to communicate and form a contract with a spirit beast. Thus, the majority of the White Crane people possess one of these small creatures. However, there are a few who fail to establish such a bond, but their numbers are negligible. The little creature was exceedingly tiny, no larger than a palm. It was completely enveloped in snow-white fur, with a pair of azure eyes that resembled the vast ocean. Intrigued by the fluffy bundle, Linger extended her finger and poked it a couple of times, akin to prodding a cotton candy. So soft. Instantly, her eyes widened as if she had discovered a new continent. How delightful to touch. Her actions elicited laughter from those present, reminiscent of their own reactions upon first encountering the tranquil spirit beast. Amidst the joyous commotion, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance, hastening toward them. The laughter ceased, and they collectively called out, "We greet you, esteemed clan leader." Chapter 32. Of Days Gone By. Shen gently nodded in acknowledgement, not lingering but proceeding directly to the jade palanquin. With a cupped fist, he bowed and spoke, "I am unprepared to receive the magnificent presence of the Empress. Why was there no prior notice, so that our clan could prepare adequately for your esteemed visit?" "There is no need for such formality, clan leader Shen," came the calm voice of Shen Qingqing from within the palanquin. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shen suddenly burst into laughter. How could that be? "Your esteemed presence graces the White Crane clan, illuminating our humble abode. It could never be a disturbance." He cast a glance at Linger beside him before returning his gaze to the palanquin, continuing, "I wonder what brings your esteemed self here today? As the ruler of a dynasty, you must surely have numerous pressing matters to attend to daily. It is indeed unusual for you to visit personally. It cannot simply be for trivial matters. Otherwise, a mere envoy would suffice. Could it be that you have come regarding our clan's spirit pool? That would be unnecessary after just sending away a holy son, and now another formidable empress arrives. Our spirit pool does not possess the miraculous power of resurrecting the dead. Such claims are mere exaggerations spread from the outside. At most, it can only revive those teetering on the brink of death, but the cost is substantial. It is not something to be undertaken lightly. Yet, if this is indeed the reason for your visit, how could we possibly refuse? The Qingyu dynasty is distinctly different from the Kanglan Sacred Land. In the Kanglan Sacred Land, even the mightiest of mountains dare not act with undue arrogance, and the distance is considerable. However, the Qingyu dynasty is an entirely different matter, for it stands as the sovereign of the southern region. While this may only be a facade to the imperial clans, it is an undeniable truth for the Baihe clan, who recognize it as the true ruler of the southern region. The imperial clans have chosen to remain reclusive, confined to their small world, tending to their own affairs while remaining obscure. Their actual strength is unknown to others, after all, who can comprehend the power of those who refuse to emerge from their shells. In contrast, the Baihe clan possesses insight into the Qingyu dynasty, though its power may not be sufficient to vanquish the entirety of the Million Mountains. It is more than capable of subduing the Baihe clan with ease and without the slightest effort. With the imperial clans in hiding, the Qingyu dynasty reigns unchallenged as the true dominator of the southern region. Furthermore, the Qingyu dynasty has long since evolved from its former self. Today, it boasts an emperor at the apex of his power. Years ago, the tale of the Qingyu emperor slaying an imperial deity with a single sword stroke echoed far and wide. This was no ordinary deity, but rather the prodigious Eastern Emperor, Dongfang Jian. The act was audacious, and for a full decade, the Eastern clan has not dared to confront the Qingyu dynasty. Is it out of fear? Indeed it is. Who possesses the audacity to slay an imperial deity with a mere sword? I ask, who has such confidence? The answer is, no one does. It has been proven that no one can achieve such a feat, at least among those of equal rank. It is exceedingly difficult to take a life, unless one possesses the capability to transcend levels. Yet, Dongfang Jian was a formidable emperor of the 7th tier, undefeated in battles against peak deities. In essence, while he may be of the 7th tier, he could contend with the pinnacle of deities. Nevertheless, he was cut down by the Qingyu emperor. Such an accomplishment can only be attributed to an emperor at the zenith of his power, indeed, a paragon of greatness. Thus, anyone with a sound mind and not lacking in intellect understands that the current Qingyu dynasty is far removed from its former incarnation. Even the imperial clans must tread cautiously. Therefore, can the term facade still be deemed applicable? Clearly, it cannot. After slaying an imperial deity, the imperial clan dares not utter a word. The Qingyu dynasty is, without question, the rightful sovereign of the southern region. Yet, if their intentions are truly aimed at the spirit pool, what should he do then? Should he forcibly extract his son, who is recuperating within? No, that is absolutely out of the question. The mere thought of it caused him to shake his head vigorously. That is his own flesh and blood. To bring him out would be tantamount to a death sentence. But if this empress truly covets the spirit pool, and if he refuses to comply, how might they retaliate against his clan? As he was enveloped in concerns and trepidation, the voice of Shen Qingqing emanated from within the jade carriage, devoid of discernible emotion, dispelling his doubts and allowing him to exhale in relief. Today's purpose was solely to fulfill a young girl's wish. There was nothing more to it, and the leader of the Crane clan could rest assured. Could it be that the young girl had a specific intention? He cast a glance at the girl crouched beside him, her eyes fixated on their clan's spirit beast, Linger. Was this young lady the princess of the Qingyu dynasty? She had come for the spirit beast. With this thought, he sighed deeply in relief. Thankfully, it was not a matter of great consequence. Merely a spirit beast. Engaging in conversation with those old fellows would not prove difficult. Furthermore, the Qingyu dynasty offered a level of safety far superior to his own. In terms of protection, they were incomparable to the Qingyu dynasty. Therefore, it was likely that these old fellows would not refuse, as the initial intention of seeking spirit beasts was fundamentally to acquire protection, was it not? The Qingyu dynasty was a veritable sanctuary, much safer than his own. With these reflections, Shen narrowed his eyes, smiling as he shifted his gaze from Linger back to the jade carriage. Just as he was prepared to say something with a smile, he noticed a familiar face, and his smile abruptly froze. Who did he see? A person who was supposed to be dead. Who? Xiao Xiao. His previously smiling face suddenly became tense and rigid. He raised a finger, pointing at the silent Xiao Xiao, who had her head bowed, and shouted, "You scoundrel! How are you still alive?" His outburst startled everyone present, even the mesmerized Linger. Upon realizing that the one being reprimanded was Xiao Xiao, she swiftly rose and hurried to stand beside her, shielding her behind her own form. "My little ancestor, what are you doing?" This action startled Xiao Xiao immensely. What merit did she possess? She was merely a humble maidservant. How could she warrant such protection from her master? It was utterly unprecedented. Moreover, this was a confrontation she ought to face alone. With this thought, she quickly pulled Linger back and took a step forward, preparing to confront the situation. Shen's actions left all the members of the Crane clan astonished. After all, that was the maidservant of the Empress. "What are you doing, clan leader? Are you courting death?" The clan leader seemed enraged. Why was he so furious? The members of the Crane clan were perplexed, unable to comprehend why their leader was suddenly directing his ire at a maidservant. They followed the direction of his outstretched finger. As the crowd turned their collective gaze towards the petite figure, a familiar visage stirred within their memories, slowly rising from the depths of forgetfulness to clarity. You are Xiao Xiao. What Xiao Xiao? She is the one. Chapter 33, a retrospective. It is she, the sinner of the Baihe clan. Was it not said that she was dead? How could she possibly still be alive? Not only alive, but seemingly under the auspices of the Qingyu dynasty, becoming a figure beside the current empress, drawing the attention of all. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xiao faced the furious and ravenous Shen, who looked as if he might devour her whole. "Esteemed clan leader, I acknowledge my transgressions from years past. I have come today to atone and humbly request your punishment. I shall accept any form of retribution without complaint." Upon hearing this, Shen let out a cold chuckle. Punishment? Atonement? Acknowledgement of wrongs? What use are these? Can my son awaken? He had thought he could bury this matter in oblivion. Yet encountering the architect of his suffering reignited the flames of rage within him, even after the passage of so much time. Years ago, his son, the young heir of the Baihe clan, Hexi, was heralded as the most promising genius destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. On the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, the clan elders decided to employ the supreme secret art of the Baihe clan to aid him in awakening the unparalleled physique of the Baihe, a sacred body of 10,000 cranes. However, the awakening hinged upon consuming a transformation pill during the secret rite, which would enable him to assume a human form capable of containing the sacred body. After all, only within a human vessel could the sacred body truly awaken. and the opportunity was singular. Success was the only option. Failure was not permissible. The transformation had to be flawless, free from any imperfections. There could be no human body with a crane's head, nor a crane's body with a human head, nor a human form with crane wings. It had to be a complete form. There were two methods for a demon to transform. The first was through personal cultivation to reach the level of a demon king. The second involved the transformation pill, a precious elixir required for beasts below the rank of demon king to undergo transformation. It was exceedingly rare, akin to a treasure that was difficult to procure. In their quest to obtain this one transformation pill, they had expended nearly half of their resources. They had believed that the awakening was a foregone conclusion, yet on the day of the awakening, as everything appeared to progress smoothly, a critical obstacle arose. The coveted transformation pill, for which they had sacrificed so much, had vanished. Due to the absence of the transformation pill, his son, Hushi, was unable to successfully undergo transformation, thus failing to awaken the sacred body in its most perfect vessel. Instead, he bore the sacred body in the form of a beast, suffering the backlash of the awakening. Although he achieved awakening, his life now hung by a thread. The body of a beast struggled to endure the immense energy released during the awakening, resulting in catastrophic explosions within him. Despite achieving awakening, he lost half of his life force, teetering on the brink of death. Had it not been for the existence of a healing spiritual pool within the White Crane clan, Hushi would have undoubtedly perished. Consequently, from that moment onward, Hushi was compelled to remain in a prolonged slumber, relying on the restorative powers of the spiritual pool to recuperate. This recuperation spans several centuries. From that time, the White Crane clan chose to retreat from the limelight, ultimately existing in their current state, content to guard their home without contention. Later, upon investigation, it was discovered that the array housing the transformation pill had been compromised. Someone had tampered with the array, rendering it ineffective. Subsequently, a curious child inadvertently wandered into the room containing the transformation pill and consumed it, mistaking it for candy. Upon learning of this incident yet being unable to identify the perpetrator, the White Crane clan unjustly vented their anger on the naive child. Consequently, the 13-year-old was expelled from the demon clan and faced rejection from many within her community due to her role in the failed awakening. At the moment of her expulsion from the White Crane clan, countless clan members took turns to beat her, leaving her on the brink of death, only to be saved by a passing empress. She ultimately became a trusted confidant of the empress and now serves as Linger's maid. Reflecting on the past, the once furious Hishan found his anger dissipating as he gazed at the child with a softened expression. He lowered his finger that had been pointed at her, turning his face away with a deep sigh. With a hint of resignation, he lifted his gaze. The fury in his eyes vanished. So many years had passed, and the events of that time were not entirely her fault. She had merely been an unfortunate witness, bearing the burden alone. Were it not for the interference with the array, the outcome might have been entirely different. The shame of realizing that they had wrongfully placed the blame on an innocent, playful child was palpable. With a wave of his hand, he glanced at the child, who awaited reprimand, and said, "You are no longer a member of the White Crane clan. The punishment has been meted out, and the past is now behind us. Let us cease this matter here." Upon hearing this, the originally downcast Xiao Xiao abruptly lifted her head, her face a portrait of disbelief. Though she heard Hishan's words, her heart was laden with profound anguish. The torment etched upon her features had not diminished in the slightest. Had it not been for her playful folly in consuming that invaluable transformation pill years ago, she mused, perhaps matters would not have escalated to such dire straits. The young clan leader of the Baiha tribe lay on the brink of death, life hanging by a thread. Although she had successfully awakened the sacred body, the injuries inflicted during the awakening were permanent scars. Even with the aid of the Baiha tribe's spiritual pool for recovery, complete restoration remained elusive. Throughout the years, she had not been devoid of moments of awakening. Yet, each time, her consciousness lingered for less than half a day, and the duration of her subsequent slumber increased exponentially. This predicament stemmed from the aftereffects of an incomplete awakening. The clan leader wished to atone, her fingers clutching the imperial pill, yet they remained tightly bound, refusing to budge. Rationality admonished her that such actions were impermissible. Absolutely not. Very well. I am no longer your clan leader, and you are no longer part of the Baiha tribe, she declared, casting a glance at the jade palanquin. She understood the implications of her words. To descend upon the Baiha tribe for the sake of a mere spirit beast was indeed an overreaction. Her motives for accompanying it were twofold. The spirit beast was one, and the other was to lend support to Xiao Xiao. In essence, she sought to convey that the past should remain in the past. The tribulations endured by the young girl over the years were not insignificant. Punish her as you see fit, Xiao Xiao accepted, saying nothing further. However, should her life be in peril, that was utterly unacceptable. For she now belonged to Qingyu. She was mine. At that moment, Xiao Xiao resembled a petrified white crane, uncertain and tormented, her expression increasingly heavy with anguish. She could not simply depart unscathed. She must not, could not, and absolutely should not. She had come to atone, yet how could one achieve redemption? Self-destruction was an option, yet she feared whether it would suffice to honor the Empress. As she grappled with her profound agony, uncertain of her decision, a voice emerged from within the jade palanquin. Imo Rant's voice, gentle yet firm. There is no need to be overly self-reproachful. What transpired in those days was not solely your fault. As she spoke, a pristine and delicate hand, unblemished and devoid of impurities, gracefully lifted the descending jade curtain. A tall figure clad in white robes descended from the palanquin, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial being. It was as if a deity had graced the mortal realm. Mo Ran remarked, how astute your judgment is. Chapter 34. The return to one clad in white as snow, untouched by any blemish. Daddy. Upon being lifted by Mo Ran, Ling Er exclaimed joyfully. Mo Ran gently pinched her tiny nose and, casting a glance towards Hishan, offered a faint smile. Clan leader Hishan, may I inquire about your son's whereabouts? Is this indeed the esteemed emperor of the Qingyu dynasty? How remarkably handsome. Such gentleness. Among the White Crane clan, many young maidens, just blossoming into adulthood and experiencing the stirrings of affection, could not help but blush upon seeing Mo Ran descend from the jade carriage. Such a captivating figure. In truth, Mo Ran had little desire to alight. However, finding the conversation between the two intriguing, he succumbed to the temptation of employing his eye of truth on Hishan. The events of years past unfolded before him like a vivid slideshow, revealing every detail in its entirety. Essentially, it was a trivial misunderstanding that had precipitated considerable turmoil for the White Crane clan. Yet, the root cause lay in their own managerial negligence, a consequence of their own making, leading to their eventual downfall. Consequently, the White Crane clan had remained reclusive over the years, abstaining from involvement in the multitude of conflicts and territorial disputes within the 100,000 mountains. In summary, compared to their former selves, the present-day White Crane seemed markedly subdued. They refrained from crossing their clan boundaries unless absolutely necessary, and when faced with challenges, they chose to endure. Upon witnessing Mo Rant's descent from the jade carriage, Hishan was taken aback. He had anticipated only the presence of the Empress. To his astonishment, the fabled emperor had also arrived. Yet, upon hearing Mo Ran's inquiry regarding his son, a flicker of unease crossed his countenance, and he cautiously responded, I am unaware, Your Majesty. In response, Mo Ran smiled gently. There are causes and effects, right and wrong. With that, he retrieved a small jade vial from his system space. It contained the renowned 10 transformations to one pill produced by the system. With no other effects, it was exceptionally effective for healing, as long as one still drew breath. Consuming a single pill would restore them to full vitality. Each individual could only use one in their lifetime, for it was exceedingly precious. Merely encountering it once was a lifetime's fortune. With a flick of his finger, the jade vial sailed towards Hishan, who, despite his confusion, instinctively reached out to catch it. After all, this was the emperor of a dynasty, a pinnacle figure of power. Would he dare to refuse a gift from such a one? At the moment his hand grasped the vial, Mo Ran's voice resonated once more. Though I am unaware of the nature of your son's injuries, I believe this 10 transformations to one pill will suffice. What is this 10 transformations to one pill? Hishan inquired, glancing affectionately at the child he held. Mo Ran smiled and replied, consider it a gesture of goodwill. Having spoken, he cast a glance at the perplexed Crane Shirt. Chief Crane Shirt, may I inquire if it is possible for us to bring back a spirit beast from the White Crane clan? Of course, of course. Upon hearing that Mo Rance bestowed elixir could save his son's life, Crane's shirt was filled with immense joy. Although he had never encountered such a potion and was unaware of its properties, he presumed that given Mo Rand's esteemed identity and status, he would not jest or deceive him regarding such a matter. Yet, as he pondered, a shadow of sorrow crept into his eyes. Over the years, he had sought healing elixirs, and though he had encountered numerous options, none had proven effective in curing his son. Thus, while elated, a bittersweet feeling also enveloped him. Nevertheless, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would persevere and never surrender. The reason Mo Rand chose to offer him the elixir was twofold. Firstly, he discerned that Linger had a fondness for the spirit beasts of this place. Secondly, it was due to Xiao Xiao. After all, she had cared for Linger for an extended period and was a trusted confidant of the Empress. Although the incident bore some of her responsibility, it would be unjust to hold her entirely accountable. Furthermore, she had lived with guilt for centuries, which was already a considerable burden. Thus, he felt compelled to assist her, as saving a life was not a daunting task for him. "My Lord Emperor," Xiao Xiao murmured softly upon witnessing the scene. Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. While she felt immense gratitude for Mo Rand's actions, she also felt undeserving. As a sinner, she had squandered the Emperor's precious elixir, which was truly unwarranted. All of this was her fault. Had it not been for her, the White Crane clan would not have descended into its current plight. With this thought, she felt the weight of her guilt and could not help but lower her head in dismay. Enough. Noticing Xiao Xiao's gaze upon him, Mo Rand waved his hand dismissively, signaling that the past was behind them. Moreover, saving a life was not an arduous endeavor for him. It was merely a trivial act of kindness. "Chief Craneshirt," Mo Rand called out gently to the dazed members of the White Crane clan, indicating that he wished to see the spirit beasts. Craneshirt quickly regained his composure. Bending slightly and respectfully addressing Mo Rand, "My Lord Emperor, please follow me this way." With that, he hastened ahead, leading Mo Rand towards the dwelling of the contracted spirit beasts, eager not to waste any of his time. One might think he was in a rush to procure the remedy for his son. Seeing this, Mo Rand did not rush to follow but turned back to glance at the enchanting figure seated in the jade palanquin. He offered her a gentle smile and softly inquired, "My dear, will you accompany us?" Responded Shen Qingqing, her cheeks flushing crimson at his words. She did not anticipate that Mo Rand would turn around and inquire about their previous conversation. Although she had overheard everything clearly, she felt no overwhelming curiosity to delve deeper into it. A general understanding sufficed. After some contemplation, she realized her face was quite flushed, an affront to the image of the Empress, and thus she refrained from pursuing the matter further. Instead, she merely replied, "Hurry back." "All right, dear," came the response. In Mo Rand's embrace, Linger stirred restlessly upon hearing Shen Qingqing's voice, as though she was well aware of her mother's predicament. She hastily exclaimed, "Mother, how embarrassing." Hearing the little one's teasing, Shen Qingqing let out a light huff and with a flick of her delicate hand, released a surge of spiritual energy that swiftly connected with Linger's head, delivering a playful tap. "Ouch!" Linger yelped, taken aback by the sudden gentle reprimand. Mo Rand chuckled at the scene, affectionately ruffling the girl's head before following closely behind the already vanishing figure of Hishan. He also cast a sidelong glance at Ling, as if to silently question her incessant provocation of her mother. Linger, oblivious to the implication, giggled foolishly without understanding his gaze. Soon, Mo Rand, trailing Hishan, arrived at a realm formed by ancient trees. A towering ancient tree, reaching a height of 100 meters, immediately came into view. Linger, nestled in Mo Rand's arms, was utterly awestruck by the sight of the colossal tree, her little mouth agape in astonishment. "Wow, what a gigantic tree!" Linger exclaimed, her first encounter with such a magnificent ancient tree prompting her delighted exclamation. In response, Mo Rand chuckled softly. He had encountered numerous ancient trees before, some even larger than this one, and thus he exhibited little reaction to the tree of the White Crane clan. To him, the ancient tree loomed large, rendering Mo Rand and his companions seemingly insignificant, akin to mere ants. On the tree, many cloud-like creatures were frolicking. Upon noticing Mo Rand and his party's arrival, they abruptly ceased their play, gathering together to observe the newcomers. Some of them shyly peeked out. However, upon sensing the aura emanating from the humans, they were taken aback, fear evident on their faces. Humans. How could humans appear here? Has something happened to the White Crane clan? If Shen could comprehend their chatter, he would undoubtedly raise a significant question mark regarding their politeness. Daddy, look. There are so many spirit beasts, Linger exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the creatures revealed by their arrival, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Mo Ran. Noticing her enthusiasm, Mo Ran affectionately patted her head and asked, "Do you like them, Linger?" "Yes. They are so soft," she replied enthusiastically. In response, Linger nodded emphatically. After a moment, her little head seemed to recall something, and she turned towards Shen's direction, inquiring, "Uncle, may I take 2 of them home?" Upon hearing this, Shen was momentarily taken aback by the sudden address, but soon felt an overwhelming joy. Goodness, this little princess is simply too adorable. Her words made his heart melt. Gazing into the girl's expectant eyes, he quickly nodded in affirmation, saying, "Of course, my little princess." However, he suddenly paused, glancing at Mo Ran before continuing. "It is contingent upon whether these spirit beasts wish to accompany the princess. My clan cannot intervene. If they are willing, let alone 2, even if an ancient tree were to be uprooted, I would have no objections. Yet, the spirit beast clan places great importance on compatibility. They care about whether there is a mutual affinity. Generally, spirit beasts harbor a fear of humans, save for those who have already established contracts with the demon clan. Those without contracts tend to dread human beings, fearing capture and being thrust into the human world for auction, treated as mere playthings or commodities. This explains why the spirit beasts were startled upon encountering Mo Ran and his party. After all, they had yet to form contracts with the Baihe clan. If the Baihe clan were to encounter calamity, they would certainly be unable to escape. Mo Ran nodded lightly and smiled nonchalantly. "Rest assured, clan leader Shen. You need only to consent. The rest shall be entrusted to me." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "A mere few spirit beasts are hardly worth concern. As an illustrious immortal emperor, could I truly be unable to manage even one? If not, then I might as well perish trying. For now, allow me to handle this. Clan leader Shen, why not first try my elixir with your son? If it proves ineffective, I possess others. Once cured, I shall take the 2 spirit beasts as a token of recompense. What say you?" "Indeed, as long as my son is healed, the Baihe clan shall heed your guidance, my lord," Shen replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect before making his way down a nearby path. Mo Ran merely nodded in response, choosing not to speak further. "Guidance is unnecessary. This is simply a transaction," he mused, a playful smile gracing his lips as he watched Shen depart. "I have an abundance of elixirs. I refuse to believe that I cannot remedy even a single injury." "System, are you expressing distrust towards the system?" "Host, it is indeed capable of healing." "You wretched thing, can you hear my thoughts?" "On the jade carriage. You expressed a desire for me to join you in indulging in gossip. Have you forgotten to disable the permissions?" Upon hearing this, Mo Ran recalled the incident and rolled his eyes. "System, you must understand that you should heed my words sparingly." Upon finishing, without a trace of mercy and with remarkable swiftness, he resolutely severed the system's eavesdropping privileges on his innermost thoughts. After a brief tussle with the system, the person in Mo Ran's embrace, once Shen departed, quickly wriggled free and leaped down. She could hardly remain still. "Slow down," Mo Ran, somewhat exasperated, gently admonished the restless child in his arms. In response, the little one dashed to the trunk of the tree and then turned to him with a mischievous grin, nodding her head. "Got it, Daddy." His heart ached at her exuberance, suddenly reminding him of his eldest daughter, Shen Qingqing. In contrast to her, Shen Qingqing was notably more composed, having inherited his tranquility and gentleness, embodying the elegance of a refined lady. Unlike his second daughter, who was inherently lively and mischievous. "Oh, yes indeed. You are right, my lord," little Yuan chimed in. Yet, another thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Linger, what do you need 2 for?" Only then did he realize. 2. Isn't it 1? I want 1 for my sister too. "Ah, I see." Mo Ran nodded thoughtfully. It made sense. This little girl would always think of Shen Qingqing whenever she encountered something delightful. Perhaps it was because Qingqing would prioritize her each time she came across something wonderful. And thus, the sentiment was reciprocated. "Daddy, Daddy." At that moment, Linger suddenly shouted from beneath the ancient tree. He noticed that 2 talismans had been inexplicably affixed to her feet. Her body soared into the air, light as a feather, akin to leaves fluttering in a tempest. Witnessing this, Mo Ran's expression shifted repeatedly. Where did this girl acquire a wind talisman? He certainly did not recall possessing such an item. As his daughter ascended higher, he deftly flicked his fingers, causing the two talismans beneath her to disintegrate into dust, scattered by the oncoming breeze. Simultaneously, a glimmering starlight emanated from his fingertips, enveloping Linger in a radiant shield. This luminous barrier would support her, allowing her to walk briefly in the air and even fly. Thank you, Daddy. Unable to control the wind talisman, Linger glanced back at Mo Ran below, grinning foolishly. My foolish daughter is growing up. Above the ancient tree, countless tranquil beasts, akin to startled birds, scattered in fear upon seeing Linger approach. Run. That human child has taken flight. Help, grandfather tree. So terrifying. Linger, observing the fleeing spirit beasts. Her eyes sparkled, resembling tiny stars. Run fast. If I catch you, I'll ask Daddy to stew you for soup. Soup. As I stewed, I pondered why one would still consume spirit beasts. Upon hearing this, the small creatures were startled. However, below, Mo Ran observed with a wry smile, shaking his head slightly. He slowly approached the ancient tree. Casting a glance, he expressed a hint of regret and spoke. I apologize for the disturbance. I hope for your understanding. After a moment, a voice emanated from the ancient tree, its gender indiscernible, ethereal in resonance. No harm done. No harm done. Trees possess spirits too. Moreover, this ancient tree has existed for countless years. The tree swayed its branches in response. From the moment Mo Ran entered this place, the tree had sensed his presence. In the past, should a human intrude, it would certainly have driven them away. Yet, upon detecting the aura surrounding Mo Ran, it hesitated. This was an essence capable of making even the deepest souls tremble. At the moment their gazes met, the tree felt as though it had traversed time and space, arriving at a realm shrouded in darkness, where it experienced an unprecedented chill, solitude, and profound fear. This individual was not to be trifled with. It sensed no murderous intent emanating from Mo Ran, and given its own inability to contend with him, it could only allow him passage. Fortunately, upon hearing Mo Ran's words, it found solace. He was merely seeking a spirit beast for his daughter. Observing the little girl, it was evident she harbored no ill intentions. She simply desired a spirit beast. Moreover, her eyes revealed a deep fondness for the tranquil beast. Thus, it refrained from any obstruction. After all, to incite the ire of Mo Ran, let alone the tranquil beast clan, would spell doom for the White Crane clan within these vast mountains. Just then, a small figure tumbled from the tree, landing straight into Mo Ran's embrace. Leaves clung to her cheeks, a branch was awkwardly lodged in her disheveled bun, and in her hands, she grasped a faintly blue, tranquil beast. With a sheepish glance at Mo Ran, she raised the two spirit beasts she held and exclaimed, Daddy, look, aren't I amazing? Mo Ran, unable to suppress his amusement at the comical sight of Linger, helped her remove the leaves and branch. Observing her display of pride, he praised. Linger is the best, truly impressive. At that moment, the figure of Hishan, who had previously departed, returned hastily. He approached Mo Ran with evident joy on his face, and upon reaching him, performed a deep bow. Thank you, Your Majesty. It was clear that the elixir had taken effect. Mo Ran, uninterested in such matters, merely nodded and waved his hand, remaining silent. It was merely a transaction. However, Linger then chimed in with delight, gazing at Hishan, and said, Uncle, I've brought these two little cuties home. Upon hearing this, Hishan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, his lips moving as if to speak. Yet, before he could utter a word, a voice of authority resonated. No, this spirit beast belongs to me. Chapter 36, The Unremarkable Child of Fate Ding. Host, the plot of the Child of Fate has been triggered. Do you wish to intervene? Upon hearing this, Mo Ran, cradling his daughter, was momentarily startled, unsure of the system's sudden appearance. Following the source of the voice, he beheld a young man clad in black who seemingly emerged from nowhere. Mo Ran initially sensed the youth's presence, presuming him to be a guest of the Baihe clan, thus refraining from any unnecessary remarks and allowing him to mask his aura. However, as the youth revealed himself, the system alerted him once again. TSK, Mo Ran smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes. And they say I'm not the villain. Even I encounter the Child of Fate. How delightful. The plot of the Child of Fate. Is the Bai He clan one of the main storylines involving the Child of Fate? The two spirit beasts he held were indeed meant for the Child of Fate. Drawing upon his past life's experiences from reading novels, Immo Rand deciphered the sequence of events. With a hint of interest, he glanced towards the Child of Fate. Lin Tian before him. TSK. An utterly unremarkable appearance. No wonder the Child of Fate can act so brazenly without drawing the attention of significant figures. Such looks are a dime a dozen among the masses. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Difficult indeed. As for the Child of Fate, whatever treasures my daughter desires, be they the stars in the sky, I, Immo Rand, shall procure them. With a decisive thought, he mused, System, provide me with the information on the Child of Fate. Name, Lin Tian, one of the top 10 children of fate in the lower realm. Identity, reborn individual realm. Life Palace first stage physique. Longevity physique cultivation technique. Longevity art plot summary. Lin Tian, having restored his cultivation, hastens to the Bai He clan as two of their contracted spirit beasts are exceptionally suited to assist in his cultivation. Soon, the young patriarch, she, will face a life-threatening deterioration of his internal injuries, prompting Shen to issue a quest for anyone capable of saving his son. The Bai He clan is willing to pay any price, even servitude, for the rescue. Upon hearing the news, Lin Tian immediately made his way to the Bai He clan. In the face of thousands who were helpless, Lin Tian, having previously acquired the legacy of the Longevity Emperor and practiced the longevity art, though unable to completely heal Shi's injuries, could effectively suppress them, thus saving Shi's life. However, he must return every 2.5 years to repress the injuries, granting Shi a temporary respite. At this juncture, the White Crane clan had become the foremost weapon in his quest for vengeance against the Lin family, and he had successfully communicated with two spirit beasts from the ancient trees of the clan through the use of his longevity body. Upon reading the brief introduction, Immo Rand let out a cold snicker. It seemed that his inadvertent actions had inadvertently thwarted the fortunes of the Chosen One. Was this akin to usurping someone else's serendipity? Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the White Crane clan? Chen was startled by the sudden outburst. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Tian, he was taken aback. What manner of being is this? How could a human dare to tread upon the sacred grounds of the White Crane clan without his permission? Moreover, this individual had concealed himself here for so long that even he, a formidable emperor, had failed to detect his presence. What were those guards doing? How could such an important place be infiltrated so silently? A wave of trepidation washed over Chen as he contemplated the implications. If this individual, possessing such a method of concealment that even an emperor struggled to perceive, were to take action against the White Crane clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. An unnamed fury ignited within Chen's heart. In that moment, his unique aura erupted with intensity, bearing down upon Lin Tian. As the terrifying pressure surged toward him, Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the peril he was in. He muttered to himself, "This is bad." He had intended to stealthily enter and abscond with the two spirit beasts that had once belonged to him in his previous life. After all, in his former existence, he had sacrificed his lifespan and utilized the spirit energy derived from the longevity technique to suppress Shi's injuries, returning every 2.5 years to maintain that suppression, a tedious endeavor indeed. Having faced such tribulations in his past life, he had hoped to avoid them this time around. Yet he found himself witnessing the very possessions that were rightfully his being snatched away by a mere girl, who brazenly declared her intentions to take them back. He could no longer bear it. After all, his potential to break through to the Emperor realm and thrive in the upper realms depended entirely on these two spirit beasts. Without them, he feared he would have met his demise numerous times in battle, just as he was about to be crushed by the overwhelming pressure radiating from the Emperor. He fought against the debilitating discomfort, uttering slowly, Chen, clan leader of the White Crane, I can save at that moment. His body succumbed to the immense force, causing his legs to buckle as if a meteor had fallen to the ground, crashing heavily onto his knees. His hands braced against the earth, blood began to seep uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, making even the simple act of wiping it away a Herculean task. I can save he declared with gritted teeth, spitting blood as he shouted the words. She was Chen's Achilles heel, a fact he had discerned during his previous life while attempting to heal her. In moments of peril, one can only grasp at the Achilles heel of Hishan to salvage his life. Although reborn, his current cultivation pales in comparison to Hishan, resembling the insignificance of an ant before an elephant. He is indeed that ant. Defiance would result in being crushed underfoot. Contemplating this, he could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. What a predicament I have created for myself. In this life, I had intended to take a shortcut, avoiding unnecessary detours and relying solely on my own strength, thus sparing myself from accumulating debts of gratitude that would only lead to incessant troubles. Little did I expect, before I could even take my first step, I would stumble into a pitfall. Indeed, upon hearing the matter pertained to Hishan, decisively retracted his imposing aura. In that instant of diminishing pressure, Lin Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him, gasping for breath as he fervently inhaled the air. The sensation of impending death, which he had not felt for a long time, returned. Hishan's fury remained unquenched, yet he suppressed it. The issue concerning Hishan demanded his attention. Consequently, he lowered his voice, though his anger was still palpable. What did you say? Lin Tian was somewhat taken aback. The elixir bestowed upon him by Mo Ran had roused the slumbering Hishan, who was now relying on the restorative powers of the 10 transformations, returning to one pill to mend the permanent injuries inflicted by the awakening of his sacred body. Now, this individual claimed he could save Hishan. Since Hishan awakened his sacred body centuries ago, he had seldom graced the world. How could a mere teenager possess knowledge of Hishan? To uncover the truth, Lin Tian had no choice but to suppress his ire and inquire further. As he regained his composure, his gaze was fixed intently on Ling Er, cradled in Mo Ran's arms, with murderous intent evident in his eyes. It was all the fault of that wretched girl. Why must she seize what rightfully belongs to me? Noticing the faint murderous aura emanating from Lin Tian, Mo Ran furrowed her brow. This boy cannot be allowed to remain. Chapter 37. The deceased should return to the west, having gained a moment's respite. Lin Tian withdrew his gaze and slowly rose to his feet, though his garments were now stained with his own blood, rendering him somewhat disheveled. I can heal Hishan's wounds, he declared. Upon hearing this, Hishan let out a cold laugh. A mere teenager spewing such arrogance. Hishan clearly had no faith in Lin Tian's words. Even with a treasure capable of concealing one's aura, he doubted the youth could save Hishan. He was far too young, far too inexperienced. It was not just Hishan who thought this. Any rational person would share the same sentiment, provided they had their wits about them. Moreover, Hishan was already on the mend, thanks to the elixir gifted by Mo Ran. Taking a deep breath, Hishan pondered. Although the young man before him was indeed youthful, he exuded an indescribable aura. Possessing a concealed treasure, he likely held an extraordinary background. It is highly likely that he belongs to the same category of individuals as the previous figure of the Kanglan sacred land, Shen Qingqing. As for the matters concerning Hishan, he learned about them from the elders of his clan, driven by a playful curiosity, likely wanting to see the world beyond the confines of the Baiha clan. Perhaps there are even formidable protectors lurking in the shadows. Contemplating this, in order to avoid provoking a series of unnecessary troubles for the Baiha clan, he stifled his discomfort and vowed that after this incident, he would certainly strengthen the clan's defenses against external threats. Even the Qingyu dynasty, upon their arrival, should be accorded due respect. Who would dare to sneak in like a thief? He forcibly suppressed the anger bubbling within him. Just as he was about to retort, telling the intruder to leave, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. He observed a small black dot expanding outward, rapidly enveloping the entire expanse above the Baiha clan. Within the dark clouds, 3-colored lightning flickered, poised to strike. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of many. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, their expressions turned to shock. Is this the Emperor's tribulation? Is someone from the Baiha clan undergoing the Emperor's tribulation? 3-colored Emperor's tribulation. A great emperor. Under the ancient tree of the Baiha clan, when Hishan discerned the figure in the sky, his eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Sure." Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood frozen in place, staring at the figure, utterly motionless. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a dying person undergo the Emperor's tribulation? There must be some mistake. At that moment, he felt like a foolish clown. Recalling the words he had just spoken, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. What exactly is going on? Where did it all go awry? Why is a dying person breaking through to become a great emperor and undergoing the emperor's tribulation now? They should have been on the brink of death, not awakening at this moment. Why? Why do the events of this life unfold so differently from the last? And what of the Qingyu dynasty, which, in my memory, should have already perished? Why has it not yet been destroyed? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, he felt profoundly shaken. He had successfully been reborn. Yet the chain reactions brought on by this rebirth left him unprepared and unsure of how to navigate this new reality. Casting another glance at Hushi, who was preparing to undergo the emperor's tribulation, he turned back to Hishan, who was entirely focused on the scene above, oblivious to his presence. He also noticed the little girl beneath the ancient tree, captivated by the commotion and the gentle hand of Mo ran tidying her hair. Seeing that everyone was drawn to the spectacle in the sky, he wasted no time. He meticulously memorized the features of the girl in Mo Ran's embrace, and, with a hand pressed against his back, decisively produced a slippery talisman. A talisman that could transport one thousands of miles away. Without a moment's hesitation, it was activated. If not now, then when? As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Presently, she is uninjured and preparing to ascend to the throne of the emperor amid the tribulations of the emperor's crossing. Hishan's vulnerability has vanished. Remaining here would yield no fruitful outcome. It would be wiser to depart and seek opportunities to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him in the future. As the talisman activated, Mo Ran lifted his gaze slightly, observing the figure of Lin Tian disintegrate into nothingness. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Unhurriedly, he placed the person in his arms down, crouched beside her, gently patting her head, and spoke tenderly. Linga, father has matters to attend to and will return shortly. Be good and wait here, do not move, all right? Upon hearing this, Linger appeared somewhat puzzled. She then nodded lightly and replied, Then father must come back quickly, okay? Yes, I will be back soon. Intervene. Gazing at the options before him, Mo Ran silently pondered. He had no desire to become embroiled in such trivial matters. Whether it be the child of destiny or the child of weather, what did it have to do with him? If he could depart peacefully, he would prefer not to play the villain or attract unnecessary trouble. However, he could not allow any hint of murderous intent towards his daughter. He feared complications. Yet he feared even more for his daughter encountering trouble, especially that associated with the indomitable child of destiny. Beep. Choose to intervene. Option triggered. Option 1. Spare the child of destiny and allow them to grow. Reward. Continuous troubles for the daughter. Option 2. Act decisively and obliterate, granting no opportunity for growth. Reward. Beast Taming Bell. Staring at the two options laid out before him, Mo Ran felt somewhat speechless. Did he have any choice? There was no choice at all. Option 2. To be honest, ever since he became acquainted with the system, he had never quite understood what kind of system it was. Universal tasks, sign-ins, villains. Mo Ran could only say that his system had a touch of each. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Emperor's Artifact, Beast Taming Bell. Emperor's Artifact, Beast Taming Bell Effect. The most rudimentary beast taming technique of the Wand Beast Immortal sect, commonly used to control low-level spiritual beasts. It is imbued with the laws of beast taming, enhancing compatibility with spiritual beasts, and can forcibly control their minds, allowing for the establishment of a master-servant contract. Effective only on low-level spiritual beasts. Mo Ran shook his head in disbelief. Then, with a flash, he vanished from sight. In a distant mountain range, Lin Tian's figure suddenly materialized. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a sense of relief. He had finally escaped. Recalling the moment he nearly met his demise at the hands of Hishan, he patted his chest and sighed deeply, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Damn Hishan, once I regain my strength, you shall also experience the taste of being suppressed. Reflecting on his recent disheveled state, he kicked a stone beneath his feet in a fit of impotent rage. And that girl who stole my opportunity. Once I restore my powers, I will make you pay. As he murmured to himself, the figure of Mo Ran suddenly appeared behind him. He let out a cold huff, extending his hand before clenching it tightly. Perhaps in the next life. Just then, Lin Tian, startled by a sound behind him, turned swiftly, intending to utter a question. But before he could complete his sentence, he found his throat rendered powerless. His body began to disintegrate from the lower half, bursting apart bit by bit. Instantly, His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the figure behind him. Regrettably, he did not have the chance to utter a single word before his body exploded like a blooming rose, transforming into a mist of blood, vanishing from the realm. I am Lin Tian, the son of destiny, a prodigy of the heavens, fated by destiny, governed by the heavens. I shall undoubtedly become the supreme Immortal King. I am a reborn individual, seizing all opportunities. Who can defeat me? I return from rebirth, unafraid of anything. The Qingyu dynasty, an anomaly? Will it affect me? A force that ought to have perished, the Baihe clan. Is it also an anomaly? It has departed from my understanding. Am I to die? No, I shall not perish. How could I? I am destined by fate. How could I die? Perhaps I have long been dead before my rebirth. Was it a dream? So vivid. This is the contemplation of Lin Tian, the son of fortune, before his death. Chapter 38. Wherefore art thou, wanderer? The traveler longs for home. Is it a dream? No. Is it a fleeting dream before death? Neither. Has he been reborn? Indeed. As a reborn individual, he should seize every opportunity. Yet, he encountered Mo Ran. Mo Ran does not belong to this world. Here, she transcends the realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. The backlash from slaying the Son of Fortune does not exist at all. After Lin Tian, the Son of Fortune, was vanquished, Mo Ran immediately returned to Ling Er's side. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the little one beneath the ancient tree, startled by the imperial tribulation. As he looked up, bolts of lightning descended from the sky towards she, just as they were about to strike him. The little one could hardly bear to look, hastily covering her eyes with the 2 fluffy balls in her hands, filled with a sense of adorable innocence. This phase did not last long. Soon, she completed his tribulation. The commotion caused by the tribulation was rather significant, prompting many powerful beings from the depths of the vast mountains to emerge. Upon learning that the one undergoing the emperor's tribulation was from the White Crane clan, they hurriedly made their way to pay their respects. Consequently, after bidding farewell to Mo Ran, Shen went to entertain the guests. As for she, having discovered that it was Mo Ran's elixir that had saved his life, he came to express his gratitude. Mo Ran, however, chose not to elaborate, for this was merely a transaction. The little one, upon realizing that she was now safe and had even ascended to the Emperor realm, felt her heart's burden lift. The truth of past events no longer held significance. Mo Ran had no desire to uncover it. It was a matter best left for the White Crane clan to resolve. Whether they could locate the perpetrator who had disrupted the formation was of no concern to Mo Ran. After concluding all matters, Mo Ran and her companions embarked on their journey home. On the jade carriage, Mo Ran retrieved the beast-controlling bell from the system and gently placed it around Ling Er's small wrist. The bell chimed melodiously as she joyfully shook her hand. What is this? Seeing Mo Ran produce yet another curious item, Shen Qingqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. She had long wished to ask about the peculiar treasures adorning Ling Er. Without needing to ask, it was clear that all of these belonged to Mo Ran, either pilfered or gifted. The source of Mo Ran's collection of such oddities had always been her greatest mystery. Mo Ran met her gaze with a smile, ready to respond. But the little one in her arms wriggled and interjected eagerly, I know. The moment Mo Ran adorned her with the bell, the information regarding the beast-controlling bell vividly unfolded in her mind. With pride, she gazed at Shen Qingqing's face and declared, this is the beast-controlling bell. Struggling to articulate the wealth of newfound knowledge, she faltered, her face flushing red as words eluded her. Finally, deflated like a punctured balloon, she managed to say, it can control beautiful spirit beasts. She instinctively voiced her thoughts, for she had no desire for anything less than enchanting. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing lifted her hand and playfully flicked her forehead, feigning annoyance, and teased, I was asking your father. Adults are speaking, and children should not interrupt. Humph. Bad mother. I won't play with you. The little one, feeling disgruntled, pouted and huffed at the Empress. She offered no rebuttal. What could she say? She was but a child. Observing the mother-daughter duo bickering once more, Mo Ran could only shrug in exasperation. Having no means to intervene in Shen Qingqing's penchant for teasing Ling Er, he felt compelled to explain. The beast-taming bell is a tool derived from a sect specializing in beast taming, one of the most commonly utilized means of controlling beasts. The Immortal sect is also a sect. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing shot him a glance, incredulous. I truly wonder where you conjured such peculiar knowledge from. If you were to reveal it, would you? I shall not tell you, but I can take you to see. A blush flickered across Shen Qingqing's cheeks as the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Humph, men are all the same, nothing but trouble. Yet, you do possess the gift of gab. She recalled the words Mo Ran spoke to her when he saved her that day, suddenly reminded of something. In my hometown, we call that the murder of one's spouse. She inquired, your hometown? Casting a hesitant glance at Mo Ran. She felt a swell of curiosity after years of silence regarding his origins. Yet, she hesitated, fearing she might tread upon a painful memory for him. My hometown. Mo Ran observed her indecisiveness. Upon hearing the first half of her sentence, long-buried memories surged forth in his mind. Where is your hometown? Is it beautiful? Might you take me there someday? He reminisced about the appearance of his hometown, a memory from long ago. Nodding, he replied in a tender tone. Of course, it lies in a faraway place, and I deem it quite beautiful, truly the most exquisite I have ever seen. After speaking, he cast a playful glance at the beautiful girl beside him, resting his hand naturally, saying, Yet, it pales in comparison to your beauty. Smooth talker. Father, I want to go too. All right, you can come along, everyone can go. Mo Ran hastily reassured the restless little one in his arms. His hometown. It had been ages since he last visited. The world is vast, yet his hometown feels so insignificant, like a speck of dust amidst countless realms. When would he find his way back home? Even he did not know. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he refrained from dwelling too deeply on it. Observing Mo Ran lost in reflection, Shen Qingqing worriedly grasped his hand, uncertain if she had spoken out of turn or if she should have remained silent. Do not fret, I am well. It is merely that memories have surged unexpectedly, and it is natural to feel a tinge of nostalgia. He discerned her concern and quickly assuaged her worries. After all, the notion of traversing through time and space is somewhat absurd. Articulating it would elicit disbelief. Such matters are not easily discussed, as the topic bears a certain weight. At that moment, the spirit nestled in his arms, Linger, suddenly blinked. As if she had discovered something remarkable, she hastily tugged at Mo Ran's garment. Look, father, there's something over there. Shen Qingqing and Mo Ran followed the direction indicated by the child. The former perceived nothing amiss, while Mo Ran furrowed his brow slightly. A surge of sword energy emanated from that direction. It was the realm of the Wuxin sword sect. Chapter 39. The Deadly Temptation, Your Highness. There are so many people. Shen Qingqing and Xiao Yao arrived late, following the direction of the soul-collecting light beam. At that moment, disciples from various sword sects had congregated around the light. This phenomenon was a first for them. They pondered that entering the secret realm with their souls posed no real danger. At worst, they would take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Even if they did not gain much, their losses would be minimal, perhaps just a few months of recuperation. At the very worst, they might end up in a stupor. The appearance of Shen Qingqing and her companion naturally attracted considerable attention. Who are these disciples? They are quite striking. The crowd was a chaotic blend of voices, filled with whispers and murmurs, creating a significant clamor. Just as everyone was embroiled in speculation about the nature of this phenomenon, an individual suddenly emerged from the throng. He wore a soft sword at his waist and held a folding fan in hand. With a swift motion, he unfurled the fan, proclaiming, Esteemed guests, I have come across records in the ancient texts of the ZY Sword sect. The world within the mirror is governed by the soul. Gathering souls can enhance one's essence. With that statement, the crowd fell silent. He surveyed the ethereal, drifting souls surrounding the light beam and continued. It appears that this light beam is the extraordinary phenomenon described in the ancient texts of our sect. Those luminous orbs floating around are what the texts refer to as Puh, a treasure capable of augmenting one's soul. Puh! Exclaimed the crowd, recognizing the speaker as Shu Wuyan, the esteemed elder brother of the ZY Sword sect's first lineage. He is known as Shu Wuyan, the solitary scholar who forged his path in swordsmanship through the pursuit of knowledge. Observing the speaker's demeanor, many in the crowd recognized him, for his exploits are nothing short of legendary. The ZY Sword sect is a formidable force in the realm of swordsmanship. Shu Wuyan, a seemingly frail scholar, has possessed a profound love for reading since childhood and is often seen with a soft sword at his side, although no one had witnessed him practicing swordplay. When asked why a mere scholar would carry a sword daily, he would smile and respond, "Is there any rule that forbids scholars from bearing swords?" Thus, the tale of a learned man wielding a sword became widely circulated in his hometown. And thus, the story continues. The ZY Sword sect has commenced its recruitment of disciples. He set out alone, bidding farewell to his home, remarking, "It is a splendid destination." Thus, the scholar's aspiration to join the sword sect became a subject of light-hearted banter among the locals. Subsequently, those who journeyed with him to the ZY Sword sect remarked that this young man possessed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, leading to his acceptance as a direct disciple of the sect's master. Yet, they had never witnessed him practicing swordplay. After joining the ZY Sword sect, he spent 3 years in the ancient scripture hall, immersed in study. Upon his emergence after this period, he experienced a profound epiphany, achieving mastery in the realm of the life palace with a single stroke. This tale of a scholar who studied for 3 years, only to attain such a level of prowess, reverberated throughout the city. Hearing these accounts, the scholar nodded with a faint smile, neither affirming nor denying. "My lady, he is truly remarkable," remarked Xiaoyan, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she absorbed the crowd's bewilderment. "He certainly has dazzled them." Shen Qingqing scoffed dismissively, ignoring the foolishness. After a while, a few latecomers arrived. Of the 5 great sword sects entering the secret realm, 4 had made their presence known, while none from the bloodthirsty sword sect had appeared. "Miss Qingqing, Miss Xiaoyan, it is a pleasure to see you again," came the voice of Jun Rian, the one who had previously been reprimanded by Shen Qingqing. "Ah, it is young Master Jun," she acknowledged with a nod, while Xiaoyan greeted him softly. Sensing Shen Qingqing's disregard, Jun Rian awkwardly scratched his head, relieved to find another who would engage with him. "It seems Brother Rian is acquainted with those 2 enchanting ladies. I wonder from which sword sect they hail?" One of his fellow disciples from the Howren sword sect speculated. "Brother Rian appears to be in a bit of a bind." Another chimed in. "Indeed, it is my first time witnessing such a scene." Not far away, the disciples of the Howren sword sect were abuzz with conjectures as they observed their senior brother approaching the 2 charming women. Their murmurs, though not loud, reached Jun Rian's ears, causing his expression to darken. "You lot, brace yourselves when we return," he thundered. As they gazed ahead, the luminous pillars radiated with increasing intensity, and many in the crowd began to grow restless. Treasures capable of enhancing one's soul had always been rare and highly coveted. With the various sects converging and the rules of the secret realm altered, the opportunity for seizing resources from one another had arisen. Thus, no one dared to be the first to act. However, the allure of the soul essence was immense. Should one manage to obtain even a fraction, what fear would there be in sustaining injuries to the soul? In any case, it would never be a loss. As long as one could secure a piece of that so-called essence, even with a wounded soul, there would be means to heal. Thus, everyone yearned to partake in the endeavor. The quantity of the ethereal orbs was limited, available on a first-come, first-served basis. However, the first to act would undoubtedly become a lamb to the slaughter, left vulnerable to the whims of others. Consequently, despite the immense temptation, none wished to be the first to raise their head. Observing the soul-gathering pillar, the once vibrant spirits grew increasingly elusive and diminished in number, while the ethereal orbs proliferated. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their impatience and made the first move to seize one. "The essence is mine." With the first action taken, it was only natural that a second would follow, and soon a third. As one individual acted, the scattered onlookers, lacking any leadership, succumbed to temptation and engaged in a fray. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind Shen Qingqing. "Junior Sister Shun, Junior Sister Xiaoyan. What brings you here?" It was none other than the esteemed senior brother Gu Qingfeng of the Wenqing sword sect, accompanied by a small contingent of 11 or 12 disciples. Their garments marred and sullied, suggesting they had recently endured a fierce battle. "Who is this? A disciple of the sword sect? Why have I not seen them before?" The disciples trailing Gu Qingfeng were filled with curiosity upon hearing him address Shen Qingqing as junior sister, as they were unfamiliar with her and Xiaoyan. "Senior brother Qingfeng, what has transpired?" The disciples who had arrived earlier and were waiting at the location rushed towards him upon his appearance. Noticing the tattered corners of their clothing and the dirt that adorned them, they expressed their concern. Seeing the 3 Wenqing sword sect disciples rushing towards him, Gu Qingfeng let out a long sigh, exclaiming, Don't mention it. We encountered a pack of lunatics. A pack of lunatics? Do you mean the bloodthirsty sword sect? Upon hearing this sensitive remark, Jun Rian hastily inquired. Indeed, Gu Qingfeng replied, glancing aside and frowning upon spotting a familiar face, sensing an undercurrent of conspiracy. How did you come to know? Sure enough, you too have encountered them, he continued, recounting how the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect had expelled all of the Howren sword sect disciples from the secret realm, as well as their bizarre conduct. Hearing Jun Rian's retelling, which mirrored his own experiences almost precisely, Gu Qingfeng tightened his grip on the gentleman's sword, frustration mounting within him. These scoundrels! Over 100 disciples from the Wenxing sword sect entered, yet now only 15 or 16 remain. The number of us present is less than 100. With the recent conflicts over the orbs, several more have been eliminated. This is largely attributable to that deranged group. Observing the current situation, it becomes evident that the number of disciples taking action is increasing. Jun Rian bid farewell to Gu Qingfeng and Shen Qingqing before returning to the ranks of the Howren sword sect disciples to oversee the unfolding chaos. The scene is currently tumultuous, beyond anyone's control. Treasures capable of enhancing one's spirit are exceedingly rare, and upon encountering one, it is only natural for all to desire acclaim. Shu Wen, the leader of the Ziwei sword sect, has rallied his disciples to contend for the so-called soul. The elder brother of the Tianyuan sword sect has yet to make an appearance, leaving the sect's disciples directionless. Among those unable to resist temptation and vying for the soul are disciples from various sects, as not all will obediently follow orders. In this world, most individuals exist in solitude. The path of cultivation is primarily one of personal struggle. For them, uniting is an act of the weak. True strength lies in solitude. On ordinary days, they may courteously address one another as elder brother, yet when it comes to matters of interest, such titles hold little weight. Chapter 40. The soul has spirit and awareness. Brother Jun, should we? Upon Jun Rian's return, the previously restless disciples of the Howren sword sect managed to quell their inner turmoil. Some had previously considered taking action but hesitated, fearing reproach from Jun Rian, thus opting to wait a little longer, especially since their elder brother had yet to engage. Seeing Jun Rian return, those disciples rubbed their hands in anticipation, eager to act, signaling their readiness to charge forth. Jun Rian cast them a glance, offering a reassuring look to temper their eagerness, then surveyed the rest who had not yet acted, saying, "Patience, we must wait a little longer." This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Although he had visited the secret realm several times, this peculiar occurrence was unprecedented. Unlike Shu Wen, who relished delving into ancient texts, Jun Rian did not have the habit of perusing ancient literature. Thus he was unaware if the Howren sword sect's archives contained any records of such anomalies. Furthermore, disciples from the bloodthirsty sword sect had yet to reveal themselves, raising his suspicions of deceit. As an elder brother, he must approach every situation with rationality, resisting temptation and prioritizing the safety of his junior disciples. This is the duty of an elder brother. Since the bloodthirsty sword sect expelled all Howren sword sect disciples from the secret realm a decade ago, their actions have grown exceedingly bizarre. Prior to entering the secret realm, his master had warned him to be cautious of the bloodthirsty sword sect. His master had also mentioned that before any changes to the rules, the sect leader of the bloodthirsty sword sect had not made an appearance to provide any explanation to the Howren sword sect or the other three sects. In light of such circumstances, they were at a loss for how to proceed. After all, the 5 major sects are distanced from one another, and should the bloodthirsty sword sect harbor any schemes, it would be difficult to ascertain their intentions. Consequently, he remained particularly vigilant regarding the bloodthirsty sword sect during this endeavor. In recent days within the secret realm, he has been tirelessly searching for disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect, yet has encountered only one, and even managed to lose track of that individual. Given the significant events unfolding in this place, the absence of any members from the bloodthirsty sword sect is indeed peculiar, truly perplexing. Unable to fathom the situation, he opted to bide his time. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense amidst brief skirmishes, with disciples of the Ziwei sword sect, under the leadership of Shu Wuyin, wreaking havoc and swiftly emerging as the dominant force. Meanwhile, some solitary disciples recognized that relying solely on their individual prowess would not suffice against the formidable Ziwei sword sect, especially with Shu Wuyin in their ranks. Having acted first, They could not return to their respective teams in disgrace, leaving them to stubbornly endure. Most disciples capable of entering the secret realm possess similar levels of cultivation, and among those who had engaged, many were on par with Shu Wuyin. However, they tacitly chose not to provoke him. Should they confront Shu Wuyin and occupy him, it would undoubtedly allow others to seize the advantage. Thus, they preferred to let him drive away the unnecessary participants, ensuring they could reap greater benefits for themselves. As they drew closer to the location of the essence, their eyes shone with fervor, revealing their unrestrained desires. If they could acquire even a portion of this essence, it would bolster their souls, and even a slight enhancement would render their expedition worthwhile. After all, treasures that augment the soul are exceedingly rare, often unattainable in the market, and even when they surface, they are swiftly collected by powerful factions, leaving no opportunity for ordinary individuals like them. It was imperative not to allow the disciples of the Ziwei Sword sect to eliminate them one by one. Some of the disciples began to sense the shift in the dynamics and hastily called out. One of them glanced at a fellow disciple from the Tianyuan Sword sect, whose cultivation was comparable, and shouted, "Hey, Tianyuan Sword sect, let us form an alliance. We shall split the essence 50-50. The other nodded in agreement. With the formation of this alliance, other solitary disciples quickly followed suit. After all, while a 50-50 split may be less than ideal, it was certainly preferable to being cast out entirely. United, these disciples surged forward like a tidal wave, systematically eliminating those lone wolves who had failed to find partners. Thus, after approximately half an hour, the number of disciples from the four major sects present had dwindled considerably. Undoubtedly, it was the Tianyuan Sword sect that suffered the most significant losses, having sustained substantial casualties, leaving only a few who had yet to engage, awaiting the arrival of their senior brother. The remaining disciples, unable to wait any longer, were reduced to a scant few who were still coordinating their efforts. "Where's our senior brother?" As the numbers continued to dwindle, the disciples of the Tianyuan Sword sect grew increasingly anxious. "Quiet down. For the moment." A disciple of the Tianyuan Sword sect, taking the lead, scolded others. He inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the dwindling number of disciples from his sect, and calmly analyzed the situation, inquiring, "In these days within the secret realm, have any of you encountered our elder brother?" Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating that they had not seen him. The disciple's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grim. "This is unreasonable. The elder brothers from the other three sects are present, yet ours is nowhere to be found. The bloodthirsty sword sect's elder brother has also not arrived. What on earth is happening?" From the moment the revised rules were announced, something felt amiss, very amiss indeed. "Second brother, could it be that silence?" He coldly reprimanded a disciple who spoke words of ill omen, disrupting their morale. In the current predicament, their elder brother's absence hindered their ability to take charge. Apart from the bloodthirsty sword sect, the elder brothers from the other three sects were all present. He glanced towards Jun Rian and Gu Qingfeng's direction, then at Shu Wuyin of the Zy Sword sect. After a moment of calm contemplation, he observed that only Shu Wuyin was leading the charge, while the other two remained unmoving. What were they concerned about? Could it be that the bloodthirsty sword sect had been driven away? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a trick at play. Do not act rashly. With our elder brother absent, we cannot control those hotheads. If they wish to charge forth, let them. We must remain still. He gestured subtly to the few remaining disciples, indicating toward Jun Rian and Gu Qingfeng. Seeing that neither Gu Qingfeng nor Jun Rian had any intention of moving, the other disciples calmed down as well. If they are not anxious, why should I be? The current rules were not like those of yesteryears. What one obtained was not necessarily theirs to keep. Instead, it allowed for intersect skirmishes over resources. This meant that while they might have the fortune to seize something, they might not possess the strength to defend it. Moreover, with their elder brother absent and the elder brothers of the other three sects present, should a conflict arise, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Ultimately, they might end up with nothing to show for their efforts, perhaps even losing their lives. A grave miscalculation. Ha ha ha. The spirit is mine now. I have it too. Ha ha ha. Just as they were engaged in discussion, Shu Wuyin had already led a group of disciples from the Ziwei Sword sect to the side of the light column. Some disciples had managed to grasp the radiant orb firmly in their hands. After a while, the other sects, having banded together to break through the encircling layers, hurriedly approached the light column. Fools! Shu Wuyan coldly smiled upon seeing the remaining disciples from the other 3 sects, who were still hesitating to act. Earlier, he had indeed shared some information about the light column with everyone, but it was merely a fragment. The phenomenon of the luminous pillar born from the soul is something he recorded inadvertently. The soul possesses a spirit capable of enhancing its own essence, thereby assisting in the elevation of one's divine consciousness. With consciousness comes awareness, yet it must be approached with caution, for he recalled only so much. The subsequent inscriptions seem to have been obliterated, resulting in a missing segment. However, this fragment alone suffices to validate the efficacy of the soul evoked by the luminous pillar, primarily serving to augment the divine spirit. Furthermore, as this realm permits only the entry of divine souls, there is little risk of mortal peril from injury. Merely a slight chance of harm that can be remedied with rest. Besides, the soul that manifested this time is a treasure designed to enhance and fortify the divine spirit. Even if one were to suffer injury, there is little cause for concern. Recovery can be achieved through this treasure. Moreover, throughout the many years of this realm's existence, no incidents have ever occurred. Thus, he surmised that the subsequent inscription likely cautioned against excessive appropriation. Otherwise, how could one explain it? Consequently, he admonished the disciple who acquired the soul, permitting only one to be taken before reaching for the nearest soul himself. Just as he made contact with the soul, a chilling crimson light erupted around the gathering pillar, and an eerie formation manifested within a mile radius on the ground. What is this? Could it be a trap? At that moment, hundreds of disciples clad in crimson emerged frantically from all directions. Within a mile of the luminous pillar, numerous halos appeared, with the red-clad disciples swiftly taking their designated positions. Their fingers formed gestures, unleashing waves of crimson light that surged skyward, enveloping all who approached the pillar. It was the bloodthirsty sword sect. What on earth are they scheming? Chapter 41. The Soul Within the Ring. The soul refining formation. As the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect surged forth, a wave of panic gripped the crowd, particularly among the unmoving Tianyuan, Howren, and the disciples of the heart-seeking sword sect. Indeed, there was treachery afoot. What could the bloodthirsty sword sect be plotting? Look, that appears to be a cauldron. Following the emergence of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples, an ominous crimson stream of energy enveloped the area within a mile of the luminous pillar, accompanied by a formation resembling a rune on the ground. As those disciples took their designated positions, the crimson stream began to exhibit control. Gradually, the gaseous substance that had drifted upward became tangible, coalescing into form. Ultimately, under the manipulation of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples, it slowly shaped into the form of a cauldron, towering 100 meters high and casting its shadow over all beneath the heavens. 5 figures clad in crimson garments, their heads adorned with red caps, materialized before them. The leader cast a disdainful glance, twisting his neck with a series of ominous cracks. "Oh, I did not anticipate your cleverness in resisting the allure of this ethereal essence. Such restraint is indeed rare." To him, those who could withstand the temptation of elevating their souls were nearly non-existent in this realm, particularly within a world governed by the spirit. Observing that these individuals refrained from launching an assault, he was taken aback. Upon recognizing the countenance of the newcomers, Gu Chengfeng and Jun Rian could not suppress their exclamations. Blood spirit! Blood spirit! The bloodthirsty swordsman of the bloodthirsty sword sect stood at the pinnacle of the third realm of the Fate Palace, teetering on the brink of becoming an emperor. His absence in the secret realm a decade prior had been noted, as it was rumored he was in seclusion, preparing to face the trials of ascension to emperor. To their astonishment, a decade had passed, yet they encountered him within the secret realm. "Blood spirit, what is your sect concocting?" Jun Rian inquired, casting a glance at him and then at the enormous cauldron towering behind him. Within the cauldron, a fiery essence blazed, a soul fire so potent that it stirred the very essence of the onlookers. This flame had the power to incinerate souls. Ha! Blood spirit erupted into a raucous laughter. He shrugged, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he regarded Jun Rian. "It matters not. I shall share it with you." He then turned to the colossal cauldron behind him, arms outstretched. This formation is known as the Soul Refining Array, capable of refining souls. It is a masterpiece I have meticulously crafted over several centuries. Several centuries? Gu Qingfeng and Jun Rian exchanged astonished glances. A century prior, during his initial foray into the secret realm, Gu Qingfeng had stumbled upon a well-concealed cave while exploring. Inside, he discovered a ring harboring the spirit of a being long deceased, one that had perished tens of thousands of years ago. Upon donning the ring, the spirit awakened. The elder spirit revealed that he hailed from the upper realm and had once been a formidable celestial monarch. With the elder's guidance, Gu Qingfeng swiftly ascended in strength, transforming from an ordinary disciple into the esteemed senior brother of the bloodthirsty sword sect within a mere decade. In the year he entered the Fate Palace Mirror, the enigmatic elder unexpectedly made a request to resurrect him. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. Could one who had been dead for so long truly be revived? This notion surpassed his understanding. The elder, however, assured him that such a feat was impossible in this realm. Yet, in that world, there lies a chance. Subsequently, the elder provided a brief introduction to the secret realm, a domain accessible only to souls, enlightening Gu Qingfeng that it was, in fact, an artifact of a celestial monarch. A celestial artifact of auxiliary nature, designed to suppress myriad souls while nourishing one's own spirit. Within it lies a multitude of divine souls, long subdued. Their consciousness faded into oblivion. Ultimately, these souls are refined by the celestial artifact into ethereal essences, which serve to enhance one's spiritual presence. His task is to utilize these essences to mend the fragmented soul of the elder. In the end, he seeks a suitable conscious soul to possess, granting him a new lease on life. The elder confided that the effort to elevate him to the realm of the Destiny Palace within a decade had depleted his dwindling spiritual energy. Without replenishment, he would dissipate, ceasing to exist in this world. In gratitude for the elder's assistance over the years, he readily consented. Upon his agreement, the elder imparted a unique secret technique enabling him to control individuals of a lower realm than his own, along with teaching him an intricate formation, the unparalleled furnace of souls, the soul refining array. Furthermore, he promised that should the young man successfully reclaim his former exalted state, he would escort him to a higher realm, in pursuit of the supreme path that all aspire to attain. During this period, the elder guided him from the first realm of the Destiny Palace to the pinnacle of the third realm. Over the course of a century, he entered the secret realms 9 times, dedicating 63 days to meticulously inscribing the formation. He also employed the elder's bestowed technique to command hundreds of bloodthirsty disciples from the sword sect, who entered the secret realms alongside him. Moreover, driven by the desire to facilitate the elder's rebirth and ascend to the celestial realm, where the coveted first realm of immortality awaited, he succumbed to the elder's persuasion and stealthily eliminated his own sect leader. A celestial king possesses myriad methods to orchestrate the demise of an emperor, particularly through subtle means. He manipulated the leader's most cherished disciple, lowering his defenses and thus increasing the likelihood of success. This explains the absence of the bloodthirsty sword sect's leader during the conference of the 5 major sections a decade prior. The assault on the disciples of the Howran sword sect by the bloodthirsty sword sect was also a calculated maneuver on his part. Had he not instigated the attack, the rules would remain unchanged, delaying the realization of his plans. Only by altering these regulations, permitting disciples from various sects to freely seize each other's resources, could he attract a greater number of divine souls. Coupled with the allure of enhancing one's spirit, the number of potential recruits would swell. He merely needed to activate the formation the moment disciples from the 4 major sects stepped within its bounds, ensuring the success of his grand design. However, he did not anticipate that his absence, along with the unusual behaviors of the bloodthirsty sword sect's disciples, would arouse suspicion in others, leading to the unexpected emergence of the soul-gathering pillar and instilling a sense of caution among them. Thus, he refrained from activating the formation the moment the group of disciples stepped in, choosing instead to bide his time. He was taken aback by the extraordinary patience exhibited by Gu Qingfeng, Jun Rian, and the others. The moment Shu Wuyan led the disciples of the ZY sword sect to touch the essence, he could wait no longer. He had to reveal himself and activate the formation. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. It was merely a handful of individuals, inconsequential. All he needed to do was initiate the formation, refining the souls within it, allowing the mysterious elder residing within him to absorb them and revive himself. Thus, his task would be complete, and his life would be transformed. His destiny was on the brink of being rewritten. This was a being of great stature from the upper realm, a celestial king. He had never even heard of such a figure. Surely, he must possess tremendous strength. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, excitement, fervor, and longing danced in his eyes. He turned to those standing beyond the formation's boundary and proclaimed, "You shall be witnesses to this most magnificent moment." With that, he snapped his fingers. A group of disciples from the 4 major sects, bound tightly, were dragged forth one by one. At his command, they were unceremoniously cast into the cauldron formation. "Save me. Senior brother, help me. I don't want to die." "Jun Shixiao, save me. I don't want to die." "Second senior brother, save me. Senior brother is already dead. I don't want to die." Many disciples looked in the direction of Jun Rian, Gu Qingfeng, and the leaders of the Tianyuan sword sect, shouting desperately. Their faces were awash with terror. "Shui Lingzi, though I do not comprehend your intentions, soul refining is clearly a nefarious endeavor, and you shall perish beneath my gentlemanly blade." Witnessing his fellow disciples mercilessly thrown into the cauldron, Gu Qingfeng, who had remained silent for a long time, was overtaken by murderous intent. This was the first time he felt the urge to kill within the secret realm. As their senior brother, he could not bear to watch his juniors fall one after another into this unknown peril. Gripping his long sword tightly, he summoned his sword aura, taking a step forward. With a slight lift of his hand, countless sword shadows formed behind him. As he unleashed a single strike, the sword shadows surged forth like a torrential rain of blades towards the ominous formation. He aimed to dismantle this seemingly sinister array. Ever since its inception, his eyelids had been twitching incessantly. Chapter 42, Raising the Sword of All, resolving to become a half-step emperor. The overwhelming sword energy rippled and rebuffed. Boom! A muffled grunt echoed as Gu Qingfeng's strike met the air, striking with a softness devoid of power. Laughter echoed in the air as Gu Qingfeng, without a word, unleashed a sword strike toward the grand formation. In response, the blood spirit raised his head and laughed heartily. With a smirk, he gazed mockingly at the group, sneering. "The formation is complete. Everything has already been set in stone. This grand formation belongs to the upper realm, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals from the lower realm to dismantle. Moreover, I have meticulously arranged this formation over the course of a century. Did I not consider all potential outcomes before its establishment? Or perhaps, did I not account for any unforeseen variables? To guard against such possibilities, I have made ample preparations." Seeing his sword strike fall without leaving a scratch on the formation, Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. He dismissed the blood spirit's claim of inevitability. After all, resignation would only lead to a predetermined fate. As the blood spirit appeared unexpectedly, Shen Qingqing felt a flicker of doubt. How could anyone evade her senses? She was a reincarnated celestial king, endowed with treasures bestowed by Mo Ran. No one should be able to escape her awareness. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier incident when 2 disciples of the Fong clan slipped from her perception. Her gaze returned to the bizarre formation, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. The oppressive aura emanating from it was certainly beyond their collective strength. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Jun Rian's voice softly resonated. "Gu Qingfeng, let's strike together." Noticing that even Gu Qingfeng's solitary sword strike had failed to budge the formation, Jun Rian exchanged a glance with him and added, "After all, if even Gu Qingfeng cannot break through with a single blow, it would be unwise for me to act alone, considering my fellow disciples stand behind me." "All right." Gu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. In an instant, both began to weave hand seals, and their spiritual swords soared into the air like agile serpents, conjuring thousands of illusory sword energies. Surrounding them, torrents of spiritual energy surged toward the spiraling swords. The distinct sword intents emanating from Gu Qingfeng and Jun Rian ignited fiercely, their spiritual swords radiating a chaotic energy, as if seeking to tear apart everything in their vicinity. "Go!" With a fierce shout, the 2 unleashed their fully concentrated sword energies, awakening like a slumbering beast from millennia, launching a cataclysmic assault upon the grand formation. Overreaching, the blood spirit scoffed as he observed the 2 charging toward the formation. This grand formation of the upper realm is not so easily shaken. He glanced at those within the cauldron formation, their faces contorted in agony from the searing spiritual flames, assailing the formation from within, and let out a derisive chuckle. Amidst the grand formation, an intense spiritual energy capable of incinerating the very souls of gods blazed above. Who could remain calm and composed in such a tempest? Even the most gifted swordsmanship prodigy, who had devoted a century to the study of the blade, found himself akin to a frenzied lunatic, relentlessly assaulting the encasing array. Numerous disciples of the Ziwei sword sect, alongside those from the other three sects, fell victim to his wild sword intent. The clash of these two forces resulted in mutual annihilation, further exacerbated by the refining flames within the cauldron, and the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples sacrificing themselves as fuel, causing the flames to blaze even more fiercely. Boom! Another resounding thud echoed. As the layers of mist dissipated, the intact formation remained steadfast before all. How could this be possible? Gu Chengfeng and Jun Rian exclaimed in unison. The blood spirit, observing their astonishment, remarked with indifference, a futile struggle. Why do they not heed my words? Would it not be better to await their demise in obedience? The tide has turned, and this is their destiny. As the two remained momentarily stunned, he cast a glance at the increasingly fervent flames at the pinnacle of the cauldron formation. Fixing his gaze upon the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples ensnared by his secret arts, he seemed to resolve upon a dark determination, his countenance turning ominously somber. Recollections of past events flitted through his mind, ephemeral as passing clouds. Yet he chose to plunge deeper into this abyss, fully aware in the depths of his soul that this was an ill-fated course. However, in the face of power's allure, all else faded into insignificance. Thus, he resolved to descend further into darkness, devoid of regret since that fateful moment when he took his master's life. His determination appeared long since etched in stone. Any hesitation now merely the remnants of a waning conscience. Offer your essence, he commanded, raising his hand. The disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect, stationed at the formation's periphery, seemed to respond to an unseen directive. As the array solidified, bizarre blood-red runes began to emerge on their bodies. With increasing clarity, ancient characters unfolded before the onlookers. These runes voraciously consumed the spiritual energy from within them, rendering their souls increasingly indistinct at a visible pace. Blood spirit, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Gu Chengfeng and Jun Rian bellowed in unison, witnessing the blood spirit's mysterious machinations compelling the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect to comply. Although they did not grasp the full extent of the situation, the sight of those runes devouring the disciples' spiritual essence left no doubt in their minds. This could only herald calamity, for once one's soul dissipated, life itself would cease, leaving behind merely a hollow shell, intact in form yet devoid of essence. Gradually, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the soul of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciple dissipated entirely, ultimately merging with the blood-red, eerily enigmatic runes. Hundreds of runes surged towards the apex of the cauldron, coalescing into a radiant display, as if gestating something profound. Witnessing the situation spiraling beyond control, or perhaps realizing that it had been uncontrollable from the outset, Jun Rian and Gu Chengfeng fixed their gazes upon the blood spirit. Exchanging a knowing glance, they nodded in silent agreement, resolutely gripping their swords. Their sword energy fortified their forms, unleashing the full power of their sword physique. Two streams of sword intent erupted behind them, as they fervently siphoned the surrounding spiritual energy. Boom! The sound of a tremendous explosion resounded. Jun Rian was the first to act, leaping forward with a swift stride. With each swing of his sword, the blade's aura intensified. Cling, cling, cling. Blood spirit observed the approaching Jun Rian with an expression of indifference. Forming his fingers into a sword, he meticulously countered the onslaught of formidable sword energy emanating from Jun Rian with unhurried precision. The sword energy had coalesced. He was indeed half a step into the Emperor realm. Jun Rian's breath quickened. This blood spirit was truly on the brink of the Emperor realm. How astonishingly swift. Recalling their initial encounter in the secret realm, they had merely been at the dispersing energy stage. Now, years later, he had ascended to the second realm of Life Palace. While the latter was on the verge of achieving Emperor status, just half a step away from that pinnacle. Yet, that half step was not one easily traversed. Undeterred, he intensified his offensive, growing ever stronger. Even before an emperor, he dared to engage. Armed with the supreme, boundless sword physique, he welcomed the challenge. Ah! A furious roar escaped his lips. Gripping his sword tighter, his overwhelming righteous energy surged once more. Clang! To the side, the sound of metal clashing erupted. Behind Gu Qingfeng, disciples of the heart-questioning sword sect drew their swords, taking their positions in various directions. Gu Qingfeng stood at the forefront, encircled by his disciples. With their swords raised to the heavens, several streams of sword energy shot skyward. Below, a radiant light emanated from the ground. The sword formation was set. Seeing the formation had taken shape, Gu Qingfeng wielded the gentleman's sword, its energy swirling around him. At that moment, the aura he exuded was also at the half-step Emperor realm. Originally, he was a formidable presence in the third realm of Life Palace. Now, by channeling the strength of several disciples, he forcibly stepped into the half-step Emperor realm. Yet, he was still slightly lacking compared to a true half-step Emperor. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for battle. The formation required time to establish, thus Junrian had to act first, buying a few precious seconds for him. With his heart-questioning sword physique activated, a towering sword energy ascended, piercing the heavens. Within the formation of swords, Gu Qingfeng's gaze remained indifferent. Yet an uncontrollable fury surged forth from his eyes. This sword must undoubtedly strike down the architect of this array. His lips parted slightly as he uttered a low command. Heart's inquiry, one sword. Boom. The soaring sword energy cascaded down like a torrential river of stars, ruthlessly descending upon the blood spirit. Their attacks could not inflict any harm upon the grand formation. Thus, to dismantle the array, one must slay its wielder. As long as the holder of the formation perished, the grand array would cease its operation. Observing the formidable sword energy descending towards him, rivaling his own might, Blood Spirit silently acknowledged the peril. Ding! After parrying Junrian's descending sword with a swift maneuver, he seized the moment of her surprise to deliver a powerful kick to her abdomen. With a gasp, Junrian's figure was sent flying once more. Akin to a kite severed from its string, liberated from his grasp. In a flash, Blood Spirit brandished a crimson longsword, its sanguine aura emanating fiercely, transforming the surroundings into a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Yet, he regarded it with disdain. How could one who had truly encountered the Emperor's barrier fear the sword energy of a mere mortal who had barely touched its threshold? The instant he grasped the sword, the energy surrounding him surged forth in defiance. With a decisive upward swing, he unleashed a strike. The power of the laws flowed like a ceaseless river. Chapter 43. Gathering thousands of souls for refinement. Boom. The clash of sword energies intertwined and annihilated one another, sending ripples outward. As the two beams of sword light collided, the heavens were torn asunder, casting an ominous darkness akin to an apocalyptic scene. The crimson sword energy intertwined with the force of the laws, a power that could only be comprehended upon entering the third realm of the Fate Palace. Gu Qingfeng, having just entered this realm, had yet to grasp its essence. Even with the sword formation forcibly elevating his strength to a half-step emperor, he remained incapable of touching the laws. In contrast, Blood Spirit had long since traversed the third realm of the Fate Palace, thus gaining profound insights into the laws. After the cataclysmic explosion, as the sword energy dissipated and the attack subsided, the Crimson Law's power hovering in the sky continued to ripple, refusing to dissipate. Beneath the blood-red heavens, the energy within the bodies of the onlookers surged chaotically, their spiritual strength waning further under the influence of the sanguine laws. This law could even incinerate the soul. Be cautious, retreat, warned Junrian, wiping the blood from her lips as she addressed the motionless crowd, their faces etched with concern. Upon hearing her warning, they too sensed the strangeness within themselves and hastily summoned their spiritual energy for protection. The figure continued to retreat, while ahead, the dark hair of the Blood Spirit floated like flowing water in the wind. He wielded a blood-red sword, wearing a sinister expression, and pointed his blade at Junrian, proclaiming calmly, "You shall also become the stepping stones on my path." Inside the cauldron, the spiritual flames blazed ferociously. Having already endured a fierce battle, their strength was severely depleted. Now, they expended considerable energy attacking the grand formation that ensnared them. They were nearly at their wits' end, their vitality almost extinguished. Many, under the relentless refining of the spiritual flames, had their souls dissipate, accompanied by the sacrificial bodies of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples. The flames above them grew ever more vigorous, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. "Ah, no, I don't want this," Shu Wuyan cried out. "It's your fault. All your fault. If it weren't for you." Wei Wuan Ti as they watched their own forms becoming increasingly ethereal, the heat intensifying. They saw many around them succumbing to the refining process, one by one. The disciples who still clung to their last breath voiced their discontent. Witnessing Shu Wuyan struggle to maintain the assault on the grand formation, he roared in frustration, but as he spoke, he faltered, unsure if it was truly someone's fault. Was he blameless in this dire predicament? Had he not succumbed to temptation, would they have faced such a fate? Who could be blamed for this calamity? Before he could utter any final words of farewell, their bodies were consumed by the spiritual flames, ultimately transforming into a droplet of pure white liquid, soaring towards the inferno. Within the cauldron's formation, countless individuals shrouded by the array knelt in despair, their anguished cries echoing. Yet, without exception, their bodies were gradually refined and dissipated. In the end, the liquid coalesced, surrounding the spiritual flames in a cohesive mass. Ultimately, only one remained, desperately holding on. However, his aura had long since faded from its previous intensity. His eyes, now clouded, observed his fellow disciples being refined one after another. He gazed at Gu Changfeng and Jun Rian, who continued their relentless assault on the blood spirit outside the formation. Reflecting on his earlier taunt of being a fool, he threw his head back and laughed, realizing, "I am the greatest fool, the one who doomed an entire generation of disciples from the ZY Sword sect." He looked up at the searing spiritual flames encircled by the liquid, as if they beckoned him, whispering, "Come, you are the last one needed." This was a dead end, devoid of any chance for survival. In the final moments of his bewildered gaze, his body, too, was consumed by the refining flames, ultimately becoming a droplet of liquid that merged into the fiery essence. At the instant of his merging, the spiritual flames erupted in a dazzling brilliance, and a distinct silhouette slowly coalesced within. Boom! Crack! The cauldron shattered. A crisp sound of shattered glass echoed through the air. Countless ethereal energies surged frantically towards the spiritual fire, encircling it completely. Within the flames, an overwhelming pressure emanated, a force so potent that even the great emperors had never possessed such might, as if it sought to shatter the very heavens and the earth. A formidable power, one that suppressed all existence in this realm, radiated from the core of the spiritual fire, binding the surrounding space, causing the souls within to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing, who had remained silent and observant, furrowed her brow at this spectacle, seemingly recalling something and pondering deeply. She felt no turmoil regarding the earlier actions of the others, who had recklessly entered the formation out of greed. She held no desire to rescue them. After all, it was not she who had begged them to enter. As adults, they must bear the consequences of their choices. Behind her, Xiao Yun exhibited an expression of curiosity. The blood spirit, who had initially intended to draw his sword against Gu Changfeng and his companion, suddenly halted. He trembled with uncontainable excitement, reveling in the success that had come to fruition. "Ha ha ha, the tide of fortune, belonging to me, blood spirit, is about to arrive. The old man's resurrection is now inevitable. Everything else is inconsequential. What on earth is this?" he exclaimed, feeling the pressure that surpassed that of an emperor. The surviving onlookers gazed upon the colossal soul entity formed from the convergence of countless spiritual powers above the spiritual fire, its aura eclipsing that of an emperor. Their faces paled in terror. They had encountered emperors before, yet the might of an emperor now seemed utterly insignificant. Even if an emperor were to descend, a mere thought from this soul entity could spell their demise. Seizing the moment, the blood spirit deftly removed a ring from his hand and hurled it towards the luminous sphere of flames. "Old man, I leave the rest to you. Ha ha ha, little spirit. Fear not, I shall grant you what I promised." The ring emitted a dazzling white light, and an ancient soul suddenly soared forth, charging toward the sphere of spiritual fire. With hands forming intricate seals, a series of enigmatic runes materialized, gradually adhering to the glowing orb. As he grasped it firmly, he cast a disdainful glance at the remaining crowd before swallowing the orb whole. The essence of the soul, now fused with the spiritual fire, flowed within him at that moment, nourishing and repairing his once fractured soul with the essence derived from multiple disciples, gathering soul pearl. At this revelation, Shen Qingqing, who had been silently observing the unfolding events, felt a stir within her as she witnessed the old man emerge from the ring and consume the sphere of spiritual fire. At last, an anomaly was detected. Could this be the soul-gathering pearl? The formation of the soul-gathering pillar requires the soul-gathering pearl as a catalyst, while the soul-gathering pearl can amass countless souls. However, the spiritual fire birthed from the cauldron of this array can refine myriad souls, thereby attaching them to the soul-gathering pearl. Through this process, souls can be refined, ultimately resulting in a liquid capable of nourishing and rejuvenating the spirit. Furthermore, utilizing the soul-gathering pearl to suppress countless souls is a more straightforward and effective method, given the prolonged duration of the suppression needed to coalesce the spirit. Suddenly, as the blood spirit flung a ring into the air, a figure emerged from it. Xiaoyan, momentarily releasing her grip on her sword, pointed towards the ring in astonishment, exclaiming, "Princess, look! A person has emerged from the ring. How incredible! The ring can conceal someone. How could it possibly be so small? How marvelous!" In response to the sudden outburst, Shen Qingqing, momentarily interrupted from her contemplation, cast a sidelong glance at the fool. Is she out of her mind? Still able to laugh in such a situation? I'll just lock you in there. No, it's too small. It definitely can't fit me. I can't shrink. Xiaoyan hastily shook her head in refusal as Shen Qingqing proposed to confine her, her expression serious. TCH, fool. Shen Qingqing disregarded her, lifting her delicate face to gaze at the elderly figure in the sky, feeling the extraordinary aura emanating from him, which seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, she appeared to sense something, her eyes brightening with surprise as she remarked, "So it is an immortal." Chapter 44. Encountering the Evil Immortal. Escape from the law. Gazing at the elderly figure named Dong Lao in the sky, Shen Qingqing felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, how could an immortal possibly exist in this world? The Emperor realm is already the pinnacle. An immortal represents an entirely different level, one that should not exist here. Thus, she was somewhat astonished at the appearance of an immortal. The reason for her lack of overwhelming surprise stemmed from her father, Mo Ran. She believed that Mo Ran's existence was far more outrageous than the emergence of an immortal in this world. Although she had only witnessed him in action once or twice, it was always a single strike that left no room for observation. Yet, in her childhood, he had been able to extract the blood essence of a celestial phoenix to awaken her constitution, possessed a tome chronicling all affairs of the upper realm, and a plethora of powerful techniques, each exponentially stronger than the Immortal King techniques she had practiced in her previous life. Thus, it was evident that he could not be weak in comparison. Consequently, upon sensing the immortal aura from the elderly figure before her, she was merely filled with mild curiosity and surprise. "Princess, what is an immortal? Is it delicious?" Beside them, the ever-curious Xiaoyan, upon hearing her princess murmur, was filled with intrigue. Having never encountered such a concept, she pondered, what is a celestial being? It seems the princess possesses knowledge of its nature. It is something that devours human souls, particularly those as foolish as yourself. I refuse. I shall not be consumed. It must be a vile entity. In fright, she retreated a couple of steps, casting a furtive glance at the resplendent elder illuminating the heavens. What manner of creature is this? It seeks to devour Xiaoyan. Yet, Xiaoyan is not delectable. The princess is far more appetizing. If it feasts upon the princess, then it shall not touch Xiaoyan. Simultaneously, Shen Qingqing, enveloped in astonishment and confusion, witnessed Jun Ruyan, who had been propelled away by a forceful kick, struggle to regain her composure. At the moment a spirit emerged from the ring, her pupils widened in disbelief. What is this entity? The oppressive aura emanating from this elder surpasses that of even my revered master. Gu Qingfeng experienced a similar sensation. He encountered his imperial father daily and had witnessed his wrath, yet the pressure radiating from this figure rendered his father's might insignificant by comparison. Where did this blood spirit obtain such a terrifying existence? Has it sacrificed numerous disciples merely for this being? Is this the legendary realm of the celestial, attainable only through the celestial path? In the sky, the elder's ethereal form grew increasingly distinct, and the overwhelming aura he exuded compelled many to prostrate themselves in submission. Gu Chengfeng and Jun Rian exchanged glances, as if arriving at a silent resolution. Their sword's momentum surged once more. Should the elder complete this ritualistic endeavor, their demise would be inevitable. Rather than succumb to a passive fate, they resolved to seek a glimmer of hope. With this thought, they suppressed their discomfort under the oppressive force, forcibly channeling their spiritual energy to activate their swords. Gripping their weapons tightly, they prepared to execute their incantations. As they readied to charge towards the blood spirit, one to attempt to restrain it, while the other aimed to disrupt the elder's self-restoration, Shen Qingqing, who had remained quiet and observant behind Gu Chengfeng, spoke up in an effort to dissuade him. If you wish to live, do not proceed. Should they rush in now, their demise is certain, crushed beneath the elder's overwhelming might. This is no jest. The pressure of a celestial being differs profoundly from that of an emperor. The celestial's force is formidable, each movement replete with the rhythm of the Tao. Should they attempt to intrude recklessly, they may not even draw near before being mercilessly annihilated by its relentless Daoic power. As they noticed someone attempting to obstruct their passage, both individuals turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing that it was Shen Qingqing who spoke, they momentarily froze, dissipating the formidable aura they had collectively harnessed, and simultaneously inquired, "Junior sister, do you understand what is happening? Miss Shen, why must we refrain from proceeding?" In contrast to Jun Rian's questioning, Gu Chengfeng pondered whether the well-informed Shen Qingqing might possess insight into the matter. After all, he had witnessed the formidable prowess of her father firsthand. Meanwhile, Jun Rian was genuinely perplexed. Although he had previously engaged with Shen Qingqing and was well aware of her formidable techniques and dominance, he was certain that she could not surpass the elder before them. Thus, he was left bewildered as to why she would interject to halt their advance. Noticing the confused gazes directed at her from the two men and the remaining disciples who were still clinging to life, Shen Qingqing gently cleared her throat and began to explain, it would be prudent to avoid stepping into the bounds of the grand formation. This array has the capacity to devour and refine the soul, and thus, should one recklessly enter, death is assured. She gestured towards the direction of Xuelingzi, who was also standing outside the formation, refraining from crossing its threshold. Moreover, the aura emanating from this elder evidently surpassed that of an emperor. Observing the myriad of crimson Dao rhythms swirling around him, she cautioned, if one were to charge in recklessly, even if they were to evade the formation's devouring nature, they would still be unable to escape the elder's Dao rhythms, which could easily annihilate them. Upon hearing her words, the disciples turned pale, exchanging anxious glances and murmuring amongst themselves. Clearly, the notion of an entity beyond the emperor had instilled fear within them. Beyond the emperor? Does that mean an immortal? They stammered in disbelief. Why? Why would such a terrifying being appear here? Are we to simply await our doom? Indeed, are we to allow him to restore himself unimpeded? Listening to their disconcerted chatter, Shen Qingqing merely nodded lightly, shaking her head in resignation, indicating her own ignorance regarding the situation. She could sense that the aura radiating from the elder was unmistakably that of an immortal. There was no doubt that he was indeed an immortal being. However, she could not fathom why an immortal would manifest in the lower realms, or why one would exist within this secret domain. Apologies, but she had no answers. Furthermore, immortals are not entities that mere mortals can easily influence. The process of utilizing the soul-gathering pearl to amalgamate the myriad souls and employing the soul repair pillar to mend one's own soul was commonplace in the upper realms. Therefore, she did not display much shock at the elder's method of soul repair. After all, she had initially contemplated a similar approach. However, the technique employed by the elder diverged significantly from her recollections, as the souls gathered by the soul-gathering pearl were devoid of physical forms, and those possessing corporeal bodies would be naturally repelled. However, within this secret realm, the soul-gathering pearl, under the influence of this formation, seems to have altered the established rules. Such a method, even the erudite Moonfall Immortal King had never encountered. Moreover, she had not witnessed anyone employing a formation of this nature. Although she held the title of Immortal King, she belonged to the younger generation in the upper realm. After all, 3,000 years is but a fleeting moment, vanishing in the blink of an eye for the cultivators of the upper realm. She then cast her gaze back towards the elder, only to see blood-red runes suddenly manifesting upon his being. Ancient characters emerged from these runes, swirling around the elder in a spectral dance. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qingqing appeared to recall something, furrowing her brow. Is this a form of demonic sorcery? How could this elder be a malevolent immortal? These individuals truly have the worst luck. To encounter one who has long since perished is indeed a testament to their extraordinary misfortune. Shen Qingqing shook her head and began to silently pray for them. She felt no concern for her own safety. Those who sought to provoke her would find themselves unfortunate, while others bore the brunt of such calamities. Out of a sense of humanitarianism, she wished to aid these individuals, for after all, they were of the same sect. If she could help, she would. If not, then fate would dictate their lives and fortunes. She glanced at Gu Chengfeng and inquired, "Brother Gu, is there any way to exit this secret realm?" Gu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Shen Qingqing's motives for asking, especially since the secret realm had only just opened a few days prior. Although puzzled, he chose not to press for details and replied honestly, "There is a way. Either one must be gravely injured and near death, or wait for 7 days." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing looked at the remaining disciples and pursed her lips. Waiting 7 days was certainly out of the question, as it had only been a few days since the opening. As for being gravely injured, that is a viable option. Chapter 45, Guiding Souls for the Clan. Yet falling into evil initially, Shen Qingqing believed that this lingering soul of the elder was merely a once-living immortal who had perished many years ago. Desperately in need of substantial soul energy to mend his own spirit, a thoroughly immoral endeavor. Generally, virtuous immortals would refrain from engaging in such heinous acts. Although soul gathering for the restoration of one's spirit is quite common in the upper realm, she had never witnessed a mysterious immortal utilizing a soul-gathering pearl in conjunction with a formation. Nevertheless, she was certain that as long as one remained outside of this formation, safety was assured. Thus, she urged Gu Chengfeng and Jun Rian to exercise caution. Otherwise, should they step into the formation, their fate would become an enigma. Consequently, even in the fervor to save others, one must not jest with one's own life. Moreover, what they faced was a celestial being. Thus, when Gu Chengfeng and the others prepared to take action against the enigmatic elder, she interjected to halt them. Yet, as she beheld the sanguine runes suddenly emanating from his being, along with the ancient characters cascading forth from those runes encircling the elder, her expression grew gravely solemn. Was this not the phenomenon spoken of in legends, one that only those who practiced nefarious sorcery could manifest? However, the malevolent entities of the higher realms had long been quelled, subdued by the might of celestial emperors. The remnants were predominantly comprised of those whose intentions were impure, celestial beings who favored shortcuts in their cultivation. In her previous life, although she held the esteemed title of Celestial King, her understanding of malevolence was rather nebulous, for she had never encountered it firsthand. Her knowledge was solely gleaned from ancient texts. It would have been preferable if she had faced an unscrupulous celestial in dire need of a substantial infusion of divine souls to mend their own. After all, such an entity would likely seek to lure souls through this formation to restore their own essence. Thus, standing outside this formation, they should be safe. However, upon realizing this, Shen Qingqing could not help but exhale a long sigh, feeling disinclined to elaborate further to the others. Fearless, she shrugged and glanced at the perplexed assembly, nonchalantly stating, "You all ought to take care of yourselves. If you delay, you may well perish here. Do not blame me for not warning you." Afterward, concerned that the gravity of the situation might not be fully grasped, she reiterated with emphasis, "In the ancient tomes of the higher realms, it was recorded that malevolence was among the myriad races, originally known as the soul-guiding clan, proficient in employing the arts of various races, particularly their formidable ability to guide souls. The technique of refining essence by gathering souls through the soul-gathering pearl was, indeed, derived from the soul-guiding clan. Consequently, they were a most unique entity among the countless races of the higher realms. This peculiarity hindered their strong individuals from transcending into the realm of celestial emperors, with their pinnacle being merely that of celestial kings. In pursuit of ascension to higher echelons, they endeavored to forge new pathways. After numerous setbacks, they stumbled upon a remarkable trait. Their souls could absorb those of others to achieve breakthroughs and advancements. The discovery of this trait plunged the soul-guiding clan into a frenzied state for the ensuing millennium. Soon after, the first being of their clan reached the realm of Celestial Emperor, marking a pivotal moment that liberated the soul-guiding clan from dependence on others and their willingness to adhere to the arts of various races. Their ambitions gradually grew increasingly vast, fervently attracting and consuming the countless souls of the deceased. Due to their excessively cruel practices, which contravened the natural order, they became reviled by the celestial beings of the upper realms. From that moment on, they forsook their original duty of guiding souls and resorted to the plunder of divine essences for survival, earning the moniker of malevolent spirits. Consequently, the lineage of soul guides vanished from the upper realms. Ultimately, their actions incited the wrath of many, leading to a coalition of several powerful celestial emperors who suppressed the soul-guiding clan, forcing them into a desolate, lifeless abyss, where they fell into silence. Reflecting upon the accounts recorded in ancient tomes she had perused out of boredom, Shen Qingqing could not help but press her lips together. It was fortunate that she had read extensively, otherwise she might not have recognized the identity of the entity before her. However, she truly did not anticipate that such malevolence, which existed solely within ancient texts and felt like a distant memory, would one day cross her path. It indeed validated her earlier remark to Xiaoyan. It will devour people. And it truly would. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed, for her own background was sufficiently formidable. Noticing that she had spoken for quite some time, without anyone moving, Shen Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly. Did these individuals truly wish to perish here? Given their indifference, she chose not to persist in her discourse. After all, life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. With so many people present, she could not possibly save them all. Having already made her point, whether they chose to depart was entirely their own decision. Perhaps their backgrounds were as resilient as her own? With this thought, Shen Qingqing leisurely resumed her observation of the unfolding spectacle. After all, this was something she had only heard of but never witnessed. Now that she had the opportunity to broaden her horizons, why would she not relish it? Gu Qingfeng, perceiving the gravity of the situation, sensed an ominous premonition arising within him, leading him to take Shen Qingqing's words seriously. Addressing the crowd with utmost seriousness, he urged, "Everyone, we must heed junior sister Shen's counsel and hastily take our own lives to withdraw from this place. Being gravely injured is far preferable to dying here." His meaning was unmistakable. The plan to wait for the portal to the 7-day secret realm to open and then depart safely was evidently no longer viable. Their only course of action was to forcefully exit the secret realm, despite the significant cost associated with such a decision. As the soul is the most fragile aspect of a person, they could not foresee the severe repercussions that might arise from their self-sacrifice. However, the thought of remaining in their dire predicament prompted the crowd to nod solemnly in agreement. Quickly, restrain them. The elder celestial being, who was in the process of mending his soul and restoring himself, suddenly seemed to sense something and shouted urgently at the blood spirit. Upon hearing this, Shui Lingzi momentarily froze, though he could not comprehend the elder's intent. Nonetheless, he complied, realizing that he and the old immortal were akin to grasshoppers on the same boat. Disobedience could lead to dire consequences. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. With a sudden burst of speed, he surged forward, and the disciples of the Bloodsword sect, who had not yet received his command to sacrifice themselves, followed closely behind. As Shui Lingzi charged toward them at an astonishing pace, the disciples, who contemplated self-sacrifice, became flustered. The act of self-destruction was challenging enough without such unexpected complications. Gu Qingfeng, witnessing the chaos, sensed the impending disaster. Although he could assist them in their self-sacrifice, his desire was to save them all. Therefore, he let out a deep breath and called out sternly, "Run. Seek safety and sacrifice yourselves swiftly." With that, he gripped his long sword tightly and propelled himself forward. Charging toward the advancing Shui Lingzi, he leaped gracefully, delivering a powerful kick to a nearby tree, using its rebound to slash down at Shui Lingzi. In that moment, the others seized their chance and fled. A sharp clang resonated as Shui Lingzi met the incoming attack with his blood-colored longsword. Observing this, Gu Qingfeng let out a cold snort, retreating a few steps while unleashing the full power of his sword. The ethereal energy emanating from his blade was resolute. "Why the need for this?" Shui Lingzi replied with a calm smile, twisting his sword in response. A ringing sound echoed as the blood-colored laws enveloped him, amplifying his sword energy, which surged in all directions. Gu Qingfeng, unwilling to fall behind, accelerated his sword's rotation, rejecting the surrounding energy. Yet, he fell short compared to Shui Lingzi, who wielded the power of the laws, as the latter was on the brink of the Emperor realm, while Gu Qingfeng had merely entered the third stage of the Fate Palace. The disparity was vast. In an instant, Shui Lingzi's figure flickered and appeared before him. So swift. As Gu Qingfeng braced for the incoming strike, he clenched his jaw, attempting to maneuver his body to evade, but it was futile. The sword was too fast, and he was too slow. Move, he urged himself. At the moment the sword was about to descend, a fiery lotus whizzed past his ear. Upon contact with the sword light, it erupted in a brilliant explosion. The force of the blast sent his body hurtling backward. He quickly steadied himself, channeling his energy to defend. "Leave him to me, Senior Brother Gu," he declared, ready to confront the challenge ahead. Chapter 46, The Power of Calculation. Unscathed as the smoke dissipated, the figure of Blood Spirit re-emerged, lightly coughing twice. Observing the unfamiliar visage of Shen Qingqing and glancing at Gu Qingfeng, who was still recovering from the shock of the sword strike he had just delivered, he remarked, "Interesting. From the Fire Lotus moments ago." He sensed the aura of the laws. The exquisite maiden before him appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, yet her prowess had reached the second realm of the Fate Palace, having grasped laws accessible only to those in the third realm. Such talent was utterly extraordinary. The force capable of nurturing such a genius must surely be formidable. But what did it matter? No matter how powerful the forces behind her might be, could they rival the ancient immortal at his back? Upon hearing his words, a glint of cold light flashed in Shen Qingqing's eyes. She had no intention of engaging him in idle chatter. With a surge of power from her feet, a fire lotus erupted beneath her, blossoming magnificently. She leaped past Gu Qingfeng, seizing the long sword he clutched tightly. "Brother, may I borrow your sword?" Startled by the sudden loss of his weapon, Gu Qingfeng instinctively nodded, recovering from the previous impact. Noticing Shen Qingqing charging towards Blood Spirit, he quickly called out, "Sister, be cautious," before hastening towards the bloodthirsty disciples of the Blood Sword sect. His chances against Blood Spirit were nearly non-existent. However, Shen Qingqing was different. He had previously clashed with her. The Fire Lotus technique of the Azure Feather Empress was one she wielded with remarkable skill. In her hands, he could barely withstand 10 moves before succumbing. Thus, the only viable strategy was for him and Jun Ruyan to swiftly deal with the bloodthirsty disciples, then join forces with Shen Qingqing for a glimmer of hope. In an instant, Shen Qingqing brandished the Junzi sword, its red sword energy enveloping her as she lunged toward Blood Spirit's chest. Blood Spirit raised his hand, crossing his sword to intercept her strike. A sharp clang echoed through the air. Blood Spirit chuckled, "Is that all?" Shen Qingqing regarded his arrogant demeanor with a cold click of her tongue, expressing her disdain. She immediately channeled her inner spiritual energy, and a phantom of a fire lotus radiating a destructive aura materialized behind her. The tip of the Junzi sword, with a delicate lotus imprint, rapidly expanded. Blood Spirit, sensing the impending threat, thought to himself, "This woman is nothing but thorns." He thrust his sword forward with force, executing a hand seal. Crimson runes danced upon his hand, enhancing the blood-red sword he wielded. From the heavens, numerous scarlet sword energies crisscrossed the sky. With a sharp exclamation, he commanded, "Slash." The sword energy surged forth, honing in on Shen Qingqing with fervor. Unperturbed, she raised her delicate hand, poised to counter the descending onslaught of crimson sword energies. With a gentle push of her jade-like hand and a sharp command, she exclaimed, "Go." Upon her words, the ethereal flames of the fire lotus behind her instantaneously blossomed. Several slender fire lotuses transformed into a rain of swords, cascading toward the crimson sword energy. The moment they made contact, they erupted into a dazzling inferno. Boom, boom, boom. The air resonated with explosive sounds. The sky was engulfed in flames, resembling a hellish landscape. What an impressive display! Observing the phenomena resulting from the clash between Shen Qingqing and Blood Spirit, Jun Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment as he carelessly flung the body of a disciple from the bloodthirsty sword sect against a nearby tree. Such a formidable young woman. Recalling the prior beating he had endured, A flush of embarrassment crept across his face. Did she truly hold back? With a sigh of relief, he glanced at the nearly defeated disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect and addressed the disciples of the Howren sword sect behind him, urging, quickly retreat from the secret realm. I shall lend my assistance. Senior brother, let us depart together. Indeed, senior brother, we must leave at once. It will soon be too late. They had witnessed the terrifying aura emanating from the elder, a presence far beyond their capacity to confront. As Junrian prepared to aid Shen Qingqing, the disciples of the Howren sword sect voiced their concerns, having witnessed great terror and sought to prevent him from rushing to his demise. Witnessing his juniors in such a state, his expression darkened, his icy gaze fixed upon those who spoke, and he admonished them sternly, leave at once. She is risking her life to carve out a sliver of hope for you. I, Junrian, am not one to forget a favor. With that, he charged toward Shen Qingqing without a backward glance. The chastised disciples lowered their heads, their faces grim, fists clenched, and teeth gritted, ultimately releasing an exasperated huff. What did it matter to them what happened to others? All they desired was to survive. Was that so wrong? If you seek death, so be it. I merely offered my counsel. With a decisive punch to his own chest, the disciple's form began to waver, ultimately transforming into a glowing orb that soared toward the horizon. Observing this, several disciples of the Howren sword sect followed suit, each channeling their energy and delivering a punch to their chests. In an instant, a multitude of glowing orbs surged from the ground, ascending toward the azure sky, an extraordinary spectacle. Just as countless orbs were on the verge of breaching the celestial barrier and departing from this realm, a scarlet vortex erupted from below. A powerful suction drew the orbs into a singular mass, ultimately merging into the blood-red whirlpool. Ha 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 ha! You younglings dare to wish to leave my grasp unscathed? From the heavens above, a figure materialized, a venerable elder clad in a blood-red robe, standing tall with a bead in his left hand. As the radiant orb, destined to escape the secret realm, was drawn into the whirlpool, it transformed into a crimson rainbow the moment the elder appeared, soaring into the orb held within his grasp. Cursed be this! Upon realizing that he had barely taken a few steps when his own junior disciples were ensnared by this wretched elder and drawn into the orb through the vortex. The veins on Junrian's forehead throbbed with fury. Gripping his long sword with all his might, he unleashed an immense surge of energy, causing a stream of crimson blood to erupt from his mouth, staining the ground beneath him. Consumed by rage and disregarding his own physical condition, his bloodshot eyes fixated intensely on the celestial elder hovering above. Once again, he chanted the incantation, and behind him, tens of thousands of sword energies coalesced. With a swift motion of his fingers, he directed them skyward, and the long sword in his grasp soared with a fierce purple aura, instantly cleaving toward the elder. The gathered sword energies followed suit, surging alongside the blade toward the elder. Ah, you scoundrel, perish at once. Observing the insignificant creature below exerting all its strength to strike at him, the elder's lips curled into a dismissive smirk. He fixed his gaze upon the incoming sword energies with an intense glare, causing them to shatter midair. Below, Junrian watched in despair as his utmost effort failed to even graze the elder. Another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he clutched his chest, enduring the pain while gazing at the figure in the sky, a being he could never hope to reach. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Is this what they call the legendary realm above the great emperor? What sights must it behold? If only I had the chance to ascend as well. Chapter 47. This farewell is everlasting. Senior brother, what is your dream? Huh, my dream? Yes, what is your dream? Within the sword forest of the Howren sword sect, a young girl of 4 or 5 years, wielding a meticulously carved wooden sword, struck a pose and mimicked the sword techniques taught to her by a nearby boy, all while inquiring eagerly. The boy pondered for a moment, stroking his pristine chin, and replied with a smile, My dream is to protect all of you. Me too. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, senior brother. In an instant, the sword forest echoed with joyous laughter. Little one, it seems I must go back on my word. I failed to protect you. At that moment, Junrian's eyes closed, his breath growing increasingly feeble, resembling a living corpse. Ultimately, he could no longer muster the strength to support his heavy body and fell heavily to the ground. The earth, stained by his blood, blossomed with vibrant red flowers. It appears that support and affirmation were bestowed upon him for the sake of his protection. His body fell amidst a sea of flowers, stained with his own blood, ultimately transforming into a radiant orb that soared towards the horizon. The elderly man extended his aged hand towards the light, emanating an overwhelming force that firmly grasped the ethereal essence, which had taken the form of Junrian. In the eyes of the elder, the insignificant creatures of the earth could not disturb him in the slightest, regardless of their desperate efforts or sacrifices. How could mere ants sway a mighty tree? At that moment, Gu Qingfeng, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, clenched his fists tightly as he beheld the soul orb held securely in the elder's grasp, faintly resonating with Junrian's presence. Could it be that even the formidable Junrian could not alter the course of fate? Now, it seemed that a grim fate was unavoidable. Just moments ago, he had urged his disciples to evacuate the secret realm. Little did he anticipate that, after calling for them, he would hear Junrian's furious cry. Filled with concern, he hurried towards her direction, only to witness this alarming scene. In a sudden realization, he glanced at the soul orb in the elder's hand and instinctively sprang towards the direction of the disciples of the Wenxin sword sect. This could not be, he thought. He had to reach them in time. Yet, how often do such urgent matters allow for timely intervention? Upon arriving at the location where he had previously settled the Wenxin sword sect disciples, he found them already enveloped in ethereal white light. No. When they saw Gu Qingfeng rushing towards them, their lips moved as if trying to convey something. Despite enduring their injuries, they smiled and waved at him. "Senior brother, why have you returned?" They laughed. "Do not worry. We shall meet again outside. Senior brother, upon our return, I will treat you to the finest peach blossom brew." In that moment, it was a final farewell. As he witnessed the disciples of the Wenxin sword sect transform into radiant soul orbs ascending into the sky, Gu Qingfeng's eyes glazed over, his mouth slightly agape, heart-wrenching pain enveloping him. He was powerless to halt this unfolding tragedy. No one could, typically renowned for his genteel demeanor. He now appeared somewhat disheveled. He could not comprehend why this journey had turned out this way. He could not fathom the presence of a celestial being in this realm. In the face of such divinity, they were likely deemed unworthy even of being likened to ants. Words failed to encapsulate the enormity of their plight. Brother Gu. At this moment, Shen Qingqing had finally freed herself from the entanglement with the blood spirit. Arriving late, she noticed Gu Qingfeng standing in a daze, devoid of the familiar presence of the Wenxin sword sect disciples, and called out softly. Turning to survey the surroundings, she found no trace of that familiar figure, and her heart tightened with fear. "Brother Gu, where is Xiaoya?" At her words, Gu Qingfeng snapped back to reality, realizing with dismay, "I did not see her. What of Junrian? Dead? How could this happen? What about Xiaoyan? This foolish girl, could she be in any trouble? Blast it." With that, she flung her sword towards Gu Qingfeng and rose to search for Xiaoyan. The concerns of outsiders were of no consequence to her. All that mattered was that this fool remained unharmed. "Xiaoyan, where are you?" She searched tirelessly and called out incessantly, yet she saw no sign of Xiaoyan. Her face contorting with distress as an indescribable emotion surged from the depths of her heart. Not only had she failed to catch a glimpse of Xiaoyan, but even the disciples from the four sects were nowhere to be found. Surely, they must have escaped? Could this foolish girl truly be in danger? Had she also managed to flee? She hastily shook her head, dismissing the horrifying thought. This foolish girl would never harm herself. It was utterly impossible. After searching without sight of that familiar figure, she anxiously removed the jade pendant from her waist, lifting it with trembling hands as a drop of blood fell from her fingertip. The moment the pendant touched the blood, it emitted a brilliant light that surged into her brow. Her consciousness expanded significantly, just as she was about to extend her awareness in search of others. A foolish voice suddenly rang out ahead. "Your Highness, I'm here. I'm right here." Glancing towards the direction of the voice, she spotted a silly figure waving its little hands enthusiastically. A breath of relief escaped her lips, and her tense nerves began to ease. Thank goodness. This foolish girl was safe. As Xiaoyan ran towards her, panting heavily, she couldn't help but deliver a light punch to her head. "You ran around aimlessly." In response, Xiaoyan winced in pain and pouted, explaining, "I saw them turning into light orbs and flying away. Then that man-eating monster caught me, so I hid." Light orbs flying away. A man-eating monster caught you? What does that even mean? Just as she pondered these bewildering statements, Gu Qingfeng, who had seemed dazed, gradually returned to his senses and stepped forward, saying, "That immortal elder took all the disciples who attempted to leave forcefully." He briefly explained the situation to Shen Qingqing. Yes, that is exactly what I meant." Zhao Oyan nodded vigorously at Gu Qingfeng's unexpected explanation. Shen Qingqing, however, felt utterly drained. What on earth was going on? She glanced at the dazed Zhao Oyan, then turned to observe the lifeless gaze of Gu Qingfeng, fully aware of the burden he now bore. She shook her head in resignation. What a tiresome ordeal. All I wanted was to help this foolish girl uncover her origins. How did so many troubles arise? Where did it all go wrong? Just as she pondered this, the sky above was suffused with a blood-red hue, and the figure of an elderly man emerged within it. His aged voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth as he gazed at Shen Qingqing with profound astonishment, exclaiming, "Innate Dao body." Chapter 48. I seek death. What can you do? Upon hearing this, the old man vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood right before Shen Qingqing. Observing this, Shen Qingqing wasted no time. Flames of a fiery crimson erupted around her as the Fire Lotus Law ascended once more. Just as the old man was about to seize her, she hurriedly grasped Xiaoyuan's hand and retreated several hundred steps. Such an old fool, she thought. The old man chuckled coldly, choosing not to pursue, but rather watching Shen Qingqing's retreat with keen interest, deep in contemplation. To encounter an awakened innate Dao body in this place was indeed a terrifying revelation. The innate Dao body. The old man licked his parched lips, his gaze towards Shen Qingqing rife with greed. This was a transcendent constitution that had not been seen in the upper realms for millennia, naturally inclined towards the Dao. If he could devour it, his soul would surely return to its former glory. Furthermore, possessing such a body would undoubtedly allow him to break through the immortal Emperor realm, a level that the soul-calling clan had been unable to surpass since time immemorial, achieving true immortality, not merely having a soul that reached the level of an immortal emperor. As he contemplated this, he could hardly contain his excitement. He recalled the years when he was suppressed here by the Haoyu immortal emperor, enduring millennia of refining. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter years ago, when he stumbled upon a nameless ring that could nourish his soul, he feared he would have long been refined by the immortal emperor's companion artifact. Thanks to that ring, which sustained his soul, he managed to survive in a state of lingering spirit until today. Now, a millennium had passed, and from what the blood spirit child, who had once rescued him from this place and aided his recovery, had told him, he had pieced together much of the situation. This place remained familiar to him. Still the same small world of the immortal emperor artifact that had imprisoned and refined him for countless years. The artifact that refined him had long ago been split into 5 fragments by the Haoyu immortal emperor through a secret method during that ancient battle, scattered across thousands of worlds in the lower realms. The intent was to confine the wicked beings he had suppressed within the world of the immortal emperor artifact, ensuring they would never rise again. Yet, he never anticipated that after his demise, those fragments of the immortal emperor artifact, scattered throughout the lower realms, would be obtained by others. In a serendipitous attempt, they managed to forge a bridge using the last remnant of unsevered essence within the fragments, connecting one fragment to another. Thus, 5 fragments from the nether realm were retrieved by their respective masters, who, empowered by their divine souls, established a singular space through these shards. After a series of dialogues, they endeavored to simultaneously channel spiritual energy into the fragments, curious to discern what might transpire. After numerous attempts over many years, they finally succeeded in activating the shards, and the Soul Mirror's miniature world emerged once more. He, through a fortuitous circumstance, lured the blood spirit to a secluded cavern he had previously opened before his self-imposed seclusion, which allowed him to escape. Therefore, he was granted the chance for rebirth. All thanks to those who originally established the secret realm. Reflecting on this, he could not suppress the joy swelling within him. What do you say? A dignified immortal unable to contain his emotions? Try being confined for a millennium. Suppressing what? Yet, upon further contemplation, he recognized that this was a realm of divine souls. After consuming it, he would not possess a complete corporeal form. Thus, a bold idea took root in his mind, to venture to the lower realm where the girl resided and seize her body, to wholly dominate that so-called innate Dao body. which had not appeared for millennia. At this juncture, his avaricious gaze roamed over Shen Qingqing. Feeling the elder's covetous stare, Shen Qingqing experienced profound discomfort. Although she could not fathom the elder's intentions or thoughts, the sensation made her wish to slay him. Alas, he was an immortal. Frowning deeply, she pondered when the illustrious Moonfall Immortal King had ever been so openly and unabashedly scrutinized before. Suppressing her unease, she released the hand of the frightened Xiaoyan, allowing it to rest naturally upon the hilt of the rain sword she cradled. The figure before her was a true immortal, and despite her former identity as an immortal king, her current realm rendered her incapable of unleashing even a fraction of her prior prowess. Thus, she dared not act recklessly. At this moment, the rain sword was her final and greatest reliance. Observing the startled expression on the young woman's face, the elder realized he had lost composure. Unable to restrain his excitement, he withdrew his gaze and resolutely resolved. The mere lower realm could be extinguished with a single hand. With his soul-guiding techniques from the soul-guiding clan, combined with his mastery of myriad techniques and the divine soul power he had now regained as an immortal, traversing space posed little challenge for him. However, as he contemplated this, a flicker of hesitation arose, not from any particular concern, but rather an instinctive caution. In the realm of the underworld, during his peak, he could easily crush it with a mere flick of his hand. What was there to fear? His hesitation stemmed from the fact that Shen Qingqing was but a woman, and seizing her body would tarnish his image. However, after careful contemplation, he reasoned that to transcend a realm unattainable by the soul-guiding clan since time immemorial, the fact that she was a woman mattered little. With this thought, he shifted his focus, and the power of his soul coalesced beside him, forming an abyssal vortex of inky blackness. A smirk graced his lips as he raised his hand and grasped inward, summoning the blood spirit, who had been rendered a pitiful sight by Shen Qingqing's fiery lotus laws. From a distance, suddenly yanked into the fray, the blood spirit found himself momentarily dazed. Just moments prior, he had sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, accompanied by an intense pull. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a dark vortex materialized before him, and a hand emerged from within, forcibly drawing him inside. "Goodness! That startled me," he exclaimed. "Retrieve the jade piece from your possession." At this command, the blood spirit, still grappling with the bewildering circumstances, noticed the familiar figure who had been his constant companion, issuing the order coldly, devoid of any emotion. "Wow!" exclaimed Xian, unable to contain her astonishment upon witnessing the elder conjuring a living being from afar once more. "That is truly remarkable." Though the blood spirit remained clueless about the current predicament, he hastily extracted the requested jade piece from his belongings and handed it to the elder. The jade piece was incomplete. Half of it resided within the bloodthirsty sword sect. This was a contingency plan devised by the elder, who had utilized the soul-guiding clan's techniques to extract a fragment of his soul and seal it within the jade piece stored at the bloodthirsty sword sect. The elder had instructed that should unforeseen circumstances arise, he could shatter this half of the jade piece to awaken the detached fragment of his soul, thereby destroying the teleportation mirror and forcibly transporting them away. However, due to the destruction of the mirror, they would no longer be able to return to the realm of the bloodthirsty sword sect, but would be randomly transported to one of the other four realms. He feared that the celestial Emperor Haoyu also possessed a contingency plan, rendering this course of action a necessity. "What is he intending to do, Your Highness?" Xian, who had been observing the elder's miraculous feats, inquired with curiosity. "Uncertain," Shen Qingqing replied, shaking her head. Although she did not comprehend the elder's intentions, she was at least assured that he harbored no murderous intent towards them. Otherwise, they would likely not survive 3 seconds. A celestial being could extinguish their lives with but a single thought. Just as her confusion lingered, a crisp sound resonated through the air as the elder immediately crushed the jade piece in his grasp. As a crimson hue spread forth in the moment the jade fragment shattered within the old man's grasp, it transformed from mere dots into an expansive surface, radiating outward in all directions. At that very moment, the celestial dome above revealed fissures, one after another. Surrounding them, an abundance of spiritual energy surged into the sky, pouring out through the cracks. Ancient trees were obliterated one by one, and all was destined to dissolve into nothingness. The sky was awash in blood-red spiritual power, coupled with the shattered heavens, evoking an apocalyptic scene. Someone was dismantling the secret realm. Beside him, Gu Qingfeng, witnessing this spectacle, was reminded of a time in his youth when he inadvertently stumbled into a secret realm and was trapped for over a year, until his father, the emperor, in a fit of rage, obliterated the very realm that confined him. The scene before him now mirrored that past experience with uncanny similarity. Observing the destruction of the secret realm, Gu Qingfeng, amidst his sorrow, found a glimmer of joy and exclaimed to Shen Qingqing, "Junior sister Shen, we can escape." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing wore a look of utter bewilderment. Noticing her confusion, Gu Qingfeng offered a brief explanation. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qingqing's lips twitched uncontrollably. Could it truly be so? Were the secret realms in the mortal realm so peculiar that destruction could lead to freedom? Shouldn't they be obliterated along with the realm? No, that couldn't be right. Wait, if that were the case, wouldn't the old man also escape with them? The celestial beings were descending upon the Wuxin sword sect. Observing Gu Qingfeng's joyous demeanor, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, she was left dumbfounded. "Brother, your sect is doomed." At her words, a blinding light suddenly erupted behind her, and an overwhelming force pulled both her and Xiaoyuan into its embrace. Startled by the sudden tug, Xiaoyuan clutched Shen Qingqing's arm tightly. "Ah, princess, save me." "Be quiet," Gu Qingfeng commanded. And the blood spirit likewise was not exempt from this chaos. Before being drawn in, the old man transformed into a swirl of red mist. Burrowing into the ring held by the blood spirit, leaving behind a proclamation, "The innate Dao body, this king has arrived." The echoes of his words reverberated through the air, as if the very valleys themselves were rejecting it, turning joy into despair. Mo ran mused. "Ah, finally, I have received vitality." Chapter 49. Even the celestial emperor cannot save you, the skies lamented. A beam of sword light sliced through the Wuxin sword sect. The protective formation of the sect was cleaved in twain by that chilling brilliance. Instantly, within the sect, the essence of swords surged, and the cold light radiated fiercely, aiming directly at the heavens. Upon contact with the sword light, the celestial dome shattered, and countless whirlwinds surged forth like a relentless river. The piercing sword light struck with the ferocity of a bone-chilling winter gale, piercing the hearts of all who beheld it. By the heavens, a spatial storm. Has the Wuxin sword sect gone mad? Are they dissatisfied with this world? With such a sword strike, even the emperor would be brought to his knees. This is utter madness. The protective formation of the Wuxin sword sect has been cleaved in twain, causing quite a stir and leaving many startled. Countless onlookers, witnessing the sword light soaring into the heavens, observed as it rent the sky asunder, leaving behind a breathtaking scar across the firmament. A tempest of chaos surged forth, rendering the heavens incapable of healing for an extended period. The Wuxin sword sect is a transcendent power in this region, and these individuals had initially set out to pay their protection fee. However, before they could even reach the foot of the mountain, they beheld the magnificent sword light piercing the sky. Even from such a distance, they could sense the awe-inspiring sword intent. Should they venture any closer, they feared for their very lives, and a shiver ran down their spines at the thought. As they paused to contemplate whether to proceed and fulfill their obligation, a grand carriage, hewn from white jade, suddenly sped overhead towards the Wuxin sword sect. Thunderous roars echoed in the wake of the carriage, lingering ominously in the air. It was the imperial carriage of the Qingyu dynasty. The identity of the powerful figure seated within remained a mystery. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each in a state of confusion, speculating on the occupant's identity. Clearly, the Wuxin sword sect was no longer accessible to them. They would have to defer their visit. Gazing at the sky, where the incompletely mended and terrifying sword scar lingered, they swallowed hard and turned back. It would be folly to advance any further, as their lives could very well be at stake. The protective formation of the Wuxin sword sect had withstood the onslaught of 3 late-stage emperors in the past, yet it had fallen to a single sword strike. What a farce! Meanwhile, beside the martial arena of the Wuxin sword sect, on a vast plaza, the teleportation mirror used to send disciples into the realm of souls lay in shambles. Those disciples, who had entered the secret realm with their souls, found their bodies now twisted and disarrayed, like stars scattered across the cosmos. At this moment, they existed merely as shells, devoid of souls. Their essences had been devoured by an elder clad in blood-red robes, who stood beside the shattered mirror, merging them into his own being. Before the elder, a sword light coalesced at his fingertips as he formed a sword with his index and middle fingers. Beside him, Shen Qingqing approached, sword in hand. Enveloped in fiery lotus blossoms, with her long sword emitting a soft glow. The elder bore a gruesome bloodied hole in his chest, his face ashen and devoid of the grandeur he once possessed in the secret realm. He glared malevolently at Shen Qingqing, who stood resolute with her azure jade sword. Surrounded by flames, a vast illusion of fire lotuses shimmering behind her. At this moment, he dared not act recklessly. From the instant he descended into this realm, he sensed a deficiency in its celestial laws, which forcibly suppressed his cultivation from the realm of immortals to the pinnacle of this world, the peak of the Emperor realm. Furthermore, he had yet to seize a physical body, remaining in a state of pure consciousness. Therefore, he was cautious not to deplete his spiritual energy excessively. Too much expenditure could potentially plunge him into a deep slumber, as he lacked a corporeal form for recovery. Within the confines of the spiritual microcosm, he fared better, for it was a realm belonging to the spirit, brimming with spiritual energy, allowing him to act freely. However, he was no longer in that sanctuary. He had intended to seize the young woman immediately upon his emergence, seeking an opportune moment to take possession of a body. Little did he anticipate that she possessed a protective talisman. The moment he made contact with her, the jade pendant at her waist emitted a radiant starlight, enveloping her entirely in a celestial shield. Despite employing all his means, he could not budge that stellar barrier in the slightest, leading to subsequent events. With the starry shield in place, he found himself at a stalemate, and she, recognizing this, launched a ferocious onslaught against him. What a spectacle it was! A mere insect in the second realm of the Life Palace, attacking a being at the peak of the Emperor realm. Can you imagine his frustration? He wished to retaliate. Yet he could not disturb that celestial shield in the least, leaving him to endure a relentless barrage. Though the strikes were inconsequential to him, prolonged exposure to such an assault became vexing. He had planned to hold his ground, waiting for the young woman's shield to wane before seizing her. Yet, after half an hour, the celestial shield not only showed no signs of weakening but appeared to grow increasingly formidable, even possessing a counterattack effect. Realizing that continuing in this manner was futile, he began to contemplate an escape. After all, there would be other opportunities. However, what transpired next? The young woman, having discerned his intent to flee, hastened to her attendant's side and retrieved a cerulean longsword from her grasp. Without hesitation, she drew the blade. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the surrounding air rapidly cooled at a visible rate, and countless strands of spiritual energy surged toward the longsword, a palpable sense of death assailing him directly at his heart. In that instant, sword energy coalesced from dozens of miles around, converging into the young woman's hand. Subsequently, she aimed directly at his forehead and struck with her sword. That strike seemed to sever all avenues of retreat for him. In that fleeting second, time itself appeared to freeze, and an overwhelming sense of mortality flooded his consciousness. In that fleeting moment, he nearly met his demise in this desolate corner of the lower realm. Had it not been for his lineage as a soul guide and his mastery of myriad arcane arts, combined with a modicum of understanding of the spatial path, he would have succumbed to the sword's light that was about to pierce through his very being. At the brink of that fatal instant, he employed spatial techniques to transcend time and space. By now, he would likely be on his way to meet the King of Hell. Thus, the scene unfolded where the sword energy surged into the heavens, severing the protective formation of the winching sword sect and tearing through the firmament. Reflecting on this, his aura erupted forth. Crimson laws of blood enveloped him, as streams of vibrant red runes intertwined with ancient glyphs floated around him, gradually merging into his being. Gazing at the grievous wound on his chest, he widened his eyes, his hand morphing into a claw that grasped the crown of the blood spirit. A formidable pull emanated from his palm. "Elder Dong, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, the elder cackled, "Fear not, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Does it truly matter whether I bring your people along?" Not in the least. To him, it was inconsequential. Upon seeing the sudden aggression from the elder known as Dong, his eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of incredulity crossing his features. He could not comprehend why the elder would turn against him, especially after he had aided in his rebirth. Yet no one would reveal the answer to him. In the blink of an eye, The essence of the blood spirit was almost entirely absorbed. The gruesome wound on his chest was healing at an astonishing pace. A smile crept upon his lips as he beheld the sword-wielding Shen Qingqing, alongside the advisor with fingers poised like a blade, and the disciples of the Wenqing sword sect, who had already arranged themselves in formation. He raised his hand, pointing at Shen Qingqing, and declared, "Your body belongs to me. I have claimed it. Not even the Celestial Emperor can save you, I assure you." With matters reaching this juncture, he was determined to seize the innate Tao body at all costs. Otherwise, he would suffer monumental losses. "Humph, then come and try?" Shen Qingqing retorted coldly, her fiery lotus apparition's aura surging once more. Grasping the hilt of the rain sword, she infused it with spiritual energy, causing the blade to emanate waves of sword chi. The elder, upon hearing her words, formed seals with his hands, blood-red runes flowing from his fingertips. "Soul imprint, coalesce for me," he bellowed, and in that instant, a symbol materialized between his brows. As the seal appeared, a beam of scarlet light shot forth, aimed directly at Shen Qingqing. She swiftly followed suit, unleashing a sword strike. The elder understood that conventional assaults would have little effect on her. Thus, he resolved to employ soul techniques, for they specifically targeted the spirit. He would not be deterred. This jade pendant possesses extraordinary powers, capable not only of withstanding physical assaults, but also of repelling attacks from the soul. The crimson light surged forth, shattering the sword aura that Shen Qingqing had conjured with an unstoppable force. Alarmed, the advisor Gu Xian sensed the impending danger and swiftly moved to shield Shen Qingqing. Pointing his fingers towards the crimson light, a brilliant radiance emanated from his fingertips, enveloped in the power of the laws. However, with a resounding crack, the sword aura he unleashed was also obliterated by the crimson light, sending him hurtling several meters away. "Father, Master Gu." Witnessing the advisor being flung back by the overwhelming strike, Gu Chengfeng and Shen Qingqing could not help but express their concern. Cough. Gu Xian steadied himself and reassured, "I am unscathed." Observing this scene, the elder erupted into maniacal laughter, disdainfully glancing at Gu Xian, whom he regarded as insignificant, akin to an ant. He then turned his gaze towards Shen Qingqing, who was retreating while fervently wielding her sword to unleash sword auras for defense, sneering, "I told you. Even if the Celestial Emperor were to arrive today, he could not save you." Before he could finish his taunt, the heavens rumbled with thunder, and a jade carriage descended from the void, accompanied by a voice that resonated throughout the cosmos. "Oh, is that so?" At that very moment, just as the soul light was about to descend upon Shen Qingqing, a figure appeared before her. "Father, silly father." Shen Qingqing's face lit up with joy upon seeing the arrival, and the tension that had gripped her dissipated completely with Mo Ran's appearance. Mo Ran extended his palm towards the soul light, and as the terrifying aura was about to reach his hand, it shattered effortlessly. Invincible. The advisor Gu Xian, still recovering from being tossed aside, wore a look of delight. Xiaoyuan, upon spotting the reassuring figure, couldn't help but exclaim, "Hooray! The Celestial Emperor has arrived." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The elder shook his head in disbelief. Witnessing Mo Ran effortlessly obliterating the soul light he had conjured, he struggled to accept this reality. After shattering the attack, Mo Ran chose not to engage the elder immediately, instead glancing at his eldest daughter, whose weary visage tugged at his heart. He gently ruffled her hair and smiled. "Fear not, my dear. I shall vanquish this old fool." "Humph. Then do it quickly." Shen Qingqing huffed, extending her sword towards him. She was truly at a loss with this predicament. Despite her status as a celestial sovereign in her past life, she was now merely a fledgling cultivator, trapped in the second realm of the Fate Palace. The elderly man, whose power had been suppressed to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, could easily crush her with a mere flick of his wrist, had it not been for the protective jade pendant bestowed upon her by Mo Ran. She would have likely been captured the moment she stepped out. Mo Ran offered a sheepish smile as he took the Houyu sword from Shen Qingqing's hand. Turning around, he beheld the elderly figure whose once clear soul state had begun to waver into a ghostly semblance. His gaze instantly turned frigid. He declared coldly, with a single sword, "I shall sever you." Lifting the Houyu sword, he swung it towards the elder. In an instant, a radiant starlight emanated from the blade. The sharp sword light, infused with celestial brilliance, descended upon the elder. As the elderly man faced the impending strike, a flicker of reluctance crossed his pale visage. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the suppressed power of the Emperor realm, erupting forth with a surge of energy. At the moment the sword aura was about to reach him, he resorted to his spatial techniques, expending a considerable amount of his soul energy to evade the blow. In that moment, his soul became even more ethereal. The pallor of his face deepened. If he continued to deplete his soul energy, he risked dissipating into nothingness. He felt the weight of his situation keenly. The strike from Shen Qingqing had already compelled him to utilize his spatial technique once, and now, the mere casual swing from Mo evoked the specter of death, forcing him to employ the technique once more. Though spatial techniques were undoubtedly effective, he was currently in a soul form. Moreover, casting such techniques consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Were he in possession of a physical body, he could replenish his energy effectively. However, as a soul entity, the energy he consumed could not be sufficiently restored, leaving him reliant on his spiritual energy for brief respite. Without finding a corporeal vessel to seize, he faced the grim prospect of succumbing to eternal slumber. He had anticipated that a mere mortal realm would be easily subdued by him. After all, he had once been a celestial sovereign at his zenith. Yet, who could have foreseen that the heavenly laws of this world were flawed? The moment he descended, the heavenly will had intervened, suppressing his powers entirely, relegating him to this so-called pinnacle of the Emperor realm. In other realms, he could negotiate with the heavenly laws and wield semi-divine powers. Yet in this realm, he could not even locate the heavenly will, let alone engage in negotiations. With a low growl, he uttered, "Soul technique, coalesce for me." He found himself at a dead end. The only way to forcibly break through the seal on his soul energy and effectively replenish his limited power was to navigate this dire situation unscathed. To forcibly breach the confines and defy the will of the heavenly laws of this realm would undoubtedly invite a counterattack from the very essence of the cosmos. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. He was willing to gamble on the heavens' inability to thwart him. Should he succeed in shattering the seal and liberating his suppressed cultivation, ascending to the celestial realm, he would be prepared to confront even the might of the heavens. As his thoughts settled, the elder was enveloped in a crimson aura, with a torrent of spiritual energy swirling around him, forming a vortex centered on his being. The influx of energy lifted his ethereal form into the air, and in that moment, his aura surged dramatically, tearing apart the recently mended scar left by Shen Qingqing's sword. As he concentrated his spiritual power to forcibly break the seal, the space surrounding him began to fracture, and he sensed a burgeoning potential to transcend the limits of this realm. Meanwhile, the ethereal voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Ding! The space here is collapsing. Please, host, eliminate this threat swiftly, or the heavenly laws of this realm will be unable to withstand the power of an immortal and will soon disintegrate into nothingness." Was the heavenly law truly so fragile? This warranted a thorough discussion with the system later. What was the essence of this heavenly law? How could it be so vulnerable? It seemed merely flawed. How could it not endure even the presence of a mere immortal? Perhaps it was still unfamiliar with the operational order of this world. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside his myriad thoughts and addressed Shen Qingqing behind him, softly declaring, "Qing I bestow upon you a sword capable of cleaving through all existence and shattering the laws of the cosmos." With that, Mo Ran raised his hand once more, lifting the sword known as Hanyu. Although currently sealed, its aura, though seemingly that of a mere spiritual sword, held the essence of an emperor's weapon. Even in its restrained state, it remained undaunted in the face of the immortal emperor. As the laws of the stars flowed through him, they converged into the blade. Accompanying this convergence, the Hanyu sword emitted a series of sharp, piercing rays of light. Surrounding him, the celestial sword energy surged forth, embodying the potential to sever all that exists and transcend the laws of the universe. Seeing Mo Ran surrounded by an array of starry sword energy, Shen Qingqing echoed his earlier words. In the next moment, Mo Ran unleashed a strike towards the elder suspended in the air. A resonant sound of the sword echoed through the air, as countless sword energies, akin to myriad stars, surged forth towards the elder. That single strike seemed to pierce through both past and future. Chapter 51. The moment of the New Order's collapse in the wake of that strike. The sound of swords rang continuously above the Wukong sword sect. In that moment, Time itself seemed to suspend as the blade cleaved through the air, dispersing the swirling essence of the elder completely. The sword's aura stretched across vast distances, its fierce energy refusing to dissipate above the entire realm of the Wuxin sword sect. Lingering in the atmosphere. Above, the scar left by the blade, once again torn open, proved impossible to mend. A tempest of spatial turbulence surged through the narrow fissure, relentlessly tearing it apart. The elder's presence had long since vanished from this world, as if he had never existed. With this strike, Mo Ran could vanquish even celestial beings. Powerful and awe-inspiring, such were the thoughts echoing in the minds of all present. Whether emperors or immortals, in the eyes of this individual, they seemed utterly inconsequential, unable even to withstand a single strike. At that moment, the Wuxin sword sect had transformed into a realm uniquely dominated by sword energy. Under Mo Ran's blade, all worldly laws could be shattered with a mere stroke. Throughout, a calm remained upon his visage, untouched by the chaos surrounding him. Both Shen Qingqing and Gu Wenxin, the sect leader, along with the multitude of disciples, stood in utter shock, their faces etched with disbelief that lingered long after. Gazing up at the scar left across the sky, the raging spatial storm resembled the embodiment of a ferocious beast, ravenously attempting to consume the barriers of this realm, as if longing to fully penetrate its confines. Gradually, the scar was being pervaded by the destructive essence of the storm. If not promptly repaired, it would not be long before the Wuxin sword sect became a desolate wasteland within the southern domain. The once flourishing Wuxin sword sect seemed destined to become a relic of history after this day. These insects drive me mad. Why must they fight and even tear the heavens apart? At that moment, near the edge of the rift, a hazy and ethereal figure, small and elusive, was desperately attempting to pull the fissure closed with her tiny hands. She was known as the Heavenly Dao, the guardian of this realm, as well as the maintainer of order within it. The previous Heavenly Dao had fallen not long ago, and she represented the newly born incarnation. Consequently, her understanding of the Heavenly Dao's laws was yet to be perfected, rendering her grasp of this vast world insufficient. To put it plainly, she was still young and ill-equipped to manage such an expansive realm. Her emergence had been fortuitous. Years prior, a powerful being from the upper realms had sought to invade this world. The former Heavenly Dao, as the protector of this domain, could not permit malefactors to enter the world he safeguarded. Thus, a fierce battle ensued, resulting in the invader's retreat, but leaving the protector with a fractured essence of the laws that governed him. His days were numbered. Upon realizing the brevity of her existence, she refused to watch helplessly as the world she had guarded for so long descended into irreversible ruin. He utilized the remnants of the heavenly principles at his disposal to bring her into existence prematurely. Initially, he anticipated that this gestation would be brief. However, to his astonishment, it consumed several years. During the period when the former heavenly entity was diligently nurturing a new celestial order, he forcibly modified and reinforced the existing order. Whenever a realm manifested a celestial paradise, even if only a mere half-immortal entered, they would be forcibly expelled from this world. The method of expulsion was not a legitimate passage through the celestial path, but rather a ruthless banishment, indifferent to life or death. This was a new rule he instituted to prevent any formidable beings from the upper realms from intruding while he was in the process of creating the new heavenly order. Those who did not ascend through the celestial path faced the grim fate of being cast into the spatial tempest beyond the world, where they would drift and be mercilessly torn apart, with no hope of survival. Of course, this did not apply to those exceptionally powerful celestial beings. One would presume that no entity surpassing the Celestial King realm would suddenly descend upon his modest world, for it could not accommodate such might. A mere stomp would suffice to obliterate it. There was truly no need for such a display. Those already beyond the Celestial King should exhibit a broader perspective and refrain from tormenting a fragile world. Consequently, the protracted time spent nurturing the new heavenly order led to a proliferation of emperors within this realm, with pinnacle emperors unable to depart via the celestial path, ultimately facing a natural demise. Surely, no emperor would wish to shatter the barriers of this world and plunge into the spatial storm. Such an endeavor would be a perilous gamble. Moreover, the ascension to emperor no longer necessitated the arduous journey through the emperor's path. Instead, it was achieved by enduring the emperor's tribulation. While this method was undoubtedly simpler An emperor born through the tribulation would inherently be weaker compared to those who ascended via the emperor's path. Naturally, there were a few exceptional anomalies among them. But such occurrences were exceedingly rare, with not even 1 in 100 manifesting. Thus arose the question of why, despite both being emperors, one appeared so weak while the other seemed so formidable. Although the lifespan of those who became emperors through tribulation was comparable to those born from the emperor's path, their power differed significantly. Consequently, a term was coined specifically for this class of individuals, pseudo-emperors. Goodness gracious! Observing the ever-widening fissure that he could not fully mend, the manifestation of the heavenly order, now a little girl, suddenly released her grip, placing her hands over her mouth in astonishment. She had merely wished to indulge in the spectacle of this world, to savor the experience. Yet, before she could fully immerse herself, an immense upheaval transpired. What grievances or vendettas were at play? Was this grand gesture truly the manner in which this world welcomed its guests? Splendid. Gazing at the irreparable scar left by the blade, she decided to abandon her efforts altogether. With a disdainful curl of her lips, she cast a disapproving glance at the throng below, shrugged her shoulders, and prepared to relinquish her endeavors. She intends to wait until her Tao of Heaven is perfected before she undertakes the restoration of this place. As for the fate of this land, should it succumb to the merciless wrath of storms, destined to become a desolate wasteland? The little voice in her mind suggested, just let it be. Sighing heavily, she shrugged her shoulders in resignation, preparing to depart. Earlier, when the elder from the Immortal Realms suddenly appeared, the rules left behind by the previous Tao of Heaven had sealed his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Emperor's stage. However, due to the emergence of the new Tao of Heaven, the potency of this rule diminished, preventing his expulsion. When she sensed the elder's arrival and perceived that something intriguing was about to unfold, she lingered a while longer. It remains uncertain whether the faint aura she emanated was captured by the elder or if it was due to some peculiar reason. But he began to employ an unusual secret technique to engage in dialogue and negotiation with her. He sought her assistance in breaking the seal upon him, so he could reveal his semi-immortal powers. Yet, she paid him no mind, for she was equally powerless in this matter. Brother, you have mistaken the wrong person for unsealing your powers. I cannot. My elder brother never taught me such things. You are looking in the wrong direction. She then remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. As she watched, the situation abruptly took a turn for the worse. The elder, intent on mutual destruction, forcibly attempted to break the seal left by the former Tao of Heaven. She initially contemplated intervening, for she had only just come into existence and had yet to manage many responsibilities. If this elder were to indeed shatter the seal, the world would erupt in chaos. Yet, just as she prepared to act, a flash of sword light pierced through the elder's form, aiming directly at her. Startled, she swiftly dodged. In doing so, the recently mended sword scar suffered anew. Just 1 month into her new role, and already she found herself entangled in conflict. As she readied herself to make a hasty retreat, planning to return once she had matured enough to mend the rift, a gentle voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Hello. Do you require assistance? Chapter 52. Preparing to embrace new rules and order the Tao of Heaven's avatar, poised to escape this tumultuous realm, was startled into stillness by the unexpected voice. Who? Who is it? Are they here to consume me? Ah, perish the thought. Are they here to devour the Tao of Heaven? How can they see me? Who am I? Where am I? As an embodiment of the Tao of Heaven. Unless she wished to be seen, no one could perceive her, let alone in this domain that rightfully belonged to her. Yet now, she found herself engulfed in uncertainty. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Could it be that this individual was akin to the previous one, a transcendent being? Surely not. That elder had employed various means to establish contact with her, yet this person seemed genuinely capable of perceiving her presence. Goodness gracious! The crux of the matter lay in her status as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, the sovereign of this realm. How could someone appear before her without her awareness? The mere notion of being ambushed on the street sent shivers down her spine. Nevertheless, why did this voice sound so familiar? Confused, she slowly turned around. Before her stood Mo Ran, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at her with an expression of amusement. It was as if he were saying, "Don't run away. I still have many questions to pose to you." Goodness, why was it him? This shouldn't be possible. How could he see me? Upon beholding Mo Ran's handsome visage, She felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least she need not worry about a sudden attack from behind. Yet, alongside her relief came a tinge of bewilderment and anger. It was indeed him, this very individual. Her frustration stemmed from the fact that merely a month into her new role, Immoran had already bestowed upon her such a colossal burden. Her confusion was rooted in the question of how he could perceive her. This made no sense. Logically, as a peak emperor, Immoran was a being of a pseudo-emperor caliber. Born in an era where the path to true imperial status remained untraversable. At such a level, he should be unable to sense her existence at all. How could he possibly see her? Did he possess some extraordinary trait? As these thoughts swirled, she instinctively took 2 steps back, scrutinizing the man before her who wore a rather mischievous expression. After a prolonged silence, Immoran finally spoke. "Little one, do you require assistance?" "Assistance? You? You wish to help?" In response, the Heavenly Dao Incarnation's expression darkened instantly. Her small fist clenched tightly. Drawing a deep breath, she raised her hand and pointed an accusatory finger at Immoran's nose, exclaiming, "Help you? What a ridiculous notion. Wasn't he at you who caused this mess? Wasn't he at your quarrel that led to this chaos? I have only just arrived. Do you realize that? I have only just stepped into my role, and already you've thrust upon me such a monumental task. I cannot even begin to rectify it. No, wait. I had already repaired it once. I had fixed it. So why do you persist in striking at the same spot? Is it a source of amusement to you? Must you insist on targeting a single location? Is that polite?" Though she remained oblivious to how Immoran had managed to perceive her, she was grateful for the opportunity to vent her frustrations, as he had unwittingly presented himself on a silver platter. Let him not blame her. After receiving a reprimand, Immoran awkwardly rubbed his nose. To be honest, he had initially failed to notice the presence of this little being. Had it not been for the old man's sudden use of spatial magic before his demise, he would have remained oblivious to the anomaly. At that moment, although his sword had pierced through the old man's body, the elder had already broken half of the seal within him. He sensed the newly born Heavenly Dao watching from the sidelines. Perhaps, in his final moments, the old man sought a scapegoat, employing spatial techniques that diverted Immoran's attack just enough to strike toward the Heavenly Dao. It was not a deliberate act on his part. Unexpectedly, it resonated with the old man's words. It truly was the freshly birthed Heavenly Dao, unfamiliar with the operations of this world. Reflecting on this and observing the growing rift behind the Heavenly Dao, which was increasingly torn by the storm, he raised his hand and pointed. A glimmer of starlight emanated from his fingertip, resembling a spirit serpent slowly slithering through the air. It diligently began to mend the celestial barrier that was being consumed by the spatial tempest. It wasn't long before the once rampant rift was restored to its original state. Moreover, after his repairs, the Heavenly Dao could distinctly feel that this barrier was now even more formidable than before. How impressive! Why not let this Heavenly Dao serve you? The initially imposing demeanor of the Heavenly Dao dissipated after witnessing Immoran's restoration, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. She blinked, her eyes shimmering with starlight, lost in contemplation. Although she was unaware of any peculiarities about Immoran, the method he employed for restoration clearly indicated that he was a hidden master enjoying retirement in this realm. She must attach herself to him. Unlike the mindless Heavenly Daos who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, he could shatter the heavens with a single strike and repair them with a mere gesture. You say he is merely a peak emperor? I certainly don't believe that. With this thought, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. And with a sly smile, she addressed Immoran, "Boss, why not let this Heavenly Dao serve you?" Upon hearing this, Immoran was momentarily taken aback, a large question mark hovering over his head, his hand frozen mid-air as he momentarily forgot to retract it. "Boss, you want me to be the Heavenly Dao? Are you out of your mind? Why would I abandon my position as the esteemed Qingyu Emperor, with a wife to cherish, to toil as your Heavenly Dao worker? The last one who took that path has a grave that is now 2 meters high, understand? Even a dog wouldn't he do that?" Cough, cough. With this in mind, Immoran hurriedly cleared his thoughts. Looking at the newly born Heavenly Dao, his lips twitched, nearly being led astray by her antics. However, in comparison to that antiquated relic, this little trinket proves to be far more intriguing. Reflecting upon the moment he ascended to become the Celestial Emperor, he realized that his mastery of the Celestial Emperor's powers was not yet fully developed. By a stroke of misfortune, He nearly altered the rules painstakingly crafted by that old fellow, who had devoted half his life to their formulation. This contraption erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You!" It bore no resemblance to the demeanor one would expect from a celestial Dao. Contemplating this, he glanced at the newly emerged celestial Dao, who was now rubbing her hands together with a rather mischievous expression. It seemed she had inherited none of that fellow's temper, yet it felt as though she had awakened some new attribute not entirely dissimilar to his own. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. Let us not digress. I inquire of you, how long will it take for you to fully comprehend the Dao laws of this realm? With the birth of a new celestial Dao, it was evident that this era was poised for a transformation. Prepare to embrace novel rules and order. Humph, whether I want to or not. You think I'm eager to take on that responsibility? Upon seeing Mo Rant's refusal, she pouted and coldly retorted, 6 months. 6 months? That seems rather lengthy. Mo Rant mused, stroking his chin and plunging into contemplation. With the demise of the old celestial Dao, the new rules he had previously established were gradually waning and would soon vanish entirely. At that juncture, this new celestial Dao would officially assume the role of guardian of this realm. However, therein lies the dilemma. She was not a direct successor of the celestial Dao, but rather a unique celestial Dao birthed from the former. In other words, a successor can directly inherit the full power of the previous celestial Dao's laws, albeit with limitations. Conversely, a celestial Dao born in this manner is of a growth type, devoid of any cap. The extent of her development would depend on her comprehension of the laws and the depth of her mastery over them. Should the celestial Dao at this moment be privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly berate him vehemently. What the devil? 6 months is excessive. Of course, this was merely a facade. The reason he posed such a question was to fortify the spatial integrity of this realm. After all, the very fabric of this world was alarmingly fragile. It could scarcely endure the arrival of a single immortal before teetering on the brink of collapse. Why didn't you reinforce it sooner? Am I not entitled to be unwilling? Is it not within my prerogative to refuse? Fortification is the duty of the celestial Dao. What concern is it of the celestial emperor? Is it not necessary to obtain the master's consent for spatial reinforcement? Must it not be sanctioned? Disruption of order carries severe repercussions. Some matters are irreversible, and even the celestial emperor has limitations. Do you understand? Having received his answer, Mo Rant refrained from making further demands, recognizing that such matters were beyond his jurisdiction. He was not the celestial Dao, so why should he impose his will upon her affairs? With this thought, he suddenly recalled an amusing notion. It is indeed the coffin stored within the Qingyu dynasty that is soon to be taken away, as the old heavenly Dao has perished. The new heavenly Dao appears somewhat disoriented and possesses mediocre strength. Sighing, he shook his head, offering her an expression of helplessness, and gave a final reminder. Invest more effort to grasp the world, for the order must be upheld by you. Upon hearing this, the heavenly Dao wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered. By the time he regained his composure, Mo Rant had already departed with grace. Chapter 53, Where There Is No Immortal. Awaiting the heavenly mechanism, observing Mo Rant's elegant retreat, the manifestation of the heavenly Dao was left in a state of confusion. Although he did not comprehend the meaning behind her words, he ultimately shook his head in resignation and dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Below, the disciples of the Wenqing sword sect sighed in relief as they beheld the suddenly restored fishers, at least no longer needing to worry about the decline of their sect. However, glancing at the aftermath of the battle, they could not help but smile bitterly. Some were busy tidying up. After a single strike, remnants of the storm still lingered. The world returned to its former tranquility, leaving behind a flurry of busy disciples of the Wenqing sword sect. In the current state of the Wenqing sword sect, the powerful young disciples had all perished. Among those who entered the secret realm, only 2 had survived, and one's heart was no longer present. A tragic fate indeed. Yet, compared to other sword sects in various realms, the Wenqing sword sect fared significantly better. In the Forgotten Heart realm, amidst the Howren sword sect within the sword forest, a wooden sword was thrust upright beside a tombstone. In front of it lay 3 bowls of farewell wine. Do you know? The master said beside the tombstone. A melodious voice resonated, laced with unutterable sorrow, as tears streamed down the young girl's cheeks. After a moment of choking on her emotions, she managed a bitter smile, saying, Those who do not keep their word will face divine retribution in their next life. As soon as the words left her lips, her tears cascaded down like a tide, uncontrollably flowing. It was unclear whether her emotions surged from within or if the grief was simply overwhelming. At that moment, her face exhibited no extraordinary expression, remaining eerily calm. Yet for some reason, her tears continued to fall ceaselessly. Jun Rian, wretched thing. The words Master Brother Jun Rian's tomb were clearly visible on the gravestone. The familiar voice would no longer echo in her ears, nor would the memories of the past resurface once more. The Master said that all mortals must face death, whether heavy or light. Are you heavy or light? You bear no resemblance to my brother. You have departed, leaving me with what? The murmurs of her thoughts echoed from dawn until dusk, yet there was no reply. Time passed, and it was uncertain whether her tears had all dried. The traces of tears on her face remained starkly visible, yet no further tears fell. He's gone. You fool. She waved her hand in farewell to the gravestone. It seems as though one is bidding farewell to the past. The wooden sword, embedded in the ground, remains unyielding, unable to be drawn again. Subsequently, the sword forest became a forbidden zone. I am Xiao Xiao Xiao, the second disciple of the Howren Sword sect. No, it should be Xiao Xiao Xiao. Oh, Xiao Xiao, greetings. I am your elder brother, Jun Ruyan, and I shall protect you from now on. Mo Ran bid farewell to Guan Xian and, accompanied by Shen Qingqing, ascended the Jade Palanquin, returning together to the Qingyu Empire. Along the journey, within the Palanquin, Shen Qingqing's voice broke the silence as she turned to Mo Ran and inquired, "Can you slay immortals? The sword you wielded earlier possesses a momentum that surpasses that of an ordinary emperor." The aura that erupted from the elderly man transcended the Imperial realm, reaching an unprecedented zenith in a fleeting moment. Thus, she expressed her profound curiosity regarding the sword that Mo Ran used to slay the elder, to conquer all under heaven, to break all laws. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran rubbed his nose, unsure of how to respond to her query. Yet, he answered candidly, "Indeed." Observing Mo Ran's demeanor, Shen Qingqing found herself momentarily entranced. Immortal, what manner of existence is that? It seems that for many years, the term immortal has faded from discourse. The paths of immortality and imperial ascent recorded in ancient texts have become hazy in the eyes of the masses, as if all of this has been forgotten. Are you one? Have you ascended to that legendary realm? One could say so. An immortal, perhaps? An immortal emperor should suffice? Upon hearing Mo Ran's affirmation, the empress sitting beside him nearly fainted from shock. What had she done? She had entangled herself with an immortal. Recalling their first encounter, she remembered how he had feigned weakness, resulting in her grave injury and subsequently seizing her body. A flicker of indignation crossed her face. Truly, he is a rascal. A villain. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing sat quietly beside them, cradling Linger, trembling and refraining from speech. From the outset, she had been aware that her father was an entity comparable to an immortal emperor, yet she had lacked evidence and could not voice it. Now, hearing him admit it outright, she felt a surge of excitement wash over her. Does this mean I can walk with impunity? Why should I continue my cultivation? Perhaps I should flaunt it. With this thought, she glanced at Mo Ran before hastily dismissing the terrifying notion from her mind. No, absolutely not. She must not entertain such thoughts. To do so would be courting death. It has long been said that in this world, there exists a peculiar coincidence known as arrogance and tyranny lead to demise. The ancient texts of the Luo Yu clan once recorded, those who are generally arrogant and overbearing, possessing an illustrious background and striking in appearance, whose parents are exceptionally formidable, should be approached with utmost caution as they bring misfortune. She embodies all these traits. Being their daughter. What to do? Woohoo. Exciting. Sister, what does a mortal taste like? In her arms, Linger played with the two spiritual beasts she had caught with great effort. And upon hearing Shen Qingqing mention something about slaying immortals, she, lacking understanding of the matter, inquired with confusion. Meanwhile, upon hearing Linger utter the word eat, Xiaoyan, who had been drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Eat? Where? Upon hearing this, both Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing were drawn to the curious voice. Cough. Shen Qingqing glanced at Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing, who had suddenly focused their gazes upon her, her face slightly flushed, wanting to speak, but unsure if she should. She worried that revealing anything might expose certain truths. I know. Xiao Yun quickly interjected, glancing at the spiritual beast in Shen Qingqing's arms. Recalling that she had asked Shen Qingqing the same question earlier. Seeing no one else speak, she answered, "It's a kind of bad thing that can eat people." Ah. Linger was startled by Xiao Yan's response and clutched Shen Qingqing tightly. With a chuckle, Imo ran and Shen Qingqing could not help but burst into laughter, filling the carriage with joy. In contrast to the laughter and cheer within, there were many gasps from the various sects and imperial families. Even some long-sealed, near-death beings who had slept for millennia broke their seals and emerged. On Tianji Mountain, Tianji Z, with his eyes closed, calculated with his fingers. After a moment, a look of delight appeared on his face. He quickly turned to the girl behind him who was playing the zither, joyfully exclaiming, "Ranner, the time has come." "What time?" Startled by Tianji Z's sudden exclamation of joy, she was somewhat perplexed. "It is time for you to descend the mountain." "Why must I descend?" The girl was filled with questions. Ever since she ascended the mountain to become his disciple, she had not come down. It was not that she did not wish to, but rather that the old man would not allow it. Over time, she had grown indifferent to it. It was quite nice here, tranquil, suitable for her cultivation. Internally, she cursed, "This old man is going mad again." He had said the same thing a decade ago, and she had not taken it seriously, nearly forgetting it. "Seriously? Do you truly wish for me to descend?" "What for? I prefer to remain here, playing my zither, tending to my birds, and enjoying the scenery. Isn't that delightful?" Chapter 54. On Tianji Mountain, the daughter of the heavenly mechanism. Ran. Tianji Z produced a ruler from his hand and pointed it towards the girl's head. "Oh dear. Stinky old man." The young girl stifled a cry of pain, cursing under her breath. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten that her master was highly skilled in discerning the secrets of the heavens. All her youthful thoughts were plainly written across her face, rendering any celestial calculations unnecessary. She adjusted her disheveled hair, pursed her lips, and inquired, "Is it for the sake of contending for the imperial throne? Can I truly manage it? I fail to comprehend what this old man is thinking. Is he not concerned that I might be abducted once I descend the mountain?" In response, the sage stroked his beard, adopting an enigmatic expression, and remarked, "Whether or not one attains the imperial throne is of little consequence. What truly matters is your lack of worldly experience. Then why not allow me to descend the mountain sooner to gain such experience?" The sage's hand froze midair. He cleared his throat lightly to dispel the awkwardness and replied, "The time is not yet ripe." Upon hearing this, the girl's lips twitched in irritation. She wanted to curse, yet refrained out of respect for her master. Although she often muttered unflattering names for him in private, they were merely affectionate titles devoid of malice. Observing his aloof demeanor, she settled beside the guqin, her fingers dancing across the strings. The melodious notes resonated, enveloping the surroundings in a prolonged tranquility. It seemed even the wind, captivated by her music, forgot to blow. "Will I be able to return and keep you company?" The girl raised her gaze to the elder, hoping to receive the answer she desired. However, the old man's expression suddenly shifted. His hand hovered in the air, his throat working as if he wished to speak, but found it difficult. Finally, he exhaled a soft sigh and stated, "Logically, you cannot return. Once you traverse the path of the Emperor, you will have your own road to follow. One cannot remain sheltered here for eternity." Upon hearing this, the girl lowered her head in silence, continuing to play the guqin. As for the so-called path of the Emperor, she did not wish to compete for it, yet found herself compelled to do so. Her name was Wenran, a person fated for a brief existence. Hailing from a modest family, the Wen family, in the city of Longnan within the Qingyu dynasty, she was the eldest daughter destined to perish before reaching 18. In an attempt to escape from vengeful pursuers, her mother sacrificed her life to protect her, a scene Wenran witnessed firsthand. She also observed her father's desperate bid for vengeance, charging into the enemy's encirclement, only to meet a merciless demise. Later, she encountered her master, the sage. He rescued her and annihilated those who had slain her parents before bringing her to the celestial mountain. Since that time, she had never descended. She was merely 3 years old then. In this realm of detachment, what need had she for worldly troubles? For her, the present was just right, comfortable. She held no desire for the path of the Emperor and wished not to contend for it. Yet, she had no choice but to strive, for she must survive. To traverse the path of the Emperor and attain the throne is her sole means of survival, for she is on the brink of death. Her continued existence hinges entirely on the assistance of the celestial machine, which has prolonged her life. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. After finishing her melody, she rose, stowing her guqin within her ring, and bowed respectfully to the celestial machine. I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing this, the celestial machine merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, implicitly consenting to her departure. It is said, on the summit of Celestial Machine Mountain, the Celestial Maiden descends into the mortal realm, tainted by the mundane. Yet upon reflection over countless years, this mountain remains Celestial Machine Mountain, devoid of the celestial machine of yore. Whether among the 9 great imperial clans of the southern domain, or in the other 3 realms, or within any sect or faction, from clans to sects, from gates to empires, numerous powerful presences soared skyward. Those who had long sealed themselves in slumber revealed their final trump cards to sustain their lives. For a long time, the path to immortality had been eerily silent. But just moments ago, it unexpectedly emitted a faint, elusive aura that was nearly imperceptible, evading detection. Not only that, but the aura of the Emperor's path also seemed to stir. Within the 9 great imperial clans of the southern domain, the Luo clan had finally endured to this moment. The ancient ancestor of the Luo clan, who had been dormant for an indeterminate period, awakened from his seal. He stretched his stiff neck, his frail body emerging as if from the depths of the netherworld. Before he could utter a word regarding the aura of the immortal path, a young man, who had already awakened before him, suddenly appeared before him, gazing intently with a knowing smile, and remarked, "There is also the aura of the Emperor's path." It was Luo Tianxiong, the sole imperial scion of the Luo clan, who had sealed himself in slumber years ago, awaiting the next emergence of the Emperor's path. To his surprise, the imperial scion had awakened before the elder. Indeed, his senses were remarkably acute. Hearing this, Luo Tianxiong smiled slightly, unfazed. Shortly after their awakening, 2 figures raced towards them from afar. Elder, Imperial Scion. The newcomers were none other than the current head of the Luo clan and the clan's grand elder, Luo Ji and Luo Koan. They bowed respectfully to the 2, expressing their reverence. Similar occurrences transpired among the 9 great imperial clans, with even some ancient sects, steeped in tradition, conducting ancient rituals, summoning the unknown. The birth of a new heavenly path has ushered in numerous changes to this world. In the process of assimilating laws, refining themselves, and ultimately mastering the entirety of existence, it is inevitable that they would emit some disturbances. Consequently, they have surmised a few insights amidst these ripples. A millennium ago, the celestial machine once proclaimed that the heavenly path was flawed, making the emperors' and immortals' paths difficult to manifest again. When the number of emperors reaches a critical threshold, the path of immortality will emerge, for this world cannot bear the existence of so many sovereigns. However, the emergence of Mo Ran has subtly altered this trajectory. The birth of the new heavenly path is one such change. Had the previous course continued, the path to immortality would have manifested, leading to the demise of this realm. Yet now, with the advent of the new heavenly path, both the imperial road and the immortal path can be traversed, allowing this world to evade its impending ruin. Consequently, those who had sealed themselves in anticipation of the next arrival of the immortal path or the opening of the next imperial road have begun to awaken in succession. These prodigies, each a paragon of their era, possess unparalleled physiques and exceptional cultivation talents, yet they are unfortunately trapped in an age marked by a fractured heavenly path, compelling them to seal themselves away while awaiting the descent of the imperial road. They aspire to ascend to the throne through the trials of the imperial road. How proud are these prodigies! Moreover, those who have already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the great emperor, mere steps away from the immortal realm, seek to patiently await the arrival of the immortal path in the limited time they have left, pursuing loftier realms and venturing to greater, more distant horizons. At this moment, within the Eastern Imperial clan, the 3 venerable ancestors of the Dongfang family gazed upon the suddenly activated compass before them, a glimmer of joy illuminating their faces. Dongfang Quan, who had achieved corporeal ascension to the emperor, struck his fists together, igniting a fierce battle spirit as his boisterous voice echoed through the hall. After so many years of waiting, the immortal path is finally about to descend. The anticipation is truly exhilarating. A surge of fervor erupted from his fists, resonating throughout the surroundings. Humph, the Qingyu dynasty lies ahead, Dongfang Min remarked with a cold smile. Commanding, it is time to settle the debt. The debt owed to Dongfang Jian must be reclaimed, and that shall be upon the immortal path. Chapter 55, Fleeting Moments. Never again time is fleeting. 6 months, while not particularly long, is not short either. Yet, in the eyes of the cultivators, it passes in the blink of an eye. Now, various formidable forces have surged forth into the world. The prodigies who had sealed themselves for years have gradually awakened during this half-year. Although their auras are faint, they have been keenly detected by the astute among them. After all, they have long awaited the unlocking of these seals. The culmination of their hopes is exhilarating. Particularly in a desolate region, where a dilapidated sect once stood, a thunderous explosion recently erupted, revealing a coffin that burst forth from beneath their domain. Initially believed to be a sudden emergence of a treasured artifact, it turned out that within this coffin lay their founding ancestor. To their astonishment, their ancestor was still alive. Once this news spread, many who had contemplated annihilating that sect exclaimed, "Old Six, I yield." Thankfully, we did not act. With the gradual perfection of the heavenly path's laws, the excitement only intensifies. In the past 6 months, numerous ancient relics that had lain dormant for years have emerged one after another, further corroborating the rumors of the impending opening of the Imperial Path. These relics serve as both a blessing and a curse, presenting vital cards for those exceptional individuals aspiring to ascend the Imperial Path. Among these relics, various Imperial artifacts abound. On the Imperial Path, the front is a battleground teeming with adversaries, while the rear leads to an abyss of despair. To retreat is to embrace death. Within this newly emerged relic stands a formidable beast resembling an ugly toad, towering over 100 feet tall. It stands upon a foundation of mysterious flames, having created a deep pit in the ground beneath. Perched upon this beast is a young man clad in purple, who gazes down at the gathered crowd with a mocking smile, proclaiming, "A swarm of ants dares to covet what belongs to this prince." Upon hearing these words, the onlookers surveyed the desolation surrounding them, and then glanced at the parchment floating before the youth, each wearing an expression of discontent. This parchment bore the record of an ancient imperial scripture, known as the Fire Emperor's Convergence Technique, which contained tens of thousands of methods for controlling fire, as well as the Fire Emperor's lifelong insights into the path of flames. The very relic they stood upon was the sacred ground of the Fire Emperor's legacy. The parchment, encircled by a luminous sphere of flames, represented the culmination of the Fire Emperor's teachings. Legend has it that the Fire Emperor wielded this technique to dominate the Imperial Path, leaving no one brave enough to claim the title of Emperor in the domain of fire. Surrounded by hundreds of mysterious flames, all elements of fire obeyed his command with unwavering loyalty, exuding an aura of absolute power. Now, having ascended to the celestial path, he has departed for the fabled upper realm, a destination long yearned for by countless souls. Before the coveted legacy, the onlookers felt no inclination to contest for it. This was due to the fact that the purple-clad youth hailed from one of the 9 great imperial clans, the Song family, and was named Song Mingji, the heir of the Song clan. Having awakened only half a month prior, he possessed a spiritual fire body, granting him an exceptional affinity for the path of fire. Thus, upon hearing of the Fire Emperor's relics resurfacing, he hastily made his way from the Imperial clan. Yet, before they could even make a move, he had already claimed the prize. Moreover, he was accompanied by a formidable beast, a companion that had slumbered for millennia, a prodigy from ages long past. In his presence, they lacked even the courage to meet his gaze, let alone contend with him. Naturally, there were those brave enough to voice their defiance. Do you see the beast beneath him? It is said to be the Azure Spirit King, a creature of the peak of the 3rd realm of the Fate Palace, a demon saint. As for us, we are merely at the initial stages of the 3rd realm, and some are even in the 2nd. How can we hope to vie for supremacy? Is that not courting death? Upon hearing this, there were still those unwilling to depart quietly. One of them shot a resentful glare at Song Mingji and angrily shouted, "Humph, merely a coward who fears for his life. What does it matter if you have awakened? I, a mere passerby, am not afraid to battle." At these words, the expression on Song Mingji's face turned a shade of green. He had indeed sealed his fate, but it was not out of fear of death. As a child of destiny, he feared not death. If he could not ascend the path of emperors and stand out among the multitude of prodigies like the Fire Emperor, what meaning would life hold? Thus, upon hearing disrespectful words directed at him from below, Song Mingji clenched his fist, a flicker of ethereal flames appearing above it. The power of his cultivation, at the third realm of the Fate Palace, erupted visibly, emanating an intense heat that transformed the surrounding space into a veritable steam chamber, excruciatingly hot and unbearable. In an instant, he hurled a punch towards the passerby, who had no time to evade and was crushed, reduced to ash by the force of his fist infused with spiritual fire. Hiss! Such terror! Witnessing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts racing. Was this once celebrated prodigy from a millennium ago truly this formidable? Despite being at the third realm of the Fate Palace, a single blow had obliterated a peak practitioner of the second realm, leaving no room for retaliation or escape. Was this the manifestation of a self-proclaimed genius, defying the present age? Truly impressive. Observing the stunned onlookers, Song Mingji let out a cold smile. Seizing the parchment that floated before him with determination, and bellowed, "Is there anyone else?" Silence enveloped the heavens, as if a few crows had flown by unnoticed. The stillness was not of their choosing. Rather, it was an awkwardness that settled unexpectedly. Did this prodigy of the Song Imperial clan possess a few loose screws? "You can take your prize and leave now. We still seek other treasures. Can we not linger here?" The crowd exchanged glances, eyebrows raised, communicating silently amongst themselves. At that moment, a girl cradling a jade sword stepped onto the path nearby. Upon gazing at the colossal creature standing in the center of the square, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, one hand gripping the sword while the other covered her mouth as she exclaimed, "What a huge frog!" Ribbit! Amidst the crowd, some could not help but stifle laughter upon hearing her words. However, sensing the odd atmosphere, they quickly silenced themselves, fearing the attention of Song Mingji. On the back of the beast, Song Mingji's expression darkened. He turned towards the source of the voice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. While it was true that his companion beast bore a resemblance to a frog, it was merely an appearance. Thus, he detested it when others referred to his companion in such a manner, as it felt like a personal affront. "Who dares to speak so insolently? I shall make you pay." He clenched his fist once more, the mystic fire coalescing, as the blazing flames radiating from him seemed intent on incinerating everything around. With a fierce blow, he swung his fist toward the girl. As a powerful fist was unleashed without restraint, the onlookers cast a glance at the unprepared girl, a chill of apprehension running down their spines. Yet, none were inclined to offer assistance, for who would willingly invite danger upon themselves? They were all struggling to safeguard their own lives. Just as the fiery punch was about to strike the girl, a blazing lotus erupted behind her, shattering the fiery assault into oblivion. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment at the sudden appearance of the fire lotus, a flicker of flames surged from behind the girl wielding the jade sword, hurtling towards Song Mingji. Chapter 56. Fear not death, ancestor save me. Song Mingji spread his arms wide, confronting the crimson fire lotus barreling towards him. A unique rune manifested upon his palm, allowing the profound fire to move at his command. With a decisive strike, he clashed against the incoming attack, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the ruins. As the smoke from the blast dissipated, Song Mingji's gaze turned icy. Fixated on the elusive silhouette ahead, he bellowed, "Who are you?" In the half-month since his awakening, he had claimed 3 ruins, each time reaping bountiful rewards, and never had anyone withstood his might. However, regardless of his fierce glare, the figure seemed disinclined to engage. Instead, she delivered a sharp punch to the head of the girl with the jade sword, admonishing, "You reckless child, why do you relish in inviting punishment? Last time you nearly faced a sword's edge. This time, you almost succumbed to a fiery fist. Such a loquacious little mouth you possess." As the sizable fist fell upon her head, Xiaoya felt her resilience to blows had seemingly improved. "Hey, it doesn't hurt. The princess can no longer inflict pain upon me," she exclaimed with a grin, reveling in her newfound fortitude, though oblivious to the absurdity of her joy. She then pointed towards the furious Song Mingji, standing atop a beast, whispering audibly, "Is he truly just a frog?" She was not mistaken. It indeed resembled one. Upon glancing in the direction she indicated, the sight was startlingly peculiar. Clearing her throat, she addressed Song Mingji with an apologetic demeanor, "I beg your pardon." My attendant lacks eloquence. I hope you do not take offense. Very well. Very well. It has been years since anyone dared to speak to me so. Upon hearing this, Song Mingji's countenance fluctuated, his expression darkening significantly. The profound fire around him surged with fury. In that moment, the cultivation of the third realm of life palace erupted, his spiritual flame reaching its zenith, with pale yellow fire swirling around him like serpents. He was determined to ensure that these two who dared to belittle him would pay a grievous price. An overwhelming aura rapidly coalesced around him, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to ripple. With a sudden surge of strength, he raised his fist and charged towards Shen Qingqing, standing upon the foot of the demon beast. As a paragon of his generation, he was determined to fight for his dignity. He was not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qingqing felt a headache approaching as she observed the oncoming figure. She had no intention of entangling herself in conflict here. Her purpose was to test her luck, hoping to discover the unparalleled fire control technique of the Fire Emperor. After all, she held a keen interest in fire. The Fire Emperor's renown had reached her ears even in the upper realm, though the distance had prevented her from witnessing his prowess firsthand. She knew only that his mastery over fire was unprecedented and exquisite. The Fire Emperor was a formidable being at the Immortal Emperor level, having once wagered with the ancestral figure of the Fire Clan. If he lost, he would allow the ancestor to claim a spirit fire from the clan. Although the specifics of the wager remained undisclosed, it was said that the Fire Emperor, through his remarkable fire manipulation, had rendered 5 Immortal Emperor-level experts of the Fire Clan completely immobile, ultimately taking the clan's sacred fire with grace and leaving. From that moment, the name of the Fire Emperor resonated throughout the upper realm, placing him among the elite of the Immortal Emperors. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, as Song Mingji charged at her, a fire lotus began to materialize behind Shen Qingqing. Song Mingji, engulfed in flames and surrounded by swirling crimson and yellow sigils, descended upon her with a powerful strike. Just as his attack was about to descend upon her head, the ethereal fire lotus behind her flickered, emanating several beams of red light that pierced through his body. In that instant, his form was sent flying backward, stabilizing himself only after retreating several meters. The onlookers were left in astonishment, their gazes towards Shen Qingqing filled with surprise. Who was this formidable individual? Could she possibly be a recently awakened prodigy from some imperial lineage? How terrifying! Sighing at the shocked expressions directed her way, Shen Qingqing felt a sense of resignation. She truly wished to avoid trouble. Yet, it seemed that wherever she went, trouble followed relentlessly. Perhaps next time she should bring her father along. No, wait. This was all because of that fool, who always had so much to say. She must find a way to silence him upon her return. Meanwhile, Song Mingji, having been thrust back several meters, regained his composure within mere breaths. He had underestimated her, failing to evade the attack when he had the chance. Perhaps the long period of self-imposed isolation had caused some residual effects. Nearby, witnessing his master being sent flying, Song Mingji's companion spirit beast let out a furious roar directed at Shen Qingqing. The ground beneath was ablaze with a seething inferno, and in an instant, the surrounding air surged in temperature. By the heavens! Flee! Keep your distance from this creature before it incinerates me. The heat was overwhelming. Observing the entire form of the beast, the purple spirit king, engulfed in dark flames, the fierce fire emanating from it was relentless. Swiftly, I dodged away, fearing for my own safety, yet my heart could not help but exclaim, "Why have you suddenly become so intense? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Was it merely because your master took a beating? Is this truly necessary?" The purple spirit king was enveloped in a tumultuous blaze, its scarlet eyes burning with fury, as if it could unleash fire upon its foes. Noticing this, Shen Qingqing glanced at Song Mingji, who was clutching his chest, lost in thought, and then at the companion beast that was preparing to charge at her once more. Unperturbed, she slowly brought her fingers together, and a glimmer of starlight radiated from her fingertips, coalescing into a blade of sword energy. As the starlight sword energy emerged, several streams of crimson light erupted from her wrist, gracefully swirling around the starlight sword aura. Suddenly, she raised her hand decisively, striking down upon the beast. Countless streams of starlight sword energy flowed from her fingertips, transforming into sharp blades that fell like a rain of swords upon the creature. The energy flowing from her fingertips was unmistakably the power of the principles often wielded by Mo Ran, the law of the stars. Half a year prior, upon her return to the Qingyu dynasty, she had expressed her desire to comprehend Mo Ran's law of the stars. Possessing an innate Tao body, she was naturally predisposed to understanding such principles with ease. In just a short span of 6 months, she had managed to condense the starlight sword energy. However, as for the technique Mo Ran had taught her during their encounter with the venerable elder at the Heartsword sect, she regrettably had yet to master it. Upon witnessing the starlight sword energy descending upon his companion spirit beast, Song Mingji stood frozen in place. The aura emitted by the blade filled him with trepidation. This strike was beyond his capability to withstand. Yet, he could not simply stand by and watch as his companion beast faced annihilation by the starlight sword energy. Such an assault would leave it gravely injured, if not dead. The Purple Spirit King had emerged alongside him at birth, their fates intertwined. Should the Purple Spirit King suffer harm, he too would be adversely affected. Thus, witnessing the imminent threat, he gritted his teeth in desperation. Casting a fearful gaze towards the heavens, he cried out, "Ancestor, save me." After all, he had just awakened, and with the imperial path about to unfold, he wished to avoid any unforeseen calamities. Chapter 57. The ancestor of the Song family, Song Ji, as a cry for help echoed from Song Mingji's lips. The crowd could not help but stare in astonishment. Could it be that a protector was among them? The young girl, though still of tender age, wielded such formidable power. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." The girl, whose identity remains a mystery, was first perceived through her voice before her presence was known. As the sword she aimed at the Purple Spirit King was on the verge of reaching his head, an elderly figure, wielding a serpent-shaped staff, suddenly appeared before the king. With a gentle motion, he tapped the sword chi with his staff, causing it to shatter into fragments and dissipate into the air. Clad in a black robe, he was none other than Song Ji, the third ancestor of the Song family, rumored to have perished long ago due to the ravages of time. The unexpected appearance of the elder stirred waves of astonishment among the onlookers, who were momentarily struck by awe. Some wished to speak disrespectfully, yet fear held their tongues. The very thought of death loomed over them, as if they were being watched by a venomous serpent, instilling a deep sense of dread within their hearts. It was said that Song Ji had long since succumbed to the sands of time, yet here he stood, a living testament to the extraordinary. How could one not be taken aback? This elder was akin to those who had descended from the imperial path, the ancient and formidable beings who had survived its trials. While traversing the imperial path was not an extraordinary feat in itself, emerging victorious amidst the competition of celestial prodigies to claim an imperial throne was truly remarkable. Each sovereign who had emerged from the imperial path had done so after overcoming countless adversities, each one a figure of monumental significance. Upon witnessing the elder's sudden arrival, Shen Qingqing remained unperturbed, even bursting into laughter at his words. "Are you certain you wish to teach my parents a lesson on my behalf?" she inquired. The crowd, taken aback by her nonchalant demeanor, was stirred once more. Could it be that this young girl possessed such formidable strength that she could provoke even the esteemed? How remarkable! At such a tender age, she displayed an unparalleled prowess that compelled the self-proclaimed geniuses to cry out for salvation. What an extraordinary talent she was! Though her origins remained unknown, leaving everyone to ponder which power she belonged to. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes widened in shock, large enough to encompass a whole egg, as they beheld the girl wielding her sword, conjuring a fiery lotus. "Could it be," they murmured, "that she hails from the Qingyu dynasty? Do you believe you are worthy?" The elder retorted, his anger ignited. With a disdainful snort, he slammed his serpent staff onto the ground. A surge of energy radiated outward from him, forcing many to retreat in haste. Those caught unprepared, particularly the weaker cultivators, were obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. In that moment, countless cultivators were drenched in cold sweat. "Brother, we have no part in this. Can you refrain from making us the target?" they pleaded. "We only sought to observe the spectacle." The situation seemed dire, as the collateral damage was becoming increasingly apparent. Yet, Shen Qingqing did not retreat. Instead, the fiery lotus manifestation behind her surged forward, clashing against the elder's force. In that instant, her cultivation at the third realm of the Life Palace erupted forth, barely stabilizing her position amidst the chaos. the sharp-tongued young girl. Today, I shall let you know whether I am worthy. Upon hearing this, Song Ji exhibited a trace of surprise, yet his heart remained largely unperturbed. In that very moment after his declaration, Song Mingji, who had been repelled by Shen Qingqing, suddenly dashed to Song Ji's side, his face alight with excitement and fervor, intermingled with a lewd grin, and said to him, "Ancestor, might you capture her alive?" Upon hearing these words, Song Ji paused momentarily, suddenly recalling something, and a smile of delight spread across his face. Who would have thought? After sealing himself for so long, the emperor's interest had not yet faded away. He nodded in affirmation, responding, "Certainly." Boom. In an instant, the old man's imperial pressure erupted. An invisible force compelled the onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, to prostrate themselves in submission. My goodness, here we go again. I am utterly defeated. You old rogue. Can't you let up for once? Has Song Mingji lost his senses, speaking such nonsense to that old man? The crowd, distanced from the scene, could not hear Song Mingji's words to Song Ji. However, the nearby Shen Qingqing heard every syllable clearly, her exquisite face displaying an unmistakable fury, revealing her disgust. Yet, before she could utter a word or take action, the old man suddenly pointed with his serpent staff. At its tip, a magical seal materialized, and a green light emanated from it, imbued with a hint of annihilation, albeit faint, rushing towards Shen Qingqing. Meanwhile, the previously unleashed Imperial might began to wane. Song Mingji's desire to capture her alive and his status as a family disciple, the future of his lineage, restrained Song Ji from acting too harshly. After all, since the moment he intervened, those within the clan had always sought his favor, and he could not be an exception. Thus, fearing harm might befall the young woman and displease Song Mingji, he had to hold back his full strength, yet he still retained a subtle, hidden hand to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Seeing the green light approaching, Shen Qingqing summoned a fiery lotus beneath her feet, which erupted into bloom. Her figure darted nimbly, evading the attack. In the midst of her evasions, her jade-like hands formed intricate seals, and a starlight radiated from her palms. With a sudden turn, she positioned her fingers like a sword and slashed at the green light. The starlit sword energy resonated with a continuous ringing, accompanied by the crimson fire lotus, as if it sought to obliterate the very ground beneath her. Witnessing Shen Qingqing daring to confront the emperor and unleash a powerful strike, the onlookers, reluctant to disperse, could not help but murmur among themselves. This girl must be a prodigy, perhaps? That is the emperor. How dare she? Logically, in such a situation, one should escape at all costs. Yet she not only refrains from fleeing, but boldly faces this green light, imbued with annihilation. Truly commendable courage, especially compared to the so-called Song Mingji, a disciple of the Song family. One must not overexert oneself. One may not even be worthy of lifting a shoe. The clash of the starlight sword and the verdant glow generated an aura that shattered everything in its vicinity. In that fleeting moment of collision, as the starlight sword struck, the fire lotus imbued upon the blade detonated as if it had encountered a spark. Boom, boom. The raging flames surged forth. This technique was the culmination of her understanding of her mother, Shen Qingqing's fire lotus principles, and her father, Immortal King's celestial laws. It was also the result of her half-year of seclusion and intensive study. 6 months prior, the jade pendant bestowed upon her by Mo Ran contained a trace of celestial laws. Leveraging her innate Taoist physique's inherent advantages, she grasped a fragment of the celestial laws in a mere half-year. Thus, she devised this unique technique. Her insights were naturally inspired by observing Mo Ran's swordsmanship from years gone by. In her previous life as a celestial king, her innate comprehension was exceptional. She could master the techniques of the lower realms with remarkable ease, save for those of her peculiar father, whose methods were utterly inscrutable. It is amusing, for had Mo Ran not intentionally allowed it, she might never have discerned the manner of that elder's demise. In the blink of an eye, the situation shifted dramatically. Incorrigible. Witnessing her casual attack thwarted by Shen Qingqing's starlight sword aura, Song Ji let out a cold snort, and a phantom re-emerged behind him. It was a serpent, an ancient giant python. Chapter 58. The Art of Ancient Contracts. The ethereal jade shadow. Many keen observers recognized this apparition. It was rumored that the Song Imperial clan had forged an exceedingly ancient pact with a phantasmic beast tribe capable of transforming into various monstrous forms. The existence of the phantasmic tribe was remarkably unique, as they existed in the form of beast souls without physical bodies. Consequently, they could metamorphose into the myriad forms of nature. Through this contract, they could be born alongside the talented heirs of the Song clan, sharing a corporeal form, living and dying together. In simpler terms, a portion of the physical body of a scion from the Song Imperial clan would be severed and granted to the phantasmic tribe, allowing them to exist in a physical state rather than as mere beast souls. The phantasmic tribe, having received this body, would then be entirely subservient to its master, fighting alongside both human and beast. Due to the scarcity of the phantasmic tribe, such contracts were well suited for alliances with humanity. Thus, whenever a gifted or exceptional scion of the Song clan was born, it was common for a beast to accompany their arrival. Through this agreement, the phantasmic tribe could share in their master's cultivation talents, just as the master would benefit from certain attributes of the phantasmic entity. The apparition that manifested behind Song Ji glimmered with a flash of green light in its eyes. In the fleeting moment when the serpent's shadow appeared, his eyes transformed from an impenetrable darkness to a pair of exceedingly vivid green serpent eyes, exuding an unsettling aura. Those who fell under his gaze felt a chilling breeze sweep past them, a palpable sense of dread enveloping the air. This old wretch demonstrates a complete disregard for martial ethics. Observing the escalating momentum of Song Ji, Shen Qingqing inwardly cursed. As Song Ji's eyes narrowed, she felt as if she were frozen in place, utterly immobilized. Suddenly, the elderly man's aged hand lifted, and an invisible imperial pressure erupted with ferocity, akin to the colossal weight of countless stones plummeting from the heavens, bearing down upon her with relentless force. Unfathomable forces commanded him, and with a swift motion of his palm, he thundered down upon Shen Qingqing. Bow down. Beware, my lady. The elder's warning had scarcely left his lips when Shen Qingqing heard a familiar voice resonate from behind her. She turned to see a petite figure, none other than Xiaoyun, placing herself defiantly in front of her. Clutching her sword, the young girl trembled uncontrollably, her quaking legs resembling frail blades of grass, easily toppled by the gentlest of breezes. In a moment of panic, Shen Qingqing shouted, "You foolish child," and immediately regretted her words. She hastily pulled Xiaoyun back, positioning her safely behind her. Faced with the sudden onslaught of pressure, Shen Qingqing's expression shifted. This old man certainly had no sense of martial decorum. She herself was merely at the third realm of the Palace of Destiny, while he, a grand emperor, had no shame. Casting a scornful glance at Song Mingji, who was leering and lost in his own fantasies, her anger deepened. "You think you can intimidate me? My father is an immortal. I fear you not." With resolve, she drew forth a jade pendant infused with the essence of celestial laws from her waist, intending to shatter it with great force. Yet, in that moment, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. A voice laced with amusement echoed through the stillness. "You dare to discipline my daughter?" As the words faded, the oppressive force emanating from the elder crumbled as if it had never existed. "Who dares?" Song Ji exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as his imperial might was dispersed by an unknown power. However, no one paid heed to his alarmed outcry. Under his astonished gaze, onlookers turned their attention to the sky. There, a figure as resplendent as white jade materialized. As the crowd gazed upon this apparition, it shimmered and transformed into a fleeting silhouette of starlight, vanishing into the ether, leaving only a faint glimmer behind. Before Shen Qingqing, a starry light appeared, and as the crowd focused intently, they beheld the pure, jade-like figure materializing beside her. In a voice imbued with tenderness, it spoke. "So, you decided to sneak out, did you?" Upon the arrival of the visitor, Shen Qingqing exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing the word sneak away, she coughed lightly to ease the atmosphere, and then instinctively lowered her head, a flush of embarrassment rising uncontrollably to her cheeks. Half a year ago, after being brought back to the Qingyu dynasty by Mo Ran, she hurriedly briefed them on her return before retreating into seclusion, claiming to have gained some insights. This retreat lasted for 6 months, during which she devised her own sword technique. Upon concluding her seclusion, she intended to seek someone to test her skills. Yet, before she could prepare, she overheard discussions regarding the emergence of the Fire Emperor's relics. After listening for a while and understanding the current situation, her interest was piqued by the mention of the Fire Emperor's legacy. She had heard in her previous life that the Fire Emperor's mastery over fire was exceptionally profound, prompting her to venture forth in hopes of fortune. After all, she bore the Fire Lotus technique of Shen Qingqing. Thus, she hurriedly enlisted the company of Xiaoya and to explore the Fire Emperor's relics together. Indeed, she failed to inform Mo Ran or Shen Qingqing of her plans, effectively slipping away unnoticed. Whether Mo Ran truly remained unaware is questionable. After all, how could such a departure escape his notice? Upon hearing her words, Mo Ran smiled gently. He was well aware of her actions. From the moment she concluded her seclusion, he sensed her presence. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of this girl, who, without informing him, activated the teleportation array and journeyed to the distant Fire Emperor's relics. This reckless behavior left him exasperated. What could possibly be found within such ruins that he could not provide? His curiosity was piqued. At that moment, Shen Qingqing hurriedly arrived, compelling him to follow suit. As they traveled, he learned of the Fire Emperor's life story through the system, which left him astounded. Was this not the very figure of Yin? How serendipitous! Familiar memories surged forth, prompting a sigh of reminiscence. Thus, he followed along, observing the events unfold, eager to witness the extent of his daughter's growth over the years. After all, among his two daughters, only Shen Qingqing had dedicated herself so fervently to cultivation. Not long ago, Mo Ran had intended to persuade his younger daughter to join in her training or attend the academy to learn something new. Yet, to his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, his little daughter was adorned with talismans. With a swift motion, she waved goodbye and transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. As for her destination, Mo Ran was left in the dark. However, when he extended his perception, she had already appeared 100,000 miles away. Regardless of the circumstances, he could only let out a resigned sigh and follow her. What intrigued him was the peculiar constitution of this little one. While he had deliberately displayed an abundance of talismans, how was it that she managed to stealthily acquire them without his notice? He was genuinely puzzled and perplexed. Returning to the matter at hand, Mo Ran cast a helpless glance at Shen Qingqing, observing his mature daughter, who had grown so much over the years. Reflecting on the time when he first laid eyes on her as a mere child, he felt a profound sense of the passage of time. Slowly, he turned around, his voice devoid of discernible emotion, articulating each word with precision. The Song family, Song Ji. What can you possibly do? As Mo Ran's voice resonated, Song Ji felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. This individual before him had not made any aggressive move, yet stood there, instilling a sense of fear within him. After all, he was a peak emperor, merely a step away from ascending to immortality. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were astounded, their gazes towards Shen Qingqing rife with envy. Just moments ago, the petite Xiaoyuan had exclaimed, "Princess, be careful." They had deduced the identity of the girl clad in red, standing upon a lotus of fire, wielding a sword infused with starry energy. In the entire southern domain, the only one worthy of being called a princess was the daughter of the reigning empress. And only the current empress of the Qingyu dynasty possessed the mastery of the Fire Lotus technique. The faint, serene starry sword energy undoubtedly descended from Mo Ran, the husband of the reigning empress. Thus, the crowd could not help but cast envious glances at her, while internally lamenting the intricacies of fate. They mused that reincarnation was indeed a skilled endeavor. Yet, despite such thoughts, they did not lose hope in life. "What faction do you belong to?" Song Ji inquired, his face pale with terror as he gazed at the man who stood immobile, exuding the aura of an unparalleled immortal, extinguishing any spark of combativeness within him. His fear stemmed from the depths of his soul. Mo Ran, calm and composed, raised a hand, upon which a radiant orb of starlight began to coalesce. The brilliant sword light surged within, yearning to burst forth, the starlit sphere vast and encompassing all of creation. With a serene smile, he declared, "Qingyu Emperor, Mo Ran." As his words faded, Song Ji, witnessing the apocalyptic essence of the starlit orb in Mo Ran's hand, was struck with terror and retreated repeatedly. He realized he was no match for such an extraordinary emperor. He cupped his hands and hurriedly said, "May I inquire your esteemed name? I apologize for any offense, and I hope you will forgive us." He cast a fierce glance at the foolish junior beside him, cursing inwardly. The latter, startled by the sudden glare, quickly lowered his head, beads of cold sweat forming, too intimidated to meet his gaze. He continued, I trust that, considering my affiliation with the Song Imperial family, you might spare us. I have only just awakened from a long slumber and have been appointed as this prince's protector. Thus, I have yet to grasp the current state of the imperial court. I am unaware that the southern domain now recognizes only the Qingyu dynasty. My memories remain anchored in my own era, and consequently, I do not recognize this young emperor, Imo Ran. As for the Qingyu he mentioned, I possess a vague recollection. Suddenly, two ludicrous figures emerged in my mind. In the annals of their time, there exists a tale familiar to all. Two individuals, consistently defeated on the imperial path, ultimately being dramatically expelled from it. They seemingly hailed from a dynasty named Qingyu. However, due to the distant nature of these memories, inaccuracies may have crept in, preventing me from associating this imposing figure before me with the Qingyu dynasty of my recollections. Instead, I sought to invoke the power of my imperial lineage, hoping to instill some trepidation in Imo Ran regarding my family's influence. Upon hearing this, Imo Ran merely shook his head and smiled, finding the situation somewhat absurd. The imperial lineage could be extinguished with a mere snap of the fingers. After a moment of contemplation, Songji, noticing Imo Ran's silence, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, believing Imo Ran to be wary of his imperial heritage. However, as Imo Ran fixed his gaze, emerging from his reverie, the celestial radiance in his palm transformed into a beam of sword light, the intent of the blade swirling violently within his grasp. At Imo Ran's command, stars exploded from his palm, the swords cascading like starlight, rushing toward Song Ji and Song Mingji. The clang of swords echoed continuously within the Fire Emperor's relics. Terrified, Song Ji stepped forward, positioning himself in front, his serpent staff shimmering with a green aura. Behind him, the spectral giant python suddenly enlarged, its head slowly emerging from the void, flicking its forked tongue with a fierce expression, as it beheld the myriad sword lights transforming into a cascade of brilliance. An overwhelming aura emanated from the giant python. It bared its fangs and roared at the countless sword energies, releasing waves of green mist from its mouth that rapidly enveloped the space. The myriad sword energies subsequently detonated amidst the thick smoke. Quick, use spiritual energy to protect yourself. This smoke is toxic. Whatever it is, it clings terribly. Upon hearing this, the gathered audience began to channel their internal spiritual energies to defend against the impending threat. A visible aura enveloped their bodies, effectively repelling the dense green smoke that emanated from the serpent's maw. Unfortunately, some were not so fortunate, as they were caught in the noxious fumes filled with toxic gas. Among them, a certain bystander, a prodigy of the second realm, inadvertently became tainted. He intended to comment on the thick and viscous nature of the substance, but before he could articulate his thoughts, the verdant venom consumed his body entirely, transforming him into a wisp of white smoke that dissipated into the ether. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of a fellow onlooker, the crowd instinctively recoiled a few steps, fearful that the toxic residue might fall upon them. As the green smoke coalesced in the air, Imo Ran, undeterred by the danger, waved his hand dismissively. The thick smoke dispersed at his gesture, revealing the figures of Song Ji and Song Mingji, who had been shrouded in the poisonous mist. Are you truly intent on opposing the Song family? They inquired, observing Imo Ran's unwavering resolve. Leaning on his serpent staff, the twin emerald orbs at its apex glimmered with an enigmatic brilliance, embodying peculiar principles. In response, Imo Ran chuckled softly, gathering the starlight blade within his palm once more. This time, the sword's radiance was even more formidable than before, imbued with greater intent and purpose. The sword essence coalesced into a delicate azure blade, with two stars emitting a gentle glow, epitomizing the notion of annihilation, while his surrounding sword intent intensified, locking onto his adversaries. He declared, to contend with your Song family. I shall. Just as he spoke, the blade surged forth from his palm, slicing through the air with such velocity that the very fabric of space shattered and mended in its wake, racing swiftly towards his forehead. In an instant, before he could react, a crimson dot materialized at his brow, and at that moment, his body recoiled backward. The colossal serpent, its eyes fixated on Imo Ran, seemed to sense something amiss and let out a defiant roar, a cry of fury that echoed through the atmosphere. As Song Ji collapsed, Mo Ran remained composed, his expression betraying no sign of turmoil, observing the increasingly ethereal form of the serpent as it continued to howl. He resumed his interrupted thought. What can you possibly do about it? Chapter 60. Warmth and the offering of warmth. As the serpent's anguished cries reverberated around him, Mo Ran's demeanor remained impassive. Regardless of the creature's desperate wails, he remained unfazed. Why, you ask? A jest indeed, for I cannot comprehend the tongue of serpents. In a mere breath's time, the colossal serpent's figure dissipated alongside Song Ji's consciousness, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, witnessing the entire event was Song Mingji. At the moment his protector was about to collapse, he had already clutched tightly the life-saving spatial talisman. As he saw Song Ji fall, he immediately crushed it. A sharp crack echoed, and a dark circle of light emerged behind him. Qingyu Dynasty. I, Song Mingji, shall remember this grievance. One day, I will raise your Qingyu Dynasty to the ground, he declared fiercely. Upon uttering these words, his form was engulfed by the dark circle, disappearing from this realm without a trace. After his departure, the area sank into a deathly silence. This young man, or rather, this comrade who had lived for so many years, was truly formidable. The scattered onlookers, still reeling from the spectacle, silently contemplated this fact and mourned for 3 minutes, hoping to witness him once more in this world. After all, each of them had heard of Mo Ran's legendary feat of slaying an emperor with a single sword. If they had once doubted such an extraordinary tale, today they were convinced. Why? Because just moments ago, they had witnessed the fall of an emperor with their own eyes. Unfortunately, this time there was no celestial lamentation. Perhaps it was because the heavens disdained this old wretch. They could not comprehend. The celestial path. The previous lamentation occurred because the former celestial path was nurturing me, the world's consciousness lamented. What does that have to do with me? Upon hearing these thoughts, the young celestial path, having observed the commotion from above and preparing to depart, suddenly shivered. She glanced down once more at the crowd beneath the ruins, her face reflecting confusion. Who is speaking of me? As she turned her gaze again, Mo Ran also looked up towards the sky, meeting her eyes with a smile, as if to say, hello, little celestial path, good morning. Startled by Mo Ran's unexpected benevolent gaze, the celestial path stumbled back several steps, wearing an expression that conveyed her desire to avoid interaction. She quickly waved her hands, shaking her head, signaling him not to focus on her, and then transformed into a wisp of white smoke, fleeing in trepidation. I didn't mean to intrude. The more she developed herself, the harder it became for her to grasp the terrifying nature of Mo Ran. Logically, being in this realm, everything should be under her control. However, she recognized that she should not interfere excessively. Yet, she found herself genuinely feeling a sense of powerlessness towards Mo Ran, unable to harbor even a hint of malice. For she realized that Mo Ran resembled the celestial path even more than she did. No matter where he was or what he was doing, he was acutely aware of everything, even comprehending the laws of the celestial path that had been absorbed at any moment. It was as if the entire world was enveloped by his divine consciousness. How could anyone possibly embody the Tao more than she did? She was truly exhausted. Clearly, she was the one who represented the Tao. Yet, despite her claims, he chose to reject such a role. Not only did he refuse, but he also managed to appear more Tao-like than herself. In Mo Ran, she could not sense even a trace of the Tao's laws. No, it was more accurate to say that there was an utter absence of any laws. However, why was it that the moment he made a move, it exuded the essence of the laws? Every action of his seemed to flow with the cadence of the Tao. Yet, she felt nothing. Was he some sort of monster? Seeing this, Mo Ran merely pouted and shook his head with a smile. What is the fuss about? Why are you so afraid of me? I don't consume people. Oh no, I don't consume the Tao either. He helplessly shook his head, perplexed. He then turned to glance at Shen Qingqing, who stood upright, and with a tender smile, he said, Speak up. What brings you to this perilous place in secret? Your mother is currently in a frenzy over your sister's affairs. Recalling her departure, Shen Qingqing had stormed up to her, fuming as she accused him. Did you let Linger escape again? With all the relics emerging across the realms, countless cultivators are scrambling for treasures within them. It's incredibly dangerous. You must hurry and bring her back. She is just a little child. What will I do if something happens to her? And Qinger, She's not in seclusion either. Another one who sneaks out. She was truly exasperated by her daughters. Not only had she not been riled up by political affairs, but it was her own daughters who had driven her to the brink of despair. Why did they not think of home? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing rubbed her head and understood why Mo Ran mentioned Shen Qingqing's frantic state regarding her sister. It seemed her younger sister had once again sneaked off to who knows where, just like the last time when she had been at the Asking Heartsword sect, only to have her sister suddenly appear and frighten her. After inquiring, she discovered that her sister had stealthily ventured out. Thinking of this, she cast a slightly apologetic glance at Mo Ran and chuckled, "I shall return immediately to pacify mother." With that, she prepared to make her escape. She knew Mo Ran had likely been sent by Shen Qingqing to find her sister, for without his permission, it was unlikely her sister could have left the Qingyu Empire, so she would not delay him any further. However, upon hearing her words, Mo Ran swiftly blocked her path, stopping her and saying, "Hold on. You haven't yet told your father why you have come to this dilapidated relic." He pondered for a moment, recalling the threats spoken by Song Mingji earlier, and decided it was time to pay a visit to the Song Imperial clan. Furthermore, "You must accompany me to the Song Imperial clan." The Song Imperial clan? What purpose do you have in visiting that place? Are you going to offer warmth? If so, you may as well go by yourself. She disregarded Mo Ran's inquiries, only heeding the last remark. However, before she could utter the words to comfort her mother, she observed a flicker of starlight at Mo Ran's fingertips. After inscribing a few lines in the air, he gently gestured towards the direction of the Qingyu Empire. Satisfied with his actions, he smiled and declared, "All right, I have informed your mother." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing appeared perplexed. To put it plainly, she felt compelled to go, destined to be the center of attention once again. With a resigned sigh, she shrugged, realizing that since Mo Ran had gone to such lengths, she had no choice but to acquiesce. "You are a celestial being. You are remarkable. Hey, can Xiaoyan return?" "Absolutely not." Xiaoyan interjected. "Can you allow me to finish my sentence? Is it too much to ask for some courtesy? The emperor is still present. Could you refrain from being so fierce?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing recognized her lapse in restraint and quickly cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness. Casting a glance at the astonished Mo Ran, she gently addressed Xiaoyan. "How could we allow Xiaoyan to return alone? That would be far too dangerous." As she spoke, she tightened her hold around Xiaoyan, fearful that she might escape, while simultaneously looking towards Mo Ran and saying, "Don't you agree, father?" Witnessing the close and harmonious interaction between the two, Mo Ran nodded with a smile, indicating his consent. "No, my lord, please do not nod. Xiaoyan does not wish to go. Xiaoyan wants to return to eat fruit and sleep. Walking, cultivating, and practicing swordsmanship are all so exhausting." Seeing Mo Ran's nod, Shen Qingqing wore a victorious expression. In contrast, Xiaoyan appeared rigid, as if petrified, unwilling to move a muscle. She had originally been forcefully brought along. Why could she not return to sleep? Then, Mo Ran raised his hand, his fingertips gesturing back and forth as he murmured, "I recall the Song Imperial clan." Ultimately, he settled on an eastern direction. It should be this way. Once he confirmed the location, he waved his sleeve, and a beam of starlight enveloped Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyan. With a snap of his fingers, they vanished from their spot, leaving behind a bewildered crowd and a scattering of starlight on the ground. The onlookers exchanged glances, silently mourning for the Song Imperial clan. Recollecting his previous words, one could only hope that after today, the Song Imperial clan would once again grace this world. Chapter 61. Mingji's grand gift. Having successfully escaped the Fire Emperor's ruins, Song Mingji emerged slowly from the teleportation array. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming his safe return to the Song family estate. Casting a glance back at the array, which showed no signs of anyone following him, he patted his chest and inwardly rejoiced. "Thank heavens I made my escape swiftly. Otherwise, I would have met the same grim fate as that old man." As the memory of his guardian collapsing under Mo Ran's formidable strike resurfaced, a shiver coursed through him. Not long after stepping out of the teleportation array, he noticed an elderly figure approaching from the distance. Their eyes met, and in unison, they exclaimed, "Patriarch? The Imperial son?" The elder, Song Yiji, was puzzled by the speed of Song Mingji's return. Had he truly succeeded so quickly? After a moment of contemplation, seeing Mingji return so soon filled him with joy. He hastened toward him, one hand resting on Mingji's shoulder while the other stroked his beard, a look of pride illuminating his face. Truly, you live up to your title as the Imperial Son. Well done. To acquire the Fire Emperor's legacy with such ease is remarkable. With your potential, our clan is destined for greatness. Observing Song Yiji's exuberance, Mingji couldn't help but wonder what was occupying his thoughts. If not for his swift escape, he would likely now be a cold corpse. A cold sweat broke out on him, prompting him to swiftly shift the topic. Patriarch, may I inquire where you are headed? In his recollection, Song Yiji was not one to frequently roam about. It was rare to catch sight of him. Now, he seemed to be heading towards the teleportation array. Could it be that there was an urgent matter necessitating his departure from the clan? Upon hearing this, Song Yiji nodded with a smile, noting the curiosity in Mingji's expression. I have come to welcome the patriarch of the Dongfang family. I noticed a flash of teleportation light here and initially thought they had arrived ahead of schedule. But to my surprise, he paused for dramatic effect, unable to suppress his smile. Song Mingji, with his spirit fire physique, had now acquired the Fire Emperor's legacy. How could this not bring him joy? The Fire Emperor was a legend, a figure who had once traversed the Emperor's path. A time when none dared to claim the title of Emperor. With Mingji's acquisition of this legacy, coupled with his spirit fire physique, he was poised to soar to new heights. When the Emperor's path reopens, he would surely vie for a place among the elite. Little did he anticipate that before the patriarch of the Dongfang family could arrive, the Imperial Son would return first with tidings of joy. Joyous tidings? What do you mean? Are you certain they are joyous? Song Mingji's face reflected confusion, utterly bewildered by the implications. However, he could only attribute his joy to the arrival of the Dongfang family. After all, the Dongfang family was allied with their Song family. It would be absurd to rejoice over having offended a transcendent emperor. He shook his head. Casting aside these thoughts, the world was vast, and the Song family was exceedingly secretive. Not to mention the emperor. Even one at the pinnacle would struggle to locate him. Unless a celestial being descended, he could remain hidden, and none could contend with him. Moreover, in this world, where could one find a celestial being? With this realization, he nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. At the same time, he heard that members of the Dongfang family would arrive shortly. A familiar figure from the past flickered through his mind, slowly coming into focus. He inquired, head of the family, I wonder if Dongfang Jian will also be among them? Upon hearing this, Song Yiji's expression suddenly darkened, becoming exceedingly grim as he struggled to find an appropriate response. How could he have forgotten this detail? Dongfang Jian was indeed a longtime close friend of the emperor. With a heavy sigh, he turned to Song Mingji and lamented, Dongfang Jian has already fallen. What? At these words, a storm cloud descended upon Song Mingji's face, his expression shifting through a multitude of emotions. He scowled, finding it difficult to believe this was true. As Song Yiji began to recount the events from a decade prior, he spoke of the remnants of the three dynasties, the Qingyu dynasty, the overlord of the southern region, and the emperor who felled the mighty with a single sword strike. Qingyu Emperor Mo Ran. Boom. When Song Mingji heard the name Mo Ran escape Song Yiji's lips, it felt as if his head had been struck by a meteor from the heavens. Dread washed over him as he trembled, staring wide-eyed at Song Yiji. Seeking confirmation, the Qingyu Emperor Mo Ran. Was he not clad in a white robe, strikingly handsome? In response, Song Yiji expressed his surprise. How do you know this, Emperor? Although he had never encountered the Qingyu Emperor, the descriptions he had heard portrayed a figure in white, genteel and refined, possessing an extraordinary countenance, only slightly less impressive than the readers present. He was curious as to how Song Mingji had acquired such knowledge. Could it be that they had met? Yet, why did the emperor appear somewhat fearful? Had he perhaps offended him? Just as he was about to voice his inquiries, the teleportation array ahead suddenly flickered with brilliance. Several figures gradually emerged, including the head of the Dongfang family and Dongfang Quang, along with a few attendants. Upon seeing them, Song Yiji cast aside his concerns and questions, rushing past Song Mingji with open arms toward the head of the Dongfang family. Brother, second brother, third brother. The group embraced one another warmly. Subsequently, expressions of joy adorned their faces as they exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "Long time no see." One of them remarked, "This person seems quite familiar." Upon hearing this, they turned their gaze towards Song Mingji, who stood behind Song Yiji, and inquired with curiosity. Observing the youth before them, They felt a sense of familiarity, as if they had encountered this younger generation somewhere before, yet they could not recall the specifics. Suddenly, the elder of the Eastern sect seemed to remember something. Old memories surged forth in his mind, and he hastily approached for a closer look. As he superimposed the visage of the person before him with that of his recollection, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Isn't this my esteemed nephew Mingji? It has been so long since we last met that I nearly forgot what you looked like." A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed his face as he added, "How wonderful it would be if Jian'er were still alive." In response, Song Mingji scratched his head and chuckled, offering a slight bow and clasping his hands in respect, saying, "Elder sect leader, it has been quite a while, and you appear even more youthful." He then turned his attention towards the direction of Dongfang Quang, also bowing slightly and stating, "Elder Quang, your health seems to have improved remarkably." Hearing this, everyone erupted into hearty laughter. "Oh, not at all. We arrived in haste and were unaware that our esteemed nephew had awakened from his seclusion. We had no time to prepare any gifts. I hope you will not hold it against us," the elder of the Eastern sect said, patting his shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Not at all. It is Mingji's oversight for not knowing that the two esteemed elders had graced us with their presence, and thus failing to prepare a grand gift is indeed a breach of etiquette." "Enough, enough," Song Yiji interjected, stepping forward to interrupt the polite exchanges and leading the elder of the Eastern sect towards the conference hall. After all, they had pressing matters to discuss. He turned to Song Mingji and said, "Young Emperor, you should take the time to rest. We have important matters to deliberate." In response, Song Mingji nodded with a smile. As he watched the departing figures, he waved and called out, "Elders, I shall prepare a grand gift for both of you." The elder of the Eastern sect and Dongfang Quang both smiled gently in return. It is indeed commendable to see younger generations displaying such courtesy. Suddenly, just as they were about to vanish from Song Mingji's sight, the earth trembled violently. In an instant, the grand formation enveloping the Song family shattered. As the formation broke apart, a magnificent sword aura, 100 feet in length, coalesced in the sky above the Song residence. Surrounding it, sword intent rippled and echoed. In the midst of this, a calm and serene voice, its tone indistinguishable, resonated across the heavens, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. "A grand gift, is it? Allow me to present one on behalf of the Emperor to all those present." Chapter 62, The False Emperor. Yet truly an emperor. Upon hearing the familiar voice echoing from afar, a sense of terror gripped Song Mingji. He involuntarily swallowed, his body trembling as he staggered backward. The voice, that unmistakable voice, belongs to him. The esteemed Qingyu Emperor, Mo ran. "It is over, utterly over." He struck his own face with fervor, lamenting his earlier bravado. "No, brother, you truly have come?" Previously, he had been exceedingly confident in his family's protective formation and their hidden sanctuary, believing that ordinary individuals could not perceive it, let alone locate it. Moreover, as one of the 9 great imperial clans, their protective formation was a legacy passed down through generations, said to withstand the full might of a demigod strike. Yet now, it had been shattered to pieces by a single sword. "Please tell me this is not real." Just as he was engulfed in shock, contemplating how to flee, a furious voice emanated from within the Song family estate. "Presumptuous! Who dares to flaunt their power before my Song family?" Witnessing their protective formation forcefully broken, coupled with a towering sword aura looming overhead, the depths of the Song family stirred as dozens of imperial presences erupted forth. The Eastern Gate Master, along with Dongfang Quang and Song Yijia, were taken aback, swiftly transforming into 3 radiant rainbows as they soared into the skies. In the void, a swirling starry vortex suddenly manifested. From within the vortex, 3 figures emerged amidst the celestial brilliance. Upon recognizing the strikingly handsome young man and 2 maidens, Song Yijia, having arrived first, bellowed, "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my Song clan?" In response, Mo ran, slowly emerging from the void, exuded a gentle celestial aura, surrounded by countless stars, resembling an ethereal being. He glanced at the assemblage before him, elegantly smiling as he replied, "I did not intrude, I merely walked in." At this, bewilderment spread among the crowd, their astonishment only escalating. The overwhelming imperial auras erupted simultaneously, shaking the very heavens and earth. "Who is that? Who cares to dare intrude upon my Song family?" They must possess 9 lives to escape unscathed. The members of the Song clan, witnessing their formation dismantled and seeing Mo Ran emerge from the void, along with several of their own formidable imperial experts erupting from their ancestral land, were left in utter shock. Mo Ran, unfazed, disregarded their tumultuous outburst, knowing it would not harm him. Ignoring them, he cast a sidelong glance downwards, spotting Song Mingji, who was trembling in terror, his legs quaking. The moment their eyes met, Mingji, overwhelmed with fear, knelt down. Observing this, Mo Ran brought his fingers together, gathering starry sword energy at his fingertips, and gently pointed downward. A beam of starlight, imbued with annihilative intent, shot forth from his fingertip, hurtling directly towards Song Mingji. "You, Junior! How dare you!" Seeing Mo Ran disregard their oppressive aura and daringly condense sword energy towards Song Mingji, the leader, Song Yiji, was filled with rage, his veins bulging visibly. In a swift motion, he appeared before Song Mingji, conjuring a pale flame in his palm. A spectral image of azure fire emerged behind him. Just as the stellar light was about to reach Song Mingji's forehead, he obstructed it with his palm, and the azure fire's phantom erupted like a volcano, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames. In response, Mo Ran was slightly taken aback, but with a flick of his finger, Song Yiji's figure was sent hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing through numerous structures, ultimately buried beneath earth and stone, his fate unknown. Third brother. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Gate leader and Dongfang Quang shouted in unison and transformed into 2 streaks of light, rushing towards the direction where he was buried. Fearing the worst, they shattered the debris covering him and lifted the bloodied figure, with Dongfang Quang shielding him protectively, his gaze seething with fury directed at Mo Ran above. "Is it not somewhat excessive for you to strike at us without a word?" His fists clenched tightly, spiritual energy coursed through him, and crimson runes emerged from his hands, enveloping him. His cultivation surged momentarily, reaching its zenith, as a colossal phantom wielding a giant axe began to materialize behind him. Meanwhile, those in the sky, meeting Mo Ran's gaze, unleashed their own formidable techniques. Instantly, the heavens above the Song family were adorned with a magnificent display of power. Wave after wave of terrifying aura enveloped the entire Song family, causing many to struggle for breath as the very air thickened with tension. Witnessing this, Mo Ran withdrew his hand, palm open, and the starry orb reappeared. This time, he did not take long to condense it. Observing the feeble auras approaching him, he hurled the starry orb. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from within, the sword energy surging forth, charging towards the crowd. A group of pseudo-emperors, how bothersome. As the countless streams of sword energy approached, they resorted to their best skills, amplifying their aura further. Yet, in the end, it proved futile. Their bodies were pierced by the sword energy, and one after another, figures fell from the sky like shooting stars, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. This scene was nothing short of spectacular. Observing below, where crimson laws swirled and runes adorned Dongfang Nu, Mo Ran smiled nonchalantly, then turned to the unnoticed Song Mingji and coldly remarked, "I stand here, eager to see how you will respond," recalling Song Mingji's earlier words. Furthermore, he harbored malicious intentions towards his own daughter. He coldly addressed her, and at that moment, everyone comprehended the truth. This formidable deity had indeed been summoned by that young man. Instantly, several pseudo-emperors, who had been struck down by Mo Ran and were now leaning on each other in their exhaustion, turned their gazes towards Song Mingji. How splendid! After being self-imposed for so many years, he finally emerged from his confinement, bestowing such a grand gift upon the Song family. Truly remarkable. It is no wonder he is hailed as the son of the emperor. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The grandeur of his imperial lineage is indeed well-deserved. The onlookers could not suppress their scoffs. This so-called self-proclaimed son of the emperor appeared as nothing more than a jest in their eyes. They held little fondness for him, as they were not well acquainted, and some were even unfamiliar with him entirely. Consequently, they felt no admiration or respect towards him. To them, he seemed no more than an insignificant insect, having yet to tread the path of emperors and claim a throne. Though they were mere pseudo-emperors, they still held imperial titles. What was the essence of this so-called son of the emperor? Did he intend to provide an explanation? A chorus of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. struggling with their injuries. They exchanged words and directed inquiries at Song Mingji. At this juncture, it was evident to them whose favor Mo Ran sought. Chapter 63. The Frenzied Song Mingji. Observing the icy glare from Mo Ran and the disdainful expressions from several unfamiliar emperors within his clan, a surge of unnameable fury welled up within him. As a self-proclaimed prodigy, he possessed his own dignity, while he could tolerate the disdain of the unparalleled Emperor Mo Ran. It was unbearable that these worthless pseudo-emperors, who had not traversed the path to true emperorship, dared to bully him. Although he was perplexed by the sudden emergence of so many emperors, he sensed that, despite their titles, their strength was not significantly superior to his own. They may possess the aura of emperors, yet their power was utterly feeble. They foolishly believed that attaining the title of emperor rendered them invincible. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Did they truly think that his title as the son of the emperor was unearned? Hearing their taunts, he felt compelled to assert himself. After so many years of self-imposed isolation, it seemed that some had begun to lose their fear of him. Aside from his years of self-imposition, he was merely a little over 1,000 years old, still within the ranks of youthful geniuses. At the peak of the third realm of the Life Palace, had he not waited on the imperial path, he could have easily subdued this group of pseudo-emperors with a mere flick of his hand. Suppressing his discomfort under Mo Ran's unwavering gaze, he knelt and clasped his hands together, his face a mask of unwillingness as he bellowed, "My lord, I am acutely aware that I cannot escape death today. Might you grant me a little more time to exist in this world? Once I have completed my task, I shall personally offer you the heads of my foes." At his words, Mo Ran's lips twitched. "What is this? What predicament are we in now? My friend, what on earth are you doing? Do you not wish to reflect upon your own words? Wise nephew, what is this folly?" exclaimed the dignified Emperor DZ, while on one side, Dongfang Quang, shielding Song Yiji, and Dongfang Min, supporting a bloodied figure, alongside the gravely injured Song Yiji, all expressed their bewilderment. "You scoundrel! Did you not claim you were unprepared for gifts? What has transpired?" Ignoring their inquiries, Song Mingji remained silent, stifling his fury as he awaited Mo Ran's response. "System, is this fellow in his right mind?" Mo Ran's lips twitched again. Uncertain of the young man's intentions, he questioned the system lurking in his consciousness. Is he perhaps afflicted with some otherworldly madness? In response, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "I have no idea. Oh, please do not bother me. Another system has come seeking a confrontation. You shall have to handle it yourself. Are you not also somewhat deranged?" Mo Ran mused. "What are you attempting to seize this time?" "Not me. It desires to take something from me. It seeks to acquire 2 drops of Panga's essence, which I do not possess. All of it has been taken by other systems. I am at a loss." With a sigh of exasperation, Mo Ran rubbed his temples. What a peculiar situation. Is it too much to ask for a normal individual? After a brief interlude of about 10 breaths of tranquility, Shen Qingqing, who had been spectating from behind Mo Ran and relishing the unfolding drama, suddenly interjected, "Father, why not just acquiesce to him? To be honest, I am quite curious about what Song Mingji intends to do. The atmosphere is decidedly off-kilter and rather strange." Having observed her surroundings, she noted that the members of the Song family appeared somewhat mentally challenged. Mo Ran was evidently the true invader, yet their hostility towards him seemed to be waning, as if it were being redirected entirely towards Song Mingji. How odd. This clan is truly peculiar. In response, Mo Ran nodded slightly. After all, his purpose for being there was indeed centered around him. The process mattered little. The outcome was all that was required, his demise. Seeing Mo Ran nod in agreement, granting him a moment of respite, Song Mingji's repressed fury erupted like a tempest. With a darkened expression, he bowed in gratitude towards Mo Ran and began to stride towards the fallen pseudo-emperors. With each step, his aura intensified, growing increasingly formidable. In this moment, the spirit fire body operated at an astonishing speed, manifesting waves of mysterious fire upon his hands and feet, gradually merging into his being. Ultimately, he transformed into a figure of flame. With a swift motion of his hand, a flicker of spirit fire erupted from his palm, and a large mass of flames coalesced beside him, ultimately forming a towering demon figure of 100 feet, revealing itself before the onlookers. The familiar visage of the purple spirit king, resembling a frog, appeared at his side. "Song Mingji, what do you intend to do?" questioned the emperor. What is your meaning? Do you dare to turn against your own? Upon hearing this, Song Mingji offered a cold smile. Your own? Do you truly count yourselves as such? He cast a glance at the purple spirit king beside him, who understood his intent and leapt into action, the spirit fire beneath him surging upward. He soared into the air, baring his fangs and gaping maw, unleashing a powerful inhale directed towards the assembly of the Song family's emperors. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the Song family emperors. The crowd, already grievously wounded, found their powers significantly diminished. Mo Rant's starry sword aura was not merely a force to repel them. Had they not desperately summoned their spirit energy to resist, they would have surely perished on the spot. Meanwhile, the fiery figure of Song Mingji surged forth like a comet as the purple spirit king launched his attack. He seemed to enter a realm devoid of opposition, his spirit fire swirling around him, radiating from his palms, pushing back the severely injured pseudo-emperors. Had they not been so grievously wounded, they would not have faltered so easily. On the sidelines, the two members of the Eastern sect were rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Witnessing this chaos, Song Iji, supported by the Eastern sect leader, was so enraged that he fainted from the strain. After all, he had exhausted all his spirit energy to withstand Mo Rant's previous strike. He could not comprehend the nature of this monstrous being, which explained why neither the Eastern sect leader nor Dongfang Nu had dared to take the initiative against him. To be able to reduce Song Yiji to such a state with a single strike was something they could not fathom achieving, even in unison. Thus, anyone with a sound mind would refrain from provoking this individual, gazing at the tumultuous battle below with a twitching mouth and a look of bewilderment. The Eastern sect leader suddenly seemed to recall something. He quickly turned to Dongfang Quang and said, "Could this person possibly be the Qingyu Emperor?" Indeed. Upon observing Mo Rant's nearly flawless visage and his astonishing prowess, the name Qingyu Emperor quietly surfaced in their minds. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting the brilliance of the peerless figure above. At that moment, they felt a tinge of absurdity in their own existence. Still harboring delusions of vengeance, how could they possibly seek retribution? To speak candidly, they lacked even the courage to stand before him, let alone contemplate revenge. The two clenched their teeth and fists, sighing inwardly, their unwillingness laid bare. The future of the Dongfang family has been severed. In this lifetime, apart from Dongfang Jian, it seems no one possesses the qualifications to ascend that imperial path once more. After their departure, what fate awaits the Dongfang family? Chapter 64. Will you accept this sword? In the skies above, Mo Ran gazed in astonishment at Song Mingji, who was wreaking havoc amidst the crowd with a fervor that left him bewildered. What in the world was happening? Why was such a bizarre narrative unfolding before him? It was utterly preposterous. Let us reason. I came to offer you warmth. Yet with a single sword strike, I shattered your family's grand formation. Not only did you fail to unite against me, but you also engaged in internal strife. Looking down at a throng of pseudo-emperors evading Song Mingji's assaults, Mo Ran felt as though he had been deceived by the plot twists of a previous life's novel. Why hadn't he become the target of such mockery? Shouldn't you have banded together to confront me, only to falter and watch as the younger fled while the elders remained, repeating this cycle endlessly? Just as he pondered, a voice, steeped in the weight of time, echoed from the void, ethereal in its resonance. "Esteemed sir, shall we put an end to today's events?" The surrounding air gradually solidified as the voice resounded, halting the battles around them. Everyone turned their gaze skyward. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Song Mingji felt his own aura diminish. Before Mo Ran, an aged figure emerged from deep within the Song family, materializing before him and locking eyes with him. It was the ancestor Song Fei. The arrival of ancestor Song Fei was a welcome relief. Upon seeing him, Mo Ran offered a calm smile, dismissive of the situation. "You wish to protect him?" In response, the elder known as Song Fei shook his head, retrieving a shattered piece of jade from his waist. He spoke solemnly. "Song Ji has already fallen by your hand. The Song family shall not pursue this matter further. Song Ji's life in exchange for our clan's imperial heir. I implore you to cease your actions." As the words fell, the expressions of several individuals below turned to shock, their gazes towards Song Mingji growing icy once more. The three ancestors had perished. How could this be possible? At the moment of Song Ji's demise, the jade that contained a fragment of his soul shattered, transmitting the visions he beheld in his final moments. Thus, they were all too aware of how Mo Ran had vanquished Song Ji. As for why they had not intervened sooner, it was still out of a desire to test Mo Ran's prowess, to see if it truly was as formidable as rumored, if it was indeed insurmountable. Upon witnessing the invincible aura Mo Ran exhibited, thoughts of vengeance had dissipated. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran remained expressionless, his palm once again gathering starlight. If he wished to save, then he would eliminate them all. As Mo Ran prepared to strike, the expression on Song Fei's face shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear emerging. He immediately spoke. "Are you truly intent on a life-and-death confrontation with the Song family?" At these words, Mo Ran could not help but chuckle. The Song family? He cast a glance downward, surveying the members of the Song family, and continued. "What are they worth? Song Ji had wronged my daughter, and you, the heir of the Song family, wish to humiliate her as well." With that, Mo Ran dissipated the starlight in his palm. His fingers came together, and the sword energy surged with intensity at his fingertips. The starry sword light slowly began to coalesce. The heavens were taken aback, as thunder roared above, dark clouds gathered, and a tempest swirled. What does the Song family intend to do about this? As his words fell, the sword energy from Mo Ran's fingertips spread in all directions. The immense sword radiance surged forth, echoing through the vast expanse. Mo Ran pointed at one of them, calm and composed, stating, "I shall only unleash one sword. If you can withstand it, I will spare the Song family. However, should you fail to endure..." He glanced at the towering sword energy hovering above the Song family, its implications unmistakable. If they could not withstand his strike, then the annihilating sword intent looming over them would undoubtedly descend upon their heads, reducing the entire Song clan to rubble. After speaking, Mo Ran turned to the Song family's elder, who had not retreated even an inch, and asked, "Do you dare to accept?" Initially, he had only intended to take the life of Song Mingji. However, upon further contemplation, he realized the folly in that. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. One must eradicate the root of the problem, lest it regrow with the spring breeze. Thus, the moment he stepped forward, Mo Ran altered his approach. Since enmity had been established, he would see it through to the end. Either he would be annihilated by the Song family, or he would obliterate them. It was that simple. Upon hearing this, Song Fei, who was staring directly at the sword energy at Mo Ran's fingertips, felt his breath quicken. Song Mingji was irreplaceable. He could not be sacrificed. He represented the future of the Song family. The grudge against Song Ji could be avenged or left unavenged. It was inconsequential. As for whether to seek vengeance, that was a matter for discussion later. However, it was evident that Mo Ran had no intention of sparing Song Mingji. In that case, there was nothing left to negotiate. "Come, let us battle." Song Fei took a deep breath, striving to calm his current emotions, secretly reassuring himself, "As long as I can withstand this sword strike, all will be well." As a fellow pinnacle of the great emperor's 9 realms, even if Mo Ran possesses the strength to slay an emperor with a single sword, he too harbors his own confidence. He firmly believed that this sword would not claim his life. "Come, I refuse to believe you are as defiant as the rumors suggest." With that, he clenched his fists. At that moment, the terrifying pressure of his great emperor's cultivation erupted, and an overwhelming aura instantly radiated outward, making it difficult for everyone present to breathe. The atmosphere grew palpably oppressive, as the formidable aura left the onlookers gasping for air. He could not afford to hold back, otherwise, he might meet the same fate as Song Ji. Courageous indeed, Mo Ran acknowledged him, recognizing that he was prepared to face his own demise. Without further ado, Mo Ran lightly waved his fingers, and the sword energy coalescing at his fingertips surged forth as if it had discovered a purpose worth fighting for. At an astonishing speed, the sharp sword intent transformed into a torrent of sword energy, shimmering like the stars, rendering the world around it devoid of color under the might of Mo Ran's unleashed sword. The heavens and earth seemed to fall into a profound silence. As the sword energy passed, the starlight flickered, enveloping all things. Ahead of him, witnessing the formidable sword energy resembling a sky full of stars cascading down, he brought his hands together. A golden light radiated from within him, and behind him, a golden stone statue materialized. From this statue emerged a demon beast with a tiger's head and a snake's body, wielding twin axes. Mo Ran was momentarily taken aback. Another companion beast had appeared. The beast wielding the axes summoned an array of spiritual energy that coalesced around its weapons, and with a powerful sweep, it directed the torrent of sword energy. In mere moments, tens of thousands of axe lights were unleashed. In response, Song Fei also summoned a massive axe with both hands, hurling it towards the oncoming sword energy while shouting, "Shatter!" However, the sword energy disregarded their assault entirely. At the moment of collision, the axe light shattered, crushed beneath the overwhelming sword force. With a single strike, the sword descended, and tranquility returned to the world. As the clouds of ash dissipated, the towering sword energy above the Song family descended with gravity. Regrettably, you failed to withstand it. Chapter 65, Mr. Above the Song Imperial Clan. The 100-foot starry sword energy slowly fell, its countless twinkling starry lights transforming into fine streams of sword energy, resembling a rain of blades. In an instant, it enveloped the entirety of the Song Imperial Clan. Wherever the sword energy made contact, everything was reduced to mere ephemeral bubbles, dissipating between heaven and earth. The light of destruction spread far and wide. No, run. I do not wish to die. I have yet to finish reading my beloved book, Traversing a Century, Raising a Daughter from the Immortal Emperor, which is so captivating. I do not want to perish. Below the Song Imperial Clan, countless individuals fled in a frenzy, yet ultimately, they were pierced by the descending sword energy, transforming into thick smoke that vanished without a trace. Even their souls could not escape. The chaos in this realm reached an extraordinary level. Many attempted to rely on the teleportation array to escape. But how could Mo Ran grant them a chance to flee? He had declared the intent to eradicate completely, and thus it must be done to eliminate future threats. This was a principle he had comprehended after reading thousands of books before his journey through time. With the continuous perfection of the heavenly Tao, the forces this world could bear grew ever more formidable. It seemed that it could now faintly withstand the might of a half-immortal. Contemplating this, he raised his head to gaze at the sky. When time permitted, he would seek out that little creature for a conversation. At this moment, in the heavens, within the abode of the heavenly Tao, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao sat cross-legged beside a talisman radiating a gentle celestial glow. Her eyes were fixed intently upon it, a talisman emanating purple light. A look of confusion adorned her face as she pondered the purpose of this talisman left behind by the former heavenly Tao. Burning it yielded no results. Striking it proved futile. Ripping it apart was impossible. Having exhausted every possible method, she remained oblivious to its function. Could it be? Suddenly, her luminous eyes sparkled as she whimsically declared, "Open, sesame." Yet, all she heard was the sound of crows cawing. The talisman remained utterly unresponsive. TCH. She pouted, spreading her hands in defeat, deciding to embrace the situation. Sometimes, ignorance was more blissful than knowledge. Thus, it was better to cheerfully embody a joyful little heavenly Tao. With that, she hummed a cheerful tune and skipped merrily toward the entrance of the abode. This little melody was one she had heard during her wanderings in a tea house and found quite delightful, so she had memorized it. Below, witnessing the complete obliteration of the Song Imperial Clan by the Starlight Sword Energy, Mo Ran extended his spiritual awareness once more, confirming that no one had survived. He then departed gracefully with Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyan. Meanwhile, those who had come seeking an alliance to devise a strategy against the ill-fated individuals of the Qingyu dynasty, namely the leader of the Dongfang clan and Dongfang Quang, were also struck down by the intent of world annihilation, severed one by the Starlight Sword Energy. Thus, 2 of the 9 great imperial clans of the southern domain were annihilated. As for who was responsible, one could only hear the echoes from a small town. Within a tea house, a storyteller abruptly grasped the board upon the table and brought it down forcefully against the wooden surface, producing a resounding crack that startled the drowsy patrons into instant wakefulness. He then raised his voice, proclaiming, "Behold, the celestial swords gleam with brilliance, as countless stars transform into a rain of blades, cascading toward the Song Imperial Clan. The 100-foot sword energy descends gradually, rendering all it touches into mere void." At this, the storyteller paused, wetting his parched tongue, and seized the tea beside him, gulping down 2 hearty swigs. Hearing his words, the remaining audience wore expressions of disbelief. "Old man Zhong, you've been narrating this for several days. Can't you share something fresh? Indeed, we've been subjected to this tale incessantly. It has rendered us nearly numb. Coughing slightly, the storyteller, still with tea in hand, was momentarily choked by their remarks. He hastily grabbed a folding fan and pointed it at them, admonishing loudly. What do you know? There is no limit to how long this can be recounted. Of the 9 great imperial clans of the southern domain, only 8 remain. The eastern clan is virtually non-existent, having fallen into decline. Following this battle, the entire situation in the southern domain has shifted dramatically. In response, the storyteller, surnamed Zhong, continued to exclaim fervently. The spectators, seemingly anticipating this display, shook their heads and sighed, choosing to ignore him. After a brief respite, they gathered their belongings and departed the tea house. The establishment attracted a diverse array of individuals daily, from travelers to cultivators tirelessly toiling for their livelihoods. New faces frequently appeared, yet familiar ones, having resided there for long durations, were not uncommon. Recently, a new relic site had unexpectedly emerged near the town, drawing many cultivators to its vicinity. With the relics situated within several miles, the town became a temporary abode for those awaiting its unveiling, particularly the tea house, which had been bustling with patrons. For the first time in many years, the little town was experiencing a moment of splendor. Dear Sister Wenran, are you certain your family resides here? A youthful voice piped up on the town street. Observing the hurried figures of the passers-by, she questioned with evident perplexity. In response, her companion, clad in a flowing blue garment, with long hair cascading down and eyes as dark as polished obsidian, glanced around and lightly tapped her lips, uncertainly stating, "This direction should be correct. There's quite a crowd," she sighed, shrugging her shoulders, clearly resigned to the situation. It was evident that she held a hint of skepticism. "Hey, look, a beauty. Do not gaze too long. People have children now, and yet you still look. What harm is there in merely observing? Be cautious, for she may be a disciple of a powerful faction, capable of gouging out your eyes." Zhang Wu's mother once advised him to keep a distance from beautiful women. "Do not say, I did not warn you. Beware of attracting trouble." Amidst the throng, many took note of the ethereal beauty standing beside the chubby little girl, and they jested openly. These jests were, of course, overheard by her, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. "What do you mean having children? She is still a young maiden, after all." Meanwhile, the little girl beside her was disinterested in the idle chatter. With wide eyes, she scanned the surroundings and spotted an elderly storyteller nearby, animatedly discussing a tale. She hurried over, tugging at his sleeve, and asked softly, "Excuse me, sir, may I disturb you?" The elderly storyteller, engrossed in his narrative, felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. Looking down, he was greeted by the innocent face of the chubby girl, prompting an immediate smile to spread across his face. "Whose darling child is this? She is quite exquisite. Of course you may disturb me," he replied with warmth. With a beaming smile, the little girl asked, "Sir, what is the name of this town? Is there a family by the surname when here?" The storyteller, having discerned her intent, contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "The town bears no name. It is known as Nameless. As for the Wen family, I'm afraid there are no influential families in this small town." "Oh, none at all?" After hearing this, the little girl puffed up her cheeks, resembling a deflated balloon, and mimicking the courtesies of officials in a palace. She offered a slight bow to the storyteller, expressing her gratitude before scampering back to the maiden. "My father says one must be polite and not arrogant. When seeking assistance, one should present oneself respectfully. When encountering the weak, one should keep a distance. In the face of broken engagements, one must also maintain distance. It is wise to avoid the haughty. However, when faced with disfavor, one should cast talismans." She held her father's words close to her heart, and after expressing her thanks, she swiftly departed. "Hey, little one, do slow down. Might you share your name with me?" The storyteller called after her as she slipped away. The meatball turned and flashed a crescent smile, saying, "I am Linger Mo Linger. What a lovely name. So enchanting." He nodded and returned to his storytelling. Running back to Wenran's side, Mo Linger tugged at her flowing skirt, poised herself, and gazed at her exquisite face, pouting in annoyance. "Sister Wenran, you've lost your way again." Upon hearing this, Wenran slightly parted her lips, her captivating beauty causing one to be utterly entranced. She sighed in exasperation. It was evident that she had made this mistake more than once or twice. How could this be? She had followed the path as per her memory. After saying this, she gently tapped her ancient ring, and a beam of white light emanated from it, transforming into a luminous streak. A scroll of parchment appeared before her. She lifted her delicate hand to receive it and examined it closely. It was a map, seemingly quite ancient. Surely, it was the correct route. How could she be mistaken? She was perplexed. After fiddling with it for about half a day, the two appeared somewhat fatigued and decided to take a seat at a noodle stall. 2 bowls of longevity noodles. All right. M.O. Linger, her big eyes wide with curiosity, observed the throngs of passers-by around her, wondering why such a small place could accommodate so many people. Thus, while waiting for the noodles to arrive, her eyes were ceaselessly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a voice from nearby called out, "For bowls of longevity noodles. Please wait a moment." A few individuals adorned with jade swords and feathered crowns, dressed in blue attire resembling the uniforms of an academy or sect, took a seat at the adjacent table. "Zhang Xixiang, we've been here for quite some time, and there has been no sign of activity at this relic. Could it be a hoax?" "Nonsense," replied the one called Zhang Xixiang, the leader, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it. "If there is still no movement after a while, we shall return to the academy." M.O. Linger looked on, bewildered. "What is a relic? I've never heard of it. Is it fun?" Instantly, her eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of the relic. She glanced at Wenran, who was still intently analyzing the parchment map, and asked, "Sister Wenran, what is a relic?" "A relic," she pondered for a moment, recalling her master's incessant lectures about relics and the Emperor's path, and casually replied, "It is a place of inheritance left by powerful emperors, generally revealed only when the Emperor's path is about to open." "Oh, is the great Emperor a formidable figure, akin to my father? Are there numerous treasures within that resemble the remarkable qualities of my father? And what exactly is this so-called Imperial path? Is it merely a road? If it is a path, shouldn't one simply traverse it? Why wait for the road to open?" She did not comprehend. Thus, she temporarily cast these thoughts aside. As for the so-called ruins, she found herself quite intrigued. After all, she had ventured out with scant provisions, and had nearly exhausted her supplies along the way. Had she not encountered Sister Wenran, she might have perished from exhaustion. Recalling her departure from the Qingyu dynasty, she was uncertain where the teleportation talisman had transported her. Subsequently, she encountered several enormous and grotesque beasts that sought to devour her. Terrified, she fled in haste, incessantly casting talismans of various effects. In her desperate bid to escape the beast's pursuit, she had exhausted the sword energy talismans she had pilfered from M.O. Ran. Although she had managed to drive the beasts away, she was utterly fatigued. At that moment, her talismanic attacks inadvertently roused a slumbering beast. With no offensive talismans left, she had only a collection of escape talismans. She had tested them and knew they allowed for considerable distance, but she was reluctant to run any further, fearing she might never return home. Thus, she continued to flee. Eventually, she found herself at the foot of a mountain. Looking up, layers of mist obscured her view entirely. Just as the beast was about to charge at her, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in midair, effortlessly swatting the beast away. Upon learning that she too was heading to the Qingyu dynasty, they decided to travel together. However, she soon realized that this sister, resembling a celestial being, seemed to have a poor sense of direction. It felt as though she was straying further from home. Yet, she took solace in the fact that she was not alone. The fairy sister was by her side. With this thought, a crescent smile graced her lips. "Sister Wenran, let us explore the ruins together." Upon hearing this, Wenran paused briefly, then quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying, No, it's too dangerous." M.O. Linger raised an eyebrow in confusion. "But I'm here," she proclaimed confidently, patting her chest with a fearless demeanor. While she may not excel in combat, she was certainly adept at fleeing. There is no need to fear danger. Besides, since we've come this far, won't you accompany me to take a look? Subsequently, she inexplicably pushed the parchment map that Wenran was still examining towards her. Fearing it might fall to the table, pointing at the map with a bewildered expression, she exclaimed, "Look, your map is entirely incorrect. It differs completely from what I saw at home." Upon hearing this, Wenran stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone, crumbling at the slightest touch. She finally understood why she had taken the wrong path. Furrowing her brow in exasperation, she let out a long, weary sigh and lamented, "What misfortune! Has this world changed so rapidly? I have only been away from the mountains for a mere 20 years, yet everything seems so different. Upon leaving the mountain gate, I can no longer recognize the path I took when I ascended. I had mentioned that I am ill-suited for the outside world. That old man, why must he insist on sending me down to experience the mundane and endure this worldly tribulation? What a stroke of bad luck. Ultimately, she could not withstand the persistent pleas of the little one and agreed to accompany her to explore the so-called ruins. However, she firmly declared, "No trouble. We shall merely observe." The little one nodded vigorously in agreement. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart. Nevertheless, having made her promise, she resolved to adapt to the situation. Chapter 67. Are you not afraid? The number of people congregating in the small town continued to grow. As is often the case, an increase in numbers brings forth an array of eccentric individuals. It seemed that those accustomed to behaving boisterously at home carried that same demeanor into the outside world, lacking any semblance of restraint. Just then, a cacophony erupted from what appeared to be a tavern beside a noodle shop, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. The hurried crowd was captivated by the commotion, halting in their tracks as spectators. What a shabby place, the gathering of immortals. What do you even have here? I ask you, do you possess any immortals? The sound of curses echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Suddenly, a dark figure was hurled out of the tavern, soaring through the air before crashing onto a nearby fruit stall. In mere moments, the figure lay amidst crushed fruit, staining his attire completely. Within the tavern, 3 figures emerged slowly. At the forefront stood a young master, arms crossed over his chest, striding forth with an air of arrogance, his heavy footsteps exuding an aura of defiance. It seemed that the one who had been thrown out was likely the tavern's owner. He propped himself up on the fruit basket, gradually rising to his feet, brushing off the remnants of fruit clinging to his clothing, and remarked, "The gathering of immortals signifies that all who gather here may ascend to the realm of the divine. Yet you immediately demanded that I present a celestial artifact for your inspection. Could it be mere bravado?" The proprietor displayed no trace of anger, as if his recent expulsion was a deliberate act. His demeanor was serene, unnaturally so for an ordinary individual. The young gentleman, momentarily taken aback by this calmness, found himself at a loss for words. What could this mean? This arrogance, it seemed, was something he had not encountered before. Typically, those he had dispatched with a kick would either grovel at his feet in supplication or lie in defeat on the ground. Thus, encountering someone like this was a novel experience. Was it the force of that kick that rendered him dazed? Or was my strength insufficient? Isn't that Brother Gu? This youth appears unfamiliar. Who might he be? What misfortune has befallen Brother Gu? Observing his attire, he seemed to belong to a prominent family. Would Brother Gu find himself in peril due to this lineage? In the town, countless acquaintances murmured in concern for him, perplexed as to why Brother Gu had attracted the attention of a scion from a noble house. They also worried whether the influential backing of this arrogant young master might cast a shadow over Brother Gu. Upon hearing their whispers, the young master's countenance darkened with anger. His sycophant, quick to notice his irritation, hastened to placate him, offering, "Young Master Su, allow me to handle this insignificant pest for you." Su Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing that dealing with such lowly individuals was beneath his dignity. Subsequently, the unnamed sycophant seized a nearby wooden stick and approached the proprietor with a fierce demeanor. His name was Li Si, a man of humble origins with an insatiable thirst for power. His ambition was to ascend to the pinnacle of authority, directing others from above. Orphaned in his youth, he possessed a silver tongue that charmed a young master from the imperial family, thus securing his place as a lackey. Since then, he had experienced a meteoric rise, and although he had not reached the highest echelons, he could at least now look down upon others. "You insolent wretch! How dare you defy the heir of the Su imperial clan? Young Master Su's word is law. If you cannot present a celestial artifact today, I shall see you dead." At this declaration, the remaining onlookers gasped in shock, cold sweat beading upon their brows. The imperial clan, was it not that infamous lineage renowned for its abundance of pretenders among the 9 great imperial families? Indeed, those worthy of the title imperial clan in the entire southern domain could only be counted among those 8 families. Suddenly, a wave of trepidation washed over the gathered crowd for the tavern owner, for the imperial clan was far more formidable than any ordinary noble house. To my surprise, I encountered the elusive D family, a rare occurrence that left me pondering whether it was a stroke of fortune or a sign of misfortune. Amidst our exchange, a sycophant approached the owner of the valley, brandishing a wooden stick with a menacing expression and a mocking demeanor. However, upon witnessing the owner's calm and composed demeanor, devoid of fear, the sycophant froze in place. How could this individual remain so unflustered, exuding an air of a reclusive sage? Was he, perchance, a figure of considerable stature? A myriad of unsettling thoughts flashed through his mind. In truth, he felt a twinge of panic. Typically, when individuals heard of his background, they would tremble in fear, their knees weak. This was a scenario he had never encountered in his many years as a sycophant. Yet, having taken the initiative, retreating now would undoubtedly diminish his standing. Thus, with gritted teeth, he decided to press forward. He raised his hand, his aura suddenly surging, revealing the power of the Qi dispersal realm. And he aimed a fierce strike at the owner's head with his wooden stick. In such a modest locale, a practitioner of the Qi dispersal realm could easily assume a position of authority. He was confident that he could shatter the owner's skull with a single blow. Just as the wooden stick was about to descend with tremendous force, a flash of sword light erupted from within the tavern, shattering the stick into splinters and sending the sycophant hurtling backward. A resounding crash echoed as Li Si's figure collided with the adjacent stone wall, leaving an imprint of his form. Blood surged uncontrollably from his mouth. Meanwhile, Su Yang abruptly turned his head, noticing a blue light zipping past him, which swiftly approached the owner of the valley. The figure gently brushed off the wood shavings from the owner's shoulder and inquired, "Boss, are you not afraid?" The owner, maintaining his placid countenance, resembled a true recluse, yet he merely mouthed the words, "Afraid, indeed." Su Yang pressed further. "Then why do you remain so expressionless and unyielding?" The owner replied, "My lack of expression is due to a lifelong condition, and I do not evade because I cannot." Su Yang, taken aback for a moment, then regained his composure and remarked, "You dare to lay hands on my sycophant?" He gestured towards the bloodied and incapacitated Li Si, demanding, "Who are you?" The young man in blue turned around, gazing at the defiant-looking Su Yang, and offered a faint smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under the watchful eyes of so many onlookers, he shyly rubbed his nose. It had been half a year since he last experienced such scrutiny, back during the sword-questioning event. After a brief moment, he spoke slowly. "I am Wen Lin from the Tsang High Spirit Academy of the Northern Region." Chapter 68. A promise lost for many years. Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared perplexed, as none had heard of this name. However, they were familiar with the esteemed Tsang High Spirit Academy. Wen Lin, from the Northern Region. Do you recognize him? Shouldn't you be aware of your own words? We are childhood friends. How could I possibly not know you? Whispers surged through the crowd, yet no one claimed to know him. After revealing his name, he felt a bit sheepish and scratched his head, acknowledging that it was entirely reasonable for no one to recognize him. Standing at the entrance of the tavern, Su Yang appeared contemplative. After a moment, a mocking smile crept onto his face as he remarked, "Tsang High Spirit Academy, surnamed Wen. Are you the one from the Wen family who once declined the invitation from the Qingyu Academy?" Wen Lin nodded slightly. Upon this acknowledgement, a long-forgotten memory resurfaced vividly in Su Yang's mind, striking him with clarity. He recalled hearing about a prodigious swordsman from Longnan City during his time at the academy, who had been invited but had turned down the offer, citing that he had already taken on a master. Consequently, someone else had seized the opportunity, and the academy had to relent. After all, a forced invitation yields no sweetness, albeit it may quench thirst. The drawbacks were considerable. This was the first instance someone had ever declined an invitation from the academy, making it a subject of light-hearted banter among the students post-meals. Within the Wen family of Longnan City, Wen Ran, sitting nearby, suddenly had a glimmer of insight in her eyes. Meanwhile, Imo Linger, who was diligently slurping her noodles, quickly gulped down the remnants of her broth, which only contained a few scraps, and, satisfied, patted her full belly. With a sigh of contentment, she exclaimed, "I am so full." Not far away, although she was focused on her meal, she had overheard the words of the young man in blue. While patting her belly, she looked at the somewhat delicate-looking youth and asked, "Sister Wen Ran, do you recognize him? How could I possibly know him?" She shook her head. "It would be strange if I did. This young man is likely many years my junior. Since the moment my parents passed away, I have had no ties to the Wen family. How could I be acquainted with him?" Forced to descend the mountain, she merely sought to revisit her home. Uncertain of where else to go now that she had left Tianji Mountain, contemplating that returning home might serve as a form of experience. Thus she mused, he possesses treasures. Upon hearing this, Wen Ran, who was deep in thought, was abruptly pulled back to reality by the exclamation from the little figure before her. With a puzzled sigh, she turned her gaze to see that Mo Linger, at some point, had leaned forward, her hands gripping the armchair, her eyes sparkling with a faint glow. Gazing in astonishment at the youth named Wen Lin. Treasure? At her exclamation, Wen Ran also looked over, yet she failed to discern any extraordinary treasure on this boy, who hailed from the same clan as herself. If there was anything of note, it was merely a surge of potent energy swirling within him. But what treasure could that possibly be? Thus, she inquired with confusion, where's the treasure? Mo Linger paid her no mind, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Lost in her own scheming thoughts. There is a glowing treasure, but its hue is so faint. It doesn't shine as brightly as what father possesses. However, she glanced down at the pink bag of treasures hanging at her waist, her small hands rummaging through it, revealing only a few talismans and some items she could not yet utilize. Contemplating the contents of her treasure bag, she mused, perhaps I could trade something with him. After all, I have never seen such a faintly glowing treasure and am quite curious, wondering if it is something remarkable. These items are merely for escape. I am weary of them, and there are plenty left, more than I can use. Surely, a trade would be feasible? She eyed the blue-clad youth, feeling confident that he would agree. With a determined nod, she seemed to have made up her mind. A sly smile crept onto her face as she plotted how to approach the boy and exchange for his treasure. For she had never encountered an item that emitted such a delicate glow. Her father had always said that inconspicuous items are undoubtedly treasures. She could not let this opportunity slip by. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Su Yang could no longer contain his rising agitation. The small Wen family, had it not been for this incident, he doubted the name Wen would have ever crossed his mind in this lifetime. Thus, his gaze towards Wen Lin was laced with malice. Yet, fearing he might not be able to best Wen Lin and suffer another loss of face as he had previously, which had left him reluctant to set foot in the Qingyu Empire again, he could only snarl, step aside. Upon hearing this, Wen Lin remained unfazed. He rather enjoyed the presence of this boss. Throughout these days, he had relished listening to his musings. Whenever he encountered others, he would proclaim, the young master possesses an extraordinary visage, resembling that of an immortal. Shall we gather at the Juxian Tower? The boss was a genuinely good person. Renowned for his kindness in this small town, he had inquired and confirmed it. It is said that even the beggars passing by, who are often left unsatisfied in their hunger, are taken care of by the likes of Shantan. Should they encounter those without a place to go, including beggars and the like, they would strive to accommodate them in the taverns and provide for their needs. Thus, he enjoys a considerable rapport with others. During his stay at the tavern, he has received exceptional care. Therefore, if today he can offer protection, he shall do so. He does not yield, but rather states, as a member of the imperial lineage, why must you quibble with an ordinary person? To be honest, he has no desire to clash with Su Yang. His home is in Longnan City, one of the territories under the Qingyu dynasty, situated within the dynasty itself, so he fears not the imperial family. No matter how audacious the imperial clan may be, they would not dare to act recklessly within the realm of the Qingyu dynasty. As for him, he could simply return to the northern domain. What could the southern domain's imperial family do to him? If they were to engage in a prolonged conflict, relying on the advantage of his sword body, he would have no reason to fear. However, the Juxian Tower lies between the mortal realm, and if Su Yang insists on being petty, it would not bode well for the proprietor once he departs. Should he eliminate Su Yang, the ramifications would be dire and uncontrollable. He possesses a rather delicate demeanor, and a few exchanged words might not raise any concern. However, to kill a scion of the imperial family would be a grave offense. He cannot guarantee that anyone would dare to offend the entire imperial clan on his behalf, even if the Songhai Spirit Academy could. But what of the Wen family? If their quarrel caused no tangible harm, the repercussions would likely be minimal. Thus, he wishes for Su Yang to refrain from making too much of this matter. As a man, one ought to possess a broader perspective. Yet Su Yang remains unyielding. With an aggressive tone, he declares, if you do not step aside, I shall take you down as well. What do you think the Wen family could do to me? Naturally, they could do nothing to him. However, young man, do you truly possess the confidence to slay me? Seeing that negotiation has failed, Wen Lin can only sigh in resignation. It seems he must resort to combat. With a heavy heart, a flicker of disappointment crosses his gaze. A familiar figure materializes in his mind, a vision of his betrothed, who has long since become the object of his affection, although they have not met for several years. The purpose of his return is to reunite with her and fulfill the promise made long ago. At the tender age of 5, he departed from home to join the Tsang High Spirit Institute, embarking on his journey of cultivation. When he turned 6, he returned once. For it was a momentous occasion, the celebration of her birthday, which she insisted was of great significance. Coincidentally, an elder from the institute was also bound for the southern region, and he implored the elder to take him along. Thus, he returned home, and as they parted, they vowed to meet the following year. However, when he turned 7, he was unable to return. His senior brothers, while out on a training expedition, fell into an ambush by malevolent beings. By the time the elders arrived, they were grievously wounded. His senior brothers required care. And during that tumultuous period when the northern region was rife with demonic chaos and all factions were preoccupied with hunting down the fiends, he, being still quite young, was not permitted to engage in battles against the demons. Consequently, he was tasked with tending to his injured brothers. Given the tumultuous times, he could not return. After informing her of this predicament, he postponed their meeting by yet another year, vowing to see her next year. The following year arrived, and he anticipated their reunion. However, fate intervened. The Wen family had business to attend to in the northern region, and she thought it best to accompany them, thus negating the need for him to return. She sent him a message through a jade communication talisman, instructing him to await her arrival. Yet, fortune was unkind. That year marked the quinquennial sword conference between the Wen Xian Sword Sect and the Tsang High Spirit Institute. Immersed in the joy of the imminent reunion, he paid little heed to the talisman. The next day, buoyed by good spirits, he set off with his seniors to the Wen Xian Sword Sect, envisioning a return to the Wen family afterward to see his beloved. However, upon his return, he found her had already departed for the northern region. Once again, they were unable to meet. After some deliberation, they postponed their agreement yet again by a year. Yet, 1 year led to another, and unforeseen events continued to unfold. Ultimately, he could not fulfill their promise. Missed opportunities piled upon missed opportunities. By the time he turned 13, his senior brothers and sisters were gravely injured, engaged in training, tasked with missions, or in seclusion. In desperation, he was compelled to ascend to the Wen Xian Sword Sect alone to inquire about the sword. He thought this would finally allow him to honor their long-standing agreement. However, upon reflection, holding his 3-foot azure blade, Wen Lin could only shake his head in resignation. After completing the sword inquiry, an urgent summons from the academy necessitated his swift return with the elder. In the end, they still did not meet. This time, to save others, he was bound to offend this noble youth of the imperial lineage. Ah, was it truly so difficult to fulfill a simple promise? Gazing at the sky, he muttered in frustration, "Why must this be so arduous? Why can't I accomplish such a straightforward task?" The heavens responded, "Young man, I hear you possess great courage. Dare to look me in the eye?" As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Su Yang stood before him, observing the resolute expression on his face, which was also tinged with resentment, a reflection of his dissatisfaction with his current predicament. To be frank, he felt an overwhelming urge to perform a drum solo for everyone. However, as a young master of the imperial lineage, it was utterly inconceivable for him to retreat. After all, where would he place his dignity? Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate for several minutes. Su Yang remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Lin. He hesitated to make the first move, as his own cultivation had just dispersed, and although Wen Lin had not revealed his prowess, Su Yang could faintly sense the aura of a fate palace from the moment of his earlier attack. This indicated that the seemingly youthful figure before him was a prodigy of the Fate Palace realm. However, he was uncertain of the specific level. 10 years prior, he had his meridians severed by Mo Ran and had spent 8 years recuperating within his family. Upon learning of the sudden emergence of a new relic in this location, the awakened prince of the Su family sought to contend for it. He thought it was high time to venture out after such a long period of confinement. Hence he requested to accompany them to observe the situation. However, not long ago, the prince of the Su family had gone to explore the relic, having already been there for several days without any sign of activity. It was as if it were a lifeless fish, refusing to stir. Meanwhile, Su Yang had been lingering by the princess' side, feeling increasingly frustrated. By mere chance, he encountered this gathering of immortals' pavilion and decided to provoke a confrontation. As for why he felt compelled to do so, he truly could not say. Perhaps it was a lapse in judgment. Now, he found himself in a predicament, unable to retreat or advance. The psychological trauma from his previous defeat lingered, prompting him to deliberate extensively whenever confronted with someone eager to confront him directly. This young man from the northern domain exhibited an audacity that defied the imperial lineage. Was he foolish? After all, he had the support of the Shanghai Spirit Academy behind him. Forgive me, my friend, he mused. I have just arrived and remain unaware of why the Shanghai Spirit Academy dares to defy the imperial lineage. This academy is renowned in the northern domain for its fierce protection of its own. The so-called monsters, those who practice the nefarious arts, are referred to as such in the northern domain. Having once ambushed disciples of the Shanghai Spirit Academy, ultimately, they faced a devastating counteroffensive from the academy, and now, not a whisper of the monsters can be heard throughout the northern domain. Amidst the crowd, some pondered why Wen Lin dared to meet the gaze of the imperial lineage, while others sought to clarify the confusion. Whispers began to circulate. Just then, a malevolent voice suddenly echoed from behind the onlookers. Amidst the commotion, Su Yang's expression brightened as he swiftly turned towards the source of the sound. When he saw the crowd parting and a figure emerging into view, he called out, "Prince." A figure draped in purple attire, with an extraordinary visage and strikingly vibrant purple eyebrows, emerged slowly. Upon noticing Su Yang calling out to him, he furrowed his brows and glanced in his direction, then turned to regard Wen Lin, who stood resolutely with a sword. He inquired, "Su Yang, what is the meaning of this? How long has it been since I departed, and already such antics commence?" He sauntered over to Su Yang, disregarding Wen Lin, and fixed Su Yang with a frigid gaze, demanding an explanation. Su Yang, confronted by that icy stare, felt a chill of trepidation wash over him. It was rumored that the heir of the Su family, known for his capricious temperament, was indeed a peculiar individual. He recounted the events in detail, not daring to withhold any information for fear that this unpredictable being might crush him in a fit of rage. He spoke of how, upon awakening, the individual sought out a confrontation, leaving all who challenged him gravely injured. This man was Su Huan, the self-proclaimed heir of the Su family, recently awakened. Chapter 70. Young brother, do not flee for your life upon hearing this. Wen Lin's expression grew increasingly grave as he sensed the emergence of Su Huan. He felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from this individual. Who was he? Could this heir truly be one of the Su family, recently awakened, and another self-proclaimed prodigy? Have you encountered others? He mused aloud. Ah, you would not believe it, but I indeed have, a passerby interjected, casually placing a hand on his shoulder. The crowd, captivated by the words of this stranger, turned their attention toward him. He recounted his earlier experiences within the Fire Emperor's ruins, detailing how his companion, in a moment of arrogance, had confronted Mo Ran, the great emperor, narrating the tale with such fervor that it surpassed even the most skilled storyteller, immersing the audience in the narrative. After listening to the recounting of events, Su Huan shifted his gaze from Su Yang to Wen Lin, taking a few steps down the stairs and declaring, "You do not fear my imperial lineage?" Startled, Wen Lin hesitated momentarily, yet he shook his head resolutely, stating, "I am not afraid." "Is that so?" Su Huan replied with a slight smile. "Has the deterrent power of the 9 great imperial clans diminished so significantly? Is it merely 8 now?" A voice from the crowd, seemingly emerging from nowhere, suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this admonishment, Su Huan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as he suppressed the fury swelling within him. Moments later, he opened his eyes, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, his murderous intent palpable and unmistakable. The crowd recoiled in fear, exchanging anxious glances, each silently seeking the one who had dared to utter the words 8 great clans. "Whom do you wish to condemn?" he demanded ominously. In a tumultuous season, Su Huan merely cast a fleeting glance, treating it as a warning, without any intention to entangle further. Yet, his gaze towards Wen Lin was filled with an icy disdain. A genius, such individuals were the ones he relished vanquishing the most. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he twisted his stiff neck, preparing to showcase his prowess and revive the majesty of the imperial clan. He raised his fist, gently clenched it, and a flicker of lightning began to manifest in his hand, coursing through his body. Although the initial fault lay with the young master of his clan, the contempt shown towards the imperial lineage was a grave offense. A fierce glint radiated from his eyes as he summoned thunder beneath his feet, causing the ground to erupt into a crater. With a crackle of thunder, his fist surged towards Wen Lin, accompanied by the declaration, "Let it be punished." Upon witnessing this, Wen Lin's expression shifted. His cultivation, at the initial stage of the Destiny Palace, erupted in that moment, and his sword was swiftly drawn, unleashing a flurry of sword lights. For afterimages emerged as he moved, the radiant beams of his sword illuminating the surroundings. The clash between the sword light and the shadow of the fist was fierce. Su Huan maneuvered through the myriad of sword lights, unscathed. The lightning crackled as his fist collided with Wen Lin's 3-foot-long azure sword. With a jolt of electricity, Wen Lin felt his hands tingle. He glanced at the feeble figure behind him, then, gripping his sword with his right hand, he swiftly seized the figure's sleeve with his left and hurled him into the crowd. The unfortunate soul crashed heavily into a passerby, both collapsing into unconsciousness. Seizing this fleeting moment of vulnerability, Su Huan retracted his fist, and the lightning around his feet coalesced rapidly, delivering a swift kick aimed at Wen Lin's head. Alarmed, Wen Lin instinctively raised his arm in defense. A dull thud echoed as his head took the brunt of the blow, sending him spiraling backward uncontrollably. He quickly channeled his internal energy to stabilize his injuries. With a flick of his 3-foot azure sword, he thrust it into the ground. Using its cushioning force to barely regain his footing, he breathed heavily, his breath quickening as he desperately circulated his energy to counter the tumult caused by the lightning surging within him. Meanwhile, Su Huan, noting that Wen Lin managed to steady himself, gradually withdrew his leg and turned to regard him, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Not bad. Your reaction speed is far superior to those inept ones in the clan." As he spoke, the lightning around him once again coalesced, and a spectral dragon of lightning began to materialize behind him. With the dragon's eyes slowly opening, a torrent of purple lightning radiated from his form, exuding an overwhelmingly fierce aura that sought to compel Wen Lin to bow low. Just awakening, Wen Lin found his strength not yet fully attuned, and in his search for worthy opponents, he realized they were too feeble, unable to withstand even his own punch. Upon encountering Wen Lin today, his battle spirit ignited, and he was determined not to let this opportunity for practice slip away. At this moment, his aura surged to an unprecedented height, the pinnacle of his 3 realms within the Palace of Fate erupting all at once, causing those around him to stagger back in alarm, fearing they might be caught in the impending disaster. He spread his arms wide, and from the void above, a dragon's claw materialized, gathering an array of lightning that converged towards it. Soon, a crackling lightning pattern adorned the dragon claw, aimed directly at Wen Lin. In an instant, the claw descended with tremendous speed. Wen Lin, still grappling with his injuries, furrowed his brow at the sight, helplessly watching the dragon claw coalesce above. As the lightning claw bore down upon him, he hastily grasped the hilt of his sword, channeling a spell from his hand, the incorruptible sword body operating at its zenith. A sword radiance erupted from behind him, fiercely piercing toward the dragon claw. With a resounding crack, upon contact with the claw, the sword energy he had gathered shattered instantly, unable to withstand even a brief moment. Watching the surging lightning approach, he gritted his teeth, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth, disregarding his internal injuries as he permitted the lightning to collide with him. Silently, he resolved to fight back. Once more, the spiritual energy around him coalesced into his hand, and in an instant, a faint yet piercing sword radiance enveloped him. He raised his green blade, and as he did so, it expanded dramatically, the sword energy doubling in intensity. "Go," he shouted, unleashing a vast sword energy. Immediately thereafter, he spat another mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground as the overwhelming sword energy was unleashed. His internal wounds were beyond his control at this point. He fixed his gaze on the sword energy racing toward the dragon claw, hoping it could withstand the onslaught. Yet, as he witnessed the two collide, the sword energy merely held for a fleeting moment before being shattered to pieces. A sense of desolation washed over him, the specter of death creeping into his heart. At that moment, a soft, childlike voice whispered in his ear, calling out, "Little brother, if you wish to survive, do not hesitate." startled by the unexpected voice. Wen Lin instinctively nodded, driven by the primal instinct for survival. His peripheral vision swept across the crowd, finding no peculiarities, only stunned faces. "If I save you, you will owe me a favor," the voice continued. "Indeed." He nodded emphatically. After all, a favor could be repaid if one lived to see another day. At the instant he nodded, he sensed the voice's hidden delight in its success. Boom! The dragon claw descended with unrelenting force. The thunder roared fiercely, emanating from the ground and forming a colossal pit, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air, interspersed with strands of lightning, evoking a sense of dread. Under such an onslaught, everyone began to worry for the boy in blue. As the dust settled, Su Huan, who had been intently gazing at the spot where the dragon claw had struck, furrowed his brow in contemplation, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He realized someone had escaped. Observing the vast, empty pit, he was taken aback. How could someone have stealthily rescued another right under his nose? Was it a mighty emperor or some secret technique? Where had he gone? Astonished, he muttered to himself, "This is unbelievable. The boy must possess extraordinary potential." Could it be that the boy's protector had intervened? Hearing this, a multitude of onlookers cast him incredulous glances, collectively exclaiming, "Your protector is quite cowardly. What kind of protector lets their charge suffer such grievous injuries and flee without offering any protection? Clearly, he has been rescued or has escaped." Listening to the chatter, Su Huan raised his gaze to the heavens. Above, an ancient phantom gradually materialized. An emperor. Indeed, a protector did exist. Under the astonished stares of the crowd, the figure descended from the sky, appearing beside Su Huan in an instant. "What do you know?" Someone exclaimed. "Shut your mouth, buddy. Do you wish to perish?" As the emperor arrived, a few misguided souls barked insults, for they did not wish to be embroiled in any trouble. After all, they were but mortals. While he was an emperor, even a mere breath from him could obliterate them. The elder, however, remained unfazed. With a slight smile, he regarded the formidable Su Huan, then cast a disdainful glance at Su Yang, who was foolishly provoking trouble outside the tavern. "I have encountered the son of the emperor," he remarked, choosing to ignore Su Yang entirely, for he was nothing but a disgrace. He had witnessed everything that had transpired and recognized that Su Yang's actions had utterly humiliated the family. Due to his status as the head of the family's son, the elder refrained from saying much, resorting only to a few reprimands. Over the years, the boy had been chastised enough, and his ears had grown deaf to the scolding, leading to a gradual disregard from others. Upon the elder's gentle call, Su Huan nodded and inquired, "Ancestor, was there indeed an emperor who intervened?" The protector he referred to was Su Yichong, the venerable ancestor of the Su clan, possessing the might of an emperor. Upon hearing this, Su Yichong raised his hand, enveloping the surrounding area for 100 miles with his spiritual force. He confirmed that no trace of an emperor's presence could be detected in the vicinity. Shaking his head at Su Huan, he indicated that there was indeed none. Having just overheard the discussions of the crowd, he decided to summon the elder for the sake of caution. If a formidable emperor truly intervened to offer aid, his protector would undoubtedly sense it. Yet, no such presence was felt. This absence indicated that the young man harbored a secret. A peculiar smile crept across his face at this realization. Secrets meant he could set his sights on Wen Lin. He excelled in the art of murder and treasure acquisition. At that moment, Su Yang, who had been spectating from the sidelines, hurriedly approached, paying his respects to Su Yi. He pointed to the owner of the tavern, who was being supported by others and remained in a state of unconsciousness, and said, "Your Highness." Although he was uncertain of the elder's intentions, Su Huan, as a prince, and Su Yi, as a powerful emperor, would naturally not stoop to quarreling with a mere tavern owner. After all, the young man had indeed been excessively unruly, and with so many witnesses around, it would be improbable for them to annihilate everyone present. While outside, they represented the dignity of the Imperial clan, not their individual selves. Thus, it was impossible for them to engage in such disgraceful conduct. Casting a cold glance over the crowd, he declared, "Let this matter rest, ancestor. We shall depart." With that, he turned alongside Su Yi and walked away, heading in the direction of the ruins, leaving Su Yang standing there in a daze. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief and quickly dispersed. In contrast, Su Yang's face was a mask of fury. Watching Su Huan and Su Yi, who had not even deigned to glance at him, hastily retreat, He spat on the ground and cursed. One day, you will all remember me for a lifetime. Realizing this was insufficient, he furiously added, I will make you remember me for all eternity. At that moment, his left-hand aide, Zhang San, noticing the two deities had departed, wore a fawning expression and remarked, Young master, what about Li Si? He gestured to Li Si, who lay unconscious against the wall, still unable to rise, suggesting whether they should intervene. Upon hearing this, Su Yang shot him a disdainful glance, his face contorted with contempt as he retorted, What a useless wretch. He can't even handle a mere tavern owner. He recalled how confidently the young man had approached, only to be sent flying, a sight that had utterly humiliated him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. He spat once more on the ground in irritation and strode away, indifferent to the fate of his subordinate. After all, he was merely a lackey. With his status, he had no shortage of suitable replacements. Beside him, the sycophant Zhang San wore a countenance of triumph, secretly relieved that it was not he who had been tasked with the dangerous errand. Otherwise, he would now find himself in the very pit. You dared to compete with me. Look at you now, left with nothing. Ultimately, it was Zhang San who emerged victorious. His heart swelled with joy. For from this day forth, he was destined to be the foremost lackey of this noble scion, standing one rank below the emperor and above all others. The thought filled his visage with delight, as if he could not survive in this life without being a sycophant. Without lingering, he proceeded in the direction where Su Yang had walked. Meanwhile, the rescued Wen Lin was gripped by terror, gazing at the nightmarish figure of the small girl before him. He instinctively retreated, yet the girl paid him no heed, inching closer with each step, her tiny feet producing a delightful jingling sound from the bells on her wrist. When Lin found himself cornered against a grand tree, and with no escape in sight, he tightened his grip on the object concealed within his hand, shaking his head vigorously in denial. Seeing this, the little girl pouted in displeasure, placing her hands on her hips. I promised to save you, and in return, you owe me a favor, she observed when Lin clutching the item tightly, her expression morphing into one of disappointment, feeling deceived and utterly disheartened. Upon hearing her words, Wen Lin wore a look of despair, nearly on the verge of tears. Dear ancestor, who taught you that favors are exchanged this way? I swear I won't harm him, he pleaded. What he held firmly in his palm was a beautifully carved jade, clearly crafted with great care, every detail rendered with precision. Moments earlier, while being mercilessly tormented by Su Huan, he had suddenly heard a whisper in his ear, compelling him to nod in agreement, only to be blinded by a flash of light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, devoid of Su Huan and the onlookers. The only sounds were the enchanting jingles of bells. Before him stood a charming little girl, her beauty marred only by the malicious grin she wore. Her first words were, Hello, I've taken your precious item. At that moment, she held a delicate piece of jade, which she had stealthily pilfered from him. That was his engagement token. How could it be so easily snatched away? Moreover, he recognized the familiar voice that belonged to her. Wasn't that the very voice that had just echoed in his ear? Recognizing her as the original owner of the engagement token she held, he swiftly approached and snatched it back without a second thought. The girl, her expression clouded with displeasure, advanced towards him, demanding the return of her possession. How could he possibly comply? Humph. Mo Linger crossed her arms defiantly, adopting an air of maturity as she retorted. But you clearly promised me just now. I saved you. You owe me a favor. When Lin, backed into a corner with no escape, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Dear ancestors, if I had known you coveted this jade, I might as well have perished beneath that dragon's claw. Moreover, when has a favor ever been wielded in such a manner? Anything else might suffice, but not this. When Lin shook his head resolutely, refusing her demand. This was a token from his fiancée, one he could never part with. Seeing his steadfast refusal, Mo Linger could only sigh in frustration, shrug her shoulders, and resolve to ignore him. Just then, a resigned sigh escaped her lips. Fine then. She turned away, lowering her head as she approached Wenran, her demeanor dejected. Sister Wenran, let's go. You don't want it anymore, do you? What could he do? It was clear that the item meant a great deal to him. And if the owner was unwilling to part with it, there was little he could do. He couldn't force her, could he? His father had always said that one should not covet what they cannot obtain, for in this world, there was nothing he could not attain. I'll just return home and ask father for a more exquisite one, with Mo Linger declaring she no longer wanted it. When Lin felt a weight lift from his heart, yet unease crept in. After all, she had saved him, albeit through unknown means. To be rescued in such dire circumstances was surely no trivial matter, and that jade could not compare in value to what she had done for him. But how could he give her the jade? What to do? He felt an urgent need for a solution. Watching Immo linger retreating further away, he shook his head, gritted his teeth, and made a sudden dash to intercept her. However, in his haste, he seemed to forget that he was still injured. The residual lightning energy surged within him, violently assaulting his meridians. He had barely taken a few steps when suddenly, darkness enveloped him, rendering him powerless and in excruciating pain. With a resounding crash, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The commotion startled Immo Linger, who turned back in curiosity. "Oh dear, Sister Wenran, has he fainted?" She pointed at Wenlin, who had collapsed on the roadside, and glanced up at Wenran, saying, Wenran pondered for a moment before shaking her head, reluctantly making her way toward him. After all, he was of the Wen family, sharing her lineage. Leaving him in this desolate wilderness seemed rather unkind. Upon reaching his side, she knelt down, took his hand, and checked his pulse. A sudden furrow appeared on her brow, indicating that his condition was not promising. Seeing Wenran frown, Immo Linger, who had just caught up, also knelt beside him, her gaze fixated on the jade stone in his hand. Why has it become brighter?" she questioned, her curiosity piqued by the jade stone's sudden luminescence. "Wenran, what's wrong with him?" "Not good," Wenran replied. "His meridians are in disarray, and a significant portion of his spiritual energy has inexplicably vanished." As she spoke, her delicate fingers formed a spell, and a seal materialized at her fingertips before gently touching Wenlin's chest. Locking pulse seal condense. With a soft glow, a faint white light emanated from Wenlin's chest, where a seal resembling a mystical imprint appeared. Observing this, Immo Linger was not particularly curious about Wenran's actions. Instead, she scrutinized the jade stone that had fallen from his hand. "This jade is glowing. It's getting brighter." As she continued to gaze in awe, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. She truly desired it. Beside her, Wenran's expression suddenly grew serious as she frowned at the seal on Wenlin's chest, which was gradually dimming. This is peculiar. What is happening?" "I don't know. The seal seems to be weakening." She shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. The mention of a seal caught Immo Linger's attention, and she shifted her gaze from the jade stone to the seal on Wenlin's chest, deep in thought. However, she was unable to discern anything. She was at a loss. A sigh escaped Wenran's lips as she gazed at the fading seal, unsure how much longer it could endure. She rubbed her forehead and muttered, "How unfortunate. Does this child carry something foul?" "Something foul?" Immo Linger's eyes suddenly brightened as she stood up and exclaimed, "There is something foul." With that, her small hands came together, and a crimson light radiated from her, revealing a celestial shadow behind her, with a fiery lotus standing tall within it. Wenran, step back. Let Linger take care of this. With a mysterious smile, Immo Linger prepared to act. Though Wenran was unsure of the girl's intentions, she sensed the subtle energy emanating from her and took a step back after a moment of contemplation. "It's so faint. It shouldn't harm him, right? This girl is merely at the condensation realm." After Wenran stepped back, she waved her delicate hand, and a flame lotus burst forth from her palm. With a commanding voice, she invoked, "All methods, burn." Chapter 73. Are you referring to the one on the left or the one on the right? The flame lotus erupted from her palm, engulfing Wenlin's body in a fierce blaze in the blink of an eye. This technique was forced upon her by her mother, who claimed it could dispel all evils and might one day prove useful. Therefore, when she heard Wenran mention something unclean, she instinctively thought of the spell that Shen Qingqing had taught her. This was the only technique she had mastered. She had no desire to learn anything else. Even casting talismans was a skill that required effort and was tiring. Cultivation was exhausting. She longed only for play. Boom. As she pushed her small hand forward, the flames surged higher, burning Wenlin with increasing intensity. Yet, he remained utterly still, as if his very being had succumbed to death. Although her cultivation was lacking and the flames were not particularly lethal, surely he should feel something? No way. After about 10 breaths, her spiritual energy was swiftly depleted. Seeing that no flames could erupt from her palm any longer, she plopped down onto the ground, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. "Oh no, it's gone." Looking at her palm, bereft of flames, She scratched her head and glanced at the motionless Wenlin, raising her eyes to Wenran with an innocent expression, saying, "Sister Wenran, it's gone. Linger has no fire left." Feeling the rapid depletion of her scant spiritual energy, Wenran once again pressed her forehead, shaking her head with a sigh of helplessness. She had become increasingly adept at this gesture over time. Observing Wenlin, who had been scorched by Linger's flames, yet showed no signs of life, she felt perplexed. Despite the little meatball's low cultivation level, she could sense the formidable nature of the techniques she practiced, especially that flame lotus. It exuded an air of dominance. Given the circumstances, how could he remain unresponsive? Could it be that he had perished? Pondering this, she crouched down once more to examine his chest. The seal was gradually fading, the power of the seal dissipating little by little. Concern began to set in for this unfortunate child. Had he been possessed by some vile entity? How could his luck be so dire? Just a single infusion of spiritual energy should not be fatal. As she spoke, she grasped his hand again and checked his pulse once more. Hiss! This was alarming. It appeared he was still very much alive. Startled, she instinctively inhaled sharply. The pulse is so faint, and the heartbeat so erratic. There is no need for her to elaborate. To put it simply, this young man resembles a living corpse. Something is incessantly devouring the scant spiritual energy within him, preventing his own powers from mending the physical injuries inflicted by battle. Sister Wenran, is his condition serious? She asked. Wenran gently nodded, supporting her forehead with a weary expression, and replied, "Yes, it is quite severe. This seal won't hold for long. Something vile is consuming his spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Mo Linger, seated on the ground with her arms crossed, let out a soft huff, recalling the words that Shen Qingqing had once spoken to her. She silently mused, evil things, again with the evil things. But Linger's fire can't burn away the vile entities. Mother is deceiving me. Bad mother. Silly mother. So fierce. Perhaps it was the culmination of her emotions or some other reason. But the little girl reflected on all the grievances she had endured from Shen Qingqing over the years, using this moment as an opportunity to quietly voice her frustrations in her heart. Once she had finished her inner monologue, her spirits brightened as she turned to Wenran and inquired, "Sister Wenran, are the elixirs effective? Linger has so many elixirs." As she spoke, she rummaged through the pink pouch at her waist, skillfully retrieving 2 thumb-sized elixirs adorned with 5-colored patterns. Why 2? Because her hands could only hold that many. Any more would slip from her grasp. Seeing Mo Linger extract items from her pouch, Wenran expressed her curiosity, her beautiful eyes fixed on the little girl. She wondered why Mo Linger possessed such an array of peculiar items. After all, each item she produced would likely incite competition among even the most formidable of emperors if exposed to the outside world. Thus, Wenran was intrigued by the elixirs Mo Linger had procured, sensing the faint fragrance emanating from them. Even though her experience with elixirs was limited, she recognized that such exquisite and aromatic concoctions were far from ordinary. However, she was puzzled. Since the elixirs had come from Mo Linger, she curiously asked, "Ling, do you know what these elixirs are?" "I know," Linger replied, but after a brief pause for contemplation, she shrugged her small shoulders, turning her face aside in embarrassment, and pouted, "Linger forgot when I put them in, so I don't remember what they're called. I truly forgot. I don't know when I swiped them from Father. The talismans can be used. I'll find out their effects that way. But the elixirs are different. Father said if I ate them, I would get a spanking. I'm scared." Thus, when Wenran was asked this question, she found herself at a loss for words. The 9 turns heart-guarding pill. It was at this moment that a voice emanated from behind them. Upon noticing the newcomer, Wenran turned around with a vigilant expression. A white light dissipated, revealing an elegant woman clad in white, holding an oiled paper umbrella, adorned with jade ornaments and dressed in a pale blue palace gown. Her delicate features and slender waist gave her an alluring yet intimidating presence, akin to a beautiful serpent. As captivating as she was, there lingered an unapproachable aura around her. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wenran furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an unusual absence of aura around this person, as if she were an ordinary individual. Naturally, she could not be deceived by the seemingly mundane appearance of this ethereal beauty. What reason would an ordinary woman have to wander alone in such a remote forest? Her subconscious warned her. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. If she were truly an ordinary person, would she not be aware of the perilous cliff in the distance? Should I? Wen Ran, leap off at once. Upon hearing this, the woman slowly closed her umbrella and, noticing the wariness etched on Wen Ran's face, she chuckled softly. My dear, there is no need for such caution. I harbor no ill intent. I merely passed by. Wen Ran remained silent, but beside her, the little meatball was quite different. Exuding an air of calmness, Wen Ran could only stare in astonishment, puzzled by her confidence. The little one raised 2 pills in her hand and loudly inquired, Sister Serpent Beauty, which one of these can save his life? Upon hearing this, the woman stood still, her face reflecting disbelief and astonishment. She seemed taken aback, her gaze shifting from Wen Ran to the little one, saying, Little one, can you discern my true form? As soon as the words left her lips, Wen Ran's eyes widened in shock. True form? This seemingly ordinary woman, devoid of any detectable aura, was actually a beast? A shape-shifting beast capable of concealing its presence so effectively that she could not sense it at all. Could it be? Was she a beast of the Demon Emperor? With this thought, cold sweat trickled down Wen Ran's back as she watched the little girl, proudly holding the extraordinary pills aloft for all to see, seemingly unafraid of igniting greed or violence in others. As she regained her composure, her gaze once again fell upon the striking yet slightly perilous figure before her. A sense of exasperation welled up within her, accompanied by a bitter smile. Yet another misfortune had befallen her. How long had it been since she descended the mountain? Misfortunes seemed to multiply. Suddenly, the image of the old man flashed through her mind, and she could not help but mutter under her breath, that wretched old man. Why didn't he foretell this before I left? After a brief contemplation, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The mysterious woman cast a glance skyward and temporarily set aside the issue of how this young lady could discern her true form. Noticing the impending twilight, she spoke gently. Ladies, it is getting late. We should take this young lad with us to seek refuge. Why do we need to hide? Wen Ran inquired, her brow furrowed in suspicion. The enigmatic woman turned away first, reopening her oil paper umbrella as she walked, and explained, This is Qingqing Mountain. What is Qingqing Mountain? Wen Ran asked, her expression suddenly grave. From the tone of the woman, she sensed an ominous aura. What kind of place is Qingqing Mountain? Before she could elaborate further, the mysterious woman paused in her steps. Just then, beside Wen Ran, Immortal Ling, seemingly struck by a realization, wore an expression of eager understanding and quickly elucidated. Father said that whenever night falls, Qingqing Mountain becomes shrouded in a veil of mist. If anyone finds themselves within that mist, they will quickly lose their sense of self and become ensnared in an illusion. Unable to discern the path ahead, they will remain trapped in the fog until their life fades away into bones, which will then be revealed. Upon hearing this, the woman holding the oil paper umbrella suddenly coughed softly, her demeanor shifting to one of newfound respect. Then, with a gentle smile, she said, The little sister speaks wisely. Thus, it is best for you both to accompany me swiftly. Listening to the explanation from the small figure beside her, Wen Ran appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, though her expression turned sour. Great, just as I fled, I've ended up following this girl to who knows where. She glanced up at the dimming sky, which was nearly devoid of light, and surveyed her surroundings. Initially oblivious to the strangeness, now, after gaining insight, she felt an unsettling aura. The place was eerily quiet. Yet, a flicker of unease lingered in her heart. Was this mysterious beast-turned-woman truly here to rescue them, or was she merely passing through? Before she could ponder further, Immortal Ling, unafraid, skipped ahead with lively steps, leading the way. Seeing this, Wen Ran abandoned her hesitation, swiftly hoisting the fallen Wen Lin onto her back and hurried to follow the woman. Soon, the little figure reached the side of the umbrella-holding lady. Gazing curiously at her pale, yet vibrant visage, and cheerfully asked, Sister Snake, what is your name? How about you, by Cece? She retorted, her curiosity about Immortal Ling evident. I am Immortal Ling, she replied. By Cece nodded slightly. What a lovely name. Thus, the two of them followed by Cece as they ascended the mountain. Below, as night fell, mist gathered around Qingqing Mountain like a specter, enveloping the area within mere moments, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of a fairyland, albeit with an eerily unsettling aura. Before long, the two arrived beside a modest cottage with by Cece. A strong scent of herbs wafted through the air. Wen Ran, seizing the opportunity, placed the unfortunate Wen Lin onto a nearby stretcher. Observing her surroundings closely, she noted the flickering lights within the cottage and outside. Numerous tall racks laden with precious herbs exuding a bitter aroma. Ah, a clinic. I have established a medical facility on this secluded mountain, Bai Sisi remarked as when Rand set Wenlin down. It was then that Mo Linger remembered there was still someone in need of treatment. She hurriedly retrieved 2 elixirs and rushed to Bai Sisi, inquiring, "Sister Sisi, can these 2 elixirs save him?" Upon hearing this, Bai Sisi, who had just placed her oiled paper umbrella aside, glanced at the exquisite elixirs in Mo Linger's hand, adorned with faint fragrances and azure patterns. Then at the unconscious Wenlin, drawing from her extensive experience, she replied, "Yes, they can." Mo Linger beamed with joy, quickly approaching Wenlin to pry his mouth open, preparing to administer the elixirs. Just then, Bai Sisi's voice floated from behind her. However, he may be overwhelmed by the potency of the medicine. Startled, Mo Linger froze mid-action, retracting her hand and turning around to see Bai Sisi diligently preparing the herbs. Pouting in confusion, she observed Bai Sisi muttering to herself. Qingqing Mountain has been sealed for many years. Meanwhile, when Ran, who had been silently observing this unfamiliar place, turned her gaze towards Bai Sisi, puzzled. Sealed? How did they manage to enter? Her attention shifted to Mo Linger. Is this girl's talisman truly that potent? To traverse such distance and even bypass a seal? Bai Sisi continued to grind the herbs, her eyes fixated on the mist below. This mist formation isolates Qingqing Mountain from the outside world. Those within cannot escape, and those outside cannot enter. Besides my mother and me, there has been no one else capable of moving here for a very long time. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, as if recalling some sorrowful memory. 2 years ago, my mother passed away. As this young girl mentioned, my true form is that of a serpent spirit. In my early years, I consumed transformation grass, which allowed me to take on human form. She gazed at the mist below the mountain and explained, although one may not be harmed by remaining outside the misty formation, it has the power to suppress me, and my spirit has been confined here ever since. This confinement prevents me from straying too far from the mountain, as the suppression of my spirit, combined with the nightly erosion of my demonic essence by the mist, is gradually depleting my limited lifespan. She set aside the prepared herbs and ignited a fire to brew the medicine, her movements fluid and graceful. Thus, in order to survive, I must descend the mountain to gather herbs each morning. I lack knowledge of cultivation and cannot master the art of alchemy. I can only rely on the herbal compendium left by my mother to learn some simple methods for prolonging life. Among the books left by my mother, there are records of the elixirs that this young girl possesses, which enabled me to recognize them. As she spoke, she circled around Wenran, carefully carrying the medicine she had brewed, and slowly approached Wenlin. Chapter 75. I have usurped myself. After administering the medicine, she sighed, glancing at Mo Linger, who stood silently with a pout. Finally, she revealed her thoughts. This elixir can save the young gentleman, but its potency is exceedingly strong. Given the current condition of his body, he would be unable to refine the medicinal power. Rising, she placed the bowl aside. I can heal this young gentleman. But she looked at Mo Linger with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Might I request that you grant me this elixir in exchange? Upon hearing this, when Rand discerned her intentions, although she was unaware of the rank of the elixir known as the 9-turn heart protecting pill in Mo Linger's possession, the fragrant aroma and rich medicinal energy emanating from it revealed its extraordinary nature. Mo Linger had already shown great compassion by saving Wenlin. It was not that she was cold-hearted. Rather, Wenlin was a stranger to her. Had it not been for the jade stone on him, which piqued Mo Linger's curiosity, she would not have interacted with him at all. He would have met his demise under Su Huan's attack. Now, to save him with such a precious elixir would indeed be a considerable sacrifice. For someone so unfamiliar to her, such a significant cost seemed unnecessary. To save a life was already a considerable act of kindness. Though she contemplated this, the decision of whether to change or not ultimately rested with Mo Linger herself. Thus, she cautioned, "Linger, this elixir is quite precious." However, Mo Linger remained indifferent. To her, such elixirs were abundantly available. Were it not for the limited space in her hand, she would have easily grasped a handful. As it stood, she disregarded the warning about its value, for she possessed numerous similar elixirs within her treasure bag, rendering the notion of rarity insignificant. Upon hearing that Bai Sisi could save Wenlin, but only in exchange for the elixir in her possession. She swiftly understood and promptly offered the elixir, exclaiming, "All right." She did not inquire about the purpose of the elixir or how it would be utilized. To her, such concerns held no importance. Observing this, when Rand ceased to speak, Bai Cece, having just revealed her intentions, was taken aback by Mo Linger's immediate agreement, devoid of hesitation. Despite having prepared numerous arguments, she found herself at a loss for words in that moment. Nonetheless, she accepted the elixir without reservation, for it was indeed her objective. Now achieved, there was no reason to refuse. She would remember this favor. "Thank you, little sister," she nodded toward Mo Linger in gratitude. At that moment, a brilliant blue light streaked across the distant sky with astonishing speed, ascending as if to pierce the heavens. Mo Linger's eyes sparkled at the sight. The radiance rekindled her adventurous spirit. She hurriedly ran to Wenran's side, tugging at her sleeve, and curiously urged, "Sister Wenran, come with me to see." Wenran, however, internally recoiled at the suggestion, fearing misfortune. Such a soaring light surely heralded the arrival of treasures, and the commotion would undoubtedly attract many onlookers. Meanwhile, in an unassuming town far away on Qingqing Mountain, within the humble abode of the Tang family, a figure, bound in bandages and exuding a faint breath, suddenly awoke with a start, as if sensing something. Despite enduring pain and the toll of indulgence, a flicker of excitement crossed his face as he gazed out the window at the ascendant blue light. In that moment, a torrent of memories, seemingly both his and not his, surged into his mind like a tidal wave, sky hammer, maple leaf, accompanying spirit. It took him a while to awaken from the deluge of memories, and when he did, he was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. The once feeble breath grew even fainter. He sensed the condition of his body in that moment. Madness was vividly displayed upon his visage. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha ha! I have succeeded. I truly have succeeded. The Emperor. We shall become emperors." Amidst his laughter, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. It was uncertain whether this was due to overwhelming excitement or some other reason. His name was Tang San, an ordinary man from a small town, eking out a living by selling pancakes and tending to oxen, yet he reveled in the indulgences of wine and women. Not long ago, amidst the bustling crowd of the town, he, enamored by beauty, inadvertently lingered his gaze upon a striking woman, ignoring the well-meaning advice of his companions, who warned him that Zhang Wu had once said, "Do not fixate on beautiful women, for it may invite misfortune." He disregarded their counsel. Consequently, he was beaten to near death and lay in bed recuperating for several days. Simultaneously, he was a soul that had usurped another's essence. His spirit originated from Tang San 3 days hence. This phenomenon could be dubbed as me usurping my own self. Originally, he should have been fully recovered by today. Yet for reasons unknown, he found himself lingering an extra day. Perhaps it was due to the nature of his usurpation, he could not tell. But that was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the surge of azure light that shot skyward outside the window. Recently, a relic had emerged near their small town, and this extraordinary sight was a portent of its awakening. He should have been robustly tilling the fields with his ox, but curiosity was piqued by the ascending blue light. Coupled with the sudden influx of visitors to the town, he had caught wind of whispers regarding the enigmatic relic. Thus, when the blue light re-emerged, he felt an inexplicable compulsion to venture forth. In a serendipitous twist, he found himself amidst a gathering of prodigies within the relic. After evading detection for several days, he realized the perilous nature of this secret realm. The inhabitants shone with radiance, each formidable in their own right. He then contemplated an escape. But fate had him stumble over a blade of grass, which inexplicably transformed into a sword-like tendril within his body. Not long after, a hammer struck him upon the head, rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself utterly alone, left only with the residual effects of the blow. To his astonishment, a hammer had also materialized within him. Terrified, he fled in haste. After much effort, he finally escaped the relic, only to encounter a dying old man. According to the Elder S account, he too had come in search of the mysterious relic, hoping to seize fortune. Alas, during a confrontation, his old wounds had flared, and he was struck down, severing his heart's pulse. Tom was no longer on his side. Once again, he marveled at the extraordinary nature of his bones. Thus, on the brink of death, he imparted a wave of teachings to him, leaving behind the entirety of his lifelong knowledge. In this manner, as an ordinary individual, he inadvertently embarked on the path of cultivation, ultimately becoming a practitioner. Truly, it was as if the ancestral graves had exhaled a plume of azure smoke. Subsequently, as the competition for the relics concluded, various figures gathered in the small town began to depart one after another. He devoted 2 days to thoroughly digest the legacy bestowed upon him by the elder. Perhaps it was due to his innate intelligence, or perhaps the peculiarities within him, an amalgamation of herbs and hammers, that made comprehending the elder's teachings rather effortless. Then, at the moment the path to the emperor was unveiled, he ascended once more. However, fortune did not favor him as it had with the relics. Shortly after his ascent, he was struck down by a single blow. Fortunately, prior to embarking, he had consumed a life-preserving elixir left by the elder. Frankly, he could not fathom why the elder had not consumed it before entering the relics. Thus, he narrowly escaped death, prolonging his existence for a few more minutes, contemplating how to vacate that cursed place. However, he learned that leaving would mean death. Only through relentless combat, defeating foes until the very end, could one seize a position of imperial authority and ascend to greatness. The term emperor was lost on him. He merely understood that, with his ordinary strength, encountering a formidable emperor would likely result in his demise with but a single breath. Caught in a dilemma, he neither could depart nor remain. Ultimately, he formed an alliance to traverse the emperor's path. After overcoming numerous trials and evading formidable adversaries, he managed to survive until the end. Eventually, he and his companion came across an opportunity to ascend to emperorhood. Yet, this opportunity sufficed for only one to attain such glory. If shared, it would yield only a half-emperor. He thought to himself, a half-emperor is still an emperor. It matters not. One must find contentment in life. Alas, his companion, driven by ambition, betrayed him in that fateful moment, plunging a dagger into his heart. A fierce battle ensued between them, but he ultimately fell short and perished. Perhaps it was due to the life-preserving elixir he had consumed, for just before his demise, he managed to escape the emperor's path through a fragment of his spiritual essence, entering a dark realm filled with storms and lightning. Thus, his spirit drifted aimlessly until he awoke once more, having usurped his original self. Chapter 76. The Child of New Fortune returning to the narrative. He gazed at the sudden blue light that shot into the sky, contemplating whether to repeat his previous mistakes. After a brief moment, he swiftly slapped his own face. What am I doing, complacent in my power? How could I hesitate? He chastised himself, striking his face in a moment of clarity. Quickly, he donned the outer garment hanging nearby to conceal the bandages adorning his body. Seizing the rusty iron sword beside him, he charged recklessly towards the direction etched in his memories. This sword, a relic bequeathed by his father, bore the indelible marks of time. A mere touch could inflict wounds. As for why he carried it, this was no ordinary object. It was the ancestral spirit of his family. Due to his lack of cultivation, he had yet to awaken the slumbering spirit. He brought it along, fearing unforeseen calamities. Humph, Su Huan. This time, it shall be I, Tang San, who delivers the fatal blow from behind. The recollection of being betrayed by a companion flashed through his mind, igniting a fierce intent to kill in his eyes. Having savored the ecstasy of cultivation, he would not resign himself to mediocrity upon his rebirth. Thus, he resolved to tread with utmost caution, and more caution. Meanwhile, far away in the Qingyu dynasty, within the imperial palace, Missouri ran, leisurely sipping tea upon his bed, suddenly changed countenance. Gazing in astonishment at the interface that materialized before him, his heart was a tumult of emotions. New fortune bearer, Tang Sen fortune color, red, super lucky, inheriting ancestral legacy, rusty wounding sword spirit, awakening pending. Can be seized, upcoming inheritance, 1. Skyward hammer, can be seized, 2. Maple leaf, can be seized, 3. Pinnacle cultivation of all 3 realms of the Fate Palace, can be seized, details, born of the new heavenly path. The first generation of fortune bearers possesses extraordinary luck and will shine when the Imperial Road opens in 3 days. Staring at the suddenly emerging interface, Mo Ran was utterly bewildered. Are you certain you are not a villainous system? Observing this interface, which epitomized villainy, Mo Ran harbored deep suspicions about having been deceived by this entity for so many years. At that moment, a celestial voice resonated. I assure you, I am not. Skeptical. Mo Ran shook his head and interrogated. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should slay the fortune bearer? What does can be seized imply? Gazing at this familiar object, a figure clad in blue flashed through his mind. But to return to the matter at hand, what exactly are you? Can you clarify? Host, I truly am not a villainous system. Please do not compare me to such detritus. It replied. To be honest, I have no idea how this interface appeared. It might be due to absorption, it continued, seemingly slipping, then quickly corrected itself, or perhaps it was from a battle that resulted in injury. Mo Ran's lips twitched at this. Are you certain you meant absorption and not injury from combat? I have never heard of a system getting injured in battle and manifesting a villainous interface. The newly emerged child of fortune possesses an extraordinary stroke of luck, raising questions about whether he can truly meet his demise. His skepticism is palpable as he observes Mo Ran's incredulous expression, which conveys a sense of unyielding determination. In that moment, a voice of ethereal clarity resonates within his mind, exclaiming, Oh dear, just the other day, a villainous system approached me, seeking to traverse this world and eliminate some fortunate children. Naturally, I could not acquiesce. The voice continued, recounting a fierce battle that spanned 300 exchanges, culminating in its triumph over the system. After a brief pause, the voice expressed its indignation. Who would be foolish enough to download a virus into their own body? Mo Ran fell silent, grappling with the revelation that left him feeling as if his cerebral blockage might be revived. He recognized the sensation of impending cardiac arrest. It dawned upon him that this entity would never rest as long as it existed, perhaps even continuing its mischief throughout his 100-year confinement. Having succumbed to the poison, the only recourse was for it to detoxify itself. Resigned to this fate, he hoped it would not disrupt his tranquil existence. Thus, he inquired directly, Is there any connection between this child of fortune and myself? After a moment of contemplation, the system provided a response that seemed satisfactory to him. With a nod of approval, he resumed sipping the delightful tea. Just as the sweet liquid graced his lips, the system's dispassionate voice unexpectedly interrupted. However, it is related to your daughter. Startled, Mo Ran sputtered, expelling the tea with a force that sent the cup crashing to the floor, shattering into countless pieces. A glint of icy determination flickered in his eyes as he paused to regain composure, his voice chillingly cold. Reminiscent of the unforgiving winter, he retorted, Are you jesting with me? He harbored no desire for his daughter to become entangled with the likes of a child of fortune, for the implications of such a connection were far too significant, and she was still too young to grasp the consequences. An oppressive silence enveloped the air, perhaps as the system pondered how best to address Mo Ran's inquiry. Moments later, a luminous screen materialized before him, depicting Tang San, the first generation of the new child of fortune under the newly established heavenly order, a favored being of the universe, with an extraordinarily favorable destiny. His soul originated from his future self, 3 days hence. Upon entering an uncharted ancient relic, he acquired the celestial hammer, narrowly escaping with his life, only to encounter a dying elder who, recognizing his remarkable talent, imparted all his life's cultivation to Tang San, ensuring his legacy would not fade into dust. He mastered it all in merely 3 days, subsequently embarking on the path of the emperor, only to be struck down by a single blow, yet he did not perish. Instead, he survived until the end, ultimately seizing a fragment of the emperor's fortune. Alas, he was betrayed by a comrade, leading to his demise. However, under the influence of fortuitous circumstances, he reincarnated into his former self from 3 days prior. As Mo Ran witnessed these events unfold, he became aware of the situation. Yet the leader made no mention of his daughter. Just as he was about to inquire, the system's voice calmly resonated. At this moment, your daughter is en route to the newly emerged ruins. Will my daughter be in danger? This was his foremost concern. If so, he would eliminate that so-called Tang San without hesitation, denying him the chance for reincarnation. No, but the child of new fortune may face peril. Oh, then there is no issue. Upon hearing that his daughter was safe, Mo Ran let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, with him around, what life-threatening danger could his daughter encounter? He could materialize before her in an instant. Had it not been for the desire for her to undergo some trials, he would have retrieved her long ago. As for the so-called child of fortune, the child of destiny, Whether they faced danger was of little consequence to him. However, the leader's next statement caused him to leap from his bed in shock. This time, the child of new fortune will offend your second daughter within the ruins. And 3 days later, on the path of the emperor, he will be slain by the very companion who betrayed him, only to be subsequently killed by your eldest daughter. Chapter 77. The sands of history. As the leader's words fell, Ran fell into silence. At that moment, his expression was inscrutable, and his thoughts were tumultuous. Could it be that his daughter was a great villain, and he was the father of a villain? Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thus, this child of new fortune would scarcely survive 3 days. Was he truly the child of fortune? Doubt not at Ran. How could a child of fortune not live beyond 3 days? Fortune, fortune, he mused silently, ultimately shrugging and offering a wry smile. As long as his daughter remained unharmed, that was all that mattered. As for the so-called child of fortune, he was merely someone with slightly extraordinary luck, not worthy of concern. With regard to the potential chain reactions that may ensue, he would handle them himself. Should anyone wish for their own demise, he would not hesitate to guide them to follow in the footsteps of the Song family, allowing them to fully experience the flavor of the sword in his hand. Lost in thought, he suddenly beheld a figure so resplendent that it rendered all worldly matters pale in comparison, appearing at the door. She gracefully stepped inside, as if emerging from a painting, and approached Ran. Upon glancing at the shattered teacups scattered across the floor, her brow furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Husband, has something happened to Ling?" The only ones capable of alarming Ran to such an extent, aside from their 2 daughters, were beyond her contemplation. She could hardly believe that this was merely a result of Ran's clumsiness. The visitor was none other than the sole empress of the Qingyu dynasty, Shen Qingqing. Upon hearing her words, Ran offered a gentle smile and replied, "No, I simply sensed something unusual a moment ago and was taken aback, causing me to accidentally drop it." Her warm smile retained the grace befitting an empress. For someone who had single-handedly annihilated the Song family, it was indeed surprising. She hesitated for a moment before responding enticingly, "Could you enlighten me?" Observing the enchanting demeanor of the person before her, Ran momentarily froze, sensing her own odd reaction. Clearing her throat lightly, she playfully remarked, "I just calculated something, and guess what? Our daughter has ventured off to explore the ruins again." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. The news that Linger had gone off to explore the ruins elicited a flicker of concern on her face. However, upon seeing Ran's calm demeanor, her anxious heart eased. After all, with Ran present, or rather, with a celestial being by her side, how could anything happen to her daughter? Reflecting on this, she began to feel that her worries were somewhat unwarranted. Yet, why did this girl always gravitate towards perilous places? When she returned, a stern reprimand was certainly in order. After pondering for a brief moment, she gazed at Ran with a mischievous expression. "Since my husband is so formidable, why not take a guess as to my purpose for being here?" Ran, noticing Shen Qingqing drawing closer, composed her expression, becoming serious yet remaining silent. "I know, but I shan't divulge." "Ah, a bit soft," Shen Qingqing teased. Before Ran could fully process this, she found herself met with a kiss. "The lights are out. Everyone, good night." A night devoid of conversation passed. As the sun gradually ascended from the starry night sky, the sun of the other world rose swiftly. The mist shrouding the base of Qingqing Mountain quietly dissipated at the dawn of the new day. After a brief rest, Ran and Linger bid farewell to Bai Cc, entrusting the injured and unconscious Lin to her care before descending the mountain. After all, Ran had previously promised to accompany Linger to explore the ruins. Knowing that evasion was futile, she could only suggest resting for the night, intending for them to compete first, after which she would join Linger in her exploration. Thus, she no longer had to worry about attracting trouble or the sudden onset of misfortune. Upon this realization, she could not help but feel a sense of cleverness. After all, Linger merely expressed a desire to take a look. She did not claim any intention to compete for treasures within the relics. With that thought, Linger lifted her gaze toward Ran, who was smiling radiantly yet appeared lost in thought, her head adorned with a multitude of question marks. Then, she retrieved a space-crossing talisman from her waist, aimed it toward the direction of the rising blue light, and released a flare of fire. After igniting the talisman, she tossed it ahead of her. Off it went. A luminous circle materialized before them. The two stepped into the circle with an air of elegance and departed. Since the sudden emergence of the blue light last night, heralding the official opening of the relics, various powerful factions had dispatched their most promising talents. Those who aspired to ascend the imperial path and attain a seat of power, to seize the opportunities presented. Securing even a small advantage within this realm would significantly enhance one's chances of claiming the imperial throne. Merely a night's time had passed, yet the influx of people had multiplied several-fold compared to before. Upon crossing through the luminous circle, Linger was the first to leap out. As she beheld the scene before her, her eyes sparkled with wonder, and her mouth fell agape. Wenran, look, look, she exclaimed, pointing at the blue circle floating in the sky as Wenran emerged slowly from behind her. Below the circle, beams of blue light shot up into the heavens, as if attempting to pierce the sky itself. Wenran, brushing her hair aside, gazed at the ancient relic before them, feeling a deep sense of historical significance. Let us enter, urged Linger, driven by her curiosity to explore the relics up close. However, before she could take 2 steps, Wenran firmly grasped her attire. Wait, there's a formation in place. Entering won't be easy, she cautioned, gesturing toward the standing wall of light ahead. At that moment, a figure suddenly passed by them, effortlessly crossing through the light wall and entering the relics without a second thought. The young man, adhering closely to his mother's advice, paid no mind to Wenran, whose striking appearance radiated an extraordinary aura. You will undoubtedly achieve great things. Linger, momentarily caught off guard, imitated Rand's mannerisms, her lips twitching as she shook her head and spread her arms in exasperation. In a swift motion, she freed herself from Rand's grasp and bounced through the light wall, leaving Rand standing there, momentarily stunned. After a brief moment, Rand exhaled a deep breath, shook her head with a sigh, and followed suit, entering the relics. No wonder she had mentioned the presence of a light wall formation while the area appeared devoid of people. It turns out that this formation does not obstruct anyone. After pondering for a while, she realized she had been overthinking. Chapter 78, The Ordinary Maple Leaf, Entering the Ruins. Linger was exceptionally curious about everything before her. She darted around, exploring with unrestrained enthusiasm. Since entering the ruins, she had not paused for a moment. In contrast, Wenran was deep in contemplation, scrutinizing the ancient relics around them. The ruins had been open for some time, and they had arrived a day late. Consequently, most of the treasures within had already been claimed by those who arrived earlier, leaving the place feeling somewhat desolate. There were few people around, but numerous signs of conflict remained, displaying the aftermath of a fierce battle from the night before. At that moment, Linger suddenly seemed to spot something and crouched beside a large stone. To an onlooker, it might have appeared as if she were observing ants at work. Noticing this, Wenran hastily approached her. What are you looking at? She asked, kneeling beside Linger. Following her gaze, Wenran beheld a modest grass-like plant, emitting a faint blue glow and resembling a sword, yet overall appearing astonishingly ordinary. It was trapped beneath a massive stone, struggling to survive in the crevice. Its roots were fully exposed, thick and long, posing a tripping hazard for anyone nearby. This inconspicuous grass was, in fact, one of Tang San's fortuitous finds, the maple leaf. Wenran regarded the seemingly mundane plant, radiating only a subtle aura, perplexed as to why Linger had suddenly crouched to inspect it. Isn't there a plethora of such plants outside? She questioned. In Linger's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue sparked. This, too, is a treasure, she exclaimed. Wenran couldn't suppress a smirk at her words. This wretched grass, could it truly be a celestial treasure? Aside from tripping people, does it serve any purpose? Linger, are you mistaken? This is merely a very ordinary spirit herb, she replied. Linger shook her head, gazing at the grass that emitted a faint white glow. Her curiosity piqued. She had encountered golden, red, and crimson hues before, but in her experience, nothing had ever radiated a white light. How could she not be intrigued by this unprecedented sight? Thus, she replied with a serious expression, "It truly is a treasure, Sister Wenran." Linger's eyes do not deceive her. Observing the cherubic little face earnestly speaking, she genuinely believed it. After a brief moment of shared contemplation, approximately 10 breaths later, a sigh escaped Wenran's lips. turning her gaze towards the unusually serious Mo Linger, who was fixated on the ordinary spiritual grass. She ultimately shook her head in resignation and rose to wander elsewhere, her attention shifting away from the commonplace herb. She had given up. This was not her fault. After all, she truly could not discern anything remarkable about it. If one were to identify a singular peculiarity, it would be that the leaves resembled swords. And that was all. It was not a matter of lacking determination. She simply could not perceive anything extraordinary. This was indeed far too mundane. It was akin to asking one to identify a single distinct stone among a multitude of identical ordinary pebbles. Such a task was excessively demanding. It would be far more intriguing to explore the vibrant relics that narrate the tales of history's vicissitudes. As she watched Wenran depart, Mo Linger pouted her lips in discontent, seemingly unwilling to concede. It is clearly a treasure. Linger can see it. With a huff, she resolved to unearth it and present it to her father. While softly murmuring to herself, she rummaged through her waist pouch, declaring, "Father will surely know what this is." Upon uttering these words, her little hand delved inside, seemingly searching for something. She would not overlook any treasure, especially those that shimmered in her eyes. The time she had pilfered the Imperial Jade Seal of the Qingyu dynasty to play with it, only to receive a thorough spanking from Shen Qingqing, had not deterred her. After all, back then, she was unaware of what it meant to face an opponent and did not know how to retaliate. Before long, she produced a small medicinal hoe from within, with a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She chuckled mischievously and began to meticulously excavate around the edges of the spiritual grass. In no time, the herb, already quite exposed, was completely revealed after just a few deft strokes of her hoe. Gazing at the mysterious sword-shaped grass, now fully unveiled and emanating a faint white glow, she swiftly seized it. With a forceful tug, she yanked it from the ground, ruthlessly severing its roots. The act was undeniably brutal. Interestingly, at the moment she uprooted it, the once luminous blade lost its ethereal radiance. Perplexed, Mo Linger tilted her head, holding the hoe in one hand and dragging the now dull grass in the other, contemplating the leaf that had lost its white glow. Initially, she had considered plucking the leaf directly. However, she feared that if she plucked it, she would not survive. After all, in the past, when her family harvested those vividly colored herbs, they withered away instantly, losing their charm, and she no longer desired them. It was only after enduring a beating that she realized the necessity of cultivating them in spiritual soil for them to thrive. Thus, this time, she was quite astute. She refrained from removing the soil from the roots of the delicate grass. Yet, gazing at the dimmed little grass, she felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Pouting, she tossed aside the herb hoe in her hand, her small hand flinging the withered grass to the side, allowing it to slowly wither away. Indeed, Linger had misjudged. Reflecting on Wenran's earlier words, she felt that Wenran's assessment was quite accurate. It was undeniably ordinary. With that thought, she skipped over to Wenran, who stood nearby, propping up her chin and admiring the painted wall with her beautiful eyes. "Sister Wenran, what are you looking at?" she asked softly, blinking her large eyes at Wenran, who was lost in admiration of the wall. "Are you enjoying it? Have you discovered anything?" After a moment of hesitation, Wenran turned to glance at Mo Linger, her clear eyes betraying a hint of folly as she replied, "I'm afraid I cannot appreciate it." Mo Linger fell silent for a moment, wanting to express something but struggling to find the right words, eventually resigning to silence. Suddenly, Wenran glanced aside, where a brilliantly lit path caught her attention. "Let us go see further ahead," she suggested. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a sharp flash of sword light sliced through the air, aimed directly at Mo Linger. Sensing the danger, she swiftly turned around, stepping forward, her hand raised and open, as a white magical seal emerged beneath her feet. A radiant glow emanated from her palm, swiftly forming a barrier of spiritual energy. With a thunderous crash, a rusted iron sword struck forcefully against the shield of light. Upon recognizing the assailant, Wenran's expression turned icy. The ambient temperature around them dropped sharply, nearly 10 degrees, creating an atmosphere so frigid that it sent shivers down their spines. "You wretched rat! How dare you!" she exclaimed coldly. Chapter 79, Spirit of the Sword, Run Yudao. Accompanied by the heavy impact of the sword against the barrier of spiritual energy, the surrounding rippling light was sent soaring. After a moment of stalemate, Wenran let out a delicate huff, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from her palm. The powerful force sent the man clad in black, exposing a swath of white skin and wielding the rusted iron sword, flying backward. This man was none other than Tang San, the one who had usurped her body. At this moment, he steadied himself. His gaze was fixed intently on Mo Linger as he asked, "Why do you seek to ruin my fortune?" Startled by the sudden surge of murderous intent, Mo Linger stood frozen, still reeling from the shock, when Tang San emitted a query, prompting her to respond with an involuntary sound of confusion. He had appeared the moment Mo Linger crouched beneath the colossal stone. He did not follow the timeline of the relic's opening as he had remembered, joining the throng that flooded into the ruins. It was not for lack of desire. Rather, he had seized control of himself, resulting in a day spent languishing in bed rather than the vibrant engagement he had anticipated while tending to the fields. Thus, he was already too late to arrive. He adjusted his strategy, seeking first to receive the elder's impartation of wisdom, and then to enter the ruins to claim the fortune that was rightfully his. However, that was not to be. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, he found that the absence of grass and hammer within him had significantly prolonged the time required to assimilate the elder's cultivation. After a night of unconsciousness, he finally awoke and hastened towards the relics. Yet, upon stepping into the ruins and heading towards the place where he had stumbled in his recollection, he was met with the sight of a small girl squatting beside the great stone. He watched helplessly as his fortune was excavated by the child's hand, stroke by stroke. His frustration was palpable. Even if she unearthed it, he consoled himself with the thought that the fortune remained intact, and he could seize the hammer first, then intercept it using his own prowess. To kill and reclaim his fortune. Ah no, to kill and retrieve what was rightfully his. For the Tang family's 8th rule states, that which belongs to oneself must be reclaimed at any cost. But who could have anticipated that the girl would discard his fortune mere moments after unearthing it? Witnessing this, no matter how composed he tried to remain, he could not endure it. Was this not a trampling of his opportunity? Such a remarkable treasure. To simply toss it aside, was this not a slap in the face? After a moment of contemplation, seizing the chance while Mo Linger was distracted, he decisively drew his rusted iron sword and swung it fiercely towards her head. Yet, the intensity of his murderous intent was unmistakable. The moment it manifested, it was immediately sensed by Wenran. Upon hearing him, Wenran stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Mo Linger, withdrawing her raised hand slowly. She formed a series of intricate hand seals, drawing forth the spiritual energy that surged around her feet. In an instant, a 2-meter-long magical seal coalesced beneath her, encircling both her and Mo Linger. Following this, an ethereal wheel resembling a clock materialized behind her, upon which the words Heaven's Destiny were inscribed, clearly visible and profoundly resonant. After preparing thoroughly, Wenran's lips quivered slightly, and pure white spiritual energy emanated from her, enveloping her entire being. She cast her gaze towards the weeds that Mo Linger had carelessly discarded nearby. A mere glance sufficed before she averted her eyes and coldly addressed Tang San. "Your opportunity? Forgive my candor. Just moments ago, I could distinctly sense the faint spiritual energy radiating from those weeds. However, at present, they resemble nothing more than refuse. What opportunity could possibly arise from them?" Upon hearing this, Tang San stepped forward, his sword energy flowing around him, as a surge of blue spiritual power emanated from his hand. The rusty, decaying sword he held was entirely enveloped by this blue energy. With both hands gripping the sword, he commanded in a chilling tone, "Arise, my sword spirit." The iron sword trembled as if responding to a summons. A blinding light burst forth from it, and the once rusty blemishes shed away, revealing a pristine white blade. A spirit resembling a soul emerged from the sword, manifesting as a figure clad in a tight black robe, bearing a somewhat weathered expression. This was his sword spirit. The moment the sword spirit appeared, he cast a disdainful glance at Wenran, then bowed slightly to Tang San, exclaiming with excitement, "Young master, I have awaited your return." Tang San's expression remained largely unchanged, while the sword spirit's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed with emotion, as if yearning to recount the hardships of its long wait. Tang San merely nodded slightly, instructing, "Little gang sword, let us join forces and eliminate this woman." After all, he was a soul that had taken over another's body, and he was well aware of the elder's existence. having awakened him for the second time. Thus, he felt little emotional turmoil. The elder wiped away the ethereal tears from his visage and responded, "As you command." It was uncertain whether he truly shed tears. Turning to face Wenran with icy eyes, he emanated a fierce sword energy. With fingers converged, streams of sword energy coalesced at his fingertips. Meanwhile, Tang San was equally unwilling to lag behind. With a thunderous roar, a formidable aura erupted from within him. The cultivation of the first realm of the Fate Palace surged forth at that moment, a culmination of the results from an entire night of absorption. If he were to acquire both opportunities, he could potentially ascend to the third realm of the Fate Palace. Then, following the path laid out in his memories, he would navigate the trials and challenges along the Imperial Road, ultimately seizing the opportunity to become an emperor. Such thoughts ignited an uncontainable excitement that radiated across his face. Ahead lay the path to his aspirations. When Rand gazed at Tang San, who was radiating a faint aura, her face twitching in disbelief. She had initially perceived him as a formidable adversary, but to her surprise, he was merely a fledgling in the realm of Destiny Palace. Gradually, she exhaled a sigh of relief. What folly was it to seek death so recklessly? Observing the two who had readied themselves for confrontation, she felt compelled to grant their wish. At that moment, her peak prowess in the third realm of Destiny Palace surged forth, unrestrained. With a gesture, she invoked her spell, and the phantom wheel behind her began to spin, as if it had been sealed for many years, producing a series of sharp clicks. The sword spirit beside Tang San, having just coalesced its sword energy, was suddenly overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from Wenran, causing it to break into a cold sweat. Its power was intrinsically linked to that of its master, and thus the extent of its own strength was a mere reflection of Wenran's. Presently, Tang San was but a novice in the first realm of Destiny Palace, sensing the ethereal energy surrounding him. It was evident that this power did not truly belong to him. If a battle were to ensue, it would undoubtedly bear disastrous consequences for the sword spirit. Contemplating this, it resolved to feign retreat. Without further ado, it transformed into a slender beam of white light and dove into the white sword, which, once exuding a bright aura, now reverted to its rusty, unremarkable state. In that instant, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, silence enveloping the scene. Even the air seemed to exude an awkwardness. Witnessing the cowardly flight of the sword spirit, Tang San swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He, too, felt the overwhelming pressure from Wenran. However, unlike the sword spirit, he had no sanctuary to escape to, and Wenran would not grant him such an opportunity. The wheel behind her spun with increasing velocity, the words heavenly mandate becoming ever clearer. With a delicate motion of her hand, she uttered a chilling command, "Go." Within the wheel, beams of annihilative light surged forth as if responding to her command, tearing through the fabric of space. The sound of rupturing air echoed instantaneously. Countless shafts of white light erupted from the wheel, crashing upon Tang San with the force of a relentless storm. The ruins were illuminated by the blinding radiance, dazzling all who beheld it. In the wake of the celestial brilliance, as the last remnants of light dissipated, Tang San's body slowly crumpled to the ground, his aura fading into an almost imperceptible whisper until he ultimately vanished from existence. In less than 5 breaths, Tang San met his end with an unsettling tranquility. After executing this act, Wenran retracted her formidable presence. At that moment, the figure behind her finally spoke, calling out, "Sister Wenran." Turning to face the voice, Wenran found Mo Ling pointing at the lifeless Tang San sprawled on the ground, devoid of any lingering vitality, and asked, "Is he dead?" Wenran was taken aback, observing the small figure before her who exhibited neither fear nor discomfort, leaving her in a state of deep perplexity. She found herself nodding almost involuntarily. When she was of a similar age, witnessing her parents commit murder had left her utterly terrified, nearly rendering her senseless. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Mo Linger at this moment, her experience formed a striking dichotomy. Upon seeing Wenran nod, Mo Linger promptly lowered her head, recalling the intense and unsettling sensation she had just experienced, causing her complexion to pale further. It was evident that the recent ambush had significantly impacted the small child. The joy that usually adorned her face was replaced by an unmistakable anger. With practiced ease, She reached into her waist pouch and retrieved a jade stone etched with sword marks, emanating an aura of destruction. Suddenly, a blaze of crimson spiritual energy enveloped the jade. Boom! An overwhelming sword energy burst forth from the diminutive stone. Perhaps due to the oppressive nature of the sword aura, Mo Linger was now slick with perspiration. Meanwhile, Wen Ran, startled by Mo Linger's actions, instinctively retreated several steps. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the jade stone in Mo Linger's grasp. As an inexplicable sense of dread welled up from within, she swallowed hard, realizing that even if she exerted all her strength, she might not be able to withstand the annihilating sword light. Then, a magnificent sword light coalesced from Mo Linger's hand, incinerating the jade stone completely. Her expression was icy as she expertly flicked her wrist, sending the sword light hurtling towards Tang San's body. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as dust was sent swirling into the air by the shockwave of the sword energy. The sword light, as anticipated, violently pierced through Tang San's form. Under the destructive aura of the sword light, his physical body disintegrated, along with his very soul, vanishing from existence. In the instant of his corporeal demise, a flash of golden light enveloped his form, vanishing without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. As the sword light dissipated, the ground revealed a chasm, with sword energy rampaging unchecked. Ah, what a relief! Mo Linger exclaimed, surveying the chaotic aftermath she had wrought, alongside the now-absent form of Tang San. She exhaled a sigh of relief, the pallor on her face fading as a smile returned, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of imagination, forgotten like a fleeting shadow. Observing Wen Ran still caught in shock, Mo Linger took a couple of steps forward, clasped her hand, and said, "Sister Wen Ran, shall we go explore somewhere else?" Hearing her call, Wen Ran snapped back to reality from the awe-inspiring sword light, responding, "Yes, let us." Two individuals, one large and one small, meandered towards the radiant path ahead. After only a few steps, Mo Linger reverted to her original form, bouncing about with curious glances, her bell jingling merrily. The path before them echoed with a lingering resonance, stirring the heart. At that moment, within the Qingyu dynasty, Mo Ran had just awakened from his slumber. He instinctively sat up, grimacing as he rubbed his aching back, a look of exhaustion etched upon his face. He inhaled sharply, surveying his surroundings, yet failed to catch sight of the enchanting figure from the previous night. It was a parent whom he sought. Ah, back to court again, he mused, stretching slightly. He summoned the system and inquired, "Little system, how fares my daughter?" "Quite well," came the reply. "What do you mean?" he questioned, perplexed. "She just reduced the newly awakened child of fate to ashes, quite commendable." Upon hearing this, he finally comprehended the situation. Earlier, he had worried that he was the villain, only to realize that it was his daughter who bore that title. The child of fate had barely survived their first night, only to meet such a demise. After all this time, how could it end so soon? He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Who would have thought that upon traversing to this realm, he would find himself as the father of a villain? Truly absurd. At that moment, the system seemed to sense his thoughts, and a celestial voice resonated in his mind. "I advise you to temper your imagination. Do not indulge in delusions like a love-struck fool. The so-called child of fate merely possesses a touch of good fortune. The true adversaries are those destined by heaven." As it continued, the ethereal voice intensified, declaring, "Furthermore, allow me to reiterate, I am not a villain system. Please refrain from comparing me to those inferior systems. Just remember, I am invincible, and that is all that matters." With that, the system's voice faded away as if it had never been there. Mo Ran stood momentarily stunned by the forceful proclamation. Just as he prepared to respond, thunder rumbled above, heralding the arrival of several formidable presences from beyond the realm. Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from these beings, Mo Ran's lips curled into a faint smile. He donned a white cloak, draping it over his shoulders, and in a blink, he vanished from the room, leaving behind a remark. "Ah, they arrived quite early." In the vast expanse above, beyond the world, amidst the void, a petite figure stood, hands on her hips, gazing forward with a face full of ire. Before her stood an elderly man, clad in a blue robe adorned with a snowflake insignia, his white hair framing a visage of benevolence. An ethereal aura enveloped him, setting him apart from the mundane world, a true celestial being. After a brief moment of stillness, The petite figure suddenly pointed at him, exclaiming with a commanding tone, "Halt! From whence do you come, you fiend?" These words, learned during her earthly sojourn as she sought to comprehend the principles of the heavenly path, filled her with a sense of pride. To her surprise, she found herself able to articulate them today, which brought her a fleeting joy. Upon hearing her proclamation, the old man's warm smile faltered. His name was Bing Xian, hailing from the clan of Ice. Before him stood the embodiment of the heavenly path in this realm. Not long prior, the leader of his clan had awakened from a long slumber, during which he sensed the lingering aura of a long-lost treasure, the remnants of his clan's sacred relic. Through this faint resonance, he discerned its location. Such perception was made possible by the impending opening of the Imperial Path. Whenever the Imperial Path was unveiled, a slender passage would emerge, interlinking the Myriad Realms, thereby facilitating the ascendance of the exceptional beings of all worlds to imperial status. Consequently, upon sensing the treasure's whereabouts, he was dispatched to retrieve it. Otherwise, how could the relic be restored, and how could the clan maintain its legacy? Chapter 81. I believe we can have a discussion, hey? Why are you silent? I am addressing you, she demanded. Who are you? After a prolonged inquiry, the old man remained immobile, lost in contemplation. The embodiment of the heavenly path grew impatient, stamping her foot and returning her hands to her waist in a defiant posture. Her expression fierce. Of course, to the untrained eye, it appeared otherwise. Bing Xian, pulled from his reverie by her words, blinked in surprise. Goodness, you question me about my origin, yet how should I respond? It would be remiss to not deliver a slap across your face. I am Bing Xian, from the clan of Ice, he declared, standing with his hands clasped behind him, surrounded by an aura of celestial energy, exuding an air of superiority. In the upper realms, the clan of Ice was regarded as a transcendent force, situated in the far northern lands, protected by formidable celestial emperors. Their reputation resonated throughout the Myriad Realms. The reason for revealing his formidable lineage was to leverage the weight of his background to assert dominance over the heavenly path of this realm, thereby alleviating potential complications. Upon hearing his introduction, the embodiment of the heavenly path's expression turned grave, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Observing her reaction, Bing Xian could not help but smile with pride. Indeed, a powerful background could grant one considerable leverage, even instilling fear in the very essence of the earthly heavenly path. Regardless of the realms above or below, the celestial order remains immutable, far beyond the control of a mere novice newly entering the realm of immortals. Thus, witnessing her drenched in cold sweat, he nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, this was the result he desired. Just as he reveled in his own triumph and marveled at the formidable background he possessed, the embodiment of the celestial order scratched its head, cautiously inquiring, "What is that thing?" Clang. Suddenly, the atmosphere froze. The icy demeanor of Bing Xian darkened ominously. "What a surprise, are you mocking me?" The celestial embodiment, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. How could you utter such words to a nascent celestial being? Who do you think you are scaring? The matters of this realm are still far from resolved. There is no time to concern oneself with affairs of the higher realms. Her earlier cold sweat was born from urgency, as she possessed no recollection of the force Bing Xian spoke of. At that moment, she was at a loss for words. Flustered, observing the elder's growing aura of menace, which radiated a palpable intent to kill, the celestial embodiment hastily waved her hands, chuckling. "Hey buddy, just a joke. No need to get worked up." However, Bing Xian was unconcerned with her jesting. He was on a mission, and failure to retrieve the item would lead to dire consequences. In an instant, his cultivation at the first level of immortality surged forth. His eyes glimmered with golden light, resembling a war deity. He declared fiercely, "The aura of my clan's treasured relic fragments is present here. Under the command of the Ice Lord, I have come to reclaim it. Those who obstruct me shall face annihilation." In the void, the three words "kill without mercy" lingered ominously, refusing to dissipate. Before him, the celestial embodiment of this realm observed Bing Xian's imposing presence, determined to breach the barriers, and couldn't help but shake her head, arms crossed in refusal. "No, you cannot enter. It is impossible. This realm has only recently stabilized and can barely withstand the power of a half-immortal. Your level exceeds that by a full rank, which would surely shatter the world. No, even if you could suppress your cultivation, it is still unacceptable. Moreover, the rules set forth by the former celestial order have not yet fully dissipated. The prohibition against outsiders entering this realm remains in effect. Besides, you clearly do not appear to be a person of good character. Who knows if your words hold any truth? Even if they do, it matters not. A rule is a rule. No means no. Furthermore, I noticed you earlier, sneaking around, observing something covertly. To prevent the world from being endangered, and to protect what I guard, I will not waver. I will confront this sudden arrival of an immortal. To inquire about the source of her remarkable courage is to recognize that she has recently comprehended the profound principles of the celestial path and has ascended to immortality. Upon hearing this, the frigid ice Shen let out a cold, disdainful laugh, his lips curling into a mocking smile. With a scornful snort, he remarked, "The nascent celestial path is utterly laughable. When he first arrived in this realm, he sensed its extraordinary nature, perceiving the presence of two distinct celestial principles. How could one world possibly harbor two celestial paths? Driven by curiosity, he undertook a meticulous observation and soon realized the truth. The original celestial path of this world had perished, and the second aura of celestial principles he detected was merely a faint residue left behind by the former celestial path. When the nascent celestial path stood before him, his suspicions were confirmed. Although he harbored a fear of the celestial path, an entity that remains a taboo in both the lower and upper realms, as they only submit to paths that surpass their own, he regarded anything that was not of the celestial path as an aberration, regardless of its formidable strength. No matter how powerful the opponent, the answer remained a resolute no, and should one attempt to enter without permission, conflict would ensue. As for a nascent celestial path, whose comprehension of the principles had yet to reach fruition, what could he possibly fear? After all, she was merely a fledgling celestial path. What was there to dread? His apprehension lay with the established celestial paths, not only due to their formidable strength, but also because of their comprehensive understanding of the celestial principles, which made them exceedingly troublesome. There was once a celestial king who had spoken disrespectfully to an established celestial path of the lower realm, only to be subdued beneath the world, enduring millennia of purgation by the fires of the earth, ultimately meeting a tragic demise, unable even to reincarnate. Upon concluding his remarks, a potent pressure emanated from his being. Not heeding his counsel, the celestial path's avatar let out a cold snort, her face betraying her ire. "What manner of person are you? I have made it abundantly clear. No means no." Unwilling to be outdone, she unleashed a formidable aura that rivaled that of the elder. In stark contrast, flurries of snowflakes swirled around Ice Shen, creating an enchanting realm of ice and snow, unique in its splendor. As each snowflake descended, it transformed into razor-sharp blades of ice, their chill penetrating to the core. Sensing the formidable pressure radiating from Ice Shen and the solidifying ice blades behind him, the avatar of the celestial path furrowed her brow. The chaos behind her thickened, dark clouds coalescing from the void, crackling with lightning and reverberating with thunderous roars, as though a primordial titan was on the verge of awakening, generating an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Witnessing this, the tension escalated. Bing Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this newly emerged heavenly Dao possessed such formidable prowess. Although it appeared to have existed for only a short time, its cultivation level was nearly on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing it. The laws of the heavenly Dao were far superior to his own fragmented and inconsequential principles. It seemed that even if he exerted all his strength, he would still find no advantage. Regaining his composure, he contemplated the situation and resolved to seek a diplomatic approach rather than resorting to combat. It was rather laughable. He had initially thought this new heavenly Dao would be an easy adversary. However, he was taken aback by the immense energy it harbored within. With that in mind, he released his imposing aura, allowing the solidified ice blades to dissipate with a wave of his aged hand. "I believe we can engage in a discussion," he proposed. Chapter 82. Since you've arrived, make yourself comfortable observing the dissipating aura and the demeanor suggesting a desire for dialogue. The heavenly Dao's avatar was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, it had exhibited an unyielding hostility, threatening annihilation should it be denied entry. Such a swift shift. Was this the nature of immortals? Though uncertain of Bing Xian's intentions, the perplexity on her face quickly faded. replaced by a firm conviction that this was not a favorable development. Moreover, the matter of entering the realm was not open to negotiation. In response, she stated, "No, there is nothing to discuss. Entry into this celestial domain is strictly prohibited." Her refusal was unmistakable. To further clarify, she added, "That is the rule." As for the origins of this rule, she could not say, as it was simply bequeathed to her by her predecessor. Furthermore, the regulations left by the former heavenly Dao would undoubtedly persist for a considerable time, and she had no means to grant entry. If anyone attempted to force their way in, unless they possessed overwhelming strength, even if they managed to enter, their cultivation would be forcibly suppressed, rendering them incapable of exerting their full capabilities. They risked stumbling within the confines of the realm. She pondered the consequences, her head throbbing at the thought of the forces behind her seeking conflict. It was certainly wiser to reject the request outright from the beginning. Upon hearing her words, Bing Xian was left bewildered. He could not comprehend why such a trivial lower realm would be bound by so many regulations. Casting a sidelong glance at the heavenly Dao's avatar and after a moment of contemplation, he coldly remarked, "Do you not fear the Ice Clan?" He could hardly believe that this being, as a heavenly Dao, would be ignorant of his lineage. Surely, no heavenly Dao could be unaware of the transcendent powers of the upper realms. In response, she shook her head, genuinely unaware and not feigning ignorance. "I do not fear the forces behind you. I have not wronged you. I have merely stated that entry is forbidden. What would happen if you did manage to enter? Would you merely wish to have your cultivation suppressed?" A mysterious figure flashed through her mind, instantly overwhelming her senses. She quickly shook her head, attempting to cast away the image that lingered. She feared that the individual before her might inadvertently provoke Ran, just like the previous one had. A formidable being capable of slaying immortals could spell disaster. As her words faded, Bing Xian understood that negotiation was futile, yet bound by duty. He weighed her words against the significance of his mission, discerning their relative importance with clarity. Why burden a mere worker? If he failed to retrieve the items, his fate would not be any better. In an instant, the aura he had just dissipated coalesced once more, driving towards the avatar of the heavenly Dao. The avatar, unwilling to concede, retaliated immediately. A fight ensued at the slightest provocation. Apart from Ran, she had never known fear. Meanwhile, Ran observed the spectacle with a wry smile as the two, an elder and a youth, engaged in a fierce struggle following their failed discourse. He shrugged in response to their escalating conflict. A crisp crack echoed from behind him. Turning to glance, he noticed the world barrier beginning to fissure. Once fragile, it had only recently begun to mend with the birth of the new heavenly Dao, yet the aftermath of their battle threatened to shatter it again. How much time had passed? It seemed poised to crumble once more. The emerging cracks appeared to plead with Ran. "Hurry and save me. If you don't, I shall shatter before your eyes." Observing the dire state of the barrier and the presence of Bing Xian, who claimed to hail from the Ice Clan, Ran deduced their intent was undoubtedly linked to the Ice Jade Spirit coffin. This realization deepened his sense of helplessness. Not long ago, his eldest daughter, Shen Qingqing, had wandered through the academy and sensed an aura of the ice laws. Subsequently, she had approached Ran to inquire about its nature. Ran had succinctly explained the situation, omitting the details about the Ice Clan and the two opportunists. He had simply introduced the matter to her. Eager to comprehend the so-called ice laws, Shen Qingqing sought to delve deeper into its mysteries. Could Ran refuse her? Certainly not. Thus, his daughter remained engaged with the ice laws within the Ice Jade Spirit coffin, and he could never relinquish it. With this thought in mind, he gathered starlight at his fingertips, shaping them into a sword-like form. The essence of his sword intent solidified, emanating a powerful aura that surged from his fingers, coalescing into a destructive blade of energy. Around him, the power of stars swirled in a continuous flow, illuminating the void with a radiant brilliance. He initiated the attack, striking with a sword towards the elder known as Bing Xian. The myriad stars transformed into a cascade of radiant light, fiercely directed at Bing Xian. The embodiment of the heavenly path felt a sudden and forceful tug at his back, causing his body to retreat instantly to the barrier of the world, creating a distance between himself and Bing Xian. Just as he contemplated charging forward to continue the battle, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck. As he turned to discern if some terrifying entity lurked behind him, he was met with the onslaught of sword energy manifesting from the myriad stars, which pierced through his entire being in an instant. At the moment the sword energy traversed his form, he disintegrated into particles of dust, gradually consumed and obliterated by the starlight. Before he could fathom the origins of this celestial sword energy, how it had suddenly appeared, or how it had found its way to his neck, he vanished from existence. Meanwhile, the embodiment of the heavenly path, abruptly pulled back, gazed in astonishment at Bing Xian, who was incinerated by the starlight sword energy. He was momentarily taken aback, only to glance upwards into the void, where he beheld Mo Ran, who nodded at her with a cheerful expression. Goodness, it's the big shot. Upon recognizing Mo Ran, the heavenly path's countenance brightened. Truly, he was formidable. This was a figure she needed to align herself with. Just as she resolved to approach, Mo Ran was quicker than her, his figure gradually transforming into an afterimage before vanishing. At that moment, the heavenly path felt a light tap on her head. She hurriedly turned around to hear the voice of the person behind her, who spoke slowly. Combat is permissible. He pointed towards the fractured barrier of the world, his tone laced with a hint of admonition. Next time, please maintain your distance. This individual was none other than Mo Ran. Following his gesture, the heavenly path scratched her head and smiled sheepishly, shrugging her shoulders to imply her lack of control over the situation. It wasn't her who initiated the confrontation. Despite this, she assured him, you are right, big brother. I shall certainly be more cautious next time. Having said that, she circumvented Mo Ran and approached the barrier of the world. Observing the gaping breach in the barrier, she waved her small hand, releasing a beam of light from her palm. In an instant, the fractured barrier was completely restored. Compared to the earlier struggle of forcibly merging the fissure with her bare hands, this method was decidedly more effortless and rapid. Mo Ran, shaking his head in resignation, cast one last glance at the spot where Bing Xian had disintegrated before departing, accepting the circumstances as they were. Chapter 83. Father, thank you. Meanwhile, far in the upper realm, within a vast world of snow and ice in the northernmost region, fierce winds howled. The entire world is enveloped in a vast expanse of white, as snowflakes descend from the heavens like razor-sharp blades. Within a palace standing amidst 30,000 miles of snow, an elderly man gazes gravely at a stone wall adorned with crystals radiating a faint crimson glow. Before him, a pale red crystal suddenly loses its inherent brilliance, shattering instantaneously. This object, known as the ice crystal, serves the purpose of determining the fate of their kin, a unique creation of the Ice Clan. Each gem on the wall bears the residual blood essence of its rightful owner. The shattering of a gem signifies death, while a sudden flash of light indicates a grave injury. Furthermore, the ice crystal possesses the ability to record the final vision seen by a member of the Ice Clan before death. At the moment of shattering, a projection emerges from the crystal, revealing the last scene witnessed by its owner. It is a tapestry of celestial brilliance, showcasing a myriad of starry sword energies materializing within the void. The elder, in disbelief, momentarily diverts his gaze from the projection, his pale lips parting slightly as he murmurs, Bing Xian has perished. He struggles to grasp the reality. The ice crystal shattered without emitting a fierce glow, implying that Bing Xian was struck down instantaneously, without even the agony of injury. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elder's expression shifts, his eyes turning icy cold. Through the fleeting image, he discerned a fleeting silhouette in white robes amidst the stellar sword energies. Though it was merely a brief glimpse, his keen eyes managed to catch it. It stands to reason that this individual is the one who claimed Bing Xian's life. Previously, he had received orders from the Ice Lord to monitor Bing Xian's crystal closely, reporting any anomalies without delay. The reason for such vigilance eluded him. He was simply obeying commands. Now that an unexpected event has transpired, he dares not linger, transforming into a streak of light as he rushes toward the door, his speed remarkable. Meanwhile, after slaying Bing Xian, Mo Ran has returned to the Qingyu dynasty. He observes Shen Qingqing, who sits beside an ice coffin with her eyes closed, immersed in profound enlightenment. He nods in satisfaction, exclaiming, indeed, as a congenital Dao body, her comprehension of the laws is astonishingly swift. At this moment, icy laws begin to flow and swirl around her, and it is likely that it will not be long before she fully grasps them. It is worth noting that this is merely a small fragment of the clan's treasured artifact. Through the subtle power emanating from the ice coffin, one can successfully comprehend the entirety of the ice principle, revealing the formidable nature of its essence. A natural affinity for the path allows for the understanding of all 3,000 avenues. At that moment, a faint vibration emanated from the ice coffin. Seated nearby, Shen Qingqing suddenly experienced a surge in her aura, reaching the pinnacle of the second Fate Palace realm and advancing into the third Fate Palace realm. Not only that, her aura continued to ascend gradually, as if striving to breach the final barrier and ascend to the status of an emperor. Above the Qingyu Academy, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, threatening to engulf the entire Qingyu Empire. Colorful bolts of lightning coalesced within the black clouds, rumbling ominously. Amidst the deep, thunderous roar, it felt as though a colossal primordial beast lay hidden within, ready to awaken and shatter all existence at the slightest provocation. The oppressive clouds loomed over the city, threatening to crush it. What is happening? The tribulation of an emperor. Who is undergoing this tribulation? Is it Nangong Wenyang? Impossible. I suspect it is Nangong Wentian. For he has long reached the peak of the third Fate Palace realm, merely a step away from becoming an emperor. Perhaps he is waiting for the legendary path of emperors to open. Within the Qingyu Academy, countless students were drawn to the sudden gathering of dark clouds. Upon realizing it was the emperor's tribulation, they couldn't help but engage in fervent discussions. The two individuals they spoke of were siblings, the former, the younger sister, and the latter, the elder brother, regarded as the youngest geniuses of the entire Qingyu Academy, with the greatest potential to break through to emperor status. In the Imperial Palace, Shen Qingqing, seated upon the throne, suddenly lifted her head, her expression changing as she regarded the sudden convergence of the emperor's tribulation. "Qing'er, please do not act recklessly." She understood better than anyone the consequences of undergoing the emperor's tribulation. The specter of the false emperor haunted her life. A fleeting moment of regret crossed her face, but it was quickly dispelled as she observed Shen Qingqing's aura continually rising, on the brink of ascending to emperor status. Mo Ran raised his hand, preparing to disperse the half-formed tribulation. A false emperor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My daughter shall never be a weakling like a false emperor. Regardless, she must forge an unparalleled foundation and become a true celestial emperor. Just as he raised his hand, ready to shout in defiance, Shen Qingqing suddenly suppressed her aura, stabilizing it at the peak of the third Fate Palace realm. Upon witnessing this, having lost the opportunity to flaunt, Mo Ran shrugged, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. To be fair, a mere little girl could withstand the allure of the emperor. Such resilience was indeed rare. With this thought, a sudden joy surged within him as his mind recalled a fleeting scene from a novel he had read in his previous life. Unconsciously, he exclaimed, "Truly, my child, you possess the potential of a great emperor. Ah, you are indeed too indulgent with your daughter. You have me in stitches," came the mocking voice of the system. Taken aback by the unexpected banter from the usually reticent system, he blinked in surprise and inquired, "You are aware of this? What a joke. Do you think I am like you?" At this, the system swiftly retreated into silence. This system, forever engaged in battles or on the way to them, did it fear death if it paused? How exhausting. It would be far better to be like him. Sighing, he shook his head with a smile as he watched the system vanish once more. At that moment, Shen Qingqing, with her eyes tightly shut for several days, slowly opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of brilliance. Feeling the immense power radiating from her being, she couldn't help but be startled. She sensed an overwhelming strength coursing through her. Even if a great emperor stood before her, she felt confident enough to obliterate him with a single blow, unaided by any external force. Simultaneously, a fleeting flash of hatred crossed her face, gone in an instant. Nangong Hua, Jin Quan, Mu Lin, all beasts of war, mark my words. Soon I shall personally sever your heads and place them atop the 9 nether yellow springs, subjecting you to eternal torment by 1,000 fires. As she rose, 3 laws solidified around her: fire lotus, celestial stars, and frigid ice. These 3 principles encircled her like 3 slumbering lions, ready to be awakened at her command. Upon noticing Mo Ran standing nearby, a wave of warmth enveloped her heart. "Father, have you been here all along?" A gentle warmth flowed from her heart, warming her entire being. Approaching the dazed Mo Ran, She smiled and said, "Thank you, father." Chapter 84. No one understands the dynasty better than I. As Shen Qingqing's words reached his ears, Imo Ran, who had been lost in thought, regained his senses. Observing the joy radiating from Shen Qingqing's face, he found himself perplexed by the anger he had sensed from her moments prior. He could not have misinterpreted it. The moment she awakened, he had felt an overwhelming fury emanating from her, even though she had made every effort to suppress it. A hint of that unusual emotion had escaped her control. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he managed to capture it. It appears that his daughter harbors her own secrets. He is no fool. This unnamed fury could not have arisen from thin air. As a youth of the new era, he has spent countless nights engrossed in novels. If he could not deduce this, it would indeed be a grave disservice to all the tales he has perused in his past life. Furthermore, this marks the first occasion that Shen Qingqing has addressed him as father. Previously, she had always called him old man. It seemed she had grown accustomed to the earlier term and casually adopted the latter. Thus, he found himself somewhat taken aback. He wondered what thoughts roamed in the mind of his foolish daughter. Nevertheless, he was curious to discover the identity of the person who could provoke such ire in his daughter. He gently ruffled her hair, smiling as he asked, "What is it? Why the sudden gratitude towards your old father?" He jested lightly. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. "How are you old?" she thought, unable to see it herself. "It's nothing, just felt like saying it," she replied, choosing to bypass Imo Ran as she walked outside, turning back with a sweet smile. "So let it be." Observing her demeanor, Imo Ran could only shake his head in resigned amusement. Once her figure had completely vanished, a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes, and his aura surged dramatically. With a resounding crack, the ice coffin before him shattered under the weight of his unleashed power. Yuluo murmured to herself, "A celestial king?" She had not anticipated that her eldest daughter bore such a grand lineage, having once been a celestial king in her past life. Recalling the day they first met, when Shen Qingqing was but a small, pudgy figure, she had dashed to his side, clutching his newsbook and babbling excitedly, likely astonished by the accounts inscribed within. With this thought, he gradually reined in his aura, allowing a wry smile to escape him. It seemed he had once recounted the tale of the celestial king Yuluo to her. He wondered how she had regarded him then. This truly was a case of showcasing one's skills before an expert, a rather amusing predicament. His frustration did not stem from his daughter's reincarnation as a celestial king, but rather from the 5 scoundrels who had stealthily attacked her while she was unaware. Reincarnation does not equate to possession. Regardless of past identities, his daughter remains his daughter, merely endowed with an additional identity from a previous life. Upon this thought, Imo Ran's face broke into an indescribable smile. With his smile, the uncertainties of life and death seemed to intertwine. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured outside. The news of the impending opening of the Imperial Path had spread across the 4 great domains. Consequently, the formidable figures of each faction dispatched their most promising disciples to embark on a journey of cultivation, seeking an opportunity to attain the status of emperor on this imperial path, thereby elevating their respective factions and sections. However, there were also numerous foolish young scions who, relying on their family's prestige, behaved arrogantly in public. On the streets, a young man clad in splendid garments, the foremost prodigy of the Qingyu Academy, pointed disdainfully at a youth clutching his chest, blood trickling from his mouth, and proclaimed loudly, his contempt unmistakable. The young man's name was Shao Shi. Hailing from the Shao family of the Western region, a lineage of imperial descent, albeit slightly more potent than those of the Southern region. One wonders what his parents were thinking when they bestowed upon him such a name. Did they wish for him to vanish early? This was Shao Shi's first venture outside the Western region, where the imperial lineage held absolute dominion, their word being law. Although there were also dynasties, they all revered the imperial families as their sovereigns. Thus, he held the so-called Qingyu dynasty of the southern region in utter disdain, considering it akin to the dynasties he had known, mere lapdogs to the imperial families. Upon entering the Qingyu dynasty, he witnessed the spectacle of the heavenly tribulation coalescing in the skies, only to dissipate moments later. He then overheard the surrounding populace discussing the so-called foremost prodigy of the Qingyu Academy, Nangong Wentian, claiming he was the one who had summoned the tribulation. A 16-year-old emperor. How terrifying. Naturally, he was incredulous. No one dared to make such a claim at the age of 16. After some inquiries, He fortuitously encountered Nangong when Tian attempting to clarify the rumors, asserting that he was not the one who had attracted the tribulation. Just as the explanation enlightened the crowd, redirecting their speculation towards the most likely candidates, Xiao Shi intended to turn away when, unexpectedly, a shadow of a fist lunged toward him. The terrifying momentum rivaled that of an emperor. When struck, he initially believed he had provoked a formidable emperor. A single punch sent him flying. Once he regained his composure, he cast a worried glance, only to behold a brazen youth adorned in luxurious garments, sporting a fist glove akin to a boxing champion. Sensing the aura emanating from the glove, his expression changed drastically. By the heavens, an emperor's artifact. He felt as if he had been slapped by an emperor. He wondered when he had unwittingly offended such a powerful being. Who might you be, esteemed sir? Why take action against Wen Tian? He could hardly recall offending you. Nangong Wen Tian slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust that clung to him. With a delicate gesture, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke with an air of indifference. The aura emanating from him surged forth, a manifestation of his peak cultivation at the third realm of the Life Palace, transforming into a tidal wave that surged towards Xiao Shi. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Shi regarded Nangong Wen Tian with disdain, sneering at the meager strength radiating from him, which paled in comparison to the might of his own gauntlets. With a scoff, he remarked, "This is my first visit to the southern domain. I've heard that the dominant power here is a mere little dynasty, and I was curious to see how such a so-called dynasty could claim the title of regional overlord. After all, in my homeland, dynasties are as common as dogs, mere pawns beneath the feet of imperial clans, hardly worthy of recognition. Thus, when I learned that the sovereign power in the southern domain is a dynasty, I could not help but scoff at the claims of the Qingyu dynasty's strength and prowess, particularly the tale of the emperor severing the great emperor with a single sword. Such a story strikes me as mere theatrics, intended to intimidate others from different realms. While it may frighten some, it holds no weight with me. No one understands the nature of dynasties better than I do. They are insignificant, hardly deserving of being the overlords of a domain. How could the imperial clan of the southern domain allow a dynasty to ascend to such heights? Truly, it is laughable." Mo Ran interjected, "Yes, indeed. I shall cut you down shortly." Chapter 85. I do not believe you. You are merely trying to intimidate me. A dynasty? Is that not a force he tramples upon daily? When confronted, do they not grovel in submission? He could not fathom how the southern domain's imperial clan could permit a dynasty to assume the role of overlord. Resolving to temper the arrogance of the Qingyu dynasty before exploring the southern domain's imperial clan, he deepened the disdain etched upon his features. Pointing menacingly at Nangong Wen Tian, he coldly declared, "What a coincidence it is to hear of your exploits, heralded as the greatest talent of the Qingyu dynasty. I had expected only a modicum of exaggeration. Yet here you stand, unable to withstand even a single blow from me. What a farce. You are nothing short of pathetic." His words grew more fervent as he gestured toward him, exclaiming, "This is the prodigy cultivated by the southern domain's overlord power? Truly laughable." Boom, boom, boom. Around them, countless onlookers erupted with powerful auras, their eyes fixated on this audacious individual, spewing arrogance. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times over. At that moment, the elder who had stood silently behind him let out a cold snort, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of the great emperor's third realm, which instantly dispersed the surrounding auras, leaving the onlookers gasping for breath, engulfed by a suffocating sensation. The lowly dynasty dares to exert pressure on our esteemed young master, truly a display of utter hubris. In the western regions, numerous dynastic powers exist. Among them, the ruler of a dynasty, at best, can be merely an emperor. With his formidable strength at the third level of emperor rank, he commands respect and fear, a force to be reckoned with amidst the myriad dynasties. Coupled with his imperial lineage, he inspires an even greater trepidation. The crowd, overwhelmed by the aura he exudes, struggles to breathe, their faces etched with indignation. They yearn to voice their thoughts, yet the words elude them, cold sweat cascading down their brows. The elder, with a sinister grin, raises his hand and points at an individual within the throng, sensing an intense murderous intent emanating from him. He then slightly spreads his palm, intent on crushing this individual into a mist of blood. At that moment, several figures suddenly emerge from the periphery, clad in white garments and adorned with masks. Each carries a 3-foot-long sword at their waist. As they reveal themselves, the sound of swords being unsheathed resonates through the air. They brandish their swords, directing their pointed tips toward the audacious elder, their collective might surging forth as they proclaim, "In the realm of Qingyu, do not act recklessly." Boom, boom, boom. They stand in a commanding position, the sword energy slicing through the surroundings for 3 miles, advancing upon the elder. As they draw their swords, the overwhelming pressure he exuded dissipates entirely. The crowd, once gasping for air, now breathes deeply, relief washing over them, as they regain their composure and behold the sword-wielding guardians. Their expressions shift to one of elation, eager to witness how the elder would respond to these sword attendants. Indeed, they are the sword attendants of the dynasty. How will he manage now? Leading the charge is the esteemed sword attendant chief, Jian Yi, at the first level of emperor rank. It is said that Jian Yi could defeat General Ning Wu with a single strike. One wonders if this elder can withstand Jian Yi's blow. After all, General Ning Wu is at the second level of emperor rank. If he cannot endure even one strike from Jian Yi, this elder appears weaker than Ning Wu. I wager he cannot withstand a single strike. Who among you wishes to place a bet? Are you serious? You're starting a gamble now? Do you not recall that Jian Yi recently raided a gambling den? The crowd turns their gaze toward the man who suggested the bet, their expressions reflecting a shared concern for his safety. "I was merely jesting," he replies, sweat beading on his forehead as he raises his hands in a placating gesture. Unbeknownst to them, he indeed knows that the gambling den recently raided belonged to his family. His remark stems from a long-standing habit, one that is not easily shaken off. The sword attendants surrounding them are the very 3,000 guardians he had secured upon his arrival at the Qingyu dynasty. He assigned 3 positions, known as sword marshals, based on the strength of their abilities. Each sword marshal was a formidable emperor-level warrior, commanding a retinue of 999 swordsmen, all of whom were bound to obey him. These 3 sword marshals were bestowed the titles of Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3 by Mo Ran. Their duty was to safeguard the empire alongside the Qingyu soldiers. Upon hearing this, the elder at the 3rd level of the emperor realm furrowed his brow. Perceiving the overwhelming aura and fluctuations of power emanating from the swordsmen surrounding him, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Each of these swordsmen was a leader at the 3rd level of the Fate Palace realm, their garments emblazoned with the character 1, which he assumed referred to Sword 1. As he observed Sword 1, who was enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy, wielding a long sword that projected a 3-meter arc of sword intent. The elder was about to clarify that there had been a misunderstanding. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Shi, who, with a furious shout, exclaimed, "Dare you point your sword at me? You surely do not know how to write the character for death." This provoked his wrath. As a young master from a prestigious imperial family in the Western Territories, he was accustomed to having the final say, always brandishing his sword, or rather, his fist, against others. He could hardly fathom that anyone would dare to point a sword at him. Those who had done so in the past had long since found themselves 6 feet under. Yet, here in the Qingyu Empire, he found himself confronted by a multitude of swords aimed at him. He vowed that today, either these individuals would find themselves buried next year, or he would. Meanwhile, the elder beside him, witnessing his master's reckless bravado, felt his lips twitch in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. With such audacity from his young master, was there any hope for reconciliation? It seemed there was none, for he could already sense the overwhelming sword energy that had been stirred up in the vicinity. Particularly, the commanding Sword 1 exuded an imposing aura at the 1st level of the Emperor realm. Suddenly, numerous runes appeared, swirling around his long sword. In swift succession, several swordsmen raised their weapons, their own powers at the 3rd level of the Fate Palace surging forth. They formed hand seals, and beneath Xiao Shi and the elder's feet, a formation materialized, enveloping them within its confines. "What is this? Release us. Do you not realize that such actions are tantamount to courting death?" Xiao Shi exclaimed in panic, bewildered by the sudden entrapment of the formation. He had thought that invoking the Xiao family name would deter them from taking action against him. Did this lowly empire truly fear no retribution from the Xiao family? He refused to believe it. They must be attempting to intimidate him. Yet, Sword 1 would not indulge his bluster. With a single word uttered from his lips, the tension escalated. The numerous sword-wielding warriors swiftly drew their blades, directing their strikes toward the 2 individuals, delivering a devastating blow. Instantly, the surroundings erupted in a flurry of sword lights, and within the formation, the intent of the swords surged violently, blood splattering in all directions. As the brilliance of the swords dissipated and the formation waned, the ground had already been stained a deep crimson. Clouds of gray smoke rose and scattered, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. The sound of blood dripping resonated in the ears of the onlookers, stark and vivid. After being pierced by countless sword energies and meeting a gruesome end, the elder had one of his arms reduced to a mist of blood. He valiantly shielded the trembling Xiaoshi behind him, ensuring that she suffered not a scratch. In stark contrast, he was left barely clinging to life, his garments torn asunder, revealing clear trails of blood. The severed arm continued to drip crimson, a testament to the sheer difficulty of withstanding such an onslaught. The surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence upon witnessing the elder's tenacity. They were astonished that he would endure such suffering rather than allow Xiaoshi to be harmed in the slightest. Gazing at the bloodied figure before him, Xiaoshi's face was a mask of terror. Her pale lips quivered as she stammered, "Uncle Wang, are you all right?" With a slow turn of his head, the bloodied elder glanced at Xiaoshi, whose clothes bore only minor tears from the sword energy. He exhaled a long, relieved breath and shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. Though his voice failed him, he was utterly drained. Speaking would surely unleash the tumultuous blood surging within his throat, and he feared it would spill forth uncontrollably. Upon hearing her words, Jian Yi gracefully leaped down from the rooftop to the ground. He noticed the gravely injured elder, who was resolutely holding on, and beneath his mask, his expression remained inscrutable. He raised his sword, poised to deliver a final strike, when a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. Recognizing the newcomer, Jian Yi swiftly sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the young master." The newcomer was none other than Shen Qingqing, who had just exited the secret chamber. As she emerged, she sensed a powerful aura in this direction and approached, curious to discover who dared to act so audaciously within the realm of the Qingyu Empire. Little did she anticipate encountering such a brutal scene upon her arrival. She acknowledged Jian Yi with a gentle hum, recognizing him, and then turned her gaze to the bloodied elder and the trembling Xiaoshi, whose face was ashen. "Jian Yi, what transpired here?" she inquired. In response, Jian Yi raised his head and recounted the entire sequence of events to Shen Qingqing, leaving no detail unspoken. "Hey, did you hear that?" The sword guard commander addressed her as "my lady." "Are you deaf? Who is this? You don't even know?" "I just arrived in the capital from Longnan and am not well acquainted with court affairs." "Now listen closely." Among the crowd, many faces displayed confusion, yet some recognized Shen Qingqing. A passerby whispered, "This is none other than the Grand Princess of our Qingyu Empire, Shen Qingqing." Although the passerby had lowered their voice considerably, those with keen ears caught it. Expressions shifted among the crowd. It is common knowledge that the Qingyu Empire has two princesses. The younger princess is frequently seen, often getting into trouble and punished, as she enjoys wandering about, hence most people have encountered her. Conversely, the Grand Princess seldom makes an appearance, since her return to the Qingyu Empire over the years. Only a handful of court officials have seen her once or twice. Her presence now is indeed a rarity. Consequently, the expressions on the faces of the crowd varied immensely. After listening to Jian Yi's slow recounting, Shen Qingqing slightly furrowed her brows, disregarding the obstruction of the bloodied elder and swiftly gliding past him. From a position of superiority, she cast a cold glance at the trembling Xiaoshi, who was cowering on the ground, and said, "You possess an Imperial Artifact." Upon hearing the term Imperial Artifact, Xiaoshi, fearing that Shen Qingqing intended to seize his weapon, cautiously withdrew his hand, attempting to conceal the fist adorned with the artifact. He remained silent, hastily shaking his head to indicate he had none. Seeing his subtle movements, Shen Qingqing scoffed disdainfully. What was he trying to hide? Such worthless trash. She wouldn't even accept it if offered for free. She bestowed a benign smile upon Xiaoshi, her lips curling upward, appearing even more amiable. "I offer you a chance to leave unscathed." Suddenly, she directed her gaze towards the bloodied, feeble elder beside her, as if addressing both him and Xiaoshi. "Receive one strike from me. If you can still stand, I shall send you both away." She shifted her focus back to Xiaoshi and said, "What say you?" Her tone was utterly calm, devoid of any hint of anger. Yet, from her words, It was evident that regardless of whether they could withstand her strike today, they would not depart unscathed. However, Xiao Shi took her words at face value. He glanced at the seemingly ordinary Shen Qingqing, who possessed nothing remarkable apart from her beauty. His eyes gleamed with confidence. This girl appeared to be merely 14 or 15. How strong could she possibly be? He was a prodigy of the third realm of the Fate Palace. Could this girl even possess the Fate Palace realm? Surely. She lacked even the ability to breathe properly. Was this a display of disdain towards him? Just a single move, let alone merely receiving one of her strikes. Even if it were 10 moves, he, Xiao Shi, would endure them all. Faced with Shen Qingqing, there was no trace of fear upon his visage. Rather, he perceived a glimmer of hope for a safe escape. He resolutely nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well." At that moment, he envisioned himself successfully withstanding her sword strike, departing unscathed, only to return with a multitude of formidable allies to exact vengeance upon the Qingyu dynasty. He stifled the discomfort born of fear, forcing himself to stand tall, a smile of anticipation gracing his features. "So, you are a princess? You underestimate me, do you? Once I, Xiao Shi, emerge alive from this ordeal, the Qingyu dynasty shall pay a bloody price. How dare you belittle me, Xiao Shi? After I bring ruin to the Qingyu dynasty, you will come to know the depths of my wrath." With this thought, the pallor on his face dissipated as he began to fantasize about a splendid future. His sordid desires were laid bare upon his countenance, not out of a lack of desire to conceal them, but rather because he had never learned the art of disguise. Thus, his innermost thoughts were easily discerned by others. With a deep breath, Shen Qingqing turned away, taking several steps back to create some distance. Before glancing at the bloodied elder standing awkwardly to the side, Jian Yi, understanding her intent, seized his long sword and struck out at the elder. Instantly, the elder's body flew backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing violently against the wall. The blood that gushed from him stained the entire surface. And at that moment of impact, the turbulent energy within him surged beyond his control, resulting in a violent spurt of blood. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as onlookers gazed in disbelief, murmuring amongst themselves, "Can this old man still be alive?" Chapter 87. Fate Between Us, Uncle Wang. Upon witnessing Jian Yi's audacity in attacking the elder of the Wang lineage, fury ignited within Xiao Shi. He cast a cold glare at Jian Yi, and then turned his gaze menacingly towards Shen Qingqing. He understood that Jian Yi's assault on his Uncle Wang was orchestrated under her command. Suppressing the rage that flared within him, he unleashed a powerful aura, the strength of his cultivation at the third realm of the Ming Palace erupting forth. "You wish to exchange blows? I, Xiao Shi, am unafraid." Seeing this, Jian Yi nodded slightly at Shen Qingqing and retreated a few paces, yet remained within striking distance to ensure her safety, unwilling to withdraw too far. It is not that this young man could actually harm Shen Qingqing. Rather, there is a fear that striking the younger might invoke the elder's protection. Typically, such individuals possess certain life-saving measures, making it far from arduous to withstand Shen Qingqing's strike. However, the concern lies in inadvertently triggering these protective measures, which could result in injury to Shen Qingqing, a situation that would be dire indeed. Come on, not to mention receiving one strike. I, Xiao Shi, shall endure 10. Upon hearing this, Jian Yi was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his footing. "Young man, your courage is commendable." Observing Xiao Shi, whose imposing aura had erupted, Shen Qingqing regarded him with disdain. Having recently grasped the principles of ice, she was in desperate need of a practice target. And this was the perfect opportunity to gauge the strength of the Ice Clan's laws. Suddenly, a flash of white light emanated from her eyes, and a faint veil of ice and snow enveloped her. The surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly. What kind of divine power does the Grand Princess wield? It's freezing. I've never encountered anything like this. I'd better retreat to a safe distance. This cold is unbearable. Indeed, it would be unfortunate if we were to suffer from this. The onlookers nodded in agreement with this sentiment. As they observed the snowflakes descending and the temperature dropping sharply, the crowd chose to step back, distancing themselves to watch the spectacle, lest they succumb to the cold. A layer of frost hovered around her, and a frost imprint gradually appeared behind her. White mist enveloped her delicate hands, while an abundance of spiritual energy surged towards her. She formed a seal, and the cascading frost instantaneously transformed into a multitude of sharp blades. "Go," With her command, the myriad ice blades behind her transformed into streaks of light, slicing toward Xiaoshi. As the ice blades sliced through the air, the very atmosphere around them froze in their wake. Feeling the intense chill approaching, Xiaoshi displayed an expression of disdain. Ice was of no concern to him. His fists ignited with flames, as the Imperial Artifact gauntlets unleashed streams of profound fire, coalescing into a dazzling, multicolored blaze. A sea of flames unfurled behind him, flames flickering and swirling, gathering upon his fists, solidifying into a manifestation of raw ferocity. Shen Qingqing responded with a cold smile. "Jian Yi, lend me your sword." As her words fell, she deftly caught the sword that Jian Yi had tossed to her. The moment the long sword was in her grasp, the white mist surrounding her hands enveloped it completely. With the sword in hand, she began to wield it, channeling her sword intent to its fullest potential. Ultimately, the frosty sword aura coalesced into three figures around her, the icy mist entwining the blade. She directed her sword towards Xiaoshi, striking with a swift, decisive blow. Accompanied by the descent of the icy blade, a radiant beam of sword light surged forth, aiming to strike Xiaoshi. The icy blade collided with the inferno that erupted behind Xiaoshi, yet it failed to perturb him in the slightest. In response, his fiery fist, not to be outdone, swung his arm in a series of rotations, forming a circle of flames. As the fire circle coalesced, the formidable fist, now enveloped in arcane fire, emanated a sense of impending destruction. He shouted, "Arcane fire, great strength fist." With a sudden lunge, he hurled his fist towards Shen Qingqing. The momentum appeared unstoppable, yet his footing was precarious, suggesting that his cultivation might have been artificially enhanced through the use of elixirs. As he neared Shen Qingqing, she elegantly waved her jade hand, unleashing a stream of chilling sword energy. The moment the fiery fist was set to collide with it, a cloud of dust erupted. With a resounding crash, the icy sword light cleaved through the so-called fiery fist, striking him squarely in the chest. The force of the blow sent his body hurtling backward, raising a cloud of dust as he fell, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers fell into a hushed silence. Shen Qingqing returned her sword to its sheath and declared, "Kill him." That strike had not been executed with her full strength, and she surmised that Xiaoshi still clung to a thread of life. She had refrained from unleashing her complete power as she had only just comprehended the principles of ice, uncertain of their potency. She wished to consolidate her newfound mastery, treating this encounter as a mere exercise, having intended to seek out a beast instead, one with tough skin and ample endurance. She had not anticipated such an affair would transpire. A willing target had presented itself, and she would not let it go to waste. Regarding the Imperial forces behind him, Shen Qingqing remained unfazed. "A joke. My father is an immortal. What do I have to fear? If you have the ability, come and strike me." Such were her thoughts. She had begun to notice a shift within herself. Indeed, the weight of a powerful background could easily lead to hubris. She resolved to temper her pride, lest she become like Xiaoshi in the future, which would be truly dreadful. As she spoke, Jian Yi glanced at Xiaoshi, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath. With a raised hand, he concentrated his sword energy and delivered a precise strike, cleaving through the sky with unerring accuracy. Should no one intervene, this blow would surely seal Xiaoshi's fate. Just as the dust began to settle, a sigh drifted down from the heavens. "Ah, why must you be so ruthless, my dear sir?" Before Xiaoshi stood a bald monk, radiant with a golden glow as if adorned with a ton of gold, draped in robes of Buddha. He delicately pinched the sword chi that had been unleashed from Jian Yi's hand. A crisp crack echoed, and the sword chi shattered like fragments of glass, scattering across the ground. "Goodness, the meddlesome monk of the Shao clan from the southern domain," someone remarked. "Wait, my friend, could you clarify what you mean by a meddlesome monk? Indeed, does he have a penchant for meddling?" The crowd was evidently intrigued by the sudden appearance of the golden glowing monk. Amidst the throng, a bystander who recognized the elderly gentleman shook his head in disbelief and quickly waved his hands, explaining, No, I meant to say that this monk's surname is Duo Guan, and his given name is Xian Shi." The crowd, initially expecting some juicy gossip, sighed collectively upon hearing this revelation, redirecting their attention back to the unfolding scene. Witnessing how effortlessly the monk shattered Jian Yi's sword chi, he hastened forward. While the sword attendants stationed atop the roof promptly descended, swords drawn in readiness. The monk before them possessed formidable cultivation, evidently hailing from a different realm, as there were no monks in the southern domain. It seemed he had a vested interest in saving the young man, likely due to some connection. You wish to rescue him? The monk smiled knowingly. Not at all. He glanced disdainfully at Xiao Shi, who lay sprawled like a lifeless dog, perplexed as to why the imperial scion insisted on his presence. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Shen Qingqing, joining his hands in prayer, quietly chanting Amitabha, and cheerfully declared, I have observed the celestial signs and calculated that someone here shares a fate with me, this benefactor. He cast a glance at Shen Qingqing, and instantly, several strands of sword chi surged forth, threatening to ensnare the meddlesome monk. How dare this bald man set his sights on their young master? However, the monk, with his hands still clasped, murmured something inaudible, causing the sword chi to dissipate entirely. Then, a Buddhist seal appeared beneath him, and with a swift stride, he reached out towards Shen Qingqing, evidently intending to abduct her. Such audacity! Boom! A fiery lotus cascaded from the heavens, descending upon the monk. Upon witnessing this, the monk hastily withdrew, retreating to Xiao Shi's side. As the fire lotus struck the ground, it ignited a cataclysm of flames. From the inferno emerged a graceful figure, draped in a veil and clad in red attire, her presence rendering the world around her pale in comparison. The emperor himself felt the intensity of her murderous gaze as she coldly remarked, You are fated to be here. This place is suitable for your burial. Chapter 88. Do you intend to destroy my dynasty? The figure of Shen Qingqing emerged slowly from the raging inferno, each step resembling the graceful bloom of a lotus. She is the empress. As she strode forth from the sea of flames, the onlookers could not help but exclaim in awe, instinctively prostrating themselves and chanting in unison. We pay homage to the empress. Shen Qingqing cast a fleeting glance at the crowd and softly commanded, Rise. Her tone was remarkably indifferent, devoid of any extraneous emotion. Observing this, the crowd gradually stood upright, their gazes towards the monk filled with sorrow, leading them to silently mourn his fate. What a disaster! Of all the people to provoke, why must it be the Grand Princess? Does this not invite the wrath of Dragon Scale? Upon hearing this, the meddlesome monk remained unfazed, his eyes glinting with avarice as he beheld Shen Qingqing. A sly smile crept upon his lips, as he believed himself to be utterly captivating. So you are the sovereign of this dynasty? This monk was no ordinary man. He was a demonic monk, transformed from a beast. His appearance and demeanor mimicked that of a monk due to having devoured a monk named Xianshi years prior. By virtue of his innate powers, he not only seized the monk's body and consumed his soul, but also mastered all his teachings. In the moment he assumed human form, he was pursued mercilessly by the Buddhist forces aligned with the monk's influential background. Just when his life hung by a thread, he was rescued by the young master of the Shao family from the southern domain. Recognizing the monk's remarkable talents and formidable strength, the young master took him under his wing, leading to the monk's eventual role as a protector of the Shao family's heir. Thus, tales of the lascivious demon monk spread throughout the western domain, and wherever he roamed, he would inevitably abduct several virtuous maidens for his nefarious purposes. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing chose to ignore him and turned instead to her companion, who was shielded by a cadre of swordsmen. She approached her slowly, and the swordsmen, recognizing her status as their mistress, graciously parted to grant her passage. Upon reaching Shen Qingqing, her companion inquired with concern, Qinger, were you frightened? Frightened? She glanced at the meddlesome demon monk and scoffed. That's impossible. My father is still here. Had that old fool dared to come any closer, he wouldn't have known how he perished. Thankfully, you arrived in time, mother, or else he would have met his end. But alas, it is merely a temporary reprieve. I am fine, mother, she replied. Very well, I shall go and sever the head of that bald donkey. A flash of anger ignited in her eyes. She then turned to confront the demon monk, her steps embodying the grace of a blooming lotus. Behind her, the ethereal silhouette of a fiery lotus began to manifest, transitioning from illusion to reality, her gaze chillingly resolute. Gazing upon him was akin to staring at a lifeless corpse. The meddlesome, idle monk, however, wore a visage of unwavering calmness, seemingly indifferent. In his eyes, a deeper malevolence flickered as he beheld Shen Qingqing. The mother and daughter duo, how delightfully wicked. This thought ignited an uncontrollable ecstasy within him, a sinister glee that was palpable. Unhurriedly, he clasped his hands together once more, adopting the demeanor of a venerable monk. "Dear benefactor," he intoned, "I have observed the celestial omens and calculated through my fingers. Both of you share a fateful connection with me. Why not abandon this mundane world and accompany me back to the western regions, to revel in carefree existence?" Before he could finish his words, a fiery lotus surged toward his brow with a cataclysmic intent, terrifying in its essence. Realizing the imminent danger, he was unable to articulate his unfinished sentence, and his palms came together forcefully. Behind him, a crimson Buddhist radiance manifested, resembling a living Azura. At that moment, the cultivation of a great emperor at the ninth heaven unleashed its full might. As the Buddhist light collided with the fiery lotus, a deafening explosion erupted. The fiery lotus detonated instantaneously, while her own emperor-level aura had already fully awakened, conjuring a sea of flames behind her. Hundreds of fiery lotuses, embodying the will to annihilate, coalesced in the void, just as she was about to issue a command to unleash the fiery lotuses upon the audacious monk. A streak of stellar sword light cleaved through the heavens, descending vertically toward him. Wherever the sword light passed, all was rendered to nothingness. The very structures of the Qingyu dynasty crumbled into a cloud of dust in the wake of that luminous arc. "Not good," the monk gasped, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He hastily seized the unconscious Xiaoshi behind him and soared into the sky. From his back, a pair of demonic wings sprouted, shimmering with golden light as he fled toward the horizon. His speed was astonishing. Yet, no matter how he attempted to evade, he could not escape the relentless sword energy that pursued him, having locked onto his essence. Cursed be this fate. Who could it possibly be? He transformed into a fleeting rainbow, cursing vehemently while glancing back anxiously. As the sword energy drew ever closer, desperation struck him. In a moment of cunning, he glanced at the unconscious Xiaoshi in his grasp and abruptly halted, hurling the boy toward the oncoming sword energy. Just a young master. Let the report state he perished in the Qingyu dynasty. Help will come to avenge him. Now, you must be powerless against me. Xiaoshi's body fell like a leaf carried by the wind, gently descending toward the stellar sword energy, just as he reveled in his own cleverness. Before the figure of Xiaoshi could even approach, he was mercilessly engulfed by the sword energy, ultimately dissolving into a mist of crimson that erupted in the air. Damn it! Upon witnessing this, the demon monk uttered an expletive, his complexion instantly paling, and his speed of retreat quickened even further. Cursed fate. I must not have consulted the almanac before venturing out today. Just as he prepared to glance back to gauge how far the sword energy was from him, a chilling voice abruptly pierced the air. My wife is indeed correct. Ran had materialized before him, forcing him to halt. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he brought his fingers together, unleashing a stream of sword energy that flowed from his fingertips, embodying the annihilating sword intent, surrounded by starlit radiance. You certainly have a profound connection with the land of my Qingyu dynasty. Before the demon monk could react, the sword energy glided slowly toward him. The dual onslaught of the annihilating starlit sword energy swiftly ensnared him with ruthless finality. As the starlit sword energy sliced through his body, there was not a hint of obstruction, no resistance was encountered, and it effortlessly cleaved him in two, severing even his soul. He barely had the time to utter the words, "Who are you?" before his lifeless form plummeted from the sky, merging with the earth, buried and transformed into nourishment. Just as he intended to return to Shen Qingqing's side to boast of his achievement, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up from behind, causing his expression to shift. He prepared to flee, but the alluring figure behind him spoke first. "Look below. Are you intent on destroying my dynasty?" Ever since Ran returned with her to the dynasty, she had not referred to herself as this emperor in his presence. Chapter 89. Let's compensate first, shall we? Below the Qingyu dynasty, the aftermath of the battle had left the landscape utterly ravaged. Numerous structures had been reduced to mere nothingness beneath the residual waves of Ran's starlit sword energy. The devastation was scarcely better than the incursions of the remnants of the three dynasties a decade prior. Hearing the familiar tone of his companion, Ran cast a glance downward. He sheepishly scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. "Rest assured, I am confident that the Shao family from the western regions would be more than willing to cover this expense." Humph. Shen Qingqing shot him a disapproving glance, unconvinced. Are you planning to go to the western regions? She inquired. Yes, Mo Ren nodded lightly. Though he was responsible for the chaos, he believed that grievances must have a source. If the Shao disciple had not been so arrogant, could the situation have escalated to this extent? Thus, he intended to pay a visit, perhaps to ransack a bit, and borrow some funds to compensate for the damages inflicted upon the dynasty. At his words, a peculiar expression flickered across Shen Qingqing's face beneath her veil. She softly remarked, I have heard that there are many beautiful women in the western regions. Will you bring back a sister for me? Upon hearing this, Mo Ran was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what his wife intended to convey. How could he possibly bring back a sister while he was merely here to collect a debt? Was that even feasible? If he did so, would he still be alive? Nevertheless, the notion that the western regions were indeed abundant in beauty was undeniably true. Well then, shall you accompany me? Mo Ran suggested. Shen Qingqing promptly shook her head in refusal. No, hurry there and back. If you dare to linger, I shall have your brother dealt with. She raised her hand, making a scissor gesture, and moved it a couple of times. Instantly, Mo Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Before long, he promised to return within half an hour. Satisfied with this assurance, Shen Qingqing nodded, imparted a few final words of caution, and transformed into a streak of light heading towards the Imperial Palace. After watching Shen Qingqing depart, Mo Ran intended to extend his consciousness to pinpoint the location of the Shao family in the western regions. However, unexpectedly, the mechanical voice that had been absent for much of the day echoed once more in his mind. Proceed to the western regions to sign in at the Shao family. Reward, none. Mo Ran gazed at the suddenly materialized text, rendered speechless. What was the purpose of this sign-in? Wait, hadn't this sign-in function been given away? Long ago, the ability of his system to sign in had vanished. When he inquired about its disappearance, the system replied, I gifted it away. Thus, he had transitioned from an initial phase of signing in to a daily existence devoid of any tasks, receiving whatever he desired without effort. Upon noticing the return of this sign-in interface, Mo Ran curiously asked, System, has the sign-in function returned? Just as he anticipated a satisfactory response from the rarely seen system, he was unexpectedly met with a scolding from the ethereal voice. Don't bother donating your eyes. Goodness. Mo Ran could only respond with an exclamation of disbelief. The system's temper was certainly growing more formidable. His wife had run off with someone else. It seemed he had neglected to showcase his verbal prowess for too long. This fellow had forgotten the pain after the wound had healed. Mo Ran smiled faintly. Is there something you need? Seeing the system respond, he quickly sent several telegraphic messages, concluding with, You carry on, I shall indulge in lemons. Naturally, the system would not indulge him. After engaging in a fierce battle of wits, it realized there was no benefit to be gained from him, thus retreated into silence. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. He admitted that he could not best Mo Ran in verbal exchanges, so he chose to remain unseen, unbothered, and undisturbed. In the western regions, within the domain of the Shao imperial family, countless clansmen have gathered together. Upon the elevated platform stands an individual of somewhat rotund physique, reminiscent of a pig, fervently articulating something. Below, the disciples applaud enthusiastically. At present, our clan has undeniably ascended to become the singular dominant force in the western regions. In order to solidify our foothold or perhaps expand our influence, I have resolved to forge an alliance with a foreign race to deliberate on grand strategies. The foreign race, this is a taboo existence within this realm. They are a group of unknown beings dwelling in the subterranean world. Long ago, these entities launched invasions upon the land, seeking to claim it as their own, resulting in widespread devastation among the inhabitants. To counter the incursions of these foreign beings, the entirety of the realm's cultivators united their strength, leading major sects in a concerted effort to eradicate the invaders. After a monumental struggle lasting several millennia, they were finally driven back to their dark underworld. It is said that this realm initially lacked the division into 4 territories. The origin of this division arose from the fact that there were 4 entrances through which the foreign race invaded the land. To better seal them away in the subterranean realm and prevent their return to plague the living, the world delineated the 4 territories according to cardinal directions and established 4 seals at each entrance. These seals were guarded by the dominant forces of each territory. Thanks to these seals, cultivators within this realm could thrive peacefully. The four seals are immensely powerful, reportedly bestowed by the heavenly Dao. As for which incarnation of the heavenly Dao granted them, who can say? The seals endure, and as long as they remain intact, the sealed foreign beings cannot trespass upon the land. However, there exists a critical vulnerability. The fate of the seals is interconnected. Should one seal be breached, the others will inevitably falter as well. To avert such calamities, a strategy was devised. A representative from the Eastern Territory would oversee the seal in the Western Territory. One from the Western would guard the Northern Territory, the Northern would watch over the Southern, and the Southern would monitor the Eastern. One must admit, this method has proven effective. Over the years, the seals have remained unbroken, while those dispatched to guard and suppress have taken root within their respective territories, dedicating generations to the safeguarding of the seals. And now, the assembly of the Shao Imperial clan occurs precisely at the site where countless cultivators once devoted their efforts to secure the exit of the foreign race. In the vast expanse of the plaza, an elderly man with flowing white hair is bound tightly, his body marred with wounds, blood oozing forth. It seems he has recently been injured and captured. At this moment, he lay prostrate on the ground, emanating an exceedingly faint aura. It appeared that someone had deliberately allowed him to cling to life, wishing to render his existence a torment rather than a release. Are you preparing to stand against the entire world? He uttered with great difficulty, enduring the discomfort brought on by his injuries. He was the guardian of this domain's seal, hailing from the eastern region and the Kanglan sacred land. Just moments ago, while vigilantly overseeing the sealed area, he had fallen prey to a treacherous ambush by the emperor of the Shao clan. 5 emperors had beset him, administering poison that rendered him incapable of summoning even a fraction of his strength. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as his kin were slaughtered one by one, leaving him to struggle alone in his dying moments. Upon hearing his words, the figure atop the platform curled his lips into a sinister smile. In a blink, he vanished from the high platform, reappearing at the elder's side. Without uttering a word, he delivered a brutal kick to the elder's abdomen, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Pain was etched across the elder's face as he endured the sudden onslaught. The assailant's gaze was filled with malice as he growled, "You wretched creature, speak forth the method to unseal." Or, he glanced at the sealing area beneath his feet, a wicked smile gracing his lips, "or we shall forcefully dismantle it." "Never," the elder retorted coldly. Should he divulge the unsealing method, this place would surely descend into chaos once more. By remaining silent, he retained a sliver of hope for resistance. After all, breaking a seal was no simple task. Otherwise, it would not be deemed a seal at all. "Then do not blame me." With that declaration, he raised his hand, a sharp blade of light flickering to life, aimed directly at the elder's head. In an instant, blood erupted, staining the earth beneath them. The elder's aura waned, ultimately dissipating into the void as he succumbed to his agonizing fate. TSK, TSK. Following the elder's demise, a sound echoed through the air, as if praising the assailant's skill, or perhaps mocking him. Soon after, a voice, its tone indiscernible, resonated, "Delay this matter for a moment, and compensate first, if you please." Chapter 90. I know you are anxious, but do not rush. The voice belonged to Mo Ran, who had traveled from the southern region, covering such a vast distance. He seemed to have accomplished it in just a few breaths, taking in the beautiful scenery along the way, his mood remarkably buoyant. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? An invader? Judging by his attire, he appears to be from the southern region. In the square, a multitude of voices echoed, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. Upon hearing the commotion, the leader among them raised his head towards the heavens, his gaze fixated on a mysterious, pristine figure resembling jade that loomed above. A ripple of astonishment surged within him as he pointed at Mo Ran and bellowed, "Who are you? How did you trespass into our domain?" No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming aura erupted from him, enveloping the surroundings like a tempest. How could it be that someone had silently infiltrated his clan's territory? Was the Imperial clan's barrier merely for show? Were the sentinels truly so inept? Did they not comprehend the significance of this day? Cursed be it. Below, a storm of thoughts whirled through his mind, each passing second birthing a new idea. This man was Shao Gu, the patriarch of the Shao clan of the western region. Just as Mo Ran was about to speak, an elderly figure rushed towards them from afar, urgency etched across his face. A cloud of dust billowed in his wake, signaling his haste. Patriarch! He sprinted to Xiao Gu's side, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his visage. This is grave news. Calm yourself. Speak slowly. Xiao Gu admonished, his tone laced with authority. What sort of elder behaves so chaotically? Where is your composure? All is lost. The jade tokens of the Imperial Prince, the fifth young master, the Elder of Idleness, and Elder Wang Outyin have all shattered. The elder's face drained of color, his lips trembling. What? Xiao Gu's countenance turned ashen in an instant. Boom. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd, whispers cascading among them, disbelief and shock painted across their faces. The shattering of the protective jade tokens signified something monumental, a reality they understood all too well. They were aware that their imperial prince had been heralded as a paragon of excellence millennia ago, a being undefeated across the western region. And that lascivious figure, the Elder of Idleness, had only recently awakened from slumber. Surely the world had barely had time to glance upon him. How could he be dead? Meanwhile, Imo Ran hovered above. Bewildered, every word exchanged below reached his ears without fail, and a smile almost escaped him. The Shao clan of the western region truly seemed to be beset by misfortune. Today, it appeared that he might very well obliterate them entirely. Among the 4 deceased, 3 were affiliated with the Qingyu Empire, and the last one seemed to have perished in the southern region, though it remained a mystery who had dealt the fatal blow. Upon this realization, he could not help but emit a soft chuckle, a sound that inevitably reached the ears of those below. Xiao Gu suppressed his sorrow. The agony of losing his son contorted his features into an expression of extreme ferocity. He craved an outlet for his anguish. Thus, he directed his gaze towards Imo Ran, who had inexplicably intruded upon his clan's territory. Suddenly, an imposing aura of the 9th level of the Emperor surged forth from him. In that very moment of his aura's eruption, several elders who had been standing beside him on the platform, passionately delivering their addresses, felt their own energies swell in response. Instantly, within the Shao Imperial clan's domain, fierce winds roared, and countless spiritual storms erupted. 5 individuals, ostensibly at the 9th level of the Emperor. Oh no, 5 pseudo-emperors. Yet, compared to the pseudo-emperors he had encountered previously, the aura emanating from them felt distinctly different. They seemed to possess a strength that surpassed even that of the pseudo-emperors from the southern region. Within them, there was something peculiar. As he observed the myriad spiritual storms swirling around him, Imo Ran wore an expression of indifference, choosing to disregard them entirely. Instead, he curiously absorbed the strange aura that radiated from their beings, an essence that appeared to belong to them, yet simultaneously did not. Moments later, as he noticed several spiritual storms rushing towards him, he raised his hand, and with a subtle wave, a gentle starlight flowed from his palm, instantly dissipating the approaching storms. Witnessing this, a curse escaped Xiao Gu's lips. What had he just witnessed? This individual had merely waved his hand and effortlessly neutralized their collective attack. Was he not a celestial being? They were indeed at the 9th level of the Emperor, though they were pseudo-emperors. The mysterious power within them had elevated their attacks far beyond the confines of that title. What ordinary emperor could achieve such a feat? This was beyond the realm of a mere immortal. It was akin to a divine act. As this realization dawned upon him, his face paled once more, cold sweat trickling down his back. If Imo Ran were to launch an attack against him, would he be able to withstand even a single strike? Hastily, he retracted his imposing aura, suppressing the sorrow on his face beneath the weight of his fear of death. May I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed presence within our clan? He ventured cautiously. At this, a flicker of confusion crossed Imo Ran's face. Hadn't this individual just moments ago appeared intent on ending his life? What had caused this sudden shift? What was this fearful demeanor all about? Had he done something? He found himself perplexed. Earlier, he had discerned the mysterious power within them. It was a seed, a remarkable seed capable of enhancing their strength. Situated at the very core of their hearts, the roots of the seeds now fully intertwine with their essence. It is as if they have become utterly inseparable, indistinguishable from one another. Though the nature of this phenomenon remains elusive, there is no need for him to gaze with his mortal eyes to discern that the seeds emitting a dark aura within them are undoubtedly malevolent. Drawing upon years of scholarly experience, it is evident that this tribe harbors no virtuous intentions. Earlier, it was mentioned that Imo Ran looked down upon them while demanding repayment. his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Subsequently, as they stood in bewilderment, he seemed to anticipate their reaction, retrieving a crystal orb from the confines of the system space. This recording orb, enhanced by spiritual energy, allows for a fleeting preservation of images. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the longer the duration of preservation. What kind of debt does our clan owe? Xiao Gu inquired, his expression one of confusion. He scoured his memories, but could not recall ever encountering Mo Ran. Moreover, in the western regions, it was others who owed debts to the Xiao clan. It was inconceivable that they would be indebted to anyone else. In response, Mo Ran smiled gently and waved his hand. I understand your impatience, but do not rush. Look here. He tossed the crystal orb gracefully into the air. Instantly, vivid scenes burst forth from the orb, transforming into a series of fleeting projections that flickered before the eyes of the gathered crowd. Images of the Xiao clan's tyranny in the Qingyu dynasty, along with scenes of lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground, flashed before them, including the demise of a meddlesome monk. As the final image faded, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard, particularly the elder who had hastened to deliver the news of death. Now paralyzed with fear upon the ground, sweat beading on his brow. Beside him, the clan leader Xiao Gu exhibited a remarkably complex expression, shifting and elusive, leaving one to wonder which facet of him was genuine. Once the display concluded, Mo Ran retrieved the orb, casting a glance at the stunned assembly. With a graceful smile, he addressed the visibly distressed Xiao Gu. The losses incurred by my Qingyu dynasty are indeed substantial. I wonder how you intend to compensate for them. As his words lingered in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the gathering. Their gazes towards Mo Ran were filled with incredulity. Surely, the images were unmistakably clear. It was evident that your starry sword Qi was far too formidable, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake, turning all it touched to ashes. How could this possibly be the fault of my clan's young master? I ask you, is he worthy? Even if one were to speak with venomous accusations, it should not be to this extent. You have already reduced him to this pitiful state. How could one seek recompense? Would you have us surrender the entirety of the resources of the Xiao Imperial clan to you? This is utterly absurd. At that moment, Xiao Gu, his countenance dark and deep in contemplation, finally lifted his head to meet Mo Ran's gaze, fury blazing in his eyes. The man before him had not only slain his son, but had also executed the clan's venerable elder. Now, he audaciously dared to come to the territory of his imperial clan to demand payment. Taking a deep breath, wary of Mo Ran's formidable prowess, he refrained from making any rash movements and spoke. Esteemed sir, indeed my son was at fault, yet you have already erased him from existence. Would it not be prudent to let this matter rest? At present, he was uncertain of Mo Ran's true strength. Yet he had effortlessly dissipated the spiritual storm they had conjured. No one present could have accomplished such a feat, indicating his extraordinary abilities. The vendetta of a slain son is one that cannot be overlooked. Once he releases the seals and allows the otherworldly beings to emerge, he would undoubtedly seek their assistance to obliterate him from this realm. No, he yearned to make this man suffer greatly, to let him experience the anguish of losing a loved one, the pain of losing a son. Mo Ran, however, remained oblivious to his thoughts, merely shaking his head slowly. He had no intention of sparing this clan. As the saying goes, if one does not eradicate the roots, the grass will grow anew with the spring breeze. This clan had offended him and spoken disparagingly of his wife and children. If he were to let this matter go, how could he face the few remaining readers he had? To speak candidly, I do not intend to show you mercy. His peripheral gaze swept across all the members of the Xiao Imperial clan gathered there, and with deliberate calmness, he continued, Therefore, do you wish to resist? Upon finishing, he brought his fingers together once more, raising them to his chest, where a glimmer of starlight manifested at his fingertips. It gradually coalesced into shimmering orbs that circled around his fingers. Although those present felt no palpable pressure emanating from him, an unsettling sense of dread filled the air. As they gazed upon the luminous spheres of starlight flowing from his fingertips, an invisible aura of murderous intent began to envelop the space around them, locking everyone in its grasp. Cold sweat poured from their brows, and many of the less experienced cultivators hastily unleashed their powers to stave off the impending dread. Waves of spiritual energy surged from within them, clinging tightly to their garments. Yet, Even this effort did little to alleviate their discomfort. After hearing Mo Ran's words, Xiao Gu and the elders standing beside him turned ashen, their expressions reflecting profound trepidation. Mo Ran had no intention of letting them go. Deep within, he could not help but curse Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi, Xiao Shi, why couldn't you just vanish quietly? Before disappearing, you had to drag down your entire family. You truly deserve to die. Had I known back then, I should have kicked you to death. I would not be facing such dire circumstances today. The more they contemplated, the angrier they became. Though they felt rage boiling within, they could not allow it to show. They could only sigh in silence, lamenting their misfortune for encountering such a foolish being. After a moment of reflection, they unleashed their full cultivation power. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions erupted from below. The 3 elders standing with Xiao Gu also summoned their entire strength to resist. Even though Mo Ran was formidable, they were not to be underestimated. They certainly would not sit idly by and wait for death to arrive. It was not so simple to take their lives. In an instant, the entire Xiao clan's domain trembled uncontrollably, akin to a cradle on the verge of collapse. Mo Ran furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before advising. I suggest you all refrain from resisting. If you do so, there remains a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation, to be reborn. Otherwise, as he spoke, a blade of light had already formed at his fingertip. Otherwise, you might not even have the chance for the next life. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. How audacious! This young man is truly arrogant. No reincarnation? No next life? My temper flares. I refuse to believe it. As his words fell, several subtle forces surged once more below. He observed the defiant ones with a cold smile. After all, he had already issued his warning. If they did not believe him, then let them test their fate. Watching the multitude rising in defiance, a slight smile graced his lips. The starlight sword energy he had gathered suddenly erupted into a brilliant radiance. In an instant, the sword energy within a radius of several miles coalesced at the moment the starlight burst forth. Centered around the starlight at Mo Ran's fingertip, the gathered sword energy coiled around it. Should you not believe me, then please proceed to your demise, Mo Ran uttered softly. With a swift motion of his fingertip towards the crowd below, the starlight sword energy was instantly unleashed, transforming into a tempest of sword energy, fiercely charging towards the gathered multitude. This singular starlight sword shadow encapsulated countless sword energies from the surrounding tens of thousands of miles, intermingled with traces of deadly intent. Not to mention the 3 great emperors. Even a demigod would perish beneath this single strike, their very souls obliterated. As anticipated, at the very moment the sword energy descended, before making contact with anything, the residual waves of the sword energy had already fragmented countless individuals of lesser cultivation beneath it into mere shards. A myriad of blood mist erupted from below, vibrant and resplendent, akin to balloons filled to the brim. Chapter 92. A sense of urgency gazing at the celestial sword energy converging from a radius of several miles, like a sky adorned with countless stars. The patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Gu, sensed the overwhelming aura intent on annihilation. With a swift motion of his hand, he commanded the surviving members, who were desperately resisting, to quickly activate the protective clan formation. Why do they not flee, choosing instead to await their doom? The murderous intent from all directions had them tightly ensnared. No matter where they sought to escape, the sword energy's lethal strike was inescapable. Only by enduring could they hope to glimpse survival and dawn. Upon Xiao Gu's furious exhortation, the remaining individuals below hastily engaged in intricate hand seals. The 3 elders beside him wiped the cold sweat from their brows, their aged hands deftly forming complex gestures. Strange ancient characters gradually materialized around them, all directing their energy skyward, aligned in a row. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to some unseen summons, wildly converging toward the ancient inscriptions. Brilliant beams of light erupted from each of them, soaring toward the heavens. Beneath their feet, a grand formation began to take shape. With their combined efforts, they infused their spiritual power into the formation. Above them, the ancient script suddenly radiated a dazzling white light, coalescing into a protective barrier that enveloped them securely. Observing this, Mo Ran remained expressionless, allowing them to struggle in vain. He had declared that this sword, even if confronted by a demigod, would claim a life. Their futile resistance elicited no sympathy from him. Rather, a cautious figure caught his attention. This was an unassuming disciple, clad in simple garb. The most ordinary type amidst the throng, hardly deserving of notice. Yet, he furrowed his brow slightly, as if sensing something amiss. At the moment the others coalesced their formation to withstand the onslaught of sword energy, he swiftly retreated to the rear of the group. This realm had already been ensnared by Rand's aura, yet the means by which this youth evaded capture remained a mystery. Had he been more observant, he might have truly allowed the boy to slip away. With his observant demeanor, it seemed he was preparing to seize an opportune moment to escape. In such dire circumstances, it was evident to any discerning eye that no one could contend with Rand. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. He perceived himself as those enduring hills, and thus, he resolved to flee. Upon witnessing the actions of the youth, Rand furrowed his brows in concern. This scene seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before, yet he could not recall the specifics. However, he understood that individuals of such a nature should be dealt with severely, for they were evidently cunning and fortunate in their endeavors. How else could one explain their ability to evade Rand's aura lock? At this moment, he surmised that the youth was contemplating a swift escape, intending to augment his strength before returning to exact revenge upon Rand. Truth be told, his current actions resembled those of a villain involved in the annihilation of entire clans. Thus, he felt compelled to exercise caution. If he were to eradicate a lineage, he must ensure that not a single one remained. To leave even one alive could result in the emergence of a destined figure, a child of fortune, or a harbinger of calamity. Such a prospect was intolerable. Although he could still eliminate them, the intricacies of fate and causality were beyond his comprehension. Consequently, he resolved to eliminate them all. The luminous barrier, formed by the great array, barely withstood the onslaught of the starry sword aura unleashed by Rand, shattering into nothingness within a mere 5 breaths. Several disciples of the Shao clan, who had infused their spiritual energy into the array to fortify it, spewed forth blood as the array collapsed, unable to withstand the backlash of the shattering formation. Clutching their chests, they fell to the ground, their expressions contorted in agony. The sword aura did not pause in its descent, even for a moment, as it continued to cleave downward. Faced with the impending doom of the starry sword aura, they found themselves unable to evade or flee. Tears streamed down their faces, for they were unwilling to perish in such a manner. With the last vestiges of their strength, they struck the ground fiercely with their fists, cursing their fate. What in the world is this force? How could it be so formidable? Damn it, I do not wish to die. I have yet to finish reading the novel Crossing a Century, Raising Daughters from the Immortal Emperor. Cursed Shao Shi. It was one thing to be arrogant in the western regions, but why continue this bravado elsewhere? I hate this. As the multitude of sword lights descended, countless members of the Shao clan shed tears of regret, wishing they could consume Shao Shi alive. They lamented their ignorance of the calamity that awaited them today. They should have taken the time to finish the unfinished novel. Alas, it seemed they would never again encounter such a captivating story. I hate this. Amidst the cries of regret, as the sword aura swept through, their bodies and souls alike were rendered into nothingness, vanishing eternally from this world. Meanwhile, several formidable emperors of the Shao clan, at the moment the formation was shattered, vented their fury upon their clan leader with a few harsh kicks, cursing him for the misdeeds of the progeny he had sired. After venting his frustrations, he was ultimately consumed by the celestial sword sea, which descended from the heavens like a cascade of starlight, reducing him to ashes. Meanwhile, the bewildered Shao Gu, having endured a few kicks, found himself dissipating into nothingness in his dazed state. Fortunately, Rand had not forgotten the purpose of his visit, to collect debts. As they teetered on the brink of death, on the verge of vanishing into the void, he swiftly seized the storage rings from their hands, also conjuring a doppelganger to raid their treasury, emptying it of its riches. The starlit sword energy poured down like a cosmic river, transforming the entire plaza into a desolate ruin beneath its onslaught. Within this wreckage, the sword energy rippled, refusing to be extinguished, as if the place had morphed into a realm governed by sword energy, where every flicker of starlight turned everything it touched to ash. Once this was accomplished, and as the myriad stars twinkled above, the turbulent clouds of dust began to settle. A seemingly ordinary disciple, clad in simple garb and devoid of any visible wounds, stood prominently amidst the ruins. He raised his head, locking eyes with Mo Ran, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. Truth be told, he was as baffled as anyone as to why he still drew breath. He had initially intended to seize the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos sparked by the shattering of the Grand Formation. Yet, to his dismay, the others lacked even the strength to run. They simply wept and pounded the ground in despair, shattering his hopes of escape. He had thought he was doomed, yet somehow, the Starlit Sword Sea had spared him, either by missing him entirely or by some fool shielding him. This inexplicable turn of events left him in a state of confusion and fear. With the entirety of the Shao clan extinguished, he was now their sole survivor. Could one blame him for his panic? To grasp the depth of his anxiety, one might liken it to scoring a mere 59 in a final exam. Chapter 93. A being neither human nor ghost, I am Shaoli, and I am currently in a state of alarm. Just moments ago, my family faced utter annihilation. All my kin have perished, struck down by the man before me with a single sword. What am I to do now? I am in desperate need. Is there anyone out there who can provide me with guidance? Help me. Shaoli glanced at Mo Ran, his face drenched in sweat. Yet he summoned the courage to raise his hand in greeting, as if to convey surprise. I'm still alive. Amidst the swirling dust enveloping him, he remained untouched. An anomaly in the chaos. Mo Ran furrowed his brow slightly, engulfed in self-doubt, incredulously staring at his own hands. It is indeed perplexing. How could anyone survive beneath the celestial rain of swords? Is there truly someone in this world endowed with such extraordinary fortune? To be honest, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Just then, the system, which had been absent for a considerable time, echoed once more in his mind with its mechanical synthesized voice. Ding! Another child of destiny with unparalleled luck has been discovered. Please eliminate them promptly. This youth possesses extraordinary fortune, akin to that of an immortal emperor. To prevent future calamities, you understand. Curse it. I knew it. Such acts of annihilation can only be perpetrated by villains. I am indeed a villain. How is it that I encounter these children of destiny wherever I go? And yet you claim not to be a villainous system. I am utterly astounded by your deceit. Mo Ran silently cursed within himself. However, he soon managed to calm his emotions. After all, the system had warned him, and thus, he could not afford to let this individual escape. He had previously remarked that acts of extermination often attract numerous children of destiny, especially after a family's downfall, as they alone bear the weight of their lineage's fortune, bolstered by the heavens' favor. How could they not defy fate? Wait, the heavens? Mo Ran glanced upward at the sky and resolutely nodded. After he dispatches this youth, he shall seek an audience with that small heavenly Dao. After a brief contemplation, merely a fleeting moment, Mo Ran withdrew his gaze, casting a cold glance downward at Shaoli, a glint of chilling light flashing in his eyes. He aligned his fingers, and once more, the astral sword energy flowed forth from his fingertips, coalescing. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to some unseen call, surging towards Mo Ran's fingertips with fervor. In a heartbeat, the astral sword light re-emerged. To ensure this young man could not evade the impending strike, a phantom of the starry river began to solidify behind him. Tens of thousands of sword energies instantaneously gathered behind him. One at his fingertip, countless others behind him, each imbued with the power to sever the very soul. This should be foolproof, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. The celestial rain of swords, upon Mo Ran's command, would charge forth like a stampede towards Shaoli's body. Upon witnessing this, Shaoli broke into a cold sweat, beads cascading down his face. His garments had already become drenched the moment he locked eyes with Mo Ran. As he beheld the reformation of the sword energy and the emergence of the starry phantom solidifying behind Mo Ran, conjuring countless astral sword energies, he was filled with regret. He lamented why he hadn't perished alongside them earlier, why he had to endure this excruciating torment of 1,000 swords piercing his heart alone. It is possible that even the heart cannot penetrate, and he has perished. Why must my fortune be so extraordinary? Are you unwell, Heavenly Path? His lips twitched, and his face was etched with terror. At this moment, within the halls of the Heavenly Path, a Chiyo, sitting cross-legged on the ground, the Heavenly Path sneezed violently. She wiped her nose with her small hand and gazed outside. Who is thinking of me? Moments later, Mo Rant's expression turned frigid as he pointed downward with 2 fingers towards the ruins where Xiao Li lay, lightly gesturing. A beam of sword light shot forth from his fingertips. The celestial sword rain behind him seemed to have found its long-sought target, surging madly towards Xiao Li. Seeing the torrent of sword energy rushing towards him, he realized there was no escape. If anyone could emerge to save him now, they would be utterly foolish. Resignedly, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled heavily, spreading his hands in a gesture of farewell to this world. Until we meet again in the next life, if fate allows. Before the sword light descending from the heavens could touch him, the resulting shockwave had already shattered his body, and his soul was reduced to ethereal fragments under the sword's piercing force. As a fierce wind swept by, he too was swept into the air, dancing amidst the gusts. So beautiful, so exquisite. This is truly a work of art. Once the myriad stars had dispersed, Mo Ran glanced at the Shao clan, now reduced to this state by his hand, and could not help but marvel at his own power, exclaiming, "I am truly formidable." Subsequently, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, such as the luck of the recently obliterated scion escaping like that Tang San, he meticulously scanned the entirety of this world with his divine consciousness, leaving no blade of grass unobserved. After confirming that nothing was amiss, he breathed a sigh of relief and departed gracefully, adorned with a collection of storage rings pilfered from the Shao disciples. I wonder how that little girl Linger is faring. She must have had her fill of fun by now. In the heavens above, Mo Rant's gaze drifted towards the distance, sensing a familiar aura emanating from afar. A tender smile blooming on his face. Why not take a guess at how the heir of the Shao family met his demise? Just as he pondered, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Upon hearing it, Mo Rant's expression darkened instantly, nearly causing him to faint. Could it be? Mo Rant's countenance shifted dramatically. He was slain by the destined maiden beside your second daughter. Upon hearing this, he exhaled in relief, patting his chest. Thank goodness. It wasn't my Linger who did it. Otherwise, the entire Shao clan would have perished at their hands. How ludicrous would that be? The father annihilates the clan. The daughter slays the heir. Is this the river of fate? No, it is not. The following statement nearly caused him, soaring through the air, to lose his balance and tumble down. The prince has set his sights on your daughter, intending to abduct her as a child bride, and even boasted of capturing the destined daughter of heaven, only to be struck dead by her in a single blow. As he regained his composure, a fierce look of anger etched itself onto Mo Rant's face. His eyes narrowed, and a fiery rage radiated from him. Within his dark eyes, the glimmer of murderous intent was unmistakable. You scoundrel, could you not have spoken sooner? Had I known earlier, I would not have allowed the Shao clan to meet such a swift end. Now, even their souls have been obliterated. There is no way to revive them and subject them to further torment. He shook his head in frustration, just as he resolved to open a portal and leap forth. Behind him, amidst the ruins of the Shao Imperial clan, tendrils of black mist coalesced, forming a sinister presence above the debris. A pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened, a flash of red light piercing through the darkness. Those crimson eyes fixated intently on the retreating figure of Mo Ran. The atmosphere thickened with a palpable aura of vengeance, etching Mo Rant's visage firmly into his memory. Damn the human race for thwarting my clan's ambitions. When the seal is broken, I shall ensure your entire lineage pays the price, and your soul shall suffer eternally. He growled, a chilling snort escaping his lips before he prepared to flee to another location. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran, poised to tear through the fabric of space, paused mid-motion, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Sensing the retreating black mist, he scoffed. What a wretched being, neither human nor ghost, finally daring to show itself. Chapter 94. For the sake of world peace, as the overwhelming murderous intent approached from behind, a smile spread across Mo Rant's face. He gradually turned to face the fleeing black mist. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned a radiant sword aura, directing it towards the direction of the retreat. A beam of annihilating sword light erupted from his fingertips. Earlier, he had sensed something amiss beneath the ruins. The seed nestled at the heart of the Shao clan had been severed from their very cores, obliterated by the residual force of his starry sword aura. It had subtly detached from their bodies, merging into the depths of the earth, hiding away in what it presumed to be a perfect concealment. Yet, It could not escape Mo Ran's keen perception. From the very beginning, he had been expanding his divine consciousness. After all, the eradication of an entire clan was not a matter to be taken lightly. The last individual who had approached carelessly had been met with retaliation from a protagonist. As the saying goes, if one does not eradicate the roots, the spring wind may cause them to sprout anew. Since he had chosen to eliminate, the roots certainly could not remain. Otherwise, trouble would undoubtedly follow. While this posed little inconvenience to him, being an invincible being, he found the task tedious. In an instant, the radiant sword energy emanating from his fingertips had already reached the black mist behind him. Just as it was about to penetrate his body, he suddenly reacted, sidestepping to evade Mo Ran's casual strike. Alas, although he managed to dodge, nearly half of his form was still sheared away by the residual force of the annihilating sword light. What once was a coherent mass of black mist was cleaved into mere fragments by Mo Ran's effortless blow. His aura continuously plummeted, descending from the 4th stage of the Emperor realm to the 3rd stage of the Life Palace. Upon witnessing this unearthly being's swift reaction, Mo Ran couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How could he have evaded? The black mist, now in a state of utter disarray, thought back to when he had clearly seen Mo Ran leave. How could he now detect his presence? This was somewhat confounding. Why was he so formidable? One strike had annihilated an entire clan, which he could excuse as mere weakness. But why could he not withstand even a single sword strike? I am not among those feeble pseudo-emperors. I am a true emperor. Though he had been sealed for an indeterminate length of time, his powers severely diminished. It was inconceivable that he could not endure even one of Mo Ran's strikes. Impossible. He must still be dreaming. He gazed intently into Mo Ran's eyes, silent, while internally howling in desperate rage. Yet Mo Ran paid no heed to his inner turmoil. After a moment of surprise, the starlight at his fingertips flickered once more. With a gentle sweep of his fingers towards the wretched being, a torrential downpour of sword rain coalesced, rushing towards him with astonishing speed. When he noticed the glimmer of starlight at Mo Ran's fingertips, a sound emerged from his mouth, indistinguishable as either human or ghost, as he bellowed, "Please, don't kill me." But the sword rain had already gathered, unstoppable like water spilled from a vessel, impossible to reclaim. This time, he had no chance to react. His body was swept away by the tempest of swords. In the instant the sword rain pierced through him, he was transformed into nothingness. After vanquishing this entity, Mo Ran cast a glance at the ruins below, a faint white mist manifesting in his eyes. At this moment, his gaze could pierce through all illusions. As he focused on the ruins, the entirety of the seal beneath them was unveiled before his sight. Observing a minute fissure at the side of the seal, Mo Ran smiled faintly and remarked, "So, this is where it crawled out from." Although he was unaware of what lay sealed beneath, he sensed that should the seal be breached in this world, it is inevitable that suffering and calamity will befall the living, heralding the arrival of a great catastrophe. How does one come to such knowledge? It is merely the result of experience. It manifests as a swirling mass of dark mist, a being that has been sealed away. Do you still harbor the delusion that these entities, which appear neither human nor ghostly, are benevolent? Is that even conceivable? It is well known that within the annals of fiction, beings of such a grotesque form have been thoroughly eradicated by an individual of the surname Shao, etched into the recesses of memory. Thus, to prevent this world from descending into chaos and to safeguard the peace of existence, Mo Ran resolves to diligently fortify the long-neglected seals of this realm. With that declaration, he gestures with his hands, and a celestial river of stars materializes behind him. Cosmic energies swirl around his form, and as he channels this stellar might, it cascades down upon the ruins beneath him. The formidable and domineering power of the stars reinforces his being, solidifying the seals with increasing strength. In a short span, what was once a dilapidated seal, dulled by the passage of time, regains its former brilliance as it merges with Mo Ran's celestial energy. Observing the seal beneath the ruins, now radiating dazzling starlight, Mo Ran nods in satisfaction. Now, there is no need to worry about the world's suffering devastation. As he speaks, he involuntarily lifts his head high, a proud expression gracing his features. Once again, I have saved the world. After completing his task, he turns away without a backward glance, brushing off his garments, tearing through the fabric of space to return to the Qingyu dynasty. The seal he has reinforced is now so robust that even the mightiest of celestial beings would struggle to disturb it. Meanwhile, in the other 3 domains where the seals are located, 3 venerable elders, their hair as white as snow, stare in bewilderment at the seal, which has now resumed its radiant glow. Cold sweat cascades down their brows, and they swallow nervously, fearing that the sealed entity might break free. They hastily begin to chant sealing incantations as a precaution. After a considerable time, they realize that the seal has not been breached. Rather, it has grown even more secure. With a collective sigh of relief, their expressions shift to one of perplexity. The 3, situated in different realms, share a silent understanding and simultaneously gaze skyward, uttering in unison. Is this a sign of divine favor? Just as their confusion lingers, a servant hastily approaches from behind, panic etched across his face. As he runs, he gasps for breath and exclaims, "It's terrible! It's terrible!" 3 elderly servants, after a strenuous journey, leaned heavily on their knees, gasping for breath. Once they regained their composure, they hastily lifted their heads, revealing a jade token tightly clutched in their hands. With pale lips trembling, they uttered in a quavering voice, "Master." The jade token has shattered. As the words fell, the 3 elders snapped back to reality, jolted from their earlier elation over the strengthened seal. Upon hearing the servant's report, their expressions shifted from joy to disbelief, and they roared, "What?" Chapter 95. Host, you are quite remarkable. Upon Mo Rant's return to the Qingyu dynasty, the domain of the Shao Imperial clan in the western region transformed into a desolate wasteland. The annihilation of the clan by an unnamed formidable entity quickly spread throughout the other 3 realms, leaving countless individuals in shock. In the wake of the Shao clan's downfall, numerous imperial forces in the western region launched assaults against their neighboring dynasties. In an instant, the entire region was engulfed in unprecedented chaos. For years, these factions had been suppressed by the Shao clan, harboring a simmering anger. With the clan's destruction, this pent-up fury was finally unleashed. Thus began the era of imperial rivalry in the western region, raising the question of which dynasty would emerge as the next dominant force. The once repressed sealing grounds belonging to the Shao clan vanished amidst the flames of war. Upon receiving news of the elders' demise, the 3 guardians of the seals in the other 3 realms hastened to the Shao clan's former sealing grounds, only to find it reduced to ruins, shrouded in the aftermath of conflict, making it nearly impossible to trace. Consequently, the sealing grounds in the western region were entirely buried by the earth, lost to sight. Fortunately, the seals in the other 3 realms remained intact, although the location of the western region seal was currently unknown. The characteristics of the 4 seals indicated that the western region's seal remained unaffected by the turmoil. Thus, they chose not to dwell on the matter for too long. After all, there was no point in fretting over something that could not be found. What purpose would it serve? Digging to the depths of the earth? Truth be told, the concealment of the seal, making it hard to locate, was far safer than exposing its whereabouts, as it mitigated the risk of others seeking to disrupt it. Furthermore, as long as they diligently fortified the existing 3 seals, the disappearance of the western region's seal would pose no significant issue. After pondering this, they departed. Meanwhile, in the skies above, within the hall of heavenly Dao, once seated in serene contemplation, the young Dao of heaven abruptly opened her eyes. A look of sheer terror etched upon her face as she gazed ahead, as if a great calamity were about to befall her. Fixing her gaze, she beheld a jade figure, whose arrival was unknown to her until that moment, standing at the threshold. The figure gradually approached her, wearing an enigmatic expression that seemed to straddle the line between a smile and a smirk, and inquired, "Dear brother, what brings you to my Dao palace today?" The visitor was none other than Mo Ran. Upon hearing her words, he cast a glance at the jade seat beside him before sauntering over to settle into it with a fluid grace. Once seated, he turned his gaze to the young Dao and remarked with a smile, "Is it so unusual for me to visit and spend time here? Where else would a brother feel so at home?" With a flick of her delicate hand, the young Dao gestured around the empty expanse of her palace and replied, "But what is there to enjoy? Besides this solitary jade seat and the peculiar talisman radiating purple light beside me, the Dao Palace is utterly devoid of anything else." Mo Ran shot her an exasperated glance, dismissing her words without a second thought. Yet what could he do? Aside from the jade seat and the peculiar talisman that floated beside her, emanating an ethereal purple glow, the entire palace was barren. Initially, Mo Ran intended to inquire about the matter of the fated child of destiny, yet upon reflection, he realized that the Tao of Heaven was likely concerned with the child of destiny, or daughter, instead of matters of fortune. Thus, he refrained from asking. However, he found himself captivated by the talisman that hovered beside her, glowing with a mysterious purple hue. Noticing his gaze shift from her to the talisman, the young Tao smiled mischievously, a secretive grin playing upon her lips as she thought, "How could I have forgotten about my brother?" She had long wished to dismantle this talisman, a remnant of the former Tao of Heaven, which perpetually radiated a purple light and disrupted her peaceful slumber. Yet, despite her best efforts, she had been unable to budge it even slightly. It was as unyielding as a stone. Or rather, it resembled an extraordinary entity. At least a stone could be crushed with a mere touch, but this talisman, which disturbed her sleep, remained impervious to her attempts. With Mo Ran's arrival, she seized the opportunity to seek his assistance in discerning the nature of this vexing object, for he embodied the essence of the Tao far more than she did. Thus, she stepped aside slightly, fully revealing the talisman, and pointed at it with both hands, exclaiming, "Brother, do you have any idea what this object is?" In response, Mo Ran, drawn to the talisman, glanced at her with a perplexed expression and replied, "I have no idea. Isn't this your possession? Why are you asking me?" Though he was uncertain of its nature, the aura emanating from it was strikingly similar to that of the young Tao before him. Clearly, it was her possession. How could she not know? In response, the young Tao blinked in confusion, resembling a little penguin as she shook her head. She expressed her ignorance and then explained to Mo Ran, "This does not belong to me. It was left by the previous celestial." Subsequently, she blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, adorably pleading, "Brother, could you possibly help me destroy it? If it's really too much, and you like it, I'll give it to you. What do you say to taking it away?" She truly wished to rid herself of this item, as it severely disrupted her sleep. Each night, she was blinded by the purple light it emitted, and if this continued, her growth would be stunted. How many hours of sleep did the celestial require to grow taller? She was utterly frustrated with the former celestial. After all this time, she still appeared as a child. As for her adorableness, she had unintentionally imitated a child resembling Mo Ran during her leisurely wanderings in the mortal realm. She couldn't help but wonder if this was a romantic entanglement Mo Ran had gotten himself into. She dared not say aloud, observing the celestial's rather unserious demeanor. Mo Ran wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to inquire about the item's nature, only to find she was equally clueless. After some contemplation, he nodded and remarked, "It can be done, but do you truly wish to destroy this? It appears rather significant." Although he was unaware of its nature, the aura it exuded suggested its importance. However, the little celestial was far too preoccupied to consider its significance. This object had already gravely affected her growth. Upon seeing Mo Ran nod in agreement, her eyes lit up with determination, and she vigorously nodded multiple times to convey her resolve. Very well. Though uncertain of her intentions, Mo Ran was at a loss in the face of her pleading expression. After all, it was her possession. Having consented, Mo Ran wasted no time. With a swift motion, he struck, unleashing a beam of starlight the moment he waved his hand, instantly incinerating the purple glowing talisman into nothingness. Witnessing this effortless act of destruction, the little celestial stared in shock, her eyes wide and her mouth agape. This object had tormented her for far too long. Yet, she soon burst into joyous laughter, secretly rejoicing, "At last, I can sleep peacefully and grow taller." Meanwhile, Mo Ran looked on in bewilderment. How could someone be so elated at the destruction of a treasure? This world must be mad. After resolving the matter, he felt there was no reason to linger for dinner, given there was nothing to be had. He then stood up, preparing to depart. At this moment, within his mind, it felt as though he had just returned from a fierce battle, with ethereal synthesized sounds resonating in his consciousness. "Host, it's only been a moment since we last met, and you are quite impressive. You've already dispersed the power of rules left by the former heavenly path so swiftly." As the voice of the system echoed in his mind, Mo Ran's body, which had just risen, suddenly stiffened, and his expression darkened instantly. "No way. Is it true? Are you saying that the talisman I just burned was the power of rules left by the former heavenly path? He knew it was no ordinary object, yet he had not considered this possibility. Please don't trap me like this, system. He was well aware of what the power of rules left by the former heavenly path entailed. From what he understood, the former heavenly path was not averse to conflict, constantly seeking ways to engage in battle. However, while desiring conflict, he also ensured the protection of this world. Yet, amidst the chaos, one cannot avoid being touched by the thorns. There was even a time when he faced a setback, suffering grave injuries in a confrontation, which left him severely weakened. To prevent retaliation from the forces behind his opponent, he established a certain rule and swiftly departed to nurture a new heavenly path. This rule, while safeguarding the world's security, also led it astray from its original course, severing the path of emperors and immortals. As a result, beings from the higher realms could not descend, and those from the lower realms could not transcend, leaving them to await the arrival of death. However, with the birth of the new heavenly path, everything gradually began to return to its rightful track, though it would require some time to fully revert. The former heavenly path had calculated this time well. The stronger the new heavenly path became, the faster the power of rules would dissipate. Yet now, Myriad had prematurely scattered this power of rules, indicating that immortals could indeed traverse realms. Wasn't this quite the conundrum? Just a while ago, had he not slain an Immortal King? He had acted swiftly. Surely no one had noticed him, right? I was quick, wasn't I? There's no way. Myriad thought resolutely. However, the situation for the young heavenly path was different. He glanced aside, observing the young heavenly path still immersed in the blissful euphoria of a deep slumber, unable to extricate himself. Myriad cast a sympathetic glance his way, silently praying, "Amen. May you be safe." He then strode purposefully towards the outside. System, why couldn't you have informed me sooner? Wasn't I just free? Who could have predicted it would happen so quickly? Besides, didn't I provide you with a true eye? Don't you understand? Can't you take a look for yourself? With a tiny mind like yours, wouldn't it be beneficial to cultivate the habit of casually observing your surroundings? Moreover, I am quite busy. I am not your mother. Nor do you expect me to revolve around you like those foolish systems do you? Please. I am exceedingly occupied. After such a series of unrefined remarks from the elder brother, even if Myriad had a multitude of words to express, in the end, not a single utterance escaped his lips. Indeed, the elder brother was quite right. His reasoning was irrefutable. He could only inwardly lament his misfortune and depart helplessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiandao remained blissfully ensconced in her slumber, utterly oblivious to the passage of time, even failing to notice when Myriad left. Let us shift scenes to the quaint town. The familiar streets, the well-known tea house, and the now-defunct Shengxian restaurant were all present. At a noodle stall, a delicate figure, a small bundle of joy, was eagerly slurping steaming, fragrant noodles from a bowl. Sister Wenran, would you like to come home with Linga? In just a few fleeting moments, Linger had devoured a substantial bowl of noodles. Observing Wenran, who was still savoring her noodles delicately, she glanced at her own bloated belly and then at the noodles in Wenran's bowl, seemingly still unsatisfied. She softly inquired. Upon hearing this, the ever-elegant Wenran smiled gently, maintaining her grace, and promptly declined. No, thank you. Seeing Wenran's firm rejection, Linger felt discontented and quickly retorted, "My home is beautiful and delightful." At her age, she only understood that beauty could attract attention. After spending so much time together, it was evident that this little girl genuinely adored Wenran. Wenran continued to shake her head in refusal, but upon hearing Linger mention her home, her curiosity was piqued. What kind of family could nurture such a charming little creature? Brimming with treasures? After all this time, Linger had not mentioned it, and it would have felt too abrupt to ask. However, now that she had brought it up, Wenran was naturally intrigued. Thus, she curiously inquired, "Where is your home?" At first, the somewhat dejected Linger's eyes instantly sparkled with hope, as if she had glimpsed a ray of light. She thought Wenran might relent and hurriedly proclaimed, "My home is in the Qingyu Empire." The Qingyu Empire? With the surname Mo? The astute Wenran, piecing together the scant information the little girl had revealed, deduced her identity. Her family was not part of the imperial clan, but belonged to the Qingyu Empire. It seemed that aside from the esteemed emperor, there was likely no other force in the southern region capable of raising such an extraordinary girl. The talismans meant for escape were carelessly tossed aside like mere toys. and the life-saving elixirs, alongside offensive talismans and protective measures, were all treasures that were invaluable yet unattainable, sought after at a steep price. Contemplating this, she shook her head with a hint of envy. Indeed, the notion of equality among individuals seemed a mere illusion. Subsequently, a trace of sorrow graced her features. Had she possessed such an abundance of escape talismans and protective means in her youth as this girl did, what fate might she have now? What conclusion might her story have reached? Surely, it would not resemble her current existence, rootless and wandering. She sighed inwardly. Were she an ordinary person, she would have accepted the little girl's invitation without hesitation. However, her survival was paramount. The path to the throne was about to unfold. She set aside her chopsticks and gazed skyward. If she could secure a place on the imperial throne, she could extend her life for another millennium, ample time to accomplish a multitude of endeavors. With this thought, she concealed the melancholy in her eyes. Looking at the hopeful Mo Linger, she gently ruffled the girl's hair and smiled, saying, "I'm sorry, Linger, but your sister cannot accompany you home. If the opportunity arises, Sister Wenran will come to play with you, all right?" Upon hearing this, the little girl, disheartened by Wenran's continued refusal, felt deflated. Linger was no longer a mere 3-year-old. She couldn't possibly summon someone to drag her back for play. Pouting slightly, she expressed her disappointment. "Then let us make a pinky promise? Sister Wenran must come to play with me, because I don't know if I can escape again next time. I've been out for so long this time. Father and mother must be frantic. Once I'm taken back, it will be far too difficult to sneak out again." Upon seeing the girl extend her pinky, Wenran playfully hooked her own finger around it, affirming, "Very well, Sister Wenran promises you." With the pact sealed, a breach of promise would invite consequences. Apologies for digressing. At that moment, the pure white jade pendant at Mo Linger's waist suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Just as Wenran was about to inquire, a gentle, affectionate male voice resonated from behind her. "Linger, having played long enough, may you return home with Father now?" Chapter 97. The Heavenly Ladder Appears. The path to the throne revealed. Father. Mo Linger's gaze shifted from the radiant jade pendant to the source of the voice, where she beheld Mo Ran, who was looking at her with a tender smile. This jade pendant was a protective talisman gifted to her by Mo Ran. It was no ordinary charm. It was akin to the protective jade mentioned in Wang Wei's poetry. Its effects were manifold, encompassing nearly every conceivable safeguard. It possesses the ability to locate and protect her, and in times of peril, it can be shattered to summon a clone of Mo Ran, which, despite being a mere projection, wields the full strength of the original. Such formidable power is indeed terrifying. When Ran followed the direction of Mo Ran's emergence with her gaze, there stood an exceptionally handsome man, clad in pristine white, untouched by dust or grime. When Ran swore he was the most striking man she had ever encountered in her lifetime. Of course, he could not possibly compare to the readers, who were undoubtedly the most handsome in the world. The displeasure on Mo Linger's face faded away as she hastily leaped from her seat and scampered over to Mo Ran, arms outstretched. Mo Ran, in turn, squatted down to embrace her. He playfully pinched her soft little nose and chuckled, having run off for so long. "Are you not afraid your mother will come after you and confine you for several days?" It was not that he intended to take her back at that moment. The primary reason for his desire to do so was the imminent opening of the Imperial Path. He feared that her curiosity might lead her to ascend the celestial ladder herself. The celestial platform had already appeared, and those who could successfully reach the summit would gain the qualification to traverse the Imperial Path and compete with the prodigies of Myriad Realms. Presently, many individuals were hastening towards the celestial ladder, transforming the once bustling town into a desolate scene. Few pedestrians could be seen. The lively tea house, usually filled with chatter, now found Mr. Zhong the sole patron, savoring his tea, a hint of melancholy glimmering in his eyes. It seemed he awaited the return of listeners who would descend from the celestial ladder, perhaps having failed in their attempts. But would they return? The competition on the Imperial Path is ruthless. It is well known that ascending the celestial ladder is not particularly difficult. However, once one reaches the top, failure is not an option. Failure equates to death. Upon hearing this, Mo Linger, nestled in Mo Ran's embrace, shyly scratched her head, unsure of what to say. Earlier, when Mo Ran was seeking the Tao of Heaven, he had communicated with her, instructing her to stay put until he finished his business and returned to take her home. If she were to wander off, The next to come would not be her father. Once those words were spoken, even if she had the audacity to run about, she no longer dared to do so. Compared to being confined by Shen Qingqing, she preferred to frolic freely. Even if her realm of activity was limited to the Qingyu Empire, that sufficed for her. Mo Ran gazed at his precious daughter, who was nuzzling against him, shaking his head with a wry smile. He then glanced at Wen Ran, who stood dazed nearby, pondering to himself. It seemed that she was indeed the fated daughter mentioned by the system. Her demeanor, her figure, her spirit, truly extraordinary. Undoubtedly, she is destined for greatness. He smiled and remarked, "This little girl has caused quite a bit of trouble. I am grateful for your care." At his words, Wen Ran, pulled from her reverie, returned to herself, a blush of embarrassment gracing her face. She slowly lowered her head and spoke, "Not at all. Linger is quite obedient." Mo Ren nodded lightly, then turned away, cradling the little Linger in her arms, and began to walk towards the direction of the Qingyu Empire. Watching the figure grow increasingly distant, the heavenly mechanism Maiden sighed deeply, preparing to rise and depart. Where would she go next? She lifted her gaze towards the ethereal ladder that connected to the heavens, pondering the path that lay ahead. At that moment, nestled in Mo Ran's embrace, Linger suddenly shifted her head to rest on his shoulder. She glanced at Wen Ran, who was preparing to leave, waved her hand, and called out, "Sister Wen Ran, when you have time, you must come to play with Linger." Wen Ran chuckled softly, waved back with a hand only she could hear, and replied calmly, "If I can survive, I certainly will." With that, she steeled her resolve and set off in the direction of the heavenly platform. She would undoubtedly claim her rightful place among the emperors atop it. As she watched the graceful figure fade into the distance, the storyteller of the Zhong clan murmured to himself, lifting his teacup while observing, "Old friend, shall we meet again?" In a desolate valley at the heart of the four domains, 9,999 steps of a ladder slowly materialized in midair. Gazing upwards towards the summit of the heavenly ladder, one could see no end in sight. At this moment, the ladder had solidified into 9,999 steps, with only 9 more to ascend before they could embark upon the imperial path that had remained dormant for countless years. The valley was packed tightly with throngs of people, each a prodigy from various factions. There were imperial clans, sects, empires, and countless other forces converging here. Essentially, the practitioners of the 3 realms from the 4 domains had gathered en masse. But why were so many people congregated? The story is lengthy. Since the moment Mo Ran shattered the rules left by the former heavenly path, the method to transcend the emperor tribulation and become a pseudo-emperor had faltered. In that instant, many practitioners who were undergoing the pseudo-emperor tribulation succumbed on the spot, all unceremoniously obliterated by the imperial tribulation, their very souls annihilated. Numerous witnesses were left astonished by the scene. Yet, some remained skeptical, daring to test fate. Inevitably, they all met the same grim end. Coincidentally, the heavenly ladder began to coalesce at that moment. Astute practitioners had already deduced the sequence of events. The emergence of the pseudo-emperor coincided precisely with the closure of the imperial and celestial pathways. Now, the previously sealed routes were beginning to show signs of opening, making the inability to transcend the pseudo-emperor tribulation and attain true emperorship all the more comprehensible. After all, throughout history, there has always been only one documented method for an emperor to ascend. Thus begins the path to imperial ascendance, where the prodigies of Myriad Realms engage in fierce competition for a coveted seat upon the throne, proclaiming their sovereignty along the imperial road. As the path to supremacy is now unveiled, such dubious achievements of pseudo-emperors ought to be cast aside. In a fleeting moment of idle conversation, a tremor resonated from the firmament, capturing the attention of all present. The previously chattering crowd fell into a hushed silence, gravitating towards their respective factions. In no time, they divided into numerous small collectives, some yearning to tread the imperial road, while others simply wished to witness the spectacle, for such occurrences are indeed rare. Chapter 98. Talent. Character. Determination. As the sky above solidified with an astounding 9,999 celestial ladders, a rift suddenly tore through the heavens. A fissure, extending for thousands of feet, seemed to cleave the very sky asunder. From a distance, it appeared as though a ferocious beast had gaped open its cavernous maw. From within this chasm, tendrils of white mist began to emerge, cascading downward and enveloping the entire celestial staircase. The once clear ladder was shrouded in an unexpected veil of fog, resembling a celestial ascent to the immortal realm. The onlookers, upon witnessing this spectacle, were overcome with astonishment. The ladder, indeed. Finally, after such an interminable wait, it has been unveiled. Ha! The prodigies of Myriad Realms? Here comes the mighty Xiongda, and I, the indomitable Zhichang. Xiongda, wait for me. As the last step of the celestial ladder touched the ground, the crowd, mesmerized by the sudden emergence of the vast fissure above, regained their senses and hurriedly ascended the staircase. This ladder, broad enough to accommodate the multitude of attendees, spanned a width of 10,000 meters, alleviating any concerns of congestion. The rift in the sky, reminiscent of an ancient beast's gaping maw, was the very entrance to the Imperial Road chronicled in ancient tomes. Those who could ascend and traverse the fissure would reach the path to supremacy. Thus, many prepared themselves for the challenge, their eyes ablaze with ambition. Upon witnessing someone take the lead onto the celestial ladder, they cast aside their trepidations and followed suit. With each step upward, they felt an increasing weight and pressure, as if reaching the summit required considerable exertion. My dear, will you not ascend the celestial ladder? When Ran, who had arrived late from her small town, looked at the throng of individuals who had already ascended 8 or 9/10 of the way, she turned towards a beautiful woman clad in a flowing crimson gown, her appearance strikingly similar to Mo Linger, who stood nonchalantly beneath a nearby tree, arms crossed over her sword. This individual was none other than Shen Qingqing. The moment the celestial ladder revealed itself, she had hastened towards this location, hoping to ascend before the crowd could react. As a result, this rickety ladder of heaven is unlike the one she experienced in her previous life. It does not reveal itself all at once. Instead, it manifests step by step. What a pretense! She is utterly exasperated. Encountering the beautiful woman who suddenly spoke to her, Shen Qingqing, holding the Hoyu sword, wore a bewildered expression. She asked, "Do we know each other?" From Wenran's eyes, she discerned a hint of warmth. Could it be that they were acquainted? Yet, she could not recall ever having met this stunning woman, who was her equal in beauty. How perplexing! Upon hearing this, Wenran sighed softly and waved her hand, explaining, "We are not acquainted, but you bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine who has just departed." At this moment, a look of sorrowful parting crossed her face, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. Seeing this scene, Shen Qingqing felt a wave of panic. Had she inadvertently touched upon a painful memory? She hastily offered consolation. "You will meet again. After all, death is an inevitable part of life. If one does not ascend to become an emperor in this lifetime, surely we shall gather once more in the underworld." To be candid, she was not adept at comforting others. Fortunately, Wenran managed a smile of understanding and replied, "Yes, we will meet again." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing was drenched in cold sweat. Surely, this girl did not wish for death? Just as the thought of her loved ones began to surface, images of Mo Ran, Shen Qi, her sister Ling Er, and the simple-minded Xiao Yuan flashed through her mind, causing her to shake her head vigorously. In her heart, she fervently declared, "No, this cannot be. My family will not perish." In this lifetime, Shen Qingqing is tethered to them. Thus, she chose to evade the topic and quickly forced a strained smile, saying to Wenran, "Do you also aspire to ascend the path to divinity?" Wenran paused in surprise, but soon regained her composure, nodding in affirmation. Observing this, the kind-hearted Shen Qingqing extended an invitation. "Then shall we journey together?" After all, this girl had just lost her family and might be grappling with emotional turmoil. Otherwise, she would not be contemplating a perilous path to divinity. Moreover, she had mentioned that Shen Qingqing resembled her friend. To prevent such a lovely lady from becoming a cold corpse, Shen Qingqing resolved to save her. As this thought crossed her mind, a sense of pride illuminated her features. Ah, how familiar! Observing Shen Qingqing's demeanor, Wenran felt a mix of confusion but ultimately agreed. After all, this was her first venture onto the path to divinity. And it was also her first encounter with the composed Shen Qingqing, who displayed neither excitement nor curiosity. It seemed she possessed some experience. Following her should help avoid unnecessary detours. She nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I believe this is feasible." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing chuckled and ascended the celestial ladder. "Let us charge forth. Onward." Wenran responded, closely following her as they stepped onto the celestial ladder. With each step forward, When Rand felt as if a bag of stones had suddenly been placed upon her back. Just as she intended to channel her spiritual energy for protection, she realized that her internal power had been inexplicably restrained, rendering her utterly powerless. Noticing the confusion on Rand's face, Shen Qingqing patiently clarified. Ascending the celestial ladder is a test of one's physique, talent, and perseverance. Thus one is forbidden from utilizing their cultivation. She glanced at the struggling crowd and continued. It is quite simple. As long as one can endure, they can reach the top. The trial of the celestial ladder does not solely measure strength. More importantly, it examines the character of the cultivator. Therefore, if one's character is lacking, even with formidable strength, one cannot ascend to the pinnacle. In essence, it is a test of endurance. The longer one perseveres, the stronger their determination to traverse the imperial path becomes. Even those of average strength can reach the summit. Thus, for most, ascending the celestial ladder is not a daunting task. Conversely, those who are arrogant and attempt to force their way to the top relying solely on their might will ultimately fall from the mid-levels. 9999 steps. Falling from the mid-levels. Spiritual energy restrained. My heavens, wouldn't that result in a gruesome demise? She had never witnessed anyone plummet from the celestial ladder. Before she could even voice her thoughts, a figure sped past her with alarming swiftness. Shen Qingqing. As she turned her head and beheld the figure descending, she found it gruesomely mangled, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. The individual was scarcely recognizable, even by their own mother. Upon witnessing this, Rand paused momentarily, but felt not a ripple of emotion within her. She repeatedly echoed Shen Qingqing's earlier words in her mind. Determination, perseverance, and talent? In that instant, she inhaled deeply and exhaled with conviction. Rand. I possess talent, perseverance, and determination. I wish to survive. She lifted her gaze towards the summit of the celestial ladder, her eyes resolutely firm in that moment. At that instant, the weight pressing upon her back began to dissipate as her goal solidified. A sense of relief washed over her. Observing Shen Qingqing, who walked effortlessly ahead, devoid of any pressure, she couldn't help but marvel. Is this what it means to be a true child of heaven? Subsequently, she shook off the distractions in her mind and took bold strides towards the celestial ladder. As they continued onward, they surpassed more and more individuals. As one ascends the celestial ladder, the higher one climbs, the more individuals are left behind, shrouded in an ethereal mist. Gazing downward reveals not a single soul, only an expanse of white fog. Chapter 99. Rand is nothing but a trifle. Look, someone is about to reach the summit. At the base of the celestial ladder, the onlookers who had yet to ascend gazed at the screen beside the ladder, where names began to materialize, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The screen bore the names of the illustrious prodigies from the 4 domains who had ascended the imperial path and achieved the status of emperor over the years, along with the durations of their climbs, establishing a ranking that showcased only the top 10. To ascend the celestial ladder and embark on the imperial path is to seek imperial glory and renown, is it not? Therefore, the unveiling of this list served as a potent motivator for those aspiring to traverse the imperial road. Yet, many chose to disregard the trials associated with the ladder in their quest to etch their names upon this list, propelled solely by brute force. Their aim not to conquer the imperial path, but merely to ascend the rankings and satiate their vanity. The consequence for such individuals is a catastrophic fall, reduced to mere flesh and bone. Of course, there have been those who succeeded in this endeavor, momentarily securing their names upon the list, only to be surpassed by subsequent challengers. After all, rankings are not immutable. Just moments ago, the leaderboard was refreshed. The spectators, now gazing at the updated list, wore expressions of perplexity. Who is this Shen Qingqing? How is she nearly at the top? 9,000 steps, ascender, Shen Qingqing, time taken, half an hour, ranking, 8th. The former 8th place was overtaken by Shen Qingqing, relegating the previous occupant to 9th, while the 9th place was pushed to 10th. The 10th position was now vacant. Before even 10 breaths had passed, the leaderboard emanated a brilliant white light once more. Observing this, the crowd swallowed hard, exclaiming, "My heavens, another one has arrived." 9,000 steps, ascender, Rand, time taken, half an hour, ranking, 9th. As they beheld the unfamiliar names upon the leaderboard, the crowd could not help but scratch their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Where are the members of the Imperial clan? Half an hour has passed, yet not a single one has appeared. At this, the crowd furrowed their brows in collective bewilderment. Soon, someone's gaze fell upon a heap of flesh sprawled upon the ground. It seemed as if a new discovery had been made as they pointed towards the bloodied remnants, exclaiming, "Look! Isn't that the attire of a young master from the Sioux Imperial clan?" With that cry, the crowd turned their attention to where he pointed. With keen eyes, someone exclaimed, "Isn't this the ailing Su Yang of the Sioux Imperial clan, lying amidst a pool of blood?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting confusion. "Big brother? You can recognize him? What grudge do you hold against him?" The person scratched his head, a fierce expression etched upon his face, and replied, "I would recognize him even if he were turned to ash. This man is none other than the unfortunate passerby who was knocked unconscious by the tavern owner thrown by Wen Lin. Every grievance has its source. Had Su Yang not instigated trouble, he would not have faced such a fortunate calamity." Thus, upon seeing Su Yang, he immediately recognized him. "I shall never forget this encounter. I swear. Look, look, Shen Qingqing has reached the pinnacle. How is that even possible? It has only been a little over half an hour. What a prodigy. Is there anyone who could enlighten us on who this person is?" Enough of the barking. Wen Ran has also reached the summit. Incredible. As they observed the shifting ranks, the crowd gazed at the names on the leaderboard, unable to suppress their astonishment, some even forgetting to close their mouths in sheer shock. At the 9,999th step, the climbers, Shen Qingqing, Wen Ran, time taken, just a little over half an hour, nearly an hour. Ranking, first, second, evaluation, unprecedented. Unparalleled. Only with divine talent can fate be altered. Good heavens. Truly remarkable. These two individuals, nay, these two prodigies, are even more formidable than the illustrious talents who have traversed the Emperor's path in years past. Even the most powerful ancestor, the Fire Emperor, took 2 hours to reach the pinnacle. Yet, these two prodigies achieved it in a mere half hour. What is this surge of adrenaline? It makes one yearn to join them. But alas, to ascend is to risk a fall, with no turning back. Climbing the Emperor's path is far more perilous. One must either fight to carve out an empire or await death. They are quite precious about their lives. After a while, more and more people learned of Shen Qingqing and Wen Ran's ascension, and their identities were uncovered. As for how this was discovered, perhaps one should inquire with the enigmatic organization known as the Mysterious Group. Shen Qingqing, the Grand Princess of the Qingyu dynasty in the southern region. Wen Ran, the daughter of the esteemed Wen family from Longnan City, also a disciple of the Celestial Master on Tianji Mountain. As the identities of these two prodigies were revealed, the entire venue fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear the sound of swallowed breaths echoing. Little did they expect the grand origins of these two individuals. Merely the name Tianjizi was enough to instill terror in the hearts of all present. Not to mention that figure who single-handedly vanquished the entire Shao Imperial clan, Imo Ran. Humph, what significance does ascending the heavenly ladder hold? It is but a mere trial. Whether one can survive the path of the Emperor remains to be seen. Upon hearing this, an elder beside him scoffed, observing his attire. The people from the southern domain recognized him as the self-proclaimed ancestor of the Luo family. They instinctively distanced themselves from him, creating a wide berth in fear of his ill fortune. From his words, they sensed a hint of conspiracy. It seemed the Imperial clan was conspiring to eliminate Shen Qingqing. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. This old man is indeed audacious. Meanwhile, Luo Zhaoxi, the self-proclaimed ancestor of the Luo family, displayed an air of indifference. A mere Qingyu dynasty, a mere Emperor Imo Ran. He could not fathom how they could threaten the Luo Imperial clan. Unlike the Song Imperial clan, which was utterly inept, unable to contact even a single ancestor thriving in the upper realm. Fortunately, their own ancestor had been faring well in the upper realm, frequently sending messages before the Tao of Heaven became flawed, maintaining their connection. However, due to the subsequent disarray, they had lost contact with their well-off ancestor. Just now, he had received a transmission from a clan member, indicating that they could reconnect with their ancestor once more. This revelation brought him immense joy. Indeed, good fortune tends to arrive in pairs. As he reveled in this joyous news, the rankings were refreshed once again, and the 10th name was replaced. He glanced at the name that now occupied the 10th position, Luo Tianxiu. His heart swelled with elation. 9 ba? 8 great imperial clans. Not a single one from the other 3 domains could make it onto the list. His Luo family's imperial son undoubtedly possessed the bearing of a great emperor. As for the first-ranked Shen Qingqing, she would inevitably meet her demise beneath the sword of his imperial son. And that so-called empress of the Qingyu dynasty, Emperor Imoran, had they not re-established contact with their ancestor in the upper realm, the Luo clan might have held some trepidation. But now, what was Imoran worth? He thought to himself, a look of disdain etched on his face, and his smile deepened. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of unease for him. Could this man have lost his mind? Chapter 100. Follow closely and step together at this moment, at the summit of the heavenly ladder. Shen Qingqing and Wen had been waiting for quite some time. Just as the two exchanged glances and let out a quiet sigh, preparing to step into the gaping rift that tore through the heavens, for figures slowly emerged from the ladder. Unexpectedly, someone had reached the summit before them. Among them was a man clad in a black robe, his pallor slightly noticeable and his body drenched in sweat. With a sinister smile, he gazed at Shen Qingqing and Wen, declaring, "I am Luo Tianqiong, the self-proclaimed prince of the Luo family." His expression was rife with murderous intent directed at the two women. Shen Qingqing, however, was bewildered by the source of Luo Tianqiong's malevolence. Was it simply because she had arrived at the heavenly ladder first? How absurd! She inwardly scoffed, her tone frigid as she retorted, "And what will you do about it? Fight me? Do you think you stand a chance?" Confident in her own strength, she had no qualms about kicking him off the ladder, turning him into a mere pile of flesh. Upon hearing her words, Wen also sensed the murderous aura emanating from Luo Tianqiong. She remained silent, feeling quite uncomfortable being inexplicably targeted by such hostility. Like Shen Qingqing, she entertained the thought of sending Luo Tianqiong tumbling down. Luo Tianqiong fixed his cold gaze on Shen Qingqing, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. He was somewhat taken aback. Clearly, she did not recognize him. How could there be someone who did not know him? He, Luo Tianqiong, was the foremost genius of his era, a figure who had left countless cultivators gasping for breath. However, after a moment of reflection, he attributed her ignorance to his prolonged self-proclamation, believing his reputation had faded from public memory. "I am Luo Tianqiong of the Luo family," he declared, announcing his name and affiliation in an attempt to intimidate Shen Qingqing and Wen. In response, the two exchanged glances, finding no recollection of this individual in their minds. At that moment, another figure ascended slowly from below the ladder. "Luo Tianqiong," he began, "the one who, 3,000 years ago, left the top geniuses of the 4 domains unable to lift their heads? The same one who was besieged by the cultivators of the 3,000 Fate Palace, crying out for his ancestors to save him?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with a cold, piercing glare from Luo Tianqiong. Shen Qingqing could not help but chuckle, recalling a rather amusing incident. The last prince had been so arrogant in her presence, and it seemed he had uttered similar pleas. Now he had gone to meet the king of hell. It seems that Luo Tianqiong also wishes to follow closely behind. Is this the bond that exists between imperial clans? Upon hearing these words, Luo Tianqiong's expression darkened instantaneously, resembling a lump of coal. He never anticipated that this dark chapter of his past would still be remembered. Had not the 3,000 cultivators of the Life Palace already been annihilated by their own ancestor? As he observed the unfamiliar figure slowly approaching, he suppressed his fury and coldly inquired, "Who are you? How do you know of this matter?" The man, holding a folding fan, regarded Luo Tianqiong with an air of indifference, clearly unimpressed. "Once you ascend the heavenly ladder, forget about your status as a prince. On the path of the emperor, no one cares about your identity." He then bypassed Luo Tianqiong and proceeded towards the vast chasm. In the blink of an eye, as he stepped into the rift, his figure appeared to be swallowed by it, vanishing entirely, transported to the path of the emperor. He was merely a scion of a small family, and his knowledge of this incident stemmed from the fact that his ancestor had been one of the 3,000 cultivators who once beset Luo Tianqiong. Due to some fortuitous encounter, he had survived the onslaught of the emperor's wrath. Alas, he had recently passed away, having exhausted his lifespan. The reason he dared to act so audaciously was because he was now on the heavenly ladder, and those present had surely demonstrated exceptional talent to reach this point. Moreover, whether they could survive on the path of the emperor remained uncertain. Who was to fear whom? Once they entered the Emperor's path, conflict was inevitable. It was only a matter of time before a confrontation would occur. Why grant him any deference? Death was merely a possibility. The others, however, refrained from speaking, perhaps harboring a deep-seated fear of retribution from the Imperial clan, or perhaps lacking confidence in their own abilities to reach the end. Thus, upon witnessing the man with the folding fan step into the rift, they followed suit, entering together. Observing Luo Tianxiong, who remained rooted in place, fuming with rage, Shen Qingqing shrugged nonchalantly and proceeded towards the rift, advising her companion when Ran, "Stay close to me. We shall enter together." This should ensure they would not be separated at random. When Ran nodded gently, she had some understanding of the path of the Emperor, including the aspect of random teleportation. As Shen Qingqing and when Ran stepped into the rift, Luo Tianxiong, having quelled his anger, took a heavy step forward into the chasm. Simultaneously, Su Huan, the prince of the Su Imperial clan, also approached with deliberate steps. After glancing around to confirm that no one was watching, he sighed and entered the rift. Chapter 101, Talents of the Upper Realm Few. Luckily, I made it in time, almost missing the moment, all thanks to that girl, sure, who insisted on clinging to me and Wun Ti let me go. After Su Huan departed, when Lin S figure followed closely, his expression radiating joy as he muttered to himself. It seemed he had already attended an appointment. Once he finished speaking, he slowly approached the crevice, ultimately being engulfed within. Shortly thereafter, several figures ascended from below, successively entering the pinnacle. The opening of the heavenly ladder is time-bound. After 2.5 hours, it will close. Those who fail to reach the summit will invariably be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Fortunately, such occurrences are relatively rare. Those capable of ascending the ladder, driven solely by their ambition to conquer the Imperial path, can reach the summit within the allotted 2.5 hours, even if they are merely at the initial stage of their life palace. Hence, those unable to ascend well, they deserve to be crushed to pulp. As the heavenly ladder was about to close in its final 10 minutes, few remained atop. 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and when only 2 minutes were left, the ladder slowly retracted from bottom to top. The time taken to withdraw the 9,999 steps is significantly swifter than the time it takes to lower them. It takes merely 2 minutes to complete the retraction, a stark contrast to the 2.5 hours of descent. In just 2 seconds, 1 second with a resounding snap, as the ladder finished retracting, a sound echoed as a hand, marred with sword scars, pressed against the summit and gradually crawled upward. Had he not managed to grasp the ledge in time, he would surely have fallen. What fortuitous luck as a familiar figure emerged. He ascended to the top of the heavenly ladder, cursing as he approached the daunting chasm. Damn it, this is the second time I've climbed this thing. I thought this time would be less perilous, yet it was just as harrowing as I remembered. I hope I won't be slapped to death once I enter. I have no life-saving pills left. With that, he, being the last to ascend the heavenly ladder, murmured to himself as he stepped inside. This individual is none other than the extraordinarily lucky newcomer, the son of fortune, Tang San. He did not perish under the sword strike from Mo Linger. Instead, he had consumed a life-saving pill in advance, allowing him to survive. Thus, all practitioners at the third stage of their life palace, capable of ascending the heavenly ladder in this realm, had entered the Imperial path. The battle on the Imperial path officially commenced the moment the heavenly ladders of the various realms were retracted. Upon entering the Imperial path, each individual was presented with a plaque floating before them, a testament to their origin from a particular world. With each defeat of a prodigy from the Myriad Realms, a blood mark would appear on their plaque. As the accumulation of blood marks reaches a certain threshold, one can establish a ranking based on the intensity of these marks. Those who secure a position within the top 1,000 shall be granted an opportunity to ascend to the status of an emperor. This battle may henceforth be referred to as the Battle of Rankings. Once the opportunity is bestowed, those who do not enter the ranks may choose to contend for the emperor's chance held by the 1,000 cultivators, seizing it for themselves. The fortunate shall prevail, as this opportunity is a formless entity, ultimately falling into the hands of the one who claims it as their own, becoming the ultimate victor. Conversely, those who fail to seize the emperor's chance may either perish in the struggle for opportunity or succumb to the void, standing upon the path to imperial ascendance. Only those who become emperors can depart unscathed. Otherwise, it is a path leading solely to death. Of course, there are those who are fortunate, for instance, being expelled midway. The conditions for expulsion are quite rigorous, seldom met by any. The criterion states, on the path to becoming an emperor, one must repeatedly face defeat with no victories, and, at the critical juncture, fail to seize the emperor's opportunity. Only then may one be expelled. Those who meet such conditions are exceedingly rare. Throughout the many years since the path to the emperor has opened, only a handful have encountered this fate. In the midst of conflict and life and death struggles, should one lose, it is still possible to depart safely. In other words, they are favored by fate, thus escaping death. Within the path to the emperor, numerous prodigies from various realms have long awaited this moment. One cannot help but wonder about the prowess of the prodigies from the upper realms. I, for one, am eager to engage in battle with them. I advise you to temper your overweening ambitions. Historically, in every ranking battle, the top 900 positions have invariably been monopolized by the prodigies of the upper realms, leaving those from the lower realms to contend for the last 100 spots. As he spoke, he cast a derisive glance at the brash youth from the lower realm, sneering, "Ants truly are oblivious to the heights of heaven." The reprimanded youth's face flushed with anger, veins bulging. He pointed accusingly, exclaiming, "Say that again." These celestial prodigies would not yield to one another. After all, those who enter the path to the emperor are all exceptional beings from their respective worlds. Thus their contention naturally escalated into conflict. Due to the established rules of the path, they had gleaned some understanding of its regulations. Where there is contention, there will inevitably be bloodshed. Meanwhile, there were also those who refrained from immediate engagement, observing the situation carefully. The path to the emperor has many branches. Each branch is a passageway forged from the essence of myriad worlds. Ultimately, however, they converge into a single path. One need only forge ahead without pausing. In a fleeting moment, amidst the throng, a white-haired youth slowly opened his eyes from meditation. A radiant white light emanated from his gaze, and before the crowd could react, they were instantly enveloped in a brilliant glow. The white-haired youth let out a cold snort and sneered. "The ants from the lower realms are truly irritating." As his words echoed, a series of popping sounds erupted around him, as if something had been crushed. In an instant, several gifted individuals, engulfed by the radiant white light emanating from his eyes, exploded into a mist of crimson. Blood mist surged through the air, staining the entire road with a deep red hue, filling the atmosphere with a nauseating scent. At that moment, the white-haired youth closed his eyes, spread his arms wide, and perked his ears to the cacophony of popping sounds surrounding him, seemingly savoring the moment. His expression bordered on the deranged, and with wide eyes, he exclaimed, "This truly is the most exquisite sound in the world." Upon hearing this, the onlookers snapped back to reality and fled in terror from the deranged youth, while shouting, "What is happening? We must run. This is a celestial from the upper realms. What terrible luck to encounter a being of such caliber upon arrival." In the blink of an eye, the surroundings became desolate. The white-clad youth inhaled deeply, drawing in the overwhelming stench of blood. Suddenly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, which transformed from pitch black to a fiery red upon inhaling the blood mist. Watching the fleeing crowd, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. For these ignorant ants from the lower realms, slaughtering them was his sole delight. He placed a token in the palm of his hand. Observing the bloodstain and the potent aura of blood emanating from it, a smile spreading across his face. With a finger pointed in the direction of their escape, he mimicked the act of shooting. Bang! His expression twisted into a grotesque grin. "Run, the farther the better. The hunt has only just begun." Just then, a beam of sword light sliced through the air behind him. Sensing the murderous intent, he swiftly shifted to evade the strike. Turning around, he beheld a striking young woman clad in a flowing crimson gown, her sword poised in hand. "Oh, why aren't you running?" he inquired. Not recognizing her from his memories, he concluded she must be from the lower realms. This was none other than Shen Qingqing. She cast a cold glance at the white-haired youth before her sword energy coalescing as she coldly replied, "Run? That would be you fleeing." Noticing the potent blood essence radiating from his token, Shen Qingqing licked her lips, thanking him for eliminating so many opponents, thus saving her considerable effort. "You speak boldly. Do you have any idea who I am?" The silver-haired youth retracted the sign in his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. A long blade materialized in his grasp, and a torrent of crimson energy swirled around him, coalescing towards the weapon he held. Observing this, Shen Qingqing tightened her grip on the rainfall sword. Although she was unaware of the weapon's grade, the aura radiating from him suggested it surpassed the Emperor-grade artifacts of the lower realms by a fraction. Who are you? And what does it have to do with me? State your identity on the path of the Emperor. Are you an imbecile? She retorted, brandishing her rainfall sword. Behind her, a phantom of a fiery lotus materialized, unleashing a barrage of terrifyingly potent fire lotuses that surged towards him at an alarming speed. Simultaneously, the sword aura surrounding Shen Qingqing coalesced with the flick of her wrist. As the fire lotuses surged forth, she shouted, "Slash!" The gathered sword aura fell like rain upon the silver-haired youth. A mere celestial king, how laughable, he scoffed. The fire lotuses and sword aura intertwined mid-flight, ultimately amalgamating into a colossal fire lotus sword aura that blossomed and hurtled towards the silver-haired youth. Just as it was about to strike him, he swung his blade to deflect it, but his expression turned serious. He raised his sword, coldly snorting, and directly aimed a slash at the fire lotus sword aura. A spray of scarlet light erupted from his blade, transforming behind him into a river of blood. When the fire lotus sword aura met his slash, it disbanded effortlessly. Observing this, the silver-haired youth's lips curled into a confident smirk, his gaze towards Shen Qingqing now tinged with a hint of amusement and a glimmer of hidden greed. He licked his pale lips and slowly proclaimed, "I am the son of the Celestial King. Blood Abyss Celestial Sect, Blood Revertsi." Chapter 103. My father is a Celestial Emperor. Blood Abyss Celestial Sect? Blood Revertsi? What manner of entity is that? Shen Qingqing pondered, unable to recall even a whisper of such a power from her memories. Her expression remained largely unchanged, however, as she let out a cold snort and formed a spell with her hands. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged from around her, flooding into her rainfall sword. Son of a Celestial King? To hell with that. I am the daughter of a Celestial Emperor. As she concentrated her sword aura and chanted her incantation, the fire lotus sword aura, previously dispersed by Blood Revertsi's strike, began to coalesce once more. Blood Revertsi's gaze flickered as he let out a cold snort, realizing Shen Qingqing was not intimidated by his lineage. His energy surged once again, his cultivation pressing down upon her like a torrent. Are you courting death? Upon finishing his words, he shifted his form, brandishing his great sword as he charged towards Shen Qingqing. An overwhelming surge of blood energy enveloped him, crashing forth like a tempest, exuding a terrifying aura. He effortlessly shattered the fiery lotus sword chi that Shen Qingqing had just reformed. In response, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Shen Qingqing's eyes. She did not retreat an inch, but instead took the initiative. With focused determination, she lifted her rainfall sword, channeling her spiritual power into it with fervor. In an instant, she unleashed a strike aimed at his chest. At that moment, the sword chi descended, visibly separating and transforming into multiple identical streams of energy, all aimed at him. Simultaneously, as the blood river surged towards her, it cascaded down from behind him, seemingly intent on engulfing her. However, she was resolute and would not be outdone. The illusion of the fiery lotus behind her expanded and solidified, unleashing countless violent fire lotuses imbued with the essence of destruction towards the blood river. Upon their collision, the fire lotuses erupted magnificently under the blood river's devouring force, instantly transforming the area into a sea of flames. The great sword in the hands of the blood river warrior followed closely behind the sword chi, the clash of blade and sword energy creating tumultuous waves. After a brief struggle, the warrior's momentum plummeted, and the blade energy he had conjured was utterly shattered upon contact with the fiery lotus sword chi. He hastily halted his advance, retreating several steps. Yet, the fiery lotus sword chi remained steadfast, relentlessly pursuing him, showing no signs of abating. Casting a glance at Shen Qingqing, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You dare to kill me, mere insect of the lower realm? Do you not fear the Blood Ming immortal sect's wrath descending upon you, exterminating your entire lineage?" As his threatening words echoed, Shen Qingqing's delicate form trembled. It seemed as though she had not heard such menacing remarks in many years. A flash of crimson light ignited in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on the retreating blood river warrior, her intent to kill fully unveiled. "If I do not slay you today, I shall not be called Shen Qingqing," she declared, incredulous that he would dare threaten her with the power behind him. Did she fear it? Truth be told, With Mo Ran guarding her for all these years, she had never known fear. Even if a celestial being stood before her now, she would remain unfazed. With a single hand, she invoked her incantation, gently brushing her fingers across the rainfall sword. Boom, boom. The sound of two resounding explosions reverberated through the heavens and earth. In that moment, her rainfall sword erupted with a colossal sword radiance. The surrounding sword chi seemed to have found its master, converging towards the blade. Moments later, Shen Qingqing cast a cold glance toward Shui Hizi, her delicate hand pointing in his direction, and with a sudden flourish, the Houyu sword descended upon him. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a realm where only the essence of sword energy existed. The sword aura emanating from Houyu enveloped the area, conjuring a tempest of wind. Shui Hizi, caught off guard, felt his pupils widen in astonishment. Then, to his bewilderment, beams of sword light pierced through his brow. With a jolt, Shui Hizi's heart convulsed, his complexion transforming dramatically as he gazed at Shen Qingqing with disbelief. A sound akin to shattering filled the air, and his mind buzzed with confusion as his consciousness began to fade. He felt his collapsing body become remarkably weightless, drifting away into the distance. Ultimately, a small red dot appeared at the center of his brow, from which blood flowed forth, cascading down his face and gliding over his still open eyes. Observing the fallen Shui Hizi, Shen Qingqing sheathed the Houyu sword and retrieved a badge from her waist. At the sight of Shui Hizi's lifeless form, a vivid crimson light gradually coalesced, surging into the badge in her hand. Instantly, what had been an unadorned badge now bore a blood imprint. The rich aura of blood writhed upon it, as if struggling to break free from its confinement. Humph! Shen Qingqing scoffed lightly, reattaching the badge to her waist. Casting a final glance at the scene, she proceeded forward without looking back. She considered herself fortunate upon her arrival. She had witnessed Shui Hizi's massacre of so many inexperienced newcomers to the Imperial path, unaware of its terrors. The astute among them should have been contemplating survival through violence from the moment they entered. Those who lingered to chat were fated to be dispatched by Shui Hizi in an instant. If they sought death, who could they blame? She let out a quiet sigh, pondering the fate of the young woman, when Ran, who had sought peril. It was indeed fortunate that, typically, individuals entering the Imperial path simultaneously would be assigned to the same route. Yet, she had encountered an exception. They had been forced apart, leaving her to silently lament and hope for when Ran's survival within the treacherous realm. After all, she did not wish for such a beautiful maiden to become a cold corpse. However, the branches of the Imperial path were innumerable, making it nearly impossible to locate someone among them. Thus, she could only pray that when Ran would traverse her path successfully, so that they might reunite on the final avenue. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she is deeply concerned about the celestial woman, who is currently wreaking havoc on her own path. Curse it, how ferocious this woman is. Who knows from which lower realm she hails? Perhaps it's best to flee. The two passers-by glanced ahead and beheld a figure clad in immaculate white, a graceful silhouette, and a visage that rivals that of a celestial maiden. She held the neck of a prodigy in one hand, slowly approaching their group like a white-clad female Azura come to collect souls. Behind her, 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down, and an ethereal wheel of fate emerged, echoing with ancient chimes. As the wheel began to turn, it produced a series of chilling sounds. With each accelerating rotation, the characters for destiny became increasingly clear. The once vibrant prodigy, now lifeless in her grasp, was rumored to be a paragon from the upper realm. On the path of emperors, only life and death remained, when Rant's serene gaze swept over all present, her melodious voice resonating in their ears, yet it carried an ominous sense of demise. You wish to slay me, yet I yearn to survive. Thus, I implore you all, meet your doom. With that, she violently cast aside the prodigy she had been gripping. Instantly, she formed a spell with her hands. The wheel behind her spun rapidly, emitting ancient sounds and a blinding transformation that engulfed the crowd. Upon witnessing this, they hastily retreated. Some, unwilling to flee, sought to confront her, erupting with their full cultivation. They conjured spells and drew their swords, charging towards one Ran. Her expression remained placid, devoid of any discernible emotion. The wheel behind her radiated beams of light, piercing through their chests and lifting them high into the air. Their lives seemed to be swiftly drained away, as if absorbed by some unseen force, transforming them from vibrant youths into mere skeletal remains. "I am destiny, one ran," she murmured. Chapter 104. The wounds of the false emperor. The battle on the path of emperors would endure for a long time, at least a year, perhaps 2 or 3, or even longer. This was a rare opportunity, a clash between prodigies of the lower realms and those of the upper realms. It was the only chance to prove oneself. With each opening of the path of emperors, numerous dark horses emerged from the millions of prodigies. Countless individuals vied for those scant 1,000 imperial positions. Each victor possessed an essence akin to that of an immortal. They were not merely competing for an imperial title, they were contesting their future, their very eligibility to ascend to the legendary realm of immortality. For the prodigies of the lower realm, the celestial is a distant dream. This statement refers to the chosen ones of the lower realm. Do not dispute it, for I stand firm in my assertion. The flow of time along the Emperor's path diverges significantly from that of the lower realm, aligning more closely with the temporal cadence of the upper realm. Thus, while merely a single day has elapsed upon the Emperor's path, over 2 years have passed in the lower realm. During this time, the leaders of various factions have been constantly gazing towards the towering rift in the sky, fervently hoping that the promising youths of their respective factions will return victorious. They long for these champions, radiant with glory, to emerge from the rift, etching their forms into the memories of the world, ensuring that they are forever remembered. Simultaneously, they harbor hopes that these youths will carve out their own names along the Emperor's path. As the factions observe the nameplates of their cherished disciples still shimmering with light, their joy deepens. Yet, where there is joy, sorrow inevitably follows. Many disciples' nameplates shatter the moment they step onto the Emperor's path. The competition upon this path is inherently brutal. Mere strength is insufficient. One must possess profound wisdom to navigate it with ease. On the Emperor's path, the concept of friendship is a fleeting illusion. One moment, you may stand as allies. The next, that very comrade may plunge a dagger into your heart. Within the Qingyu Empire, on the platform outside the Imperial Palace, stands an exquisite beauty, her skin fair and radiant, her features chiseled as if carved from jade. Her luscious red lips and elegant gown complement her noble demeanor. Yet a chilling aura emanates from her. In this moment, however, she is not cold. Her expression softens as her captivating eyes gaze skyward towards the rift that continuously exhales white mist, resembling the gaping maw of an ancient behemoth. A profound worry is etched upon her face. Her gaze is a tapestry of yearning, envy, and concern, with the latter emotion predominant. Standing there, she surveys the minuscule structures below and the sprawling empire beyond. Opening her palm, a fiery lotus materializes, exuding an overwhelming presence. She trembles, striving to harness its power. But alas, the force nearly escapes her grasp upon sensing her intent to control it. In a flurry, she clenches her fist, shattering the magnificent yet tumultuous fire lotus. With a silent sigh, her eyes drift back to the heavens, a hint of regret flickering within them as she contemplates her unspoken thoughts. If only I too could. She initially intended to articulate her feelings, but upon reflection, she finds solace in the present, forcefully suppressing her words. She is the empress of the Qingyu dynasty, the sole female sovereign in its several millennia of history. She has elevated the Qingyu dynasty from its insignificant beginnings, navigating through a sea of corpses and blood, ultimately achieving heights unparalleled by her predecessors. Yet, her ambition knows no bounds. She yearns to explore the uncharted realms beyond her current domain, aspiring to carry the Qingyu dynasty into those distant worlds and illuminate them with her rightful brilliance. This is her dream, for which she has tirelessly strived. Alas, the term false emperor has obliterated everything she cherished, obstructing her for a millennium. Gradually, she feels herself veering toward the abyss of inner demons. The resurgence of remnants from the 3 dynasties 10 years ago, the moment when the left river summoned the emperor's weapon against her, has only intensified her resentment. Now, she senses that her own realm has become stagnated, and it may not be long before she is eternally confined to the 8th level of the false emperor, unable to ascend to the 9th level, which is tantalizingly within reach. A flicker of sorrow crosses her gaze. What troubles you? Are you still concerned about Qingyu? A gentle voice emerges from behind her. Turning around, she sees Mo Ran, and the sorrow etched on her face is swiftly buried deep within her heart upon his arrival. Indeed, the path of the Emperor is fraught with peril. Qingye's soulstone has dimmed several times unexpectedly. Had it not been for its quick recovery, I would have been at a loss for what to do. As she speaks, Mo Ran has already approached her. Sensing the flicker of despondency in her eyes, he reassures her, "There is no need for concern. I am here." As he speaks, Mo Ran gently places his hand on her shoulder and continues, "Have I not told you before? Wherever you wish to go, I can take you, even to the higher realms or beyond." Hearing this, she shakes her head, fully aware of Mo Ran's intentions. She gazes at his earnest expression and, with a hint of mischief, quips, "I wish to see your homeland." After a moment of contemplation, Mo Ran responds, "Let us choose another destination." "No," she replies playfully. Mo Ran, recognizing her jest, sighs and shakes his head. Truth be told, it is not that he does not wish to return, it is simply that he cannot. Even as an immortal emperor, pinpointing the elusive ancestral star is exceedingly difficult, nearly impossible. He cannot even sense its existence. In truth, it would be more feasible for him to extinguish the higher realms than to return. Observing his demeanor, Shen Qingqing could not help but laugh heartily. Her melodious laughter echoed throughout the space, a delightful sound that, if heard too often, might even lead one to conceive. Mo Ran chuckled softly, placing his hands upon her shoulders, turning her to face him. He licked his lips, gazing at her enchanting visage, a blush creeping upon his cheeks. "You blush like a teapot," he remarked. Startled by the sudden tug, Shen Qingqing felt a moment of confusion. However, upon witnessing the sudden flush on Mo Ran's face, her confidence surged. She tilted her chin playfully, smiling as she teased, "Are you yearning to kiss me?" Mo Ran replied, "Who could withstand such a temptation? I have kissed you." Their lips met, a soft and tender connection that transcended words. After an eternity, they parted, the air thick with an indescribable tension. Mo Ran gazed into her eyes, earnestly proclaiming, "Your husband is formidable, truly formidable." Seeing his serious expression, Shen Qingqing found it difficult to maintain her smile. She lowered her gaze. Their acquaintance had been a serendipitous event. What could a celestial being truly do for her? She doubted it would amount to much. Chapter 105. Spring has arrived. Noticing her downcast demeanor, Mo Ran shook his head and withdrew his hand from her shoulder, slowly walking past her. They stood side by side, but this time she faced the Imperial Palace while he gazed at the vast rifts in the heavens. He gradually raised his hand. A glimmer of starlight emerging from his fingertips. The starry energy emanated from him, coalescing slowly into a singular point. The immense power continued to condense until it formed a small light no larger than a thumb. This sight startled the lowered head Shen Qingqing, who trembled at the overwhelming energy emanating from Mo Ran. She swallowed hard, surprised. Due to their proximity, she could distinctly sense the apocalyptic force radiating from that tiny star. Realizing it could obliterate the entire lower realm, perhaps even more, the thought was too unfathomable to comprehend. The revelation that Mo Ran was a celestial being had already left her astonished, and now to learn that he was a deity capable of annihilating a realm with a mere gesture left her utterly speechless. What kind of existence had she entangled herself with? She felt numb, to the point where words could scarcely capture her astonishment. Yet, Mo Ran remained undeterred, speaking to himself. "Everything you desire, I can bestow upon you, even the entirety of the world." At these words, he concentrated the gathered starlight energy at his fingertip, slowly turning to point it towards Shen Qingqing's brow. A beam of starlight emanated from her fingertips, rushing towards her brow, just as she was about to inquire. Her astonishment evident in her gaze, Mo Ran lowered his hand and spoke first. "Even the process of reconstructing one's cultivation is an exceedingly simple task." Boom. At the utterance of these words, it felt as though a bomb had detonated within Shen Qingqing's mind, reverberating through her thoughts. Before she could articulate her bewilderment, she perceived through her inner senses that the moment the starlight beam entered her body, she became significantly more powerful. Furthermore, her meridians were being relentlessly forged by the starlight, until they were tempered into steel. This process, typically fraught with agony, had no effect on her. Instead, she felt an unexpected warmth. Of course, she understood that all of this was orchestrated by Mo Ran. As she sensed the transformations within her body, She noted with surprise that her cultivation had regressed to the condensation realm in that fleeting moment. However, the vast reservoir of energy within her made it abundantly clear that this state was temporary. She cast a puzzled glance at Mo Ran and inquired, "What is happening? Why is my cultivation diminishing?" A hint of speculation stirred within her, yet she required Mo Ran's affirmation to solidify her thoughts. Mo Ran smiled and replied, "This is no ordinary phenomenon. It is an energy derived from the poetry of Wang Wei. It possesses the ability to help you reconstruct the cultivation painstakingly acquired over the years, and it will also forge and reshape your meridians." Wang Wei, who is he? Is he also an immortal? Your close friend? Shen Qingqing asked, her confusion evident. From this day forth, he paused, his dark eyes locking onto hers, piercing through her very soul. A flicker of starlight flashed in his gaze. The indelible mark of the pseudo-emperor, which had shackled her spirit and elicited her resentment, was tightly bound by an invisible chain. In that instant, as the brilliance of his eyes danced, it appeared as if a great terror had descended, shattering the chains that bound her. At that moment, her soul experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort. The power of her spirit surged to a new zenith as the shackles dissolved. The magnitude of the changes occurring within her body left her utterly astounded, struggling to comprehend it all. From this moment on, you shall no longer be a pseudo-emperor, but a true great emperor, he declared, turning away with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the vast rift in the heavens above. Boom! Her delicate form trembled as if struck by lightning. The implications of his words detonated like a deep-water bomb in her mind, and the joy that swelled within her heart was overwhelming and difficult to contain. Firstly, the words spoken by Mo Ran were astonishing. They were indeed true. Secondly, one cannot help but marvel at Mo Ran's formidable prowess, so powerful that it defied common understanding and altered fate itself. Had Mo Ran been aware of her thoughts, he would surely have scoffed and smiled dismissively, saying, "How ludicrous! A mere fate can be altered. What consequence does it hold for me? It merely signifies a reduction in lifespan, which is trivial." To be frank, he was unaware of the extent of his own lifespan, which he was certain could never be exhausted. Even if calamity were to befall the world, ushering in an era of destruction, he, Mo Ran, would still sweep through all existence, immortal and indestructible. As he turned away, exuding an air of grandeur, Shen Qingqing's cultivation and meridians were gradually enhanced under the impact of the radiant beam of starlight he had cast. With each passing breath, the force of her breakthroughs intensified. From the pinnacle of qi condensation to the realms of qi gathering, dispersal, and ultimately back to the 8th level of the Emperor's domain, she absorbed every ounce of the energy Mo Ran had imparted unto her. At this moment, the aura emanating from her was immensely powerful, many times stronger than the combined might of 10 versions of herself before. She raised her hand, clenched her fist, and felt the profound yet ethereal strength coursing through her. With utmost sincerity, she addressed Mo Ran. "Thank you." "Oh," Mo Ran exclaimed, "what are you doing? This is rather formal. Must you express gratitude? Are you trying to push me away?" "No, this simply wouldn't do." He resolved to give her a proper lesson that evening. With a smile, he stepped closer to her, saying, as an old married couple, "What is wrong with me assisting my beloved wife?" Yet she remained reticent, holding back her thoughts. Despite being an empress, a ruler of her era, who was he? Mimicking Shen Qingqing's earlier gesture, he lifted her chin playfully and, with an air of confidence, declared, "I am your husband. Do you understand? I wield great power. I remind you of this every night, don't I? Woman, do you think I jest?" Observing his comical imitation, Shen Qingqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, she brushed aside the hand he had placed under her chin, transforming her disadvantage into an advantage, exuding an imperial demeanor as she coldly stated, "Man, do not forget, you are the one who has entered my household." Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent, imbued with an inexplicable tension. Mo Ran, momentarily deflated by her boldness, realized he could not replicate such an aura. After teasing him for a while, she left him in a state of bemusement. The Empress let out a cold snort, lightly brushing her lips against his cheek as a token of favor. Subsequently, she stepped over Mo Ran and made her way towards the training chamber, where she intended to consolidate the sudden surge of power within her. After Shen Qingqing departed, Mo Ran found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. He pondered, Did he truly lack the imposing aura of an emperor? Why did other celestial sovereigns exude such formidable presence, their words brimming with regal authority, while he felt utterly devoid of such qualities? With a heavy heart, he sighed and ambled toward Imo Ling Air's direction. This girl, once again attempting to sneak away. The more she grew, the more worrisome she became. Mischievous, the vanquished Shao clan muttered. You claim there is no presence. The Song clan replied. Brother Shao speaks the truth. Truly vexing. Chapter 106. Ling Air seeks her betrothed upon returning from the Imperial Palace. Mo Ran did not return to his own chambers, but instead visited Mo Ling Air's room. During Shen Qingqing's year-long venture into the Imperial realm, this little girl had been sneaking out daily to frolic. Initially, she would only cause a ruckus outside the palace, likely plotting her escape route. It wasn't that he forbade her from playing. Rather, it seemed she had picked up some troublesome habit from somewhere. Genuine requests were non-existent. It appeared that only the thrill of running away sparked her joy, a vice she had seemingly acquired unknowingly. Outside Mo Ling Air's room, sensing the empty space devoid of his daughter's presence, Mo Ran shook his head and sighed before pushing the door open. He discovered the bedding on the bed neatly arranged, while the jade table in the room was entirely bare, save for a yellowed sheet filled with elegant script, still wet with ink, as though it had just been completed. Father, please don't look for me. I beg you. Ling Air wishes to venture into the world and seek my sister. I miss my sister, and also the beautifully penned yet unusually large characters dominated the page, resembling talismanic symbols, suggesting there was more to come. He promptly flipped the paper over, glancing at the reverse side. Father, don't worry about me. I possess many formidable treasures for protection. Moreover, I have diligently cultivated this past year and have already reached the realm of dispersing energy. Mother had said that when I attained this level, I could go out and play. He also. Sister Xian Air mentioned a few days ago that her father has found her a betrothed. When I inquired what a betrothed is, she said it is a companion who can play with her for a very long time. I want one too. You're a naughty father for not finding me a playmate, and mother is no better. So, I shall seek one myself. Upon reading the final lines, Mo Ran's face darkened, nearly causing him to stumble backward. He crumpled the paper in his hand. A fire erupted from the palm of his hand, instantly reducing the yellow paper inscribed with Mo Linger's message to ashes. Xian, the daughter of a minister, spoke of her betrothed, and Mo Ran was somewhat aware of the matter. Not long ago, in Longnan City, a prodigy was born into the Yu family, accompanied by 3,000 strands of purple qi. Such a celestial phenomenon heralded the arrival of an extraordinary talent. Within the Yu family, there was a minister in the imperial court who, upon witnessing the birth of this Qilin child, sought to have the empress bestow a name upon him. While it was publicly stated that Shen Qingqing would name the child, the true intention was for Mo Ran to confer a title. As for the reasons behind this, he honestly could not fathom. Perhaps they hoped to secure the favor of the Qingyu dynasty for this Qilin child, or perhaps they desired Mo Ran's protection for him. Mo Ran did indeed lend his assistance. Why? Because, according to the ancient texts of the Qingyu dynasty, long ago, there was a general from the Yu family, a figure of immense strength. Yet, the precise extent of his power remained a mystery, as the ancient texts offered scant records of this general. He had inquired of the system about the identity of this general, but the system only sighed repeatedly, hinting at some unspoken concern or perhaps even fear. He intended to press for more information, but his system companion was preoccupied with battling other systems, leaving him with only a brief message. A youth born amidst chaos, unable to bear the suffering of the people, sought to quell the turmoil of the world, ultimately meeting his demise in the realm of systems. His name was Yushi. He had a friend, a simpleton whose surname eluded him, often referred to as Xiao Yanzi. Thus, Mo Ran was filled with curiosity about the nature of this general, especially since the system could not provide a complete account. However, curiosity aside, without the system's guidance, he had no choice but to wait for future revelations. Perhaps this newly born Qilin child bore some connection to that general. Consequently, he bestowed upon him the name Yu Weiqi. As he pondered this, his expression darkened. He had yet to recover from Mo Linger's words. He never anticipated that merely granting a name would attract countless suitors. Among all those seeking to propose, the youth inexplicably chose Xian. The Su family, to which Xian belonged, shared a long-standing friendship with the Yu family. It was said that the heads of both families enjoyed engaging in playful banter. Exiner, named Shen Qingqing, often played with Mo Linger due to their similar ages. However, he could never have imagined the outcome that awaited him. To her astonishment, her heart had revealed this matter to Mo Linger. The critical point was that children often find such things curious. As this thought crossed his mind, a deep frown marred his expression, making him look exceedingly distressed. What on earth was going through his daughter's mind? An engaged husband? Nonsense. With that thought, Mo ran quickly, cleared his throat, striving to regain his composure. He had lost his poise. He then shook his head and made his way outside. After exiting Mo Linger's room, he calculated with a flick of his fingers. Sensing the familiar aura emanating from the southwest, a smile crept upon his lips. So you're seeking an engaged husband, are you? I won't let you even step outside. He then directed his palm towards the source of that aura, inhaling slightly. A surge of power erupted from his palm, tearing apart the surrounding space. Just as he was about to reach in and retrieve Mo Linger, he reconsidered. Keeping her cooped up at home was not a viable solution. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation, dissipating the rift he had conjured. Fine, let her enjoy a bit of freedom, he murmured, gazing in the direction of Mo Linger's aura. He then waved his hand and called out, "Xiao Xiao for now. Stay by her side. If she encounters any danger, let her play. Should she come across anyone surnamed Lin, Xiao, Chu, or Yi, send them all away." Having spoken, he turned on his heel and returned to his palace to rest. After a considerable time, a graceful figure gradually emerged from the shadows, softly uttering, "By the decree of the esteemed emperor." Her form then transformed into a wisp of mist, vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, Mo Linger, having fled for several dozen minutes, finally came to a halt. She stowed away the escaped talisman and leaned against an ancient tree to rest, observing her unfamiliar surroundings. A blush of sunset pink graced her cheeks. After catching her breath, she patted her chest and glanced back, remarking, "I've finally made my escape. I wonder if Exiner has managed to get out, and if the talismans I gave her were sufficient. It seems we had made prior arrangements." Just as she peeked out, looking back at the direction from which she had fled, the majestic palace of the Qingyu dynasty loomed before her. Suddenly, a radiant light emerged, slowly forming into two segments of text. "Wowu, Sister Linger, Exiner cannot get out. She has been caught by father. She cannot use the talismans you gave her." Upon reading this, Mo Linger furrowed her brow slightly, her lips pouting in a small curve of discontent. How could she not know how to use them? That shouldn't be the case. Aren't these meant to be burned? Yet, unbeknownst to her, these talismans were beyond the grasp of anyone but herself. In her hands, it was a treasure; in the hands of others, merely a heap of worthless paper. Unable to comprehend the situation, she ceased her musings with a sigh, lamenting, "I suppose I shall have to entertain myself." Suddenly, a talisman materialized in her grasp. With a swift gesture of her hands, she activated the talisman, and at the moment it ignited, her figure vanished from the spot. This time, she intended to escape the southern domain and venture into the eastern domain. On a desolate road devoid of life, Mo Linger emerged like a fleeting specter from the void. I finally made it out. I almost didn't," she exclaimed. For the distance she sought to traverse was considerable. This talisman was unlike any she had encountered before, significantly larger than those she had previously utilized. She had kept it tucked away in her bag, longing to employ it, but her spiritual power had never sufficed to unlock its potential. Now, having finally stepped into the dispersing aura realm, she decided to give it a try, not anticipating that it would indeed work, though she had nearly become trapped within. As she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, several shadowy figures approached from behind. They were a band of mountain bandits, each wielding a hefty blade. "Hey, boss, look! There's a child up ahead," one of them exclaimed, lowering his sword from his shoulder and pointing in Mo Linger's direction. The one he referred to as the boss rubbed his round belly and hastily glanced toward the indicated spot. Upon spotting Mo Linger, who was scanning her surroundings curiously, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Well, in this desolate wilderness, there truly is a child. The bandit's companion suddenly produced a scroll from his sleeve, scrutinizing it closely before directing his gaze back at Mo Linger. His eyes gleamed with a sudden insight, as if a plan had formed in his mind. He leaned closer to the bandit leader and whispered, "Boss, Didn't the leader of the Hahuan sect just mention the urgent need for several hundred young boys and girls to assist in his cultivation? From what I know, the leader of the Hahuan sect is a formidable figure in the realm of fate. If we could secure his protection. He cast a shifty glance around the wild expanse, a sly grin spreading across his face. If we could gain the favor of the Hahuan sect, wouldn't we dominate this place? Wouldn't it mean that we alone hold the power here? The bandit leader scratched his ample belly, clearly discerning the implications of his subordinate's scheme. The Hahuan sect was a newly emerging force, rumored to be led by a sinister figure who thrived on the consumption of young boys and girls for his cultivation. Their stronghold was nestled in this very wilderness, where they had long been the masters, engaging in a life of thievery and plunder. Desiring to venture into the most prosperous city of the Eastern Domain, they found themselves traversing a necessary path. For many years, they had claimed dominion over this territory. Yet recently, a young lad had emerged, seemingly intent on contesting their authority. No matter their attempts, they could not dislodge him. Merely 11 or 12 years of age, he possessed the remarkable prowess of the peak chi dispersing realm, just a step away from transcending into the fabled Fate Palace realm. It was uncertain which formidable faction had sent forth this prodigy to challenge them, yet the very notion of incurring the wrath of such a power was daunting, compelling them to retreat. This young interloper's presence had disrupted their operations. Every time they set an ambush, he would inexplicably materialize, thwarting their efforts. For months, they had been unable to successfully plunder or pillage. With the interference of this influential disciple, they had gone days without sustenance. Today, they resolved to mobilize entirely, hoping to encounter a more affluent caravan. Yet, scarcely had they stepped out when they encountered Imo Ling. Coincidentally, that very morning, the leader of the Hehuan sect had sought him out, imploring his assistance in procuring young boys and girls, preferably infants under the age of 5. He promised a lifetime of prosperity should he comply. Such a request was beyond his moral compass, and he promptly refused, only to be coerced into swallowing a poison pill. Granted 3 days to ponder his fate. In response, he shook his head and cast a glance at his treacherous advisor, the doghead strategist, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to the strategist's head. In an instant, the doghead strategist was caught unawares, collapsing to the ground, his eyes glazing over, froth escaping his lips as he lay convulsing like a lifeless dog. Listen closely, all of you. What he suggests is utterly abhorrent. Is this the kind of depravity we are to embrace? Can we trust the words of such a sect? Look at our fallen strategist, writhing on the ground. I never realized you were capable of such treachery. We had agreed to only pursue wealth, ensuring our brothers would not go hungry. Now that fortune has eluded us, we must accept our misfortune and seek a new path. I will lead my brothers to forage for wild fruits to stave off hunger. Yet you, burdened with the whims of the Hehuan sect, have your judgment clouded. Can one serve such malevolence and expect to thrive? With disdain, he stomped mockingly on the fallen strategist. Hehuan sect, such a name reeks of malevolence. Engaging in the cultivation with innocent children, this individual is doomed to a short existence. Whoever associates with him is destined for misfortune. He certainly does not wish to meet a tragic end. If he must die, he intends to do so with dignity. Immediately, a chorus of his subordinates echoed in agreement. Indeed, the boss speaks wisely. Upon hearing this, the bandit leader turned his ire toward a subordinate who was brandishing a knife at Imo Ling, admonishing him. And you, cease pointing that wretched blade at her. Such behavior is terribly impolite. We must be courteous bandits, do you understand? He then turned back to his followers, reiterating, let us maintain our manners. Unbeknownst to them, their raucous antics had drawn Imo Ling's attention. When they glanced in her direction once more, they found her seated upon a large stone, holding a handful of dark, unidentifiable morsels, consuming them while observing them with a look of amusement. The atmosphere became rather peculiar. After a prolonged moment of surprise, Imo Ling finished her snack. Imitating Imo ran by clapping her hands to rid them of the crumbs. Dressed as she was, wielding a knife, she resembled the bandits from her father's tales. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. The stories of bandits, particularly those that flowed from water, were frequently recounted by Imo Ran to lull her to sleep. After all, such tales were easily digestible for children, even if their content remained somewhat incomprehensible. Yet, he had underestimated his daughter's capacity for comprehension and learning. Her eyes gleamed, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth as she exclaimed, "Father said that bandits are villains, engaging in robbery, murder, and all manner of wicked deeds. What a fortuitous encounter to have the opportunity to right these wrongs. Ling shall uphold justice." Chapter 108. Do you intend to kidnap me? With that, a sudden radiance emerged from her hand. It manifested as a long whip of vibrant red, flickering with faint flames, perfectly sized for her to wield. This weapon was custom-made for her by Mo Ran. Its lethality was minimal, merely a slight sting, possessing a spiritual quality that could temporarily incapacitate a cultivator of one level above her for half an hour. However, due to their distance, the bandits remained unaware that Mo Ling had entered a state of readiness. The bandit leader, catching an awkward glance from Mo Ling instinctively withdrew his gaze and directed his attention to the knife-wielding subordinate, instructing, "You go. This young girl clearly appears lost. Inquire whose child she is so we may return her home. Given her attire, she likely hails from a wealthy family. By returning her, we may receive a reward. And then we can treat the brothers to a fine meal in the city." "I understood, boss. Put that wretched knife down, cease scowling. You'll frighten her, and I'll hold you accountable." The young man, heeding the admonitions of the bandit leader, sheathed his long blade into the ground and approached Mo Ling unarmed. As he walked, his mind wandered with fanciful dreams. The elder had remarked that the girl's attire suggested she hailed from an uncommon background. Should he succeed in returning her, he and his comrades would no longer endure hunger. The thought of a blissful life within reach ignited an irrepressible joy within him. Before he realized it, he stood before Mo Ling, wearing a congenial smile and gazing at her with gleaming eyes, waving his hand in greeting. It seemed he unconsciously disregarded the long whip firmly held in her grasp. Suppressing his delight, he said with a grin, "Little sister, are you lost? Would you like uncle to escort you home?" Before the words fully escaped his lips, Mo Ling flashed a smile and retorted, "Ah, this is what my father warned me about. The very trick employed by bandits to abduct children, isn't it? How despicable." At that moment, the bandit henchman was momentarily taken aback. Confusion etched across his face. Upon catching sight of the fiery whip in Mo Ling's hand, cold sweat broke out on his brow. No, we do not engage in such practices," he hastily protested. However, before he could utter another word, Mo Ling swung her whip with ferocity, striking him sharply across the face. What a magnificent display it was! Flames erupted from the whip, enveloping him in an instant. The bandit felt a searing pain wash over him, and an inexplicable force sent him soaring into the air. He soared upwards, a figure ablaze, before crashing down at the feet of the bandit leader with a thunderous impact. Boom! The sound reverberated through the air as the other bandits looked on, bewildered, witnessing their comrade inexplicably return from where he had just approached Mo Ling. Dust billowed around the bandit leader's feet, enveloping them all in a cloud. Cough! What on earth? How did Lao Kuan return? Could he have encountered something foul? The leader coughed, struggling to breathe through the choking dust. Is there a skilled fighter among us? Cough. I must say, Lao Kuan truly needs to lose some weight. As the dust settled, the bandit leader swallowed hard, eyes wide with astonishment. As her gaze descended, she caught sight of the deep pit below, where her younger companion lay convulsing and frothing at the mouth, his clothing mysteriously charred beyond recognition. She then lifted her eyes towards Mo Ling, who was observing her with a beaming smile, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. From her expression, it appeared as though she was silently proclaiming, "I seek to uphold justice." He removed the tattered cloak draped over his shoulders and gently covered his companion with it, shielding him from the unsightly sight. Glancing at the group of concerned subordinates who had gathered around, he reassured them, "Do not panic. Lao Kuan is fine. It's merely a flesh wound." He had sensed the ferocity of the flames, yet they had not inflicted significant harm on Lao Kuan. The frothing was merely a result of being thrown too high, causing dizziness. However, he found it quite peculiar that all of his companion's cultivation had seemingly vanished. This was indeed strange. In that brief moment of contemplation, Mo Ling, wielding a long whip, approached them. Upon her arrival, the bandit subordinates immediately began to rebuke her. "You girl, what is the meaning of this? Indeed, Lao Kuan was only trying to help you find your way home, and you retaliated with such ferocity. Had our leader not assured us he was unharmed, I would have thought he was dead." They clamored like a chorus of fishwives, each voice vying for attention. seemingly overwhelmed by their outburst. Mo Linger hastily covered her ears and exclaimed, "You wicked bandits! You clearly intended to abduct me, yet you speak of righteousness. Please, cease your chatter." At her words, the crowd fell silent, their faces reflecting confusion as they exchanged glances. Abduction? When did we become kidnappers? While they were certainly not virtuous individuals, their misdeeds were limited to robbery. They never harmed anyone. Bah! As bandits, we still adhere to certain principles. Accusing us of abduction is slander. After a moment of bewilderment, their gazes returned to Mo Linger. Before they could speak, the bandit leader, wearing a wry smile, said, "Dear lady, we merely observed you, a child, wandering aimlessly and thought you were lost. Our intention was to escort you home and perhaps request some compensation from your family for our trouble. We had no intention of abducting you." At that moment, his expression grew grim, as though he were on the verge of tears. "Oh, but I have played my part in this charade." Upon hearing his words, Mo Linger took a couple of steps back in fright. It was not fear of the bandits that caused her to retreat. She was unafraid of them. Rather, she dreaded the prospect of facing her mother, Shen Qingqing. Furthermore, she had sneaked out without any prior notification. Captured, it would undoubtedly be a dire situation, perhaps even subjected to the drudgery of transcribing texts. What a wearisome prospect. Though such thoughts lingered in her mind, she was not foolish enough to take the words of others at face value, particularly those uttered by bandits. After all, they certainly did not appear to embody the qualities of virtue. Moreover, having heard tales from Mo ran about the brigands, most of whom were ruthless marauders, committing atrocities and oppressing the weak, her regard for them was exceedingly low. Thus, she steadied herself, grasping the long whip in her hand, and, calming the tumult of her emotions, declared, "Do you even know where my home is, that you would claim to take me back? Are you attempting to deceive a child? I am not a mere 3-year-old. You think you can simply return me home after I have gone to such lengths to escape? Besides, I have already traveled quite a distance. Can these famished, pallid bandits even manage to escort me back?" At her words, a hush fell over the group, particularly affecting the leader of the brigands, whose lips appeared even paler in that moment. Such a young girl, capable of wielding a spiritual artifact. What could possibly explain the aura emanating from her that rivaled his own? Surely, he could not be led to believe that this girl, barely 4 years old, possessed powers on par with his own. It was utterly terrifying. First, a 12-year-old had obstructed his path to wealth, and now a mere toddler had emerged. Did these powerful factions not fear the potential demise of such prodigies? Why would they allow such young talents to venture out for trials? It seemed utterly unreasonable. He swallowed hard, casting a glance at the chubby girl before him, and ultimately sighed in resignation. Very well. Such an influential disciple was not someone he could afford to provoke. It would be prudent to retreat. Thus, he waved his hand and addressed Mo Linger. "In that case, we shall take our leave. Little sister, do as you wish." After speaking, he exchanged a knowing look with his subordinates, signaling them to carry away the unconscious Lao Kuan from the deep pit. "Understood, boss." The two lackeys instantly comprehended his intent. With a few swift motions, they leapt into the pit. In mere minutes, they emerged with Lao Kuan in tow. Observing this, the bandit leader glanced at the bewildered Mo Linger and then at the unconscious Lao Kuan. Although he appeared to be in a stupor, he bore no severe injuries. The pit had likely formed when the flames that engulfed him dissipated. Noticing Mo Linger's opulent attire and exquisite accessories, he had initially intended to extort some wealth from her. However, upon witnessing the terrifying flames flickering from the whip in her grasp, he found himself rendered speechless. Consequently, he could only turn away in resignation. After all, he could not take any action against them. Otherwise, what would happen if their elders arrived and annihilated them? It simply was not worth the risk. Moreover, this lad was merely indulging in a nap, so he could only endure this silent grievance. Thus, he departed with his band of mountain bandits. Observing this, Mo Linger blushed in embarrassment as she watched their retreating figures. It seemed she had indeed overthought the situation. This group of bandits harbored no ill intentions toward her. She put away her whip and sheepishly scratched her head. At that moment, she called out to their departing silhouettes, "Hey!" Responding instinctively to the shout from behind, the retreating bandits turned their heads, confusion etched on their faces, uncertain as to why Mo Linger was calling them. "Hey, my dear uncle, please accept this. I apologize for my rudeness." As her words fell, the bandit leader was taken aback, only to see a shadow radiating golden light suddenly appear before him. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp it. Upon recognizing the object in his hand, astonishment washed over his features. Is this Emperor Crystal? My goodness, boss. It's Emperor Crystal. As the faint golden glow emanated from the item in the bandit leader's hand, his followers could not suppress their exclamations. Emperor Crystal. This is something only a mighty emperor can condense. If a cultivator below the Fate Palace realm were to obtain one and refine the imperial essence within, their power would undoubtedly surge tremendously. He had been stuck at the dissipating realm for years. If he could harness the rich essence from this Emperor Crystal to break through and enter the Fate Palace, he would no longer need to live as the so-called bandit in this remote valley. With that thought, he quelled his excitement, gripping the Emperor Crystal tightly with trembling hands. Disbelief etched on his face. Little sister, is this truly for us? In response, Mo Linger shrugged nonchalantly. Why not? Is it acceptable as an apology? She was unaware of the true nature of the item. She only knew it sparkled beautifully and had casually taken it with her. It must be quite valuable. But her family's treasury contained plenty, so losing one piece was inconsequential. Upon receiving Mo Linger's affirmation, his expression transformed instantly, shifting from sorrowful frowns to joyous smiles. He was still poisoned. To seek an antidote, he could either approach the leader of the He Huan sect for a remedy or rely on the Emperor Crystal in his hand to break through the dissipating energy. The latter option seemed safer. After all, the He Huan sect sounded rather dubious, and they likely would not last long. After contemplating for a moment, she smiled brightly at Mo Linger and said, of course, this is absolutely wonderful." Observing his cheerful demeanor, Mo Linger finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had inadvertently knocked him unconscious and misunderstood him. If her father were to discover this incident, she would undoubtedly face a lengthy reprimand. However, the deed was done, and all she could do was seek his forgiveness to the best of her ability. She was concerned that this beautiful item might not be valuable enough to earn his pardon. To her surprise, he seemed quite fond of it. With her thoughts swirling, she resolved to bring more of such treasures next time. Once she had a plan in mind, she intended to act upon it immediately upon her return. Yet, at that moment, she could not think of going back. She had yet to fully indulge in her adventure. Turning around, she noticed a flicker of light in her eyes as she glimpsed strange, dark red gas rising from the mountain peak, instantly capturing her attention. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly decided to investigate. She then exclaimed to the still excited bandit, "Linger is going to play." With that, she dashed off towards the mountain top without a backward glance. Chapter 110. Who Wants to Be Devoured by You? Seeing Mo Linger intent on ascending the mountain, the bandit leader was taken aback and hurriedly ran to block her path. Waving his hands frantically, "You can't go up that mountain. If you wish to play, I can send someone to escort you down to a nearby town. It's far better than this wretched mountain." Upon hearing his words, Mo Linger looked at the bandit leader, who had suddenly appeared before her, blocking her way. With a puzzled expression, her confusion deepened as she questioned why she could not go up. Was there something foul lurking there? Why? Seeing her naive demeanor, he sighed softly and recounted the story of the He Huan sect and the recent peculiar occurrences in detail. After listening, Mo Linger fell into silence. Though she could not grasp every detail, she understood the general idea. There was a man-eating monster on the mountain. She had thought there would be something beautiful or entertaining up there, but it turned out that the glowing red substance signified great danger. Realizing this, she swallowed hard and abandoned her intention to venture up the mountain. Over the years, she had gained a rudimentary understanding of her abilities. White represented trash, gold symbolized treasures, and the brighter the object, the better it was. Now she had also learned that red indicated peril. She patted her chest and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle. Linger will not go." Had it not been for his timely reminder, she would have undoubtedly found herself embroiled in a significant predicament, one that her petite frame could scarcely endure. Alas, there were malevolent beings present, rendering this path impassable. Thus, she was compelled to seek refuge elsewhere. Moreover, she had ventured out for leisure, not to engage with man-eating monsters. Upon observing Mo Linger abandon her earlier intentions, he had initially anticipated her stubbornness, but was pleasantly surprised by her compliance, which surpassed that of the young man. He could not help but wonder about his fate, after so long without news. He feared he might have met his demise. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the young man who had consistently thwarted their attempts at robbery, adamantly insisting on ascending the mountain despite warnings. Suddenly, he sensed a sinister wind approaching from behind, and a shadow darted past him with alarming speed. Startled, he instinctively sidestepped, but lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the shadow collided forcefully with a large tree, splitting it cleanly in two. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Was this not the very individual who had persistently impeded their grand designs? Had he not ventured up the mountain just days prior, disregarding all counsel? As this realization dawned upon the group, a chill of dread swept over them, instinctively retreating a few steps. Once the dust settled, a bloodied figure emerged before them, covered in wounds and drenched in blood, with fresh injuries still oozing. The individual had succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. As the crowd's gaze was drawn to the young man, a mocking voice suddenly resonated. Ha ha ha! What fortune smiles upon me today, to encounter two such vigorous little ones of remarkable prowess. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the band of mountain thieves instinctively turned toward the source, and as they beheld the newcomer's visage, they involuntarily recoiled several steps, cold sweat pouring down their faces. The once-seated leader of the thieves, now trembling, rose unsteadily, conjuring a long blade forged from dark spiritual energy in his grasp. He swallowed hard, his complexion paling visibly. On the mountain road stood a man with a handlebar mustache, a long scar etched across his face, his emaciated form exuding an aura of malevolence. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased, a result of his cultivation of the most sinister and dark arts. He cast a cold glance at the bandit leader who was brandishing a spiritual blade aimed directly at him, his voice frigid as he remarked, "It seems you have made your decision. You dare to point a blade at me?" With that, he let out a disdainful snort. An overwhelming force of supreme darkness erupted around him, the aura of the second realm of the Destiny Palace surging forth instantaneously. The power of this supreme darkness rushed toward the bandit leader with alarming speed, leaving him no time to react. His body was flung through the air, crashing violently against a towering tree. The unique aura that belonged to him began to wane gradually as he was sent hurtling back. "Boss!" His gang of subordinates gasped in shock, powerless to utter more. With a single strike, no, even before he could launch an attack, his leader had been rendered lifeless. As they exchanged glances filled with despair, they found themselves at a loss as to what to do. Ignoring the turmoil around him, his gaze settled on Mo Linger. Licking his lips with a sinister expression, he declared, "Fortune smiles upon me. Such rich vitality. Little girl, surrender all your life force to me." Mo Linger, visibly frightened by his grotesque appearance, took a couple of steps back in silence. Her fear stemmed from his unusual looks rather than his displayed prowess. After all, even her own talismanic attack would be more formidable. Although she was unaware of what he meant by life force, she recognized the word blood, and it was clear that it boded ill. She had no desire to converse further with such an ugly creature, and, suppressing her discomfort, deftly retrieved an attack talisman from her treasure pouch, pinching it between her fingers. The man's brow furrowed in confusion. He sensed nothing extraordinary emanating from the talisman. To him, it appeared to be mere scrap paper. Was he to be confronted with a piece of worthless paper? Did he think he could exorcise him? Cackling, he mused about the fortuitous discovery of a spatial storage artifact, a treasure truly rare and precious. "Fear not. Once your life force merges with mine, I shall safeguard your treasures well," he continued, but before he could finish, Mo Linger, her eyes closed, suddenly ignited a blaze of crimson flames that enveloped the talisman pinched between her fingers. At the moment the talisman ignited, she shouted, "Who wants to be devoured by you?" As her words echoed, the man had yet to recover from her proclamation when, in an instant, a beam of sword light erupted from the talisman, enveloping the surrounding space and hurtling toward him with blistering speed. In the blink of an eye, before he could utter another word, his body was pierced by the sword light, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Until death, I never comprehended how I met my end. As the brilliance of the sword dissipated, tranquility returned to this realm. Sighing, Linger expressed her desire to return home, suggesting that next time, her father and mother should accompany her for an outing. She felt utterly exhausted. Every escapade seemed to lead her into bizarre predicaments. Previously, she had been pursued by a ferocious beast, and now, upon her arrival, she encountered a man with an eccentric appearance, exuding an uncanny aura. Due to the distance, the onlookers failed to catch her murmured words. Instead, they were left in awe of her display of prowess. The two individuals carrying the unconscious Lao Kuan instinctively glanced at him, their throats tightening in apprehension. This Lao Kuan was fortunate indeed. Thankfully, that girl did not unleash a talismanic assault upon first meeting him. Even a formidable expert in the Destiny Palace realm had been swiftly vanquished. Given his slight stature, it was likely he would have succumbed before even making contact. The thought sent shivers down their spines, and they silently exhaled in relief, each reflecting, I am fortunate not to have approached, otherwise, my life would be in jeopardy. With the crisis resolved, the terrified crowd quickly rushed towards their fallen leader. Before long, the bandit chief was encircled by his subordinates, forming a tight-knit group. Are you all right, boss? Wake up. Could it be that our leader has already? Silence. He still breathes. Who has a healing pill? Quick, administer one to the boss. Brother, that's for treating wounds. The voices of the crowd were a cacophony of concern, each one more urgent than the last. They struggled to produce even a single healing elixir, their worry causing disarray. Then, one individual, regaining composure, quietly suggested, is it possible that we simply do not possess any healing pills? Indeed, they could not afford such luxuries. Typically, they relied on rudimentary methods for self-treatment, encountering healing elixirs only a few times a year, if at all. Upon hearing these words, the chaotic chatter fell silent. All eyes drawn to the speaker. What shall we do? Our leader's condition worsens. His breath grows faint. If the boss passes, what will become of us? We disband. Of course. Do you wish to take his place? It seemed that the bandit chief, perhaps stirred by the murmurs of his subordinates, began to stir, his ample belly rising and falling. Just as the crowd found themselves at a loss, unable to procure a single pill, Linger approached the boy who had been hurled down the mountain, clinging to life by a thread, poised on the brink of death. From her bag of treasures, she retrieved a mysterious healing elixir imbued with a fragrant essence and promptly placed it into his mouth. After witnessing the potion being swallowed, she maneuvered her petite form through the crowd, inching closer, yet repeatedly rebuffed as she attempted to press forward. Frustration welled within her. You cannot save him. Would you kindly step aside? Clustering together to suffocate the air. If you wish for him to perish quickly, just say so. She bellowed, make way. I possess the elixir. At the resonant echo of her voice, the crowd instinctively formed two lines, creating a pathway for Mo Linger. Remarkably, despite her lack of training, she exhibited an extraordinary proficiency that was almost painful to behold. With a heavy sigh, she approached the leader of the bandits, who lay motionless on the ground, save for the rise and fall of his abdomen. She shook her head in a manner reminiscent of an adult, as if to say, what a nuisance, dear sir. Without hesitation, she thrust the dark, unremarkable elixir into his mouth. Just as it entered, a concerned voice inquired, little sister, what kind of elixir is this? What does it cure? Stunned momentarily, Mo Linger appeared to ponder deeply. After a brief pause, as the potion dissolved in his mouth, she replied slowly, I am not sure. It should be able to save him. Before she could finish her sentence, a gurgling sound erupted from beside her, drawing the curious gazes of the crowd. To their astonishment, the previously near-lifeless bandit leader suddenly opened his eyes, one looking upward, the other downward, a peculiar sight indeed. He began to froth at the mouth, emitting a series of gurgling noises. In that instant, the surrounding crowd fell silent, only the sound of swallowed breaths breaking the stillness. It's over. The leader is finished, they murmured among themselves. This girl is quite formidable, having just slain the sect leader of the Hehuan sect. She now seeks to poison our chief. Brothers, should we flee? We cannot possibly fight her. The chief is likely on his last legs. Shall we run? Their eyes darted about, conveying a silent consensus of unease. No. Mo Linger hastily shook her head. This was her first encounter with such a situation. She was certain she had only administered a healing elixir, one that had been duly allocated to her. Just then, from the periphery, a faint voice emerged behind her. That is a Qingling Dan. It possesses healing properties and can dispel toxins. Judging by his current state, the detoxifying effects seem to be taking hold. The voice belonged to the young lad who had just regained consciousness. At this moment, the blood that had been gushing from him had ceased, and he could barely muster the strength to take a few steps. However, his body remained exceedingly weak. Upon hearing his words, the crowd observed the young man rising and listened intently to his inquiries. They all quickly nodded twice, indicating their agreement. Noticing this, Mo Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, big brother, you are amazing. I knew I wouldn't make a mistake." Upon hearing her, the young man felt a slight flush on his cheeks. He shifted his gaze from her to the bandit's subordinates. Seeing them all nod in affirmation, he concluded that his speculation was indeed correct, and thus declared, "He is fine. He should awaken shortly." The Qingling pill is a rare treasure, capable not only of healing wounds and detoxifying, but also of enhancing one's innate talent. Your leader has fortuitously benefited from this misfortune. However, I sincerely hope that you all refrain from continuing as bandits in the future. After speaking, he turned his attention back to Mo Linger and bowed his head in gratitude, saying, "I am Zheng Yu from Fenglei Island. I thank you for saving my life." Chapter 112. In which direction is Fenglei Island? Fenglei Island. What new power has emerged? The bandits, standing in 2 rows, wore puzzled expressions, exchanging glances, as they had never heard of this faction. Meanwhile, Mo Linger, feeling a bit bashful as she scratched her head in response to the young man's gratitude, thought to herself that this was merely a matter of a pill. Though she appeared shy, internally she was overjoyed. She had not anticipated becoming someone's savior so soon after her arrival, which filled her with a sense of hope for the future. Any longing to return home was momentarily suppressed, as her curiosity was piqued by what Zheng Yu referred to as Fenglei Island. Wind and thunder on the same island? That should be quite a sight, she mused. With this thought, she hastily waved her hand at him and said, "No need to thank me." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu raised his head, preparing to leave. After all, she had insisted there was no need for gratitude, and he could not afford to repay her in kind. He certainly could not offer himself in return. That was out of the question, as he was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. His meridians were shattered, and he had been on the brink of death. Yet, this girl had managed to heal him with just a single pill. Not to mention Fenglei Island. He had never encountered such miraculous elixirs. Nevertheless, he was no stranger to the extraordinary. While he did not know what kind of pill the girl had administered to him, he recognized the one she had given to the bandit leader. On Wind and Thunder Island lies a singular item, identical in appearance, yet possessing lesser potency compared to the one recently held by the girl. Even from a distance, he could perceive the subtle fragrance wafting from it. Just as he was about to turn around, dragging his injured and unhealed body, the voice of Mo Linger gently reached his ears. "Just take Linger to Wind and Thunder Island. No need to thank me." The moment Yu, yearning to depart, heard her words, he felt as though he had been petrified. His foot, raised but not yet set down, froze mid-air. Had he misheard? Did she not just say she wanted him to take her back? This seemed inappropriate. He paused momentarily, turning back in disbelief. What? What did you say? Above Mo Linger's head, an invisible question mark appeared. "It's not far at all. Can't you hear me? Has this young man been rendered foolish by his fall?" Various doubts swirled in her mind. She took 2 steps forward, raising her voice slightly. "I said, you should take Linger to the island where there is wind and thunder, and there's no need to thank me." All right, he clarified. He understood now. This girl wished to accompany him to Wind and Thunder Island. While he comprehended her words, he could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing her description of the island. Truth be told, she was not wrong. The uniqueness of Wind and Thunder Island was encapsulated in its very name, characterized by fierce winds and torrential rains. It was an island perpetually shrouded in a peculiar mist that could disorient anyone who ventured too close, where the sun seldom shone and gloomy weather prevailed. Furthermore, Wind and Thunder Island had been hidden from the world for many years, its name known to but a few, and its inhospitable environment rendered it a place few would wish to visit. When he first heard someone express a desire to see it, he was perplexed and inquired, "Do you know what Wind and Thunder Island is?" "No idea," Mo Linger shook her head. "Then why do you want to go? It sounds like it would be fun." Wind and Thunder Island is not amusing. The weather is harsh, and it is enveloped by mysterious mist. In recent years, many malevolent spirit beasts that drain one's life force have emerged from within that fog. My ability to leave was solely due to the elders of the island risking their lives to send me away. As he spoke, he glanced at Mo Ling, pausing for a moment, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes. He could not fathom why the elders had chosen to release him. He had no desire to leave. Now, he had emerged, yet he could not return. Wind and Thunder Island had been cloaked in that strange mist for thousands of years, effectively isolating it from the world. Entering was no simple task, and escaping was even more formidable. On the day he departed, he had questioned the elders about the significance of his release. Many elders chose to remain silent, while some feigned ignorance. Ultimately, they conveyed a single message: Fenglei Island must emerge. And he was tasked with discovering the means to dispel the peculiar mist surrounding it. He questioned why it must be him. The elders, being forthright, did not conceal anything. They plainly revealed that the former island master had once sought a resolution at the cost of his life. And the answer to this conundrum was that only he could leave the island to save Fenglei Island. Thus, he was unwittingly sent forth. During his departure, he fell victim to an ambush by malevolent spirit beasts lurking within the mist, resulting in the demise of several elders. This was the source of his sorrow. Upon his arrival, he was plagued by a single doubt. The former island master had stated that the solution resided within him. However, could it be possible that it did not pertain to the current version of himself? After all, he had emerged into an unfamiliar world, disconnected from society for so many years, rendering communication nearly impossible. Wandering aimlessly, he encountered a group of bandits. In his memory, robbery was an immoral act, and with nothing else to occupy his time, he chose to linger in the mountains to thwart the bandits' thievery. Moreover, in recent days, an inexplicable expert in the art of fate had appeared, abducting young boys and girls for their cultivation. He contemplated whether he could rescue the children who had been taken. The outcome was predictable. He had overestimated his abilities and nearly met his end. Reflecting on this, he shook his head and candidly stated, "I cannot return. Fenglei Island is shrouded in an unusual mist. Entering it would alert those malevolent spirit beasts, and once detected, one would be mercilessly devoured. I cannot even return myself, let alone bring anyone back." Upon hearing this, though she did not fully grasp his rambling, having never experienced it firsthand, she remained undeterred. Moreover, there existed places that Mo Linger could not reach, places that simply did not exist. "Do not be afraid. Tell me where Fenglei Island is, and I shall escort you back," Mo Linger boldly declared, patting her chest with an air of assurance. Unbeknownst to her, a teleportation talisman had materialized in her hand. Thus, amid the astonished gazes of those around, she approached Zheng Yu with a hopeful smile, asking, "In which direction lies Fenglei Island?" Chapter 113, The Terror of the Emperor. For reasons unbeknownst to him, as he gazed into Mo Linger's earnest eyes, he found himself inexplicably raising a finger to indicate a direction. At the moment he pointed westward, her eyes sparkled with delight. The talisman nestled between her fingers was suddenly engulfed in flames, and a stream of energy slowly emanated from it. Before her, a pitch-black circle materialized, a portal to another realm. Upon witnessing this, she chuckled softly, glancing at Zheng Yu with a playful smile, and remarked, "Elbow, let Linger explore Wind and Thunder Island." She had encountered thunder, rain, and strong winds, and had witnessed mortals traversing the Emperor's tribulation. Yet she had never laid eyes on an island that boasted both thunder and wind, along with an enigmatic fog. Thus, Zheng Yu's description naturally piqued her curiosity. Once she had spoken, the portal seemed to come alive, gently drifting towards her before engulfing her entirely. Zheng Yu, too, was not exempt from this phenomenon. The band of mountain bandits was taken aback by the spectacle conjured by Mo Linger, having never encountered such a phenomenon. How could a person simply vanish in an instant? Just as they stood in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances without any answers to their questions, a voice filled with the terror of a nightmare suddenly pierced the air. "No. Please don't hit me. Don't strike my face." It was the bandit leader, who had fainted but was now awakening, flailing his arms as if trying to ward off some unseen entity. The others were roused by the familiar voice, turning to exclaim in unison, "Brother." Upon realizing that his hands could not grasp the strange object from his dream, the bandit leader slowly opened his swollen eyes. When he noticed the absence of the figures of the head of the Hahuan sect and Mo Linger, he appeared momentarily dazed. He then glanced at his own sprawled form on the ground, before looking up at his neatly arranged subordinates. He questioned, "Where did the person go? Why are you standing so orderly? Are we having a feast?" Having uttered these words, he instinctively attempted to rise, only to find himself unable to move, as if his legs had lost all sensation. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Why do I feel like my bones are disintegrating? Don't just stand there. Hurry and help me up." Hearing this, his subordinates snapped out of their earlier shock. "Oh, brother, you're finally awake. We thought we would never see you again." One exclaimed, "Indeed, brother. You have no idea. While you were unresponsive, we were preparing to search for you below," they chattered, wiping away tears that had not been shed. "Enough of that. Quickly help me up," the bandit leader retorted, clearly skeptical of their claims. After much effort from the group, they gradually lifted him from behind. Just as they were about to fully assist him, he cried out in pain, "No, no, it feels like I'm going to break." Before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a loud crack, and then a tremendous explosion resonated. He stumbled once more and fell to the ground, losing consciousness again. The bandits, startled, hurried over to check his breath. Upon discovering he was still alive, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Ultimately, out of sheer necessity, they fashioned a makeshift stretcher from a pile of branches and, with great effort, managed to carry him back to their hideout by evening. Upon awakening, they recounted every detail of the events that had transpired without omitting a single point. Not only that, but he also transformed his identity, renaming the original bandit lair to Good Samaritan Village, thereby dedicating himself to acts of kindness. Due to the frequent passage of merchant caravans in the vicinity, his endeavors unwittingly spurred the development of the desolate region known as the Qingyu dynasty. In the familiar room, upon the familiar bed, surrounded by familiar faces, Mo Ran wore a contented expression, as if savoring a cherished memory. His gaze fell upon the marks of crimson lips on his skin, a silent acknowledgement understood by those who knew. "Host, do you consider yourself lazy?" A resonant voice echoed in his mind. It was the familiar voice of the system. Mo Ran smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, lazy." Just as the system was about to respond, he added, "You've kept me dormant for a century. My enthusiasm has long since waned, and I have grown accustomed to it. Are you blaming me?" Upon hearing this, Mo Ran's lips curled slightly. Given his familiarity with the system, he knew it typically ignored him, but today it was unusually interactive. As the saying goes, anomalies often harbor secrets. He opened the door and inquired, "What is the matter?" The air fell silent. After a moment, the system slowly replied, "An ancient power, the Reader Emperor, has conveyed feedback, stating that your invincibility is not thorough enough. Although you are unrivaled in this world, you shy away from trouble and are too lethargic to even lift a finger. Moreover, they remarked that while you speak of raising a daughter, in reality, you do nothing daily, resembling a slothful pig. So what? Hence, not long ago, they could no longer tolerate your inactivity and decided to exert pressure on you, pooling their entire cultivation to fortify the space of this world to an unprecedented strength." Upon hearing this, Mo Ran's expression darkened, and his lips twitched involuntarily. "What sort of nonsense is this Reader Emperor? And what do you mean by reinforcing the space? Are they truly that idle?" "I do not know. Can I go out and eliminate them?" "They are on the ancestral star. Go ahead." Mo Ran suddenly felt as though his heart might seize. What? Even an immortal emperor can suffer from heart troubles? Never mind. If he claims to have one, then he does. "So what does this signify?" he asked. "This signifies that your stable existence may soon come to an end. Do you understand? I have sensed that this space has transformed drastically. Compared to its previous fragility, the current world is far more robust and formidable, with its laws now significantly refined. If one were to draw a comparison, I would say that this place is akin to a miniature celestial domain. A newly formed, unclaimed celestial realm presents a tremendous temptation for those from the upper realms." "I do not know," Mo Ran replied earnestly. The system explained, albeit somewhat inarticulately, that for those above the Immortal King level in the upper realm, possessing a small celestial domain equates to the qualification for becoming an immortal emperor. "Stop," Mo Ran interrupted, suddenly pondering when this space began its fortification. He inquired, "When did this happen?" "When you were reveling in your joy. Pure milk. How refreshing. Do not struggle, host. Once the path to the emperor concludes, this space will be capable of accommodating various powerful celestial beings. At that time, in the quest for dominion over this land, they will engage in fierce battles. Although this realm has been significantly reinforced, to those from the upper realms, the denizens of the lower realms are akin to mere ants, incapable of withstanding a single blow. Thus, proceed with caution. Can you sense the terror of the Emperor of Reading? Chapter 114 is about manipulation, fool. After leaving this warning, the system fell silent. Mo ran, in that moment, was utterly bewildered. Is there a fault in being lazy? Surely not. Why would anyone harbor disdain for him? He simply could not comprehend it. Ah! He scratched his head and let out a frustrated howl to the heavens. The Emperor of Reading. You think hiding on the ancestral star will prevent me from unearthing all of you? Humph. I, Mo ran, shall remember this grievance. Just moments ago, he had unleashed his divine sense to perceive this world and indeed discovered it was undergoing transformation. Within mere breaths, at the moment the system informed him, he had extended his divine awareness. To his surprise, it seemed that this group, oblivious to their purpose, had sensed his awareness, and the fortification accelerated further. He had intended to intervene, but realized he was powerless to do so. Why, despite his invincibility, could he not prevent it? The answer lay in the fact that these individuals shared the same primordial essence as he did. Upon this realization, he yearned to capture these beings, binding them one by one, stripping them bare, and arranging for beautiful dancers to perform beside them to vent his suppressed rage. Yet, alas, he was unable to ascertain the location of the ancestral star. In this lifetime, returning is an impossibility. Yet, fortunately, such matters are but fleeting. To reinforce this small realm, they willingly sacrificed all their cultivation. Contemplating this, Mo Ran let out a helpless sigh. He stepped outside, lifting his gaze towards the distance. Why must it be this way? I cannot be blamed. After being confined for so long, I have long since adjusted. What is wrong with continuing my endeavors in a different place? Shouldn't the system bear the blame? Reflecting on this, he recalled the moment he first traversed here. Full of vigor, youthful and passionate, yet alas, a decree from the system, forbidding him from stepping beyond this mountain, shattered those dreams. Moreover, he had already reached invincibility. What more could he pursue? The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became. Thus, he chose to dismiss these thoughts and instead rose, making his way towards Shen Qingqing. Given the gravity of the situation, it was only natural to confer with his wife. Besides, observing the commotion along the Imperial Road, one could surmise that it would soon reach its conclusion. At that moment, sighing as he walked, he wondered how many celestial offspring from the upper realms Qing had dispatched. Goodness! She must exercise restraint. Upon her return, she would find this world transformed. Fighting can be so tedious. Despite these musings, his countenance betrayed no concern. He, Mo Ran, was unshakable. Even if his beloved daughter had created a rift in the upper realm, he would remain invincible in this world, ready to vanquish any adversaries for her sake. Surely, it would not be long before these people felt the difference in the lower realm, he murmured to himself, referring to those below. He hoped that when that time came, there would be no devastation of innocent lives. A new celestial domain without a master? Well, it now had an owner. A glint of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Wasn't he this so-called Emperor of Readers merely seeking to trouble him? He refused to believe it. With his celestial emperor's prowess laid bare, who would dare to challenge him? He found it hard to fathom that this so-called otherworld truly harbored such foolish beings. With that, he quickened his pace in irritation. What did you say? Why not just appear before him? He simply wished to take a stroll. If one desired conflict, they should confront him directly. Meanwhile, on Wind Thunder Island, Mo Linger gazed with curiosity at the unfamiliar and wondrous sights before her. She was enraptured by the spectacle, while behind her stood Zhengyu, his expression vacant. Had he truly returned? Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded. He unexpectedly raised his hand and slapped himself across the face, a sharp sting radiating across his skin, affirming the reality of his situation. This was no dream. It was all undeniably true. Why would you strike yourself? At that moment, Mo Linger, who had been enjoying the scenery, was startled by a faint hiss behind her, initially fearing an ambush. Upon turning her head, she witnessed Zheng Yu delivering a slap to his own face, which prompted memories of Mo Rant's warning. When encountering someone with peculiar behavior, keep your distance. She pondered whether this qualified as odd behavior and decided it likely did. Thus, while her curiosity compelled her to inquire further, her petite form instinctively retreated several steps. Mo Rant's advice lingered in her mind. She was merely playful and possessed a natural curiosity towards the world. No, I just felt. Zhengyu lowered his hand, his dazed expression dissipating, leaving a surreal atmosphere. Oh, Mo Linger relaxed her guard, rolling her eyes and murmuring softly. What is so strange about it? Isn't this a fundamental action? Haven't you ever played this? She referred to the concept of teleportation. Never heard of it. All right then. Upon hearing his response, Mo Linger found it dull and turned away to amuse herself. However, just as she had taken a few steps, a startled exclamation echoed from ahead. Island Master, how have you returned? The voice revealed a hint of astonishment. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. Third Elder, what brings you here? Zheng Yu inquired, puzzled. Typically, the island's elders would not venture out without pressing matters, as per the island's customs. The mist concealed strange creatures that harbored a significant animosity towards the inhabitants of Fenglei Island. Straying too far could lead to ambush, leaving one drained, a mere husk. In response, the man chuckled awkwardly, though his smile was stiff. The island master summoned me to gather herbs from the medicinal forest, so I happened to pass through here. He quickly attempted to change the subject, countering with, weren't you sent away by the Grand Elder? How did you return on your own? As he spoke, a mysterious glimmer sparked in his eyes, hinting at a subtle excitement. Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Zheng Yu found himself at a loss for words. The situation was simply too absurd. Meanwhile, Mo Linger, who had been quietly observing the unfolding events, shifted her gaze thoughtfully, her mind racing with unspoken considerations. Due to her diminutive stature in the enveloping fog, she remained unnoticed by those around her. She let out a soft hum, despite the haze obscuring her vision. It was nearly inconsequential for her, as her eyes possessed a unique quality. Beyond her exceptional ability to discern treasures, she had perfectly inherited the characteristics of Shen Qingqing's eyes, allowing her to see through all worldly illusions. A blue light emanated from her eyes, piercing through the man's body, revealing every detail. Within the man's mind, a tiny worm writhed incessantly, seemingly engaged in some nefarious activity. What was it doing? Eating his brain? She was perplexed. It was controlling him. Fool. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed softly in her mind. Daddy. Upon hearing this, her heart leapt with joy, her face lighting up with delight. Her eyes darted around, eager to locate Mo Ran. To be honest, Mo Linger was somewhat lost in her fantasies. Chapter 115, On Wind and Thunder Island. The new island master observing her surroundings in search of herself, Mo Linger caught a faint smile from Mo Ran, who was far away in the Qingyu dynasty. All right, my dear, stop searching. Your father is not beside you. Upon hearing this, Mo Linger ceased her search, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. She wondered how Mo Ran's voice could travel such a great distance to reach her ears. Before she could ponder further, Mo Ran continued. Once we resolve the matter at hand, I will take you home. After all, this world has been fortified. In the future, if you wish to venture out, it must be with me. You cannot wander off alone anymore. Ah! At his words, she involuntarily exclaimed. Who? The sound was quite pronounced, drawing the keen ears of the elder on Wind and Thunder Island, who was pressing closer, intent on discovering how Zheng Yu had returned. He turned toward the source of the noise and barked, Who goes there? His body instinctively assumed a combat stance. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran's voice reached her ears once more, playfully saying, Ah, you've been discovered, silly. Having spent years on Wind and Thunder Island, Zheng Yu was accustomed to its illusions. At the moment the elder waved his sleeve and prepared for battle, he noticed a hint of bloodstains adorning the cloth. Suddenly, he felt as if struck by lightning. His nose, always sensitive, had detected a strong scent of blood that relentlessly assaulted his senses. Initially, he believed that the lingering scent of blood on his body had yet to dissipate. However, upon noticing the bloodstains on the elder's robes, a flicker of suspicion ignited within him. Mo Linger, realizing she had been discovered, shot a glance of reproach at Mo Ran but chose to disregard him. She hurriedly scurried to stand behind Zheng Yu, her small finger pointing at the elder's head as she whispered, There's a worm in his brain. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Yu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The validation of his suspicions brought forth tears that streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. In agony and confusion, he gazed at the man before him, both familiar and foreign, and, with a quivering voice, inquired, What have you done to the people on the island? Years prior, Fenglei Island had commenced secretive research into the enigmatic mist that enveloped the entire island. They sought to uncover the nature of the creatures within this mist, which absorbed human spiritual energy, dubbing them evil spirits. To entice one of these concealed malevolent entities, the island spared no effort, deploying its elite forces. After considerable exertion, they managed to capture one using an ancestral demon-binding formation. However, their investigation yielded shocking results. Once freed from the mist, the evil spirit's ability to absorb spiritual energy vanished, and its vital signs consistently dwindled, lingering on the brink of death, albeit with a faint spark of life still present. Just as the islanders were racking their brains for a solution, the captured spirit seized the moment when the elders maintaining the formation let their guard down, launching a fierce assault on the weakest point of the array, shattering it entirely. Furthermore, it burrowed into the brain of one elder, compelling him to attack the others. This elder, originally at the third level of the Life Palace realm, experienced an instantaneous surge in power, reaching the threshold of half-step emperor level, losing all rationality and transforming into a beast driven solely by the thirst for bloodshed. Chaos erupted across Fonglei Island. In a desperate bid to protect the island's inhabitants, the island master mercilessly suppressed the elder controlled by the evil spirit, sealing him within an icy cavern. Following this incident, they came to understand the dire consequences of the spirit's liberation from the mist. They also learned a more terrifying revelation, despite being sealed. The elder's power continued to incrementally rise. This malevolent spirit, residing within the mist, could consume human cultivation for its own gain. Emerging from the mists, one can manipulate the hearts and minds of individuals, transforming them into mere beasts driven by the instinct to kill. Moreover, one can seize the original owner's cultivation, allowing for uninterrupted advancement in any environment. Upon hearing this, the Elder of Wind Thunder Island cast aside his pretense, revealing his true self. His visage contorted into a grotesque expression at a visible pace, and he abandoned his usual gentleness, coldly declaring, "I never anticipated that the old fool, Feng Jingyu, truly possessed such prowess. He has indeed succeeded in his experiment. To think he could leverage this to break the stalemate is nothing short of a dream." Such thoughts are utterly absurd. Feng Jingyu, mentioned by him, was the former Lord of Wind Thunder Island. At this juncture, a memory seemed to flicker in his mind, prompting a cold snort of derision. In the eyes of Zheng Yu, he appeared utterly unfamiliar, a far cry from the gentle elder he once remembered. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed towards the misty expanse, lost in reminiscence. He began to speak to himself. Long ago, Wind Thunder Island belonged to my clan. However, following our decline and fall, outsiders seized the opportunity to invade, claiming our ancestral lands as their own. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to Zheng Yu, his familiar countenance now brimming with fury. He coldly remarked, "To usurp my clan's ancestral land is one matter, but Feng Jingyu harbors malicious intent, seeking to harness my clan's fortune to ascend to the rank of emperor. He has even gone so far as to set up a soul-ensnaring formation to sever our ties to our ancestral grounds. What a fool's dream." After uttering this, he let out a disdainful snort. In the end, he will inevitably face the repercussions of his ambition. Regrettably, he will never realize that the fog formation he painstakingly orchestrated serves as a splendid refuge for my clan. Ultimately, our survival can be attributed to his misguided efforts. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh, unsure whether he was mocking himself or Feng Jingyu. Afterward, he began to respond to Zheng Yu's inquiries with a scoff. As for the people on the island, Chapter 116, "You will disappear," he chuckled mockingly. The implication clear. Just as he was about to elaborate further, a childish voice interjected, "Stop, stop, stop. My head is about to explode. Uncle, what exactly do you want to say?" Beside Zheng Yu, Linger, overwhelmed by the incoherent ramblings of the man before her, clutched her head and shook it in frustration. With a furrowed brow and an expression of agony, she exclaimed, "What on earth is this person babbling about? How can I not comprehend a single word? Is there something wrong with my understanding? He is just spewing nonsense. Word by word, I can grasp it, but when strung together, it sounds like gibberish. Not a single coherent sentence." Upon hearing her outburst, the Elder of Wind Thunder Island, who had been engrossed in his monologue, suddenly darkened in countenance. Zheng Yu was taken aback by the words spoken by Mo Linger beside him. To be honest, he could hardly comprehend much of it. The situation was too chaotic. Meanwhile, far away in the Qingyu dynasty, Mo Ran furrowed his brow upon hearing what was said, a hint of anger flashing across his face. He coldly remarked, "How dare Feng Jingyu plot against my daughter? Such audacity. Humph, if you have the gall to scheme. I fear Fenglei Island may not have the fortitude to withstand my daughter's destiny." Feng Jingyu was indeed a peculiar individual. It was unknown from where he acquired such a method, but from the moment he failed in his bid for the throne, Fenglei Island was doomed to be annihilated by this so-called evil spirit clan. After all, the fate of a clan was a matter of survival. Feng Jingyu sought to sacrifice the lives of the evil spirit clan to aid his ascension to the throne. Unfortunately, he failed. To avert the catastrophic retribution from the evil spirits upon Fenglei Island, he harbored malicious intentions and sealed the clan's fortune within a single individual's body, creating an artificial child of destiny. That individual was none other than Zhengyu himself. By harnessing this fortune to attract more of it, he hoped to turn the inevitable demise of Fenglei Island into a favorable outcome, and his daughter was to be the key to this breakthrough. Zhengyu, the artificial child of destiny, became the target of the evil spirit's vengeance the moment he was brought forth. As this realization dawned upon him, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, and murderous intent became apparent. On Fenglei Island, a man glared fiercely at Mo Linger, bellowing, "You are the so-called key to the breakthrough? A mere child, what can you possibly achieve?" He regarded Mo Linger with disdain, contempt written all over his face. "What is this? Are we playing games?" With that thought, he involuntarily let out a laugh. "What have you done to the people of Fenglei Island?" Zhengyu, undeterred by the man's words, wiped his tears, clenched his fists, and demanded an answer. "Nothing to be alarmed about. There's no need to rush. It is futile. Our clan cannot be exposed to the air. To survive, we must rely on the bodies of humans. They are doing just fine." Upon finishing his words, he clapped his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures burst forth from the mist, emerging from all directions. They were enveloped in a malevolent aura, their movements bizarre, lacking the breath of life, resembling nothing more than a horde of the deceased. What is this?" Zhengyu exclaimed, bewildered. These were his kin, the very ones who had raised him, treating him like family. How could they have transformed into such a state? What on earth was happening? Before he could ponder further, Mo Linger informed him, "There is a little worm inside their brains." Upon saying this, her body trembled violently. At this moment, the individuals from Wind Thunder Island that appeared before him seemed to have been wholly ensnared by the malevolent spirits, a reality he found difficult to fathom. It had only been a few days since he had departed, and yet his home had transformed into such a dismal sight. Surely, anyone would struggle to accept such a fate. He felt deflated, his gaze devoid of light, and inquired, "Is there any hope of saving them?" Hearing his words, Mo Linger shook her head in resignation. "How could we possibly save them?" Upon witnessing her gesture, he instinctively lowered his head, striving to avert his eyes from the once familiar faces, unwilling to confront this harsh reality. Meanwhile, Mo Linger's large eyes were still turning, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief moment, she struck her palm with a fist and declared, "Although we cannot save them, my father once said." She paused, cautiously lifting her gaze to meet the sight of Zhengyu, who was silently weeping with his head bowed, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. "What did he say?" Zhengyu inquired, almost as if possessed by a strange force. "He said we could grant them a more dignified departure," she replied earnestly. Just then, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the elder of Wind Thunder Island, who had been overtaken by the malevolent spirits. "What utter nonsense! Truly, what an absurdity!" he scoffed, pointing at Mo Linger with disdain. "You think that with your mere presence, you can annihilate my clan? I can." Confronted with his incredulity, Mo Linger felt belittled. Yet she met his gaze with unwavering seriousness and nodded emphatically. She was not jesting. Observing her resolute demeanor, the elder was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. "Come now, I shall remain right here, and I look forward to witnessing how you intend to obliterate my clan." With that, he arrogantly lifted his pointed chin and clapped his hands, summoning the throng of controlled individuals from Wind Thunder Island to gather behind him, standing in unison under his command. As he stood there, exuding an air of challenge, Mo Linger pouted, feeling indignant. Though she did not comprehend his motives for inviting her to strike him, she refrained from acting hastily. Before doing so, she needed to convey her father's message. Turning to Zhengyu, She spoke in a serious tone, using a voice only he could hear. Father said this calamity belongs to Wine Thunder Island, and it is also your own trial. Though Linger does not fully grasp the meaning of calamity, she knows from its very name that it is not a good omen. Father said that if Linger were to take action, you would vanish. If she refrained, you would become one of them. The words conveyed by Mo Ran were delivered to Zhengyu, word for word, without omission. After which she consciously chose to remain silent, awaiting the boy's decision. As for Mo Ran's assertion of disappearance, she found herself bewildered. Perhaps it meant she would never see him again in this lifetime? Knowing Mo Ran was present, she felt an unusual sense of tranquility, as if with him around. All of life's challenges became inconsequential. After listening, Zhengyu fell into deep contemplation. Despite his youth, he grasped the essence of Mo Linger's words. The most effective resolution to their predicament seemed to be mutual demise. The debts owed by Feng Lei Island must be repaid. Yet, amidst the enmity between Feng Lei Island and the evil spirits, many innocents had become collateral damage. These innocent souls did not belong to Feng Lei Island. They were mere outsiders who had unwittingly stumbled into the Misty Realm and found themselves trapped on Feng Lei Island, unable to escape. The evil spirit clan, responsible for the fates of these innocents, must also repay their debts. Mo Linger was sent by Feng Lei Island to attract those capable of breaking the deadlock, and she came to collect debts on behalf of that group of innocents. As for him, he belonged to Feng Lei Island, yet absurdly bore the fate of the evil spirit clan, a truly ludicrous situation. He questioned his heart and affirmed that he could never betray Feng Lei Island by aligning himself with the evil spirits. However, should the evil spirits be eradicated, he, too, would face the dire consequences of his inherited fate. The inevitable outcome was death for all. Having reached this juncture, he no longer felt conflicted. He had resolved himself to the certainty of death. Gazing at the familiar faces before him, he smiled heartily and remarked, "Perhaps the fate of Feng Lei Island was sealed long ago, and it is time for this enmity to end. These individuals must be released, and it is inevitable that a bloody storm shall ensue. I believe Lord Yu has foreseen this step, which is why he wished for someone to escort me off the island." With that, he took a deep breath, his youthful face reflecting a sense of unwillingness, a sentiment that belonged to one so young. Contemplating his vibrant years, he could not fathom that they would come to an end here, reduced to dust. It would be impossible not to harbor resentment towards Feng Jingyu. After all, he was human. Yet, what could be done? When one commits a misdeed, they must inevitably face the consequences. Very well, then Linger has made her move. Mo Linger tentatively inquired once more. This time, she did not await the boy's response. He, having made his resolution, nodded firmly, casting aside all doubts. Sighing softly within herself, Mo Linger found herself perplexed. She then retrieved a sword-shaped jade from her waist pouch, delicately pinching it between her fingers. Her gaze fell upon the malevolent spirit standing before her, rigid and unmoving, yet wearing a nonchalant expression. With a playful tone reminiscent of Mo Ran, she greeted, "Hey, uncle, let me show you something delightful." This phrase was a whimsical echo from a chance encounter when she had overheard Mo Ran conversing with Shen Qingqing in her room, and it had struck her as amusing enough to remember. Upon hearing her words, Mo Ran, engrossed in the captivating imagery displayed before her, felt her lips twitch involuntarily. "What nonsense are you uttering in front of my daughter?" Just then, a graceful figure clad in a flowing red gown appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was Shen Qingqing, having just emerged from the training chamber, summoned by Mo Ran's urgent message. To her astonishment, she arrived just in time to overhear such remarks. Swiftly, she glided to Mo Ran's side, sharing in the viewing and admonishing, "It seems I shall have to limit Ling's time with you, you rascal." In response, Mo Ran swallowed hard, waving his hands in denial. "It wasn't me." "Silence. Let me observe my treasure and see what grand affairs she is up to." She placed a finger to her lips, signaling Mo Ran to hush. "Where's this place? I have never seen it before." Clearly bewildered by the scene unfolding before her, Shen Qingqing inquired. Moments passed without a reply from Mo Ran, prompting her to glance curiously at him, only to find him grinning mischievously. Rolling her eyes at his impish demeanor, she declared, "I grant you permission to speak." With a triumphant chuckle, Mo Ran replied, "This is an island called Wind Thunder Island, situated far beyond the eastern seas." "Oh, I see," she said, her curiosity piqued. Yet, before he could elaborate, she interrupted. All right, perhaps I was mistaken in my assumptions. Resigned. He shrugged and joined her in the leisurely observation of Mo Linger, as if they were watching a delightful show on television. As the malevolent spirit appeared momentarily distracted, Mo Linger ignited a crimson flame at her fingertips, enveloping the jade sword in a fiery embrace. Remember, no moving, no cheating, she chided. With a swift motion, she flicked her fingers towards the sky, launching the jade sword that transformed into a dazzling beam of sword light, hurtling towards the malevolent spirit. The surrounding spiritual energy was entirely absorbed by the radiant sword light, and in an instant, a tempest arose, swirling countless mists. Around the sword light, small streams of sword energy manifested, encircling it. I sensed an ominous presence and attempted to flee, only to find my body immobilized as if weighed down by an immense boulder, ensnared by an unseen force. Realizing that a great terror was descending upon me, I set aside my previous disdain, replaced instead by sheer horror. No, please, I cried out in desperation, but the sword light had already reached my side. Countless sword energies, as if guided by instinct, descended furiously upon the bodies of the malevolent spirits. Moments later, the fog enveloping Thunder Island dissipated, replaced by white clouds banishing the dark. The first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the island, granting it a rebirth. On the ground, a crisscrossing scar from the sword energy formed a profound chasm, which would likely remain for over a decade. After all was done, Mo Linger inhaled the fresh air that flooded in, relishing the warmth of sunlight caressing her face. She prepared to turn back in search of the boy's voice, only to find he had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. Oh, he truly has disappeared. How strange, Mo Linger mused, glancing around yet failing to catch sight of him, scratching her head in confusion. It seemed Mo Rand's words rang true. The boy would indeed vanish. After fruitless searching, she resignedly shrugged her shoulders. At that moment, a voice, terrifying in its familiarity, echoed in her ears. Mo Ling, hurry back home. Upon hearing her mother Shen Qingqing's call, Mo Linger felt deflated. If it had only been Mo Rand, she could have indulged in some charm to persuade him to let her play a few more days. Yet now, even her mother had been stirred. She knew she could not linger outside any longer. With a sigh, she lamented, "Why is my mother here?" Her dreams dashed. She pouted in resignation and called out sweetly, "Mother." Yet Shen Qingqing was not swayed by her daughter's sugary tone. After all, this girl had never once sought her out during her escapades. Instead, she would run to Mo Rand daily. Reflecting on this, Mo Linger cast a sidelong glance at Mo Rand, snorted softly, and continued, "Stop being useless. If you don't come back soon, I'll have to punish you." Upon hearing this, Mo Linger recoiled in fright, quickly raising her hands in a gesture of refusal. "I shall return shortly. Mother, do not punish me." Her small face turned pale with fright. After all, Shen Qingqing's punishments were always peculiar, such as making her sleep together for a month, requiring her to embrace her for a month, staying by her side for a month, and even holding hands. No. She, Mo Linger, possessed dignity. She would absolutely refuse to be coerced in such a manner. A bird without freedom. Oh, the weight of maternal love is too heavy. Seeing her frightened demeanor, far away in the Qingyu Empire, Shen Qingqing's small face flushed crimson. Whether from anger or embarrassment, she turned to Mo Rand and asked, "Why is Linger so afraid of me while she is so close to you? And Qinger as well. Speak quickly, what have you fed them?" The thought that her two daughters, whom she had painstakingly given birth to, were so attached to Mo Rand left her feeling indignant. After all, she was the one who sowed the seeds. Why should that be? Could it be that the illustrious empress of a generation was inferior to, well, indeed inferior to an immortal? However, what of it? Even if you are an immortal, you are still my wife. Upon this realization, she lifted her proud countenance and fixed her gaze upon Mo Rand. Observing the myriad expressions on her beloved's face, Mo Rand felt a twinge of embarrassment. What was happening? Could he be blamed for this? He smiled gently and replied, "In our hometown, we generally refer to this as a father's little cotton-padded jacket." With a shift in thought, he jested, "If you wish, we could try for a son next time." Before he could finish, he noticed Shen Qingqing's face turn crimson. She hastily reached forward to cover his mouth, exclaiming with mock anger, "Be quiet. So many are watching." In response, Mo Rand could only chuckle and shrug his shoulders, conceding to her wishes. He held her delicate hand and glanced at the trembling Mo Linger in the projection, saying, "Xiao Xiao, please bring her back." Xiao Xiao is also there. Shen Qingqing expressed mild surprise. Mo Linger, too, was astonished. Above the sky, a phantom of a white crane slowly materialized. Xiao Xiao emerged from the apparition, swiftly appearing before Mo Linger. "Little miss," Mo Linger exclaimed with delight. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao performed a slight bow and softly said, "Princess Linger, the Emperor has spoken. Let us depart." Having said that, she lowered her voice, fearing that Mo Linger might attempt to escape using talismans on their way back, and whispered, "Xiao Xiao can accompany Princess Linger for a little longer." After all, for she truly had no means to counter Mo Linger's talismans, that girl could traverse space in mere moments. She took half an hour to hone in on her aura, letting out a helpless sigh. Upon hearing this, Mo Linger suddenly brightened, as if little stars were twinkling before her. "Wow, cool," she exclaimed, nodding her head as she took the small hand of her companion. The little one stepped lightly through the air, guiding her towards the direction of the Qingyu Empire. Observing their departure, Shen Qingqing also released her grip from Mo Rant's hand, her cheeks still flushed. Playfully, she inquired, "So, what is it you wish to discuss? Is Mo Fei seeking my favor?" Mo Ran rolled her eyes and replied seriously, "We shall discuss this later. For now, can you sense any differences in this realm compared to before?" He gazed intently into Shen Qingqing's eyes and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what he meant. She closed her eyes to concentrate, taking a moment to truly feel the surroundings. After a brief pause, she murmured thoughtfully, "There is a slight change." "What is it?" Mo Ran asked, anticipation evident in his voice. "The spiritual energy in this world seems to have become denser than before," she replied. "Exactly." Mo Ran snapped his fingers, nodding in agreement. "Would you like to know the reason behind it?" "Not particularly," she replied, catching his eye roll. "It certainly cannot be anything good. Don't tell me. I don't want to hear it. Enough of your nonsense. Let us get back to business." "Then you speak," she retorted, exasperated. Shen Qingqing felt an urge to slap him for his excessive chatter. Why the theatrics? She, a ruler in her own right, would not be toyed with. Clearing his throat, Mo Ran merely wished to hear his beloved utter, "I want to know. Dear husband, please tell me." Was that so difficult? As his cunning plan failed, he decided to relent, believing there would be ample time in the future. After all, he was never short on time. Thus, he recounted to her the information the system had provided, slightly altering it, and relaying everything in detail. After absorbing Mo Rant's explanation, she responded with a vague understanding, only retaining 2 words in her mind: become immortal. Watching her deep in contemplation, Mo Ran exhaled deeply and asked, "Do you understand?" However, the hopeful expression on his face was met with her bewildered shake of the head. Clearly, the matter had exceeded her grasp, even with his simplifications. As his detailed account failed to clarify matters, he chose to express himself in the most straightforward terms. "I wish for you to unify the 4 domains." Upon hearing this, he expected Shen Qingqing's eyes to shine with excitement. To his surprise, she frowned and replied earnestly, "I cannot defeat them. I will assist you. Why don't you come yourself? Wouldn't that be tantamount to rebellion?" Shen Qingqing mused, nodding thoughtfully, her face alight with playful mirth as she teased, "So, you wish to revolt?" Mo Rant's lips twitched, and he instinctively replied, "No." Chapter 119. A life ends, quite fittingly, all right, I won't tease you any longer. Shen Qingqing waved her hand, laughing gently. Then, her beautiful eyes lifted slightly as she turned to Mo Ran, speaking earnestly, "Do you think this world will, in the near future, become like the upper realm, capable of accommodating and nurturing immortals?" Upon hearing this, Mo Ran nodded gravely. "Yes, if understood in that way. It makes perfect sense. It is quite normal for a celestial domain to embrace immortals. This is a straightforward matter." However, he was somewhat taken aback by Shen Qingqing's reaction and candidly inquired, "Aren't you afraid?" At his words, Shen Qingqing paused, her face reflecting confusion. "Why should I be afraid?" In that moment, Mo Ran was left bewildered. This reaction from his beloved seemed amiss. Just moments ago, he had suggested she unify the 4 realms. Noticing the perplexity on Mo Rant's face, she took a couple of steps closer, her delicate hand gliding over the jade table as she softly inquired, "Will you let me be harmed?" "Absolutely not," Mo Ran replied without a moment's hesitation. the words slipping out effortlessly. What a ridiculous notion. With me around, who could possibly harm you? Hearing his unequivocal affirmation, Shen Qingqing turned her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Do you remember what I once asked you? Oh, I knew you wouldn't recall, she continued, lost in reminiscence, her lips curving into a smile as she recounted, at that time. I asked if you could slay an immortal. Without a hint of hesitation, you nodded. I also inquired if you were an immortal, to which you said you were. Yet I couldn't quite grasp what being an immortal meant. Nevertheless, I understood that your ability to speak of slaying immortals so nonchalantly, alongside your capacity to live undetected by the heavenly laws while possessing the strength of an immortal, indicated you were far from an ordinary being. You are an entity I could never hope to reach in this lifetime. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled how her daughter often possessed bizarre and wondrous items that seemed to defy existence in this world, affirming to her that Ran was indeed extraordinary. However, she chose not to delve too deeply into his secrets. After all, who among us is without a few mysteries? And then there are your peculiar habits. I'd rather not speak of those. With a smirk, she recalled their first encounter, her intentions shifting as she playfully rolled up her sleeves to strike at Ran. Yet, a blush involuntarily crept across her cheeks. Here you are, a grand immortal, choosing to masquerade as an ordinary person before a mere woman like me. How foolish I was, feeling sympathy and coming to your aid, fearing you might encounter misfortune. In retrospect, she found her past actions akin to an ant clinging to a towering tree, rather laughable indeed. Yet, she could not help but let out a sigh in her heart, transforming all her grievances into a disdainful glance that she forcefully cast upon Ran's face. The latter was taken aback by this sudden display of contempt. However, he quickly deduced the thoughts swirling in her mind, and promptly shifted the conversation. So, have you agreed? To unify the four realms. Oh, I nearly let slip the word wife. Ran corrected his language and continued. As your husband, I take the name Qingyu. Just as he was about to utter the final word, he was interrupted by the enchanting woman before him. I can agree, but in the name of Qingyu, I do not consent. Upon hearing this, Ran furrowed his brow in confusion. Why? A cold scoff from Shen Qingqing echoed in response. Qingyu belongs to me. As long as Qingyu exists, you shall forever be my wife. I refuse to hand Qingyu over to you. After speaking, she stepped forward, bringing her face closer. Gazing up at Ran's handsome visage, the corners of her mouth curving into an indescribable arc as she boldly declared, Fei, do you truly wish to rebel? What a dream. Ran rolled his eyes, nearly at a loss for words. How could she so swiftly brand him a rebel? Of course, he understood that his wife was merely jesting. After all, it was one of her charming quirks, a source of immense pride throughout her life. I brought a celestial being home. Shaking his head, he looked at her earnestly and softly said, then, could you assist me in choosing a name? Shen Qingqing remained silent, merely shaking her head in refusal. Your Majesty, you know that I am utterly hopeless at naming. Please, lend me your help. Seeing her persist in her refusal, Ran hurriedly grasped her hand. Come now, who isn't hopeless at naming? It took me 3 days of rummaging through ancient texts to name Shen Qingqing, and now you expect me to name again. I must decline. Names are the most bothersome. Consequently, she cast Ran a look of helplessness, blinking her eyes as she said, it's just a name. Anything will do. I refuse to do it. Figure it out yourself. Just as Ran was about to speak again, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the grand hall, reaching their ears. Your Majesty, the Lin clan requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Ran paused, momentarily taken aback. The Lin clan, had he heard of them before? Had he ever had dealings with them? They seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not recall. As Shen Qingqing's hand was grasped in midair by Ran, she hastily shook off his grip. After all, as the Empress, she was keenly aware of her image. She cleared her throat softly and murmured, what brings the Lin Imperial clan here? Surely it cannot be for Lin Tian again. He is not even in the Qingyu Empire. Alas, I can only shake my head in resignation and sigh, casting a glance at Ran before coldly commanding, summon him in. She intended for Ran to handle this bothersome matter. Is it not the aim to unify the four domains? This arrival of the Lin Imperial clan could very well serve as the first step towards that unity. Before long, outside the grand hall, a figure clad in black robes materialized before Shen Qingqing. He stepped into the hall, surveying the surroundings with ire, striding purposefully towards Shen Qingqing. Sensing his aggressive approach, Shen Qingqing took the initiative, her voice icy as she declared, "Lin Wuhu, I have long stated that if you have come regarding Lin Tian, there is no need for you to be here. Did you think I jest?" Upon hearing her cold words, Lin Wuhu did not take heed. At present, he was solely focused on locating Lin Tian and extracting the bloodline within him. Suppressing his anger, though its origin eluded him, he firmly believed that Shen Qingqing had concealed Lin Tian. He feigned a bow and said, "So many days have passed. Should not the Empress provide the Lin Imperial clan with an explanation?" Lin Tian was rescued by Ning Wu, and everyone present witnessed it. Although the Lin family has wronged Lin Tian, he is still considered a disciple of our clan. If he is to perish, it should be within the Lin family. Empress, your secretive actions do not bode well. This man was none other than Lin Wuhu, the patriarch of the Lin Imperial clan, who had come today regarding the matter of Lin Tian. Hearing this, Mo Ran, standing behind Shen Qingqing, furrowed his brow. Upon hearing Lin Wuhu mention secretive actions, he slowly stepped out from behind Shen Qingqing. A cold smile etched on his face as he regarded the arrogant Lin Wuhu before him. His tone was frigid as he remarked, "Wuhu, that name suits you well. A life extinguished, quite fitting indeed." As Mo Ran's voice echoed, he continued to step forward. He had been pondering why the Lin Imperial clan sounded so familiar. It was the family of Lin Tian, the fated son who had once harbored murderous intent towards his own daughter and whom he had ruthlessly subdued. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had heard that the so-called Lin Imperial clan had expelled Lin Tian from their ranks, which was why he had refrained from seeking them out. Now, he found clarity in his thoughts. Lin Wuhu had stated that although the Lin clan had wronged Lin Tian, he was still one of their own. This revelation illuminated his understanding. "Since you have mentioned it, let us settle both old and new accounts." He regarded Lin Wuhu as if he were a lifeless corpse, his expression devoid of emotion, coldly remarking, "Ah, so you are indeed all related. That simplifies matters." Upon catching sight of Mo Ran, Lin Wuhu's legs buckled beneath him. He could not comprehend the meaning behind Mo Ran's words. Although the preceding statement had been a curse upon his life, intending to retort, the moment he recognized the visitor, his fire was extinguished, and he felt a sense of cowardice. Simultaneously, he found himself secretly chuckling at his predicament. In previous encounters, he had paraded around with bravado, only to find Mo Ran absent. He had anticipated that today would be no different, yet fate had conspired against him, and he had fortuitously crossed paths with Mo Ran. Truly, what an unfortunate turn of events. His lips trembled, and he was about to utter some feeble excuse, but Mo Ran, disinterested, denied him the opportunity to speak. With a snap of his fingers, instantaneously, an inexplicable pressure enveloped Lin Wuhu's body, and as the force intensified, his form visibly contorted. His face twisted in anguish. Desperate to speak, yet it felt as if something was lodged in his throat, rendering him incapable of even exhaling. With a resounding thud, his body erupted, transforming into a mist of blood. To prevent the crimson liquid from staining the grand hall, Mo Ran summoned a colorless flame, incinerating the floating blood mist entirely. Once this was accomplished, a melodious voice drifted from behind him. Shen Qingqing, with a cheerful smile, crossed her arms and jested, "Ah, my esteemed emperor, preparing to grace the Imperial clan once more with your warmth?" In response, Mo Ran shrugged and candidly stated, "Well, it is not always necessary for me to make an appearance." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. Slowly, he raised his hand, a starry glow appearing above his palm, and in that instant, the spiritual energy within 100 miles began to flow quietly towards the Qingyu dynasty. The richness of the spiritual energy within the entire Qingyu dynasty escalated several levels with the influx of this energy. "Someone is setting up a spirit-gathering array," exclaimed an onlooker. "What level of array must one possess to condense such dense spiritual energy?" I have broken through. Amidst the throngs of people bustling through the streets of the Qingyu dynasty, an elderly man, clad in simple attire, felt his aura surge dramatically, and his aged visage seemed to rejuvenate in that moment. He shouted with exhilaration. He was the oldest practitioner of the scattered Qi realm in the Qingyu dynasty. Rumored to be on the verge of passing away, yet unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon him, allowing him to break through to the Fate Palace realm. What a spectacle! Witnessing such a miraculous event left the crowd in shock, rendering them speechless. They hastily settled onto the ground, entering into meditation to cultivate their energy. Before long, joyous exclamations erupted. I have also broken through. So have I? Why is it that I remain silent amidst the cacophony of voices? Some revel in joy while others are steeped in sorrow. This is a fortuitous event available to all, capable of sparing them years of arduous cultivation, even without a shattered mirror. As the rich spiritual energy continues to surge, a radiant sword aura coalesces in the heavens above the Imperial Palace, pointing towards the direction of the Lin Imperial clan. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd is irresistibly drawn to the formed sword aura, their eyes widening in astonishment. Some swallow hard, tremblingly pointing at the sword aura, exclaiming, "What is this? Is a celestial being descending? Oh, you dreamers of the day. Did you not notice the flowing starlight surrounding the sword aura? Does it not seem familiar?" Upon hearing a knowledgeable individual provide an explanation, the crowd's eyes brighten, and they collectively strike their palms in realization, exclaiming, "It is the handiwork of the great emperor." Within the grand hall, Shen Qingqing fixates intently on the small sword aura of starlight in Mo Rant's palm, and cannot help but inquire, "Do you intend to unleash a sword from here to raise the Lin Imperial clan to the ground?" Mo Rant nods and replies, "Why? Do you not believe in me?" Shen Qingqing shakes her head, letting out a soft laugh. "No, I simply feel that the Lin Imperial clan is rather unfortunate." At this, Mo Rant smiles indifferently, neither confirming nor denying. "Go ahead." He gently tosses the sword aura of starlight into the sky. The moment it slips from Mo Rant's control, it bursts forth like a wild stallion, racing away at an astonishing speed, adorned with its celestial brilliance. Clang, clang. The air above the Qingyu dynasty resonates with the continuous sounds of swords clashing. The immense sword aura, now solidified, follows closely behind the smaller sword energies that are unleashed, departing together. Meanwhile, far away, the Lin Imperial clan is scheming with the Su Imperial clan. Once our two imperial heirs emerge from the imperial path, it will herald the demise of the Qingyu dynasty. Indeed, the southern region is due for a change of rule. Our imperial clans shall rise. Ha ha. Lin Zhaoxi speaks wisely. Recently, upon learning that two members of the Dongfang clan had perished at Mo Rant's blade, the Su and Lin clans conspired together, forming an alliance to breach the gates of the Dongfang clan and divide its holdings. Presently, only 7 great imperial clans remain in the southern region. At this moment, an elder from the Su clan suddenly sneers, saying, Our long-lost ancestral figure from the upper realm contacted us a few days ago, claiming that a significant figure from the upper realm would soon descend to issue a task. I relayed your affairs to him, and upon learning of them, he beseeched the powerful figure behind him, securing an opportunity for descent. As he contemplates this, a cold smile spreads across his face. The reason for uttering these words was twofold. On one hand, it served to intimidate the Lin family's imperial clan. On the other, it was to inform all present that the Su family's imperial clan had the protection of an ancestral immortal. The mere Qingyu Empire was hardly a cause for concern. Once their ambitions were realized, the Lin family would be compelled to acknowledge the Su family as their sovereign. As anticipated, when the members of the Lin family learned of an ancestral figure of the Su family still contactable in the upper realm, their expressions shifted dramatically, revealing trepidation as they wiped the cold sweat from their brows. The leader among them remarked, "Indeed, Brother Su Liang speaks truthfully. The Qingyu Empire is nothing to fear." However, despite this outward display of confidence, they could not simply take another's word at face value. Further investigation was warranted. Thus, the assembly wore masks of feigned camaraderie as they exchanged idle pleasantries. At that moment, a sudden exclamation broke through their conversation. "Look, what breathtaking starlight!" Chapter 121. Ignorance of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. As the sounds around them grew louder, the gathered crowd beheld a spectacle previously unseen in their lives. Beneath the cerulean sky, scintillating starlight shimmered, and sword energies flowed through the heavens, as if countless meteors streaked across the firmament. The clouds were swept away by the radiant sword energy, resembling layers of snow dissolving. "What a beautiful sight!" they exclaimed. "Indeed, the stars are magnificent. Yet why do I feel no sense of resistance as they approach us?" "Brother Su, what do you mean by approaching us?" someone inquired. "Yes, they are indeed coming towards us. I suddenly feel an overwhelming desire to surrender peacefully to this beauty. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Lin family was struck with alarm. His pupils constricted as sheer terror filled his gaze. The others, who had been sharing in the admiration, were now entirely captivated by the enchanting display of stars. In a trembling voice, he cried out, "Everyone, quickly!" He sought to rouse those entranced by the spectacle. Yet before he could utter another word, the radiant starlight had already descended upon him. The beauty of the starlit sword light flickered in his eyes, showcasing its elegant form. The sword energy arrived silently, only to depart without notice, leaving no one aware of its passage. Before long, news spread like wildfire throughout the southern domain that the Lin family's clan had been utterly devastated. Many sought to verify the truth of the matter, flocking to the Lin family's stronghold to uncover the reality. However, they beheld nothing but desolation. The relentless starlight continued to fall from the sky, adding vibrant hues to the barren landscape. Those who had come, astonished, opened their mouths to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words. After all, the eradication of an imperial clan was a feat that, aside from that singular figure, few in the southern domain could accomplish so easily. The emperor of the Qingyu dynasty has made yet another move, though it remains unclear how the Lin clan has managed to provoke him. One cannot help but feel a sense of pity for the Lin family, who, after hastily ascending the imperial path, find themselves stripped of everything. It is indeed a tragic fate. Yet, it is perplexing how some still dare to provoke the Qingyu dynasty without fear of demise. Who can comprehend such audacity? After much discussion, the individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, began to disperse, having come to scavenge. After rummaging through the remnants, they found not a single treasure left behind by the Lin clan, and with a resigned shrug and a sigh, they departed. They had anticipated some reward, perhaps a stroke of luck that would elevate them, given the profound heritage of an imperial family. However, after their search proved fruitless, they relinquished hope, for the Lin clan had now dissolved into nothingness, bereft of even a blade of grass, let alone any treasures, likely all obliterated by the Qingyu emperor. In the grand hall of the Qingyu dynasty, as the starlight enveloping Mo Ran dissipated, he slowly lowered his hand. Shen Qingqing, perplexed, inquired, "Is it over? Was it that swift?" Mo Ran turned with a serene smile and replied, "What else did you expect, my empress?" With that, she gracefully stepped towards the hall's exit. Glancing back at Mo Ran with a light laugh, "You are truly remarkable." She never doubted Mo Ran's words. Having promised to unify the four realms, she was determined to fulfill that vow. In the past, such an ambition would have seemed unattainable, for half of her path had been shattered. Yet now, she was transformed, brimming with confidence and strength. Her ambitions were far grander than mere unification. They had once been stifled by inner turmoil, but now, with those bonds severed, she felt no fear. Furthermore, she had an unknown celestial partner by her side. As long as she remained composed, avoided unnecessary conflicts, and steadily advanced, she believed there would be a place for her, Shen Qingqing, in the upper realms. For her dream was to establish a celestial dynasty. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head, realizing he was powerless against her resolve, and ultimately shrugged in resignation. His eyes turned cold, a flicker of icy light passing through them. After Shen Qingqing had departed, he spoke in the now desolate hall. "Jianyi, from this day forth, the southern region belongs to Qingyu." In the desolate grand hall, an ethereal wisp of smoke materialized abruptly, coalescing to reveal the figure of Sword One, who quietly knelt before Mo Ran, bowing his head in reverence. "Yes," he proclaimed. "Sword 2, Sword 3, you two must swiftly lead a team to the western regions to quell the turmoil among the empires there. Should the situation demand, do not hesitate to strike them down." Upon hearing this, the voices of Sword 2 and Sword 3 resonated in unison within the hall, affirming, "Understood." Mo Ran then gestured with a wave of his hand, indicating they should proceed without delay. Currently, the western regions were leaderless, the dominating forces having been eradicated by him. What remained were merely insignificant empires. Sword 2 and Sword 3, accompanied by all the mirror sword guardians, would easily persuade them. As for the factions in the southern regions, any with a modicum of wisdom would undoubtedly choose to acknowledge Qingyu as their sovereign. Otherwise, when the powerful beings from the upper realms descended and calamity struck, he would be left as a mere bystander. Mo Rant's actions were motivated solely by their welfare. Satisfied with this thought, he nodded appreciatively and made his way toward his chambers, feeling weary and in need of rest. Meanwhile, the Empress Shen Qingqing, who had departed earlier, dispatched envoys to draft an imperial decree, openly revealing her intention to conquer the 4 regions and unify them into one, proclaiming it to the world. After 3 days of brewing discourse, distant factions from various regions, far removed from the Qingyu Empire, received this news and wore expressions of disdain. Arrogance. Utterly brazen. Does she truly believe she possesses the right to unify the 4 regions and expects us to acknowledge her as our sovereign? Shen Qingqing. Does she even merit such ambition? With a derisive chuckle, one could almost hear the challenge in the air. I stand ready for her arrival. In the eastern region, at the Qinglan Holy Land, the current Holy Master, Xiangqing, examined a scroll with a serious demeanor. Upon concluding his review, he narrowed his eyes, his face betraying contempt as he remarked, "The Qingyu Empire, Empress Shen Qingqing." A cold laugh escaped his lips as he folded the scroll, igniting it into flames until nothing remained. "I shall witness what capabilities you possess to unify the 4 regions. Humph. My Qinglan Holy Land has strategized for millennia and has yet to discover a method to achieve this unification. Yet the Qingyu Empire dares to aspire to rise above us? Such audacity is truly laughable." Chapter 122. The seal breaks, and the otherworldly beings emerge with that. Xiangqing scoffed coldly. He gestured toward the void, directing his finger towards the southern region, exclaiming, "The plans of the Qinglan Holy Land, devised over thousands of years, must not be allowed to be thwarted by you in the southern region." Although he internally doubted the Qingyu Empire's capability to unify the 4 regions, he quickly reconsidered. In the realm of the Azure Feather Dynasty, a mysterious emperor undoubtedly played a role in the unification of the 4 domains. He had heard whispers regarding Mo Ran, and while he believed the tales to be exaggerated, it was evident that rumors do not arise from nothing. This individual must possess extraordinary qualities. After pondering this, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he slowly lowered his hand as if having resolved to make a crucial decision. His gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the forbidden grounds of the Qinglan Holy Land. Before long, he arrived at the seal of the foreign tribes in the eastern domain. Gazing upon the array before him, pulsating with fervent laws, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. The grand scheme of the Qinglan Holy Land, meticulously planned over millennia, must not be shattered by my hands. With that thought, he raised his hand, unleashing the full force of his emperor's 6th realm, stirring up countless particles of dust. The surrounding spiritual energy erupted violently, as if the swirling winds sought to tear everything apart. "Who goes there?" The commotion caught the attention of others, and from behind him, a voice of authority resonated. "Supreme Master Shangwan, this forbidden ground is not a place for you. I implore you to leave at once." The speaker was an elderly man clad in white robes, a striking golden jade token gleaming on his chest. Inscribed with the character "Do." This man was none other than the guardian of the Eastern Domain's foreign tribe seal, a figure from the Southern Domain's Azure Feather Dynasty, Elder Du. Without acknowledging him, Xiangqing merely tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance before unleashing the colossal blade of laws he had condensed in his palm towards the array. Boom! The ground trembled as the sealing array was struck by Xiangqing's attack, as if something from beneath the earth yearned to emerge. Elder Du's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down his back. "Xiangqing, you are courting death," he exclaimed. In that instant, the power of his emperor's 6th realm erupted forth. As the earth trembled beneath him, he stabilized his form, then formed a hand seal, summoning a series of imprints that flowed from his fingertips. Sealing reinforcement technique. The power of the seal coalesced into a luminous sphere at his fingertips. Elder Du pointed towards the apex of the array and bellowed, "Subdue." A beam of sealing light shot forth from his fingertip, striking the peak of the array. Boom! With Elder Du's imprints enhancing it, the apex of the array radiated a brilliant white light, reinforcing the array from top to bottom. "Those who obstruct me shall perish." Unexpectedly, just as the old man was about to launch an attack on the enchanting Xiangxi after reinforcing the formation, she seized upon his moment of vulnerability. In his flustered state, A blade forged from the power of the laws surged towards him at an astonishing speed. Realizing the imminent danger, the old man hastily invoked his incantation, causing spiritual energy to flow around him and form a protective barrier, successfully deflecting the assault from the lawbound blade. However, just as he prepared to neutralize the attack, he noticed that Xiangxi had vanished from his sight. Where had she gone? He momentarily froze, only to feel a chilling sensation behind him. Following this, Xiangxi's voice drifted into his ear. Old fool. Did you truly believe I would come to shatter the formation without reason? Before he could utter a response, a warm flow surged through his chest. In disbelief, he looked down to find his torso stained with crimson blood. You actually allied with the foreign race. The old man slowly turned to face Xiangxi, who had pierced his chest with a black dagger, his expression one of sheer terror. Upon hearing this, Xiangxi smiled faintly and skillfully withdrew the blade. At this moment, dark gases swirled around him, creating an extraordinarily bizarre phenomenon. He licked his dry lips and declared, whether it be a foreign race or the Shamate tribe, as long as it aids my Kanglan holy land in accomplishing our millennia-long ambition, I, Xiangxi, shall spare no expense. With the blade's extraction, the old man's body teetered, and he fell to one knee. He hurriedly formed a spell to staunch the blood that flowed profusely from his wound, yet it proved futile. Inadvertently exerting too much force, he coughed violently, blood spilling forth uncontrollably from his mouth. Do not waste your efforts. This blade is of foreign origin. A millennium ago, our Kanglan Holy Land's ancestors felled a formidable foreign being and seized it from their grasp. This dark energy can absorb the spiritual essence within the human body. Once wounded by this blade, even the arrival of an immortal would be futile. Xiangxi observed the dagger in his hand, emanating dark fumes and an eerie aura. With a proud expression, without another glance at the old man, he set forth towards the sealing formation, having already forged a pact with the foreign race. Should he succeed in dismantling the seal, they would aid him in unifying the four realms. With this thought, he cast aside all previous apprehensions and, without hesitation, raised the dagger to strike at the formation. With the blade's contact, a clear sound echoed. Boom! In a relentless flurry, Shangwan Xiangxi wielded his blade, striking down upon the sealing array that imprisoned the alien race. A crisp sound echoed through the air as a minuscule crack appeared in the formation. Observing this, the old scholar, still grappling with his injuries, felt a surge of panic as his pupils constricted. Alas, he was already on the brink of collapse, his spiritual energy rapidly dissipating, seemingly consumed by an invisible force. His blood, too, was ebbing away. Are you truly willing to become the eternal sinner, Shangwan Xiangxi? He gasped, expending his last ounce of strength to utter those words before collapsing into a pool of blood, lifeless. A smile curled upon Shangwan Xiangxi's lips, his expression unwavering as he nonchalantly responded, a sinner? What of it? With that, he concentrated the power of the laws once more into his blade, swinging it forcefully at the shattered point of the array's barrier. Boom! Crack! Another two sharp sounds resounded, and the fissure in the sealing array widened, spreading like a spider's web in all directions. A flicker of joy crossed Shangwan Xiangxi's gaze as an eerie voice whispered in his ear, urging him on. Quick, quick! I can sense it. We are but a breath away. This great formation shall surely fall. On the day it crumbles, my kin shall assist you in uniting the world. In that moment, you shall be the sole master of this realm. At these words, dark energy began to swirl around Shangwan Xiangxi, enveloping him entirely. Even his eyes turned a fierce crimson. The power of the laws coalesced, infusing his blade. With a thunderous strike, as the blade descended once more, imbued with the might of the laws, it was as if the final straw had broken the camel's back. The sealing array shattered with a resounding crack, its remnants scattering like stars extinguishing in the void. In that instant, as the formation collapsed, the world plunged from daylight into an abyss of darkness. A thick, black mist surged forth from the depths below, engulfing the space entirely. Within this shroud, various unknown creatures emitted low, haunting roars. The sacred land of Kanglan was transformed into a hellish realm. Ha 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 ha. We have returned once more. Let us slaughter every last one of the human race. A cascade of dark mist emerged slowly from the depths of the earth, its crimson eyes radiating a chilling aura of malice. They greedily absorbed the spiritual essence of this realm, akin to untamed stallions roaming freely in the expanse, heedless of their surroundings. Wherever they passed, all things dissipated into nothingness. Look, what is that? Why has the sky suddenly darkened? What is happening? This is not good. The black mist is toxic. Retreat quickly, for it can drain one's essence. With the breaking of the seal in the eastern domain, the seals of the other 3 domains followed suit, shattering in succession. Where the seals once stood, the black mist surged forth. The world seemed to enter a countdown to destruction. Just moments ago, light had illuminated the surroundings, but in the blink of an eye, a thick shroud of darkness enveloped everything. In the forbidden grounds of the Qingyu dynasty, Empress Shen Qingqing gazed gravely at the shattered jade token in her hand, her delicate fingers crushing it into a cloud of dust that swiftly dissipated. "It's too late," she murmured. The instant the jade token dimmed, she sensed impending doom and hurried towards the site of the seal, only to arrive too late. The formation had already developed noticeable cracks, and it would not be long before it completely collapsed. At that moment, a voice softly emerged from behind her. "Your Majesty, allow me to reinforce the seal. It should hold for a moment longer." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing shook her head and replied, "No. The recent assault from the foreign entities has already shattered the town's flag beyond 7 or 8 pieces. Reinforcing it would be futile. Furthermore, if you attempt to reinforce it, it will not last long and may cost you your life." But the elderly man in white seemed poised to argue further, but was interrupted by Shen Qingqing's sharp gesture. Her expression turned icy as she declared, "This matter is not for you to concern yourself with." Coincidentally, she was contemplating alternative strategies to unify the 4 domains against this formidable threat when this unexpected opportunity presented itself. A similar scene unfolded in the Shanghai Spiritual Academy of the Northern Domain. "Director, what should we do?" These foreign entities, the director of Shanghai Spiritual Academy, gazed at the encroaching black mist overhead, letting out a long sigh. He waved his hand, resigned, and commanded, "Everyone, retreat 100 miles from this place. Activate the 4 seas and 8 wastelands formation, and prepare for battle." This decision had become inevitable. Meanwhile, the seal in the western domain, previously reinforced by Mo Ran, remained intact, though the interconnected seals were vulnerable, and their breach was merely a matter of time. At that moment atop Tianji Mountain, Tianjizi observed the swirling black mist in the sky, his hands manipulating an object that spun continuously. He closed his eyes, calculating with deft precision. In the midst of chaos, I found myself utterly unable to comprehend anything. It seemed I was gradually drifting away from the path of destiny. "Is it you, Rana?" He cast a glance at the vast sky, obscured by a shroud of ominous mist, a flicker of joy gracing his countenance as he murmured to himself. At that moment, Mo Ran, who was preparing to return and rest, abruptly halted his steps upon witnessing the bizarre mist that enveloped the heavens. He was taken aback. Just then, the system, which had been silent for a considerable time, resonated again with its ethereal mechanical voice. "Host, the otherworldly beings have emerged, presenting a golden opportunity to unify the 4 realms." Upon hearing this, Mo Ran's expression darkened. What are these otherworldly beings? Hadn't he sealed them away? I distinctly remember that I had previously sealed them. Without the power of an immortal, they should have been incapable of breaking free. What on earth is happening? Just as his confusion deepened, the system provided clarification. "You must understand. This world has been fortified by them into a realm of immortals. Sealing them is merely child's play for them," it added. Mo Ran rolled his eyes in exasperation, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Alas, given the circumstances, he could only go with the flow. He then flickered away, vanishing from his original spot. Meanwhile, within the forbidden grounds of the Qingyu dynasty, the sealing formation, which had still been holding up, suddenly shattered. Witnessing the web-like spread of the fragments, Shen Qingqing's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, a dark specter emerged from below. "Ha, nothing beats the fresh air from the ground." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing's face paled. Having just slain one, how could another appear? "Your Majesty, we must flee. This creature is even more formidable than the last." Just as the white-robed elder began to speak, Mo Ran's voice echoed softly. A beam of starlight sword energy struck directly at his forehead. "Well then, you may remain here." Mo Ran had no desire to elaborate further. Why waste words on something about to perish? With a flick of his robe, he raised a hand slightly. and the starlight danced at his fingertips. This time, he did not consolidate it. As the starlight flickered at his fingertips, he pointed towards the void. In an instant, the starlight sword energy shot forth at an astonishing speed, aiming directly at the specter's forehead. Alarmed, the dark mist, which had intended to evade, found itself ensnared as if bound by invisible chains, rendering it immobile. Ultimately, as the unadorned starlight sword energy descended, a hint of crimson gradually appeared between its brows. Its scarlet pupils instantaneously lost the luster of life, dimming into oblivion. Subsequently, his body, as fragile as the black ashes consumed by flames, was scattered by the wind, fragmenting and dissipating bit by bit. At that moment, Shen Qingqing, frozen in place, finally recognized the visitor and slowly called out, "Wife, how did you come here?" Upon realizing the newcomer was Immoran, Qingqing's expression turned to one of confusion. The elder in the white robe beside her also paused for a moment, then hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Emperor." In response, Immoran simply nodded and gradually approached Qingqing, softly stating, "I sense the presence of malevolent entities here, so I came to investigate. Can you resolve it?" Shen Qingqing inquired. Immoran smiled lightly, neither affirming nor denying her question, and walked past her directly towards the array sealing the alien entities that was on the verge of collapse. After observing it for a while, he sensed the energy emanating from the array, which bore the same fundamental essence as his own, and shook his head with a wry smile. He was well aware that such a primitive tactic posed no threat to him, yet these shameless individuals had still meddled with it, attempting to use the power of the alien beings to hasten the fortification of this realm, thereby creating trouble for him. However, their interference inadvertently aided him greatly. As long as he safeguarded the southern region, where the Qingyu dynasty resided, the other three major regions, which had fallen to the alien forces, would undoubtedly seek refuge. Therefore, witnessing that the southern region remained unscathed due to the presence of the Qingyu dynasty, they would certainly develop thoughts of wanting to ally with and depend on him. If he were to dismantle the sealing exit of the southern region and establish an array to envelop it, preventing any alien incursions, unifying the southern region would be a mere matter of effort. As for why he could be so cold-hearted, what a joke. He had not been the one to break this array. In fact, he had once taken the trouble to reinforce it. If blame were to be cast, it should be directed at the lord of the Kanglin's sacred land, not at Immoran. With this thought, he smirked disdainfully. Immoran was no saint, especially in this foreign realm where strength reigns supreme and the weak are devoured by the strong. If one cannot adapt, who else can be blamed? It would not be difficult. Let us see how your husband, with a single hand, suppresses these ghastly entities. He turned back to Shen Qingqing, offering a confident smile. "Yes, my wife." Upon hearing Immoran's words, the elder guarding the array broke into a cold sweat, his face paling in disbelief. What had he just heard? For millennia, countless individuals had sought to dismantle this array and release the aliens for a thorough extermination of these calamities that plague humanity. Yet, without exception, their fates had been exceedingly tragic. Meanwhile, Immoran completely disregarded Shen Qingqing's earlier words. He gently raised his hand, surrounded by the shimmering laws of the stars that danced around him. In that moment, he appeared as an unparalleled celestial being. His fingers came together, and the incantation arose spontaneously. Countless starry laws flowed from his body to his fingertips, coalescing into a singular point. After a brief interval, the swirling laws encircling him were condensed to a single tip of his finger. Once he deemed the concentration sufficient, he suddenly pointed towards the fissure in the formation. A beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, ultimately striking the array. Boom. The instant the starlit beam made contact with the crack in the formation, the previously fractured array began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Moments later, the array was fully restored by the light emitted from Immoran's fingertip. Moreover, from the apex of the array, additional beams of starlight cascaded downward, as if assaulting an unseen adversary. Observing this, Immoran slowly withdrew his hand, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing disdainfully at the gaping pit shrouded in black mist beneath the formation. He smiled lightly and remarked, "Do you truly believe that fleeing will save you?" Such naivety. Long before I eradicated that alien creature, I sensed several concealed presences lurking within this formation. Though they could have met their demise alongside their kin, they displayed an unusual caution, opting to let others lead the charge. After witnessing their compatriot being annihilated by my strike, they concealed their auras completely, preparing to escape through the 3 exits below. Yet, how could Mo Ran permit their escape? While mending the array, he infused it with an additional element, the laws of the stars. These laws continuously flowed from the apex of the formation. At that moment, an abnormality arose within the array, as the black mist surged forth from below. Within moments, it filled the entire formation with darkness. Several formidable auras erupted within, as if attempting to breach the array once more. However, no matter their ferocity, the formation, enveloped in Mo Ran's starry laws, remained unshaken. Observing this, Shen Qingqing, who had been standing still, stepped forward and began to speak. There are other, but before she could finish, a boisterous voice echoed from within the formation, interrupting her words. Humans, the forces of my kind have now invaded the other 3 realms. I advise you to release us at once. Otherwise, once my army has completely seized control of the remaining 3 domains, we shall launch a fierce assault on this place, and you will undoubtedly find yourself with no place to rest. Upon witnessing the destruction of the teleportation space, the concealed 6th elder of the alien race no longer remained hidden, slowly emerging from beneath the ground, voicing their threats. Hearing this, Mo Ran paid no heed to their menacing words. Instead, he turned to Shen Qingqing and inquired, "What is the matter?" Taken aback, Shen Qingqing did not anticipate that Mo Ran would disregard the threats from this group, and instead choose to converse with her. Beneath her veil, a blush that had never been seen by outsiders graced her face. She shook her head and smiled, saying, "Nothing. I just didn't expect there were still alien beings concealed here. If it weren't for your presence, I might have overlooked it." In response, Mo Ran shrugged indifferently. His gaze then flickered with a chilling glimmer as the temperature around them plummeted to a frigid point. "What audacity you possess to interrupt my wife's speech. Be you human, ghost, or something sinister?" Mo Ran did not regard their threats with any seriousness. As his words fell, the alien beings within the formation were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. They had anticipated that Mo Ran would feel fear, yet they were astonished to find he remained unfazed. Before they could regain their composure, the flags atop the formation that bound them seemed to sense Mo Ran's mood. With a rustling sound, several beams of starlight were once again emitted. Inside the grand formation, the starlight radiated brilliantly, swiftly dispersing the encroaching black mist. As the black fog dissipated, the shadows of the alien beings vanished into the ether. Chapter 125, enveloped simultaneously. At the boundary of the southern domain, beams of starlight quietly surged forth from beneath the ground, soon enveloping the entire region in a magnificent spectacle. The black mist that had previously floated in from the other domains was scattered the moment the starlight ascended into the heavens. Where the beams of starlight passed, the black mist was entirely eradicated, and the southern domain was greeted by daylight, standing in stark contrast to the other 3 realms. Meanwhile, the captain of the caravan, who had just been locked in a life-and-death struggle with the alien beings, paralyzed by fear as he was about to be pierced by their claws, collapsed to the ground. He gazed at the vanishing aliens and then at the beams of starlight suddenly rising before him, as well as the receding black mist. The first ray of light illuminated his face, a survivor from calamity. He swallowed hard, gasping for breath, and muttered, "What is this?" Confused, he could not articulate his thoughts. However, he did not linger in that place. Once he regained his composure, he could only silently pray in gratitude for his miraculous salvation. Everywhere one looks, the radiant beam is visible, captivating nearly everyone present. Although none can fathom the nature of this sudden light, its origin, or its purpose, the recent dispersal of the dark mist and the demise of the otherworldly beings suggest it is not an ominous sign. At the very least, they are safe for now. Gazing into the distance, they observe that the skies above the other 3 realms remain shrouded in a thick black fog, devoid of the starry beams. Instinctively, they swallow hard and pat their chests, silently grateful for being born in the southern domain. In the southern domain, at the heart of the sword sect, Gu Chengfeng gazes at the prominent starry beams beside him, a look of bewilderment on his face. He glances at his father, Gu Wenxin, and asks, "Father, do you know what this is all about?" In response, Gu Wenxin shakes his head with a wry smile. How could he possibly know? Although he is at a loss for the details, he understands that the southern domain has been effectively isolated by extraordinary means. This thought conjures the image of Mo Rant's remarkable presence from years past. Surely, it must be the work of that illustrious figure, the emperor of the Qingyu dynasty. But why has he taken such action? Why not address the others? Just as he begins to voice his thoughts, Gu Chengfeng suddenly recalls the imperial decree issued by the Empress Shen Qingqing of the Qingyu dynasty. His expression shifts, and the words he intended to speak become lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Beside him, Gu Wenxin can only manage a bitter smile. Sighing heavily, he gazes toward the direction of the Qingyu dynasty. Ultimately, he makes a decision. Turning to his son, he declares, Chengfeng, time is of the essence. You must accompany me to the Qingyu dynasty to pay our respects to the Empress. The astonishing display of power recently revealed by Mo Ran has left him in awe, leaving no room for further contemplation. If they do not act swiftly, they risk being overtaken. Yes, Gu Chengfeng nods in agreement. Given the circumstances, they have no choice but to align themselves with the Qingyu dynasty. Presently, in the entire southern domain, who besides the figure within the Qingyu dynasty can withstand the invasion of these otherworldly forces? With that, the father and son transform into a streak of light, heading toward the Qingyu dynasty. On Qingqing Mountain, Bai Sisi, who is preparing medicine, glances at the imperial decree from the Qingyu dynasty placed nearby. It had been delivered not long ago by a sword-wielding envoy donning a mask, who informed her that should she agree to become a vassal of the Qingyu dynasty, his master would possess the means to dissolve the fog that had ensnared her for so many years. Compared to her former self, Bai Sisi now radiates a distinctly different aura. This is because she relied on the elixir gifted to her by Mo Ling years ago, which extended her lifespan. Not only that, but she also attempted to ascend to the realm of the great emperor, fueled by the potent essence of the medicine. However, she was unsuccessful, which was entirely within her expectations. After all, her demon soul was incomplete. The complete demon soul that belonged to her had long been suppressed beneath Qingqing Mountain for countless years. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to the convoluted art of alchemy to prolong her life. If I consent, can I reclaim my complete demon soul? The temptation is indeed considerable. Yet, the price she cast a glance at the soul contract interwoven among the edicts of the Qingyu dynasty, her emerald eyes glinting with a flicker of intrigue. To become a demon servant? A demon servant entails a master-servant contract, a concept well understood by those in the know. I need not elaborate further. With a sigh, she shook her head, extinguishing the flame used for brewing the medicine. She slowly approached the table and picked up the contract. There are many matters that bind one involuntarily. Moreover, I have yet to fulfill my mother's dying wish. How could I willingly succumb to death? As she spoke, the memory of her mother collapsing beside her, transforming into a wisp of white smoke, flashed in her mind, the anguish in her eyes haunting her. In that instant, she opened her delicate hand and pressed it firmly against the parchment of the master-servant contract. I vow to avenge my mother and personally slay you, the heartless wretch. At the very moment her hand made contact with the parchment, a burst of white light surged from the contract, enveloping her entirely. Boom, boom. Above Qingqing Mountain, dark clouds swiftly gathered, and within the tumult, the roar of thunder reverberated. Crack, crack, crack. Streaks of lightning cascaded down like rain, shaking the very earth of Qingqing Mountain. However, it was not long before silence returned. Yet, the mountain was now devoid of a demon and a demon soul. Numerous small towns near the fringes of Qingqing Mountain felt the tremors, their lands quaking in response. Everyone was taken aback. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? Are there experts fighting? Away, go see if another alien race has arrived. A man nudged his companion, pointing towards Qingqing Mountain. Go yourself. That's Qingqing Mountain. Don't drag me into your demise. In the Qingyu dynasty, Shen Qingqing exited the forbidden area. She glanced at the radiant pillar of starlight on the horizon, her brow furrowing. Turning to see Mo Ran emerging slowly behind her, she asked in confusion, so now, do we simply wait for others to come to us? Mo Ran quickly waved his hand, saying, of course not. We must notify them. How else could we proceed? How do you plan to notify them? Shen Qingqing inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Wasn't he agreed that I would come? How did it come to this with Mo Ran? She has resigned herself to the situation. When did things start to go awry? After waking for some time, She couldn't fathom the reason and could only shake her head in resignation. Mo Ran responded, "There is a reason for everything. I have already instructed others to notify everyone. If they disagree, then there is nothing more to be done." He scoffed, aware that in the current circumstances, those unwilling to submit had only one path: death. Yet, one wonders how the remaining imperial forces of the southern domain will respond. Will they unite or remain defiant? Shen Qingqing smiled faintly, harboring little hope for the allegiance of the southern domain's imperial families. Even if they were to submit, she would not desire it. They were too obstinate. It would be better to eradicate them entirely. Chapter 126. Anomalies on the imperial path. As the couple stood together, gazing at the radiant beams of starlight rising in the distance, a sweet voice rang out from the side. "Father, Mother, I'm back." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mo Ran's expression brightened instantly. Shen Qingqing, too, could not help but smile, seemingly anticipating something. They both turned to see a shadow darting past. In an instant, it leapt from the ground and crashed into Mo Ran's embrace. Seeing the father and daughter wrapped in each other's arms, Shen Qingqing's brow furrowed slightly, her anticipation dissipating like smoke. At that moment, jealousy flared within her. How could this girl return and embrace him first? Has she finally come back? Mo Ran looked at his daughter, who had suddenly flung herself into his arms, twisting and turning against his chest, a loving smile gracing his face. Hee. Mo Ling Er giggled shyly, scratching her head. Then, sensing the resentful aura emanating from Shen Qingqing, she hurriedly wriggled free from Mo Ran's embrace, her little face stunned with fright. Oh no, she had intended to hug Mother first upon returning. Having said that, she cautiously approached Shen Qingqing. "Mother, hug." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing's expression softened slightly. With arms crossed and a feigned huff, she lifted the girl into her embrace. The little one seemed to sense some chill and quickly nestled against Shen Qingqing, softly saying, "Mother, you're the best. Don't be angry with Ling Er." An angry mother isn't beautiful. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Qingqing interrupted her, frowning and pretending to be upset. "Did you just say I'm not beautiful?" Hearing this, the little girl quickly raised her hands to cover her mouth. No. You are the most beautiful, Mother." On the side, Mo Ran watched the two with a helpless shake of his head and a bitter smile. The girl certainly dares to speak her mind. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and turned around, lifting his gaze toward the heavens. There, a petite figure was hurriedly flying toward him from the sky. The way of heaven? He pondered in confusion. At the same time, Shen Qingqing, who was playfully wrestling with Mo Linger, also caught his murmured words. She quickly turned around while holding Mo Linger. Before she could utter a word, a phantom suddenly appeared before them, soon coalescing into a girl of similar age and height to Mo Linger, the embodiment of the way of heaven in this realm. "Brother, please don't do this. I don't want to disappear. I beg you to return me." As soon as the embodiment landed, her cries drew Shen Qingqing's attention. Upon hearing her speak, Shen Qingqing's expression suddenly changed. Her brow furrowed as she quietly observed Mo Ran without uttering a word. The embodiment of the way of heaven, upon catching sight of Mo Ran, seemed to have found a lifeline. She hastily ran to Mo Ran's legs and clung to him. Seeing this, Mo Linger, who was in Shen Qingqing's arms, could no longer remain still. How could she allow another child to approach her father? Her face darkened immediately, her rosy lips pouting in anger as she exclaimed, "Who are you? Let go of my father." Startled by the childish voice, the embodiment froze for a moment. She turned to glance at Mo Linger, who was frowning at her. Their eyes met, and the embodiment felt the face was somewhat familiar but couldn't quite place it. In no time, the embodiment was overwhelmed. She unearthed fragments of her memories and recognized Mo Linger. "Isn't this the child I saw while wandering in the town earlier?" she thought. "Father, I swear. She's not an illegitimate daughter. She truly is my brother's child. No wonder she looks so much like him. And that person beside her must be my brother's wife." At this realization, the embodiment shivered and quickly distanced herself from Mo Ran, taking a couple of steps back. After all, during her wanderings, she had witnessed many instances of wives disliking other women getting too close to their husbands. However, she seemed to have forgotten that in her current form, resembling a child, no one would hold it against her. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, I'm sorry. I was too hasty." Humph. Mo Linger pouted her lips, snorting softly and murmuring, It's fine, but you can't just hug my father. Yes, yes. The embodiment nodded fervently. Meanwhile, Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing were left in a state of astonishment. Mo Ran cleared her throat, shattering the awkward atmosphere. She glanced at the Dao incarnation, who was appearing in public for the first time, and inquired, "What has transpired?" The Dao incarnation, regaining composure, anxiously exclaimed, "Elder brother, you must save me. I have discovered that this world has suddenly become exceedingly strange. I merely took a nap, and upon awakening, I found that my Dao laws had considerably weakened during my slumber." She then cast a suspicious glance, questioning whether someone had seized her position while she slept. "If you wanted it, you should have mentioned it earlier. I would have gladly given it to you. When I previously asked, you said you had no interest. Why would you choose to usurp my position while I was asleep? Do you not realize that without a proper transfer, taking my place will lead to my demise?" Her voice rose in urgency, and had it not been for the presence of others, she would have undoubtedly wept before Mo Ran, having barely begun to manifest her powers. How could she face the prospect of death? Aside from Mo Ran, she could hardly fathom who else might silently diminish her strength while she rested. Upon hearing her words, Mo Ran was momentarily speechless. "Enough," he interjected, recognizing the Dao incarnation's unrestrained ramblings. With a slight grimace, he interrupted her, then turned to the composed Shen Qingqing, who stood silently beside him, cradling Mo Ling air without a hint of emotion. Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief before addressing the Dao incarnation. "Your power has not diminished, nor have I usurped your position. Your perception of weakness is misguided. I understand your urgency, but first, take a moment to truly sense the world around you and discern what has changed." Upon his words, the Dao incarnation's petite form trembled slightly as her consciousness expanded outward, meticulously perceiving the alterations in the current world. As she concentrated on expanding her awareness, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated within Mo Ran's mind. "Host, a powerful being from the upper realm is forcefully interfering with the selection of the Imperial path." Upper realm being? Interfering with the Imperial path? What do you mean? I find you to be quite intriguing. Is my message unclear? Would you like me to recount the history of England? Just tell me. It means a powerful individual has intervened in the proceedings of the Imperial path. It is likely to conclude prematurely. Boom. The words of the system had yet to fully register when a thunderous sound erupted from the immense rift in the sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In contrast to Mo Ran's calm demeanor, Shen Qingqing appeared utterly flustered. "Qing'er." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Mo Ran ceased his idle chatter. Raising his hand, he emitted a beam of starlight from his palm, projecting an image into the void. The visage of Shen Qingqing materialized before the onlookers. Chapter 127, Ants. Are you mocking me? At this moment, behind Shen Qingqing lay numerous corpses, and she appeared somewhat fatigued, her flawless white cheeks marred by a splash of crimson, the blood of an unknown source. Before her, a young prodigy stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face, as he beheld the long sword in Shen Qingqing's hand piercing through his chest. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Trembling, he lifted his hand to grasp the sword that had impaled him, a trickle of red seeping from the corner of his mouth. His blood-stained lips moved, seemingly attempting to utter something, and he murmured, You. Clang. The sound of the sword rang out. Shen Qingqing, unwilling to indulge his nonsensical words, swiftly withdrew the sword, then raised a hand to cast a spell. A fiery lotus mark materialized at her fingertips, and she gently pointed, the mark landing on the prodigy's forehead. Instantly, a blazing imprint appeared upon his brow. With a resounding thud, his body was struck back by an overwhelming force, soaring away like a kite severed from its string. Ultimately, he crashed to the ground, devoid of the breath of life. Witnessing this, the other prodigies, who had been merely spectators, were left in astonishment. Did I truly see that? Dao Chang was so easily slain by a mere lower realm prodigy with a single strike? One murmured. If I recall correctly, this Dao Chang had only recently ascended to become the saint son of the Taichu immortal sect, right? In response, a derisive laugh arose from the crowd. A young man clad in a blue jade robe crossed his arms, his expression one of disdain as he scoffed. Are you jesting? A peak 3 transformation saint's son? When did the Taichu immortal sect become so weak? Upon realizing he was being mocked, the young man initially bristled with anger, But as he recognized the speaker's face, he instinctively took 2 steps back in fear, relieved he had not spoken out of turn. He then sheepishly clarified, I heard that this Dao Chang is the illegitimate son of the sect leader. Well, that's the rumor. I'm not certain of its truth. TSK. The blue-robed youth remained unimpressed. What a disgrace. With his words, an unsettling silence fell over the crowd. No one dared to contradict him. At that moment, on the path of the emperor, fewer than 300 individuals remained. Compared to previous occasions, this journey had proven far more brutal. Qingqing, I'm so glad you're all right. Just as Shen Qingqing wiped the blood from her face, a gentle voice of concern resonated from behind her. The speaker was Wen Ran. The destined daughter Shen Qingqing had searched for relentlessly, believing her lost to the perils of the Emperor's road. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Qingqing turned abruptly, and upon seeing Wen Ran standing before her, unharmed and whole, she was momentarily taken aback, but joy quickly illuminated her face. I'm fine. I didn't expect you to be doing so well, she replied with a smile, shaking her head in delight. To endure until the final step of the imperial path is indeed commendable. Oh no, it would be more appropriate to say, quite formidable. However, it did not take long for Shen Qingqing to perceive that something was amiss with Wen Ran before her. Her pupils flickered sharply as a fiery lotus mark slowly coalesced within her gaze. Clang! As she swept past Wen Ran, she discovered that the latter's form appeared ethereal, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if a mere gust of wind could scatter her essence, erasing her from this world. In disbelief, she rushed to her side. Her eyes filled with bewilderment, and inquired, Why is your body like this? In response, Wen Ran offered a faint smile, shaking her head nonchalantly, and replied, I am unscathed. This is my fate, and there is no need for you to worry about me. I will be fine. After saying this, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes, quickly vanishing. This is a fate that belongs solely to me. Unexpectedly, the words of the fortune teller rang true. On the imperial path, I would encounter the person I sought. During the brief exchange between the 2 women, a young man clad in blue emerged from the crowd, speaking. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing promptly turned her head, gripping her reins sword tightly, her expression alert as she regarded the approaching figure. As he drew nearer, her gaze sharpened, and her aura surged dramatically. A fiery lotus imbued with a sense of destruction materialized behind her, solidifying, while her reins sword shimmered with radiant starlight, poised for action. Step closer, and I shall sever you, she declared. The young man in blue was momentarily taken aback, his foot poised to advance halted midair, his face reflecting astonishment. The onlookers, bewildered, exchanged glances before expressing their confusion. Does Meng Tianya intend to strike at this prodigy from the lower realm? Hasn't he always observed without intervening? What does he mean by this? Witnessing Shen Qingqing's audacity in addressing the young man, those familiar with him couldn't help but gasp. This prodigy from the lower realm is exceptionally bold. The last individual who spoke to Meng Tianya in such a manner met with utter annihilation. This girl is in grave peril. The young man, named Meng Tianya, smirked disdainfully, his gaze towards Shen Qingqing brimming with contempt. He halted his advance and asked casually, Do you know who I am? At this, Shen Qingqing's lips twitched in irritation at yet another tiresome proclamation, her grip on the reins sword tightening. The murderous intent within her intensified. Throughout this journey, every time she had slain a prodigy from the upper realm, their final words had echoed this sentiment. And she had grown weary of it. Has the younger generation of the upper realm devolved into a competition of lineage, power, and influence? Perhaps others might tremble at their names, but who is Shen Qingqing? Fearful thoughts invaded her mind, and she could not help but be amused by the audacious remarks of the young man before her. Imitating his tone, she retorted, Pray tell, do you know who I am? Upon hearing this, Meng Tianya was momentarily taken aback. Observing Shen Qingqing's fearless demeanor, he found himself lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he shook his head in confusion, admitting sincerely, I do not know. And what of your horse? Her melodious, yet coarse retort reverberated throughout the atmosphere, causing all present to shudder involuntarily. Cold sweat beaded on their brows, and they swallowed hard, secretly applauding Shen Qingqing. Such fierceness! My goodness! This lad's father is an emperor of the immortals. How dare you? One could not help but remark on the abundance of talent within this imperial realm. Laughter erupted. The journey was indeed worthwhile. However, Upon realizing that Shen Qingqing was mocking him, Meng Tianya's expression darkened. His lips twitched in anger as he gritted his teeth and seethed. "Aunt, are you jesting with me?" Chapter 128. The Phantom of Demons. In response, Shen Qingqing scoffed. "What jest is this? You do not even know who I am, yet you dare to utter such words? Your identity is of no concern to me. But heed this warning. Should you take one step closer, you shall meet your demise." Although she was unaware of how Wen Ran had come to possess this ethereal form, it was clear from the young man's words that he harbored some knowledge. Yet, she had no desire to listen. She would rather wait until the Imperial journey concluded and seek answers from her father directly. Her instincts warned her that this young man had ulterior motives. Surrounding spectators, equally horrified, bore expressions of disbelief, swallowing nervously and refraining from speech. With a mocking clap, Meng Tianya raised his hand, as if he had witnessed something amusing. Well, well, well," he exclaimed with a smile that sent chills down spines. It had been ages since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. To encounter such audacity on his first appearance in this imperial realm was utterly unexpected. As he reflected on this, his expression darkened, and the shadows on his face dissipated, revealing a gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Shen Qingqing. Yet, he did not rush to act. Instead, he lowered his voice, speaking slowly. "Deliver the destined one behind you to me, and I may consider granting you a more dignified end." He gestured beyond Shen Qingqing, indicating Wen Ran, and uttered the word, "Destined." Shen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at the figure of Wen Ran, whom she had shielded behind her. With a hint of concern, she remarked, "You bear the mark of destiny. It appears your identity has been unveiled." Wen Ran, no longer concealing her truth, nodded in affirmation. Perhaps she had never intended to hide this matter from the outset. It was merely that no one had inquired. She then directed her gaze towards Meng Tianya, raising her hand, which had grown increasingly ethereal, seemingly on the brink of dissipating into the cosmos. In a hushed tone, she declared, "I am a person fated to perish. Had I not encountered my master, I might have long since met my end." Unfazed by the stares of those around her, she continued to divulge, "Yet, perhaps I would not have perished, for my master informed me that I bear the mark of destiny, that I am a person of fate." The thought elicited a self-deprecating smile from her. A doomed individual, coupled with a fated identity, what was it that she truly desired? Did she yearn for death? The answer was unequivocally no. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to tread this path of imperial ascent, to defy fate. As this notion crossed her mind, she shook her head, a resigned smile gracing her lips. Did she recall the words she spoke before departing? Would she ever return? In truth, it was a veiled inquiry to the celestial sage. Could she still live? If it were in the past, the sage would have unhesitatingly told her such a return was impossible. Yet that day, he hesitated. He said, logically speaking, she cannot return. However, what followed remained a mystery, for the old sage had divulged nothing further. Taking a deep breath, she maintained an expression of tranquility and stated, "My master has revealed to me that I am destined to face a calamity upon this imperial path. I surmise this tribulation pertains to you, does it not?" She offered a gentle smile, rendering everything around her dull and colorless. In response, Meng Tianya smiled serenely, the corners of his mouth curling into a peculiar grin. His excitement palpable as he stepped closer to Wen Ran, declaring, "I cannot ascertain whether I am indeed your destined calamity. Yet I undoubtedly require your aid to shield me from misfortune. Observing your current state, it seems that death is not far off, since we are all bound for demise. Why not lend me your assistance before we meet our end? It would be an act of benevolence." As his words hung in the air, Shen Qingqing scoffed, her disdain evident. "How shameless you are. By what right do you presume? What are you really?" With a surge of indignation, she posed a trio of scathing inquiries. Suddenly, her hand coalesced with power, and a radiant sword aura erupted from her blade, hurtling towards Meng Tianya with breathtaking speed. Instantly, the air around them resonated with the sound of clashing swords. Clang! Boom! Upon witnessing the scene, Meng Tianya hastily retreated 2 steps, his robes swirling with a flourish, effectively blocking the radiant sword aura. In that instant, his aura surged dramatically, and he bellowed at Shen Qingqing, "What did you say? I dare you to repeat that." As his words hung in the air, Shen Qingqing summoned a lotus imprint beneath her feet, launching herself forward with a powerful kick. Each step left behind a lotus mark. And soon she stood before Meng Tianya, sword poised to strike at his neck. Seeing the imminent danger, Meng Tianya swiftly stepped back, joining his hands in prayer as a burst of golden light erupted from his palms. Behind him, phantoms of demonic beings materialized, taking on a regal and formidable presence. Upon realizing her strike had missed and witnessing the spectral demons emerging behind the young man, Shen Qingqing's brow furrowed involuntarily. The phantoms bore a striking resemblance to the celestial demon phoenix. "Since you seek death, allow me to grant your wish," she declared. At her words, the dark pupils of the demonic phantoms behind Meng Tianya widened abruptly, and streams of red light began to emanate from them. Shen Qingqing's frown deepened, and the onlookers around them swallowed hard, instinctively recoiling a few steps at the sight of the apparitions. Their movements were synchronized, each person sharing the same unsettling thought. One individual, trembling, remarked, "What Meng Tianya is manifesting must be the clan's ancestral spell, the demonic body technique of the celestial demon phoenix. I can't believe the rumors are true. The annihilation of the celestial demon phoenix clan was indeed the work of the Haohai immortal sect. It's no wonder Meng Tianya has been frequently descending to the mortal realm. He must have absorbed a significant amount of the celestial demon phoenix's primordial blood during his cultivation of the demonic body technique, only to suffer a backlash from its essence. He seeks to rely on someone with a heavenly fate to shield him from calamity," they speculated. Realizing that the demonic body technique could conjure up to 9 phantoms of the celestial demon phoenix, and that a human aspiring to master it must endure the trials of 9 demonic tribulations. As this realization dawned on them, they fell silent, gazing at Meng Tianya with incredulity. The celestial demon phoenix clan has always been fiercely protective of their own, and their ancestral techniques were not to be coveted by humans. Layers of seals were placed upon them, ensuring that any human wishing to cultivate such powers would have to overcome 9 trials of demonic arts. Previously, they had been unaware of how to achieve this. Now they understood that it was undoubtedly connected to the so-called heavenly fate. Chapter 129. The connection of fates. The celestial demon phoenix clan has always been proud, refusing to be enslaved. Even in death, they would expend every drop of their blood, ensuring that neither their corpses nor their essence would remain in the world. However, one day, an unexpected calamity struck. The celestial phoenix clan suffered a devastating invasion by a mysterious and formidable entity, who, without hesitation, subdued the 3 ancient emperors of the clan, forcing them to kneel in submission. They could do nothing but watch as this enigmatic figure gradually siphoned away their essence and blood. Following this incident, the strength of the 3 ancient ancestors of the celestial phoenix clan plummeted. Before long, rumors began to circulate that the clan had been annihilated overnight. The last to pay their respects to the celestial phoenix clan were the members of the Haohai immortal sect, leading many to direct their ire towards them. The Tian Kuan clan, which had long-standing ties with the celestial phoenix, sought an explanation from the Haohai immortal sect, but were forcibly expelled. In a moment of contemplation, a fiery lotus erupted behind Shen Qingqing, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. From the rain sword, she released streams of starlight, sword energy that enveloped her completely. A guttural roar resonated as the demonic shadow behind Meng Tianya opened its eyes. Fixating on Shen Qingqing, it bellowed, "Today, I shall send you to the Yellow Springs and into the cycle of reincarnation." With that, its aura surged dramatically, and its figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. Vanishing from sight, unfazed, Shen Qingqing retorted, "Is that so? I do not believe it." She too became a fleeting shadow, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Sword and fist collided, reverberating through the heavens and earth with a thunderous sound. Meanwhile, within the Qingyu dynasty, the shadow that appeared was none other than one of the 8 spectral beasts that manifested atop the nameless mountain years ago. As Shen Qingqing, cradling Mo Linger, recalled the fragmented memories in her mind, she approached Mo Ran, her expression filled with bewilderment. She hadn't anticipated that the fearsome shadows seen that day above the nameless mountain would indeed originate from the higher realms. The thought left her agape in astonishment. That was merely one of the 9 shadows. If this entity truly hailed from the upper realms, it implied that the other 8 shadows she had witnessed were also from that so-called upper realm. Her wife was indeed formidable. The realization sent a shiver down her spine. Upon hearing this, Mo Linger, nestled in Shen Qingqing's embrace, gazed at the image of Shen Qingqing on the screen, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. She pointed animatedly at Shen Qingqing in the image and exclaimed, "Sister! It's sister!" As Shen Qingqing waited for Mo Ran's response, she was startled by her sudden, astonished movement. She raised her delicate hand to pat the top of Mo Linger's head, furrowing her brow. Sternly, she pinched the chubby cheek of the child and said, "When adults are speaking, children should not interrupt. Be quiet." Feeling aggrieved by the reprimand, Mo Linger pouted and let out a defiant huff. Her gaze fixated on Shen Qingqing within the scene, her eyes brimming with longing. It must be incredibly fun up there. When the opportunity arises, Linger too desires to play. Observing this, Mo Ran chuckled softly, glancing at the astonished Shen Qingqing. With great composure, he remarked, "Indeed, but not quite." The ethereal shadow coalescing behind this child, who is yet to fully mature, lacks even a third of the might from years past. This has been refined multiple times, resulting in but a mere fraction of its essence. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing shot him a glare and redirected her attention back to the scene above. "You have many secrets. I have plenty of time to unravel them, and I will slowly peel away your layers to uncover your hidden truths." Mo Ran, sensing a sudden chill rising behind him, surveyed his surroundings. After confirming there was no anomaly, he chose to ignore it, standing even taller. However, after observing for quite some time, he saw no one interfering with the normal operations of the Imperial Path, leading him to ponder internally, "Master, did you not mention that someone was disrupting the Imperial Path? Do not rush. I merely wanted to give you a heads up. The entity that engaged your daughter will soon meet its end. At that time, the elders will emerge to cause interference. Why the urgency? Are your hands itching?" Mo Ran winced at those words, casting a sharp glare at him. "Do not fret. Your daughter has dispatched many along the Imperial Path, and there are matters for you to attend to. Your daughter certainly knows how to choose her targets, adeptly hunting down the outstanding talents from the upper realms." To this, Mo Ran could surmise the situation. It seemed his daughter had been acting like a cunning fox, seizing the hard-earned treasures accumulated by those illustrious figures from the upper realms. It was entirely reasonable and adhered to the rules. He calmly reassured himself, "It matters not. They are but insignificant beings, hardly worth mentioning." At that moment, the heavenly Dao, realizing it would not perish, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon discovering the world had been fortified and enhanced countless times, it felt a wave of embarrassment wash over. It would require considerable time to master the laws of the heavenly Dao once more. Through the scene presented by Mo Ran, it also sensed the presence of Wen Ran. From her, the incarnation of the heavenly Dao detected a unique, familiar aura, reminiscent of its own essence. After rummaging through memories, it furrowed its brow and murmured, "The chosen one." After a moment of contemplation, gazing at Wen Ran's increasingly ethereal form, it seemed to recall something, its lips twitching in alarm, causing it to retreat repeatedly. Filled with terror, exclaiming, "I'm doomed. Brother, save me." The sudden cry startled everyone. Mo Ran curled his lips and asked, "What is it now, brother?" "It seems this girl's fate is somehow intertwined with mine." Chapter 130. The soft rear observing the fearful expression of the incarnation of Heaven's Dao, Mo Ran smiled lightly, his demeanor unchanged. He shifted his gaze to Wen Ran, expressing interest as he remarked, "This child's destiny is rather peculiar. While she is burdened with a divine mandate, she also suffers from a terminal affliction. I suspect it is a backlash curse from the previous incarnation of Heaven's Dao, who was gravely injured and on the brink of death, thus affecting her fate. After all, this destined girl exists solely due to his presence. Logically, if the one who brought her into being perished, she should vanish as well. Yet, she remains." As he contemplated this, he understood more than he let on. Smiling as he gazed toward the direction of Tianji Mountain, "It is likely that old rascal is up to something." Meanwhile, on Tianji Mountain, Tianjizi had been fixated on the immense rift in the sky, never averting his gaze for even a moment. Suddenly, he felt a chill sweep over him, causing him to turn abruptly toward the source of the coldness. Upon realizing that the chill emanated from the direction of the Qingyu Empire, he calculated with his fingers. It wasn't so bad at first, but the more he calculated, the more alarmed he became. A mouthful of old blood erupted forth, leaving his already frail body even weaker. Cold sweat poured from his forehead like a tidal wave, and his breathing quickened. He swallowed hard, his eyes betraying his terror. Trembling, he voiced, Why you, esteemed one? He could not fathom why Mo Ran behaved this way, as he had never wronged him. Seeing Tianjizi frightened by his own divine perception, Mo Ran smiled nonchalantly. To be honest, he had not anticipated that this old fellow would calculate everything. Just as Tianjizi pondered why he was emitting such an aura, Mo Ran sighed softly and said, "Senior, do not be so tense. I merely came to take a look." Upon hearing Mo Ran's words, despite his vast experience, Tianjizi was thoroughly captivated by Mo Ran's capabilities, rendered speechless. At that moment, the incarnation of Heaven's Tao, having heard Mo Ran's words, contemplated for a moment before nodding vigorously. Her large eyes shimmered with tears, displaying a look of utter despair as she implored Mo Ran, "Brother, could you please save her? I do not wish to die." Witnessing this, Mo Ran's lips twitched in irritation. He flicked his hand dismissively, regarding her with disdain. "Stop acting like this. If you behave normally, I can still help you." He truly could not bear to see the incarnation of Heaven's Tao in such a state. Though one might say she was young, it was not entirely untrue. It cannot be considered small, it certainly carries weight. It evokes a peculiar sensation within him. In that fleeting moment, he felt a slight heaviness in his head. The previous celestial path was a tempestuous fiend. What is this one? It is yet another bizarre entity. Just as he uttered these words, the celestial path altered its previous supplication, retracting the tears welling in its eyes, and with a jubilant smile proclaimed, I knew you wouldn't let me vanish, dear brother." Instantly, Mo Ran felt an overwhelming pressure in his mind. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated from the heavens above. The vast rift in the sky seemed to be under assault, emitting a series of resounding booms that echoed throughout the realm. Lingering in the atmosphere and leaving the crowd in shock, countless gazes from the southern domain turned skyward. Was there a disturbance on the Imperial Road? It remains unclear. Could it be that a formidable terror lurked upon the Imperial Road? Brother, did your ancient ancestor ever participate in the Imperial Road? Is there any record of such an occurrence? None. The noise grew increasingly intense, as if a force from beyond the stars was launching a fierce attack on the rift, seeking to rend it asunder. What could this situation be? Beside him, Shen Qingqing was the first to be captivated by the commotion, her brow furrowed deeply. Had it not been for the sight of her daughter being unharmed, she might have been overwhelmed with concern. Yet, she voiced her worries with a hint of anxiety. In her arms, Mo Ling Heir's eyes widened with curiosity, displaying no trace of fear. Meanwhile, Mo Ran chose to disregard the disturbances emanating from the heavens. He approached Shen Qingqing, gently patting her shoulder, and spoke softly, "Do not worry, an old fool merely seeks his own demise." Upon hearing Mo Ran's words, Shen Qingqing appeared perplexed. "Old fool? How intriguing. You've been hiding something from me." She scrutinized Mo Ran's countenance and murmured, "What is going on? Have you been up to some mischief, and now someone is here to demand an explanation?" Mo Ran hurriedly waved his hand, insisting, "No, this cannot be blamed on me." Shen Qingqing seemed intrigued, a glimmer of mischief flashing across her face as she regarded him coldly, as if already devising plans for the evening. "Please, do elaborate." At her words, Mo Ran shivered, lowering his voice as he leaned closer to her ear, hastily explaining, "Do you remember the coffin emanating a chilling aura from the Academy? The assailants targeting this realm are, in fact, members of the Ice Clan, the very lineage of the Upper Realm powerhouse I previously vanquished. The reason for their delayed arrival is that Shen Qingqing sought to comprehend the Ice Clan's principles, prompting me to erase the coffin's aura, thereby preventing them from tracking our location. Moreover, due to his anger, the coffin was destroyed. Additionally, the sudden reinforcement of this world by the Emperor of Reading delayed his arrival. One can surmise that considerable effort and sacrifice were expended to locate this place. Given the multitude of worlds existing, precisely pinpointing one among so many is no simple feat. However, for Mo Ran, it is remarkably straightforward." Shen Qingqing furrowed her brow and said, "Get to the point." Observing her impatience, Mo Ran sighed in resignation and began whispering explanations in her ear for quite some time. After a moment, he took a breath and asked, "So, do you understand now?" Shen Qingqing nodded in silence, her mind drifting into contemplation, her expression rife with disbelief. She was astonished to discover that her seemingly unremarkable ancestors possessed such extraordinary capabilities. What a remarkable experience it was. After a brief pause, Shen Qingqing turned to Mo Ran and pointed at the seemingly content embodiment of the heavenly Dao standing ahead. Mo Ran had explained that when he vanquished that celestial being, he concealed his presence, leaving only the minor embodiment of the heavenly Dao exposed. Thus, that being most likely came in search of her. Not finding her here, they took action against this world. Upon realizing this, Mo Ran nodded in understanding, then lifted his leg and playfully kicked the soft rear of the heavenly Dao embodiment. A pained exclamation escaped her lips as she turned around, rubbing her backside with a flushed face, and gazed at Mo Ran with a look of reproach. "Brother, what are you doing?" Mo Ran shot her a glance and looked up at the sky. "Someone is looking for you. Aren't you going to greet them?" "Who is looking for me?" "Why?" She pouted, following Mo Ran's gaze towards the rift in the sky. When she sensed a familiar aura, she was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression turned melancholic as she said, "You mean him? I was about to forget him if you hadn't mentioned it." At this, Mo Ran was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Does this imply that she has met him before? Did they not engage in a confrontation? How peculiar." When Mo Ran inquired, she hesitated briefly. Then, the embodiment of the heavenly Dao opened her mouth in surprise, seemingly having forgotten the purpose of that person's visit. She scratched her head, pondering for a moment, and soon a light of realization sparked in her eyes as she recalled. She shyly remarked, "He arrived quite some time ago. But he isn't looking for me." Mo Ran furrowed his brow, perplexed, and replied, "If he isn't searching for you, then who could it be? Surely, he wouldn't be looking for me." At that moment, the incarnation of the heavenly Dao chuckled and mimicked Mo Ran's gesture by snapping his fingers. "Correct. He is indeed searching for you, my dear. However, what he seeks you for, I cannot say. I initially intended to help you drive him away, but I find myself unable to match his strength." Upon hearing this, Mo Ran was not the only one taken aback. Shen Qingqing, standing beside him, anxiously grasped his wrist, tightening her grip. With concern, she queried, "Didn't you say he hadn't noticed you?" It wasn't that she doubted Mo Ran, but the unfolding events had surpassed her imagination to an unfathomable degree. Although Mo Ran claimed to have effortlessly vanquished that celestial being, she had not witnessed it herself. Who could say if he was merely boasting in front of her? Before them stood a formidable presence that exceeded her wildest expectations. How could she not worry? In her arms, Mo Ling Air seemed to sense her mother's unease. However, when she turned to look at Mo Ran, she found no sign of disturbance on his face. Concerned, she asked, "Mother, what is wrong?" As she spoke, her chubby little hand mimicked Mo Ran's motion, gently patting Shen Qingqing's head. Shen Qingqing was startled by the unexpected concern from the little one in her arms, momentarily taken aback. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated such perceptiveness from her child. The sudden shift in her emotions had been perceived so acutely. After forcing a smile, she reassured, "I'm fine, Ling Air. Dear." Seeing this, Mo Ran smiled gently, patting her hand to convey that there was no need for worry. Such trivial matters are hardly worth concerning ourselves over. His pearly white teeth gleamed as he wore a confident smile, calmly asserting, "The secondary realm has been fortified by that group of handsome fellows. Let him stir up trouble outside. If he manages to harm this world in the slightest, I shall consider him my father." He dismissed it all with a wave, redirecting his gaze to the unfolding scene in the void. "Let him be strong. I shall single-handedly push aside all that exists in this world." At this moment, what mattered most was his daughter. The sight of Mo Ran's indifference and self-assured demeanor eased Shen Qingqing's anxious heart. Seeing him smile again brought a sense of relief to her as well. "That's good," she thought, while simultaneously chiding herself inwardly. "It seems my perspective remains too limited." She murmured, "As long as you are well, that's all that matters." Observing the playful banter between the two, the incarnation of the heavenly Dao, having consumed a hefty portion of emotional fare, remarked that such a display was unnecessary. Her lips twitched as she turned her gaze away from Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing, once again focusing on the figure within the scene, Warman, the fated daughter whose destiny was intertwined with her own. After all, this entity is inextricably linked to one's fate, and neglecting it is no longer an option. Simultaneously, a quiet mantra echoed in her mind. How foolish it is to assume the role of the heavenly Dao. Astonishingly, the destiny that rightfully belonged to him has been transferred to her through some vile means. Had she not felt an inkling today, she might have remained oblivious to this matter until her dying breath. Perhaps, in the end, she would have been driven to her own demise by the reckless actions of this fated daughter. If at this moment when Rand knew her thoughts, she would undoubtedly exclaim in exasperation, "I have no desire to leave my mountain gate. If not for the sake of survival, I would never descend from these heights, let alone be entangled in your affairs." Contemplating this, the embodiment of the heavenly Dao sighed and shook her head in resignation. After all, from the very beginning, she had no intention of selecting a chosen one. Her only desire was to live a placid existence, savoring each day in blissful tranquility. It was not that she was unwilling to choose a destined individual, but the selection of a fated child comes with both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the potential of the chosen one. Greater potential leads to higher achievements, thereby enhancing the power of the heavenly Dao alongside the elevation of destiny. However, if carelessly intercepted by the fate of another world, it could lead to dire consequences, as she could be ruthlessly devoured by the heavenly Dao of that world. It is as simple as that. Thus, the disadvantages always outweigh the advantages, which is why she had no intention of making a selection. Who would gamble with their fate in such a manner? Yet now, she found herself unable to evade this responsibility. She had already been assigned by the sixth elder and could only keep a close watch and care for this little ancestor. Suddenly, an absurd thought emerged in her mind. What if she were to imprison her within the heavenly Dao Palace? Just as this notion crossed her mind, the battle depicted before her had reached its conclusion. "You dare to kill me?" Meng Tianya trembled as he faced Shen Qingqing, who stood before him with a sword poised against his throat, the tip embedded in his skin. With fear, he uttered those words. As the tip of the sword pierced deeper, a vivid crimson flowed from his neck, and the looming specter of death bore down upon him. He felt as if he were frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle, terrified of having his throat pierced and meeting his end. In response, Shen Qingqing let out a soft laugh. The sword in her hand trembled slightly. Clang! The sound of the blade echoed around her, piercing Meng Tianya's ears like sharp thorns. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as the sound wreaked havoc within him. "From where do you deduce that I am afraid to kill you?" Shen Qingqing pressed the sword further, causing him to wince in pain. He gasped, his muscle memory taking over, and he blurted out, "My father is the Immortal Emperor. Do you dare to kill me, unafraid of the annihilation that awaits your realm?" With a disdainful smile and a hint of nonchalance, Shen Qingqing retorted, "I expected more from you. The Immortal Emperor? What is that to me? At merely 3 years of age, I bathed in a cauldron of his essence." A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as her hand wielded the sword. With a resounding clash, the blade sang through the air, an inconspicuous beam of light that inexplicably illuminated the entire imperial path, drawing the attention of all present to the sudden glimmer. In that fleeting moment, time itself seemed to freeze. As Shen Qingqing's sword descended, fresh droplets of crimson oozed from the blade, falling to the ground and producing a melodious sound that echoed through the silence. Gazing at Meng Tianya, whose eyes widened in disbelief and rendered speechless, she softly murmured, "My father, Mo Ran, is an immortal emperor. Do you think I care?" Upon hearing her words, Meng Tianya's lips quivered, as if he wished to utter something more, yet found himself unable to speak. In the wake of her proclamation, his body was severed from his head, and at that moment, the essence of life faded from him. Chapter 132. The story behind. With a resounding thud, the ancient bell tolled, reverberating across the expanse as Meng Tianya's life force dissipated. The surrounding spectators held their breath, paralyzed with shock, afraid to disturb the heavy atmosphere. The unexpected demise of Meng Tianya had caught them completely off guard. Among the crowd, one individual, who had hoped to align himself with Meng Tianya, trembled in terror, pointing shakily at Shen Qingqing, exclaiming, "Did you not hear what he said?" In response, the crowd turned to the speaker with incredulous expressions, as if regarding a fool. Shen Qingqing, having heard the outburst, glanced coldly in his direction, causing him to recoil in fear. Observing his reaction, Shen Qingqing smirked derisively. "I heard. And what of it?" The man swallowed hard, mustering his courage and feigned calmness. "You killed the son of an immortal emperor. Do you intend to endanger us all?" Shen Qingqing's smile widened as she pointed her sword at his brow, the sound of swords ringing in the air once more. With an air of composure and undeniable authority, she replied, "Ah, the son of an immortal emperor. I understand now. Do you wish to take a stand for him?" Faced with her blade, The man promptly fell silent. He had intended to incite the crowd against Shen Qingqing, yet found himself met with expressions of bewilderment, extinguishing his fervor. At that moment, all present yearned only for a swift conclusion to this cursed imperial path. Shen Qingqing, exuding an air of confidence, clearly possessed an ace up her sleeve. She was no ordinary individual. Her demeanor suggested she was not to be trifled with, having the audacity to challenge even the son of the Celestial Emperor. What, then, could be said of these cultivators who lacked both background and influence? Observing their speechlessness, Shen Qingqing took the opportunity to lower her sword, a mocking smile gracing her lips. The disdain in her eyes as she regarded the crowd was unmistakable. The denizens of the lower realms remained oblivious to the dark undercurrents of the imperial path. How could she, a reincarnated soul, be any less aware? Reflecting on the arrogant display of these upper realm prodigies, who had swiftly eliminated numerous lower realm elites to assert their superiority, a smirk of derision appeared on her face. A bunch of cowards who dare not enter the secret realm of inquiry to ascend the heavenly ladder, resorting instead to relying on their exploits in the imperial path of the lower realms to achieve their trifling third transition of inquiry. How laughable it is to witness such misplaced superiority. Indeed, the imperial path was brutally unforgiving for the prodigies of the lower realms, where countless worlds existed and countless talents arose. Yet only 3,000 seats were available for those who could truly claim the title of emperor, a number far too scant to accommodate them all. Not to mention the inexplicable emergence of a group from the upper realms competing for the same opportunity. Could it be anything but cruel? As they found themselves ridiculed by someone from the lower realms, the upper realm prodigies were visibly incensed, their faces flushed with anger and humiliation. They could only retort, unable to articulate a more substantial response. Though perplexed as to how Shen Qingqing, a lower realm inhabitant, had acquired such knowledge, information that was not supposed to circulate among them, they found themselves at a loss for words. For Shen Qingqing had spoken the truth, and they were unable to counter her claims. In the upper realms, true prodigies would never deign to participate in this so-called imperial path, for they had far superior choices. To them, participating in the imperial path was a demeaning act, unworthy of their consideration. In their eyes, the imperial path was merely a test bestowed upon the denizens of the lower realms by the heavens, a trivial contest among mere ants. As the radiant stars that they were, they held no interest whatsoever in this so-called imperial path, let alone participating in it. For those lacking in strength who also wished to avoid the secret realm of inquiry and the heavenly ladder, their only option to transcend the third transition of inquiry was to compete with the lower realm inhabitants for a chance at becoming an emperor. For the lower realm denizens, it represented an opportunity for imperial ascension, whereas for those of the upper realm, it was merely a means to break through to the third transition of inquiry. Faced with Shen Qingqing's scathing critique of their shameless behavior, their faces flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, they ceased to regard her as merely a lower realm individual. After all, how could someone from the lower realms possess such insights? They began to retort vehemently. Well, you say that, but how are you any better than us? If you are so strong, why not enter the secret realm of inquiry and challenge them? Indeed, how do your actions differ from ours? By what right do you speak of us? We are clearly no different. Upon hearing these words, a cacophony arose from the crowd. Shen Qingqing's expression remained unperturbed. Instead, a slight smirk played upon her lips as she disdainfully retorted, I am nothing like you. The remaining proud ones from the lower realm exhibited a myriad of expressions, their faces contorting in anger as if they wished to tear the so-called elite of the upper realm apart. Just as Shen Qingqing finished her statement, someone could no longer contain themselves and began hurling insults at the group of upper realm prodigies, exclaiming, So, you shameless so-called prodigies of the upper realm have come to seize opportunities from us simply because you seek shortcuts. No wonder it takes our continent a millennium to produce a single emperor-level powerhouse. We have gone 2 millennia without one. The last group of prodigies who ascended the path to emperor were all failures, who spread the rumor that the emperor's path is the only chance for lower realm prodigies to face upper realm prodigies. Curse you! If I catch you, I shall tear you apart. Some, having discerned the essence of the situation, resorted to coarse language. Are these truly the chosen ones of the upper realm? Do they dare to claim such a title? As they observed the lower realm individuals condemning them with fervor, a fierce glint sparkled in their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down their brows. The fact that they had reached this juncture indicated that their strengths were relatively comparable. Those significantly weaker had already perished. However, the lower realm prodigies dared not act against them, for they hailed from the upper realm, potentially backed by formidable elders who could retaliate later, which posed a grave risk. Meanwhile, within the Qingyu dynasty, the empress, who was intently observing Shen Qingqing, furrowed her brow. After hearing Shen Qingqing's words, she cast a puzzled glance at Imo Ran, asking, "How did Qingyu come to know this? Did you tell her?" Logically, such matters should only be known to those from the upper realm. Shen Qingqing is not from there. How could she have acquired this information? After much contemplation, Shen Qingqing shifted her gaze to Imo Ran, recognizing that as an immortal, it was not unusual for him to be privy to such knowledge. Chapter 133. Who killed my son? Upon hearing Shen Qingqing's question, Imo Ran's lips twitched. Though his exterior bore no visible reaction, his internal thoughts were quite intricate. My dear wife, how could I possibly know of such matters? I, your husband, am a recluse who seldom steps beyond the threshold. It would be remarkable for me to be aware of such trivialities. Even the sovereign has not informed me. As for why our daughter possesses such knowledge, it is simply because she is extraordinary, the reincarnation of a celestial sovereign. He has not disclosed to her that Shen Qingqing is a reincarnated being, as such matters are not suitable for her to comprehend. Being a time traveler herself, with a mind infused with myriad elements, she finds it more palatable to accept such truths. However, Shen Qingqing is not of the same ilk. It is essential to realize that Shen Qingqing, as a reincarnated soul, retains memories from her past life, which could easily lead to feelings of discomfort. After all, such actions would likely be perceived by her as akin to usurpation of one's body. Therefore, in order to circumvent unnecessary complications and to preserve the bond between mother and daughter, Imo Ran resolved to conceal this truth. After a moment of contemplation, he scratched the back of his head and chuckled, providing cover for Shen Qingqing by taking the matter upon himself, saying, "How else would she know? Surely, it must have been your formidable husband who informed her." Observing this, although Shen Qingqing sensed something amiss, she chose not to probe further and opted to believe Imo Ran's words, casting him a sidelong glance and retorting, "Smooth talker." As Shen Qingqing diverted her gaze from him, he let out a sigh of relief, internally calling out to the system, inquiring, "System, what is the Dao of Inquiry's secret realm? Why have you not enlightened me?" The familiar mechanical voice followed suit. "Did you ask? If I don't ask, will you not speak? How can I know what you wish to hear if you do not inquire? Is it not possible that I simply do not know of this entity?" Upon hearing this, the system seemed to lapse into contemplation, not responding to Imo Ran immediately. After a time, it finally spoke. "Oh, and then?" Imo Ran took a deep breath, preparing himself. The attributes of the King of Electric Sound were fully charged, with an exceedingly high concentration of energy. After a brief skirmish, ultimately the system conceded, raising a white flag in defeat. "Stop. This matter is trivial. The path of the Emperor and the Dao of Inquiry's secret realm's heavenly ladder are essentially not dissimilar, merely differing in difficulty. The path of the Emperor is relatively simpler, whereas the Dao of Inquiry's secret realm poses more challenges." Hearing this, Imo Ran smirked, a crooked smile gracing his lips. "See, if you had been compliant from the start, we could have avoided this scolding. How petty." Observing the system's submission, he continued to pose questions. "By what means do these prodigies of the upper realm access the path of the Emperor?" The system provided a straightforward response. The so-called path of the Emperor is merely a low-level secret realm of the upper realm. Unlike the lower realm, where there is but one path to becoming an emperor, the upper realm offers myriad methods to ascend to the Dao Inquiry stage. Upon hearing this, Imo Ran nodded slightly, his understanding still somewhat tenuous. It truly is a vexing issue, yet fortunately, he need not endure such trials. And at that moment, upon the imperial path, the individuals from the upper realm, confronted by the valiant champions from the lower realms, exhibited an incessant twitching of their faces. Meanwhile, those still alive, coexisting in the same lower realm as Shen Qingqing and her companions, remained tightly lipped, too fearful to utter a word. After all, in their world, the presence of mighty emperors was not uncommon, or rather, one might say, the existence of false emperors was prevalent. Thus, They were incapable of empathizing with the sentiments of the upper realm's denizens. At that moment, Shen Qingqing stepped back and approached Wen Ran, observing her increasingly ethereal form. Concern welled up within her, prompting her to inquire, "Are you all right?" In response, Wen Ran offered a faint smile, displaying an air of indifference as she replied, "I am fine." As she spoke, she retrieved a jade token from her waist, gazing at its emanating, vibrant scarlet glow. She cast Shen Qingqing a reassuring glance, then turned her attention to the spatial light curtain above, exhaling deeply, and declared, "The opportunity to attain the Emperor's destiny has been secured. Now, I merely need to await the conclusion of the Imperial Path's proclamation, and I shall be free from any afflictions." However, before she could finish her words, her eyes widened in terror as if she had witnessed a great horror. A colossal hand from the heavens loomed above. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, as the protective light curtain shielding them seemed to endure a severe blow, resonating with a series of deafening crashes. Boom, boom. The gathered crowd on the Imperial Path was startled by the unexpected cacophony, their ears ringing painfully. The formerly steady Imperial Path began to sway violently, akin to an earthquake, unsettling the balance of all present. "What is happening? Quickly look above. It seems something is obliterating the barrier," exclaimed one. "What on earth is that?" The crowd struggled to regain their footing, lifting their gazes to the heavens. Upon witnessing the immense hand formed from the light curtain outside, many instinctively recoiled, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Some were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. Crack, crack, crack. In the void above, beyond the stars, the illusory giant hand forcefully descended upon the light curtain. The sound of shattering glass reverberated throughout the Imperial Path. The curtain, resembling a spider's web, began to fracture from a single point, spreading outwards. Boom. The ancient bell tolled once more, as if delivering a final message, signaling the commencement of their countdown to death. "Who is it that has slain my son?" As the light curtain shattered instantaneously, a cascade of ethereal gas fell from the sky like rain, striking the crowd with ferocity. An ancient voice, seemingly from the depths of the abyss, resonated from above, each word crystal clear in their ears. Simultaneously, the temperature plummeted to an all-time low, an overwhelming pressure forcing the crowd to prostrate themselves upon the ground, afraid to even breathe. As the starry brilliance enveloped Shen Qingqing, a luminous shield formed around her, safeguarding both her and Wen Ran from the mysterious gas descending from the heavens. Upon hearing his words, the once proud figures, now pressed to the ground, were momentarily stunned. The figure from the sky gradually descended onto the Imperial Path, stepping through the air with a greenish shawl draped over his shoulder, clad in a striking purple robe that exuded an aura of otherworldliness. With each step he took, the ground beneath him trembled involuntarily. His gaze swept across the crowd until it landed on the extraordinary Shen Qingqing, who was equally startled by his sudden appearance. However, she quickly regained her composure. As their eyes met, Wen Ran, sensing the oppressive force radiating from the figure, could not help but break into a cold sweat, swallowing hard as he asked, "Is this an immortal?" Chapter 134. Do you know why I can be so audacious? In response, Shen Qingqing remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Realizing that his celestial power had no effect on her, the figure vanished from his original position and reappeared before Shen Qingqing. He placed a hand on the starry shield protecting her, seemingly intrigued by something, his gaze fixed upon her face. A deep voice emanating as if from the depths of hell, declared, "It was you who killed my son." As his words echoed, he secretly summoned the celestial energy within him, attempting to break through the shield. Yet, no matter his efforts, he could not budge it even the slightest, causing his brow to furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing, observing this scene from within the Qingyu dynasty, anxiously clutched the corner of Mo Ran's garment, her worry and urgency evident. Although she had no knowledge of the identity of the person who had suddenly appeared on the Imperial Path, his imposing presence suggested he was no ordinary individual. Despite Mo Ran's reassurances not to worry too much, who could remain calm in such a situation? "Do you think you are Mo Ran?" At that moment, the small heavenly Dao beside them wore an expression of urgency, eyes filled with a plea as he looked toward Mo Ran, his face clearly conveying the words "save me." Noticing this, Mo Ran remained unfazed, his demeanor unruffled. He gently patted Shen Qingqing's hand that clutched his clothing, holding it firmly as he said, "Calm down. It's merely a projection of an immortal emperor. He cannot stir up any significant turmoil." Despite Mo Rand's reassurances, her concern did not wane, for the one standing above was her precious daughter. The figure on the Imperial path, having realized that his subtle attempts had no effect on the shield, glanced sideways in contemplation. When he beheld the lifeless form of Meng Tianya, severed and staring blankly into the abyss, a conflagration ignited within his eyes. His son had perished in such a rudimentary realm of secrets. Consumed by fury, he raised his hand once more, unleashing a lethal strike. The peculiar shield protecting Shen Qingqing filled him with trepidation, for unexpected outcomes loomed. Coldly, he declared, "You shall pay with your life." A halo of violet celestial energy enveloped his hand, gradually coalescing into a shadowy sword of purple. With astonishing swiftness, he pressed it forcefully against the starlit shield. The impact resounded, boom, clang, clang. The celestial energy swirling around him began to constrict around Shen Qingqing, transforming the atmosphere into a tempest of sword chi. Under the onslaught of his lethal maneuver, the starlit shield shielding Shen Qingqing began to waver ominously. Noticing this, Shen Qingqing remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm confidence as she softly remarked, "On the path of the Emperor, there exists only life and death. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with your son's inadequacy. Do you not fear igniting your own demise with such reckless rage?" The sharp-tongued girl, he mused, could not possibly understand that he was but an incarnation of his true self, and her existence was not guaranteed. With a cold snort, he intensified his grip, unleashing a tempest of blood mist that swirled around him like blooming roses, vivid and beautiful. What a formidable foe! Observing the starlit shield protecting Shen Qingqing and her companion becoming increasingly ethereal under his assault, he allowed a smile to creep across his face, his fury no longer concealed. As an immortal emperor, he had toiled for millennia to bring forth a son, only to have his efforts extinguished in this manner. The more he pondered, the greater his ire swelled. He tightened his grip further, bellowing, "No one can save you today. Everyone shall pay for my son's life." Only through the annihilation of all could he alleviate the tempest within his heart. Sensing his own cruelty was not yet sufficient, he wore a disdainful smirk laced with anger and a hint of amusement, proclaiming, "As for your world, I shall pay a visit and locate your family. I will ensure they endure eternal torment, reincarnating as mere mortals for all eternity." At this, Shen Qingqing faltered, her demeanor shifting as displeasure flickered across her face upon hearing the threat against her kin. With a steely gaze, she whispered in a tone only he could hear, "Do you know why I can be so audacious?" Taken aback by her words, he was momentarily at a loss. Before he could respond, she abruptly drew a white jade pendant from her waist and crushed it in her hand. Her melodious voice resonated in his ears. She haughtily lifted her head, her icy visage exuding an air of arrogance. "My father, Mo Rand, is an immortal emperor. I fear no threats from you," she declared. As her words hung in the air, the man's expression suddenly shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief. However, it wasn't long before he scoffed derisively, clearly dismissing Shen Qingqing's assertion. Just as he laughed, the shards of white jade in Shen Qingqing's grasp fell to the ground, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the tempest of purple celestial energy behind him fell into stillness, akin to a docile lamb. Perplexed by the sudden change, the man was left wondering what had transpired. In the void, a melodious voice, soothing and pleasant, echoed forth, "My word, that jade is quite precious. Did I not inform you that it shouldn't be squeezed? Who is it?" As the voice resonated, the man's face blanched with terror. Instinctively, he sprang aside, distancing himself from Shen Qingqing, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm. From the shattered glass on the ground, a white mist began to rise, slowly coalescing before Shen Qingqing. The man, now standing at a distance, was visibly shaken. In no time, Mo Rand's figure materialized, albeit somewhat ethereal. This was but a manifestation of his being, yet it possessed the full strength of his true self. Upon recognizing the figure summoned by Shen Qingqing, when Rand, standing behind her, covered her mouth in astonishment. "Goodness, is that not the esteemed emperor? Lingyu's father?" When Shen Qingqing beheld the figure, a grin spread across her face. She scratched her head, a touch bashful, and remarked, "Do you not think this is quite imposing, sir?" She had often fantasized about such displays of paternal influence, yet had never had the privilege before, having been whisked away to become a saintess without even seeing her parents. Now that she had the opportunity, why not seize it? With a natural grace, she pointed at the man who had retreated, feigning innocence as she complained, "Father, he bullied me." He struck the younger to provoke the elder. "We thrive on being audacious." With a gentle tap on her head, Imo ran affectionately chided, "Such mischief." Chapter 135. I am the daughter of the Immortal Emperor. With a tender expression, he turned slowly, facing the terrified Immortal Emperor who had distanced himself, ready to speak. He took the initiative, for he could not sense the true strength of Imo Ran, and thus dared not to take any risks. After all, Imo Ran had managed to appear before him without a hint of detection, a clear indication of his formidable prowess, certainly surpassing his own, or at the very least, on par with it. If they were indeed equals, he could accept that. However, if Imo Ran were superior, it would spell disaster. Coupled with what Shen Qingqing had mentioned earlier, "My father is the Celestial Emperor," he swallowed hard, conceding, "Esteemed one, shall we let this matter rest?" Upon hearing this, Imo Ran let out a cold snort, his demeanor icy as he retorted, "What do you think you are? Just because you say to let it go, you believe it will simply vanish? Do you think this is child's play?" With that, he brought his fingers together and lightly pointed at the rained sword in Shen Qingqing's hand. The sword, as if responding to a call, swiftly detached itself from her grasp. It was as though Imo Ran were its true master. Observing this, Shen Qingqing watched without a hint of hesitation as the sword, freed from her hold, rolled its eyes at her with obvious disdain. Yet, she couldn't deny that there was a certain thrill in this display of familial power. No wonder so many relished in such connections. In that moment, she felt a surprising sense of satisfaction in this reliance on lineage. Meanwhile, the expression of the distant Celestial Emperor was a tumultuous blend of green and white. Quite unpleasant to behold. Seeing Imo Ran's relentless demeanor, unwilling to relent, even a clay figure would exhibit some ire. How much more so a human? Furthermore, the vast expanse of the upper realm was riddled with countless factions, and he had not arrogantly proclaimed his lineage before arriving. It would not be easy for Imo Ran to locate him in such a boundless domain. He sensed no overwhelming aura from Imo Ran. He appeared as an ordinary person, which was precisely what he found most unsettling. This situation could stem from two possibilities. Either Imo Ran was exceedingly powerful, or he was exceedingly weak. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this individual was merely putting on a facade, his strength not matching his bravado? Otherwise, why not directly subdue him? After pondering for a moment, he reached a conclusion. This girl was undoubtedly boasting. If she were truly a celestial emperor, how could she be content to dwell in such a trivial lower realm? Thus, he inhaled deeply, bolstered by a newfound confidence after a cool-headed analysis. Since you wish for battle, I shall oblige. Though some doubts lingered, to ensure greater safety, he resolved to engage Imo Ran with all his might. If he triumphed, he would eliminate them all, and if he were to be defeated, it mattered not, for Imo Ran would never find him. With that, a purple celestial energy enveloped him, the power of the Celestial Emperor erupting forth in an instant. Behind him, a spectral figure of a demon god slowly began to take shape, bathed in celestial energy. The wings enveloping the demon god's form suddenly unfurled, and a piercing cry echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, a sound that reverberated painfully in the ears of all who heard it. The spectral figure materializing behind him revealed its true form, a celestial phoenix standing majestically at his back, exuding an overwhelming aura. Compared to the earlier spells wielded by Meng Tianya, this manifestation was of a far more formidable caliber. Upon hearing the call, Imo Ran, gripping the rained sword, initially smiled faintly as his lips curved upward, but upon witnessing the demon god's apparition coalescing behind him, a glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes. He lifted the rained sword, positioning it before his chest, and with 2 fingers, he gently traced along the blade. Instantly, a series of astonishing sword cries resonated through the air. Clang, clang. Above the shattered light curtain, a vast sea of starry rivers surged forth, seemingly summoned by an unseen force, flowing endlessly like a mighty river. As the starry rivers cascaded down, beams of sword light erupted, radiating a terrifying aura that surged toward the man. Observing this, the man's brow broke out in a cold sweat, yet at this juncture, With the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to release it. Although the aura he unleashed had reached the realm of an immortal emperor, he was merely a manifestation, his power a mere fraction of his true self. Consequently, the offensive techniques he could employ were naturally diminished. However, whether weak or not, it mattered little to Mo Ran. Gripping the hilt of the range sword tightly, he stepped forward. The immense power of the laws of the cosmos began to boil around him, with an inexhaustible gathering of stellar principles converging about his form, illuminating him with brilliant starlight. At this moment, the peak cultivation of an immortal emperor erupted forth. Suddenly, the entire imperial path fell silent, as endless stellar laws continuously flowed toward Mo Ran, coalescing upon the rain sword and igniting layers upon layers of sword energy. In contrast to the momentum Mo Ran exuded, the man's gathered spells were but a speck of dust, utterly incapable of comparison. Everything around them lost its original hue. Witnessing Mo Ran's overwhelming aura, the man's legs weakened. Disbelief etched across his face. The gathered spells, laws, and celestial energy crumbled and dissipated at the instant Mo Ran's full realm was unleashed. Even his own body began to waver, as if the very pressure emanating from Mo Ran could scatter him to the winds. Dazed, he shook his head in denial. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an immortal emperor appear in the lower realms? It cannot be. This revelation shattered his understanding entirely. An immortal emperor, in the higher realms, was a taboo existence, a being that commanded a domain of celestial territories, enduring for millions of years without fading away. He refused to believe it. Mo Ran smiled faintly, his heart unperturbed. He spoke softly. With a single sword, I shall cleave you. The simplicity of his tone belied its immense power. As the cosmic laws surged forth, the sword aura of the rain sword coalesced with remarkable intensity, yet Mo Ran showed no inclination to cease its gathering. Having spoken, he unleashed a single stroke. A translucent blade of energy sliced through the air, cascading down from the heavens like a myriad of stars, descending upon the man below. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through his body, and in his expression of shock and disbelief, his form was utterly disintegrated. After shattering the man's embodiment, the sword aura, seemingly possessing a will of its own, veered off, soaring through the clouds, tearing through the void, and racing in a straight line towards a fixed destination. Watching the departing energy, Mo Ran nodded in satisfaction. He dissipated the aura he had gathered around him, reverting to an utterly unremarkable figure, devoid of any overwhelming presence. Behind him, Shen Qingqing's emotions were a whirlwind of excitement. Joy, disbelief, and myriad feelings overwhelmed her. Although she had long known of Mo Ran's extraordinary strength, surpassing even that of an immortal emperor, witnessing him unleash his full power left her breathless. Others may not grasp the significance of an immortal emperor, but Shen Qingqing certainly did. The realization struck her. She was truly the daughter of an immortal emperor. Struggling to contain her elation, she took a moment to compose herself, yet ultimately succumbed to her excitement. My father is truly an immortal emperor. I can hardly believe it. I am the daughter of an immortal emperor. Chapter 136. No more effort. Let us show off. Rely on father even though she was already aware of her father's extraordinary background. When Mo Ran exuded an indescribable aura of power that commanded submission, her delicate form trembled in astonishment. The daughter of an immortal emperor, what a formidable lineage. Seeing his daughter stunned into silence by the power he had unleashed, Mo Ran turned back with a playful expression, observing her as if she were a curious puzzle. At that moment, he vanished from the Qingyu dynasty, merging with his true form. The being before Shen Qingqing was the genuine article. He ruffled her hair, grinning widely, and affectionately said, "Sweetheart, would you like to join your father in some grand endeavors?" Feeling the pressure on her head, Shen Qingqing snapped back to reality and looked up at the familiar face that brought her immense comfort. She was bewildered by Mo Ran's words and questioned, "What do you mean by grand endeavors?" Mo Ran paused, momentarily taken aback. With a hurried cough, she declared, "I am going to deliver warmth." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing's eyes brightened, and she instantly comprehended the meaning behind Mo Ran's words. She joyfully exclaimed, "I want to go." Of course, she wanted to join. Who could refuse the opportunity to flaunt alongside a celestial emperor father? If possible, she wished to take Mo Ran to several places. to confront those unscrupulous individuals who had ambushed her, leading to her demise. Previously, she had intended to rely solely on her own efforts to reclaim everything she had lost. But witnessing Mo Ran unleash such formidable power, she experienced a shift in perspective. She even felt inclined to express her gratitude to those foolish individuals. Had it not been for them, she would not have become the daughter of a celestial emperor. Thus, the knot in her heart unraveled, and her strategy shifted. No longer would she toil relentlessly, she would embrace her lineage. At this moment, her mindset transformed as well. With a celestial emperor as her father, what need was there for her to strive? Observing her, Mo Ran smiled gently and shifted his gaze to the bashful one Ran, who was unable to meet his eyes. Puzzled by her demeanor, he glanced at the disheveled path ahead and sighed softly. "Allow me to escort you back. It seems this path will not be traversed further. As for your safety." A flash of the anxious visage of the little heavenly Dao crossed his mind, eliciting a chuckle as he remarked, "Someone is more anxious than you." With Mo Ran's voice resonating in her ears, when Ran raised her head, her cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat awkward. Observing her expression, Shen Qingqing, who was cradling Mo Linger, furrowed her brow in contemplation as she heard Mo Ran's suddenly dissipating voice. This girl, she recognized him. Mo Ran, just wait. I shall see how to deal with you." Meanwhile, in her embrace, Mo Linger's face lit up with excitement upon spotting Wen Ran. She pointed towards her and exclaimed, "Mother, look, it's Sister Wen Ran. She has helped Linger immensely. Linger likes her." As she spoke, the little one animatedly gestured, attempting to illustrate just how significant her assistance had been. After hearing her words, Shen Qingqing's expression soured, and she playfully tapped Mo Linger on the head, teasing, "You like her so much? Why not ask her to be your mother?" Caught off guard by the unexpected tap, Mo Linger fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. Sensing Shen Qingqing's displeasure, she quickly wrapped her arms around her neck, nuzzling affectionately, and cheerfully declared, No, Linger wants her mother." Behind Shen Qingqing, Wen Ran felt somewhat bewildered after hearing Mo Ran's earlier remarks. Uncertain of the meaning behind Mo Ran's words, she pondered the implication that someone else was more anxious than she was. However, before she could inquire further, she found herself enveloped by a radiant starlight, accompanied by a swift gesture from Mo Ran. In an instant, she felt a gentle tug on her body, and when her senses returned, she was engulfed in darkness, devoid of Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing's presence. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding void dissipated, revealing an unfamiliar realm saturated with abundant spiritual energy. A vast expanse of whiteness before her eyes. What caught her attention were three awe-inspiring characters. Heavenly Dao Palace. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, within the illustrious halls of the Haohai Immortal Sect, a magnificent palace stood at the center of the sect, surrounded by swirling immortal aura, emanating waves of daunting energy. Inside the grand hall, a man clad in purple robes sat cross-legged on a designated seat, suddenly spewing forth a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he trembled incessantly, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. The Immortal Emperor. An overwhelming dread surged from the depths of his soul, rendering him unable to contain his breath. The oppressive aura of the Immortal Emperor radiated outward, causing countless disciples of the Haohai Immortal Sect to break into a cold sweat, instinctively retreating to distance themselves from the chilling presence. They remained oblivious to the cause of their leader's distress, speculating whether it was a matter of a wayward spouse or an unusual affliction. Confusion etched on their faces, they whispered among themselves, pondering the truth behind the rumors. "What rumors are you referring to?" inquired a disciple clad in the garb of a servant, raising an eyebrow at an outer sect disciple seeking the elder responsible for the servants. Eager for the juicy gossip, he glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before producing a pitch-black pill from his waist, contemplating a bribe. This pill, snatched from the hands of a village misfit, may not have appeared impressive, yet he had tasted one and found it not only delectable but also miraculous. Having restored the use of his legs that had been paralyzed for years, clearly possessing considerable value. Upon seeing the pill, a glint of interest sparked in the eyes of the outer sect disciple, well-versed in various matters. He recognized it immediately as a superior-grade healing pill from the first tier, known for its exceptional restorative qualities. It was rumored that as long as one still drew breath, consuming this pill would rejuvenate them instantly. While astonished, he cast a menacing glance at the servant. realizing the potential treasures the seemingly insignificant servant possessed, undoubtedly the result of fortuitous encounters. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate servant, his unintentional actions had unwittingly drawn forth impending calamity. The outer sect disciple, undeterred, swiftly seized the pill from him, declaring, "Hand it over." He regarded the situation with the same detachment one might afford a corpse, clearing his throat lightly before casually remarking, "It is rumored that Lady Pan is entangled with the gentleman from the north." Upon hearing this, the servant disciple gaped in astonishment. His eyes widened with sheer terror. Witnessing his naivety, the outer sect disciple of Haohai Immortal Sect let out a cold laugh, his expression replete with disdain. He felt he had already spoken too much. Any further discourse would border on rudeness, for this matter was widely known within the sect. This individual's ignorance was indicative of a distinct lack of social awareness. After all, even the lowest of creatures within the sect were privy to such gossip. If even dogs were informed, it was likely he had few companions. After uttering this, he cast a pitying glance at the hapless soul and added, "Come to my room tonight. I shall show you my prized possession. It will surely satisfy you." With that, he walked with familiarity into the chamber of the elder in charge of the servants, leaving the stunned disciple standing motionless. The latter nodded slightly as he watched the figure depart, clearly shaken by the scandalous revelation. Chapter 137. The green-tinged father observing her father's acquaintance with Wenran, Shen Qingqing felt a surge of confusion. How could her father, who had scarcely ventured beyond their doorstep, possibly know such a stunning beauty? The thought struck her that perhaps her father was maintaining an extramarital affair. A chill ran down her spine at the notion. Vividly imagining Ran being strung up by Shen Qingqing. Of course, this was merely a playful speculation. She firmly believed in Ran's integrity, trusting that her father would never engage in such disloyalty. There must be a valid reason for their acquaintance, for she understood her father's character, being his daughter. Thus, with a curious tilt of her head and a playful smile, she teased, "Father, does mother know about this?" Duong. No sooner had the words left her lips than she received a heavy reprimand from Ran's paternal affection. What was she thinking? Ran was a paragon of pure love. How could he possibly indulge in such behavior? Shen Qingqing winced in pain, casting an exasperated glance at Ran, eagerly anticipating a satisfactory explanation from him. Otherwise, this blow to her head would be for naught. Seeing her distress, Ran could only shake his head in resignation. Unable to evade the situation, he proceeded to recount the recent events involving Linger as if telling a tale, detailing each incident one by one. After concluding his narrative, he squinted as he pressed a hand on her shoulder, gravely inquiring, "Do you comprehend the gravity of this?" Having absorbed Ran's account, Shen Qingqing was left in a state of shock, cold sweat cascading down her face. Piecing together his words with Wenran's earlier remarks, the implications began to resonate within her. She suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Wenran's words. It turned out that the friend who bore a striking resemblance to her was, in fact, her sister. The realization that she had inadvertently cursed her own sibling filled her with dread. Thus, she struggled to maintain her composure, inwardly muttering, "Cursed words be gone. Dear Linger, it is your sister's fault. When I return, I shall prepare delicious treats for you. May misfortune be dispelled." Observing her peculiar demeanor, Ran felt somewhat perplexed but refrained from inquiring further, as he preferred not to delve into the complexities of a girl's mind. Too chaotic, too tangled, too intricate. Within the Qingyu Empire, upon hearing Ran elucidate the sequence of events, Shen Qingqing's expression softened somewhat. Though she cast a somewhat resentful glance at the child in her arms, Linger, sensing the inexplicable aura of grievance emanating from Shen Qingqing, Linger's cheeks flushed, and she shyly lowered her gaze, tightening her embrace around Shen Qingqing's neck, burying her face in her bosom, too timid to speak. As for the absence of the little heavenly Dao, the moment Ran teleported Wenran, it swiftly returned to the heavenly Dao palace without a moment's hesitation. At the precise moment Ran detected the aura of the celestial emperor and locked onto it, an irksome voice echoed in his mind. Every time it activated, it heralded trouble. Ding. "Hello, host. I'm in a good mood today. Here is something for you." Taken aback, Ran was puzzled by what this system intended to convey, and he impatiently inquired, "What is it?" Sensing his annoyance, the system hastily dispensed the reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the heavenly grade celestial fire, ice spirit fire. Honestly, did you steal my Yenji's fire? Upon hearing this peculiar name, Mo Rant's mind immediately conjured the image of bone spirit cold fire. No, I am a legitimate system. Do not spread rumors about me, or I shall sue you for defamation. With that, the system chose to disengage, hastily retreating, ignoring Mo Rant's calls for further explanation. Mo Rant's lips twitched in resignation as he shook his head, sardonically reflecting, it seems every day is busier than the last. Observing Mo Rant's stillness in the dead of night, Shen Qingqing feared he had succumbed to fate. Grasping his hand, she shook it anxiously. Father, are you all right? Regaining his senses, Mo Rant shook his head and gently reassured her. What could be wrong with me? I have something for you. With that, under Shen Qingqing's astonished gaze, Mo Rant brought his fingers together, and a strange, flickering flame resembling ice and snow suddenly erupted from his fingertips. The temperature around them plummeted. Though it was a fire, it enveloped Shen Qingqing in an overwhelming chill. She was bewildered by Mo Rant's intentions. A subtle, intriguing smile crept across Mo Rant's lips as he pointed towards the space between her brows. This fire is remarkable, yet it holds no utility for him. With a gentle force emanating from Mo Rant's fingertips, a small orb of crystalline, snow-like flames detached and melded into Shen Qingqing's being. Boom. The moment the flames integrated into her brow and penetrated the ocean of her consciousness, she experienced an astonishing, painless ascension to the realm of the Emperor. A deep, resonant sound echoed through the heavens and earth. To Shen Qingqing's astonishment, she also discovered that the formidable foundation of the supreme path she had painstakingly cultivated had amplified several-fold. What an extraordinary phenomenon! This fire has the potential to enhance one's constitution. Indeed, possessing strength allows one to act freely. Why labor diligently when one can simply be elevated without effort? Was my father's rigorous training aimed at making me toil? Surely, it was to enable me to rest comfortably in victory. With this thought, a sly smile spread across her face. Father, I am truly grateful. Thank you for allowing me to discover your true power after such a long time. Thank you for leading me to labor incessantly on the Emperor's path, only to ultimately achieve a painless breakthrough to the Emperor realm. Her mind was now racing with ideas. Compared to these trivial trials and secret realms, it would be far more advantageous to extract benefits from Mo Rant. She would abandon all other pursuits. Observing this, Mo Rant's lips twitched slightly. Though it was a perfectly ordinary statement, it struck him as somewhat peculiar. However, he dismissed the thought and returned the rained sword to her, encouraging her to don it once more before turning to depart, softly stating, "Let us go. It is time to bring warmth to others." Hum. As his voice faded, the two figures transformed into fleeting shadows, dissipating upon the Emperor's path. Simultaneously, as his presence vanished, the once stable Emperor's path crumbled like scattered sand, disintegrating into wisps of white vapor. As the Emperor's path collapsed, the immense fissure in the heavens above the lower realms gradually faded. Observing this phenomenon from below, the various factions awaiting the return of their prodigies were suddenly stricken with despair. The Emperor's path had closed, and no one had been teleported back. Consequently, the life tokens in their hands, which could sense the existence of their prodigies, shattered one by one, eliciting a chorus of sighs. Some found it impossible to accept such a fate, while others resigned themselves to the harsh reality of the Emperor's path. Little did they know that the prodigies they cherished had perished at the hands of that exalted celestial monarch from the upper realm. In the lower realm of the Qingyu dynasty, beneath the entrance to the Emperor's path, everyone came to terms with the grim reality. Only the elder of the Luo family stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face, unwilling to accept the truth, shaking his head in a frenzy for an extended period. Impossible. How could this be? My son, the heir of my clan, cannot possibly be dead. This must be a deception. It has to be a ruse. Chapter 138. Brother, come quickly to save me. In the upper realm, within the illustrious Hao Haitian sect, the purple-robed immortal emperor, Meng Bizi, summoned the high-ranking officials and core disciples of the sect. He was preparing to flee, intending to take his riches and seek refuge with his elder brother. Master, is there an urgent matter that necessitated our swift summons? One of the elders inquired. Why should you fear? Our Hao Haitian sect has thrived for 100,000 years, vanquishing countless foes. What should we dread? Ha ha ha, indeed. Master, do tell us which force has dared to provoke you. We shall eradicate them at once. The first to speak among the assembly was a diminutive figure with a youthful visage, yet his voice was raspy and deep. He stared curiously at Meng Bizi, who sat uneasily, his pallor betraying a profound fear, as if he had encountered some immense terror. The elder, known as the infanticide ancestor, was a powerful immortal. His grotesque appearance stemmed from his early indulgence in dark arts, leading him down a treacherous path where he slaughtered an entire clan, capturing their newborn infants to refine their essence into infant blood, absorbing their innate power. During a pivotal moment in his cultivation, he was interrupted by a righteous hero, Zhu Xia, who nearly obliterated his soul. Ultimately, Meng Bizi intervened, rescuing him and allowing him to become an elder of the Hao Haitian sect. As Meng Bizi surveyed the arrogant countenances of the elders before him, his discomfort deepened. Surrounded by such foolishness, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. The dread lingering in his heart refused to dissipate. Everyone, quiet down. Do not inquire further. If you wish to survive, heed my words and prepare your belongings at once. We shall seek refuge in my brother's domain for several millennia, and only then shall we reassess our situation. Just as the others were engulfed in confusion, a formidable aura suddenly manifested outside the Hao Haitian sect. Boom. The eyes of all within the hall were irresistibly drawn to this unexpected presence. Ah, master, do not fret. Is there truly someone bold enough to cause trouble in Hao Haitian sect? Let us teach this audacious fool a lesson before we depart. Indeed. Let us go. With a command issued, before Meng Bizi could gather his thoughts, all but a few core disciples vanished into a mist, leaving him alone in bewilderment. Seeing this, the core disciples exchanged glances, uncertain what their elders and the sect master were up to, yet they dared not ask further. They could only comply. However, they found it peculiar that Meng Tianya was nowhere to be seen today. The individual, accustomed to relying on his father's esteemed position as the sect leader, typically displayed a brazen demeanor. Yet today, he remained conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a muffled thud erupted from Meng Bizi's subordinate, startling the core disciples who had been deep in thought. What an outrageous display! Such theatrics, who do you intend to terrify? The disciples felt a mix of discomfort and exasperation, unable to voice their frustrations. They could only engage in futile verbal sparring. In an instant, the jade throne Meng Bizi had been leaning upon was reduced to dust by the force emanating from his palm, and he rose, a formidable aura materializing behind him. It was evident he was enraged. These foolish imbeciles. He cursed, and with that, his figure transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, vanishing before the bewildered core disciples, leaving them in a state of confusion within the grand hall. What on earth is happening? I just barely arrived. Can't someone explain the situation? This is infuriating. As the departed disciples now hovered above the Hao Hai immortal sect, they were met with the alarming sight of their protective formation activated. Countless streams of celestial river waters surged from the void, coiling around the sect like serpentine azure shadows. The ethereal energies emanating from these serpents gradually coalesced into a shield, enveloping the Hao Hai immortal sect. The newly arrived disciples felt as though the sky had collapsed upon them. The earlier bravado had dissipated, replaced by sheer terror. Is this the calamity of sect annihilation? The protective formation had not been triggered in tens of thousands of years. What could possibly have provoked such a reaction? Is this the reason the sect leader urged us to flee? Observing the encroaching aura and recalling Meng Bizi's prior words, the astute disciples began to connect the dots and arrived at a troubling conclusion. No wonder the sect leader appeared so alarmed. He must have angered a formidable entity. However, this aura seemed to emanate from a great distance, and curiously, it appeared to be advancing deliberately slowly, as if granting them time to escape. Otherwise, how could such a potent force linger for so long? With this realization, the clever ones began to make their excuses. Esteemed colleagues, my beloved Sao has given birth. I must return to check on her. Farewell. Ah, the elder of infants. I just recalled that my concubine is with Shimin Guoren. I must fetch her now. I shall take my leave. Oh, you two are headed to see Shimin Guoren? A perfect coincidence. My beloved Sao has fallen ill and is receiving treatment from him. She should be done by now. Let us go together. And with that, they departed. Before the elder of infants could react, several figures abruptly vanished from his sight, leaving only three bewildered silhouettes hovering in the air, their emotions inscrutable. Just as they prepared to bid farewell to the elder, Meng Bizi made his entrance. Where are the others? He observed, perplexed at the dwindling number from 9 to merely 3. A nagging fear crept in. Had they been annihilated? Had he truly been dazed for only a few seconds? Surely not. Upon seeing Meng Bizi, the elder of infants clasped his hands in greeting and offered an explanation. The last 2 individuals who intended to leave felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths, unable to depart, their minds rife with curses aimed at their unfortunate timing. Must you choose this precise moment to arrive? Could you not have delayed by a few seconds? Why must you be so punctual? Upon hearing their thoughts, Meng Bizi's countenance darkened. His lips twitched uncontrollably as if compelled to crack open from the strain. Finally, he sighed in resignation, casting a glance at the 3 who remained. Tears welling in his eyes as he lamented, "You are fortunate to stay and accompany me to my demise." Simultaneously, he did not linger. Swiftly retrieving a sword talisman from his storage space, addressing it fervently, "Brother, hasten to the Haohai Immortal Sect and rescue me." With that, he crushed the talisman, which transformed into a brilliant streak of light soaring into the distance. Chapter 139. Why must one incite trouble? After completing his actions, Meng Bizi gazed upward at the suddenly oppressive aura that filled the sky, shaking his head in resignation. He quickly formed a series of hand seals, channeling his celestial energy into the grand formation to bolster its strength. Upon hearing his words, the 2 elders who had hesitated to leave felt their expressions darken, resentment boiling within them. "If only you had arrived a few seconds later, we would have departed." Their frustrations simmered beneath the surface, yet they dared not express it. All they could do now was pray that the protective formation would endure for just a moment longer, hoping that Meng Bizi's elder brother would arrive swiftly to help them weather this calamity. Once they survived, they would surely ascend to the highest echelons. With such thoughts, they cast aside their grievances and resolved to take a gamble. After all, fortune favors the bold. They too began channeling their celestial energy into the protective formation, striving to reinforce it for a little longer. Just then, in the heavens above, a brilliant star streaked across the sky, descending from the void beyond. Upon witnessing this, Meng Bizi's expression shifted dramatically, panic surging within him. "Isn't that the sword energy that severed my incarnation? I am utterly astounded. What folly it was for me to feign indifference." At this moment, even if he wished to take a remedy for regret, it would be too late. He could only brace himself and push forward. He initially believed that this overwhelming aura emanated from Mo Ran himself. To his astonishment, it was merely a sword energy that had severed his incarnation. Just this single strand of sword energy rendered him utterly fatigued and defenseless. Should his true self unleash its full might upon him, he surmised he would have no time even to sense its approach. Moreover, he reckoned he lacked the qualification to even be regarded by Mo Ran. Truly, it was maddening. As the celestial radiance tore through the heavens, revealing itself to the onlookers, the skies above the Haohai Immortal Sect fractured, unleashing a cascade of starry clouds that enveloped the entire sect. From within the starry clouds, strands of sword energy coalesced, infused with an overwhelming force of law, radiating with the brilliance of the stars. Instantly, the Haohai Immortal Sect was shrouded in a realm where only starlight was visible. The disciples below wore expressions of sheer terror. What a breathtaking phenomenon! What celestial treasure has descended? Are you blind? Can't you see the sect master and several elders channeling their celestial power into the protective formation? This is clearly the harbinger of a formidable enemy. To hell with your celestial treasures. Do you only have treasures on your mind? Spare us the chatter. We must flee. Upon hearing the words of the disciples below, Meng Bizi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He shook his head, dismissing their nonsensical chatter. Gazing upon the approaching expanse of stars, he swallowed hard and once more invoked his celestial incantation. The ethereal silhouette of the demon god behind him instantly materialized, assuming a towering form. Its splendid wings unfurled, stirring a tempest of celestial energy that fortified the protective formation. Seeing Meng Bizi exerting himself so vigorously, the 3 elders, led by the ancestor of infants, placed their hands upon his shoulders, continuously channeling celestial power into him. Observing the boundless energy pouring into his being, the ancestor of infant's complexion flushed, and he unleashed all of his hidden capabilities. Boom! The myriad stars began their slow descent. Each star transformed into an astonishing strand of sword energy, raining down upon the protective formation. In that moment, the law-infused sword energy, interspersed with the stars, cleaved through the air, unleashing the starry laws upon the Haohai Immortal Sect's protective formation. This formidable barrier, bolstered by the combined might of Meng Bai Si and the three elders of the immortal realm, could not withstand even 2 breaths. It was instantaneously shattered by the radiant sword energy of Mo Ran and the cascading stars from above. Witnessing this scene, countless disciples of the Haohai Immortal Sect, burdened with their packages, seized the moment when the protective formation of their sect shattered. They transformed into streaks of radiant light, soaring into the distance to escape that terrifying locale. In an instant, the Haohai Immortal Sect became desolate. A breeze swept through, imparting a sense of loneliness. At the moment of the formation's collapse, the descending starry sword aura granted the innocent a chance to flee. Yet, as the disciples successfully evacuated, the myriad stars above offered no respite to Meng Bizi and the 3 elders who remained, cascading down in a relentless torrent. The entirety of the Haohai Immortal Sect was soon engulfed by the sword aura, a tempest of lethal energy spiraling forth. From the center to the periphery, it indiscriminately ravaged the sect structures, reducing palaces to ruin and turning them into mere wreckage. Witnessing this, Meng Bizi, suspended in the air, along with the 3 elders behind him, felt their legs weaken in terror, rendering them unable to stand. In merely 2 breaths, the protective formation of the Haohai Immortal Sect had been breached, obliterating the entire sect into a barren wasteland. Countless resources and treasures were utterly destroyed. As they stood in shock, the starry river above them suddenly fell silent. Within that celestial expanse, a silhouette of white jade began to coalesce, revealing the figures of Mo Ran and Shen Qingqing, who appeared majestically above them. Observing the devastation below, Mo Ran offered a serene smile, scoffing as he remarked, "Oh dear, how could things have changed so drastically in just a few minutes?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Meng Bizi's breath quickened noticeably, his complexion turning an ashen hue, cold sweat pouring forth uncontrollably. Trembling, he raised his terrified gaze toward Mo Ran, who hovered above him, looking down with disdain. In a moment of sheer fright, he fell to his knees, pleading, "Esteemed immortal emperor, I did not intend to offend you. I implore you, show mercy and spare me. My entire family, over 180 souls, is depending on me." At these words, the 3 elders behind him, bewildered by his utterance of immortal emperor, were rendered speechless, their lips paling visibly, their simmering rage directed entirely at Meng Bizi. Sensing their fury, Meng Bizi, however, refrained from immediately silencing them. After all, one ought to keep some company on the path to the underworld, lest the journey be too solitary. He chose to ignore them, intending to continue his monologue. Yet, before he could utter another word, Shen Qingqing, with a face full of anger, pointed accusingly at him, interrupting his thoughts. Her melodious voice resonated, reaching the ears of the onlookers as she declared, "Father, he just threatened me, claiming he would annihilate my entire family and condemn me to never reincarnate." Upon hearing this, Meng Bizi's face turned ashen, realizing that Shen Qingqing had no intention of sparing him. He regretted his earlier bravado. After all, it was merely the loss of a son. Couldn't he have simply sought to avoid trouble for the sake of pride? Chapter 140. Brother Hua, save me. Now he found himself in dire straits. Meng Bizi truly wished he could smash his head against a wall in despair. Yet, with the situation having escalated, he could only hope for the swift arrival of his elder brother to rescue him. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise here. Mo Ran, upon hearing his daughter's words, revealed neither joy nor anger on his face. His gaze toward Meng Bizi remained devoid of expression, as he awaited the arrival of his daughter's old acquaintance. However, he had no intention of waiting idly. Before he could voice his thoughts, merely standing there instilled a sense of dread that made it difficult for others to meet his eyes. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals standing behind Meng Bizi took a bold step forward. With a resounding thud, they bowed deeply, exclaiming in unison, "Your Excellency, we bear no grudge against you. Please spare us. All the blame lies with Meng Bizi. It has nothing to do with us." Given the circumstances, they could no longer foolishly align themselves with Meng Bizi. Compared to their lives, their camaraderie held little weight. "You lot." Meng Bizi's face flushed with anger. He understood that in a situation like this, any reasonable person would want to distance themselves from him. However, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Just as he was preparing to unleash his wrath upon them, 3 beams of starlight descended from the heavens, striking their heads with force. In an instant, to Meng Bizi's astonishment, their bodies began to crumble like paper soaked in water, disintegrating piece by piece. Soon, their physical forms vanished, leaving behind only 3 dazed souls kneeling on the ground. Mo Ran stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips as he articulated, "I have already spared enough." As he spoke, he cast a glance into the distance. Long before he arrived, he had already let many people go, only to render their cultivation null and void at the moment of their escape from danger, making it exceedingly difficult for them to return to their former glory. After contemplating this, he closed his eyes. Ignoring the insignificant beings below, he instead immersed himself in the profound mysteries of this realm. For he had yet to truly savor its essence. The last time he visited was still fresh in his memory. It was a balmy evening when Mo Linger mistakenly employed an explosive talisman as a teleportation device, inadvertently demolishing the confinement chamber. She pleaded with him to take her away for a brief respite. Thus, on a whim, he led Mo Linger into the forbidden grounds of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect for a bit of amusement. Reflecting on this, he let out a resigned sigh and stepped forth, his aura no longer concealed, erupting in full splendor. The pinnacle of the immortal emperor's cultivation was no longer restrained. He smiled faintly. Indeed, the sensation of being unshackled was utterly delightful. Boom, boom. Surrounding Mo Ran, strands of destructive law power surged upwards. The essence of the 3,000 great Dao flowed forth from him, an overwhelming torrent that ignited the myriad laws around him, coalescing into an intricate tapestry of celestial inscriptions. Observing this, Shen Qingqing's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. After all, it was her first encounter with an immortal emperor. Goodness, how striking. Hey, everyone, look. This is my father. Mine. Mo Ran opened his eyes and cast a disdainful glance at Meng Bizi, who trembled and knelt in fear, unable to meet his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he spread his palm, and an enigmatic white flame slowly ascended from his hand. The law of the soul flame, capable of igniting the very essence of a being. As his words fell, the 3 disembodied souls beside Meng Bizi quivered, seemingly bewildered, as white flames flickered upon them. Boom. The anguished cries of the 3 elders of the Haohai immortal sect intertwined with ethereal pleas for mercy and the roaring of the fierce flames. At that moment, their souls were ensnared by the white fire, incessantly tormented, rendering their existence akin to hell on earth. Meanwhile, Meng Bizi was frozen in terror, having merely glanced at the flames. Suddenly, rays of white light erupted from his garments, prompting him to hastily conjure his celestial power to extinguish them. Yet, under the shadow of death, he appeared flustered, failing to perceive that the law of the soul specifically consumed the soul itself. At this juncture, he was overwhelmed by an instinctual fear of Mo Ran, a terror that emanated from the depths of his very being. Consequently, even the slightest contact with the flames felt insurmountably daunting. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his lips, resounding through the heavens. Alas, the spatial confines of this realm had been enveloped by the galaxy, severing all breaths within. Even that which Mo Ran emitted was isolated. Now, his cries were rendered futile. No matter how loud he shouted, nature awaits the arrival of a singular individual, one who, despite the inevitability of death today, remains elusive. Why does he not seek out his adversary? Why must he wield a sword? Is it truly necessary to be so cunning? Such intricacies seem unnecessary. Mo Ran, with a subtle smile, lowered his gaze upon the fiery specter he summoned, now consuming Meng Bizi, whose corporeal form was gradually disintegrating. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "You wish to summon someone to their demise. I await your arrival." At that moment, Meng Bizi was too engulfed in torment to heed Mo Ran's words. His visage contorted in agony as he pleaded, "Spare me. I truly understand my errors." Alas, no sooner had he uttered these words than a cascade of starry sword energies, imbued with the laws of the cosmos, descended from the heavens, piercing through his very soul. The overwhelming force of these celestial laws mercilessly tormented him, eliciting a piercing scream that reverberated through the skies. In stark contrast, Mo Ran stood, surrounded by the essence of 3,000 great paths, exuding an aura of profound mystery. His demeanor impressively composed. Behind him, Shen Qingqing gazed at her father's state with starry-eyed admiration, vowing to seize the principles of the 3,000 paths from Mo Ran. Blessed with an innate Dao body, she was profoundly intrigued by his mastery of these laws, finding them irresistibly captivating. As serene as Mo Ran appeared, Meng Bizi was engulfed in suffering, desperately hoping for his elder brother's swift arrival, for he felt he could no longer endure this inhumane torment. He longed for death, yet found himself ensnared, as if his very soul was grasped tightly by Mo Ran. It was akin to desiring to abstain from water while being force-fed. In the midst of this turmoil, tears streaming down his face. He could no longer withstand such cruel affliction. In his dazed state, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching, igniting a flicker of hope within him. With all his strength, he cried out, "Brother Hua, save me." As the echoes of Meng Bizi's plea faded, a shadow pierced the void, traversing vast distances in an instant, arriving before him in less than a breath. Ignoring Mo Ran entirely, for he sensed no threat to his life emanating from him, he maintained an air of nonchalance, his heart remarkably tranquil, a mere insect, unworthy of concern. Once he had calmed the distressed soul, a single strike would suffice to end this wretched existence. Upon this realization, he gazed at the pitiful figure kneeling before him and swiftly waved his hand, unleashing a surge of power that enveloped the individual. This force extinguished the eerie, white flames that had consumed him, leaving but a trace of his soul. The faint essence that lingered within him was invigorated by the presence of this newcomer. The fact that the mysterious figure could dispel the flames was not surprising to Mo Ran, for these flames grew fiercer in response to the fear exhibited by the one casting them. Clearly, the arrival of the enigmatic individual bolstered his confidence, alleviating his fear of Mo Ran. Noticing a slight easing of tension, the mysterious figure, known as Brother Hua, turned his back to Mo Ran, dismissing him entirely. Instead, he expressed genuine concern for Meng Bizi, gently inquiring, "How are you, my younger brother?" Meng Bizi, his half-brother and his only remaining kin in this world, was overwhelmed by emotion upon hearing that familiar tone of care. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched at Hua's garment, as if it were a lifeline, and cried out in anguish, "Big brother, it was he who destroyed my celestial sect and harmed Yika." Suddenly, a siren's wail echoed, and he collapsed against Hua's chest, weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing his brother's profound sorrow, Hua's lips twitched with distress. He gently pushed Meng Bizi away, and a surge of power enveloped him, mending the severely wounded soul of his brother. Slowly turning to confront Mo Ran, his face displayed unmistakable fury. With a decisive step forward, he unleashed his cultivation at the first level of the Celestial Emperor realm. "I shall see who dares to harm my brother," he bellowed, sweeping his sleeves with force, summoning countless sword energies that transformed into draconic figures imbued with the intent to obliterate, soaring into the sky. The celestial might radiated from him, and as the sword dragons soared and intertwined, a mass of dark mist emerged, exuding an immense oppressive force. Within this murky shroud, the resonant roars of dragons echoed. The brilliance of the sword light manifested as ethereal dragons, spiraling around him, their heads ablaze with world-ending sword radiance, fixating their gaze upon Mo Ran. The terrifying aura of the Celestial Emperor bore down upon Mo Ran, but he remained unperturbed, exhibiting an air of indifference. In stark contrast, Shen Qingqing, positioned behind him, trembled uncontrollably, her eyes widening in shock at Brother Hua's display. "Nenangguang Hua," she exclaimed, feeling the overwhelming pressure approach, yet perceiving no threat. Her expression grew cold and indifferent. As her father, Mo Ran was acutely aware of his daughter's emotional shifts, yet he feigned ignorance, waving his hand as the 3,000 principles of the great Dao erupted around him. The mere aura of these principles shattered the oppressive force of the approaching laws. Observing that his own power and the might of the Celestial Emperor had no effect on Mo Ran, Nenangguang Hua, who had initially been filled with fury, now appeared somewhat dazed. A look of astonishment crossed his face as a foreboding sensation began to take root within him. Meanwhile, Meng Bizi, rendered speechless under the influence of Nenangguang Hua's Celestial Emperor's power, gradually regained his composure. Upon witnessing his elder brother's aggression towards Mo Ran, he exclaimed, "Elder brother, we must flee at once." His urgency was palpable. The purpose of summoning Nangong Hua was to escape, not to showcase prowess. He had witnessed Nangong Hua's capabilities. Yet the aura emanating from the man before him was incomparably superior. His intention in revealing Mo Ran's malevolence was to instill a sense of dread in Nangong Hua, urging him to flee swiftly. After all, as long as life remained, one need not fear the loss of resources. A life preserved could rebuild everything: sons, power, and influence could all be restored. But once life was extinguished, nothing mattered anymore. Upon hearing this, Nangong Hua was bewildered. Surely he had not misheard. His brother was urging him to run? Previously, he had summoned him with the intent of annihilating others' souls. Yet today's plea was decidedly unusual. Something was amiss. Just as he stood in confusion, Shen Qingqing, positioned behind Mo Ran, lifted her cold gaze, and a murderous intent surged forth. Though this intent may have seemed feeble to Nangong Hua, he nonetheless sensed it. He turned to Meng Bizi with a puzzled expression, questioning, "Why must we run? I am a celestial emperor. If I am to die, let it be outside, but I shall not invoke my powers to flee." To run would tarnish the dignity of the celestial emperor. However, he soon regretted his bravado. At the very moment he turned away, a streak of starlight sword energy zipped past him. Sensing something amiss, he attempted to shatter what appeared to be an ordinary celestial law with a strike, only to find that the moment it approached, it suddenly accelerated. With a clang, the sword energy erupted beside him, a formidable gale of sword chi coalescing instantaneously, ensnaring Meng Bizi ahead in a merciless embrace. Each strike was imbued with the might of the 3,000 principles. In but a fleeting moment, Meng Bizi, once solid, was reduced to mere fragments, his very soul ruthlessly obliterated. No. Seeing this, Nangong Hua's eyes widened abruptly, and waves of celestial energy surged around him as he attempted to summon the recently extinguished soul. However, how could a soul ravaged by Mo Ran's 3,000 paths of power be easily recalled, no matter how formidable his strength? The notion of rescuing someone from Mo Ran's lethal grasp was utterly fanciful, even if it were merely a simple strike from Mo Ran. He found himself unable to sense Meng Bizi's presence no matter what means he employed. Enraged, Nangong Hua suddenly turned, fixing his gaze on Mo Ran, who was pointing his two fingers towards him. Coldly, he declared, "Today, if I do not grind you to dust, I, Nangong Hua, vow to be no more than a mere mortal. The person behind you must be of great significance to you, no?" Chapter 142. As long as I am strong enough, I can eliminate all enemies in the world. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran smiled indifferently. "You dare to target my daughter? Bold indeed." He lowered his fingers, still shimmering with starlight, and replied coldly, "You are quite courageous." His earlier strike was predicated on the belief that Meng Bizi had lost all value for survival, for the one he awaited had already arrived. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nangong Hua remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on Shen Qingqing, who was shielded behind Mo Ran, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Upon noticing this, Shen Qingqing's lips twitched in disbelief. In her previous life, she had fallen victim to this scoundrel, who, devoid of any sense of martial ethics, had launched a surprise attack, piercing her heart with a sword. Coupled with the onslaught from others, she was unable to protect her heart, leading to a relentless internal assault from the sword energy, forcing her to self-destruct. Contemplating this, her fists clenched tightly. The pure white flames that Mo Ran had infused into her mind surged forth, enveloping her in their embrace. Little did she expect that in this new life, she would once again be targeted by him. Reflecting on this twist of fate, she could not help but marvel at its peculiarities. However, this time, the one who would perish would be him. After saying this, she suddenly looked up to see her father regarding her with a smile, causing her cheeks to flush. She thought that he must have discovered her secret. But Mo Ran chose not to reveal it, and she had no intention of recounting it again, for it had become inconsequential. Having finished her thoughts, she shifted her gaze from Mo Ran's smiling face to Nangong Hua, adopting a slightly coquettish tone. "Father, could you assist me with a favor?" Mo Ran, observing his daughter's demeanor, could not help but shake his head and smile, feeling somewhat helpless. Knowing she was feigning innocence, he gently replied, "My dear, what favor do you wish for? Even the stars in the sky, I would pluck for you." Shen Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, finding his teasing demeanor rather vexing, and pouted slightly. She then raised her delicate hand, pointing at Nangonghua, and softly stated, "I do not like him, and I do not wish to see him. Please make him disappear." Upon finishing her words, she cast a defiant gaze upon Nangonghua's face, her arrogance fully displayed. Observing the two who disregarded her presence, Nangonghua's lips twitched in irritation. After hearing Shen Qingqing's words directed at Mo Ran, he could not suppress his laughter. As though he had encountered the most delightful jest in the world, he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Let me vanish, you frog in a well." How absurd. Following this proclamation, the aura of the celestial emperor around him surged once more. He had no intention of engaging in mere verbal sparring. He sought to reduce the two before him to ashes. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Mo Ran, standing before him, had previously disregarded his differential attacks on 2 occasions. Sky Sword Emperor Body, activate. As his words fell, a long sword, black interwoven with strands of gold, materialized in his grasp. Gripping the sword tightly, he twisted it with a flourish and struck towards Mo Ran. The celestial power around him surged violently, the laws of the sword intertwining with the sword's essence, manifesting intricate sword patterns upon his body. The sword dragons swirling around him seemed to respond to his call, emitting deep, resonant roars. The sound of their cries, accompanied by the clash of swords, echoed throughout the heavens. Infused with the boundless power of the celestial emperor and a hint of apocalyptic intent, where his celestial energy flowed, space itself erupted, and the very void surrounding the Haohai celestial sect trembled in response. Witnessing the approaching figure, Mo Ran smiled calmly. Casting a glance at his daughter, he extended his palm, from which a strand of celestial energy emerged, swiftly transforming into the rain sword that had been in Shen Qingqing's possession. The clash of swords rang out. He spoke in a tranquil tone, "Father promises you. Do not think you cannot see him. I shall render him unable to perceive even his own existence." Mo Ran's demeanor remained unflappable, as if recounting an utterly mundane occurrence. The boundless force of the laws of the Great Path surged forth like a stampede towards the rain sword in Mo Ran's hand. Simultaneously, the 3,000 great paths surrounding him coalesced into a subtle law that flowed into the sword he held. Instantly, the rain sword in Mo Ran's grasp erupted with a vibrant resonance, as the space enveloped by the sea of stars shattered in an instant. Mo Ran then lifted the rain sword and executed a simple yet profound swing towards Nangonghua. The power coalesced within the rain sword, infused with the formidable and forbidden laws of the 3,000 great paths, descended with terrifying might, as though seeking to cleave the very fabric of this world. Despite its simplicity, the strike sent tremors throughout the entire realm. With a thunderous roar, a sound so deafening it made the heavens tremble, the sword energy of Mo Ran collided fiercely with Nangonghua's advancing figure. The ensuing shockwave of their clash reverberated through the air, an echo of their formidable confrontation. In an instant, everything around was completely engulfed. Just a fleeting moment of collision, and Nangonghua's expression changed drastically. The long sword in his hand was fiercely shaken by a casual strike from Mo Ran, causing him pain. Even his figure was sent reeling back by the force of the sword energy, which emanated an aura that suggested it would not relent until it had severed his flesh. Suddenly, he comprehended why his brother had urged him to flee. This individual was, without a doubt, an immortal emperor, superior to him. He had merely just ascended to the realm of immortal emperor, his footing still unsteady, while Mo Ran clearly had been a formidable immortal emperor for many years. The sheer power of a single, nonchalant strike left him feeling utterly feeble. As this realization dawned on him, beads of cold sweat began to pour from his forehead. However, it was too late to turn back. He could only brace himself for the confrontation. Thus, he unleashed all his hidden cards. Immortal Emperor Technique. 10,000 Swords Unite. Attack. The Shimming Emperor Sword was summoned. Immortal Emperor Technique. Sword Draw Technique. Flash. Surrounding him, the techniques of the Immortal Emperor were executed in rapid succession, his celestial energy surging wildly. He roared to the heavens, the might of his sword dragon aura soaring to unprecedented heights. He aimed to shatter this sword energy with his ultimate techniques. Observing this, Mo Ran smiled calmly. Behind him, Shen Qingqing was astonished, her cherry-like lips agape in shock. As if drool might spill forth. It was merely a casual strike from her father that prompted Nan Gonghua to reveal all his hidden abilities. Instantly, she chuckled inwardly. Good. The more formidable my father is, the greater the treasures he possesses. If I can master them all. With this thought, she crossed her arms. Grinning foolishly behind Mo ran, completely indifferent to Nan Gonghua's fate. To her, there was no difference between Nan Gonghua and death. Mo ran, however, furrowed his brow slightly. Although he was unaware of his daughter's thoughts, her expression revealed that it was likely not a good sign. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His own strength was not solely for the purpose of pushing his daughter to strive. His singular intent was to live freely. In his previous life, as a model youth of the new era, he toiled tirelessly, day in and day out, year after year, devoid of any joy in life. Suffering under the relentless grind of a 996 work culture. Naturally, he could not allow his daughter to tread the same arduous path. Moreover, in this world, fairness was a mere illusion. He was unconcerned about what choices his daughter made. No matter how monumental the issue, he would always be there to support her. As long as he possesses sufficient strength, he can vanquish all foes in the world. Chapter 143, The 36 Forms of Calisthenics. Just as this thought crystallized in his mind, the voice of the system quietly emerged. Ding. Host, you have finally awakened. Upon hearing this, Mo Rant's lips twitched. Awakened to what? To conquer the world. Oh. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your awakening. You are rewarded with a complete set of the 36 forms of calisthenics. Celestial Dance Technique, Calisthenics. Type, Formation. Effect, gather 300 individuals to practice together in rhythm with the celestial melody. Participants will receive the blessing of the Great Tao, facilitating accelerated cultivation and enhanced comprehension of celestial arts. Source, the mysterious and magnificent ancestral star. Synopsis, this is the most exquisite method of cultivation, passed down by the Tao ancestor of the ancestral star. The reason why individuals from the ancestral star emerge as prodigies, each akin to a dragon, possessing unparalleled beauty and strength, is due to their early practice of this technique, allowing them all to embody the essence of dragons. Upon witnessing the detailed interface suddenly presented before him, Mo Rand found it quite amusing. A surge of forgotten memories assailed him. His expression turned slightly unnatural as he awkwardly muttered, "If you have nothing better to do, then scram and leave me be." After uttering this, the system remained unfazed, as if it had not heard him, and began to whistle a tune, causing his head to throb. Stop that. The system, however, continued unabated, seemingly exhilarated by Mo Rant's realization. After a while, it finally ceased its incessant noise, allowing Mo Rant to exhale in relief. Soon after, he heard the system's leisurely reminder. Your daughter's former lover is attempting to flee. As soon as the words left its virtual lips, Mo Rant turned his gaze to see Nan Gonghua. His face etched with terror, his garments tattered, and the celestial power surrounding him growing increasingly faint. His aura, too, weakened under the onslaught of sword energy, having been propelled hundreds of thousands of miles away by the force. The sword in his hand, bereft of celestial spirit due to the sacrificial nature of its use, had become exceedingly fragile. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Nan Gonghua, momentarily hopeful, believed he had withstood the attack. Yet, in the next instant, the long sword in his grasp crumbled like mud, shattered by the sword energy unleashed by Mo Ran. Time appeared to stand still. The moment the sword fractured, it was entangled and dispersed by the surrounding 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. Faced with imminent death beneath the blade, Nan Gonghua, unwilling to accept his fate, bellowed in despair, "Curse you, Meng Bizi." The bond of brotherhood had been irrevocably severed. Confronted by the encroaching aura of death, he could not afford to ponder. His mind heated, he clumsily unleashed a celestial technique. In an instant, several strands of divine souls erupted from the top of his head. Observing this, Mo Rant's lips twitched. In a desperate bid for survival, he dared to sever his own soul. Indeed, Nan Gonghua divided his divine essence into 10 fragments, forsaking his corporeal form to escape into the surrounding ether. At that very moment of separation, his physical body was obliterated by the sword energy of Mo Ran. As the sword energy made contact, an explosive sound reverberated, accompanied by the relentless cries of the blade. The atmosphere was ignited with streaks of sword light, transforming the space into a desolate realm. The fabric of reality was repeatedly mended and shattered, a cycle of destruction and restoration. Witnessing this spectacle, Mo Ran offered a serene smile, noting the heavenly Tao of the upper realm was once again preoccupied with its machinations. Yet, in that fleeting moment of mirth, Nangonghua's voice rang out with a vow of retribution for today's humiliation. He etched the insult into memory, declaring he would one day annihilate Mo Ran's entire family to avenge this affront. You cannot remain by their side forever. As Nangonghua fled, 10 ethereal voices resonated across the heavens, echoing in Mo Ran's ears, leaving him momentarily bewildered. How could he still dare to threaten him in such a state? Did he truly believe he could escape? Behind Mo Ran, Shen Qingqing was equally taken aback, recalling that in her previous life, it was this very man who had taken her life. In that instant, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. It was utterly humiliating to have fallen to such a wretched creature. He must not be allowed to live. Raising her gaze to Mo Ran, she urged him, "Father." In response, Mo Ran offered her a reassuring smile, signaling that all was well. His attention then shifted to the fleeing Nangonghua, a cold smile gracing his lips as he opened his palm. It appeared Nangonghua had forgotten the terrifying flames that had once enveloped Meng Bizi. True, he had not experienced them himself, but now he would have the opportunity to do so. Mo Ran's being transformed into a constellation of starlight, channeling one of the myriad laws of the universe, surged forth with renewed vigor. The laws of the soul manifested once more, as flames capable of incinerating the very essence of a soul erupted around him. With a swift motion forward, the resplendent white flames of the soul law shot forth, morphing into 10 fiery seeds that raced towards Nangonghua's direction. Wherever the soul laws traversed, a sense of world-ending dread arose, igniting even the celestial energies drifting through the air. It burns. The pain is excruciating. Anguished cries erupted from the direction where Nangonghua had fled, as he witnessed the flames of the soul catch up to Nangonghua, consuming his fleeing essence. Mo Ran stood in stunned disbelief. To be honest, Mo Ran could not comprehend the thoughts swirling within Nangonghua's mind. How did one ascend to the realm of the Immortal Emperor? Was it achieved through a similar process of enlightenment? According to what he had heard, the technique of severing one's own soul was typically employed for the sake of survival, usually involving the sacrifice of a single strand for the purpose of resurrection in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Yet this individual chose to use it as a means of escape, seemingly unaware that severing even one strand would diminish his own strength. To think he had severed 10. In reflecting upon this, Mo Ran could only muse that, unbeknownst to him, such an action was a reflex born of instinct, spurred by the looming threat of death. After all, in that dire situation, Mo Ran had not afforded him the luxury of contemplation. Had he hesitated for even a moment longer, it was likely he would not have witnessed the severing of his own soul. With a resigned smile, Mo Ran resolved to ascertain whether this entity was truly vanquished. He unleashed the 3,000 principles of the Tao, suppressing the area thoroughly, reducing even the immortal earthworms beneath his feet to dust. In summary, within the confines of the space he had sealed, aside from himself and Shen Qingqing, every living thing was obliterated, unable to even reincarnate. After executing this, he released the vast aura of the Tao that enveloped him. However, the place, ravaged by his overwhelming presence and the relentless assault of the 3,000 principles, had transformed into a veritable purgatory. It would take no less than 100,000 years for even a blade of grass to emerge. As the echoes of Nangonghua's anguished cries gradually faded from this realm, tranquility returned to the heavens and the earth. Observing the desolation wrought upon this region, Mo Ran raised his hand, and with a gentle wave, the myriad stars dispersed, the galactic rivers vanished. The sword energy that had surged around them for 30,000 miles disintegrated in that instant. "Father, shall we return?" Shen Qingqing, who stood behind Mo Ran, regained her composure and softly inquired. She was not particularly eager to return. After all, with Mo Ran's assistance, she had successfully ascended to the realm of the Emperor and had gained a measure of self-defense among the rising stars of the upper realm. Moreover, the extraordinary techniques Mo Ran had bestowed upon her made her reluctant to leave. The lower realm held little allure for her now. She preferred to thrive in the upper realm, relishing the opportunity to showcase her prowess before others. Upon hearing her words, Mo Ran discerned her sentiments. The celestial light shield emanated from his being, swirling around Shen Qingqing, and soon a beam of starlight enveloped her. In a tone imbued with affection, he said, "If father wishes to return, you need not accompany me." "All right." Shen Qingqing's heart soared with joy, the little spirit within her bubbling with excitement. This was precisely the affirmation she had been longing for. She raised an eyebrow, conveying a look to Mo Ran that distinctly said, "Only my father understands me." Observing the significant transformation in his daughter, Mo Ran could only shake his head and smile with a sense of resignation. Fortunately, as someone who had traversed realms, he found it relatively easy to accept various absurdities with a sense of detachment. Had he not been so, he would undoubtedly have confined his daughter, subjecting her to severe interrogation. The thought made him wryly smile. However, he quickly returned to the matter at hand. "You may stay here for the time being, but the spiritual energy within you needs to be converted." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing nodded in agreement. After all, her cultivation had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Without traversing the path of ascension, she could not transform her spiritual energy into celestial energy. Thus, she required assistance for the conversion. Otherwise, she would be unable to wield or cultivate celestial techniques in the upper realm, where spiritual energy was non-existent. "Father, please help me," Shen Qingqing urged anxiously, realizing that she could not accomplish the conversion alone. The desolate land around her offered no support, not even a blade of grass, much less any external aid. The external aid she needed was her father's. Sighing at his daughter's impatience, Mo Ran found himself at a loss, uncertain whether her awareness of her own limitations was a blessing or a curse. Yet, he soon dismissed such thoughts. How could it be a curse? He merely wished for his daughter to possess the confidence to navigate the world, providing Mo Linger with ample resources to ensure she would not be deceived by the ghostly fire youth in the future. What was wrong with that? "Do not rush. It will be ready soon." As soon as Mo Ran finished speaking, the starlight trailing behind, Shen Qingqing suddenly emanated warm currents that surged into her body. This influx dispersed the painstakingly cultivated spiritual energy within her, replacing it with celestial energy infused with the essence of the Tao. Her once scattered spiritual energy was restored. Her aura diminished from the Emperor's first level to the condensation stage, where she could no longer perceive the existence of the lower realms. However, that lost sense of realms swiftly ascended once more. Everything began with the absorption of celestial energy and the refinement of her meridians. She traversed the realms, the first transition of the Dharma phase, the second of the glazed realm, and the third of the questioning fate realm, culminating in the questioning Tao realm. Ultimately, Shen Qingqing stabilized her cultivation at the initial stage of the questioning Tao. At this moment, she exuded a touch of celestial grace, reminiscent of the legendary fairy, untouched by the mundane world. "Wow, this feels incredible." Shen Qingqing marveled at the transformation within her, questioning her newfound powers with an air of disbelief. Because she had never witnessed the transformation of spiritual energy in person, having only heard tales of it. She believed that such a process typically required at least 10 days to half a month. Yet here, with Mo Ran, it seemed to be completed in mere breaths. A thought struck her, and she chuckled to herself. Indeed, having connections and power made all the difference. Everything was expedited. With a playful flick, Mo Ran tapped her on the head and advised, "While you're here alone, take it easy. Once your father finishes dealing with matters in the lower realms, he will bring your mother and sister to visit you. Do you understand?" I heard you," Shen Qingqing replied, rubbing her sore head, her tone excessively nonchalant. Just then, the system's mischievous voice echoed once more, causing Mo Ran's lips to twitch. After having just endured a rather embarrassing display of calisthenics, he wondered what the system intended this time. "Host, what do you think of this place?" it inquired. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran put on a professional smile, internally scoffing. "It's quite nice. May I ask if you have something to discuss? Unless you have nothing to say, kindly leave me be." The system, however, ignored Mo Ran's retort, as if it hadn't registered his latter comment, and emitted an electronic cackle. It cackled sinisterly. "I just defeated a system and obtained a palace. Do you want it?" "A palace?" Mo Ran pondered the system's words, and after much contemplation, he ultimately nodded and replied, "I'll take it." After all, he was preparing to establish roots in the upper realm and intended to bring his family along. It was essential to have a place to stay. Coincidentally, this territory had just been vanquished by him. Thus, he resolved to claim it as his own, to build a home for his wife and children. Seeing Mo Ran's decision, the system wasted no time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Chiron Palace. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a territory spanning 1 million miles. Ding. Faction creation successful. Ding. Reward. 3,000 obedient true Immortal Realms servants. As the last notification faded, Mo Ran was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean that the faction creation was successful? He merely wished to provide a home for his family. How had he been ensnared by this system yet again? In the midst of his astonishment, vibrant energies cascaded down from the heavens. The once desolate ground, ravaged by Mo Ran, was suddenly rejuvenated. Flora sprouted at an astonishing pace, breathing life back into the landscape. And the surrounding celestial energy intensified exponentially, as if reborn. Following this resurgence, the 300,000 miles of territory trembled violently, as if something monstrous was about to erupt from beneath, ready to shatter everything in its path. Never before had Shen Qingqing encountered such an overwhelming aura. Her eyes widened in astonishment, believing a terrifying adversary had descended, and she hurriedly sought refuge behind Mo Ran. Observing her reaction, Mo Ran offered a calm smile and gently reassured her, "Do not fear. This is our home." Chapter 145. The home of the upper realm. Mo Ran's words reached Shen Qingqing's ears, leaving her bewildered, frozen in place, her small head filled with immense questions. What does it mean that this is our home? When did she acquire a home in the upper realm? She had merely ventured out, and now her home had relocated to this realm. Despite her myriad of confusions, she was rendered speechless by Mo Ran's declaration. Just as her astonishment reached its peak, a magnificent palace rose from the ground. An edifice identical to that of the Qingyu dynasty emerged from the depths, and upon witnessing the tangible structure, Shen Qingqing was utterly flabbergasted. This truly is her home. Father, what on earth is happening? Shen Qingqing's lips quivered uncontrollably in disbelief. This was utterly unfathomable. How could such an absurd situation exist? In response, Mo Ran found himself at a loss for words. He stepped forward, gazing at the empty yet strangely familiar building, and could only resort to deception, saying meaningfully, "This must be traced back to your childhood." At these words, Shen Qingqing's cheeks flushed suddenly, as if memories were springing to life. She recalled the moment Mo Ran first arrived at the Qingyu dynasty, when he had asked her, "Qing, do you like it here?" She had simply replied, "I do." Little did she know that such a simple statement would linger in Mo Ran's heart for many years. Reflecting on this, her face flushed anew, and warmth enveloped her heart. Is this what it feels like to have a father? Is this the elusive essence of paternal love? Noticing his daughter's sudden change in demeanor, Mo Ran was momentarily puzzled. He had yet to utter a word. What was happening? Just as he was about to conjure a casual excuse, he was taken aback as Shen Qingqing appeared to have completed her own internal narrative. "Father, you are truly wonderful." Before he could gather his thoughts, Shen Qingqing lifted her delicate face, beaming with a smile. Resigned, Mo Ran ceased his search for an excuse, allowing her to indulge in her own thoughts. He glanced at the Qingyu dynasty that had suddenly manifested before him, filled with curiosity. "Where is the palace you mentioned?" Mo Ran surveyed the surroundings, failing to locate the so-called palace described by the system. Turning his back to Shen Qingqing, he felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, wanting to confront the system directly. "Where is the palace?" "It has been provided. I have exchanged it for the palace you reside in." "It is indeed correct." Mo Ran felt an inexplicable force pressing against his heart, causing him a slight sense of breathlessness. Upon witnessing this, some might remark that after the system concluded its proclamation, Mo Ran could only respond with a resigned shake of his head and a faint smile. As the edifice emerged, a thick mist began to envelop the surroundings, transforming the space into an ethereal realm, with the fog gradually dispersing outward. In that very moment, Mo Ran's 3,000 principles of the Great Dao manifested a portion of their power, taking on various shapes and encircling the Qingyu dynasty, bestowing upon it an air of ineffable mystique. Gazing at the suddenly risen protective formation of the 3,000 principles of the Great Dao, Mo Ran let out a soft click of his tongue, expressing his helplessness. As long as no one provoked the swirling principles, all would remain well. Otherwise, Even a peak immortal emperor might find himself ensnared here. His gaze then fell upon Shen Qingqing behind him, as he conjured a jade token identical to the one Shen Qingqing had previously shattered. He tossed the token into her hands, gently admonishing, "Dear girl, do refrain from breaking it again." After all, as long as it remained intact, his avatar would persist, should it be destroyed. He would need to invest precious seconds to locate his essence again. How tiresome. Just an extra second or two. Shen Qingqing accepted the jade token and, without a second thought, fastened it to her waist, scratching her head with a sheepish grin, completely oblivious to his words. "Got it, Dad," she replied cheerfully. Noticing her demeanor, Mo Ran sensed something amiss. He cast a distant glance, his brow furrowing, his voice deepening with concern. "Behave. I must return now. There are several servants at home. If you need anything, simply summon them." Upon speaking, he transmitted the basic information of the 3,000 true immortal servants provided by the system into her mind. She, too, sensed Mo Ran's unusual demeanor. It was clear that something must have transpired at home to elicit such emotion from his typically placid countenance. With this thought, she felt compelled to act swiftly, fearing that Shen Qingqing and her sister might be in peril. Disregarding the newly acquired information, she urged, "I understand, Dad. Hurry back." As soon as her words fell, Mo Ran's figure vanished from her sight, leaving behind a fleeting, indistinct shadow. However, the shadow did not linger long before it dissipated. At that moment, Mo Ran found himself back in the lower realm, which had become a scene of utter devastation. The otherworldly races from the remaining 3 domains had ravaged the land, seemingly eradicating all traces of life, with nearly all extinguishable forces having been obliterated. Those that remained were on the brink of being overrun, rendering the situation little different from total annihilation. Displaying no emotion towards the grim state of affairs, Mo Ran swiftly dispatched several powerful beings from the other races before making his way towards the southern domain. Regarding the plight of these individuals, he felt no particular sentiment. It was not his fault, after all. At most, he could recite a brief incantation for their rebirth, wishing them a swift passage into reincarnation. The news of the Kanglin's sacred land seal being broken had already spread like wildfire 2 days prior. The Kanglin's sacred land had incited the wrath of many, leading to a coalition of several factions that breached its gates. Tragically, not a single soul survived among the tens of thousands residing within, all perishing in a grim fate. The Lord of the Sacred Land met a similar demise, overwhelmed by the relentless assaults of countless cultivators. It is said that his remains were fed to dogs, while his soul was imprisoned, eternally tormented by flames, a truly harrowing sight. Upon hearing this, as Mo Ran stepped into the southern domain, he beheld the outer realm shrouded in beams of starlight, where a jade chariot drawn by white horses floated gracefully in the air. 2 resplendent white steeds emanated an ethereal aura as they emitted deep, resonant calls. Standing outside the jade chariot was an irate elder, channeling all his strength to unleash ferocious spells upon the starlit barrier, seemingly determined to shatter this protective shield at any cost. After a moment, an impatient voice emerged from within the chariot, declaring, "Can you truly take this long to dismantle a mere lower realm formation, Su Xian? Do you honestly believe I have an abundance of time to squander with you?" Upon hearing these words, the elder named Su Xian was struck with terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He hastily ceased his attacks, turning around to shake his head and wave his hands in denial, exclaiming, "No, no, no. It is not like that." His expression was one of sheer fear, as he dreaded the wrath of the individual within the jade chariot. From his demeanor, it was evident that the person seated within was of no ordinary standing. He was Su Xian, the long-lost ancestor of the Su Imperial clan, who had reemerged after millennia due to a message from his family, informing him of an impending extermination crisis facing the clan. At that moment of desperation, he fortuitously encountered a demand from his faction for a human-level servant. His destination was a formidable lower realm capable of accommodating powerful beings. Consequently, he distinguished himself among the crowd and was selected. However, en route to this lesser world, he encountered unforeseen troubles that nearly led to the demise of his faction's leader. Fortunately, in a moment of peril, he stepped forward to deflect a fatal blow, thereby seizing the opportunity to voice a request. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to discover that the long-sealed foreign race had indeed broken free from their confinement. Concerned for his family, he hurriedly sought information regarding the Su Imperial clan, only to find the grim truth. The clan had been annihilated, and he had arrived too late. Moreover, other imperial clans had also been eradicated by this so-called foreign race, suggesting a deliberate orchestration behind these calamities. Thus, he spent some time gathering information, ultimately uncovering that all these misdeeds were the work of the infamous Qingyu dynasty. In a fit of rage, he set forth towards the direction of the Qingyu dynasty. Unexpectedly, before he could step into the domain of the south, he was obstructed by this formidable array. Reflecting on this, he gestured toward the starry array behind him, which completely isolated him and rendered all his efforts futile. A grimace crossed his face as he remarked, "This formation is extraordinary. The one who set it up must possess strength surpassing my own. Yet how could such a powerful being exist in the lower realm? Your Highness, I suspect something is amiss here." His words were utterly superfluous. Surely, the esteemed figure seated in the jade palanquin was already aware of this. Though Su Xian may be deemed a fool, he was still a transcendent being. In the lower realm, as long as the heavenly Dao did not intervene, one could practically assert that he could traverse with impunity. Yet now, he found himself halted by a formation from the lower realm. To be honest, while he was blaming himself, a greater sense of astonishment prevailed. Then, the figure atop the jade palanquin spoke slowly. "Wang Bo, take action and obliterate this force. It is time for us to return. Our journey has lingered too long, and I fear my father may hold it against us." A calm voice emanated from within the palanquin. Shortly thereafter, an ethereal figure manifested beside Su Xian. This was an elder, similarly attired, but with a far more imposing demeanor than Su Xian. He clasped his fists and bowed his head, responding softly, "Yes." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Su Xian, his expression one of contempt, mocking, a waste from the lower realm. Even upon reaching the upper realm, he paused slightly, then stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his celestial king power. He scoffed, "Indeed, even upon ascending to the heavens, the truth of being a waste is unchangeable." Upon hearing this, Su Xian displayed no signs of anger. Rather, he wore a smile, nodding and bowing in deference. "Indeed, Elder Wang speaks the truth. I am but a mere waste." Boom. Just as his words fell, the individual referred to as Wang Bo summoned his celestial energy, channeling it into his hand. An immense hand formed in the air, propelled by the energy radiating from him, and it struck down upon the starry beams with tremendous force. The heavens erupted with deafening roars, accompanied by Wang Bo's furious shout, "Shatter for me." At that moment, a sharp voice echoed from the heavens above, accompanied by a fierce attack of laws. The elder, who had been steadfastly releasing celestial energy, attempting to forcibly dismantle the grand formation, seized the opportunity presented by the voice, dispersed his energy, and swiftly dodged the incoming assault with his body. As the thick smoke cleared, he pointed accusingly at the newcomer, feigning composure, and bellowed, "Who dares to interfere with the affairs of the martial dragon celestial court?" His fierce retort aimed to mask his embarrassment at his inability to breach the formation. The newcomer was a petite girl with a high ponytail, our familiar little heavenly Dao. As for her hairstyle, it was the author's whimsical choice. Seeing someone taking action against the formation laid by Mo Ran, she placed her hands on her hips, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing him self-destruct his own lineage, a smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Tiandao's mouth, filled with disdain as she retorted, "I care not for your martial prowess or your lineage. Heed my words." With that, she inhaled deeply, her petite frame seemingly expending all its might as she bellowed, "Ahead. Celestial beings shall not proceed." No sooner had her voice faded than a sound of applause echoed from within the jade carriage. Clap, clap, clap. Subsequently, a figure emerged from the carriage, a youth clad in black, adorned with a feathered crown. This young man, known as Wu Meili, was the sixth prince of the Wu Dragon Celestial Court, a name bestowed upon him due to his unfortunate appearance, which he loathed to be addressed by. He stepped forth from the jade carriage, his unattractive visage contorting into a pose he fancied as charming. A smirk playing upon his lips as he leered with malicious intent at Xiao Tiandao, assessing her with a lewd gaze. How amusing. A mere ant from the lower realms dares to insult the Wu Dragon Celestial Court. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly ignorant. He sneered, his eyes reflecting contempt for the so-called lower realms, which he deemed a barbaric land, oblivious to the terror of the Wu Dragon's celestial court. "Now be gone," he commanded. But Xiao Tiandao paid his words no heed. Instead, she raised her fist defiantly, lifting her chin with an air of pride, and declared fiercely, "If you do not leave, I shall resort to violence. I am quite fearsome." She spoke truthfully. Her fierceness was genuine. Yet, what she believed to be intimidating only appeared endearingly cute to others. In response, Wu Meili's face contorted with fury as he turned to his companion, Wang Bo, and growled, "Eliminate her." With a resigned sigh, Wang Bo acknowledged the command, knowing he must obey his master's orders. Instantly, mystical inscriptions enveloped his body, and violent celestial energy surged forth from the runes. He quickly formed a celestial spell, directing it toward Xiao Tiandao with lethal intent. Unperturbed, Xiao Tiandao observed the advancing elder and let out a cold snort. With a stamp of her foot, the laws of heaven coalesced in her domain. In her world, the notion of being killed was perhaps still a distant dream for her assailant. Above her, dark clouds rapidly congregated, and in an instant, several thunder dragons descended toward the elder with inexorable ferocity. Realizing the impending doom, the elder halted, feeling the overwhelming, world-ending aura of the heavenly laws above. Cold sweat poured from his brow as the gathered thunderbolts transformed into a singular thunder dragon, plummeting toward him. In a desperate attempt to evade the strike, he stumbled backward in fear. What on earth? This little creature wields the laws of heaven. As the celestial laws emanated from the young celestial Dao, the elder felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing, a realm capable of accommodating a lower Immortal King. The strength of this celestial Dao surpassed even his own. Realizing this, he hastened back to his master's side, his expression grim as he reported, "Your Highness, this is the celestial Dao." Chapter 147, The Thunder of the Heavens Falls. Celestial Dao? Wu Meili, incredulous, raised her hand and pointed at the young celestial Dao standing before her, arms crossed defiantly, chin held high, glaring intently at her. Her disbelief was palpable. The words he spoke were not loud, yet they resonated clearly in the ears of the young celestial Dao. Feeling belittled, the young celestial Dao retorted with a dismissive smirk. "Are you looking down on me?" Realizing her words may have been misplaced, she spat and corrected herself. "Are you looking down on the celestial Dao? As if I were weak. I am powerful, you know." In response, Wang Bo chose to ignore her. After all, given her demeanor, it was clear she had no intention of attacking them. Thus, he turned to Wu Meili and suggested, "Your Highness, the strength of this celestial Dao is not beneath my own. If we confront her head-on, we are unlikely to emerge unscathed." He raised an eyebrow, his meaning unmistakable. Nearby, Su Xian, upon hearing Wang Bo's words, nearly burst into laughter. "Not beneath you? You can't even approach her. How bold of you to say that. You're all talk." Wu Meili pondered for a moment before ultimately conceding, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Wang Bo has a point. Seeing Wu Meili's nod, Su Xian understood that his own affairs were likely to be dismissed, sighing helplessly. To this master, his concerns were merely trivial. They were probably less significant than idle chatter. The young celestial Dao, feeling ignored for such a prolonged period while they murmured amongst themselves, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Her face flushed with indignation as her lips twitched uncontrollably. How utterly disrespectful to disregard the celestial Dao. Did she seem so easily bullied? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Meanwhile, Wu Meili and her companions had reached a consensus to withdraw, planning to return later with powerful allies. Then, stepping forward and surpassing Wang Bo, Wu Meili approached the center, smiling broadly, completely disregarding the feelings of the young celestial Dao, and flashed what she believed to be a charming smile, declaring, "We shall bury you here." Before Wu Meili could finish her sentence, she sensed an overwhelming aura coalescing before her, and before she could utter the words to depart, he was abruptly interrupted by the words of the small heavenly path. Instantly, an ominous sensation began to spread within his heart. "Your Highness, run." With Wang Bo's thunderous shout, dark clouds gathered above, and several bolts of heavenly lightning coalesced into dragon-like forms, descending vertically upon Wu Meili's crown. Observing this, Wang Bo swiftly dashed forward, reaching Wu Meili in the blink of an eye. He invoked his celestial arts, channeling his ethereal energy to form a protective shield that enveloped Wu Meili. As he beheld the descending bolts of lightning, his expression shifted. The sheer force of such an attack was beyond his capacity to withstand. Fortunately, Wu Mei was aware of Wang Bo's limitations. She hastily summoned her formidable celestial artifacts, detonating them one after another. Soon, the onslaught of heavenly lightning was entirely neutralized by their combined efforts. However, Wu Mei had consequently diminished her own defenses. With the lightning dissipated, the duo exhaled in relief. Yet, their respite was short-lived. As a being of the Immortal King realm, Wang Bo sensed the small heavenly path consolidating an overwhelming force of nature before him. Under such pressure, he would undoubtedly perish. He could feel that if this force were fully realized, it would lead to the demise of everyone present, erasing their very souls. A wave of terror surged from his core. Trembling, he implored, "Do not act recklessly, heavenly path." He gestured toward Wu Mei, attempting to leverage the power behind her to intimidate her. "The one standing beside me is the son of the Lord of the Wulong Immortal Court. Do you not fear the wrath of the Wulong Immortal Court?" Though not the most formidable force in the upper realm, the Wulong Immortal Court was no trivial matter. Its lord was a bona fide immortal emperor. As a representative of this realm's heavenly path, possessing immense strength and communication with myriad worlds, she was likely aware of such powers, prompting Wang Bo to utilize Wu Mei's lineage as a deterrent against the heavenly path's potential aggression. Beside him, the frightened Wu Mei fervently nodded in agreement. "My father is indeed an immortal emperor. If you kill me, you will not escape unscathed." However, the moment they spoke, the small heavenly path appeared more bewildered and enraged. What era was this, still resorting to threats? Did she fear them? Furthermore, had she not previously dismissed any mention of the Wulong lineage? The audacity was astounding, as if their words held no weight whatsoever. Why was there always a tendency to wield familial influence as a means of intimidation? My elder brother is an immortal emperor. Am I to be proud of that? With this thought, as she observed Wang Bo invoking the power of his connections, the small heavenly path wore a disdainful expression, a cold smile gracing her lips. The young Taoist, arms crossed and exuding an air of indifference, declared, "I care not for your titles or lineage. Your disregard for my words, your insolence towards me, signifies your contempt. To overlook me is to court disaster. I shall see how much more you can endure." Do not be deceived by her size. She is not to be trifled with. As her words faded, the laws of Tao enveloped her, radiating outward from her form. With a subtle movement of her delicate lips, she intoned, "Heaven stirs, thunder descends." In the astonished gazes of Wang Bo and Wu Mei, dark clouds, charged with the essence of Tao, swiftly gathered in the heavens above. From within these ominous clouds, the roars of mythical beasts echoed, as if they had just awakened from a deep slumber. Following this, flashes of lightning erupted from the clouds, coalescing into a colossal sphere of electric energy, which plummeted from the sky, aimed directly at the heads of the two arrogant individuals, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The descent of the thunderous sphere was alarmingly swift. The powerful celestial being had intended to ignite his own life force in a desperate attempt to flee with Wu Mei. But he was unexpectedly ensnared by the unyielding laws of Tao wielded by the young Taoist, rendering him immobile. With a deafening roar, the lightning sphere detonated upon impact, its energy radiating outward in a web-like pattern. In that instant, both Wu Mei and her companion, Wang Bo, were obliterated from existence, their very souls unable to escape the clutches of death. Chapter 148. The enigmatic celestial dynasty, sensing the absence of the two who had just vanished. The young Taoist pouted and scoffed coldly. "To seek my demise is one thing, but to ignore me? Why must you disregard my presence? I have warned you of my ferocity." Initially, she had no intention of engaging with these so-called paragons of the upper realm. However, the world had been fortified by an unknown powerful entity, causing her own Taoist powers to grow increasingly formidable. She was diligently striving to undergo a transformation into a higher echelon of Tao. With a bit more time dedicated to comprehending and mastering the scattered laws of Tao across the world, she would no longer fear the disdain of the upper realm's Tao, nor dread the prospect of being consumed by it. As these thoughts occupied her mind, her figure gradually faded, disappearing from the spot. And it was only after the young Taoist had departed that the scene shifted. Originally residing within the Qingyu dynasty, where she managed affairs and assessed the extent of its influence, Shen Qingqing became aware of the peculiar disturbances in the skies of the southern domain. Consequently, she hastily dispatched the father and son duo from the Wenshin sword sect, who had sought refuge in the Qingyu dynasty, and swiftly made her way towards the source of the ominous aura. Upon her arrival, however, the two formidable presences inexplicably vanished. A frown creased her brow. She had no reason to doubt her perceptive abilities. With a sense of unease, she surveyed her surroundings but could discern nothing amiss. Even though she undeniably felt a disquieting energy, a sensation completely foreign to her, as if it did not belong to this realm. To safeguard the Qingyu dynasty from potential threats, she resolved to delve deeper into the matter. Her eyes shimmered with a verdant light, and the space behind her began to shimmer with an ethereal quality. Open, Eye of the Void. Just as she activated her mystical sight, 5 words floated down from the sky. Ai. In quick succession, a familiar voice resonated through the air. My dear, what are you doing? Before Shen Qingqing could fully process the situation, Ran appeared before her, covering her glowing eyes with his hand. Be careful. You mustn't gaze recklessly. The karmic power of a deceased immortal king has yet to dissipate. If you glimpse something and become tainted, it could bring misfortune. Seeing this, Shen Qingqing retracted her divine powers and brushed aside the hand that obstructed her vision. Beneath her veil, her breathtaking beauty flushed slightly, and a playful smile graced her lips. I was wondering who it could be. Is this not my unfaithful husband who has abandoned us to frolic in the upper realms for the better part of a day? Upon hearing his wife's teasing, Ran's lips twitched in a restrained reaction. He retorted, I did no such thing. I merely went to the upper realms to eradicate a sect, not to indulge in leisure. Shen Qingqing, however, was disinterested in his defense. After all, she had never ventured to the upper realms herself. Yet soon, her focus shifted away from this matter. It had simply been too long since she had last seen Ran, and she was filled with both concern and longing. After all, he had never been away for such an extended period. Half a day felt unbearable. Apologies escaped her lips. She simply could not accept such a lengthy absence. Yet, as she scanned the vicinity in search of her long-missed daughter, her expression grew solemn, and her brow furrowed. She fixed her gaze upon Ran and inquired, Where's Qing'er? Where have you left her? This man truly seemed oblivious to her yearning for their beloved daughter. It has been nearly 2 years since I last encountered another soul. At long last, upon seeing someone, where has Morian once again cast her daughter aside? The more she pondered, the more her frustration mounted. With a determined step forward, she lifted her gaze to Morian's profound eyes, filled with resentment. Observing this, a cold sweat broke out on Morian's back. He swallowed hard, a lump in his throat, casting his eyes aside to avoid the murderous glare of Shen Qingqing. Rubbing his head, he said, Qing'er does not wish to return. He then briefly recounted his affairs in the upper realm, hoping to help her grasp the situation. Yet, he seemed to underestimate a mother's longing for her child. Upon hearing his explanation, Shen Qingqing shrugged off her anger and stormed off alone back to the Qingyu dynasty. What could be done? He would need to coax her gently. Hey, my dear, wait for me. Get lost. Thus began Morian's lengthy journey of appeasing his wife. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, Shen Qingqing remained blissfully unaware of the profound discontent her absence had caused her mother. At present, she stood astonished before 3,000 respectful servants of the true immortal realm, adorned with white masks crafted from fine crystals that concealed their true appearances. They wore matching white robes, each emblazoned with a flame lotus emblem unique to the Qingyu dynasty, signifying their allegiance to the same power. Witnessing this scene, Shen Qingqing swallowed hard in disbelief. My goodness, her father has taken true immortals as servants? What kind of power could afford such extravagance? Certainly, she had never witnessed anything like it. The hierarchy of the upper realm is divided, excluding the previous stages, into semi-immortal, scatter-immortal, human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, and the legendary immortal emperor stage. Each tier is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. Just as Shen Qingqing stood in a daze, the 3,000 true immortal servants suddenly knelt before her in unison, proclaiming, We pay our respects to your highness, the princess. The resounding chorus echoed throughout the space, nearly deafening her ears. She winced, covering her ears, and waved her hand, saying, All right, you may all disperse. Though she was unsure how Morian had acquired them, she presumed he must have assigned them tasks. After all, they could not simply stand idle day after day. She speculated this, expecting them to understand her intent and depart. However, to her astonishment, they abruptly rose in unison from the ground and erupted in a thunderous declaration, affirming their loyalty to Shen Qingqing with a resounding yes. It truly seems that some organization has made Shen Qingqing feel utterly uncomfortable. Subsequently, she observed them forming several small teams, each consisting of 5 members, transforming into vibrant arcs as they scattered in various directions. Meanwhile, half of the servants chose to remain within the Immortal Dynasty, busily engaged in mundane tasks such as sweeping, which left Shen Qingqing rather embarrassed. Observing this, she squinted her eyes in confusion. Watching the multitude depart in different directions, she quietly inquired of a servant who remained behind, seemingly a woman. "Do you know what they are going to do?" Perhaps Ran had left in haste, forgetting to inform her of certain matters. The servant, seemingly anticipating the question, bowed respectfully to Shen Qingqing and replied, "The Qidong Immortal Dynasty has just been established, and there are many affairs that require our management. The immortal veins here have already been destroyed by our master, and the abundant celestial energy surrounding us is sustained by the Master's laws." As she spoke, she gestured towards the 3,000 imprints of the great laws emanating from Ran, hovering above the central palace. Following her direction, Shen Qingqing quickly comprehended the reason for their departure. However, she feared that her assumptions might be erroneous and sought confirmation. "So, they are going to search for the immortal veins?" "Indeed, my lord." Chapter 149, Boldness. Although this was what she had been told, Shen Qingqing could not bring herself to believe that Ran had dispatched so many true immortals merely for the simple task of locating the immortal veins. From the words of the servant, she gleaned a vital piece of information. Her father seemed to wish to showcase his affection across the Myriad Realms. Well then, Shen Qingqing found herself once again indulging in her parents' affectionate display. The Qidong Immortal Dynasty appeared quite fitting. After dismissing the servants, she resolved to lend her father Ran a hand. After all, was he not seeking to establish a force? Reputation must be built, must it not? With this thought in mind, she swiftly drew her sword, transforming her body into a radiant arc as she soared towards a familiar direction etched in her memory. Building a reputation, in essence, is merely a matter of leveraging one's lineage. Now, she was exceptionally adept at this. After all, she had an emperor father. She was somewhat slow, however. After flying for a considerable time, Shen Qingqing abruptly halted midair, turning back to glimpse the prominent Qidong Immortal Dynasty, the main palace rising above the mist. She couldn't help but exclaim how slow her flight had been. Yet soon after, she chuckled to herself, naturally retrieving from her storage ring a talisman that countless readers would find remarkably familiar. She grinned and declared, in critical moments, one must resort to unorthodox means. The item in her hand was none other than the interdimensional talisman frequently utilized by Ling, capable of traversing vast distances instantaneously, contingent upon the strength of the user. The stronger the practitioner, the further the distance achieved. This also elucidates why Ling cannot traverse to the lower realms. Upon concluding her statement, her fingers, which clutched a talisman, suddenly ignited with a flickering flame. The moment the fire ascended from her fingertips, the temperature surrounding her inexplicably diminished. With a whoosh, the talisman was set ablaze. Before her, a spatial passage suddenly materialized, and without a moment's hesitation, she stepped inside. "Ah, this indeed hastens my journey." Just as Shen Qingqing's figure entered the spatial passage, it dissipated entirely in that very instant. The space from which Shen Qingqing had departed was abruptly torn asunder, and 2 figures gradually emerged from within. At the forefront stood a young man adorned with a feathered crown, clad in resplendent robes, with a serpentine creature of crimson hue coiling upon his shoulder, exuding an eerie glow. The fiery serpent flicked its peculiar tongue, its blood-red eyes gazing in the direction Shen Qingqing had just vacated, seemingly informing its master of her recent departure. At this juncture, an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his face obscured, spoke up from behind the young man. "Third young master, the disturbance originated from this very location." The elder cast a glance towards the foreboding mist, where the grand palace of the Qidong Immortal Dynasty, adorned with 3,000 intricate patterns, loomed ominously, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, the young man caressed the serpent's head, which obediently nudged its smooth cranium forward as if seeking affection. The young man, with a countenance of indifference, fell into contemplation, murmuring in puzzlement, as if recalling something, before raising his gaze and articulating, "I recall that when I last visited." The Haohai immortal sect did not resemble this. As he spoke, he regarded the elder with a hint of amusement and continued, "Let us proceed. The one who just departed must have emerged from that direction. It would suffice to inquire with her." His tone was notably placid, yet beneath it lay an air of arrogance. The elder, whose expression remained inscrutable, hesitated momentarily and remarked, "Third young master. The master only instructed you to retrieve our clan's belongings from the Haohai immortal sect. It would be unwise to complicate matters further." Upon hearing this, the young man snorted in disdain, his expression one of contempt as he retorted, "Do you not understand? Accompany me." He turned, his gaze icy as it pierced through the elders standing behind him. With a cold huff, he lowered his voice, saying, "Do not presume that. Just because you are favored by the elder brother, I am powerless against you." At this, the elder's countenance shifted abruptly, the corners of his mouth twitching as his expression morphed into one of bitter discontent. "How was I to know? I am merely the author." He found himself at a loss for words, lamenting the irony of having offered a well-meaning warning against allowing curiosity to hinder their mission, yet somehow, he was the one in error. It has long been rumored that the third young master of the Zhitian sect possesses a mind that is somewhat unhinged. Previously unacquainted, he refrained from making any judgments. However, upon their meeting, he could only affirm, "Indeed, you speak the truth," reluctantly yielding to the third young master's whims. He found himself in a position of servitude, acknowledging that he was but a subordinate and could do little to alter the course of events. Tasked with safeguarding the young master, he understood that should any misfortune befall him, his own fate would be far from pleasant. It could even cost him his life. Observing the elder bow his head, the young man's expression softened slightly. Soon, the elder raised his hand, channeling a formidable force that tore through the space beside the youth, creating a rift. After the passage was opened, the young man smiled faintly, stepping confidently into the void without a backward glance, seemingly quite pleased with himself. One could only wonder at the source of his pride. Witnessing this, the elder could only sigh in resignation, shaking his head and lamenting his ill fortune in being assigned to protect such an eccentric master. Ultimately, he could only silently pray that this master would exhibit some sense and refrain from inciting trouble. Following this, he too stepped through the rift. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing, traversing space via a talisman, emerged awkwardly from the void. How could she have made such a mistake? With a sense of resignation, she glanced at the four formidable generals before her, frozen in shock, brandishing blood-red spears and clad in silver armor, standing guard beside a blue jade carriage. With a light-hearted shrug, she attempted to ease the tension, saying, "I'm just passing through, no need to be overly anxious." Upon hearing her words, the generals guarding the carriage snapped back to reality, their bodies tensing as if facing a grave threat. They tightened their defense around the carriage, and with a sudden flourish of their spears, streams of sanguine energy emanated from them, coalescing into a river of blood. The leading figure bellowed, "Bold one, who are you to obstruct our path?" Before Shen Qingqing could respond, a voice emanated from within the carriage, resonant and soothing, "General Gong, did you not hear that she is merely passing by? Show her some courtesy. There's no need to display such hostility wherever you go. If you continue like this, I shall not allow you to accompany me next time." A slight cough followed, hinting at either excitement or perhaps a frail condition. Witnessing the agitation from within the carriage, or perhaps sensing the leader's concern, the general hastily reined in his imposing demeanor, turning with urgency to say, "Yes, yes. I acknowledge my mistake. The young master is right." The individual within the jade carriage appeared to have regained composure. Her voice, once exuberant, now carried a hint of weakness. "Perhaps she is unwell," thought Shen Qingqing. Upon hearing her speak, General Gong Lin refrained from hesitation, gesturing to his three subordinates to temper their presence, and addressed Shen Qingqing with a somewhat brusque tone, apologizing for the momentary excitement. Observing his demeanor, Shen Qingqing chose not to dwell on the matter. Relieved that she had not encountered anyone particularly troublesome, she casually waved her hand and reassured him, "It's quite all right. Noticing Shen Qingqing's calm demeanor in the face of their imposing presence, Gong Lin's wariness did not wane. Instead, his eyes narrowed in suspicion as he inquired, "Forgive my rudeness, but may I ask, from which faction do you hail?" To ensure the safety of his master, he deemed it necessary to scrutinize any unfamiliar individuals. Shen Qingqing's sudden appearance, coupled with her imperceptible aura, left him unsettled as he pondered the implications had she ventured any closer to his master. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of the potential consequences. Fortunately, he sensed no malevolent intent from Shen Qingqing, yet he remained vigilant, unwilling to let down his guard. Shen Qingqing, however, regarded his concerns with indifference. After a moment of contemplation, she boldly proclaimed, "I hail from the Qian dynasty." Upon hearing this, Gong Lin furrowed his brow, attempting to unearth any recollections from his memory, yet found nothing pertaining to the Qian dynasty, a newly emerged faction. He concluded, and with no prior knowledge or grievances, he decided not to pursue further inquiries. Having dismissed any perceived threat, he issued an expulsion command to Shen Qingqing, stating plainly, "Since you are merely passing through, we shall take our leave." Given that she was obstructing their path, and mindful of his master's directive to refrain from harsh words, he expressed himself in the only manner he knew. Understanding his intent, Shen Qingqing remained silent, gracefully circumventing him as she took to the skies. Just as she departed from the jade carriage, the figure seated within turned slightly, her visage partially revealed through the beaded curtain. With a gentle smile, she expressed her apologies to the departing Shen Qingqing, as if to convey, "I regret that my young general startled you." Thus, their gazes met through the delicate strands of pearls. Observing this exchange, Shen Qingqing's brow suddenly furrowed. The woman's visage was exquisite, rivaling that of her mother. However, her complexion appeared rather pallid, reminiscent of a corpse. Although this face flickered through Shen Qingqing's mind for but an instant, it stirred a long-buried memory within her. She felt an eerie sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered this woman before, though she could not pinpoint where. Curiosity piqued, she decided to pursue. Thus, she altered her pace, gazing in the direction the jade carriage departed, and began to formulate a hypothesis. It was indeed heading towards the Medicine Emperor Valley. This woman was evidently unwell. Without hesitation, she resumed her chase, albeit maintaining a relatively safe distance. Too close might arouse suspicion and lead her to be mistaken for an adversary. Though she harbored no fear, her intent was merely to seek confirmation. "Are you bound for the Medicine Emperor Valley?" A gentle voice emanated from behind the jade carriage. The general named Gong Lin furrowed his brow, having sensed her presence the moment she halted. As she uttered her first word, he swiftly positioned himself at the rear of the carriage. What astounding speed! His brow knitted tightly, as if he wished to convey something to Shen Qingqing. Yet, he was preempted by the woman within the carriage, who, in a faint and ethereal tone, inquired, "Yes, miss, do you require anything?" Shen Qingqing shook her head and replied, "I merely felt you looked somewhat familiar, as if I had seen you somewhere before." After a brief pause for contemplation, she recalled certain events related to the Medicine Emperor Valley and added, "The cost of seeking medicine there is considerable. It might be wiser to visit the 100 Herbs Pavilion. Forgive my boldness, but may I ask if you have ever been to the Falling Moon clan?" Boom. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere within the carriage suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura. Witnessing this, Shen Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. Though she was unaware of the true power of the individual inside the carriage, the sudden surge of energy indicated a formidable presence, likely of true celestial caliber, most concealed indeed. "Young mistress, please remain calm. Be cautious of your injuries," Gong Lin urged, sensing his master's uncontrollable outburst of power. Upon hearing his words, the individual within the carriage took a deep breath, striving to regain composure. A heavy exhalation resonated in the ears of those present, and the atmosphere within the carriage gradually settled. She resumed her tranquil demeanor and spoke softly, "Yes, I have been there. It was a long, long time ago." After this, she fell silent, seemingly lost in a reverie. As the silence lingered, it became evident that she had retreated into her memories. Upon hearing the fervent outburst from the individual before her, Shen Qingqing was instantly engulfed by an ominous premonition. Thus, she inquired, "May I ask you about the news concerning the Luo Yu clan?" As soon as her words fell, Gong Lin, standing before her, appeared momentarily taken aback. pausing as if grappling with unspeakable sentiments. Conversely, the individual within the jade carriage seemed rather unburdened, softly remarking, "The Luoyu clan? It has been quite some time since anyone has mentioned that name in my presence. Gonglin, do you know how long it has been?" Replying to the young mistress. "It has been precisely 250 years. 250 years? Has it truly been so long?" She sighed deeply, her voice tinged with emotion. "My dear, the Luoyu clan has perished. If you seek them, I fear you may find naught." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing displayed no signs of shock, her demeanor calm. The demise of the Luoyu clan was an inevitability she had anticipated, although the clan had the protection of an immortal emperor. The moment she learned of Nangong Hua's ascension to such a status, she surmised the fate that awaited the Luoyu clan. As the saying goes, if one does not uproot the weeds, they shall regrow with the spring breeze. Could Nangong Hua truly be oblivious to this wisdom? Within her heart, Shen Qingqing remained unperturbed, for Nangong Hua was already deceased. Then she asked, "May I inquire your name, fair maiden?" At this, the woman did not respond immediately. Instead, she addressed Gonglin. "Let us depart, Gonglin." "Yes." As the jade carriage glided away, the woman's voice drifted back. Huanhua Immortal Palace, Hua Wuqing. Chapter 151. The past surges forth. Uncontrollable as the tide as her words echoed, they detonated in Shen Qingqing's mind like an underwater explosion. The surname Hua, associated with the Huanhua Immortal Palace, unleashed a flood of long-buried memories from the depths of her consciousness. A familiar name began to resonate within her thoughts, Hua Linglong. Fragments of the past flickered through her mind like a slideshow, each moment vividly replaying. Gazing at the departing jade carriage and the familiar figure seated within, memories surged forth, prompting a gentle smile to grace Shen Qingqing's lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she murmured, "So, you are the child who once merely babbled and chirped." After so many years apart, she had grown immensely, nearly unrecognizable. Hua Linglong, the esteemed leader of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect, possessed the cultivation of an immortal king. She had been Shen Qingqing's closest friend in her previous life, the only one with whom she could truly share her heart. The woman departing in the jade carriage was indeed a disciple of Hua Linglong from the 100 Flowers Immortal Palace. It was during her sojourn in the mortal realm that Hua Linglong discovered a forsaken and pitiable infant, whose parents had perished at the jaws of a tiger, leaving her alone to wail in sorrow. Moved by the child's plight, Hua Linglong decided to take her in, intending merely to provide for her upbringing. However, fate had other plans. One day, Hua Linglong had to venture out for business, leaving the infant peacefully slumbering within the confines of the Baiwa Immortal Palace. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill enveloped the child, a frigid force potent enough to threaten her very existence. This icy aura relentlessly invaded and tormented the infant's fragile body. Naturally, this extraordinary occurrence did not go unnoticed. Yet, Hua Linglong had issued a stern decree forbidding anyone from entering her palace without her express permission. In their desperation, the onlookers turned to the Moonfall Immortal King for assistance. Coincidentally, she was visiting Baiwa Immortal Palace to confer with Hua Linglong when she learned of the dire situation. Without hesitation, she rushed inside, only to discover the child being ravaged by the icy force. It seemed the infant was on the brink of demise. A year prior to the opening of the Immortal Emperor's secret realm, I had invited her to accompany me, and I now felt relief that she had declined. Had she accepted, both of us might have perished within that treacherous realm, falling victim to the onslaught of Nangong Hua and his cohorts. The reason Hua Linglong had not accepted my invitation was due to the infant's awakening of an extraordinary constitution after being afflicted by the chilling force. A physique ideally suited for the Immortal Palace's sacred arts, the frost-cold body. Long ago, she had wagered with the master of the Immortal Palace and ultimately lost. The price of her defeat was to find a disciple capable of mastering the complete teachings of the 14 prefectures for the Immortal Palace. However, before she could fulfill this obligation, the palace's master had sacrificed herself for love. Thus, upon discovering the infant's frost-cold body, Hua Linglong wasted no time. After nurturing the child until she could form coherent memories, she entrusted her to the Immortal Palace, thereby honoring her initial wager. Reflecting on this, Shen Qingqing shook her head in resignation. Those were bygone days. During the year the Immortal Emperor's secret realm was unveiled, I had spent considerable time with Hua Linglong caring for the child, yet I remained puzzled about her purpose in the Medicine Emperor Valley. Suddenly, a frown creased her brow. The Medicine Emperor Valley was a notorious place in the upper realm, notorious for harboring a significant number of alchemists. It was reputed to be a sanctuary capable of healing any ailment, no matter how grievous, including the restoration of damaged souls or the treatment of various chronic conditions. Even the unbreakable shackles of the sacred body could be remedied there. Truly formidable. Simultaneously, it is quite treacherous. For the price of seeking aid from the Apothecary Valley is not merely the exchange of treasures or techniques of equal worth. Instead, one must sign a contract, binding oneself to serve the Apothecary Valley in repayment. To put it plainly, I save you, and you must serve me, depending on the difficulty of the medicinal resources expended. The duration of servitude varies, some for a century, others for a millennium, and yet others for 10 millennia. Many have fallen victim to this so-called Apothecary Valley. It is rumored that within this valley, there are 3 powerful beings of the Celestial Emperor realm who have been ensnared for a staggering 100,000 years, unable to take a single step beyond the valley, privately dubbed the Pitiful Valley by those from the upper realms. Contemplating this, Shen Qingqing could not help but seethe with anger, her brows furrowing, her eyes narrowing, a single word flickering across her face. Had it not been for her meticulous nature back in the day, she too might have fallen prey to this wretched valley. At that time, she merely sought a 5th-grade elixir, yet the Apothecary Valley demanded she sign a 2.5-year servitude contract. Fortunately, her keen eyes saved her, otherwise. 1 healing elixir for 2.5 years of servitude. How audacious of them to propose such a contract. However, despite missing out on the Apothecary Valley, she fortuitously discovered a newly emerging conscientious force, the 100 Herb Pavilion. The elixirs found in the Apothecary Valley are also available there, not only at more reasonable prices, but also with unwavering integrity. Furthermore, the head of the 100 Herb Pavilion is of breathtaking beauty, known as the Celestial Healer. Recalling the past, a faint smile graced Shen Qingqing's lips. She then retrieved a talisman from her spatial ring and cast it towards the direction where Hua Wuqing had departed. Flames erupted, incinerating the talisman completely. The spatial fluctuations coalesced once more, and soon, a mysterious spatial passage was established. Just as she was about to step into the portal, she suddenly sensed a killing intent. Sharp rays of light surged from behind her, and sensing danger, she hastily vacated the spot. The spatial passage she had just conjured was shattered by the sudden attack. Regaining her composure, Shen Qingqing swiftly turned, her emperor's sword drawn. I have finally caught up to you, and you still wish to flee? A languid voice echoed from ahead. From the swirling vortex of space, 2 figures gradually emerged. Unmistakably the same 2 from earlier. The one speaking was a man with a fiery serpent coiled around his shoulder, who addressed Shen Qingqing with an air of indifference. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Shen Qingqing's brows knitted in confusion. After a moment of rummaging through her memories, she found no information regarding the individuals before her. Unfamiliar yet aggressive toward her? Instantly, she was engulfed in fury. What is the meaning of this? Are they seeking trouble? Just when she was pondering how to handle this predicament, they had the audacity to confront her. How audacious indeed. As she was about to speak, the man preempted her, saying, I shall pose a question to you. Simply answer me. Should you conceal anything, you shall perish here today. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. And when she regained her composure, her lips quivered involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her fury, and a chilling flame erupted around her, intertwining with the sword aura that enveloped her blade. The laws of the fire lotus coalesced behind her, and the icy power infused within the flames intensified. With a resounding clang, the sound of swords echoed around her. She glared at the man before her and coldly declared, I stand here. Should you not allow my demise today, I shall ensure yours. How dare he wish for Shen Qingqing to fall here? Very well. With such audacity, there was no need to grant him mercy. I am the daughter of the Celestial Emperor. How dare you challenge me? In that instant, a barrage of sword energy surged towards the man as her words fell. The man, witnessing Shen Qingqing's defiance, momentarily paused, yet remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm confidence. Just as the sword energy was about to reach him, the elder standing behind let out a resigned sigh, stepping forward reluctantly. His aura expanded, dispersing the oncoming sword energy, before he retreated once more. Observing this, the man said nothing, stroking the fiery serpent coiled upon his shoulder with a smile. As the elder returned to his position behind him, the man regarded Shen Qingqing with a mocking expression, lowering his hand from the serpent's head and sneering, "A mere insect. Newly entered into the realm of inquiry, dares to strike at me? Such arrogance." With that, the man unleashed his formidable prowess at the pinnacle of the inquiry realm, exuding a magnificent aura. However, as his energy approached Shen Qingqing, it diminished to a mere whisper, gently brushing against her exquisite visage without eliciting any sensation. Seeing this, Shen Qingqing looked at him with a teasing expression, her lips curving into an involuntary smile that erupted into laughter. "Is this a joke? What are you laughing at?" The man's expression shifted, and he lowered his voice, his tone growing ominous. Meanwhile, the elder behind him, his expression obscured, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With a look of bewilderment, he stared at his master, as if silently imploring, "Could you refrain from embarrassing yourself any further?" Shen Qingqing paid him no heed, casting a disdainful glance at the man, dismissing him entirely, before directing her attention towards the elder standing behind him. Calmly, she inquired, "What is the intent behind your unprovoked attack that shattered my spatial talisman?" Judging by the aura that emanated from the elder moments ago, it was he who had disrupted the spatial passage she had meticulously conjured. The elder momentarily hesitated, unsure of how to respond, casting a resigned glance at the man before him. If it were not for him, he would not have resorted to such measures. Yet, having already acted, what was the point of further dialogue? Noticing the elder's silence, Shen Qingqing felt as though she had encountered two fools, one weak as a wisp yet attempting to feign superiority, and the other, mute and standing there, appearing equally foolish. The man in front, feeling insulted by Shen Qingqing's blatant disregard and refusal to listen, suddenly erupted in indignation. "Aunt, I demand to know, having just emerged from the direction of the Haohai Immortal Sect, do you have any knowledge of the recent occurrences? What of the vast starry sky and the sudden emergence of mist? Speak everything you know, in full detail." Ah, so that is why he turned hostile. It appears he had been trailing her all along, evidently connected to the Haohai Immortal Sect that her father had obliterated. Yet, why the arrogance? Why act as if she owed him something? Shen Qingqing scoffed, her demeanor shifting to one of mockery as she retorted, "If I choose not to speak, what can you possibly do to me?" The man, clearly taken aback by her response, faltered momentarily. Before he could formulate a retort, the fiery serpent coiled around him began to writhe violently, as if it had encountered something terrifying. As it writhed, he felt as though an invisible force was tightening around his neck, suffocating him. Instinctively, he grasped the serpent's head and yanked it down, forcefully throwing it away from him. "Curse you, fiery serpent! Are you trying to suffocate me with your antics?" As the serpent was flung off and broke free from his control, it adjusted its form mid-air, shrinking until it resembled a mere finger, before darting straight towards Shen Qingqing's direction. Not only was Shen Qingqing bewildered, but the man who had thrown the fire serpent and the elder standing behind him were equally taken aback by the serpent's actions, their bodies momentarily perplexed. In the blink of an eye, the fire serpent arrived at Shen Qingqing's feet, its plump head nuzzling against her shoes in a manner that seemed to seek her favor. But what could be the reason behind this? Shen Qingqing felt her mind falter. She did not recognize this creature. Yet, she recalled having consumed quite a bit of food. Wait, food? The mere thought of it triggered a memory, and she gazed in disbelief at the fire serpent at her feet. To confirm her suspicion, she crouched down and seized the serpent, which continued to nuzzle her affectionately, examining the small creature in her hand. At the moment she lifted it, the fire serpent's eyes sparkled with unseen stars. "Ah, you are the one my father intended to use for making soup. But my mother intervened and spared you from that fate." Upon realizing it was recognized by Shen Qingqing, the tiny body of the fire serpent began to wriggle with joy, as if being acknowledged was a momentous occasion. With a charming demeanor, the serpent's head bobbed several times in acknowledgement. Then, before the astonished expressions of the man and the elder, a mystical light gradually materialized before Shen Qingqing. Momentarily stunned, she found herself face to face with a master-servant contract. As the ethereal glow dissipated, the details of the contract revealed themselves. The information about the fire serpent was laid bare. It belonged to the ancient fire serpent spirit clan, capable of devouring celestial beings, destined to undergo 9 transformations throughout its life, currently at the 6th transformation, with the strength of a true immortal. Chapter 153. Here I stand. Come at me. Staring at the suddenly manifested master-servant contract, Shen Qingqing felt a wave of confusion wash over her, uncertain of the little creature's intentions. However, a pet presented to her so willingly was not something she would refuse. With a decisive nod, she pressed her thumb onto the contract. At that moment, the previously dazed man regained his senses. He had long wished for the fire serpent to forge a master-servant contract with him, but despite his efforts, the serpent had only chosen to heed his commands without any intention of binding itself. Now, witnessing the fire serpent proactively seeking a contract with Shen Qingqing filled him with a sense of humiliation. As her delicate hand pressed down upon the document, he bellowed angrily, "Aunt, cease this at once." Upon hearing his words, Shen Qingqing raised her head slightly and cast a scornful glance at him, declaring, "I will not relent. I shall infuriate you, you foolish fool. If you have the capability, then strike me." As her words hung in the air, the man was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Shen Qingqing's bold retort. In that instant of his surprise, a radiant glow emanated from the body of the fire serpent, transforming into an ethereal apparition of the serpent that floated joyfully in the air, seemingly delighted to recognize Shen Qingqing as its master. Subsequently, this spectral form melded into the space between her eyebrows. This was the lifeblood spirit of the fire serpent. Possessing it would grant her dominion over its life and death. At the very moment the fire serpent's spirit integrated into her being, Shen Qingqing felt a searing flame igniting within her forehead, as if something were burgeoning forth. This sensation arose because, upon entering the ocean of her soul, the ice spirit fire within her sensed an unusual presence and instinctively surged forth, intent on incinerating this unexpected intrusion. In the instant they made contact, the blazing red spirit of the fire serpent was swiftly consumed by the ice spirit fire. The once vibrant crimson essence underwent a metamorphosis, transforming into a pure white form akin to glistening snow, its flames assimilated by the ice spirit fire. Gradually, a pure white serpent mark manifested upon Shen Qingqing's forehead. Goodness, it can manifest in such a manner? She mused, gazing at the fire serpent in her palm as it shifted from a fiery red to a pristine white. Bewildered and incredulous, she realized that due to the master-servant pact, she could perceive the remarkable transformation occurring within her pet. Its constitution had strengthened exponentially compared to before. She marveled at the extraordinary power bestowed upon her by her father's flame. Not only had it enhanced her own essence, but it had also altered the nature of the celestial beast. Could it also enhance human constitution? Was it truly so defiant against the natural order? The two individuals standing before her were equally astounded by the spectacle of the fire serpent's transformation. The man, having regained his composure, was incensed by Shen Qingqing's provocative words. With gritted teeth and veins bulging on his forehead, he pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming furiously, "You shall perish for taking my celestial beast." In response, Shen Qingqing remained silent, raising her proud visage with a defiant expression that seemed to challenge him, tauntingly asserting, "Come, I stand here. Strike me. If you fail to land a blow today, I shall raise your entire family." Boom. As her words echoed, the man's body trembled uncontrollably, his aura surging violently. Observing this, Shen Qingqing chuckled with delight. Yes, just like that. Become enraged, then come at me. What one initially expected was that the man would erupt in fury and take action. Surprisingly, he deviated from the anticipated script, turning to glare fiercely at the elders standing behind him, as if to accuse him of failing to intervene and prevent the celestial beast from giving Shen Qingqing an opportunity. However, he seemed to forget that the elder behind him was merely at the Shenxian realm. Stopping a peak true immortal beast would indeed require considerable effort. Yet, the man was oblivious to such nuances, as he had already been provoked into a state of rage by Shen Qingqing's words, rendering him incapable of rational thought. After all, someone of his esteemed status had never been treated in such a manner. With an authoritative tone akin to that of a master addressing a servant, he coldly commanded the elder, "Act now, slay her." Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback and filled with reluctance, internally questioning, "If you are so formidable, why don't you take action? Did you not hear what she said? She is not afraid of you at all." The elder felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could not discern any fear or trepidation in Shen Qingqing's expression. Throughout the encounter, her demeanor remained calm and unruffled, as if she had never regarded them as a threat. Such a person could either be inexperienced or have witnessed too much to be impressed. Moreover, the fact that a peak true immortal beast unconditionally chose to form a contract with her indicated that she was certainly not naive. Coupled with her earlier words, one could be certain that the forces backing her were not to be trifled with. Yet, why was their young master so utterly lacking in discernment? The elder looked at the foolish young man before him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and reiterated with emphasis, "Young master, you must think this through. We were summoned by our master to retrieve our clan's celestial treasures. You must not instigate trouble, correct?" The elder had done all he could to offer a reminder, as provoking Shen Qingqing was never his intention. He felt helpless, merely a worker obliged to follow orders. Observing the elder hesitate, lacking the air of a xianxian, the young man glared at him fiercely. "If you won't do it, I shall. If I perish. Let's see how you explain this to my father." With that declaration, his body transformed into a streak of light, departing from his position. As he gathered a myriad of thunderous energies within his palm, charging towards Shen Qingqing, the full force of his peak cultivation erupted. In response, coiled upon Shen Qingqing's palm, the ancient fire spirit serpent, draped in chilling white flames, having undergone the baptism of celestial fire, flicked its tongue and slithered down her arm to position itself behind her. Subsequently, the body of the ancient fire spirit serpent expanded behind Shen Qingqing until it reached a length of over 100 feet before gradually coming to a halt. Its form was enveloped in the icy flames of the ice spirit fire, cascading down like snow. The surrounding temperature plummeted to an unprecedented low. A roar echoed resoundingly through the heavens. The ancient fire spirit python bared its fangs, its eyes glinting with malice as it roared at the approaching man. The descending icy flames erupted in response to its wrath, transforming into fiery beams that surged toward him with lethal intent, capable of cleaving through celestial beings. Witnessing this, the elder, who had been attempting to persuade the man from behind, gritted his teeth and without a moment's hesitation, charged forward to intercept the ancient fire spirit python's onslaught. Seeing the elder ready to engage, the man let out a cold snort, thinking to himself, "Old fool, you think you can challenge me?" At the very instant the elder took action, Shen Qingqing offered a slight smile, seemingly unfazed, and addressed the ancient fire spirit python behind her, commanding, "Stop that old man." Her gaze then shifted to the man, whose advance had been halted by the python's deafening roar. She raised her 3-foot sword, pointing it at him, and declared, "He is mine to handle." With that, she wasted no time. A phantom of a fiery lotus erupted beneath her, and with a gentle push from her toes, she propelled herself toward the man like a comet streaking through the sky. Alarmed, the elder realized the danger of Shen Qingqing targeting the man and thought to suppress her. After all, this man was also his master. Should anything happen to him, the elder knew he would not escape unscathed. However, before he could act, the ancient fire spirit python had already left Shen Qingqing's side, darting towards him with astonishing speed. Chapter 154. Like a meteor falling from the celestial vault faced with the sudden appearance of the ancient fire spirit python blocking his path, the elder was compelled to halt. "Beast!" he exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he roared, unleashing his celestial power which surged and roiled around him. The towering ancient fire spirit python, stretching 100 feet in length, retaliated with a furious roar, embodying the essence of a formidable demon. Its demonic aura surged forth uncontrollably, and as its roar echoed through the air, the surrounding demonic energy converged frantically toward this location, enveloping the entire realm within mere breaths. The tumultuous rise of demonic energy attracted numerous cultivators, drawn by the commotion to witness the unfolding spectacle. The ancient fire spirit python's form, shrouded in layers of demonic mist, took on an enigmatic quality, rendering the elder beneath it as insignificant as an ant. Although the elder's aura did not provoke a cataclysmic phenomenon, it was nonetheless formidable, rivaling that of the ancient fire spirit python. "You vile beast, I saved you out of goodwill, yet you repay my kindness with enmity, obstructing my path. Truly, you know not the bounds of your gratitude. Had I known this would be the outcome, I should have let you perish at the hands of those 3 true immortals long ago and refrained from meddling." The elder cast a disdainful glance at the ancient fire spirit python, then shifted his gaze to the malevolent energy coalescing above him, and with a casual wave of his hand, dispersed it. This very action created two stark extremes in the heavens above. Beneath the elder's command, celestial power continuously descended, while on the side of the ancient fire spirit python, a palpable aura of malevolence lingered in the air. The ancient fire spirit python flicked its forked tongue, its crimson eyes flashing ominously as a deep, resonant voice emerged from the swirling malevolence. I harbor no intentions of repaying kindness with malice. I merely speak from the heart. As it spoke, its massive serpent body quivered violently, as if recollecting some horrific memory. Its blood-red gaze turned towards Shen Qingqing, who stood unwaveringly, effortlessly dominating a man who posed no threat. It offered a cautionary reminder. Your master seeks only to end his life. You need not involve yourself in this matter and risk unnecessary turmoil. Simply observe in silence. I have no desire to engage in battle with you, for I cannot prevail. Should you wish to pass by me, it would not be an easy endeavor. Once you have vanquished me, that young man will likely meet his demise, rendering any confrontation meaningless. His fate was sealed the moment I chose to intervene. Upon reflecting on this, the ancient fire spirit python's eyes suddenly shifted, as if struck by a chilling realization, and a sense of relief washed over it. It inwardly rejoiced, thinking, I am fortunate to have surrendered quickly, otherwise, if that being were to descend, not only would those two perish, but I too would likely be reduced to ashes. Upon hearing this, the elder's lips twitched in surprise. Though he could not fathom why the ancient fire spirit python harbored such fear of Shen Qingqing, he could only attribute it to the formidable power behind her, which compelled the serpent to submit. The python's words resonated with undeniable truth. The elder had only recently ventured into the realm of the profound immortal, while the ancient fire spirit python had lingered at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm for many years. Even if he could suppress it, he would require time. After all, the physical prowess of celestial beasts far surpassed that of humans. This disparity in physicality was insurmountable, despite the fact that gaps in cultivation could be bridged through diligence. However, he could not bear to stand idly by while his young master faced death at the hands of an unknown adversary. Thus, the elder ceased his idle chatter, swiftly forming a spell and transforming into a streak of light, charging towards the ancient fire spirit python. He silently prayed for his young master to endure a little longer, hoping to subdue this monstrous creature. Seeing this, the ancient fire spirit python sighed in resignation, its 100-foot frame coiling in response. Oh, what are you doing? Why go to such lengths? As soon as the words left its mouth, the elder, now a streak of luminous energy, unleashed a barrage of earth-shattering attacks aimed directly at the python's colossal form. Each strike possesses the formidable power to obliterate an entire underworld, even to pulverize it entirely. The ancient fire spirit python, aware of its inability to match this venerable elder, fought with a certain languor, relying solely on its robust physique to endure the assaults. Pain was an unavoidable consequence, a mere fact of its reality. The confrontation between the ancient fire spirit python and the elder had only just commenced, while the battle involving Shen Qingqing had already escalated to a fervent climax. The three powers of the Dao principles within Shen Qingqing, under the influence of her extraordinary physique, astonishingly converged without any hindrance. The three awe-inspiring forces surged into the heavens, transforming into streams of sword energy aimed at the man before her. The man, though intent, found himself lacking in strength. His celestial energy flickered beneath him, his realm unstable, indicating he was a novice, a sheltered flower incapable of contending with her prowess. One sword after another fell relentlessly. The man, bewildered, attempted to counter with his formidable magical arts, oblivious to the immense toll each use exacted on his celestial energy. He concentrated the lightning principle in his palm and unleashed a strike aimed at Shen Qingqing's chest, shouting, "Fourth grade heavenly thunder technique, 1000 June." Above the firmament, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the miasma of demonic energy, descending with ferocity upon the crown of Shen Qingqing's head. Unperturbed, Shen Qingqing coalesced a sword talisman from the ice principle in her palm, which she propelled forward to meet the incoming thunderous strike. Moreover, she was enveloped in the celestial fire bestowed by Mo Ran, wielding the immortal emperor's sword. Ho Yu, what was there to fear? With a sneer of derision, She calmly declared, "Is that all you've got?" She then raised the Hou sword, its tip pointing skyward, and effortlessly absorbed the lightning strike, emerging completely unscathed. Witnessing this, the man's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. "Impossible. This is our clan's revered celestial technique, a fourth-grade superior art. How could it be so feeble?" Shen Qingqing, unfazed, thrust the Hou sword downward toward the man. In a moment of instinctive fear, he attempted to retreat, only to discover that his legs had been ensnared by chains formed from the ice principles, rendering him immobile. Reacting instinctively, he withdrew his palms, forming a shield with his hands as his celestial energy surged, enveloping him in an ethereal light shield. A crisp sound reverberated through the air. The sword fell, shattering the shield. The residual force sent the man hurtling backwards several meters, his body resembling a kite severed from its string, plummeting like a meteor from the heavens. Enshrouded in the ashes of the celestial flames that consumed him, descending straight toward the ground. At this moment, he had lost all consciousness. Such a fall from this height would undoubtedly result in grave injury. Chapter 155. In this realm, your traces are no more. The third young master gazed in astonishment at the man, who had been struck down by Shen Qingqing's sword and was now slowly descending. The elder, who had been vigorously casting spells to combat the ancient fire spirit python, was suddenly struck with panic as the unforeseen turn of events interrupted his carefully prepared incantation. He hurriedly vacated the vicinity of the ancient fire spirit python and transformed into a brilliant streak of light, racing toward the direction of the falling man. Seeing this, the ancient fire spirit python refrained from twisting its colossal body to impede him. With no obstacles in his path, the elder swiftly reached the man within a breath's time, catching him just as he was about to meet the ground. In that fleeting moment, the elder's pupils dilated in disbelief at the aura of three distinct powers emanating from the man. There was no time for astonishment, as he quickly channeled his celestial energy into the man, safeguarding the damaged meridians from the numerous sword energies that had inflicted harm. Under the elder's protective energy, the grievously injured man, who had been felled by Shen Qingqing's sword, gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was relieved to find that the first figure he beheld was not the king of hell, but rather the elder. He freed himself from the elder's support. Clutching his chest and gazing at the gaping, bloody sword wound on his shoulder, his disheveled appearance directed towards Shen Qingqing, with rage surging forth. "How dare you attempt to kill me? Do you know who I am?" At that moment, Shen Qingqing had returned to the side of the ancient fire spirit python, which coiled around her, its long body encircling her protectively, wary of any sudden aggression from the elder. In response to the man's words, Shen Qingqing sheathed her sword, her gaze towards him dripping with disdain. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she replied, "Who you are has no bearing on me. Are you also seeking to contend with my lineage?" Shen Qingqing regarded the disheveled man with a hint of amusement, a mocking smile gracing her features. The man, ignited by fury, felt a surge of irritation. He yearned to rend Shen Qingqing to pieces. If looks could kill, she would have perished countless times under his glare. The mention of contesting lineage caused his mouth to twitch in irritation. Yet it was the elder behind the man who, upon hearing Shen Qingqing's words, could not suppress a gulp. This girl, possessing the power of three distinct laws, undoubtedly had an imposing background. After careful consideration for his own safety and the survival of his clan, the elder implored, "Third young master, cease provoking this young lady. We must depart." Upon hearing this, the man dismissed the elder's suggestion with contempt, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just been nearly vanquished. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Depart? When have I, Zhu Ganglai, ever suffered such humiliation? If anyone is to leave, it shall be you. I shall not budge." Faced with the man's obstinate refusal to retreat, the elder found himself at a loss and prepared to deliver a punch to render him unconscious and carry him away. Yet before he could make a move, Shen Qingqing, standing before them, spoke first. With a mocking gaze directed at the two, she softly uttered, "Leave? When did I ever say I would let you go?" Upon hearing her words, the man was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. The elder beside him sensed a foreboding atmosphere and inquired with confusion, "My lady, are you not planning to let my young master go?" As soon as the elder finished speaking, the man regained his composure from Shen Qingqing's words and scoffed, "If I wish to leave, What power do you possess to stop me? Is it this wretched creature by your side? Shen Qingqing shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips, as an air of conspiracy began to take shape. She taunted, after fighting for so long. You dare not even reveal your name. How pathetic, little rodent. Who are you calling a rodent? The man, unable to withstand the provocation, felt a surge of unnamed fury ignite within him. Without a moment's thought, he sensed a rush of heat rising to his head. The elder, witnessing this, jolted in alarm and urgently exclaimed, "Young master, do not." However, the man, as if deaf to the elder's warning, disregarded his words and blurted out, "Listen well. I am Zhu Ganglai, the third young master of the Chongqing Zhu family." As the words fell, the elder's mouth twitched violently, and his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the urge to strike Zhu Ganglai. Internally, he lamented, "The Zhu family is doomed." A genius who has comprehended the power of 3 laws. What immense backing must lie behind that? For an ordinary person to grasp, even one, is an extraordinary feat yet. This girl before him, so young, has managed to comprehend 3. How terrifying. Upon hearing the man's proclamation, Shen Qingqing wore an expression of bewilderment. Chongqing Zhu family. What is that? As she pondered, her brow furrowed in thought. What is this? Why have I not heard of it? Is it a hidden clan? In her moment of confusion, she glanced at the enormous serpent head beside her and curiously asked, "Chongqing Zhu family, where is that? Where does it reside?" Caught off guard by Shen Qingqing's sudden inquiry, the ancient fire spirit python shook its head, signaling its ignorance. Observing this, Shen Qingqing casted an exasperated glance, feeling somewhat speechless. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she asked, "I recall you were merely a demon emperor. How is it that after just a decade, you have become a true immortal and even ascended to the upper realm?" At Shen Qingqing's questioning, the ancient fire spirit python's serpentine face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling a bit shy, it turned its head slightly, chuckling softly, and said, "To answer you, my master, back in those days, I was already prepared to become a delicacy. Yet I never had the chance to grace your table, as you were taken away by the adults. Thus, I narrowly escaped a calamity. During my flight, I inadvertently came into contact with a drop of essence blood from that pot. For reasons unknown, my bloodline underwent a profound transformation, reverting to ancestral traits. Consequently, I found myself inexplicably ensnared in a deep slumber for over a decade. Upon awakening, I found myself in this unfamiliar place, with not only a new memory inheritance, but also a change in my powers. On my very first day here, I encountered 3 formidable true immortals of the human race, who deemed me suitable as a culinary ingredient and sought to capture me for a stir-fry. Upon finishing, the ancient fire spirit python glanced at the master and servant before continuing. Then I met those 2. The old man rescued me, and the 3rd young master constantly pondered how to establish a contract with me. Initially, I proposed an equal contract, but he refused, insisting on a master-servant contract, which I could not agree to. However, given that my life was saved, I had no choice but to remain by his side for the time being. After listening to its tale, Shen Qingqing nodded thoughtfully, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. It was not the fortune of the fire serpent that astonished her, after all. Could it surpass her own? Rather, she was taken aback by the revelation that the large pot of essence blood concocted by Mo Ran had not solely contained the blood of the celestial demon phoenix clan. After all those years, she had naively believed it to be exclusively from that lineage. It appeared her perspective had been rather narrow. Returning to the matter at hand, this was not the time for such musings. Now that she was aware of the other party's origins from the Chongqing Zhu family, her objectives had been fulfilled, and further conversation was unnecessary. Thus, she offered a cold smile and said, "Thank you for sharing so much. As a token of my gratitude, I have decided to present you both with a grand gift." The words gift caught Zhu Ganglai and his companion exchanging bewildered glances. Shen Qingqing paid them no mind. She merely allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. In the midst of the duo's astonishment, she raised her hands, and a beautifully exquisite talisman, radiating with starry brilliance, materialized between her fingers. She ignited it with a flourish and declared ominously, "On our first encounter, you destroyed my spatial passage. My father taught me that gifts should reflect the principle of reciprocity. Thus, this talisman is for you both." Boom. At the moment Shen Qingqing's words fell, a series of sword-like sounds erupted around them, instilling a deep-seated fear in all who heard. As she flung the talisman, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Surrounding Zhu Ganglai and the Elder was an oppressive atmosphere, as if they were targeted by countless sword energies, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down their faces. The first to sense the discomfort was the Elder standing beside Zhu Ganglai, who trembled uncontrollably, his previous celestial demeanor entirely diminished. He stammered, "What is this sudden and alarming pressure?" Gripping Zhu Ganglai's rear garment with one hand, he prepared to tear through the fabric of space to escape. Yet, to their dismay, the space around them seemed sealed, rendering their attempts futile. In their frantic state, they heard a series of swift sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several gusts of wind swept through, effortlessly penetrating their bodies. Their pupils dimmed instantaneously, losing the vibrancy they once possessed. Their forms began to disintegrate, gradually transforming into mere dust. Even as they attempted to rely on their souls to escape this perilous place, the moment their souls detached, they too were scattered by the relentless winds. In this realm, not a trace of their existence remained. Chapter 156, Ascension of the Realm, Part 1, Young Mistress, this girl is extraordinary. After Shen Qingqing employed a talisman to obliterate Zhu Ganglai and the Elder, her majestic jade carriage slowly made its way toward the Medicine Emperor Valley. General Gong Lin, having witnessed this event, felt a chill run down his spine. He silently rejoiced for heeding the young mistress's advice to offer an apology. Otherwise, he might have been the one to face annihilation today. The power emanating from a mere talisman was enough to eradicate even a celestial being in an instant. Thus, it is prudent to remember that when venturing into the world, one should not be overly arrogant, for there are always greater forces beyond one's comprehension. Inside the jade carriage, a delicate yet refined voice of a woman emerged. However, as she spoke further, her voice became increasingly faint, as if recalling a sorrowful memory. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, she parted the cascading jade curtain beside her, revealing a breathtaking visage to the world, though it appeared somewhat pale and fragile. Ethereal wisps of celestial essence enveloped her, transforming her into a fairy among flowers. Her pale lips parted slightly as she gazed upon Shen Qingqing's face, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, and murmured, "This is a phrase my elder sister Yu Luo often repeats." The woman was none other than Hua Wuqing, the recently departed young mistress of the Huahua Immortal Palace, destined to be the next palace master. Noticing Hua Wuqing's sorrowful expression, Gong Lin furrowed his brow with concern and remarked, "Young mistress, the Moonfall Immortal King has perished for many years. Yet the mystery behind the extermination of the Moonfall clan remains unsolved. Palace Master Linglong has been missing for many years in her quest to uncover the reasons behind their downfall." Remembering her master, Hua Wuqing couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile, fully aware of the implications behind Gong Lin's words. Is it not merely a concern that she may be troubled by this matter, exacerbating her internal injuries? What significance does it hold? It is but a trifling wound. Hua Wuqing waved her hand dismissively, lowering the hand that held the jade curtain, which cascaded down once again, obscuring her countenance. "I understand," she said. "Very well, Gong Lin. Let us depart for the Baichao Pavilion." Indeed, Gong Lin, naturally, felt compelled to refrain from any excessive idleness or inquiries. They had previously ventured to the Medicine Emperor Valley, where they could treat Hua Wuqing's injuries, albeit without a complete cure. However, the cost of such treatment was exorbitant, 2.5 years of labor. Who could undertake that? Gong Lin initially assumed that Hua Wuqing intended to return home, given the notorious reputation of the Medicine Emperor Valley, which was well known to all. Her visit was merely a gamble on fortune. Then, unexpectedly, Shen Qingqing had interjected, mentioning the Baichao Pavilion. Gong Lin had some recollection of this faction, though not extensive. It was evident that their young master had perceived something exceptional in Shen Qingqing, prompting the decision to visit, as it was all a matter of chance. An additional visit could hardly be detrimental. After contemplating for a few moments, Gong Lin positioned himself protectively at the forefront of the jade palanquin, safeguarding it while guiding its course toward their destination. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing, having just concluded the chaotic skirmish, observed the dissipating forms of Zhu Ganglai and his companion. Lost in thought, after a brief moment of confusion, she spread her palm, and the ancient fire spirit python shrank visibly, landing perfectly in her grasp. Addressing the minuscule segment of the creature coiling in her palm, she remarked, "You sensed it too, did you not?" A formidable force sought to rend this space and breach through. Shen Qingqing's perception was not amiss. At the moment she summoned the talisman. When the glimmering sword light sliced through Zhu Ganglai, a potent force attempted to penetrate the space sealed by the talisman. Regrettably, before it could manifest, it was effortlessly obliterated by the swift, gentle sword light. Upon hearing her words, the ancient fire spirit python nodded solemnly twice, acknowledging the sensation. Without further deliberation, it responded, "I recognize this aura. It resembles that of the patriarch from the Chongqing Zhu family." "Ah," Shen Qingqing shrugged nonchalantly, her expression indifferent. Although she was unfamiliar with the Chongqing Zhu family, it held no significance for her. She then contemplated reconstructing the spatial passage. Just as she turned to retrieve the talisman, she noticed the familiar jade palanquin emerging from the direction of the Medicine Emperor Valley, heading off in another direction. Observing this, Shen Qingqing paused momentarily, and upon confirming that no one was in peril, she exhaled in relief, abandoning the notion of visiting the Medicine Emperor Valley. Her eyes flickered as ideas for her next course of action began to take shape, and she indicated a direction, gently tossing the ancient fire spirit python into the sky. The ancient fire spirit python, displaying a remarkable sense of awareness, gracefully ascended and coiled itself around her delicate shoulder. Its pair of crimson eyes gazed intently in the direction pointed out by Shen Qingqing. "From this day forth, your name shall be Ingredient," she declared. Upon receiving this name from Shen Qingqing, the ancient fire spirit python paid little heed to whether the name was good or ill, instead nodding its snowy white head in sheer delight. "Good, my master," it responded eagerly, with a subtle smile that hinted at inscrutable intentions. Shen Qingqing's gaze flickered with a glimmer of ferocity as she proclaimed, "Our next destination is the Lingyun Xianzong, Jin Xian, and the Mulan. Here I come." As her finger indicated the direction of Lingyun Xianzong, a spatial talisman unexpectedly emerged, startling the ancient fire spirit python coiled upon her shoulder. Truly, being the daughter of that esteemed individual, her prowess is astonishing. In the wake of its astonished gaze, a cold, pristine flame erupted from Shen Qingqing's fingertip, akin to the flames enveloping the ancient fire spirit python. The flames soared, incinerating the talisman in an instant, while an invisible celestial force quietly coalesced. Soon, a shimmering spatial passage, adorned with twinkling starlight, materialized before her. This time, there was no interference. She stepped forward, her figure draped in red, seamlessly merging into the passage. At the very moment she entered the spatial channel, its entrance sealed shut, dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the lower realm, within the Qingyu dynasty, Mo Ran stood atop a platform, gazing skyward at a luminous orb that enveloped the entire realm in radiant white light. With a puzzled expression, he questioned, "Master, all I need to do is channel power into this wretched orb to shift the entire lower realm to the upper realm? Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? This is the quickest method. You don't wish to take action, do you? Using a bit of celestial power is permissible, isn't it?" With the system urging him on, Mo Ran ceased his idle chatter. He raised his hand, his fingertips shimmering with starlight, directing a beam of brilliance towards the celestial orb above. Boom! The moment the starlight made contact with the orb, a resounding roar erupted from the heavens of the lower realm. It felt as though the very fabric of reality was being forcibly pried open and flipped upside down. Instantly, the inhabitants of the lower realm experienced a dizzying sensation, spiraling into unconsciousness in a most peculiar manner. Chapter 157, Ascension of the Realm, Part 2, Whoosh. Whoosh. Among the denizens of the lower realm, those within the Qingyu dynasty, shielded by Mo Ran's celestial power, remained unaffected by the cross-realm transition, while all others, without exception, succumbed to unconsciousness. Just days prior, Mo Ran had returned from the upper realm. After informing Shen Qingqing about Shen Qingqing's decision to remain in the upper realm, she was enraged and refused to share a bed with him for 3 consecutive days. Mo Ran found himself in a state of distress. In an effort to alleviate Shen Qingqing's longing for her daughter and expedite her journey to the upper realm, he took matters into his own hands. With remarkable swiftness, he unleashed his wrath upon the remaining 3 domains, ruthlessly exterminating the alien races that had plagued the lower realm, thus restoring peace. Unbeknownst to the populace, they attributed this sudden upheaval to the excesses of the alien races, believing it to be the divine retribution for their heinous acts against innocent lives. The chaos caused by the alien races came to an abrupt end, and before long, the people had not yet recovered from their disappearance. Under Mo Ran's leadership, 3,000 sword servants swiftly seized control of the remaining 3 great domains, declaring that from this day forth, the dominion of the 4 realms belonged entirely to Qingyu. Consequently, their identities underwent a profound transformation as they became subjects of the Qingyu dynasty. Long ago, the lower realm was unified as a single domain. But due to the alien threat, it had to be divided into 4. With the alien races now vanquished, the reunification of the 4 realms was a perfectly natural occurrence. However, an inexplicable sensation lingered among the people, as if the events unfolding before them were part of a grand conspiracy, meticulously orchestrated by an unseen hand. This left them feeling quite constrained, with no choice but to submit. For the combined remnants of the 3 domains could not withstand the might of the Qingyu dynasty's forces. What alternative did they have? To fight to the death? They had no desire for such a fate. Yet, they soon found solace in their situation. The strong rule, and the Qingyu dynasty was undeniably powerful, far more so than they had anticipated. It was said that the emperor of the Qingyu dynasty was an immortal, and the empress was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Once they reconciled themselves to this reality, they began to perceive that existing under such formidable authority might not be entirely disadvantageous. Ding! Congratulations to the host for assisting the mistress in completing the task of unifying the lower realm. Reward: 50,000 Chiron Immortal Guards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for assisting the mistress in completing the task of unifying the lower realm. Reward: 1 puppet of the Immortal King realm can be upgraded by absorbing the power of heavenly thunder. The rewards have been placed within the Chiron Immortal Dynasty and are now engaged in maintaining order. While Mo Ran was channeling energy into the luminous sphere, an odd message from the system abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Bewildered, he noticed 6 tiny dots drifting across the sky, leaving him at a loss for words. What madness was this? First, 3,000 true immortal servants, then 50,000 Chiron immortal guards, and now a puppet of the Immortal King realm. What on earth did this system intend? Was it truly deranged? The system, unfazed, responded in its familiar tone as if recounting a rather mundane matter. Don't worry about it. Take what you can get from the system, for nothing is ever wasted. How could you be so ungrateful? With a resigned sigh, Mo Ran chose to ignore the system's malfunction and continued to channel celestial energy into the luminous orb. Just as he was preparing to intensify his efforts, ready to elevate an entire realm of cultivators to the heavens in one fell swoop, a playful voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Daddy, what are you doing?" It was none other than Mo Linger, who, unable to contain her impatience, had wriggled free from Shen Qingqing's embrace. She scampered over, her little bells jingling merrily on her wrist, and soon arrived at Mo Ran's feet, tilting her head with a look of curiosity. Hearing the familiar voice, Mo Ran looked down, his face softening into a loving smile as he replied indulgently, "Daddy is busy preparing to take Linger to a very beautiful place." Beautiful. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of beauty, especially a child. Upon hearing Mo Ran's words, Mo Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "Is it more beautiful than mommy and sister?" Mo Linger was uncertain about the standards of beauty, and thus, when Mo Ran uttered the word beautiful, her mind instinctively began to compare. The most beautiful beings she had encountered were undoubtedly her mother, her sister Shen Qingqing, and when Ran, though at that moment, she did not think of the latter. Perhaps due to the last time Shen Qingqing had teased her about letting Wen Ran be her mother, which had frightened her. At this, Mo Ran couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gently replied, "Mommy and sister cannot be compared by their beauty." Mo Linger furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, "Why? Are they not more beautiful than the big and small soft ones?" Saying this, she suddenly reached up to her head, pulling down 2 little spirit beasts, which she had previously found when Mo Ran had taken her to the Bai clan. After bringing them back, she had grown tired of them and forgotten about them until now, when she had evidently rediscovered them during her idle days at home. Seeing this, Mo Ran smiled slightly and remarked, "These can indeed be compared. They are more beautiful than the big and small soft ones. Is that so? Now I understand. Thank you. Daddy, you're welcome. Mo Linger placed the spirit beasts down, scratched her head, and flashed a mischievous grin at Mo Ran. With a shy pout in her hands behind her back, she finally revealed her true desire, saying, Daddy, can Linger go play with sister? Noting the little one's unveiled intentions, Mo Ran wore an amused expression, as if he had anticipated this all along. Indulgently, he said, Of course, you may, but after a slight pause. Mo Linger felt a surge of joy. Her hands, previously fidgeting behind her, tightened around a golden talisman at the moment Mo Ran consented. Such subtle gestures could not escape Mo Ran's keen perception. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, You can go, but you must inform your mother. Upon hearing Mo Ran's words, Mo Linger pouted, resembling a deflated balloon, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Observing her state, Mo Ran continued, Listen to your father. Go tell your mother that you wish to play outside. Remember, it is to play outside. Mo Linger tilted her head, her finger tapping her cheek in contemplation, seemingly grasping Mo Ran's intent. Instantly, her face brightened, and she dashed towards the resting place of Shen Qingqing. While running, she did not forget to exclaim, Father, I love you. Seeing this, Mo Ran smiled. He then summoned the celestial puppet bestowed by the system, a figure clad in a white robe, adorned with a mask and surrounded by ethereal energy, appeared, kneeling gracefully before him, activating his true eye. The information of the puppet unfolded before him. Item, puppet function, extremely obedient and remarkably resilient realm. Peak Celestial King, capable of enduring 2 hours of punishment from a Celestial Emperor. Note, if confronted by a Celestial Emperor adept in thunderous techniques, it may be vanquished. Source, a fortunate drop from a randomly exploded system reward. Sighing heavily at the displayed information, Mo Ran pondered the absurdity of it all. Without even casting a glance at the puppet, he issued a command, Stay closely beside my daughter. Upon hearing this, the puppet nodded and dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Shortly after the puppet's departure, Mo Ran unleashed his full potential. The beams emanating from his fingertips intensified, reaching the utmost limits of what this realm could sustain. Suddenly, outside the realm, space storms erupted, and a passageway materialized, engulfing the swiftly approaching lower realm, transporting it to an unknown territory. Thus, the lower realm diminished by 1, while the upper realm welcomed the emergence of the Qi Ran celestial dynasty. Chapter 158, A Fortuitous Encounter. Big guy, why do you always follow me? Exclaimed Mo Linger, emerging from Shen Qingqing's resting area, her expression brimming with pride. Following Mo Ran's advice, she had surprisingly obtained permission from Shen Qingqing to play outside. Just as she stepped out of Shen Qingqing's resting place, an unexpected shadow emerged from nowhere, the big guy she referred to, trailing closely behind her. No matter what she said, he would not be dissuaded. Dutifully adhering to Mo Linger's incessant chatter, the puppet remained remarkably devoted. Without uttering a single word, it seemed that the system had silenced its speaking switch. Or perhaps the creator had never intended for it to converse. You big fellow, are you mute? Gazed at itself taking a step, the puppet mirrored its movement. Mo Linger pouted, approached its feet, and, with a couple of light taps, exclaimed, Clang, clang. 2 resounding sounds as hard as rock echoed. Mo Linger's hand throbbed with pain. Wincing, she shook her hand and, with an expression of grievance, muttered, Humph, truly a big lug. That hurt terribly. Is this your father's possession? How peculiar. She mused. Forget it. I shan't concern myself with you. Subsequently, she ignored it entirely, allowing it to follow her side. It could not speak, yet it persisted in its company. And no matter how she tried, she could not shake it off. What could she do? With her arms crossed and her lips pursed, Mo Linger snorted in her heart. Considering your muteness, I shall not hold it against you. Having said that, Mo Linger halted her steps, ceasing her advance. Then, with a flick of her fingers, she conjured a talisman that she deftly pinched between her fingers. Flames erupted, consuming the talisman entirely. Before her, a spatial passage began to materialize. She stepped into it, the hulking puppet closely following. Once the passage sealed behind them, it raised its rigid hand, tearing the surrounding space asunder once more. Thus, the silhouettes of 1 girl and 1 puppet vanished from their original location. Simultaneously, through Mo Ran's relentless efforts, The lower realm traversed through space and had now reached the barrier of the upper realm. Within the domain of the Qidong Immortal Dynasty, above the Starry River, a rift in space opened, and a diminutive orb of light leaped forth, soaring towards the Qidong Immortal Dynasty shrouded in mist. Mo Ran's form transformed into a streak of luminescence, hurtling towards the heavens. Suspended in midair, Mo Ran inhaled sharply towards the approaching orb, cradling it in his hand, while his other hand ascended slightly, summoning the laws of space to rise, instantaneously creating a realm of its own. A world was thus effortlessly birthed by him, and before him, a spatial passage materialized. He hurled the orb into the newly opened expanse. Instantly, the space he had conjured seemed infused with new life, simulating a miniature world identical to the lower realm. After completing this task, he dragged the manifested passage deeper into the Qidong Immortal Dynasty, arriving at a pre-designated open area, where he anchored the passage securely. Within the miniature world of the Qingyu Dynasty, a celestial ladder, formed from the laws of space, slowly emerged, reaching up to the heavens. The ladder was extensive, stretching for miles. After accomplishing all of this, Mo Ran nodded in satisfaction, having seamlessly merged the lower realm into a specially crafted microcosm. Complemented by the celestial ladder, anyone from the lower realm who possesses sufficient strength can ascend the ladder and thus depart from this miniature world, ultimately arriving in the upper realm. After accomplishing this, Mo Ran stepped forward into the new realm. Soon, his figure materialized within the palace where Shen Qingqing resided. As he pushed open the door, he beheld Shen Qingqing, who had just donned her garments, seated before her vanity. Upon noticing his entry, she instinctively turned her head. Upon recognizing him, the enchanting beauty pouted and lamented, "Where is my Qing heir? Have you brought her back?" In response, Mo Ran bashfully rubbed his nose, gradually approaching her side, placing his hand on her shoulder, and smiling as he replied, "Please do not be upset. I am not angry. I merely failed to comprehend why you left Qing heir all alone in that distant upper realm. What if something were to happen, regardless of the circumstances? You must retrieve Qing heir, or else I will not let this matter rest." Shen Qingqing glared fiercely at him, then with a huff, attempted to rise from her chair, only to find herself firmly restrained by Mo Ran's hand. As she tried to urge him to release her, he instead seized her hand with a playful grin, exclaiming, "Oh, how could I allow Qingqing to remain alone in that upper realm?" Before she could voice her thoughts, a dazzling veil of starlight enveloped them both. Shortly thereafter, outside the Qi Ran Celestial Dynasty, two voices gradually emerged from the starlight barrier, unmistakably the voices of Shen Qingqing and Mo Ran. "Where's this place?" Shen Qingqing exclaimed, gazing upon structures that mirrored those of her own lower realm's Qingyu Dynasty, alongside a palace that loomed ominously amidst the mist, emanating an aura of terror. With her mouth slightly agape, her exquisite visage betrayed her astonishment. Observing her wonder, Mo Ran chuckled mysteriously, lifting her hand to point at the resplendent Qi Ran Celestial Dynasty that stood majestically beneath the heavens. He raised his proud countenance and declared, "Behold, this is the kingdom that your husband has forged for you." Then, with a hint of embarrassment, he uttered the name of this formidable force, his voice tinged with shyness. "Upper Realm, Qi Ran Celestial Dynasty." As the words left his lips, Shen Qingqing's face flushed a vivid crimson, visibly embarrassed, as she broke free from his grasp, exclaiming, "Who told you to choose such a name? It is utterly mortifying." Simultaneously, she pondered in disbelief how she had arrived in the upper realm after merely resting for a few days. At this moment, Shen Qingqing was truly bewildered. Yet, Mo Ran remained unfazed, earnestly stating, "Now, you need not worry about Qing heir, correct?" Upon hearing those words, Shen Qingqing felt a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth, her cheeks flushed with a hint of amusement. She shot a glance at Mo Ran, yet chose to remain silent. Her meaning was abundantly clear. You claim to be unconcerned, then keep your distance. With that, she began to glide slowly towards the Qingyu Dynasty, leaving Mo Ran standing alone, allowing the desolate wind to sweep past him. Not far from the Qingyu Dynasty, upon a jade palanquin, Hua Wuqing sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, she sensed a flicker of starlight in her vision, startling her into awakening from her tranquil state. Her brows furrowed in surprise when a small voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "Big sister, where is this place?" As the words fell, Gong Lin, stationed outside the jade palanquin, felt an ominous shift. He raised his spear, pointing it towards the palanquin, and bellowed, "Who dares to intrude?" Chapter 159. I seem to have seen you somewhere before. The innocent voice emanated quietly from within the palanquin, causing Gong Lin to feel a twinge of panic. His expression grave. The spear in his hand trembled uncontrollably, mirroring his anxious state. Not sensing any unusual presence, and given that it was merely the voice of a child, Hua Wuqing refrained from speaking. Gong Lin, therefore, found himself in a dilemma, maintaining a tense silence outside, awaiting developments. His two subordinates shared his apprehension. Yet, the child who had appeared within the palanquin seemed unfazed by Gong Lin's fierce rebuke. With her head tilted curiously, she gazed at the meditative Hua Wuqing, seemingly drawn in by the ethereal aura surrounding her. Her large, sparkling eyes darted about, as if deep in thought. Noticing Hua Wuqing's silence, the little girl scratched her head, grinning shyly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Hua Wuqing's heart was in turmoil. How had such a small child magically evaded Gong Lin's scrutiny and silently appeared in her jade palanquin? Detecting no malice from the girl, and perceiving only the innocence of childhood, Hua Wuqing found nothing amiss. Observing the child inching closer, she spoke gently, "Little one, didn't your guardians teach you not to approach strangers' palanquins or get too close to unfamiliar faces when out and about?" Hua Wuqing's tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Regarding the unexpected presence of this child, she could only conclude that she was likely the daughter of some powerful figure, rebelling against parental control. Naturally, she was not one to offend. Thus, when the child appeared, Hua Wuqing had no intention of taking any action. In the face of the unknown, as long as there was no threat to herself, it was wiser to choose a path of harmony than to confront. Upon hearing Hua Wuqing's words, the little girl's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. It seemed as if a memory was stirring. The footsteps did not falter due to the voice of the flower's indifference. Instead, they cautiously approached her side. With curiosity, a small hand reached out and gently tapped the ethereal fabric that floated around her, as if possessing a will of its own. The fabric recoiled in fear. Observing this, the little one appeared to have discovered a new realm. Subsequently, the small figure shifted her gaze from the floating fabric to the pale, yet beautiful visage of the flower, and in a tender voice, she exclaimed, "Sister, I feel as though I have seen you before." Upon the utterance of her words, not only was the flower taken aback, but even Gong Lin, who stood guard outside the jade palanquin, was momentarily stunned, filled with perplexity. Their young mistress rarely ventured outside due to her unique constitution. It was a rarity for them to meet, and yet this child claimed to recognize her, leaving Gong Lin astonished. Because of her special condition, the flower's realm would remain vulnerable to the chilling energy it bore until she reached the true immortal stage, and each year, at the year's end, she would endure an explosive surge of this coldness, growing increasingly severe, gradually eroding her body. In previous years, the mistress of the Huanhua Immortal Palace had utilized special methods to suppress this energy. However, a millennium ago, the mistress unexpectedly entered a deep seclusion, which she has yet to complete. This inexplicable circumstance led to the chilling energy within the flower remaining unrestrained over the years, culminating in her current state. It was not that assistance had not been sought elsewhere. Initially, there were those who could forcefully suppress it. Yet, as the flower's realm continued to ascend, the chilling force only grew stronger, making it increasingly difficult even for the two venerable immortal kings of the Huanhua Palace. "You have seen me, Flower Wuqing?" The flower looked bewildered, her expression a mix of confusion and sincerity as she gazed at the little one. Somehow, she found herself believing the child's words, almost as if guided by fate. "Where?" "In a place, very beautiful, adorned with blooming flowers," Linger recalled, gesturing animatedly with her hands as if to depict the scene she had witnessed that day. "Sister, you flew past me in a rush." Indeed, this sudden apparition above the flower's jade palanquin was none other than Mo Linger, the second daughter of Mo Ran. With her large, expressive eyes, Linger continued to recount her tale, attempting to illustrate every detail of the enchanting sight she had beheld. Upon hearing her words, the flower's lips parted slightly, a look of incredulity washing over her. A place filled with flowers. Was that not her home, the 100-flower Immortal Palace? Yet she had never laid eyes on this girl before. What could this mean? Pondering her questions, she pressed on. Was it at the 100-Flower Immortal Palace? Who are you, and from which family do you hail? I have never encountered you before. The inhabitants of the 100 Flowers Fairy Palace are few in number, merely a few thousand, and all of them are women. I know most of them well. After speaking, she scrutinized Mo Linger's face, and suddenly, an inkling of familiarity washed over her, as if she had seen this face somewhere before. As the sensation of recognition swept through her, fragments of memories began to swirl in Hua Wuqing's mind, desperately seeking any recollection related to Mo Linger. Yet, despite her efforts to sift through her thoughts, she found no trace of memory regarding the girl. Just as confusion set in, making her question her own recollection, she heard Mo Linger bashfully scratch the back of her head, her cheeks flushing, and say, Linger does not know what the 100 Flowers Fairy Palace is. I only know it is a beautiful place where many fairy sisters fly in the sky. It was my father who brought me here. Upon hearing this, Hua Wuqing exhaled in relief, grateful that her mind was not at fault. However, the implications of Mo Linger's words stirred a tempest within her heart. A father, a man, there are no males in the 100 Flowers Fairy Palace. She could surmise that a certain powerful being must have brought his daughter on an outing, inadvertently passing through the palace and coincidentally encountering her. This revelation further indicated that the girl claiming to be Linger, who had suddenly appeared within her jade carriage, possessed a significant identity and background, a presence she could not afford to provoke. With a resigned sigh, Hua Wuqing inquired, What is your name? Where is your home? Once she learned of the girl's residence, she could ensure her safe return, for it was indeed unsafe for a young girl to wander alone. I am Mo Linger. My home is. As Mo Linger responded to Hua Wuqing's inquiry, she instinctively glanced out the window and was taken aback by the strange sights beyond, momentarily at a loss for words. At the same time, a sense of urgency seemed to grip her. Quickly, she scrambled onto a nearby couch, stretching her head toward the window to gaze at the beautiful yet unfamiliar surroundings, a sense of dread rising within her heart. In a flurry, she dashed to the curtains, pulling them aside as she made her way outside the jade carriage. Seeing a child emerge, Gong Lin, who had been waiting outside, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, it was not some ancient monster. Since Hua Wuqing had not issued any commands, he hesitated to take action against a mere girl. Peering into the jade carriage and confirming Hua Wuqing's safety, he breathed a sigh of relief. When Mo Linger beheld the jade carriage floating in the sky, looking down at the vast expanse of white clouds, her gaze was met with various wondrous spirit beasts frolicking carefreely amidst the mist. She stood frozen in place, recognizing this scene from a previous visit with Mo Ran. However, this place was devoid of her home. Dejected, she returned to the jade carriage, tears welling in her eyes. Fairy sister, this is not Linger's home. Upon saying this, she regretted. Linger's home is called the Qingyu Empire. It seems Linger has wandered quite far this time. Chapter 160. The Vanishing Celestial Veins. Looking at Mo Linger, who stood before her on the verge of tears, Hua Wuqing felt her heart soften. It must be said that the little girl's appearance wielded a considerable emotional impact. Unconsciously, she reached out and gently placed her hand on the girl's head, offering comfort. Do not cry. The Qingyu Empire, is it? Sister will help you find it. For now, you can stay by my side. Mo Linger made an effort to blink away the tears glistening in her eyes, nodding earnestly in agreement. Hua Wuqing was taken aback. She had expected the child to wail, yet here she was, displaying such resilience. Meanwhile, she pondered silently. Is there truly a force known as the Qingyu Empire? How could I be unaware of it? Perhaps my prolonged absence from the Huanhua Immortal Palace has rendered me out of touch with the outside world. She gestured towards a nearby couch, indicating for Mo Linger to take a seat, and then called out to Gong Lin outside. Gong Lin, do you know where the Qingyu Empire is located? After Mo Linger uttered those 4 words, Gong Lin had been deep in thought. However, despite rummaging through his memories, he could not recall any information regarding the Qingyu Empire. Therefore, without hesitation, he replied plainly, Young mistress, I am unaware. Really? Even you, my encyclopedic Gong Lin, have not heard of it? How peculiar. Hua Wuqing furrowed her brow, glancing at Mo Linger, who was now quietly seated, her face devoid of sorrow, her eyes free from tears. A hint of confusion crossed her mind. Why was the child not anxious? Very well, if you are not in a rush, then neither shall I be. Then, addressing Gong Lin, she continued, If you do not know, let us head to the Baichao Pavilion first. Understood, Gong Lin replied, proceeding steadily ahead. However, he felt a surge of hope that they would not encounter anything too bizarre henceforth. After all, this journey had been rather strange. First, an extraordinary young girl appeared, followed by a mysterious little girl. How odd. He felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, yet he could not pinpoint why. From the moment he laid eyes on the little girl, she seemed familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, yet he could not recall. How strange. To his relief, the little girl bore no ill intentions, and thus he decided to let it be. Since we are here, we shall make the best of it. The white jade carriage, escorted by Gong Lin and two subordinates, transformed into a streak of light, sailing towards the horizon. In the upper realm, Lingyun Xinzong. As one of the 9 great celestial sects, with a lineage spanning several hundred millennia, it governs a territory of 100,000 miles. The profound heritage and the multitude of powerful beings make it one of the most coveted sanctuaries for countless cultivators. For an ordinary practitioner, merely gaining entry into this sect guarantees future achievements of at least becoming a scattered immortal. With fortuitous encounters or a stroke of good fortune, one might even ascend to the ranks of a human immortal. Indeed, it could be said that when one achieves enlightenment, the entire family ascends to the heavens. Moreover, the Lingyun celestial sect is presided over by 2 formidable celestial emperors, which explains the throngs of disciples eager to join. They would almost crush the mountain gate in their fervor. However, at present, the Lingyun celestial sect faces an exceedingly challenging predicament. The once vibrant sect has fallen into an unusual quietude. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, 3 men clad in celestial robes, exuding layers of Tao essence and celestial power, gaze gravely at a celestial vein tributary that has lost its main artery. Among them, one man adorned with a pure white sword emblem, marked by a sword scar, breaks the heavy atmosphere with a solemn voice. He glances at the 2 individuals standing beside him and inquires, with the disappearance of the celestial vein, do you not owe us an explanation? When the sect leaders seek retribution, who among you will bear the consequences? The speaker is Yun Xiao, the Grand Elder of the Lingyun celestial sect. The 2 standing beside him are the guardians of the celestial vein, Yun Chun and Yun Xiu. The celestial vein is not merely the foundation of a faction's strength. It is also a vessel for the fortune of the realm. Its absence signifies the dissolution of that fortune. Once the celestial vein fades entirely, this world approaches its demise, awaiting the arrival of death. Initially, they believed such calamities would not befall the Lingyun celestial sect, yet the unpredictability of fate has proven otherwise. As these thoughts linger, Yun Chun and Yun Xiu suddenly turn pale, their expressions grim and their backs drenched in sweat. They exchange glances, swallowing hard, and in unison, they kneel. Grand Elder, Yun Xiu implores, what we are about to reveal is truly absurd, but you must believe us. We were standing right here, and the celestial vein vanished before our eyes. Bit by bit, we scoured the entire back mountain and found no suspicious individuals. This is the truth. Before he could continue, Yun Xiao furrows his brow, his expression suggesting disbelief. With a cold snort and a flick of his sleeve, he retorts, do you take me for a child of 3? How could a perfectly intact celestial vein, protected by the starry array, suddenly disappear? In response, Yun Chun and Yun Xiu's faces turn ashen, akin to those mourning a grave loss. They open their mouths as if to offer a defense, yet the words elude them. This is indeed far too preposterous. The 2 elders found themselves at a loss for words, uncertain of how to proceed. They could only softly call out, hoping that Yun Xiao might illuminate their path. Observing their predicament, Yun Xiao let out a resigned sigh and remarked, the 2 sect masters have gone to the Haohai Xinzong to celebrate the birthday of the Nangong Xian Emperor. They will not return for at least 3 days. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, and he cast a downward glance at the 2 kneeling before him, the implication clear. Understanding this, the 2 expressed their gratitude with fervent bows, tears streaming down their faces as they exclaimed, we comprehend. We truly understand. We are eager to learn. Yun Xiao nodded slightly, casting a glance at them before turning away and departing. With the loss of the celestial veins, they must seize what they could. After all, the first great celestial vein of the Lingyun Xinzong had also been obtained through conquest. In an era where the celestial emperor reigned supreme and the celestial sovereigns were invincible, The Lingyun Xinzong stood as the mightiest among the 8 great sects. Why 8, you may ask? Because the foremost is the Haohai Xinzong, backed by the Celestial Emperor, rightfully recognized as the strongest sect. The Lingyun Xinzong, however, surpasses the other 7, ranking second, boasting 2 celestial sovereign realm sect masters, one of whom is a close friend of the Nangong Xian Emperor from Haohai Xinzong. It is said that they once faced life and death together in a celestial emperor's secret realm. Such formidable backing illustrates the immense strength of the Lingyun Xinzong, which is one of the reasons so many aspire to join its ranks. Celestial veins are categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the highest and the 9th the lowest. The Lingyun Xinzong possesses a 6th grade celestial vein. Therefore, if they were to eliminate a few factions with 7th grade celestial veins, they could forge a new 6th grade celestial vein through absorption and fusion. Such unscrupulous actions are only deemed permissible by the Lingyun Xinzong. Yun Chun and Yun Xiao exchanged glances, and after Yun Xiao's departure, they nodded in agreement. Their minds already set on a target. Rising to their feet, they transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the direction of a faction rumored to possess a 6th grade celestial vein. Time was of the essence, and the burden of their task weighed heavily upon them. If they did not hasten, they feared the imminent return of the 2 sect masters would leave them utterly shattered, unable to even contemplate reincarnation.